Chapter 1. The Beast Camp. Boy, the relentless march of history carries forth, and the multitude of beings are destined to become mere dust in its wake. Those heroic figures who have etched their names into the annals of history are but brilliant stars adorning the vast river of time. Yet, who can truly discern whether it is the heroes who alter history or history that forges the heroes? In the year 789 of the Age of Light for the human race, early summer unfolds. Beneath the blood-tinged sunset, the Orlando Mountains are enveloped in a shroud of crimson haze. The setting sun bleeds into the undulating peaks, ancient trees loom tall, and the occasional roar of beasts shatters the serene mountain air. Echoing high into the heavens, stretching nearly 1,000 kilometers, the Orlando Mountains serve as a formidable barrier between the human kingdom of Isaac and the Orcish wastelands on the human side of the Orlando Mountains. Within a valley cloaked in dense forest, a fierce struggle unfolds. One combatant is an orc clad in rudimentary leather armor, his body adorned with a faint golden fur, with flowing golden locks and a broad-nosed visage. He belongs to the lion kin among the orcs. Judging by his size, he is but a young lion. Yet even in this diminutive form, he is brimming with explosive power, launching ferocious pounces toward his opponent. The other contender is a slight human boy, appearing to be merely a decade old, his stature significantly smaller than that of the lion kin, barefoot and clad in ill-fitting, coarse leather armor caked with mud. His wild, unkempt black hair obscures his face. The clash between the two boys may not be deemed spectacular, yet it is undeniably intense. The lion boy's fists shimmer with a subtle golden light as he strikes. Mere moments away from solidifying his aura and officially entering the ranks of warriors as a level 1 orc fighter. Despite not yet being recognized as a warrior, his punches produce faint explosive sounds, leaving half-foot deep craters upon impact. His attacks flow seamlessly, each punch and kick executed with precision, resembling a practiced Orcish martial art. In stark contrast, the human boy appears rather beleaguered, primarily evading attacks with frantic agility, his occasional counterattacks lacking any semblance of order. Fortunately, his movements are exceptionally nimble. He leaps, rolls, and even performs acrobatic dodges, managing to evade the lion boy's powerful strikes at critical moments. When faced with unavoidable blows, he absorbs the impact using his arms and back, the sturdiest parts of his frame. Even when knocked down, he swiftly rises, refusing to allow the lion boy to land consecutive heavy blows. Despite the ferocity of the lion boy's attacks, he has yet to completely subdue his diminutive opponent, and the struggle persists. Surrounding them is a cadre of a dozen young orcs, including wolfmen with green faces and sharp fangs, bull-headed creatures adorned with short horns, and burly bear men, all rallying vociferously in support of the lion boy. Makeshift tents of animal hides the area, and a crude wooden fence encircles the scene, with a few orc guards occasionally casting glances towards the fray. This is unmistakably an orc encampment. However, this encampment is alarmingly close to the human borders. Frustrated by his inability to secure a decisive victory, the lion boy's aggression intensifies, spurred on by the fervent cheers of his kin. With a low growl, he charges towards the human boy. In response to the impending onslaught, the human boy instinctively falls backward just before their bodies collide, executing a swift roll to evade the impact. The lion boy, having committed to his powerful strike, roars in frustration, "Arthur, you coward, face me head-on." "Very well, I shall not evade next time," replies the human boy, now upright, unexpectedly agreeing to the challenge. "I will break your ribs." The golden light flickers around the lion boy's fists as he leaps into the air, aiming to strike Arthur's head. Just as the lion boy's fist approaches, Arthur suddenly lifts his head, parting his disheveled hair to reveal bright eyes and a mischievous smile, with a handful of dirt mixed with gravel. He throws it into the lion boy's face. Instinctively, the lion boy shuts his eyes and raises his hands to shield his face. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur lunges forward, lowering his head and using all his might to ram into the lion boy's soft abdomen, toppling him to the ground. Without granting the lion boy a moment to recover, Arthur swiftly mounts him and unleashes a barrage of punches upon his face. The surrounding orc youth erupt in a cacophony of outrage, hurling insults at Arthur for his underhanded tactics. Yet none dare to intervene. In Orcish tradition, a solitary duel forbids any assistance. To do otherwise is to be deemed a coward, a weakling. The downed lion boy lets out a furious roar, the golden glow around him flashing momentarily before he sends Arthur flying. Rising from the ground, the lion boy appears disheveled, his leather armor askew, face bruised, and blood trickling from his lips. You despicable human. I will tear you apart. His eyes turn crimson, fur rippling as it grows, sharp claws extending, his aura surging dangerously, threatening to enter a frenzied state. Lain, cease at once. A commanding voice rings out, with the sound of authority. The lion boy's fury dissipates, his eyes returning to their original hue. Emerging from the tents within the encampment is a lioness draped in opulent robes. Unlike the male orcs, lionesses lack the signature long hair and thick fur. Their features softer and more refined. This lioness, even by human standards, is a strikingly beautiful matron, exuding an innate nobility as she walks. Two orc guards flank her, one a towering bullman, the other a lithe female leopard. They are formidable warriors, radiating a powerful presence. The onlooking orc youths bow respectfully to the lioness. Mother, he cheated. Lain pouts, advancing to clutch the lioness's arm, shaking it in a childish display of grievance. His earlier ferocity evaporating in her presence. Master, Arthur, the human boy, lowers his gaze. The lioness narrows her eyes, shaking off Lain's grasp. Lain, remember this. In battle, there are no ignoble tactics or honorable means. The sole objective is to vanquish your opponent. The victor reigns supreme. But mother, a true orc hero must defeat his adversary in direct combat. Lain protests, still somewhat unconvinced. Lain, you must understand that to become a hero, one must first survive by any means necessary. Do not be foolish like your father. Lain hesitates, then lowers his head. I understand, mother. The lioness approaches Arthur, her stern demeanor softening as she offers him a faint smile, affectionately ruffling his hair. Arthur, you performed admirably. Starting tomorrow, Shara will formally instruct you in Orcish martial arts. Now, go and eat. Thank you, mistress. Arthur replies, lifting his head to reveal a radiant smile. He bows to the lioness and her leopard guard, Shara, before dashing toward the encampment amidst the furious glares of the young orcs. Go on. You too. Go. Only by filling your bellies can you grow into true orc warriors. Tomorrow, you shall all train under Hexen, she commands. Yes, my lady. The bullman guard replies with a slight bow. The orc youths erupt in cheers. Led by Lain, as they rush into the encampment, their minor defeat quickly forgotten. The lioness turns her gaze from the exuberant youths to the distant mountains and forests, a deep worry etched upon her face. Chapter 2. The Blue Enchantress. As the lioness scans the forest, hidden a few miles from the orc encampment, several pairs of eyes are fixated on the unfolding events. Lionesses are a rare sight indeed, remarks a burly man, spitting the four-leaf clover from his mouth onto the ground. Crouched behind the thicket, he wears a tattered gray cloak over a battle-scarred leather vest. His golden short hair and rugged beard, coupled with a long scar running from his mouth to his eye, give him an intimidating appearance. He is Cain's, the enigmatic leader of the Blue Enchantress mercenary group. 5 years ago, he and his band seemingly materialized at the borders of the Kingdom of Isaac, and within a mere 5 years, they ascended from the lowest G-rank mercenaries to B-rank, becoming a miracle within the mercenary guild of the Berland continent. The elevation of a mercenary group's rank depends entirely on task points, becoming increasingly difficult as one ascends. It typically takes decades, if not centuries, for a newly formed group to reach C rank or higher during peacetime. Yet, the Blue Enchantress stands as a singular anomaly among the B-rank groups, most of which boast histories spanning several decades. Boss, are we about to strike it rich? Asks a diminutive man lying low next to Cain's, his voice barely above a whisper. It seems fortune smiles upon us Blue Enchantresses. Who would have thought a C-rank mission would lead us to an orc tribe? If we take them out, we'll be set for a year. Cain's shares in the excitement. Have you lost your minds? Below us is a small orc tribe, and we've only brought 30-odd men. If discovered, those orcs will devour us whole. A cold voice douses Cain's enthusiasm. The speaker, a woman clad in a black hooded robe, bears a silver hexagram at the collar, signifying her status as a mid-level sorceress. The mage is a rare profession on the continent of Berland, sought after by various kingdoms and major powers, with mid-level and higher female mages being particularly uncommon. The female mage, in her 30s, possesses long flaxen hair, blue eyes, a prominent nose, and a gentle visage. Perhaps due to her years spent in the wilderness, her skin appears somewhat rough, Keynes turned to the female mage with a grin. Rest assured. Adeline, every brother in our blue-cursed rose is an elite mercenary, particularly adept at hunting orcs. Not even double the number of orcs could deter us. I disagree. This is far too risky, Adeline asserted firmly. As the captain, you are to obey my orders. When the spoils are divided, you shall receive your share. I am also the vice-captain of the mercenary group, and I must be responsible for the safety of our brothers. What you propose is reckless. You were appointed as vice-captain by me. Had it not been for the requirement of having a mid-level mage in an upgraded B-rank mercenary group, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to recruit you. Keynes replied nonchalantly. If you insist on this reckless course, I shall withdraw from the group immediately. Adeline remained unyielding. Do not be so impulsive. Allow me to explain. Keynes conceded first. He had gone to great lengths to recruit Adeline, knowing that her presence would significantly enhance their team's combat strength. He was reluctant to see her leave. You have little experience dealing with orcs, and you may not understand them. Orcs typically form tribes based on their kin, such that a werewolf tribe would never contain members of other tribes. The mixed presence of orcs in the encampment below can only indicate one thing. It is a noble orc tribe. As only nobles can recruit warriors from other tribes to serve them, Keynes patiently explained, pointing towards the orc encampment below. Do you see the young orcs and female orcs in the camp? This indicates they are a noble orc tribe that has either fled or been severely beaten. They have found themselves here due to special circumstances. The actual number of true orc warriors in the camp is very few, and their combat strength is even less than that of an ordinary orc tribe. Adeline's admiration for Keynes became apparent. She had long since realized that this seemingly rugged man possessed a keen intellect. For instance, he had deduced the origins and combat capabilities of the orc camp merely from afar. Noticing Adeline's wavering expression, Keynes continued, the wealth possessed by a noble orc encampment, martial techniques, rare materials, weapons and armor, golden herbs, far exceeds your imagination. You know our mercenary group is in dire need of funds. I still owe you half of the promised reward. We mercenaries are in the business of taking risks, if we do not dare to fight. How do we support our women and children? Adeline finally nodded, ceasing her opposition. Boss, after this job, it's high time you upgraded your gear, right? Our blue-cursed rose is a proud B-rank mercenary group. Yet your equipment causes other mercenaries to mock us as mere country folk, the short man mumbled. Keynes gave the little man a thump on the head. Tony, you know nothing. This leather armor is enchanted at an exceptional level. No amount of attacks can breach its defenses. And this cloak is made from dragon hide. You uncultured lot. Dragon hide, spare me. How many years has it been since a dragon last graced this continent? Tony scoffed. Suddenly, the bushes rustled softly. The two men ceased their bickering immediately. Keynes placed a hand on the hilt of his great sword, and a fireball swiftly formed in Adeline's palm. Tony rolled aside. Vanishing into the underbrush, the lean man clad in hunting attire emerged, his eyes bright and sharp, with two neatly groomed mustaches adorning his upper lip. Keynes withdrew his hand from the sword's hilt. Angus, what is the situation below? Angus replied leisurely. The number of orc warriors does not exceed 50. Most are low-tier orcs of levels 1 or 2. Including that female lion orc and her 2 guards that I have spotted 5 mid-tier orc warriors, but no higher-tier orc brutes. Keynes clenched his fist in excitement. Just as I suspected. Angus hesitated slightly. The only troubling aspect is that there is a squad of wolf riders in the camp. They will likely detect our presence as soon as we approach. Keynes smiled slightly. Tony, it is your turn. I know you have a solution. I'll find some wildwood daisies in the forest. When burned with tricolor mandrakes, the smoke will incapacitate those brutes. Tony's voice faded into the underbrush. Good. Gather the brothers. We'll strike once night falls. Keynes's eyes sparkled with a fierce killing intent. Chapter 3. The battle at the orc camp. As the evening glow faded, the Orlando Mountains were enveloped entirely in darkness. Within the orc encampment in the valley, darkness prevailed as well. The flickering flames of the night not only failed to provide safety to the camp, but could also attract formidable magical beasts or unknown foes. On the continent of Berland, aside from intelligent beings such as humans, orcs, and elves, countless powerful creatures thrived. Though their intellect was limited to primal instincts, their individual strength was formidable, and they preyed upon even the wisest of races. In the center of the orc camp, within a spacious tent, The female lion orc gazed out through the window at the red and blue moons in the sky, lost in thought. The continent of Berland boasts 2 satellites, the planet Nazhar, with iron-rich soil, appears red, while the methane-rich planet Tasha shimmers a pale blue under sunlight. An ancient legend, passed down for countless years in Berland, tells of the goddesses Nazhar and Tasha, sisters who wed the celestial embodiment of the sun god, Acero. Consequently, males of the various races on the continent, including humans and orcs, are permitted to take 2 wives. "Madam, are you still awake?" A gentle voice called from outside the tent, belonging to the leopard woman guard. "Shara, there are no outsiders now. Call me Joya. Shara, please come inside and talk with me," the lion orc replied. The sound of the tent flap being lifted followed. "Joya, we've evaded their pursuit. What more do you have to worry about?" the lion orc. Joya gently shook her head, her eyes particularly bright in the darkness. "I have a very unsettling feeling. Ever since we entered the mountains, my heart has been restless. Perhaps I am overthinking it, but if anything happens, do not worry about me. Take Leon and bring him to my father." Shara gently grasped Joya's hand. "Leon has already lost his father. He cannot lose his mother as well. Fear not. I will ensure we all reach the Bloodflame tribe safely." "Thank you, Shara. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." "Joya," Shara began, but was abruptly silenced as a faint wisp of smoke drifted into the tent. "Enemy attack." A cold light rent the tent as Shara, wielding her crescent blades, leaped out. Just as she exited, a massive fireball descended upon a nearby tent, exploding and engulfing it in flames. A mage. Shara's heart sank. Fireballs rained down into the camp, igniting tent after tent. Illuminated by the flames, shadows rushed into the camp, slaughtering orcs still in slumber before they could react. "It's human mercenaries, orc warriors, attack!" Shara roared, charging towards the mages at the entrance. Human mages posed the greatest threat. Shara's instinct was to eliminate her first target. However, just as she advanced a few meters, a towering warrior emerged from the shadows, his gleaming sword aimed at her waist. Shara attempted to deflect the sword with her crescent blades, but upon impact, her body jolted, nearly causing her to lose her grip. She slid sideways for several meters, finally dissipating the force of the sword, gazing at the burly man before her wielding a great sword. Despair settled within Shara. In that single exchange, she realized she was no match for this man, who was a high-tier warrior of the human ranks. "If I can't even match him, what will become of Joya and the others?" Unable to suppress her concern, Shara glanced back. Joya had also rushed out of the tent, but was intercepted by a hunter-clad man, forced to retreat under his relentless assault. Dozens of orc warriors roared as they burst from the still intact tents, only to be met by a hail of glimmering crossbow bolts from the darkness. Even the robust bodies of the orc warriors fell to the ground, struck down by the poisoned bolts. "The arrows are poisoned," Shara realized in an instant. What manner of mercenaries are these? How do they possess crossbows considered contraband among humans? "Little girl, your opponent is me. Losing focus in battle is not a good habit." Cain swung his great sword, its blade gleaming as it arced towards Shara. She crossed her crescent blades upwards to meet his strike. As expected, she was sent flying back once more, landing several meters away. Before Cain's could attack again, Shara leaped forward. Moonlight slash. She initiated the orc martial technique, her dual blades dancing as she unleashed a dozen energy slashes towards Cain's. Cain's great sword moved like lightning, forming a sweeping arc, effortlessly intercepting all the energy strikes. Spinning slash. Cain's great sword whirled menacingly as it sliced toward Shala. The blade clashed incessantly with the crescent-shaped edge, forcing Shala to retreat continuously. When the spinning sword finally came to a halt, Shala found herself half kneeling on the ground. "Little leopard, you are still lacking." Cain suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Shala in the chest, sending her flying. Shala tumbled several times before managing to rise, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her body racked with pain as if several ribs had been shattered. She turned to flee, shouting, "Joya, take the children and run. We are no match for them." Joya, stained with blood, had already entered a frenzied state, her hair disheveled as she lunged wildly at the hunter, Angus, once dominant in their skirmish. Angus found himself retreating in the face of Joya's rage, having already endured several strikes. "I can't leave. You take Leon." The orcs' frenzy could amplify their strength and speed temporarily, dulling their pain. But such a state came at the cost of their vitality, leaving the frenzied orc in a state of extreme weakness afterward. If we are to flee, we do so together. Shala brandished her crescent blade, joining Joya to corner Angus. It is not the Orcish way to overwhelm the few. Canes charged forward once more, knocking Shala back with a single strike, while simultaneously engaging Joya, relieving Angus from his plight. The frenzied Joya proved no match for Canes. The orc warriors had already become embroiled in a chaotic melee with mercenaries emerging from the shadows. The combat prowess of these mercenaries was evidently superior to that of the orc warriors. They had discarded their crossbows. Wielding shields, long swords, and sidearms, covering one another as they swiftly and accurately thrust their weapons into the vital points of the orc warriors. This was far from the typical combat style of human mercenaries. It resembled that of a well-disciplined army. Sending a chill down Shala's spine, the camp echoed with tremendous roars as several orc warriors, including Joya's Minotaur guard, Hassan, entered a frenzied state, inciting more orc warriors to follow suit. All orcs began to fight desperately. The human mercenaries started to retreat, quickly widening the gap between themselves and the orc warriors. Before the orc warriors could close in, a series of fireballs rained down upon them, launching clusters of orcs into the air. The intermediate magic technique, flurry of exploding fireballs. Suddenly, the night was pierced by the sound of arrows whistling through the air. Arrows enveloped in fighting spirit flew forth from the darkness. Each arrow was a death sentence, striking true at the orc warrior's vital spots, bringing Hezin down as he clutched the shaft embedded in his throat. Elven archers, Shala's fleeting hope was extinguished in an instant. Having lost all hope, she was unable to evade the arrows aimed at her. Just as an arrow was about to pierce her heart, Joya leaped in front of Shala. "Shala, go!" Joya let out her final cry, charging at Canes with the arrow lodged in her chest. Chapter 4. Young Arthur. The fire in the orc camp had been extinguished, and the ground was strewn with the bodies of fallen orcs. The mercenaries were scouring the battlefield, stripping the orcs of their leather armor, piling the corpses high in preparation for burning, and dispatching any who were still alive with a swift strike. No one found this cruel. The war between humans and orcs had endured for nearly 10 millennia, and the hatred ingrained in their blood made the slaughter seem a matter of course. "Angus, how are the brothers?" "Not too bad. We have one seriously injured and 4 lightly wounded. It's a pity that Mother Leopard got away." The hunter replied without lifting his head as he wrapped a bandage around his arm. "Well, as long as we didn't lose any brothers, that's a blessing." He still felt a twinge of fear recalling how that mother lioness had fought furiously against Canes before her demise. That mother leopard sure had some strength. If we had caught her and taken her to bed. Just imagine the thrill. Tony, who had been conspicuously absent during the fight, suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Tony, just you? The women from Nightingale Tavern can't even be handled by you, and you want to take on a female orc? Be careful she doesn't snap off your little buddy." Angus's teasing drew a burst of raucous laughter from the mercenaries cleaning the battlefield, yet Tony seemed unfazed, a grin plastered across his face. "Boss, we struck gold." With a flourish, Tony gestured, and several mercenaries brought forth a string of young orcs bound together with rope. Some of the little orcs bared their teeth and attempted to resist, but a mercenary's whip sent them sprawling on the ground, howling in agony. Canes's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Be gentle. These little ones are quite valuable. Killing one could cost us dozens of gold coins." Many human nobles cherished orc guards as a display of wealth and power. Numerous noble women even procured them as playthings for their beds, not only out of curiosity, but also because orc men were said to be more robust than human counterparts. Adult orc warriors were stubborn and volatile, refusing to submit even when captured, while young orcs were far easier to train and tame. Thus, many nobles preferred to purchase young orc slaves to raise, and once they entered the market, they became highly sought after by countless nobles and wealthy individuals. Their price second only to elven women, with rarer breeds fetching even higher values. "Boss, you reckon this one is worth 1,000 gold coins?" Tony exclaimed, tugging at the first in line, Leon. "Oh, what a surprise. This little lion didn't escape either." Canes crouched down, lifting Leon's chin with a finger. Leon's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hatred, as he glared at the very humans who had slain his mother. Suddenly, a pale golden light erupted from Leon's hands, snapping the ropes binding him in an instant. And he lunged at Canes with his claws. But as soon as Leon moved, Canes's large hand seized him by the throat, rendering him immobile despite his frantic struggles, just as Leon seemed on the verge of being choked to death. Keynes released him onto the ground, a solemn expression crossing his face. "Tony, for such a valuable little fellow, you ought to have tied him up more securely. Captain, there's another here worth just a gold coin. How shall we handle him?" A mercenary pulled forth the slender Arthur from the group. Compared to the sought-after young orcs, a human boy slave held little value. Keynes had noted this peculiar boy's presence in the orc camp earlier, finding it astounding that he could best a young lion that nearly reached the strength of a first-tier warrior. Keynes similarly lifted Arthur's chin, though his touch was far gentler. Arthur looked up, revealing a bright smile and a set of pearly white teeth, though covered in dirt and with tousled hair. His face bore a remarkable cleanliness, and his gaze was undeniably pure. "What is your name, and how old are you?" "Captain, my name is Arthur, and I am 12 years old." Keynes paused, taken aback. "How do you know I am the captain? All those mercenary brothers refer to you that way, don't they?" Keynes smiled. "You are quite clever. Why were you in the orc camp?" "Our village was attacked by orcs 2 years ago. My mother was killed by them, and I was captured and brought to the orc camp as a slave." "You are lying." Tony suddenly seized Arthur by his collar, glaring fiercely at him. "Orcs don't need human children as slaves. Some orc nobles even prefer to eat human children. And you may be slight, but you don't look like a slave. How do you explain that leather armor?" "Tony, you scare him like this." Adeline couldn't help but intervene, as the boy's smile seemed to possess a certain magic that made her believe everything he said. Arthur cast a grateful glance at Adeline. "Don't worry. Beautiful, esteemed lady. He won't scare me. I've seen orcs far more fearsome than him. Quite the sweet talker, aren't you?" Tony realized his strategy had failed, slowly loosening his grip on Arthur's collar. "I survive because I still have value. My mistress wishes to provide her son with a human opponent, so he may better understand his enemies." Arthur explained slowly. "Mistress, you mean that lioness?" Keynes inquired. Arthur lowered his head in sorrow. "Actually, my mistress has treated me well. Without her, I would have long since become food for some orcs." Leon, still lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head, casting a perplexed glance at Arthur. "Release his ropes. Here he is no longer a slave," Keynes declared loudly. "Thank you." Arthur bowed deeply in gratitude to Keynes, Adeline, Tony, and even the mercenary who freed his bonds. Keynes laughed heartily, waving his hand as he called for the other mercenaries to continue cleaning the battlefield, ensuring that no valuable item was overlooked. "Are you planning to take back all this tattered leather armor and orc weapons too?" Adeline, who had been following Keynes, could no longer hold back her low complaint. "Even ants are meat. Throwing in the weapons for recycling can still yield some gold coins. You don't understand the burdens of leadership. How many mouths do you think I have to feed? Moreover, we miscalculated this time. Aside from these young orcs, there is hardly anything of value in this noble camp." Adeline's complaint elicited a torrent of grievances from Keynes. "What do you intend to do with that child?" Adeline suddenly inquired softly. "Let's take him back to the city for now. He truly is an interesting little fellow." Keynes's gaze swept towards Arthur, who was already blending in with the mercenaries, assisting them in collecting the valuable items from the orc bodies. Perhaps Keynes could not have anticipated that it was this decision, born of curiosity, that would alter the original trajectory of the history of the Berland continent. Chapter 5. While the Orlando Mountains loomed ominously in the night, fraught with peril, the flickering glimmers in the darkness were the eyes of lurking beasts. While the haunting cries of birds echoed chillingly through the air, the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps advanced without torches, their members laden with spoils and herding a pack of young beasts, navigating the treacherous mountains in obscurity. The mercenaries struggled onward, the rugged paths causing frequent tumbles, and large, unseen predators threatening to charge unexpectedly. Yet, before any beast could close in on the mercenary band, they were swiftly dispatched by arrows shot from the shadows. Should any creature dare to approach, it would be instantaneously engulfed by Adeline's flames. After nearly a night of relentless travel, the mercenaries finally paused as dawn began to break. However, their respite was forced. For no matter how vigorously the mercenaries cracked their whips, the captured young beastmen could not be urged to move. All the beastmen lay prostrate on the ground, and after hastily setting up a perimeter, the mercenaries began to take turns resting. Arthur silently observed the mercenaries' actions throughout the journey, noting down even those he found perplexing. The exhaustion from battle and the night-long march soon lulled the mercenaries into slumber. Even those on watch could not resist the lure of sleep, for the dawn had arrived and danger had passed. Unbeknownst to them, they were jolted awake by a sudden scream. All mercenaries instantly grasped their weapons, readying themselves for combat. "Tony, what the hell are you screaming about?" Keynes groaned, sitting up with a yawn. "Boss, that little lion cub has escaped." "How did it escape? Did I not instruct you to tie it more securely? Look at the cuts on this rope. It was rescued by someone," Tony replied, presenting the neatly severed sections of rope to Keynes. Keynes frowned slightly. "Did any of the other young beasts manage to flee?" "None, just that little lion." "Well, let it go. If it has run away, it has run away. Let us rest a while longer before we set off again. The sooner we leave this place, the better, to avoid any lingering troubles." "Ah," Tony exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping. "Boss, how can we just let it go? That little lion was our greatest catch. Moreover, I suspect there is a traitor among us. It is impossible for anyone to bypass our vigilance so easily." As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Arthur. Keynes waved his hand dismissively. "No need to investigate. The escape of that little lion is, in fact, a fortuitous event." "A fortuitous event?" Tony scratched his head in confusion. "Did you not notice the color of its aura?" "That was the top-tier aura of the golden lion family, radiant sunlit gold, and only those with the right of succession can cultivate it. The golden lions are one of the 3 most powerful families among the beastmen, and their spies are spread even within our human territories. What do you think will happen if they discover their heir has been sold into slavery among humans?" Keynes' seemingly calm tone belied a heavy gravity. Tony, Angus, and the surrounding mercenaries collectively gasped, for this signified yet another impending war between man and beast. Keynes exchanged a knowing glance with Arthur, who responded with a polite smile. 3 days later, the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps emerged from the Orlando Mountains, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur suddenly noticed an additional presence among the group. That IT was a slender, handsome man, carrying a beautifully crafted longbow entwined with green vines. The pointed ears peeking through his flowing golden hair revealed his elven heritage. He was the archer who had remained hidden in the shadows. Though the human and elven races were not in an outright conflict like that with the beastmen, elves seldom ventured into human realms, and humans were forbidden from entering elven lands. Arthur was intrigued by how this elf, named Elia, had come to be a member of the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps. Noticing Arthur's gaze fixed upon him, Elia offered a gentle nod and a smile, embodying the grace and politeness of his kind. 2 days later, a towering city came into view. The gray basalt walls rose to a height of 20 meters, adorned with watchtowers standing 7 to 8 meters tall. Massive crossbows were mounted at intervals along the battlements, while armed soldiers patrolled the walls. The drawbridge lay flat, as throngs of people queued at the grand arched city gates, where soldiers meticulously inspected those entering and exiting. This was the headquarters of the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, located in the border town of Warrius, within the Isaac Kingdom of Humans. Warrius served as the first line of defense against beastmen incursions. Historically, the town had fallen multiple times, only to be reclaimed, with the scarred bricks and dark, dried blood on the walls serving as testament to its tumultuous past. Thus, even in times of peace, the town's guard remained vigilant. Housing a reinforced garrison of 5,000, Arthur gazed in awe at the grand city before him. For from his humble village to the dilapidated beastman encampments, this was the first time he had encountered such impressive and magnificent architecture. The mercenaries did not wait in line. Under Keynes' guidance, they strode directly toward the gates. "Captain Keynes, I see you have returned with quite the bounty." The gate captain, evidently well acquainted with Keynes, greeted him warmly without any inspection. "Luck was on our side. We captured a few beastling cubs, and I intend to treat the brothers to drinks." Keynes casually tossed a few gold coins to the captain, earning a chorus of praises from the gate guards. That in the human kingdoms, mercenaries held a status just below that of nobles and merchants. Due to their obligation to assist in city defenses during wartime, mercenary bands were welcomed in every city, especially larger ones. An A-rank mercenary corps could even surpass the strength of a human army division. As the largest city on the border, Warrius thrived in times of peace. The Orlando Mountains boasted rich resources, from rare ores to precious herbs, and an abundance of materials from magical beasts. Moreover, items smuggled from the beastman wastelands could be procured in large quantities. Lined with apothecaries, armories, and trading houses, the wide streets bustled with life. Having never encountered so many people, Arthur was utterly dazzled. Everything around him was a source of wonder, with a convoy of young beastmen in tow. The Blue Rose Mercenary Corps attracted considerable attention, and bold children even threw stones and spat at the young beastmen. The animosity between humans and beastmen was deeply ingrained in the hearts of children, passed down through generations. In a corner of Warriors, before a massive courtyard surrounded by a blue stone wall, stood a portly man of considerable height. His expression was stern, his face was a mass of flesh, and his protruding belly resembled a small hill. He had only one arm, the other sleeve cut off at the shoulder. As he observed the approaching group, a smile broke across his face. "Brothers, welcome home." Chapter 6. Nightingale Tavern. The Blue Rose was one of 3 B-rank mercenary corps in Warriors, boasting over 100 elite mercenaries. The mercenary headquarters occupied a vast compound in the southern part of the city, comprising nearly 100 houses across 3 courtyards. The large one-armed man stepped forward and embraced Keynes. "Welcome back alive." Keynes pushed the man away and delivered a playful punch to his chest. "Randall, even if you were dead, I would never perish. Come, see the extra spoils we brought back." Keynes proudly gestured towards the young beastman behind him. "This little fellow is also part of your spoils." Randall immediately noticed Arthur, who stood in front of the group of beastmen. Keynes waved at Arthur, beckoning him to step forward. "Arthur is merely a slave we rescued along the way. He had nowhere to go and has been following us. The lad is quite clever. I thought he might serve as your assistant." Randall's expression darkened. "Though I may be missing an arm, I am not a helpless wretch in need of care. I do not require anyone to look after me." Keynes offered an awkward smile. "Brother, you misunderstand. My intention in bringing him here was not to find someone to take care of you, but rather to ease your burdens, allowing him to assist you with errands. In comparison to risking my life out there, overseeing logistics and finances at home is hardly arduous. Furthermore, we do not have the funds to hire an unskilled child. Uncle Randall, please let me stay. I can be of great help, and I do not require any payment. Just food." Arthur gazed at Randall with hopeful eyes. The world of mercenaries had ignited a spark of curiosity within young Arthur. In just a few days, he had grown fond of this band of mercenaries. Apart from Arthur, many mercenaries also looked towards Randall, for throughout their journey from the Orlando Mountains to Warriors, except for Tony, the others had taken a liking to Arthur. He always wore a smile and treated everyone with utmost politeness. Eagerly volunteering for various tasks, Randall maintained a serious demeanor. "Since you truly have nowhere else to go, the mercenary corps will take pity on you and allow you to stay, while you may not require payment. As mercenaries, we believe in reciprocity for what we give. Thus, your monthly remuneration will be 1 silver coin. TCH. Several mercenaries scoffed derisively at Randall. In the human kingdoms, copper and silver coins were the currencies of everyday life, while gold and crystal coins held greater value. However, most people might never even catch a glimpse of a crystal coin in their lifetime. The exchange rate between them is consistently 1 to 100. With the price of a pound of rice typically hovering around 20 copper coins, the mercenaries expressed their disdain as Randall's frugality was excessive. The lowest monthly wage for laborers in the Kingdom of Isaac is never less than 10 silver coins. The Blue Rose mercenaries receive an even more substantial remuneration of 50 silver coins per month, and that is merely a fraction of their earnings, as the bulk of their income is derived from commission on missions. Randall managed to hire a laborer for merely 1/50th of the usual cost. "Thank you, Uncle Randall. You are truly a good person," Arthur exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, completely oblivious to the value of money. Having never possessed any prior to this moment, Arthur's heartfelt gratitude elicited a round of laughter from the mercenaries. That Randall's plump face flushed slightly, yet he bellowed, "You rascals, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and move everything inside, or I'll dock your wages for this month. Come on, don't mind these rascals. Let us discuss how to deal with those little orcs," Keynes urged as he pulled Randall toward the courtyard. No matter the circumstances, returning home is always a source of joy and exhilaration, and as the mercenaries entered the courtyard, they scattered in all directions. Only Arthur remained, standing solitary and forlorn. "Follow me. I will first arrange a place for you to stay, give you a good wash, and then take you shopping for clothes and shoes." Adeline's melodious voice chimed in just in time. Arthur was still clad in his orc camp attire, a pair of well-worn leather trousers, an oversized soft leather armor, disheveled hair, and bare feet. That it dawned on him that his appearance was utterly incongruous with his current surroundings. causing his cheeks to flush. "Don't be shy. Come along. You will surely astonish them." Adeline chuckled. Since encountering this child, her spirits seemed to have soared throughout the journey. The Nightingale Bar, one of the favorite haunts of the mercenaries in the city of Wallors. The proprietor, Nightingale, was once a renowned mercenary and a distinguished dual-handed swordsman who attracted countless suitors in her youth. After marrying, she opened this establishment, but the enchanting swordswoman of yesteryears has now transformed into a corpulent middle-aged woman that it is said her chosen husband has long since met his demise, presumably at the hands of another woman. Rumors also circulate that Nightingale herself ended the lives of both her husband and his mistress. Despite the loss of her youthful beauty, the former suitors still return for a drink after missions, gradually drawing the younger mercenaries to the bar as well. Understanding the mercenaries' preferences, the Nightingale Bar offers the strongest gin, the finest roasted meats, and the most captivating women. Everything the mercenaries cherished in a corner of the bar. Tony, Angus, and 4 Blue Rose mercenaries were gathered around a large oak table, indulging in hearty drinks, the table laden with roasted meats and mugs of ale. Tony was clearly inebriated, his face flushed, and his tongue somewhat tangled. "Let me tell you, none of you have experienced the women of the Beast Men. That is something else. Brother Tony, so you must have had the pleasure. Do enlighten us with the details." A young mercenary, freckled and eager, urged. The other 3 mercenaries listened with rapt attention, keen to hear Tony's tale. Tony picked up a piece of meat and took a large swig of ale, deliberately dragging out the suspense for the younger mercenaries. "Once, during a reconnaissance mission, I was captured by a female bear warrior." Angus suddenly interjected, continuing Tony's story. Tony jumped to his feet, spraying the ale he had yet to swallow all over Angus's face. "Don't listen to his nonsense." "Well, if it isn't little Tony from the Blue Rose, even thieves have the coin to drink now?" A sarcastic voice rang out as a tall, effeminate man entered the bar, dressed similarly as a mercenary. A long sword hung at his waist, its hilt adorned with a prominent red gemstone, while 7 or 8 mercenaries followed in his wake. As these individuals entered, the lively atmosphere of the bar plummeted to a chill. Tony turned with a sardonic smile. "Ah, it's the vice-captain of Bloodstain, Tristan. We, Blue Rose, have just made a hefty profit. Let us treat Vice-Captain Tristan to a drink." His words triggered a burst of laughter from the bar patrons. The vice-captain of one of the 3 B-class mercenary groups in Wallors, Tristan, was mockingly referred to by Tony with a feminized name, dripping with sarcasm. Tristan's delicate features turned even paler, his voice icy as he replied, "Perhaps you have forgotten how your ribs were broken last time?" "Oh, I almost forgot. I wonder if the injury on Vice-Captain Tristan's posterior has healed. Perhaps you should drop your trousers for everyone to see." Angus chimed in with a smirk. "You're seeking death." Tristan's aura suddenly surged with fierce energy. Tony, Angus, and the others also prepared for a confrontation, the tension between the 2 B-class mercenary groups on the verge of erupting. Chapter 7. Challenging bloodstained fellow travelers are often rivals. The relationships between the 3 major mercenary groups in Wallor City have always been fraught with tension. Both the Bloodstained and Wild Fox mercenary groups are well established, with nearly a century of lineage, having engaged in subtle skirmishes even before the rise of the Blue Rose. The rapid ascent of the Blue Rose has encroached upon the market share held by the 2 older groups, inevitably leading to friction. Mercenaries typically resolve their disputes through direct force, rarely able to sit down for calm negotiations, as compromise is often viewed as a sign of weakness. Tristan's anger flared. Tony, Angus, and several mercenaries readied themselves for battle. The other patrons in the bar, close to the impending conflict, hastily moved aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yet, none chose to leave. They all crossed their arms, mugs in hand, eager to witness the spectacle. Even Nightingale, the bar's owner, made no effort to intervene, merely leaning on the bar and watching with interest. It was common for mercenaries to brawl in the bar after a night of drinking. And as long as no weapons were drawn and no lives were lost, Nightingale remained indifferent. Any damages incurred would simply be compensated at cost. No mercenary dared to default on their tab with Nightingale, as any of her former suitors still alive had likely risen to the rank of leader in their respective groups, just as Tristan's fury was on the brink of explosion. The bar's door swung open once more. "Sister Nightingale, what a lively scene you have here today." Adeline strolled in, adorned in a splendid mage's cloak. The Nightingale's face instantly brightened. As fellow female mercenaries, she shared a close bond with Adeline. You arrived just in time. That little rascal Tony has had a bit too much to drink and has exchanged harsh words with Vice Captain Tristan. Nightingale's reprimand of Tony was, in fact, a subtle attempt to defuse the situation. What a coincidence. Vice Captain Tristan is also present. Allow me to buy a round for the Bloodstained brothers. Adeline smiled gently. Tristan was compelled to temper his aggression. The formidable fighting prowess of a mid-level mage is not to be underestimated. Moreover, with Adeline's presence, the odds may not be in his favor against the Blue Rose mercenaries. We appreciate Vice Captain Adeline's kindness. We can certainly cover the cost of a few drinks, Tristan retorted with a scoff, leading his group to a nearby table. Thus, a potential brawl dissipated into thin air due to Adeline's unexpected arrival. Who is this little fellow? Your new magic apprentice. Nightingale suddenly noticed a young boy following closely behind Adeline. At that moment, Arthur was clad in a short blue warrior's outfit, wearing a pair of brown soft-soled leather boots, his long black hair neatly tied back with a blue ribbon, revealing a clean face adorned with a cheerful smile. Not only Nightingale but also Tony and Angus took notice of Arthur, their mouths agape in astonishment. Had he not been accompanied by Adeline, they would never have associated this striking boy with the scruffy little orc like Arthur they once knew. Aunt Nightingale, Arthur politely greeted. What a handsome young lad. If I had seen you in my youth, I would have been utterly charmed, Nightingale exclaimed, pinching Arthur's cheek that he instinctively recoiled but realized there was no escaping her grasp. He is the new assistant hired by Brother Randall. Aunt Nightingale's roasted meats are renowned, and I brought him to experience it, Adeline explained with a smile. Oh, poor child. That Randall fellow is quite the oddball, but Aunt Nightingale's roasted meats will surely make you forget all your troubles. Nightingale pinched Arthur's cheek once more before turning to the kitchen to prepare. Adeline then guided Arthur directly to the table where Tony and Angus were seated. Tony still bore a disgruntled expression, muttering, I really don't understand why you are so courteous to Tristan. You should join us in giving those bloodstained rascals a good thrashing. Such meaningless bar fights. Even if we win, what of it? In the end, it will still be Captain Keynes who has to clean up the mess. Tony, we are mercenaries, not petty thugs from the city. Every effort we make must yield a corresponding reward. Adeline scolded Tony with a stern face. Arthur nodded instinctively, stuffing roasted meat into his mouth. Tony, not daring to retort against Adeline, playfully swatted the back of Arthur's head. What do you know, little one? After Arthur swallowed the meat in his mouth, he cast a glance at Tony, saying, I firmly believe that Teacher Adeline is absolutely right. Even the orcs are aware of the futility of pointless conflicts. Pointless conflicts? Do you think I am unfamiliar with those foolish orcs? They are always brawling amongst themselves during their idle moments. Tony reached out, intending to strike Arthur again. This time, Arthur was prepared. He swiftly slipped from his seat and took refuge beneath the table. What they engage in is for honor, vying for the title of the strongest warrior within the camp. What we are contending for against Bloodthorn is honor, the honor of being the strongest mercenary group in Hulor City. So, according to orc customs. What should we do? Then we should boldly issue them a challenge, Arthur replied, crouching beneath the table and looking up at Tony. A challenge. Tony hesitated for a moment before smirking. All right then, you can represent our blue demon and challenge those fellows from Bloodthorn. Very well. Arthur emerged from beneath the table and strode directly towards Tristy. Tony. Adeline shot a fierce glare at Tony. It's fine. If this brat dares to approach Tracy and their lot, I will. Tony's words were abruptly interrupted by a crisp voice. I, representing the Blue Demon Mercenary Group, officially challenge the Bloodthorn Mercenary Group. Do you dare to accept? Tristy gritted his teeth, his murderous gaze fixated on Adeline and Tony. Allowing a child to challenge him was sheer humiliation. Don't act like a coward. Do you dare to fight or not? Arthur reiterated. Coward was a customary taunt among orcs, and to Tristy, it felt like another dagger plunged into his chest. Tristy slammed his hand on the table. We accept the challenge. Adeline, Tony, who among you is willing to step forward to meet your doom? Captain Tristy, you seem to be mistaken. It was I who issued the challenge. And your opponent is me, Arthur stated earnestly, looking at Tristy. Tristy was momentarily taken aback with rage. Are they sending you to your death? No, I volunteered. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions until the duel is concluded. Tristy's fighting spirit erupted once more, forcing Arthur to stagger back 2 steps. Do you not realize that I could easily kill you with a mere finger? Arthur raised his fist, adopting a fighting stance. You are welcome to try. Tristi lifted a finger, and a faint blue fighting aura extended over a foot long, slowly piercing towards Arthur's brow. Adeline, Tony, Angus, and the others all stood up. Even if they wanted to save Arthur now, it would be too late. Arthur appeared paralyzed with fear, completely oblivious to the fighting aura advancing towards him. Yet, at the last moment, Tristi unexpectedly retracted his fighting aura. If he were to kill a child here today, he would become the subject of ridicule among all mercenaries in the city. Tristi abruptly glared at Adeline. Are you certain you want this child to challenge me? No, I will. Tony truly did not expect Arthur to dare challenge Tristi. However, Adeline firmly grasped Tony, slowly nodding. Yes, we confirm. Adeline suddenly realized that the child was gambling. And it seemed he had already won half the bet. Chapter 8. Combat talent. In the face of Arthur's challenge, Tristi could not refuse the duel, yet he could not engage in combat with a child who was not even a first-tier warrior. Tristi turned and pointed to a youthful mercenary with a baby face behind him. Bernie, go teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. The mercenary grinned. Fighting a child was hardly a glorious task. But he was the weakest among all. Mercenary Bernie has just become a first-tier warrior half a year ago. He is the weakest among all of Bloodthorn's mercenaries. Don't think that we of Bloodthorn are deliberately bullying you. Tristi explained to Adeline. Adeline shrugged, indicating indifference to in truth. Adeline was already overjoyed. She believed Arthur might have anticipated that his opponent would be a first-tier mercenary when he challenged Tristi. Wait, I have something to say. Tristi sneered at Arthur. What's the matter? Kid, are you only realizing fear now? It's too late. I guarantee Bernie won't kill you. I merely wish to know what you will do if I win. Win? That's the funniest joke I've heard all day. Arthur replied with utmost seriousness. I mean if. There are always too many unforeseen circumstances in this world. Then what do you wish to do? I want the sword at your waist as my trophy. You have a good eye. Kid, this sword is worth 10 times its weight in gold. What if you lose? Tony will formally kneel and apologize to you. He will turn and leave whenever Bloodthorn appears. Tony nearly spat out blood at that moment. No. I disagree. This little brat is trying to set me up. Haha. Tristi burst into laughter, but quickly turned cold. That's still insufficient. Tony kneeling is not worth the value of this sword. You bastard, Tristi. I will duel you. Tony, now completely enraged from Tristi's humiliation, shouted. How about adding the staff? Adeline held Tony back, producing a 1-foot-3-inch long dark staff. The material of the staff was indiscernible, but the large crystal embedded at one end, radiating a mysterious glow, indicated its considerable worth, perhaps even surpassing that of Tristi's sword. No. Both Tony and Angus shouted in unison. Tristi's eyes sparkled with interest as he nodded slightly. Now that's fair. I hope you don't regret it. Adeline smiled gently, then let the duel begin. Go. Bernie, if you lose this fight, you'll have to roll out from Bloodthorn. When Arthur challenged Tristi, he had already attracted the attention of all the mercenaries in the bar, and now that the fight was about to begin, many mercenaries gathered around. Some remained seated, seeing no point in the brawl. A first-tier warrior's strength is at least 3 times that of an ordinary person, and that slight child was at most 10 years old. A single punch from a first-tier warrior could easily kill him. Such a one-on-one duel hardly required a formal arena. A few tables were merely pushed aside to clear a small space. I won't bully a child. You may attack first. Mercenary Bernie's face turned crimson. Fighting a child in front of so many seasoned mercenaries was hardly an honorable task. Arthur remained silent, slightly bending forward, fixing his wolf-like gaze upon Bernie. The aura of killing intent. It was the kind of killing intent that erupts in an instant when a beast is hunting. The onlooking mercenary stirred uneasily. How could such a small child exude such overwhelming killing intent? Many seasoned mercenaries had never possessed such a presence. No one knew what Arthur had endured during those 2 years in the orc camp. Tristi clenched his fists tightly, suddenly feeling an unsettling sensation. Arthur moved. He lunged forward like a small leopard, crashing into Bernie's abdomen. Bernie took a slight step back, swinging a leg like a whip to strike Arthur's body ferociously. If that kick landed, it could send Arthur flying. Arthur halted his advance abruptly, rolling to the side in the direction of Bernie's kicking leg. Bernie's kick missed, and as he landed on one foot, he leaned forward, swinging a punch down towards Arthur. Bernie's fist was enveloped in a faint white glow, the wind whistling as he swung. Arthur darted low to the ground, evading Bernie's attack once more. After 2 consecutive failed strikes, Bernie's face flushed even redder. Bernie pushed off with his toes, leaping into the air, executing an eagle-esque claw from above aimed at Arthur, leaving Arthur with nowhere to escape. Arthur, like a slippery fox, darted forward and rolled beneath a table. Bernie kicked the table apart with a single blow, splintering wood flying everywhere. Arthur, amidst the flying debris, lunged towards Bernie's side. Bernie pivoted on his left foot, his recently landed foot swinging back around, delivering a swift and fierce kick toward Arthur, who was closing in. 20 silver coins, Nightingale suddenly shouted. Bernie staggered, almost losing his balance, seizing the opportunity of Bernie's unsteady footing. Arthur crashed into Bernie's side. Bernie retreated 2 or 3 steps, and only by throwing a flurry of punches was he able to force Arthur back. The onlooking mercenaries erupted in astonishment, although Nightingale's sudden call had distracted Bernie. The fact that a child could push back a first-tier warrior was astonishing in itself. Trieste glared coldly at Nightingale. Rest assured, Sister Nightingale, I will compensate you fully for anything broken. Nightingale showed no deference to Trieste. Snorting softly, I am just reminding you, anyone who breaks something has to pay. Tony gently tugged at Adeline's sleeve, lowering his voice. Did you know he could win all along? Have you forgotten how he fought against that little lion last time? He possesses exceptional combat talent. Some people are born warriors, and that is the true reason Keynes left him here. While the two were whispering, Arthur and Bernie had already clashed once more. With the surrounding mercenaries chattering away, Bernie was now utterly consumed by rage, launching a frenzied assault on Arthur. However, anger alone could not secure victory for Bernie. Arthur remained as elusive as an eel, darting and weaving within the limited space, appearing most disheveled yet never allowing Bernie to land a blow. The ferocity of Bernie's attack swiftly drained his stamina and spirit, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. Trest gripped his fists tightly, the palms beginning to sweat. Could this child truly defeat a first-tier warrior? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Trest shook his head vehemently. It was at this moment that a turning point on the battlefield occurred. As Bernie launched a frontal kick, Arthur nimbly leapt onto a nearby table like a monkey. Bernie followed suit, shattering the table with a kick, having long ceased to care about the damage inflicted. Each attack was executed with all his might, driven by an obsession to eliminate Arthur in a single strike. Just as Bernie destroyed the table, Arthur utilized the momentum to leap into the air, pouncing towards Bernie. Without evasion, Bernie countered with a punch. His iron fist enveloped in a radiant white aura, crashing towards Arthur's chest. Surprisingly, Arthur did not dodge this time. He merely angled his body slightly in midair. Bernie's eyes gleamed with delight as he exerted more force. A sharp crack resonated as his fist connected with Arthur's left shoulder blade. Simultaneously, Arthur's right hand shot out like a claw, slicing through the air before Bernie. Arthur was sent sprawling backwards, a piercing scream echoing in the air. Chapter 9. A stunning revelation. Arthur, clutching his shoulder, rose from the ground, casting a cold glare at Bernie, who was screaming and covering his eyes, blood seeping through his fingers. That child actually won. The mercenaries in the bar stood agape, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds before the mercenaries gradually regained their composure, 2 members of the bloodstained mercenary group rushing to Bernie to assess his injuries. Forget about him. The worthless fool. He is nothing but a waste. Trest screamed in a fit of rage. Mercenaries valued their reputation above all. Regardless of Trest's fury, the bloodstained members could not abandon Bernie in front of so many witnesses. 2 mercenaries swiftly hoisted Bernie and dashed out of the bar, seeking a healing mage in hopes of saving his eyesight. All eyes in the bar were on Trest, who felt humiliated and exposed. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. We must leave, Trest declared, unable to remain in the Nightingale Tavern for another moment. Trest, Deputy Commander, perhaps you have forgotten something? Adeline, Tony, and others blocked Trest's path. You have already lost. Do not overreach. Trest's furious gaze fixed on Adeline, his hand trembling slightly around the hilt of his sword. You don't intend to cheat the spoils from that child, do you? Adeline waved her staff in front of Trest. Trest turned to Arthur. Do you truly desire that sword? His voice was icy, and his gaze sharp, laden with threats. Arthur's left shoulder was visibly deformed, blood seeping through his clothing, yet he remained silent, forcing a smile. Of course, it is the prize I earned. Very well, here you go. Trest suddenly tossed the sword towards Arthur. No one expected Trest to act so impulsively. The sword, enveloped in fighting spirit, flew rapidly towards Arthur, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. You despicable coward. Adeline raised her staff, quickly gathering magic elements, while Tony, Angus, and the Blue Orchid mercenaries drew their weapons. No one believed Arthur could evade Trest's sudden attack. What began as a mere bar brawl was on the verge of escalating into a violent clash between two mercenary factions. Yet, Arthur seemed to have anticipated Trest's strike, falling backward like a lifeless body as the sword narrowly flew past his face. The sword struck the bar's wall with a heavy thud, rebounding hard enough to shatter a large wine barrel on the ground, demonstrating its tremendous force. Seeing his ambush fail, Trest snorted coldly, "Adeline, the humiliation brought upon me by the Blue Orchid will be repaid tenfold." Adeline merely scoffed, displaying an air of indifference, since Arthur was unharmed. She saw no need to continue the confrontation with Trest and stepped aside. "We are leaving," Trest declared, ready to take his leave immediately. "Wait a moment." Another voice interrupted. Trest's foot, which had just lifted, hesitated as he slowly turned around. "Trest, Deputy Commander, perhaps you have forgotten something?" Nightingale stood with her arms crossed, a smile on her face. Trest said nothing, pulling out a gold coin and tossing it to Nightingale as he turned to leave. Nightingale, however, did not catch it. The coin clinked as it hit the ground. "Not enough. I require 10 gold coins." Trest stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. "What are you extorting me? Are those tables worth 10 gold coins?" Nightingale looked at Trest with a cold smile. "The tables Bernie broke are worth little. But the barrel of wine you shattered is not without value." "Is a barrel of wine worth 10 gold coins?" Nightingale pointed at the spilled wine on the floor. "You broke my finest barrel of golden pine wine. If you do not believe me, Trest can taste it from the ground." Trest gritted his teeth in frustration. He knew Nightingale was seizing the opportunity to extort him, yet he could not afford to lose face by tasting the wine off the floor. "Is it not just 10 gold coins? I, Trest, can afford to pay." "No, it is now 12 gold coins. The extra 2 are compensation for your insult. You may ask these mercenaries, when have I, Nightingale, ever extorted anyone?" "Indeed, Sister Nightingale is the most reasonable." "Yes, Sister Nightingale has never deceived anyone." The surrounding mercenaries delighted in the spectacle, rallying behind Nightingale. Trest wore a face of suppressed fury, yet he was compelled to swallow his pride, despite being the deputy commander of the Bloodstained. He could not provoke Nightingale. After emptying his and his followers' coin purses, he begrudgingly managed to collect 12 gold coins and fled the Nightingale Tavern in disgrace. Tony, grinning, approached Arthur while holding Trest's longsword. "Kid, you did exceptionally well. From this day forth, you are a member of the Blue Orchid. If you ever need anything, Big Brother Tony will have your back." Arthur merely nodded slightly, his complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Get away from me. Do you not see this child is injured?" Nightingale's ample frame shoved Tony aside. With practiced ease, Nightingale pulled up Arthur's shirt, her hands gently assessing his shoulder. As she worked, sweat dripped steadily from Arthur's forehead. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, yet remained silent. That a fragrant handkerchief gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and face. Arthur opened his eyes to find Adeline's face close to his. Her gaze filled with encouragement. Suddenly, a cool sensation washed over his shoulder, and the pain receded. Nightingale was applying a black ointment evenly to his left shoulder, then wrapping it securely with white bandages. "The bone inside is cracked. Refrain from moving it for the next few days. If you find a healing mage, recovery will be faster." Nightingale turned to Adeline and advised. "Thank you, Sister Nightingale. Keynes has certainly struck gold this time. This kid is a natural-born mercenary," Nightingale remarked, giving Arthur's face a light pat. Arthur, embarrassed, lowered his head, a bashful smile gracing his features. "Kid, it is yours now." Tony offered the sword again. "Do you know this rare enchanted longsword is worth at least 300 gold coins? Trest saved for an entire year to acquire it." Tony's tone was filled with envy, even jealousy. Arthur accepted it with one hand without even glancing at it, handing it directly to Adeline. "Teacher, may I gift this sword to you?" Adeline looked utterly astonished. "Why?" "It is too precious. I do not deserve to possess it. Nor can I protect it." The surrounding mercenaries erupted in astonishment. How could such a young child understand the principle that a gentleman is not guilty, yet possessing a jewel brings trouble? "No, I ask you, why did you call me teacher just now? Did not Sister Nightingale say earlier that I am your magic apprentice?" A sly smile appeared on Arthur's face. Chapter 10. The mercenary world. Keynes and Randall sat side by side at the head of the mercenary group's conference hall. Randall's face was aflame with anger, while Keynes wore a mysterious smile. Adeline, Tony, Angus, and the elf Elia occupied seats on either side, with only Elia maintaining a faint smile, while Adeline remained expressionless, and both Tony and Angus kept their heads down. Arthur stood behind Adeline, using her presence as cover, peering back and forth like a small mouse, scrutinizing the others. Tony, did you instigate this incident again? Randall's wrath first targeted Tony. I merely had a verbal spat with Trest. It was Arthur who truly escalated the matter. Faced with Randall's ire, Tony, who had previously claimed to shield Arthur from all troubles, immediately threw him under the bus. Adeline shot Tony a fierce glare, while Angus deliberately scooted his chair away, distancing himself from Tony. Randall sneered. Do not think I am unaware of what transpired. Without you, would Trest have clashed with a child? Half of your commission from the last mission will be deducted, and you are barred from stepping outside the mercenary group's doors for a month. Tony suddenly leaped from his chair, his voice laden with desperation, exclaiming, I am wronged. It was not I who instigated this. Angus can vouch for me. I was inebriated at the time, completely oblivious. Angus shrugged. You scoundrel. Angus, you lack loyalty. Tony lunged at Angus, only to retreat begrudgingly upon encountering Randall's fierce gaze. Arthur, step forward, Randall directed, redirecting his fury towards Arthur. I truly underestimated you. To dare challenge Trest, there are many ways to seek death, but do not involve the mercenary band. Remember, you are not one of us. I can expel you at any moment. Arthur bowed his head in silence. I will deduct 3 months from your wages. You are not to leave the headquarters without my permission for 3 months. Now, get out. Randall waved his hand dismissively at Arthur, as if he wished to be rid of him instantly. Was this the end? Had the boy's compensation for 3 months amounted to merely 3 silver coins? Was this punishment or protection? All within the room gazed at Randall in astonishment. Thank you, Uncle Randall. Arthur deeply bowed and hurriedly exited. Keynes observed Arthur's retreating figure with a faint smile, saying, Old friend, you now recognize that he is my greatest gain on this journey. Do you not? Boss, can we forego deducting my wages this time? Tony chimed in with a playful grin. Get lost. Keynes and Randall barked in unison. From that day forth, Arthur officially remained with the Blue Bell Mercenary Band. A novel world of mercenaries gradually unfolding before him. The Berland continent had never been a tranquil land. Various races coexisted, and skirmishes erupted incessantly in the remote mountains and wilderness. Magical beasts roamed, rendering those areas forbidden for sentient beings. Bands of thieves ravaged the countryside, committing acts of plunder and slaughter. The military forces of each race could only safeguard the larger towns, thus, mercenary bands, serving as the primary armed force beyond the military, became exceedingly popular. For a corresponding fee, mercenary bands accepted a myriad of commissions ranging from escorting and guarding to searching and hunting, even participating in wars at the behest of kingdoms during times of conflict. However, mercenaries were not a ruthless and scrupulous lot driven solely by profit. They adhered to their own code of honor. Protection, trust, and courage were the 3 virtues esteemed by mercenaries. Protection was their duty. Upon accepting a commission, they were bound to safeguard their employer and goods, even at the cost of their lives. Trust was their lifeblood. They must rely on their comrades, even standing against attacks from behind, should they fall in battle. Courage was their fortitude. This was a perilous profession, where one's life was the currency for reward, and cowards could never become exceptional mercenaries. The mercenary bands of Berland continent were classified into 8 ranks, from the lowest G rank to the highest S rank, with legends of X rank divine mercenary bands existing beyond S rank. Corresponding to the ranks of the bands, mercenaries themselves ranged from G to S rank, with tales of X rank divine mercenaries who accepted the commissions of gods, serving as their warriors. As AB rank mercenary band, the Blue Bell boasted just over 100 mercenaries, making it the smallest among the 3 major mercenary bands in the city of Wallors. Yet, the Blue Bell's strength surpassed that of its competitors. First and second rank warriors constituted the backbone of most mercenary bands in Wallors, but within the Blue Bell, third rank warriors were the minimum standard for membership. The leader, Keynes, was one of only 2 8th rank war school elites in Wallors. The other was the division commander Kunto, who seldom involved himself in disputes beyond military affairs, which explained why Trest, despite facing such humiliation, dared not provoke them. The 2 vice leaders of the Blue Bell were Adeline and Randall. Adeline was a 6th rank fire mage, while Randall, a warrior, could no longer be assessed by rank due to the loss of an arm. The rogue Tony, hunter Angus, and archer Elia formed the core of the band, each a 5th rank sergeant, with many ordinary tasks assigned to them in rotation. Randall, as a vice leader, held a unique position within the band. Mercenaries often speculated that Randall was the true leader of the Blue Bell. As he managed everything from finances to logistics, aside from accepting and assigning missions, his volatile temper rendered him a figure none dared to cross. Even Keynes conversed with Randall in a conciliatory tone. As Randall's assistant, Arthur soon discovered that despite Randall's fierce demeanor, he was, in fact, quite kind-hearted. Randall never treated Arthur as a mere servant. Even tasks like cleaning the room were undertaken by himself. Initially, he tasked Arthur with teaching him to read, followed by organizing the storeroom. Arthur was a clever lad, learning swiftly from Randall's teachings, cherishing the opportunity to remain with the mercenary band, and proactively assisting Randall and the other mercenaries with numerous tasks. Before Randall rose, the washing water was already prepared in the hall. When Randall pushed open the door, the entire courtyard had been tidied to perfection. A month later, Arthur could swiftly and accurately locate every item in the sprawling storeroom. 2 months later, Randall noticed he was calling for Arthur with increasing frequency. 3 months later, upon Randall's utterance, Arthur would already have the item he desired presented before him. Even the mercenaries gradually noted the changes within the band. First, Randall rarely lost his temper anymore, his round face occasionally breaking into a smile. Moreover, all weapons and armor remained spotless, gleaming as if newly forged. For trivial matters within the band, one could always turn to that lad named Arthur, who would invariably devise a solution. Soon, all members of the mercenary band began to take a liking to this young fellow, and Arthur's fortunate days were just beginning. Chapter 11. To live towards death. The sun blazed fiercely, beads of sweat rolling off in torrents. Over 30 mercenaries, bare-chested, repeated a series of identical martial techniques, their thunderous shouts resonating in the training grounds of the mercenary band, in the shadow of the surrounding walls. Arthur mimicked the movements of the mercenaries, surprisingly adept. Whenever he found himself with free time, he would eagerly rush to the training grounds in the side courtyard, as watching the mercenaries practice and spar brought him immense joy. Even without formal instruction, after observing for a prolonged period, Arthur had managed to grasp the martial techniques the mercenaries regularly practiced. Strike with power. A voice suddenly called from behind Arthur, "Uncle Randall." Arthur retracted his extended fist and turned to greet Randall with a smile. "Do you know the name of this martial technique?" "They say it is called the life-death technique." "Quite an unusual name," Arthur replied, scratching his head in habitual thought. "Its true name is actually the death ward technique. These fellows altered the name out of superstition to it is a martial art originating from the human army's suicide squad, with the core principle being to live towards death. The technique is inherently meant for slaughter. Only with the courage to face death can one unleash their greatest combat potential and slay their enemies on the battlefield," Randall explained with surprising patience. "Could you teach me the death ward technique?" Arthur mustered his courage to inquire tentatively. Randall paused, his eyes momentarily distant, before letting out a long sigh. "Those who can wield this technique are nearly all gone. It is indeed a path leading to death." Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a commotion erupted at the side courtyard's corner gate. As a group of mercenaries rushed in, bearing 2 stretchers, Tony dashed ahead like a madman, shouting, "Randall, hurry, save them." Randall and the mercenaries on the training ground quickly converged. On the stretchers lay 2 mercenaries, their bodies mangled and faces ashen. One was entirely wrapped in layers of bandages around his chest, blood thoroughly soaking through. The other had already lost consciousness, his left pant leg hanging limply, the stretcher drenched in blood. Randall tore open the unconscious mercenary's pant leg, revealing that his lower leg was entirely absent. He ripped away the bandages, and blood gushed forth, exposing jagged wounds. Randall seized a sharp axe from a nearby mercenary, its blade imbued with fighting spirit, and with a swift motion, he severed the mercenary's calf at the knee. The mercenary let out a horrific scream and fainted completely. Randall discarded the axe, his hands glowing with white fighting spirit, enveloping the mercenary's wound and staunching the flow of blood. A mercenary skilled in healing had already applied a tourniquet to the wound. "Let me handle this." An elderly wizard with graying hair hurriedly approached. Woolpole, a third-rank wood mage, had been hired at great expense by the Blue Bell. Healing mages were indispensable talents in every major mercenary band. As the incantation was recited, a faint green magical light enveloped the mercenary's wound. Passing through Randall's white fighting spirit, miraculously, the blood ceased flowing, and the flesh around the wound began to grow at a visible rate, swiftly sealing the injury. The second tier would magic new sprout of wood possessed formidable healing capabilities. The pain from the regrowth of flesh jolted the unconscious mercenary awake. and upon seeing his remaining half-leg, he erupted into a hysterical scream, prompting the surrounding mercenaries to rush forward to restrain him. As Walpole moved to assist the other mercenary, Randall seized Tony by the collar, demanding, "What on earth happened?" Tony's eyes were bloodshot. "It was those bastards from Bloodstingers, while we were hunting a three-eyed spirit ape. They deliberately lured a rampaging magic bear towards us. They utilized a bloodthirsty potion to thrust the demon bear into a state of complete frenzy, which suddenly charged into the hunting trap we had meticulously set. As a result, Hag and Bobby sustained severe injuries. These scoundrels resort to underhanded tactics." Randall immediately erupted in fury. "I will summon the brothers right now. We shall raid the lair of Bloodsting." Tony turned to gather the men. "Wait a moment. Confronting them head-on would mean declaring war on Bloodsting directly. With Kane's absent, this is not the time to engage them," Randall retorted, his anger not rendering him entirely irrational. "What do you propose? Are we to simply disregard Hag and Bobby's injuries? Shall we swallow this humiliation?" Tony glared at Randall, demanding answers. Randall's eyes widened as he shouted at Tony. "Tony, how dare you speak to me like that? Remember, this is not a battlefield. If we wage war against Bloodsting, the city's army and the mercenary guild will undoubtedly intervene. We will settle this account when Kane's returns." With Randall's outburst, Tony's bravado diminished. "Very well, at least we can save Bobby's life." Walpole swayed as he stood up. Treating two critically injured men had already stretched the limits of a third-level mage. "Are they out of danger?" Tony approached to check on the mercenaries. Fortunately, Bobby was spared from internal injuries and meridian damage. With a few days of rest, he should recover, but Hag is essentially finished, Walpole lamented, shaking his head helplessly. "Is there truly no way to help him? I've heard of magic that can regenerate severed limbs." Tony and the surrounding mercenaries gazed at Walpole with hopeful eyes. The wood magic withered would rebirth, and the light magic light's benediction possessed the power to save those on the brink of death and regenerate limbs. But such abilities can only be mastered by a 12th-level archmage. Walpole sighed and continued, "Moreover, even if we could find a 12th-level archmage, our mercenary group could not afford the price of their intervention. Forget it. Preserving one life is already a stroke of fortune. Let us return Hag home." Randall wearily waved his one arm, but a somber atmosphere enveloped the scene, as everyone recognized that Hag's mercenary career had come to an end. Arthur silently observed everything unfolding before him. Suddenly, Randall turned to face Arthur, his eyes fixed on him. "You see this? Do you still wish to learn the art of embracing death? If I do not learn, does that mean I shall not face death?" Arthur's tone was surprisingly flat. "At least you would not die so swiftly. Being a mercenary is a profession fraught with the specter of death, and the art of embracing death demands practitioners to seek life amidst death. When my mother was slain by orcs, I thought I too would perish. When I was captured and brought into the orc camp, I witnessed children die one after another, and at that moment, I believed my fate was sealed. Since death is inevitable, I do not wish to be powerless when facing it again." Arthur's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Having witnessed his mother's murder, he was the sole survivor among the children captured alongside him by the orcs that in that moment. Randall and the mercenaries began to faintly realize the horrific experiences that this boy, who always wore a smile, had endured. "Good lad, since you possess such courage to embrace death, prepare yourself to welcome it." Randall's large hand struck heavily upon Arthur's slight shoulder. Chapter 12. Dan Yang's refinement from the dawn of the second day. A slender figure began to appear in the training grounds of the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps. "Faster. Strike with greater speed. Only by striking first can you preserve your life." Randall, wielding a stick, personally instructed Arthur. Whenever Arthur faltered in his movements, the stick would strike him. The 70th form of the art of embracing death employs punches, kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts to target the 8 vital points of the human body: the ear, temple, throat, heart, back of the head, cervical spine, and back. Each motion must be swift, precise, and fierce, unleashing all your strength to incapacitate the enemy in a single blow, leaving them no chance to retaliate. Randall elaborated on the essence of the martial techniques. Why such ruthless combat techniques? Arthur could not help but turn and ask. This is a set of techniques derived from special operations forces. When they strike, it is a life or death mission that if they do not kill the enemy at the first opportunity, it is they who shall perish. If the goal is to kill the enemy, can one not employ any other method? The methods of killing have no fixed form. The 72nd form of the art of embracing death is one of the fastest and most effective means of killing, distilled from countless life and death battles, yet it merely provides an introductory method. Once you reach the level of a warrior, any gesture can be lethal. I still prefer the orc style of attack, Arthur remarked, scratching his head. You would do well to forget everything you learned from the orc camp. Those lunging and biting techniques, while seemingly ferocious, still afford the enemy a chance to counterattack. In the past, when we fought against orc warriors, a lightly wounded combatant could kill an opponent of the same rank. And even a higher-ranked challenger could end in mutual destruction. So, you were a warrior in your youth, Uncle? And Captain Keynes and Tony were as well. Arthur's eyes sparkled with interest. He had long sensed the uniqueness of the mercenary group. The Blue Rose mercenaries lacked the usual nonchalance and carelessness often found in mercenaries. Their combat methods and daily training bore a strong military imprint. Randall's expression froze momentarily as he seemed lost in thought. Arthur, curious, gazed at Randall, wondering what story lay hidden beneath the surface. However, his curiosity was met with Randall's booming voice, accompanied by the stick striking him once more. These matters are not for a child to concern himself with. Practice the side punch 100 more times. From the early morning sunlight to the dual-hued moonlight. Day after day, Randall resembled a relentless demon, roaring at Arthur and striking him whenever he showed the slightest sign of fatigue. Under the tempestuous trials, Arthur finally understood why the mercenaries dared not provoke Randall. It was clear that his temperament was not merely volatile. Keynes leaned against the corner of the training ground, arms crossed, observing Arthur drenched in sweat under the scorching sun. Have you resorted to the same methods you used to train new recruits back then? Are you not afraid of ruining this lad? Rest assured, this boy possesses greater resilience to pressure than any soldier I've trained before, Randall replied, appearing like a specter beside Keynes. We must acknowledge that talent varies among individuals. Some are naturally inclined to be artists or musicians, while Arthur is inherently a warrior. Keynes's eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovery. What are your plans regarding the Bloodsting mercenary group? Randall suddenly shifted the topic. Keynes pondered for a moment before responding. Last time, Try suffered a loss of face when he lost a sword. Neither side officially declared war. Are we to initiate hostilities this time? If they wish to play dirty, we shall engage them in kind. What do you intend to do? I have yet to devise a plan. But we could let Tony and Arthur handle it. Arthur, are you jesting? Randall gazed at Keynes in astonishment. Keynes smiled enigmatically. Do you not recall the incident at the Nightingale Tavern? I have a feeling that Tony and Arthur are a perfect match. Last time, Tryst was careless. Otherwise, a mere mercenary from their side could have easily dispatched Arthur. You cannot possibly wish for this lad to meet his end, can you? One cannot grow into an exceptional warrior without weathering storms. Keynes remarked casually, however. Merely relying on the art of embracing death is far from sufficient. Fighting spirit is the key to determining a warrior's ultimate potential. Randall instantly grasped Keynes's implication, his expression shifting suddenly. I disagree. That fighting technique is incomplete. As of now, no one has successfully crossed the threshold into the ranks of war generals. The fact that no one has succeeded does not mean Arthur cannot. Did you not just say that his resilience surpasses all the soldiers you have trained? Do you not wish to witness its true power in your lifetime? Arthur may very well be our last hope, Keynes stated meaningfully. Randall fell into a contemplative silence. Since you have decided to become a mercenary, you must not only learn martial techniques but also cultivate fighting spirit. Martial skills are superficial, while fighting spirit is fundamental. Only by integrating both can one become a true warrior. Arthur's instructor had now shifted to Keynes. And as Arthur gazed up at Keynes, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. Having witnessed the formidable power of the orc warriors who wielded fighting spirit, Arthur knew that the orcs would never easily impart their techniques to a human slave. Keynes continued. The fighting techniques of the Berander continent are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. It is said that above this lies the divine techniques. The vast majority of fighting spirits are white. However, if your opponent possesses a fighting spirit of another color, you must be wary, for the more vibrant the color, the greater the power. What grade is Leon's fighting spirit? Arthur could not help but interject. You mean that little lion? His fighting spirit is of the mid-tier heavenly grade, Crimson Sun's golden flow, and is a closely guarded secret of the Golden Lion family. Oh, Arthur nodded lightly, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. Regarding the fighting spirit you are to learn next, you have 2 choices. One is the military technique unified combat that complements the art of embracing death, and the other is an unnamed technique that Randall and I stumbled upon during an expedition. which we have dubbed Dan Yang's refinement. What grades are they? Arthur asked eagerly. Bing Yuan Gui Ju is a profound level superior martial art, and the rank of Dan Yang Lianshan must certainly be above that of Bing Yuan Gui Ju. However, I cannot ascertain its specific level. If it were complete, it would undoubtedly belong to the heavenly tier of martial arts. Then I shall study Dan Yang Lianshan. Keynes gazed solemnly at Arthur. Young man, do not rush to make such a decision. Although Bing Yuan Gui Ju is merely a profound level technique, it has undergone nearly a millennium of inheritance and practice within our human army, rendering it nearly perfect. The cultivation of this technique may be slow, but it allows for steady progress towards the battle academy. In contrast, no one has yet broken through the battle general's threshold through the practice of Dan Yang Lianshan. Furthermore, the process of cultivation is excruciatingly painful, a trial few can endure. The name Dan Yang Lianshan itself originates from the torment of cultivation, akin to a blazing sun searing one's nerves, resulting in immense suffering. I want to learn Dan Yang Lianshan, Arthur reiterated without hesitation, compared to the helplessness faced in the face of death. What does greater pain matter? Keynes suddenly turned his head, casting a meaningful smile at Randall, who stood in the corner. Chapter 13. The painful past heavy clouds shrouded the entire sky, their edges adorned with a halo of red and blue light, creating an exceptionally enchanting scene. Beneath the clouds, two dark silhouettes, one large and one small, lay atop a high rooftop that in front of the rooftop stretched a vast courtyard, every row of houses illuminated with light. With at least 7 or 8 entrances and exits, the two figures remained motionless, nearly merging into the darkness, with only their glimmering eyes revealing their identities as warriors that a cool night breeze swept through. And Arthur felt a refreshing comfort radiating from his very bones, the pain from the day's scorching heat having vanished completely. Since he began cultivating Dan Yang Lianshan, these days had felt akin to living in purgatory. The continent's martial arts emphasize gradual progress, channeling the fighting energy of heaven and earth through various meridians into the body, with only a minuscule portion remaining in the dantian before being exhaled again. This cyclical process of inhalation and exhalation refines the warrior's body. However, Dan Yang Lianshan takes a different approach, forcefully drawing the fighting energy into the body while refusing to release it easily, instead driving it to surge violently through the entire meridian system until exhaustion. The process of channeling fighting energy to the dantian and then violently dispersing it throughout the body is akin to a fierce fire spreading from the abdomen to every corner of one's being. This fire is invisible and intangible, and the internal agony it inflicts is unbearable for most. Each time Arthur activated Dan Yang Lianshan, it felt like an act of self-destruction, requiring immense courage, and he would invariably finish each session drenched in sweat. The tremendous pain was accompanied by considerable rewards. After merely half a month of practice, he could already sense a faint flow of fighting energy within him. While typical profound-level martial arts would typically take 3 months to produce such sensations. I hear you're practicing Dan Yang Lianshan. Arthur, lost in his painful memories, was suddenly jolted by a nudge. It was the small figure of Tony beside him. Compared to his initial disdain, Tony's impression of Arthur had considerably improved. Unsure how to respond, Arthur merely nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, I advise you not to be deceived by Keynes and Randall. It would be best to abandon this pursuit early. That technique is not meant for humans. The pain you are currently experiencing is just the beginning. The agony will only intensify as you progress. You know about Dan Yang Lianshan? Arthur inquired with a puzzled gaze. Tony smirked mysteriously. You're not the first guinea pig for Keynes and Randall. Those brothers who were seduced by them back in the day either couldn't endure the pain and voluntarily gave up or perished during their advancement. Do not be deceived by your current rapid progress. With this technique, you will not reach the battle general rank. Arthur managed a wry smile. It's too late for you to advise me now. Having made my decision, I shall persist even if it leads to my demise. Tony, taken aback, retorted, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. No wonder those two have taken a liking to you. He then ceased to engage with Arthur. Yet, Arthur leaned in. Tony, what shall we do next? Tony shot him an annoyed glance. I truly do not understand why Keynes insisted I bring along a deadweight like you. You stay here and keep watch while I go stab Cressida to avenge Hark. And then what? What do you mean and then? I mean after you stab Cressida. Are you daft? Lingering at the orc camp. Tony gave Arthur a light smack on the head. Do I really need to teach you this? Of course you run. Arthur gaped at Tony with an expression of utter bewilderment. What are you staring at? If you run slowly and let the bloodstabbers catch you, don't blame your brother for not warning you. Suddenly, Arthur seemed to grasp something. I finally understand why Captain Keynes wants me to follow you. It's not that I'm dawdling at the orc camp, but rather that you're the foolish one. What do you mean? You brat. You intend to assassinate Cressida, and the Bloodstabbers will undoubtedly retaliate. A full-blown war will ensue. If Captain Keynes wanted to engage in battle now, why would he send us to do it? Tony blinked. You might have a point. However, he soon furrowed his brows, avenge Harg while avoiding drawing fire to ourselves. That's a bit tricky. Arthur chuckled mischievously. I have a plan. You have a plan. Tony regarded Arthur with a puzzled expression. Humph. Arthur scoffed dismissively. If you don't believe me, then fine. After all, this task was assigned to you by the captain, not me. Tony poked Arthur again. Oh, you've got some spirit now. Spill it. I know you have plenty of cunning ideas. I'll share. But I have a condition. After I help you avenge Harg, you must teach me some thieving skills. If you truly have a way to deal with those scoundrels of Bloodstab, I'll teach you not only thieving skills, but even my prized shadow stealth technique. Are you serious? Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew that while Tony's combat prowess was lacking, his ability to navigate the battlefield and survive was formidable, thanks to that middle-grade Earth-tier technique. When has your brother ever been dishonest? Before Arthur could express his joy, Tony quickly added, but if you can't learn it, don't blame me. Thieving requires talent. After all, not everyone can become one just because they want to. Arthur rolled his eyes, suspecting that this might be Tony's true sentiment. Since they're playing dirty, let us play dirty too. Among the 3 mercenary groups in Huaolei City, we can't let the Wild Wolf Fox stand by and watch as we clash with Bloodstab. Can we? Tony regarded Arthur sideways. You want to create friction between Bloodstab and Wild Wolf Fox? I warn you, the leader of Wild Wolf Fox, Vario, is a genuine old fox. Don't be foolish and end up bringing trouble upon ourselves. Rest assured, we'll do this. Arthur leaned into Tony's ear and whispered a series of low, hushed words. Tony looked at Arthur in astonishment. You may be small, but how do you have so many cunning ideas? A fleeting shadow of pain flickered in Arthur's eyes. In the orc camp, human slaves are always on the brink of death, forced to devise every possible means to survive, even resorting to deceiving their companions and currying favor with orcs. Before your attack on that lion man camp, there were 57 other human slaves like me. My survival is not merely due to luck. Suffering breeds growth. In that moment, gazing at Arthur's still smiling face, Tony seemed to finally recognize this prematurely mature child. Chapter 14. The bar incident. The night had grown deep. Yet, the raucous sounds within the Nightingale bar showed no signs of abating. The boisterous clamor of mercenaries mingled with the crisp clinking of mugs filled with malt beer and the occasional laughter of barmaids, filling the entire establishment. This vividly depicted the reality of most mercenaries' lives, where days beyond the blade's edge were spent in the embrace of drink and women. The alluring bar owner, Nightingale, rested her chin in her hand, squinting as she gazed at the scene before her, perhaps reminiscing about her youth. 3 mercenaries clad in grayish leather armor pushed the door open and strode in eagerly. The noise within the bar momentarily faltered before resuming, clearly indicating that no one paid any mind to these small mercenaries from the Wild Wolf Fox group. The 3 mercenaries surveyed their surroundings and quickly made their way to a table in the center, where several other Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries were already seated. 7 glasses of golden rum, a tall, lean Wild Wolf Fox mercenary shouted, deliberately raising his voice towards the bar counter. His shout instantly captured the attention of a majority of the mercenaries present. Golden rum is regarded as one of the finest spirits across the human realm. It is sweet and fragrant, with the top-tier variety exhibiting a crystalline amber hue. The bar sells it for no less than 1 gold coin a glass, typically affordable only to the wealthy elite or the leaders of mercenary groups. The other Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries at the table looked on with eager eyes at the tall mercenary, with one unable to contain his curiosity and asking, Solik, what fortune have you struck to treat the brothers to such fine liquor? Fortune? Not particularly. I just got lucky and picked up a bargain. Solik replied, his face brimming with pride. What bargain? Come on, tell the brothers. Several mercenaries urged eagerly. Within the confines of the tavern, a haven for mercenaries to boast and engage in idle chatter, Solik exhibited no desire for concealment or pretense. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the gaze of numerous mercenaries fixed upon him. Deliberately, he unfastened a long, wrapped object made of beast hide from his waist. As the layers of the hide were peeled away, a magnificent longsword was revealed, its hilt crowned with a sizable, striking red gemstone. With a gentle pull, a shimmering azure light flashed across the tavern, emanating from the sword's enchanting glow. Heavens, a rare-grade enchanted longsword. What sheer luck you've encountered to acquire such a treasure. That sword must be worth at least 300 gold coins. The surrounding mercenaries, known as the Wild Wolf Fox, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Solik, crossing his arms, reveled in the eager and envious glances directed his way. Do tell, how did you come by this enchanted longsword? The mercenaries continued to press him. At the corner of the tavern, a poor country lad approached me, claiming it belonged to his deceased father. This fool had no idea of its worth. I offered him 10 gold coins, and he thought he had struck an incredible bargain, turning on his heel and fleeing. What? Just 10 gold coins? That is outrageous. You cannot let him off so easily. Indeed. Bartender, bring us 7 more mugs of golden rum. The Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries chattered excitedly, their eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, grasping for the enchanted longsword on the table. Brother, what do you think you're doing? Quick as a flash, Solik intercepted the hand, aiming for the sword. But in doing so, he nearly lost his balance. The hand belonged to a tall, robust middle-aged mercenary, distinctly marked by a silver eye patch over one eye. Silver Eye Solik, a level 5 sergeant, was notorious within the mercenary circles of Weror's city. No ill intent here. I merely wish to examine that sword, Solik said, his lone eye glinting with menace as he fixed his gaze upon Solik that a chill ran down Solik's spine. He recognized Solik all too well. Yet, a mercenary could not show weakness in the face of provocation from another mercenary group. Lest he become a figure of ridicule, forever unable to hold his head high in the ranks. Clutching the longsword, Solik replied coldly. To look, one must first seek permission. Young brother, this sword seems somewhat familiar. It resembles the one lost by our commander, Tristy, a few days ago. Many within this circle knew that Solik was a close confidant of the vice-captain of the bloodstained mercenary group, and his words drew the attention of the crowd back to the longsword. Months prior, when Tristy had lost this sword in a tavern game, some mercenaries had been present, and many instantly recognized the red gemstone on the hilt at this moment. However, none pondered how the sword had come into the possession of a poor country lad, nor how it had subsequently found its way to the Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries. I cannot speak to the appearance of Vice-Captain Tristy's sword, but this sword was purchased by me for 10 gold coins. Many present have seen Tristy's sword. I now suspect that your sword's origins are dubious. Solik dismissed Solik's explanation entirely. Solik stepped back, gripping the sword tightly. If you suspect, then evidence must be presented. Please accompany me to Bloodstain. If Tristy claims that the sword is not his, you are free to leave. Solik stifled his anger. Do you take me for a fool? Once at your Bloodstain mercenary group, anything not yours will surely be declared as such. If you refuse to accompany me, I, Solik, shall not allow you to suffer unduly if you bought it for 10 gold coins. I will compensate you double, 20 gold coins, and tonight's drinks for several of my brothers will be on me. You must be dreaming. I tell you, I shall not sell. Solik turned to leave. In an instant. Solik stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Until this matter is resolved, you shall not leave. Solik glared at Solik, his expression dark. So you intend to forcefully seize it? Not my intention. You may either accompany me to Bloodstain or wait for Commander Tristy to arrive. Otherwise, you shall not step foot outside this tavern. You Bloodstain bullies far too much. I shall leave, and let us see who dares to stop me. With a flash of cold light, Solik drew the enchanted longsword. The Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries who stood with him rose in unison, encircling Solik. Others may fear your Bloodstained mercenary group, but we Wild Wolf Fox do not. The 3 Bloodstained mercenaries who had been seated with Solik immediately charged forward, and a fierce scuffle was on the verge of erupting. Fights were a favored pastime among bored mercenaries, and as the long-standing rivalry between Bloodstain and Wild Wolf Fox threatened to escalate, the surrounding mercenaries cheered excitedly, banging their mugs against tables, creating a thunderous cacophony. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, Solik hesitated momentarily. He believed he had shown considerable leniency to these lesser mercenaries. Yet their fierce resistance caught him off guard. Mercenaries were, after all, a profession that gambled their lives for profit. They risked everything for a few gold coins, let alone a weapon valued in the hundreds. Solik overlooked the vast disparity between the 20 gold coins and the true worth of the sword. Without this opportunity, Solik may never have had the chance to possess such an enchanted longsword, and for that sword, for the honor of a mercenary, he was prepared to fight fiercely. Just as Solik hesitated, a large mug suddenly flew from the crowd of onlookers, hurtling towards Solik's face. Igniting the brawl, Chapter 15. Fishing in troubled waters. The unexpected flight of the large mug served as the catalyst for the ensuing melee. Naturally, the mug did not strike Silver Eye Salik. He reacted swiftly, his fist enveloped in fighting spirit, shattering the mug before a single drop of liquid could touch him. However, the shards of the flying mug acted as sharp projectiles, striking the nearby Wild Wolf mercenaries in the face. Two of the mercenaries, caught off guard, were cut by the shards, letting out cries of pain. Salik intended to identify the culprit among the crowd, but the Wild Wolf mercenaries surged forward, shouting angrily. Solik led the charge, a glimmering blade aimed at Salik's face. Seeking death, Salik's eye glinted coldly as he sidestepped the sword's edge, swiftly seizing Solik's wrist, twisting it outward, while his other fist, imbued with fighting spirit, landed solidly in Solik's abdomen. Despite wielding the enchanted longsword, Solik, a mere level 3 warrior, was significantly outmatched by Salik. The excruciating pain in his midsection contorted his features, causing him to stumble backward, his longsword slipping from his grip. The forsaken sword grazed another mercenary's head before embedding itself deeply into a tavern pillar. As Salik sent Solik flying, 2 Wild Wolf mercenaries lunged at him from either side. Salik kicked one mercenary aside, but was met with a swift kick to his waist from the other, staggering him a few steps before he nearly fell, just as Salik regained his balance. Solik, despite the agony, rose to his feet. This time, he did not reach for his sword. Instead, he lunged at Salik with a wild shout. Weapons were generally prohibited in tavern brawls, and Solik had already broken that rule, prompting Salik to act decisively and send the sword flying. The surrounding mercenaries, witnessing this, charged in unison, tables and chairs flying, fists connecting with flesh, as chaos erupted. Although Salik held the upper hand in strength, the Wild Wolf mercenaries numbered 7, while Bloodstained had only 4. In a situation where lethal force was not permitted, Salik soon found himself taking several hits. Fights among mercenaries were a common sight, yet a large-scale brawl between 2 mercenary groups was rare. The onlookers cheered, guzzling down their drinks in excitement. Nightingale, having witnessed such events countless times, remained at the bar, lost in thought. The tumultuous scene before her transported her back to her youth, when 2 mercenary group leaders had once led their men into a similar brawl. The cacophony of shouts, the thuds of fists on bodies, and the cheers melded into a symphony that nearly lifted the tavern's roof. Amidst the excitement, no one noticed 2 small figures hidden among the crowd, their oversized cloaks obscuring their forms, yet their eyes remained eerily calm amidst the chaos. "You're quite clever, coming up with such a scheme," Tony remarked softly, nudging Arthur with his foot. "I think it's still insufficient. This won't escalate enough," Arthur replied quietly. "Just watch me." Tony chuckled mischievously as he slipped back to the back of the crowd. A burly mercenary stood on tiptoe, straining to see over the throng, cursing in frustration as the shifting mercenaries obstructed his view. Suddenly, he felt a lightness at his waist, and his perspective shifted upwards. Before he could revel in the moment, he was hoisted off the ground and thrown into the midst of the fray. "Who the hell is messing around?" the burly mercenary shouted, looking back in search of the perpetrator. Before he could identify anyone, he collided with Salik's back, who was already engaged in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Salik lurched forward, and Solik, along with the other 2 mercenaries, seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. Salik was engulfed in a surge of true battle aura, which erupted violently, sending Solik and his companions sprawling. Turning around, he caught sight of the bearded mercenary who had attempted to ambush him, now clambering back to his feet. With a swift spin, Salik delivered a flying kick that sent the mercenary crashing into the throng of fellow mercenaries, inadvertently knocking 2 onlookers to the ground. "You dare to strike me as well? Truly, the Bloodstained are nothing but scoundrels." The bearded mercenary spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground as he struggled back to his feet, disregarding the identity of his assailant and lunging directly at Salik. "Let us join in," shouted the 2 mercenaries who had been knocked aside, charging forward to attack the bloodstained mercenaries. That moment, Salik realized he had misdirected his aggression, but in a brawl, one cannot afford to show weakness. He decided to unleash his full power, using his superior level to knock down each mercenary that charged at him. The tavern descended into chaos. Apart from the initial 3 mercenaries who had engaged, more and more were being inexplicably thrust into the fray or thrown into the melee, and after being assaulted, they too joined the tumult. The vast majority of mercenaries targeted the Bloodstained faction, and aside from Salik, who was still fighting back fiercely, The other 3 bloodstained mercenaries had been overwhelmed and lay on the ground, besieged by the others. How about that? Is this enough excitement for you? Tony, weaving through the crowd, once again squeezed back to Arthur's side. Then it's time for us to join in. All right, Salik has made quite the impression today. I'll go deliver a heavy blow. Tony's gaze glinted coldly as he regarded Salik, enveloped in a halo of white battle aura. No, we must help the bloodstained. Arthur seized Tony, who was about to charge at Salik. Tony was momentarily taken aback. Trust me on this. Be cautious not to be recognized. And then we'll disperse. Arthur nodded vigorously at Tony before turning to make his way toward a pillar adorned with an enchanted longsword. Nightingale's brow began to furrow. She sensed something amiss. The brawl over a sword seemed to have escalated beyond control. Just then, a series of sharp cracks echoed as 3 lights on the tavern wall shattered, plunging the room into darkness. Everyone, halt. Realizing the situation had spiraled out of hand, Nightingale sought to put an end to the conflict. A piercing scream resonated throughout the tavern, coinciding almost perfectly with Nightingale's command. The fighting ceased instantaneously, and silence engulfed the establishment. Solik was slowly collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen, where a bone-handled dagger protruded ominously. It wasn't me. I didn't T-stab him, protested a bloodstained mercenary, scrambling to his feet and shaking his head frantically, his scabbard now devoid of a blade. Nightingale was momentarily stunned. This was no longer a mere scuffle. Chapter 16. The mercenaries' initial hunt. A seemingly ordinary brawl had transformed into a bloody affair. While fights between mercenaries were commonplace, fatal incidents were exceedingly rare. After all, without a conflict of interests, no one would resort to lethal force. Moreover, it was an unspoken rule that mercenaries would assist one another when trouble arose in the wilderness. Just wait. Today's events are far from over, shouted a mercenary from the Wild Wolf Fox as he hastily lifted Solik and fled the tavern, not forgetting to issue a grim threat. Of course, the matter would not simply conclude. With one of their own injured and openly assaulted within the tavern, how could the Wild Wolf Fox swallow such an affront? That very night, the 2 vice-captains of the mercenary group, Madwolf, Eruda, and Firewolf, Isaiah, led over 200 furious Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries to blockade the entrance of the bloodstained mercenary group, demanding the surrender of the assailant and compensation. Aware of their culpability, the bloodstained could not concede. For doing so would mean losing face in the entire mercenary community. Trieste, consumed by fury, charged out with the bloodstained mercenaries, ready to confront the Wild Wolf Fox head-on. A large-scale skirmish between mercenaries was on the verge of erupting. However, the leaders of both factions, the cunning fox Valerio and Corkle, refrained from appearing, resulting in a tense standoff filled with insults but no one daring to strike first. This massive confrontation quickly attracted the attention of the city's defense forces. Thanks to their intervention, the conflict was ultimately averted, but the commander of the station troops, Captain Kunto, a level 8 battlemaster, had to personally mediate. The enchanted longsword that had sparked the dispute had mysteriously vanished amidst the chaos, leaving the bloodstained faction devoid of corroborating evidence. The only actionable claim left was that Salik attempted to seize the Wild Wolf Fox's weapon, which incited the melee, and that the bloodstained had grievously injured Solik during the pandemonium. With the bloodstained clearly in the wrong, Captain Corkle had no choice but to concede, compensating the Wild Wolf Fox with 400 gold coins to settle the matter. Although the fight did not occur, a deep-seated animosity had formed, with both sides harboring grievances, leading to ongoing skirmishes among mercenaries for a considerable time thereafter. As the incident stemmed from the sword suspected to have been lost by Trieste, both factions of mercenaries speculated that the Blue Demonis had instigated the discord. Yet, the Blue Demonis mercenary group remained aloof, providing no evidence of involvement. Little did they know, the entire incident had been orchestrated by the mischievous duo of Tony and Arthur. Following their successful instigation, they were swiftly curtailed by Keynes and Randall. Arthur, still a child, naively believed that his clever little schemes would go unnoticed once they yielded benefits. Through this incident, Keynes and Randall realized they had underestimated Arthur. This little fellow always managed to deliver unexpected surprises. The tavern incident restored a delicate balance among the 3 B-rank mercenary groups in Hulor's city, with each faction at odds yet unable to take definitive action against the others. Meanwhile, the instigator of the event, Arthur, was swiftly navigating through the dense oak forest, nimbly leaping over clusters of underbrush and tangled vines. Dressed in earthy-toned primary mercenary leather armor crafted from unknown beast hides, the armor showcased frayed edges, complemented by a blue headband that secured his long black hair. now reaching his shoulders. He had grown significantly since joining the mercenary group, transforming into a sturdy young lad, no longer the frail, emaciated figure he once was. As he dashed forward, Arthur retrieved a dark iron bow from his back, and in tandem, an arrow was released from the taut string. Ahead of the arrow, a black-backed wild boar was vigorously rooting at the base of a towering oak tree, its sharp tusks leaving deep gouges in the hard roots with each thrust. The black-backed wild boar, a level 1 magical beast, though not particularly intelligent, possessed a fierce temperament. Its formidable tusks rivaled those of a finely crafted spear, and its tough hide was as resilient as iron, impervious to ordinary blades. An adult black-backed wild boar weighed nearly half a ton, resembling a calf in size, and when enraged, even 2 or 3 warriors of the same level struggled to approach it. Nevertheless, its thick flesh and tusks remained a favorite target for hunters and mercenaries, who dared to pursue it despite the risks. Upon hearing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, the black-backed wild boar ceased its rooting and turned its head. That moment, the arrow struck its neck, the immense inertia flipping the boar onto the ground. Shaking its head, the boar quickly regained its footing, the arrow falling away as it did so. What had appeared to be a swift and lethal shot had only inflicted a superficial wound. The wild boar now turned its attention toward the young human who had dared to attack it, letting out a painful roar and charging at Arthur. Unfazed, Arthur maintained his speed, his bowstring taut as 3 arrows were loosed in succession, forming a nearly straight line aimed at the black-backed wild boar. 3-star constellation. A voice suddenly exclaimed from the branches of a nearby oak tree that miserly Elijah actually taught that little brat his signature technique. Did you not also reveal your life-saving shadow stealth? Otherwise, how could he run so effortlessly? That was because I lost to him. Tony, have always been the most trustworthy among mercenaries. I just didn't expect him to learn so quickly. Perched in the tree were Tony and Angus, shadowing Arthur on his first solo outing, which was Randall's intention, believing that only through the trials of danger and life-and-death battles could the strongest mercenaries be forged. Yet, unable to quell his concern, he had sent Tony and Angus to follow him discreetly. Is it too dangerous to let him face a level 1 magical beast alone? Angus's tone carried a hint of worry. Tony shrugged off the concern nonchalantly, declaring, "Just watch, that kid is a genius. In just half a year, he's already mastered battle aura and become a level 1 warrior. How many years did it take you to refine your muscles and achieve battle aura mastery? 3 or 5? While the two bickered from their perch, Arthur had already discarded his bow and dashed toward the black-backed wild boar. The previous 3 arrows had struck nearly at the same point, with the last arrow embedding itself over half a foot deep into the boar's nape. As the boar charged, it thrashed violently, thick blood spewing forth in its wake. Arthur had thoroughly enraged this level 1 magical beast. The boar bellowed as it lunged toward Arthur's midsection, its tusks poised to cleave him in 2. At the moment the tusks were nearly upon him, Arthur executed a nimble spin, narrowly evading the onslaught. Confronted by the enraged beast once more, Arthur hefted a hunting knife over a foot in length, revealing a hint of disdainful amusement. Chapter 17. The apprentice mage in the thicket of overgrown brush. The young mercenary faced his first hunt with calm resolve. The enraged magical beast roared, repeatedly charging at the diminutive human before it, intent on using its tusks to rend him asunder, to send him flying. The underbrush was the black-backed wild boar's domain, its immense strength carving deep furrows through the foliage and weeds. Confronted by the frenzied onslaught of the black-backed wild boar, Arthur exhibited a remarkable composure and calmness that belied his youthful age, managing to narrowly evade each attack at the very last moment. What appeared to be an exceedingly perilous endeavor was, in truth, a series of meticulously calculated maneuvers, each executed without a trace of wasted effort. While deftly dodging, Arthur's sharp hunting knife repeatedly slashed across the boar's hide, though the wounds inflicted were shallow. After enduring a dozen assaults, the creature was already adorned with numerous gushing cuts, its dark bristles stained crimson. This spectacle left Tony and Angus, perched on a distant tree, utterly astounded. Did this young man not know fear? It was as if he were honing his skills against this beast. They were oblivious to the fact that Arthur, having long been accustomed to the more ferocious orc warriors within the orc encampment, viewed this rampaging boar as less threatening than the wolves lurking there. After yet another failed charge, the boar hesitated, its body trembling slightly from the loss of blood, which had begun to sap its strength. Yet, its blood-red eyes remained fixated on Arthur, brimming with brutality, madness, and rage. This was a clear indication of the boar's impending explosive fury, a mad creature that would rather perish than flee. Arthur tightened his grip on the hunting knife, Slightly bending forward, his gaze locked onto the boar, signaling that he was now truly serious. In an instant, both the boar and Arthur lunged at one another, charging headlong. The boar, propelled by its powerful legs, leapt into the air, crashing down upon Arthur with tremendous force. The impact had the potential to send Arthur flying, its tusks easily capable of piercing through his leather armor and tearing open his chest. Yet, Arthur showed no intention of retreating. He leapt upwards as well, soaring higher than the boar, his hunting knife gleaming coldly as he thrust it forward in a blinding flash. This was clearly a move destined for mutual destruction. The critical moment hinged on whether the boar's tusks would first rend Arthur's chest or if Arthur's knife would find its mark within the beast's flesh. This was the decision to face death, where each strike was a gamble of life and death. However, just as the two collided, an unexpected twist occurred. The boar suddenly jerked its head, launching its pair of tusks forward like twin flying daggers aimed straight at Arthur's chest and face. Tony and Angus, witnessing this from afar, gasped in alarm, having forgotten to warn Arthur that despite being a mere first-tier magical beast, the boar possessed its own innate magical abilities. Its signature skill involved shooting forth its tusks. A boar without tusks would lose a significant portion of its offensive capabilities, and thus it would never willingly relinquish them unless faced with a dire situation. Clearly, Arthur's earlier taunting had incited the creature's fury, pushing it into a state of blind rage. In the face of the incoming tusks, Arthur did not flinch. At such a close range, any attempt to evade would be futile. Instead, he angled his body in midair to avoid critical hits. Extending his arm as he thrust his knife forward with greater speed, one tusk grazed past his cheek, drawing a line of crimson, while the other easily pierced the leather armor covering his chest, the force propelling him violently to the ground. Ultimately, Arthur's knife failed to make contact with the boar. Seemingly expending its last ounce of strength, the boar collapsed beside him, its massive head crashing down in front of Arthur. Before the boar could rise and launch another attack, Arthur, who had fallen onto his back, sprang to his feet like a coiled spring, propelling himself forward as he drove his foot-long blade into the boar's eye socket. The wild creature thrashed its head violently, letting out a desperate roar. Arthur gripped the knife's handle tightly, twisting the blade to obliterate the boar's brain. The beast swayed, struggling to maintain its balance, but after several attempts, it succumbed to the ground, silenced forever. Arthur staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. A tusk remained embedded in his chest. Blood continued to flow from his left cheek, yet he was utterly drained of strength. Having expended the last of his energy in that final strike, it was a remarkable feat for a newly initiated first-tier warrior to single-handedly slay two magical beasts of the same rank, causing a considerable stir within the mercenary guild. Who taught you magic? The first to break the tense silence was Randall, his voice strained with suppressed anger. Arthur's magic is my teaching. He is currently my apprentice, came the calm response from Edeline. No, it was not Ms. Edeline. I persistently begged her to teach me magic. Arthur interjected hastily, shaking his head. Randall shot a fierce glare at Edeline. Within the guild, he cared not for anyone's opinion. Edeline remained impassive, showing no inclination to further clarify. Before formally instructing you in martial arts, did I not make it clear that once you choose to become a warrior, you must forego the study of magic? Why do you not heed my words? Randall's frustration erupted. In the Berland continent, there existed a stark divide between warriors and mages, with few individuals capable of mastering both disciplines. The reasoning was simple. Whether aspiring to become a high-level warrior or a grand mage, one required an immense investment of time and energy. Warriors needed to tirelessly absorb fighting spirit while honing their physical forms and simultaneously refine their martial skills. Mages, on the other hand, required even more time to meditate, strengthen their minds, commune with the magical elements in space, and memorize countless magical formulas. The foundational principle of the cultivation world stated, warriors cultivate the body, mages refine the spirit. I simply wish to learn more, Arthur murmured, still not daring to lift his gaze. To what extent have you progressed? This inquiry came from Captain Keynes. I can now communicate with the magical elements that drift through space and retain a small portion within myself, Arthur answered candidly. And what of constructing magical arrays? I am not yet capable. I always fall just short. What magical element do you find easiest to communicate with? It seems I can connect with all magical elements. Arthur's pride was evident as he lifted his head slightly. Whistle. Keynes let out a mocking whistle, saying, I had thought our guild might gain a future grand mage. Arthur's expression shifted to one of surprise, sensing that Keynes did not appreciate his ability to connect with magical elements. Noting Arthur's reaction, Keynes turned to Adeline, chuckling, "It seems you have not been entirely devoted to your apprentice." Adeline's cheeks flushed slightly. Arthur lacks any particular affinity for a magical element. In truth, he is not suited to become a mage. However, I had promised to take him on as my apprentice at the Nightingale Tavern, and that explosive fireball magic scroll was meant as a gift from me, though I did not expect him to harness magical energy so quickly. This discussion touched upon another foundational theory of the cultivation realm. Only those favored by magical spirits can become mages. In order to become a mage, one must establish a connection with the magical elements that wander through the cosmos. However, the nature of the physique that can communicate with these magical elements appears to be entirely random. To date, scholars from various races on the Berland continent have yet to discern any patterns. Even the offspring of mages have no greater likelihood of connecting with magical elements than those born to commoners. Furthermore, even if one is capable of communicating with magical elements, it does not guarantee the title of mage, as one must also possess an affinity for those elements. Only if one can cultivate a particular closeness to a specific type of magical element can they truly be deemed worthy of becoming a mage. The chances of an ordinary person ultimately becoming a mage can be likened to a rare gem among countless stones, and it is precisely this high threshold that elevates the status of mages above that of warriors on the continent. Of course, there are mages who establish affinities with 2 or even 3 types of magical elements, yet their achievements rarely surpass those of single-element mages. Throughout the annals of history on the continent, there has never been an all-element mage. Arthur's face betrayed a flicker of disappointment as he turned to Adeline, asking, "Does this mean I have no chance of becoming a mage?" Adeline offered a wry smile and gently shook her head. "Theoretically, anyone capable of communicating with magical elements can become a mage. However, their ability to gather and manipulate those elements will be significantly slower than that of mages with a singular elemental affinity. And this disparity becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. Many spend their entire lives stagnating at the level of a novice mage." Arthur's previously dimmed gaze brightened once more. "So, does this mean I can still learn magic from you?" Adeline sighed, this time truly exasperated. "Of course, but you are far more suited to becoming a warrior. On that path, you will find greater success." "Indeed," Arthur nodded vigorously. "I will undoubtedly become a powerful warrior, but I shall not abandon my pursuit of magic." "You little rascal. You ought to abandon such foolish notions at once. Do not entertain thoughts of mastering both magic and martial prowess, for that is utterly impossible." Randall interjected, dousing Arthur with a bucket of cold reality. Arthur met Randall's gaze with unwavering determination. "Teacher, if you want me to give up on magic, you must tell me why." Since Randall began imparting martial techniques to Arthur, he had voluntarily altered his address. And while Randall initially found it uncomfortable, he eventually grew accustomed to it. The path of a warrior is akin to a long race. Those who seek power have no room for error upon this road. Should one stray from the path, their life's potential will be forever stunted. To squander energy on a pursuit that is doomed to yield no results is the height of folly. Randall's eyes seemed to drift into a memory as he spoke. "Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Randall, but I still wish to learn magic. That I promise it will not hinder my training as a warrior." Arthur persisted, refusing to relent. This marked the first time Arthur had openly opposed Randall since joining the mercenary group. Randall's brows furrowed, a powerful aura of combativeness ready to erupt from within him. Just then, a large hand landed on Randall's shoulder, effectively stifling the impending surge of energy. "Let us hear the young lad's explanation first," Keynes suggested. Chin raised to signal Arthur to continue. "When I began learning magic, it was merely a desire to expand my knowledge and grow stronger. However, when I immersed myself in communicating with magical elements, I found myself forgetting the pain inflicted by Danyang Lian Shin on my body." "What? Repeat that," Keynes and Randall exclaimed in unison. Once a warrior reaches the first-tier realm, a swirling vortex of energy forms within their dantian, absorbing the surrounding combat energy, expanding their meridians, and refining their flesh and bones. The greatest drawback of Danyang Lianshin is the excruciating pain it inflicts on the body and mind, akin to being scorched by fire. This is why soldiers trained in the military could not endure prolonged practice, needing breaks every 30 minutes. Otherwise, the relentless, searing agony would drive a person to madness. Yet Arthur claimed he could disregard this pain. This indicated that Arthur could simultaneously cultivate combat energy and magic, a miraculous first. Moreover, the time spent utilizing Danyang Lian Shun to cultivate his combat energy would far exceed that of the soldiers he previously trained with. Impossible. How could you possibly focus amidst such pain, concentrating on communicating with magical elements? Randall exclaimed, stepping forward and gripping Arthur's shoulders with such force that Arthur winced in pain. At first, I merely hoped to alleviate the pain by shifting my mental focus. But to my surprise, the pain allowed me to perceive the magical elements with greater clarity and authenticity. Once I wholeheartedly committed, I forgot the pain altogether. Impossible, impossible. How can this be? Randall shook his head in disbelief. Why not? It is simply that no one among the soldiers we trained thought to practice magic, while simultaneously cultivating combat energy. Keynes could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha. It seems our blue rose has truly struck gold this time. Chapter 19. The growth of a youth. The dawn cast a golden hue. Enveloping the expansive training ground, in the arena, a young man stood bare-chested, the golden sunlight accentuating the fiery red combat energy that shimmered through his skin. Facing him were 3 robust mercenaries, demonstrating their seasoned coordination, attacking and defending with precision, each adopting a life-or-death stance. More dauntingly, all 3 were third-tier warriors, their combined might sufficient to overpower even a 4th-tier combat officer of a higher realm, despite the odds. The young man maintained the upper hand. He employed the shadow step technique, his movements ghostly and agile, weaving effortlessly through the trio's fierce assault and defense. His punches struck like lightning, his kicks lashed out like whips, creating a cacophony in the air with each blow. Strangely, his strikes lacked a fixed pattern, yet consistently targeted the vital points of the 3 mercenaries, forcing them into a state of frantic defense. By the sidelines, Kane stroked his golden beard, unable to conceal his delight, while Randall maintained a stoic expression, closely observing the skirmish with an unwavering gaze. Just then, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Arthur moved with agility, leaping forward to confront a mercenary directly, delivering a punch aimed at the mercenary's face. The mercenary recoiled, crossing his forearms to block, while the other 2 lunged at Arthur from either side to assist. Just as Arthur thrust his punch forward, he abruptly halted, opening his clenched fist to reveal a water sphere the size of a human head that burst forth from his palm. That it was a first-tier water spell, water ball technique. Though the water ball lacked substantial offensive power, it forced the mercenary to close his eyes and lean back in retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur bent forward and executed a shoulder tackle, sending the mercenary flying, unable to rise again. This rascal is using that technique again, Keynes muttered. Though his tone betrayed admiration, Randall huffed. Humph, relying on tricks. With only 2 mercenaries remaining, they stood no chance against Arthur, who swiftly knocked one to the ground with a swift kick, while the other simply lay down. Refusing to continue, Arthur turned, slightly raising his chin, and flashed a smug smile at Keynes and Randall. In response, Randall bellowed. What was that kick just now? It was soft and lacked power. I'll have you kick the wooden post 1,000 times. You want to eat until you finish. Oh, boo. The mercenaries watching from the sidelines erupted in laughter, particularly those who had just been defeated by Arthur. Time flew by, and Arthur's growth within the mercenary group over the past few years could only be described as astounding. At not yet 15 years of age, he had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd-tier warrior realm. If not for Randall's insistence on solidifying Arthur's foundation, he would have been poised to step into the 3rd-tier realm at any moment. Though he remained at the 2nd tier for now, no mercenary below the rank of combat officer could match Arthur in a one-on-one duel, much to the chagrin of the seasoned veterans, not only within the mercenary group. But Arthur had also become a minor tyrant in the city of Huol. Mercenaries from the Bloodsting and Wild Wolf Fox groups would go out of their way to avoid him. Over the years, while the 3 mercenary groups had not stirred up major conflicts, minor frictions among the mercenaries had been unending. Arthur had fought several skirmishes with members from the other 2 groups. Initially, the mercenaries had underestimated this young member of the Blue Rose, believing his previous victory over Trist was merely a stroke of luck. However, after a series of encounters, it became evident that mercenaries below the 3rd tier were no match for Arthur. The results of their provocations invariably ended in defeat. Even mercenaries of the combat officer rank refrained from challenging Arthur. It would not be honorable to bully a child, and Arthur was often seen alongside Tony and Angus, making anyone considering an attack think twice about the repercussions of crossing such formidable companions. Thus, it had been some time since Arthur had experienced a setback, and now, at last, they had an outlet for their frustrations. Just as they began to revel in the moment, Randall's furious shout echoed. You, and you. 3 grown men allowed a child to bring you down. Do you still have the face to shout here? All of you go kick the wooden post. Each of you will do 500 kicks. And not finishing means no food. The onlooking mercenaries hurriedly dispersed, eager to avoid being caught in the crossfire of Randall's wrath. Keynes couldn't help but shake his head. You may be too harsh on him. Being strict now is better than having him meet his demise on the battlefield later. Battlefield? Keynes let out a deep sigh. It seems like a distant memory. Do you wish to send him to the battlefield? Randall's gaze lingered on Arthur, who was kicking a wooden post in a corner of the training ground, and he murmured, Please don't tell me that isn't your intention. The unfinished business from our youth will likely fall upon this child. After a long pause, Keynes remained silent. Have you decided to accept that commission? Randall suddenly blurted out a seemingly unrelated statement. Yes. The other party has offered a sum that is hard to refuse. Have you truly thought this through? That place is rather sinister. It has been years since anyone ventured there, and the odds of survival are slim. A rare hint of concern crept into Randall's tone. Keynes managed a wry smile. As mercenaries, we earn our living through perilous endeavors. After all, it is precisely the danger that compels them to offer such a generous fee. Randall hesitated. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. We are no longer in our youth and have long surpassed the age of recklessness. Let us take one last gamble, since we have resolved to entrust our unfulfilled aspirations to Arthur. We must begin our preparations early. So, you have made up your mind. Indeed, our modest skills and training are adequate, but teaching a prodigy who excels in both martial and magical arts. Keynes gently shook his head, trailing off without finishing his thought. Have you found a way? Many owe us their lives, surely a few remain grateful. Keynes's gaze drifted into the distance, as if recalling something. Randall sighed deeply. That will require a considerable sum. It seems we must accept this commission after all. The two stood in silence, neither uttering another word, their silhouettes elongated beneath the sun. In the Panses orc wilderness, in the Lalos Valley, the fierce wind swept through the jagged rocks at the valley's mouth, producing a mournful sound, rendering the entire gorge desolate and silent. This was one of the 10 most perilous locations within the orc realm, where savage beasts roamed freely, and it was said that at the valley's end lay an ancient beast that survived the age of the Divine War. Several expedition teams, led by heroic orcs, had once attempted to hunt this ancient creature, but all had vanished without a trace, with none returning alive as the last rays of sunlight bathed the deep gorge. 2 tall figures emerged at the valley's entrance. An elderly man with a wild mane of white hair, a broad nose, and piercing, sharp eyes that seemed to intimidate anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Beside him stood a young orc with soft golden hair. Tall and robust, wielding a massive 2-handed sword on his back, his face betraying an uncontrollable bloodlust. Go, Leon. Do not return until you have achieved the rank of an orc warrior. The young orc nodded and strode purposefully into the valley without looking back. Chapter 20. Mercenary Arthur. Today was an extraordinary day for Arthur. He had even tossed and turned in sleeplessness the night prior. Gazing at the azure-tipped stone building before him, Arthur clenched his fists in excitement, his palms slightly sweating. This was the branch of the mercenary guild in the city of Wayo-Lay on the continent of Berland. Arthur was not unfamiliar with the guild, having accompanied Tony or Randall to collect and complete tasks on numerous occasions. But today was different. It marked the day he would officially register as a mercenary. This meant that from this day forth, Arthur could earn commissions for tasks just like other mercenaries. Rather than relying on Randall for a few silver coins each month, it signified that the once frail child could now support himself through his own strength. A pair of large hands gently ruffled Arthur's hair. Keynes had deliberately accompanied Arthur for his registration, understanding the boy's excitement as an experienced mercenary. Keynes led Arthur directly into the guild's branch. Upon entering, the branch head, Brandonfire, greeted them with a smile. Although Blue Enchantress was a rising star in recent years, it had begun to show signs of becoming the foremost mercenary group in Wayo-Lay over the past 2 years, warranting Brandon's personal attention. Brandon took it upon himself to handle Arthur's registration to in reality. The registration process for new mercenaries was quite straightforward, as long as one possessed the strength of a level 1 warrior, was affiliated with a registered mercenary group, and swore an oath before the statue of the mercenary king, Amy, to uphold the mercenary code and defend the guild's honor. One would be officially recognized. After recording Arthur's age, residency, martial rank, and affiliated mercenary group in an ancient magical tome, Arthur was officially a mercenary. This magical tome was one of the guild's greatest secrets, with each branch possessing a copy. Any information entered into one would automatically be updated in the others. From now on, every task Arthur completed anywhere on the continent would be recorded, serving as proof for his advancement in rank. Welcome to the Mercenary Guild, from today onward. You are a G-rank mercenary. Please never forget the mercenary creed. Brandon said with a smile as he produced a badge and presented it to Arthur. It was a bronze badge in the shape of a shield, embossed with a depiction of a crossed longsword and battle axe. The shield, longsword, and axe symbolized protection, trust, and courage, respectively. In the mercenary creed, the bronze represented the lowest rank among mercenaries, corresponding to G and E ranks, with silver badges for intermediate ranks, gold for advanced, and the prestigious purple-gold badge for the highest tier. Keynes took the bronze badge from Brandon and affixed it to Arthur's leather armor on the left breast, then gave Arthur's shoulder a hearty pat. Arthur, welcome to the Blue Enchantress mercenary group. Yes, Captain. Arthur stood at attention, his right fist striking his chest, revealing a genuine smile. This was a standard mercenary salute, signifying the vow to protect with one's life. Throughout this exchange, a young girl with flaxen hair had been watching Arthur curiously from behind Brandon. Her slender face, pert nose, and a smattering of freckles on either side of her nose made her appear playful and charming. When Arthur took notice of the girl, she quickly hid behind Brandon. Young man, I have a gift for you, Keynes said as he presented a delicate little box made of starwood to Arthur. Starwood was an exceedingly rare and valuable material, named for the star-like patterns that adorned its surface when cut. It could only be found in the dream forest of the elven realm. Not only was starwood impervious to decay for a millennium, but items crafted from it also prevented the magical elements of any enchanted items stored within from dissipating. Just the box itself indicated that the gift inside must be of considerable value. Arthur was taken aback, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the box. This was the first gift he had ever received in his life. With Keynes's encouraging gaze upon him, Arthur cautiously opened the lid. The girl behind Brandon also peered out, curious about the contents of the box, only to be met with disappointment. Inside lay a white six-pointed star pendant. The material of the pendant was indiscernible. It appeared to be jade, albeit of the lowest quality, lacking luster and smoothness. With a faint yellowish tinge, it was evident that this was not a magical item, as no magical elements could be felt emanating from it. Yet, Arthur felt no disappointment. The mere fact that Captain Keynes had gifted him something outweighed any material value. Put it on. Although it may not be worth much, I have carried it as a talisman for a long time. Now I bestow it upon you, hoping it will similarly protect your mercenary journey. Arthur carefully placed the pendant against his chest, still clutching the empty box tightly in his hand. Keynes, observing this, chuckled. Arthur, we can do without the box. Why not give it to that little girl? Although Arthur felt a twinge of reluctance. He was never one to be stingy. Since Keynes had suggested it, he generously extended the box towards the girl. The girl behind Brandon pouted, refusing to reach out, clearly displaying her disdain. The girl did not understand. But Brandon recognized the value of the starwood box and smiled broadly as he accepted it from Arthur. I thank you on her behalf, Captain Keynes. This gift is simply too precious. It's just a trifle. We must also thank Guild Master Brandon. Should there be any high-reward commission tasks in the future, please prioritize us, the Blue Enchantress. Absolutely, absolutely. The guild relies on the support of Captain Keynes and the Blue Enchantress. Keynes's act of goodwill was essentially a favor to Brandon. It is worth noting that as a mediator between employers and mercenaries, the guildmaster held a vast array of resources. Commission tasks could be publicly posted for mercenaries to claim or preferentially recommended to qualifying groups, as long as the commission was successfully fulfilled. Employers did not mind how the guild operated internally. Additionally, among the myriad of commission tasks, some bore low difficulty with generous rewards, while others appeared ordinary but concealed significant risks. In short, fostering a good relationship with the guild was beneficial in every way. After a few more polite exchanges, Brandon personally escorted Keynes out of the guild. Once outside, Arthur's mind began to wander. Keynes noticed this change in demeanor. I heard that Tony and the others have arranged a celebration for you at the Nightingale Tavern. Arthur smiled sheepishly. Yes. Captain, then you needn't accompany me back to the mercenary guild. Off you go. Thank you, Captain. Arthur bowed to Keynes and then turned on his heel, sprinting away. Keynes couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, even as a mercenary. He's still just a child. By the way, tell Tony and the others not to stay out too late. We have a mission early tomorrow morning. Keynes suddenly remembered something important to relay and shouted after Arthur's receding figure. However, Arthur had already vanished in a flash, leaving Keynes shaking his head with a wry smile. Chapter 21. Preparing for battle. The dual hues of red and blue moonlight gradually faded, and the sun had yet to fully rise, enveloping the entire city of Wallors in a veil of morning mist. That a melodious jingle of camel bells shattered the morning fog, awakening the slumbering city. The city fully roused, and the clamor of the day began to resonate once more. The mercenary troop of the Blue Rose had long since disappeared at the far end of the trade route outside the city. The mercenary band, which set out early that morning, had mobilized over 70 mercenaries. Aside from a few who had not yet returned from separate missions and a handful left behind, this was indeed a formidable force for the Blue Rose, which comprised only a little over 100 members. The entire troop formed a loose, circular formation, surrounding 7 mighty musk oxen at their center. The musk oxen, resembling cattle but with a grayish-white hue, hornless, and of even greater size, possessed extraordinary load-bearing capabilities, making them particularly suited for traversing rugged mountainous terrain. Technically categorized as a first-tier magical beast, these large creatures were naturally timid, with their innate magical ability being a defensive earth-shielding spell that rendered them into mudballs at the first sign of danger. Consequently, musk oxen were among the few magical beasts that could be tamed by humans. Each musk ox bore several enormous boxes upon its back, containing not only the mercenary guild's daily supplies, such as tents, food, weapons, and medicines, but also items commissioned for the current mission. Yet, aside from Captain Keynes, not a single corps member, including Adeline, was privy to the nature of the employer's commission, as Keynes had expressly forbidden anyone from approaching the boxes carried by 3 of the musk oxen. In adherence to the mercenary code of conduct, no one dared to inquire out of mere curiosity as long as Keynes remained silent. The profession of mercenaries often straddled the line between legality and illegality, with many employers entrusting them with items that could not withstand the light of day. Seasoned mercenaries had encountered all manner of strange commissions and had long since grown accustomed to such peculiarities. Captain Keynes led the group at the forefront, with the sorceress Adeline and the rogue Tony closely following him. The hunter Angus, serving as the scout for the mercenary band, maintained a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers from the main group, ready to provide early warnings of any dangers lurking ahead. As for the elven archer Elia, he never revealed himself during missions, yet all mercenaries knew he was nearby, always ready to provide timely support during critical moments. Among the mercenaries, there was also a unique presence, the newly initiated mercenary Arthur, who had only just become an official member the day before. Today, Arthur donned a brand new set of standard second-tier leather armor, a gift from his older brothers Tony and Angus to celebrate his formal induction as a mercenary. Compared to the first-tier leather armor Arthur had worn in the past, this second-tier armor was crafted with greater care. Fashioned from the hide of the second-tier magical beast, the Xianfeng Ice Wolf, the meticulously tanned leather glistened with a distinct sheen, and the edges had been finely treated, despite being the most basic tier of mercenary armor. It commanded a price of no less than 5 gold coins in the market, a sum that would take a new recruit in a small mercenary band half a year of earnings to accumulate. Arthur cherished this armor dearly, having not taken it off since he donned it the previous night, with the mercenary insignia prominently displayed on the left breast. He also wore the guild's standard-issue azure cloak, which was likewise a piece of second-tier equipment. As mercenaries often spent extended periods in the wilderness, a quality cloak not only provided protection against wind and rain, but could also serve as a blanket for warmth at night. While its second-tier status offered a degree of defensive capability, in addition to his cloak, Arthur carried a beautifully crafted iron longbow, glimmering with a profound sheen, named for its strength and the swiftness of its arrows, which flew homeward with the urgency of a returning traveler. The bow bore exquisite engravings of intertwining vines, clearly the handiwork of the elf Elia. This bow was a gift from the elves, its body and string made from materials sourced from the second-tier magical beast, the fearsome Jiao. However, the most valuable item on Arthur was the seemingly unremarkable pair of gray short leather boots he wore, a gift from Adeline. These boots were a solid third-tier piece of equipment, and Adeline had even sought out an enchanter to inscribe a wind-speed spell array upon them, allowing Arthur to accelerate instantly in moments of peril. Valued at a minimum of 35 gold coins, the worth of Arthur's entire gear would be unattainable for a newly inducted mercenary in a small band without several years of savings. Even Tony felt a twinge of envy, warning Arthur to stay close to Kane's lest some envious mercenary decide to target him as an easy mark. Arthur, however, paid little mind to Tony, for this was his inaugural mission as a mercenary. And like a newborn calf, he found everything around him endlessly fascinating, bustling about the group. In reality, Keynes had not assigned him any specific tasks, as if this mission was merely an opportunity for Arthur to broaden his horizons. While Keynes left him to his own devices, Arthur eagerly sought out ways to keep busy, sometimes running ahead to scout the path alongside Angus, at other times checking to see if the boxes on the musk oxen were secure, and even taking the time to locate Elia in the thicket to present him with a rare wild fruit he had fortuitously gathered. It was precisely this eagerness that endeared Arthur to the mercenary band. 3 days later, the mercenary group had reached the outskirts of the Orlando mountain range, where paths had long since disappeared, leaving only experienced hunters and mercenaries capable of finding the best routes through the mountains. From the moment they entered the mountains, all mercenaries, including Keynes, heightened their vigilance, for the mission was only just beginning. Within the mountain ranges, danger could descend at any moment. Sudden ambushes from magical beasts, packs of wild animals, roving bands of foreign adventurers, or marauding brigands. A moment of carelessness could lead to catastrophic losses for the mercenary band. A sharp, urgent bird call suddenly pierced the air, and without command, the entire mercenary group came to an immediate halt. The calls continued, growing closer and more frantic, signaling Angus's unique warning that Keynes's expression turned grave. Prepare for battle. The mercenary group sprang into action, with 40 mercenaries stepping forward to form the front line, while 15 mercenaries shielded each flank and the rear. Steel crossbows were swiftly drawn and distributed among the mercenaries. These weapons, considered contraband in the military, were only utilized in times of dire danger and were otherwise kept in secret storage by the guild. Keynes gently unsheathed the massive sword from his back, and Adeline raised her staff, while even Arthur knocked an arrow to his bowstring, the air thick with anticipation of impending conflict. Chapter 22. The pack of Billiangs. Arthur's hand trembled slightly on his bow, not from fear, but from excitement. Observing Keynes and the mercenaries' reactions, it was evident that the forthcoming battle would be anything but simple. His heart raced at the thought of encountering such a fierce fight on his first mission. Soon, Angus's figure came into Arthur's view, racing frantically while glancing back over his shoulder. Arthur. Angus's frantic escape appeared somewhat comical, and he couldn't help but stifle a laugh. However, he quickly noticed that Keynes and the surrounding mercenaries wore grave expressions. Battle! Battle! It's the Billiangs! Angus's voice tore through the air, nearly splitting it apart. Only then did Arthur realize that Angus was fleeing for his life. Behind him surged wave after wave of grayish-white creatures, relentless in their pursuit, threatening to engulf him at any moment. These were no waves, but rather a pack of small beasts known as Billiangs. As they drew nearer, the ferocious appearance of the Billiangs became starkly evident. Slightly smaller than domesticated hunting dogs, they displayed sharp canine teeth. Their heads were covered in white fur, while the fur on their necks transitioned to a gray hue. Most peculiarly, these small beasts possessed 2 bushy tails reminiscent of a fox's. The rapid swaying of their tails allowed the Billiangs to glide close to the ground with astonishing speed, even outpacing Angus, a 5th-tier sergeant, by a narrow margin. Billiangs existed in a gray area between wild beasts and first-tier magical creatures. They could not be classified as first-tier magical beasts due to internal disputes within the Mage Guild. The criteria for defining a magical beast required the possession of an innate magical ability, which the Billiangs lacked. However, they exhibited a bloodthirsty nature that significantly amplified their vitality and attack power when in a frenzy, resulting in a relentless pursuit of their prey. The prevailing view within the Mage Guild was that bloodlust did not fall under the category of magic, though some mages argued that it belonged to a branch of dark magic, an assertion that was not widely accepted, as the lineage of dark magic had been severed for thousands of years. Regardless of how the Mage Guild classified the Billiangs, seasoned mercenaries like Keynes understood the terrifying threat posed by these seemingly small beasts. Due to their terrifying speed and vicious habits, Any small mercenary band encountering a pack of Billiangs faced certain annihilation. The pack was closing in rapidly, with over 100 Billiangs pursuing Angus, their guttural growls sending shivers down the spine. "Come on, you little brutes." Tony muttered a curse under his breath as he pulled the trigger, producing a sharp crack sound. A quarrel, imbued with a sense of defiance, shot forth with great speed. The specially designed steel crossbow of the human army boasted an effective range of 150 meters, and the bolt zipped past Angus, embedding itself into the ground before a pack of wild boars. Taking a deep breath, Tony calmly released his second arrow, and a spray of crimson erupted from the throng of beasts, and the foremost boar collapsed to the ground. Rather than deterring the horde, the sight of blood ignited their ferocity. Their speed surged, and their low growls escalated into ferocious roars that a mere drop of blood had plunged the entire pack into a frenzy. "Tony, you bastard, are you trying to get me killed?" Angus bellowed, his pace barely outstripping that of the beasts. Now that the boars were in a bloodthirsty state, they quickly closed the distance, snapping at his rear. Tony awkwardly rubbed his nose before pulling the trigger once more, causing another eruption of blood among the wild creatures. Laughing heartily, he cast the crossbow aside, declaring, "Brothers, fire away, or Angus's backside will be in peril." After 3 arrows, the horde had surged within 100 meters of optimal range. With Tony's call, a flurry of bolts shot forth. Slicing through the air, the mercenaries aimed deliberately to avoid hitting Angus, while sprays of blood erupted behind him as boars continued to fall. The running man was trailed by blooms of red. And amidst the carnage of the battlefield, a peculiar beauty emerged, momentarily entrancing Arthur and causing him to forget about shooting. "Arthur!" Kane's low growl jolted him back to reality. Arthur flushed, hastily knocking his first arrow, only for it to veer wildly off course. The mercenaries fired off 3 volleys of crossbow bolts at breakneck speed before, like Tony, discarding their steel crossbows in favor of shields, long swords, and axes for close combat. While crossbows possessed the advantage of greater lethality and accuracy, they bore the undeniable drawback of a lengthy reloading time. Even the finest steel crossbow could only fire 3 arrows in quick succession before becoming little more than a hunk of metal. Leaving no time to reload on the battlefield, the mercenaries lacked Tony's skill to take down a foe with a single shot. Their combined volleys only felled a few dozen of the leading boars. And the horde had now surged within 50 meters, standing beside Kane's. Arthur unleashed his second and third arrows, this time without significant misfire. One bolt found its mark in a boar's mouth, while another pinned a beast to the ground. However, Arthur would not get the chance to fire a 4th arrow, as the vanguard of the beast tide collided violently with the first line of mercenaries. The mercenaries did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, they held their formation, brandishing their weapons to mercilessly slay the oncoming boars. Following the skirmish at the orc encampment years prior, Arthur witnessed once again the Blue Rose mercenaries fighting with the discipline of a trained army. Each mercenary faced off against a single boar, while those on the sides or behind swiftly intervened against any flanking attacks. Angus and Tony, having fallen back into the ranks, swiftly maneuvered through the front lines, occasionally delivering a crucial strike in a direct confrontation. First-level boars stood little chance against third-level mercenaries. Without the numerical advantage to overwhelm, even the fiercest of beasts could not escape their fate. And soon, each mercenary had piled 3 or 4 carcasses before them. The horde was rapidly reduced, yet the remaining boars continued their charge, undeterred. Even with a sword piercing their bellies, they stretched their necks to gnash at the mercenaries' arms, displaying unparalleled ferocity, and several mercenaries bore wounds. The horde even attempted to flank the mercenaries, but were met with the foresight of their prepared comrades as the number of beasts dwindled to a mere few dozen. The remaining boars finally succumbed to fear and began to flee. Throughout the ordeal, Kane's, Adeline, and the hidden Elia refrained from intervening, with Kane's even halting the mercenaries from pursuing the last remnants of the horde. This victory brought Kane's no joy. Gazing upon the sea of corpses, his brow remained furrowed. To encounter a pack of magical beasts so soon upon entering the mountains, it seems this mission is destined to be fraught with peril. Chapter 23. Soaring gorge scattered across the serene, tranquil mountain landscape lay the shattered corpses of the boars. Had the pack encountered a lesser mercenary band, the ground would have been littered with the remains of humans. Alas, the boars had crossed paths with the Blue Rose. This land is a realm of survival of the fittest, a reflection of the laws of existence on the continent of Berland, aside from 5 or 6 mercenaries nursing minor wounds. The boar pack inflicted minimal losses upon the band. Tend to the injured brothers quickly. We must depart immediately. The stench of so many carcasses will soon attract larger predators. Keynes ordered the mercenary group as the battle came to an end. The mercenaries moved with remarkable swiftness. The wounded assisted one another in bandaging their injuries, while the others gathered their weapons and swiftly vacated the battlefield, leaving the remains of the boars behind. Though the boars could be considered first-level magical beasts, they bore little value. Their hides held some worth, but skinning them was a tedious endeavor, and their flesh was tough and unpalatable in the Orlando Mountains. Where prey was abundant, no mercenaries or hunters would bother with boar meat. The mercenary band traversed the rugged mountain trails for an entire afternoon, eventually halting to rest in a secluded hollow as twilight descended. Following a life-or-death battle and a relentless afternoon of travel, even the physique of a third-level warrior was nearing its limit. Yet Arthur noted that the Blue Rose mercenaries were truly exceptional. Not a single member complained or lagged behind. And even the injured were supported or carried by their comrades without anyone falling back. Once the group paused, Arthur, utterly fatigued, collapsed to the ground, only to spring back up upon realizing that no mercenary, even those at their physical limits, immediately sat down to rest. The mercenaries naturally divided into several groups. Adeline directed one group to unload the boxes from the musk oxen, preparing dinner and for the night's camp. Tony and Angus each led a group to scout the surrounding area, ensuring no hidden dangers lurked nearby before the mercenary band could officially set up camp. Those mercenaries without immediate tasks appeared to stand idly around. Yet they maintained a circular formation, encircling the musk oxen and their cargo, ensuring no one could approach the mission's entrusted goods unnoticed. This was a lesson learned from years of experience by veteran mercenaries. For danger in the Orlando Mountains could strike without warning. Once Tony and Angus returned from their patrols, the mercenary band began to establish their camp. Following the arrangement of perimeter sentries, Angus scattered insect repellent around the campsite and set up several small traps with warning mechanisms, allowing the mercenaries to finally relax after a day filled with tension. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the accompanying wood element mage, Vorpal, used 2 sprouts of wood spells to completely heal the 2 severely injured mercenaries. In non-combat situations, mages would not easily allow their magic to fall below half their capabilities. Until Vorpal's spells were fully restored, the remaining injured mercenaries could only apply herbal remedies to staunch their bleeding. The other mercenaries gathered around the recently ignited bonfire, sharing laughter as some, unable to wait for the food to cook, produced their own supplies of alcohol. Keynes, Adeline, Tony, and Angus, the leaders of the mercenary band, sat together by a smaller bonfire, while the elf Alaya remained absent from the group. Arthur seized the chance to join them, helping to roast meat for a few of the others. Adeline gently stirred the flames with the end of her magic staff, causing them to blaze brighter. A fire mage's staff served as a natural igniter. I believe you should inform us of the mission's destination, so we can better prepare for the journey ahead, Adeline remarked, her eyes still focused on the fire. I thought that as long as I remained silent, you would never inquire, Keynes replied in a teasing tone. You are the leader. Naturally, you have your reasons for withholding information. However, ever since we entered the mountains, I have had a profoundly uneasy feeling. Is it a woman's sixth sense? Indeed, it is a woman's intuition. Our destination is Soren Gorge. Adeline's hand trembled, and a massive flare erupted from the tip of Keynes' staff, clearly startling her with his direct revelation. Both Tony and Angus were momentarily taken aback, their expressions diverging sharply. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Angus's face seemed to freeze, his expression rigid. Arthur, hearing the name Soren Gorge for the first time, was deeply curious as to what kind of place could elicit such a strong reaction from the others. Adeline let out a soft sigh. No wonder I felt uneasy. It is a cursed land, said to harbor remnants of the divine and demonic energies left from the ancient battles of gods and demons, intertwining and lingering within the gorge. Under the influence of this aura, both mages and warriors will find their powers significantly diminished while within its depths. But that is not the most terrifying aspect. The true impact is psychological. Many warriors and mages who emerge from the gorge exhibit bizarre behavior, and some have even completely lost their sanity. Angus continued, picking up where Adeline left off. Fortune favors the bold. and that place is indeed an ancient battlefield. Rich with treasures left behind, I have heard tales of someone who once unearthed a legendary broken sword from there. Even if it is merely a fragment of the blade, it is an invaluable treasure. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps Uncle Tony could procure some remnants of divine artifacts this time. Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement, for as a thief, he naturally relished the intertwining of risk and opportunity that such ruins presented. I am quite curious about our employer. Who would choose to send items to the Sauron Gorge? Adeline could not help but inquire. Keynes shook his head. The employer is shrouded in mystery. You know that fellow Brandon from the Mercenary Guild. He will not utter a word about confidential information regarding the employer, even with the strength of our mercenary group. It would be a strenuous endeavor to venture there. Adeline sighed once more. Keynes fell silent for a moment before quietly stating, I am aware of the considerable risks involved in this mission. But the client has offered an irresistible price, and we need not enter the gorge. We only need to deliver the items to the mouth of the valley, where someone awaits to receive them. Adeline ceased her inquiries, lowering her head as she continued to tend to the campfire with her staff. Choosing the mercenary life inevitably meant embracing danger as a part of existence. The fire blazed brighter, casting flickering shadows that illuminated the contemplative faces of the mercenaries. Chapter 24. The devouring worms. The campfire, which had burned throughout the night, gradually dimmed, leaving behind heaps of glowing embers that still radiated warmth. Tony, on the last watch, quietly returned from outside the camp and sat beside a mound of ashes, gently covering the sleeping Arthur with the cloak that had slipped off him. The residual warmth from the ashes soon lulled Tony into drowsiness, and he could not help but yawn, struggling to keep his eyelids from fully closing. Do not sleep. You must not sleep. The boss will kill you if he finds out. Just a brief nap, just a moment. Dawn is approaching, and then there will be no danger. The conflict between these two thoughts waged within Tony's mind, yet his eyelids gradually succumbed to the battled eye in a state of half-dream. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the night. Startled, Tony leaped to his feet. The scream was so abrupt that it not only roused Tony, but also caused Keynes, Adeline, and the others to rise almost in unison, all the mercenaries scrambling to their feet. What was that sound? Keynes asked Tony anxiously. It seems to have come from outside the camp. Now fully awake, Tony strained to recall the direction of the scream. This is bad. It's our perimeter guard. Tony's expression changed as he dashed towards the camp's outskirts. Everyone, stay alert and protect the cargo, Keynes commanded. Following closely behind Tony, Arthur also scrambled to his feet, hesitating for a moment before rushing out of the camp. Tony and Keynes halted at a low thicket approximately 70 to 80 meters from the camp. Beneath their feet lay a slightly sunken pit, and beside it, a steel crossbow lay discarded, while the mercenary assigned to guard the area was nowhere to be seen. It was Nathaniel. He was on the last watch here, Tony said, furrowing his brow. Was it a person or a beast that did this? It should be a beast. The attack originated from underground, and it seems to have swallowed him whole, Angus remarked, crouching down to examine the soft rubble at the edge of the pit. Everyone, stand back, Keynes shouted, leaping into the air, his massive sword spinning as he aimed it at the ground. The rapid rotation of the sword propelled his battle aura, resembling a wind dragon plunging into the earth. Targeting the pit below, the full-force strike of an 8th-level warrior was formidable. A thunderous roar erupted as stones and dirt flew in all directions. When the dust settled, a massive pit over 2 meters deep had been created, revealing a dark, gaping hole the width of a barrel. What kind of beast left this behind? A rock python or a tunneling beast? Keynes inquired, pointing at the hole. Neither seems likely, Angus replied, shaking his head lightly. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted within the camp. This is bad. It's a diversion. Almost everyone shared the same thought and turned back toward the camp. Inside, dozens of mercenaries had formed a circle, with several in the inner circle frantically striking the ground with their swords and knives. What is happening? Seeing the captain return, the outer circle of mercenaries parted to create a gap, while the inner circle continued their relentless assault, digging into the very same pit as the one outside the camp. A monster suddenly burst from the ground and swallowed one of our brothers whole before retreating back underground, one mercenary reported urgently. Did anyone see what the attacking beast looked like? Angus scanned the surroundings. I vaguely saw it. It was a long-bodied creature. Its head was as large as its body. The monster's mouth opened from the top of its head, splitting its entire head apart. Several mercenaries who had witnessed the incident described the scene in a flurry of voices. It looked like a giant earthworm, one added. This is bad. It's a devouring worm. Angus's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. As a hunter, Angus was well acquainted with the terrifying nature of the devouring worms. They are a type of level 3 earth-based beast that resides underground, resembling an oversized earthworm magnified countless times. Devouring worms lack heads and eyes, with their vital organ, the heart, located in the middle of their bodies, while both ends serve as voracious mouths capable of swallowing any creature whole, provided it fits within. They possess little intelligence and rely almost entirely on instinct for hunting. Impossible. I checked meticulously before. This place is certainly not within the territory of the devouring worms, Tony immediately challenged. Devouring worms are social creatures with a strong sense of territory, if one is found. There will certainly be hundreds or even thousands within a radius of several dozen to 100 miles. Their hunting territory is a zone of death. No, Tony, you overlook a crucial point. The territory of the devouring worms can shift. When they can no longer find sufficient food in one area, they will relocate to another. Their movement underground is not swift, and the attack commenced just before dawn, indicating that their territory has either recently shifted or they are still in search of a new one. Keynes responded. Frowning as the group conversed, a scream echoed once more. Without warning, the ground near the camp's edge collapsed, and a gray giant worm surged forth from the earth, its gaping maw splitting open at the top. Emitting a tremendous sucking force, a mercenary nearest to the opening was instantly yanked down by this force, letting out a single scream before the devouring worm devoured most of his body. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. As the others turned towards the sound of the scream, they saw the devouring worm dragging the remaining half of the mercenary into the hole. Nearby mercenaries watched helplessly, unable to intervene. In a flash of white light, Keynes hurled his unsheathed great sword. The blade traced a beautiful arc as it swept across the ground by the hole, splattering yellow-brown blood, leaving the upper half of the devouring worm lifeless on the ground, while the other half fell back into the pit. The nearby mercenaries rushed forward, using their swords to exert great effort in slicing open the devouring worm's body, freeing their comrade who had just been consumed. From the moment he was swallowed to his rescue, only a brief moment elapsed. Yet, the mercenary had already succumbed to death. His bones had been crushed and deformed by the pressure of the devouring worm's abdomen, and the skin exposed beyond his leather armor had been corroded to a bloody pulp by the creature's digestive fluids. The sight was so ghastly that even the mercenaries, accustomed to death, could not bear to look, turning their heads away, forcing back tears. This was the horrifying nature of the devouring worm, with its sudden underground assault and formidable swallowing ability. Even human warriors and mages of equal or greater strength were mere prey. Moreover, such an attack was nearly impossible to defend against. As long as it remained hidden underground, no one could contend with it except for earth-based mages. The hunting territory of the devouring worm was a veritable death trap. Retreat. Immediately, Keynes shouted almost at the top of his lungs. Chapter 25. The race against death. Shadows of death loomed over the mercenary group. Although being a mercenary is inherently a high-risk profession, the Blue Roses had not suffered casualties in quite some time. Losing two brothers in one fell swoop plunged everyone into mourning. Yet, this was merely the beginning of death. The mercenary group's retreat was swift. They formed into groups of 5, maintaining a cautious distance of 2 to 3 paces apart as they advanced, ever vigilant against sudden underground attacks. The group had scarcely traveled a few hundred meters when the first attack struck. The ground at the rear suddenly collapsed, and a gray giant worm erupted from below. Thanks to their vigilance, the mercenaries were quick to notice the threat. A mercenary at the back, who had been observing, raised the alarm while simultaneously pulling the trigger of his crossbow. 3 bolts shot forth with immense force, aimed directly at the devouring worm. The dull thuds of impact echoed as each bolt struck true. Yet, the devouring worm showed no signs of slowing. Its skin, hardened by years of burrowing underground and covered in wrinkles, rendered the crossbow's raw power ineffective against it. The other 4 mercenaries also turned to fire at the first sign of danger, the sounds of their weapons ringing out in rapid succession. However, the relentless barrage of arrows merely succeeded in slightly diminishing the onslaught speed of the devouring insect, which was still embedded with several crossbow bolts. Yet its target remained fixed on the mercenary at the rear of the formation. The mercenaries of the Blue Orchid were well trained. Upon realizing that the crossbow bolts had proven ineffective, one of them swiftly discarded his steel crossbow. A shield-bearing mercenary stepped forward to shield the front, while the other 4 quickly drew their weapons. The shield-bearer barely had time to raise his round shield when the devouring insect collided with it. To the mercenary's astonishment, at the moment of impact, the creature's cavernous mouth gaped wide once more, nearly splitting its head apart, and it devoured the shield whole, along with the mercenary's entire arm. The immense force of the creature's maw pulled the mercenary towards its jaws. A nearby comrade, quick-witted and agile, severed the mercenary's arm at the shoulder and forcefully pushed him aside. The devouring insect, now fully revealed, measured over 4 meters in length and was as thick as a barrel. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 surrounding mercenaries unleashed their blades upon the creature's head. Each of their powerful strikes landed squarely, but against the insect's tough hide, the attacks of third-tier warriors failed to inflict any fatal damage, merely carving shallow wounds. However, the pain ignited the creature's fury. It twisted its body and suddenly turned its head, lunging at one of the mercenaries with the ferocity of a striking serpent. The attacked mercenary stumbled backward. But how could his retreat outpace the devouring insect? In an instant, he was confronted by a gaping maw lined with jagged teeth. At that moment, death seemed imminent, and the mercenary froze in terror. Just as the creature was about to consume him, its massive head exploded before his eyes, splattering him with yellow-brown blood. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, the mercenary collapsed onto the ground. The one responsible for this miraculous save was the elf Ilya, whose arrows flew with unparalleled swiftness. Ilya's early intervention was a harbinger of ill tidings. The demise of this devouring insect also heralded the commencement of a swarm attack. Huge insects began surfacing from the ground, launching assaults on the mercenary group, sometimes even 2 or 3 devouring insects emerging simultaneously. The attacks grew increasingly relentless, despite the Blue Orchid mercenaries' cautious efforts. Casualties were inevitably mounting. The third-tier mercenaries were no match for creatures of equal rank. Only warriors above the rank of sergeant, like Canes, Ilya, and Angus, could inflict effective damage on these insects, while even Adeline's fire magic proved significantly weakened against them. The attacks of these insects were exceedingly treacherous. They traversed swiftly underground, locating their prey through the heat emitted by living beings, allowing them to emerge from unexpected angles to strike at the mercenary group. At times, the pits would appear directly beneath the mercenaries' feet, leaving them with the sensation of the ground vanishing beneath them, only to fall into the jaws of the devouring insect the next moment. Canes and his companions darted left and right to protect the entire team, rushing to eliminate any insect that revealed itself, for even a second's delay could spell doom for a mercenary. The group trudged forward with great difficulty, having already slain 30 to 40 insects along the way. Tony and Angus were beginning to gasp for breath, while Adeline's fireballs dwindled in size. Yet the onslaught of the devouring insects showed no signs of abating. Arthur and several musk oxen remained closely guarded at the center of the formation, meticulously protected by the entire mercenary group. At the onset of the battle, Arthur had fired 2 arrows at a nearby insect. But the damage inflicted was less than that of the close-range crossbow bolts. Witnessing the familiar faces of his comrades getting injured or devoured by the devouring insects, Arthur felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if he had been transported back to the orc camp, helplessly observing his companions being chosen for slaughter, praying that the next selected one would not be himself. Arthur bit his lip, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped his bow tightly. Tony pierced through the lower jaw of a devouring insect, forcing its gaping mouth shut once more before turning to Canes, exclaiming, "Boss, think of something quickly. The swarm appears to be following us. If this continues, we will never escape their hunting grounds." Canes leaped forward, severing the insect's head just below where Tony had struck. He planted the tip of his great sword into the ground, leaning on the hilt while casting his gaze toward the musk oxen sheltered in the center of the formation, due to the need to safeguard their mission items, equipment, and the ever-present threat of attack. The mercenary group's pace had been unsustainably slow. However, if they abandoned these possessions and fled with all their might, the devouring insects, moving underground, would be unable to catch up with the warriors sprinting on the surface. Gritting his teeth, Canes made a swift decision. "Tony, Angus, you two carry the box on the middle muskox's back. We need to charge out quickly." "What about the remaining items?" Adeline interjected, unable to restrain herself. "Leave them behind. We must get out first. I will lead the way. Ilya will cover our retreat, and everyone should follow me with all their strength." Canes issued the command to retreat. The assault from the devouring insects persisted. Yet the entire mercenary group began to run. This was a race against death. Any mercenary who fell behind faced a grim fate. The path they traversed was littered with the corpses of insects. occasionally interspersed with those of mercenaries. Chapter 26. The threat returns. Never overestimate your own abilities. Even the Blue Orchid mercenary group, the strongest in who AOL is city, found itself in a dire predicament when faced with a horde of third-tier magical beasts. The mercenary group had sprinted 20 miles along the mountain path before finally escaping the clutches of the devouring insects. When Keynes ordered a halt, the mercenaries collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted even to maintain vigilance over their surroundings. Arthur bent over, gasping for air, beads of sweat streaking down his face. Even the seasoned third-tier mercenaries were utterly spent. Only Arthur, a second-tier warrior, managed to keep pace with the group through sheer willpower. His once bright leather armor now soiled with blood and dirt. Despite his disheveled state, Arthur was still in relatively good condition, his equipment intact, while the fallen mercenaries lay scattered, their armor askew, and many had lost their essential supplies. With several sustaining injuries, only Keynes, the captain, and a few leaders of sergeant rank or above remained standing. Keynes surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. As captain, he had to be the strongest among them. As long as he stood, the entire mercenary group would not falter. Yet, as he glanced at the brothers sprawled on the ground, a hint of sorrow flickered across his face. Tony, assess our losses. Boss, 13 have fallen behind, and 7 brothers are severely injured. We suffered a substantial loss on this mission. Tony's face bore a mournful expression that IT felt as though Keynes's chest had been struck hard, although Tony did not state it outright. Everyone understood the grim fate that awaited those 13 mercenaries. Keynes shut his eyes in anguish. While this was the fate of mercenaries, predetermined from the moment they entered this profession, the loss of brothers was an unbearable burden for anyone to bear. When Keynes reopened his eyes, a new resolution had formed within him. Angus, take the injured brothers and find another mountain path back to the city. The rest of us will rest for half an hour before setting off. This place is unsuitable for lingering. Angus hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Let Tony lead the return. I am more familiar with the paths in the mountains, and since we've lost our supplies, having a hunter like me will facilitate food gathering. Tony immediately protested. Angus, what do you mean? In terms of survival skills, I am no less capable than you. Keynes pondered briefly before continuing. Our mission must continue. It is indeed more appropriate for Angus to lead. Tony, you will take the group back. Boss. Tony, this is an order. We have already lost over a dozen brothers. I do not wish for anyone else to meet with misfortune. Ensure you bring everyone back alive. Tony opened his mouth to protest further, but was silenced by Keynes's stern gaze. Ultimately nodding reluctantly. With a decision made, Tony ceased his objections, briefly conferred with Angus about the return route, and set off with the 7 injured mercenaries, accompanied by 3 others to assist along the way. Supporting each other as they departed first, as Keynes had stated, this was no place for prolonged stay. After walking a short distance, Tony suddenly turned back, striding straight to Arthur and embracing him tightly. The force of the hug nearly overwhelming Arthur. Kid, take care. Brother Tony has drinks and ladies waiting for you at the Nightingale Tavern when you return. Don't go losing your life before you've even had your first taste of the world. Tony's words elicited a wave of laughter from the surrounding mercenaries. Lightening the somber atmosphere, Arthur's face flushed with embarrassment, and he was at a loss for words, merely nodding foolishly. Tony waved his hand, decisively turning away, his slender figure quickly disappearing into the undulating hills. Shortly after Tony's departure, the mercenary group set off once more. Following this battle, the group's size had diminished by nearly 1/3. Having just experienced death and injury, many mercenaries appeared somewhat despondent, and the journey was marked by a heavy silence. Keynes, Angus, and their companions proceeded with heightened caution. Even Ilya, who had previously lingered at the periphery, began to participate in scouting, ensuring thorough reconnaissance of their surroundings at every stop. Fortunately, the following days passed without further incident. After discarding their supplies and equipment, the mercenary group's dining and camping became somewhat troublesome. Each meal consisted of barbecued game caught on the spot, and at night, they could only find a sheltered place to wrap themselves in cloaks and sleep. It was now that Arthur truly experienced the hardships of a mercenary's life, having previously only witnessed the glamorous side of mercenaries indulging in drink and revelry in brothels and casinos. Few realize that the mercenary's allure is purchased with toil and the risk of life. As the mercenary group traversed a low hill overgrown with shrubs, the melodious sound of flowing water drifted to their ears. Nestled between 2 mountains, a crystal-clear stream appeared, several meters wide, flanked by purple-red reeds about a foot high. With several furry creatures drinking at the water's edge, joy illuminated the faces of all the mercenaries. And the mental fatigue from days of travel dissipated in an instant. Nevertheless, not a single mercenary rashly broke away from the group to rush forward. Instead, they tightened their grip on their weapons. The seasoned veterans among them understood well that not only humans, but nearly all sentient beings are drawn to water. Thus the vicinity of water often harbors tremendous danger, with many creatures even considering the water's edge as their hunting ground. What position are we at? How much longer? Kane suddenly turned and inquired. The Soaring Gorge lies directly south of the Holy Sword Peak, the main summit of the Orlando mountain range. Legend has it that the Soaring Gorge was cleaved in two by the Holy Sword of the Gods during the war between deities and demons. The largest river in the Orlando mountain range, the Dunny River, originates from the Holy Sword Peak, flowing down to traverse the Soaring Gorge and continuing southward into the realm of humanity. The stream before us should be a tributary of the Dunny River. And if we follow it upstream, we should reach the Soaring Gorge in about 3 days. As an experienced hunter, Angus had the entire map of the Orlando mountain range etched in his mind. At that moment, a clear, melodious flute tune echoed from the riverbank. Without waiting for Kane's command, the mercenaries excitedly rushed towards the stream, some shedding their leather armor as they ran. The flute's melody belonged to the elf Ilaria, who, unlike humans, had a deep affinity for water and cleanliness. When Ilaria joyfully played the flute, it signified that the area was likely safe. The mercenaries jumped into the water, washing away the grime accumulated over days and cleansing their spirits. Watching the merriment of the mercenaries splashing in the stream, Keynes, who stood at the riverbank, rarely displayed a smile that had been absent for days. At that moment, only Arthur and Adeline remained by his side. Keynes turned to Adeline. "Aren't you going to find a secluded spot to wash up? I can keep watch for you." Adeline shot a fierce glare at the bearded leader, evidently unimpressed by Keynes' crude jest. Keynes, having taken a hit to his pride, forced a hearty laugh. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations erupted from the stream below. Chapter 27. Level 7 Beast. The ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, and the formerly tranquil stream began to ripple. A colossal beast, resembling a small mountain, charged down the stream, its massive feet sending splashes of water flying, causing the small creatures in the nearby grass to scatter in alarm. This sudden appearance of the beast stood at least 6 or 7 meters tall, entirely hairless, its skin a grayish-brown resembling rock, with a sharp horn nearly a meter long protruding from its snout. A level 7 beast. The mountain shaker rhino. How could this creature appear here? Keynes was filled with incredulous shock as he gazed at the colossal creature racing towards the mercenary group. Beasts of level 7 to 9 are often referred to as minor lord-level beasts, each possessing a fixed territory and would rarely stray from it without special circumstances. Keynes' shock was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure and shouted to the mercenaries in the stream, "Get out of the way. Everyone get out." There was no need for Keynes to call out. After the initial shock, the mercenaries scrambled to the shore in a panic, feeling as insignificant as ants before the towering level 7 beast. The mountain shaker rhino surged downstream with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Several terrified mercenaries hadn't even managed to climb ashore. 3 arrows flew in a line from a patch of grass on the riverbank, heading straight for the rhino's head. Triple arrow strike. It was Ilaria's signature move. "No," Angus suddenly shouted in protest. It was too late. Few creatures could easily evade the elf's arrows. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 arrows, imbued with fighting spirit, exploded upon striking the rhino's head, but to their astonishment, Ilaria's arrows failed to penetrate the rhino's defenses. The beast shook its massive head, regaining its senses, its coppery eyes blazing with fury as they locked onto the source of the attack. Though large, the mountain shaker rhino is generally a mild-mannered creature. It rarely attacks other beings unless provoked. Thus, Angus had attempted to intervene. If the rhino had merely been passing by before, the mercenary group was now clearly its target. With a bellowing roar akin to a bull, the rhino charged towards the grass where Ilaria had hidden. Ilaria leaped from the underbrush and sprinted up the hill, shooting arrows as he ran. His intent was clear, to draw the rhino away. The rhino, with its powerful legs, moved with surprising speed, quickly closing the distance to Ilaria. With a thrust of its head, its thick horn aimed at the elf's back. In a critical moment, Ilaria rolled aside just in time to avoid the rhino's charge. The rhino, having missed its strike, stomped its front feet towards the direction where Ilaria had dodged, although Ilaria was only 2 levels below the rhino. The gap in their power was vast. Facing a level 7 beast, Ilaria was destined to be overwhelmed. Mountain Cleave. A burst of white fighting spirit ignited in the air, and a sharp blade of light sliced towards the rhino's massive body. Keynes had made his move, unleashing a fighting spirit technique. The fierce blade of light swept across, leaving a gaping wound on one side of the rhino's body. However, little blood flowed from the injury. Even an 8th-level warrior's full-force strike could only breach its defenses without reaching the vital areas shielded by its tough hide. Keynes' attack thoroughly enraged the mountain shaker rhino. It stomped the ground with such force that a massive crack appeared, stretching towards Keynes. As a creature of the earth, the rhino possessed the earth-shattering magic, Earth Splitter. Keynes leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the rhino's next advance. The beast lunged forward, its massive head whipping around, its horn aimed at the airborne Keynes. With no escape, Keynes twisted his body and swung his arm. Executing a second strike midair, another brilliant arc of light flashed as his great sword clashed against the rhino's formidable horn. Yet again, they collided, and the rhino let out a pained roar. This time, Keynes managed to chip a small notch into the rhino's horn, but he was sent tumbling away, crashing heavily onto a distant slope. Before Keynes could recover, the rhino charged again, its massive hooves striking the ground and unleashing another earth splitter. A figure darted from the shadows. Angus, seizing the moment, pulled Keynes away just before the ground beneath him cracked. Almost simultaneously, 5 enormous fireballs rained down from above, crashing into the rhino and exploding, engulfing its massive body in flames. Inferno Dance. Adeline finally revealed her true prowess as a 6th-level fire mage. In the next moment, the rhino burst forth from the flames, its exterior charred but suffering no significant injury. An arrow, propelled by the force of the wind, struck the rhino precisely where Keynes had previously wounded it, creating a gaping hole the size of a human head from which blood poured forth. This time, it had truly sustained an injury. Seizing the opportunity, Keynes stood up and steadied his breath. Adeline, Ilaria, do not engage it head-on. Everyone else, stay back. Keynes began strategizing their assault on the mountain shaker rhino. With Keynes, an 8th-level powerhouse capable of facing the rhino directly, alongside a 6th-level mage and a 5th-level elf archer collaborating, the mercenary group gradually regained control after the initial chaos. Keynes channeled his fighting spirit to its utmost, enveloping his form in a shimmering aura that faintly resembled a howling white wolf, an emblem of his status as a Battle Academy elite. His great sword danced through the air, the white light dazzling as he struck the rhino time and again. Each blow akin to the fierce bite of a wolf, Adeline maneuvered rapidly around the battlefield, unleashing fireballs and arrows with reckless abandon, serving as a mobile artillery unit. Meanwhile, Ilaria struck with precision, each appearance marked by a deadly arrow aimed at the beast's vital points. His aim nearly unfailing. It was the seemingly weakest elf archer who delivered the most significant damage to the mountain shaker rhino. That moment, Arthur lay hidden on a distant boulder, gazing with envy and longing at the battle. Fantasizing about the day he too might wield such formidable power, the wounds on the mountain-shaking rhinoceros are steadily increasing. Chapter 28. The mist begins to clear. By the creek, a fierce battle between humans and beasts rages on, turning the world upside down. Keynes fights with growing fervor, his sharp sword energy leaving deep gashes on the sturdy hide of the mountain-shaking rhinoceros, which has lost its previous ferocity. Both Arthur and the mercenaries watch with blood surging in their veins, as one of the only 2 8th-level warriors in Huoel is city. They are aware of their leader's prowess, yet few have witnessed Keynes unleash his full power. It is only now that they truly comprehend why the veteran mercenary groups Bloodstinger and Wild Wolf Fox have harbored resentment towards the swift rise of the Blue Enchantress, resorting to subtle sabotage rather than open confrontation. After a fierce clash with Keynes using its horn, the mountain-shaking rhinoceros suddenly turns and bolts upstream along the creek. Is it fleeing? The mercenaries watching from a distance initially fail to grasp the situation. The first to react is the elf Ilaria, who leaps from the underbrush and pursues the retreating beast. Forget it. Don't chase it. This creature possesses formidable vitality. We cannot slay it. Keynes calls out just in time to halt the elven archer. A 7th-level beast. If we could vanquish this giant, the Blue Enchantress would gain immense recognition in Huoelis. Angus shakes his head regretfully. Don't be foolish. Even if we kill it, we would be unable to transport it back, Adeline says, wiping the sweat from her brow, slightly breathless. The recent battle has nearly drained her magical energy. Had the mountain-shaking rhinoceros not fled, she would have been forced to withdraw from the fight. The two suddenly notice that Keynes has fallen silent, and when they look up, they see his face pale, though he stands upright, propped on his sword. His legs tremble slightly. "Boss, what is wrong with you?" Angus steps forward, steadying Keynes by the arm.at that moment. As Angus supports him, Keynes sways and spits out a mouthful of blood. "Were you injured just now?" Adeline asks, stepping forward with concern. "It's nothing, merely an old wound acting up after I exerted myself too much," Keynes replies, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he slowly sits down. "We are being followed. You must find the pursuers discreetly." Keynes suddenly speaks in a low voice. Both Angus and Adeline are taken aback, but conceal their surprise. When the other mercenaries gather around, the two quietly slip away from the crowd. The mercenary group decides to camp by the creek that night. After the fierce battle, the area is infused with the aura of a 7th-level beast, deterring lower-level monsters from approaching, making it perhaps the safest spot. As the campfire blazes, Angus and Adeline return to the campsite. The mercenaries excitedly discuss the earlier battle, oblivious to the absence of their leaders. Keynes sits alone by a small campfire, sipping from a flask while 2 grilled fish, delivered by Arthur, lie beside him. Knowing that their leader was wounded in the recent fight, no one dares to disturb him. Keynes gestures for Angus and Adeline to sit down and eagerly asks, "Have you discovered anything?" Adeline gently shakes her head. Angus also shakes his head, but quickly adds, "Although we haven't found any pursuers, there are indeed signs of others having lingered nearby. I noticed 2 patches of flattened grass, indicating human presence." As a hunter, Angus is acutely aware of various animal tracks, and if he claims it was left by humans, it is undoubtedly true. Keynes furrows his brow, revealing a look of understanding. "How do you know we are being followed?" Adeline inquires, puzzled. "I said it was a guess. Do you believe me?" Keynes counters. Adeline gives him a disdainful look. Keynes feels somewhat thwarted and continues. "As soon as we entered the mountains, we encountered a herd of beasts. If that could be attributed to coincidence, we then fell into the territory of a migrating swarm of devouring insects, only to subsequently confront a 7th-level beast that suddenly went berserk. There are too many coincidences for there not to be some underlying cause. You deduce from this that someone is deliberately targeting us. It is impossible for anyone to control the devouring insects and the 7th-level beast." Adeline still finds it hard to believe. Keynes turns to Angus. "Based on your experience, is there a way to achieve this?" Angus contemplates for a long moment before slowly replying, "While it is indeed possible for someone to control a 7th-level beast, there is no way to manipulate devouring insects, which are of lower intelligence. Could I be mistaken in my judgment?" Keynes's brow tightens further. Angus suddenly shifts the topic. "Boss, your judgment is not wrong. Upon reflection, while controlling beasts is difficult, luring them onto our path is relatively simple. Once they encounter us, they will naturally attack. How could they accomplish that? I know how to lure the mountain-shaking rhinoceros during its mating season. One only needs to procure the urine of a female mountain-shaking rhinoceros, and it will follow the scent without fail. As for the devouring insects, while I am unsure of the method employed, it is said that the blood of dragons is extremely enticing to them." Angus explains slowly. "Don't joke. If they had the means to obtain dragon blood, why would they resort to such tactics against us? They could just come and kill us outright, and we would have no way to resist." Adeline remains skeptical of Keynes's judgment. "No, the enemy does not need to possess actual dragon blood." Keynes interrupts Adeline directly. "Do not forget that there are many subspecies of beasts that carry part of the dragon's bloodline. I suspect that the blood of these creatures could have a similar effect." The three fall into silence. Every piece of the puzzle falls into place, revealing a vast trap that may have been set since the moment the mercenary group entered the mountains, if not earlier. But with this revelation comes new uncertainty. Who has ensnared the mercenary group in this trap? Bloodstinger? Wild Wolf Fox? Or perhaps a collaboration between the two? Adeline tentatively whispers. Keynes shakes his head firmly. Neither. Though the three groups are competitors, as veteran mercenaries, they have not sunk to such depths. More importantly, they lack the strength to consume us whole. Then the issue lies with the mission. Someone is fixated on the goods we are escorting. Keynes sighs softly. I was careless. I underestimated the importance of what we are transporting. I know I shouldn't ask. But now that we have reached this point, do you still not wish to reveal what exactly we are escorting? Adeline's tone is filled with urgency. Keynes gives a bitter smile. To be honest, I am not entirely certain what we are delivering either. So perhaps it is better for you not to know. Then let us abandon this mission and return the commission to the client, Adeline urges. As mercenaries, once we accept a task, we cannot abandon it halfway, even if it costs us our lives, Keynes replies, his tone firm yet softened. The danger of this mission has far exceeded my expectations. You should lead the group back tomorrow. I will take the goods to Solon Canyon myself. I truly wish to meet the employer now. As he utters these words, a cold light flickers in Keynes's eyes. Chapter 29, The Mysterious Assassin. The St. Sword Peak of the Orlando mountain range towers into the clouds. Its heights cloaked in perpetual snow, while its summit remained shrouded in mist beyond reach. Legends speak of secrets from the ancient war between gods and demons hidden atop this eternal ice. Yet no one has ever scaled the peak to uncover its mysteries. The ascent to St. Sword Peak is treacherous, and the Solon Canyon at its base is even more formidable. The canyon is perpetually enveloped in a gray mist that never dissipates. Its walls as smooth as if carved by a knife, with a great river cascading alongside one side, the Dawn River, which traverses the Solon Canyon. Within the canyon, wild grasses flourish chaotically, and bizarre stones jut out, shattered armor. Weapons and desiccated bones are strewn among the overgrowth and rocks. This was once an ancient battlefield. It is said that many years ago, mercenaries and adventurers ventured into the canyon in search of treasure. But after the passage of millennia, even the divine armors and ethereal weapons of yore have lost their essence, rendered no more valuable than the scrap metal found in the streets. Those who have truly uncovered treasures within the canyon are exceedingly rare. Yet many have disappeared within its depths or emerged from it driven. It is precisely because of the canyon's peculiarities that Solon Canyon has gradually become a forsaken place, forgotten by the world. On this day, a band of mercenaries parts the mist at the canyon's entrance and slowly ventures into this seldom trodden terrain. The mercenaries who enter the canyon are none other than the Blue Enchantress mercenary group. Keynes had intended to escort the goods to the canyon alone, but none of the mercenaries were willing to depart. Trust is the lifeblood of a mercenary. This is the oath every member of the Blue Enchantress holds dear. One mercenary calls out boldly, "If we are to be denied companionship merely because of danger, that is a betrayal of brotherhood. We are unworthy to remain members of the Blue Enchantress." Keynes smiles with appreciation. Knowing he cannot drive these mercenaries away, for the sake of their convictions, even death is a small price to pay. He has faced such a trial before. Today is merely a repetition of that experience. The mercenary group continues on its planned path, albeit by a much more secluded route. Although the Orlando mountain range lacks established trails, generations of hunters and mercenaries have explored and charted a more suitable course. Yet it is this very route that has granted their hidden enemies the opportunity to lure beasts into ambushing the mercenary group. In order to prevent the enemy from laying traps along the path once more, Angus led the mercenary group through a seldom trodden route. This path effectively circled the outskirts of the Solon Canyon, consuming twice the time to reach near the canyon's mouth, despite the doubled duration and distance. The mercenaries encountered no unforeseen incidents along the way. Keynes, Adeline, and Angus took the lead at the forefront, while the mercenaries behind them readied their crossbows and unsheathed their blades, all prepared for battle. Even Arthur had knocked 3 sharp arrows on his bowstring. The mist within the Solon Canyon was thick, and after merely a few dozen meters, the mouth of the canyon became obscured from view. Keynes raised his hand, signaling the entire group to halt. "Our commission is to escort the task item to the canyon's mouth. We shall wait here for the recipient." "I fear we may never see the recipient." A slender figure emerged slowly from the mist of the canyon. Before them stood the elf Elia, who had somehow reached the front of the group and entered the valley ahead of them. Elia was holding a man, a plump individual with pale skin. The man's head hung limply, his once resplendent golden robe now marred with dried bloodstains. "Dead?" Angus exclaimed in surprise. "He was already deceased when I found him, pierced through the heart by a sword, judging from the corpse. He has been dead for quite some time." Elia laid the man gently on the ground. "Is he the recipient we were meant to wait for?" "The body has been tampered with. Aside from this attire, nothing else remains." Angus crouched down to inspect the corpse, exclaiming in astonishment, "Boss, this is quite strange. He is neither a warrior nor a mage. If he were merely a merchant, how did he come here alone?" Throughout the entire process, Keynes remained contemplative and silent. He had anticipated that the mystery surrounding the client would unravel upon meeting them, only to discover that even the recipient had been murdered. The manner of death is irrelevant to our commission task, since the recipient is dead. Our mission concludes here, and we shall withdraw. Keynes made a decision that astonished everyone. Curiosity killed the cat. The entire mission had exuded an air of strangeness from beginning to end, and adhering strictly to mercenary protocols would ensure their safety to the greatest extent possible. "And what of this corpse?" Angus inquired. "Take it with us. We must provide an explanation to the mercenary guild." No one questioned Captain Kane's decision, and the mercenary group began to withdraw slowly toward the canyon's mouth. "What a pity. Doesn't Captain Kane's intend to wait a little longer?" A dry, hoarse voice suddenly echoed from the mist of the canyon. The entire group froze in place. Kane said nothing, his hand gently gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of the voice. The mist billowed, and a gaunt man clad in a tight-fitting black outfit emerged from the parted fog. A black soft leather mask concealed the man's face entirely, revealing only a pair of cold, glinting eyes. Kane's and Alaya exchanged glances, and in the elf's eyes, Kane's perceived shock. Alaya had entered the canyon ahead of the mercenary group and had already searched the area surrounding the canyon's mouth. Yet this man had managed to elude the elf's keen senses, indicating that he possessed strength far superior to Alaya's. "Who are you?" Kane's asked coldly. No comment, came the equally frigid reply. "What do you seek?" "Perhaps we can assist. As a mercenary group, we are open to any commissions." Kane slightly softened his tone. "I personally hold great admiration for the strength you, Captain Kane's, have displayed along the way. But regrettably, we too are bound by a commissioned task." Kane sighed softly. Everything was irrevocably lost. The black-clad man's words had already revealed his identity. Kane's had encountered a professional assassin organization. From the method of murder, pierced through the heart by a sword, to the man's all-black attire and his stance that presented only one side of his body to them, Kane's had already begun to infer the man's origins. There was no negotiating with assassins. They were merely cold tools in the hands of others. "All personnel retreat from the canyon." Kane's issued the withdrawal order, yet his body surged forward, a sharp sword energy slicing toward the black-clad man. "Since you have come, none shall escape." The black-clad man let out a chilling laugh. Shadows clad in black surged forth from the mist, charging toward the mercenary group. Chapter 30. Life and Death Dilemma. The Berland continent not only harbors mercenary guilds, but also the more enigmatic assassin guild. The continent's pinnacle of 3 assassin organizations transcends races and spans the realm. Kane's was unaware from which assassin organization the enemy hailed, yet he understood that no reasoning could be applied. They were like venomous serpents lurking in the grass. And once they struck, their kills were nearly guaranteed, as evidenced by the ambushes laid against the mercenary group along their journey. For the Blue Lady mercenary group, today might very well be a dead end. Thus, while Kane's promptly ordered the mercenary group to retreat, he himself recklessly charged forward, seeking to carve out a glimmer of hope for his comrades. Kane's was not alone in this resolve. Adeline, Alaya, and Angus simultaneously surged forward to confront the oncoming assassins. Adeline's staff moved with rapidity, casting massive fireballs from its tip, bombarding the black-clad assassins emerging from the mist like a barrage of cannon fire. Alaya's arrows flew swifter than the fireballs, each imbued with fighting spirit, piercing through the fog toward the vital points of the black-clad assassins. The clanging sounds echoed incessantly as weapons and arrows clashed. Alaya's unerring arrows were deftly deflected by the assassins wielding slender black blades. Simultaneously, icy projectiles shot forth from the mist, colliding with Adeline's fireballs and extinguishing them entirely, when Kane's sword met the short sword of the black-clad man in a direct clash. His heart sank to the depths of despair. The enemy had clearly laid a targeted plan against the mercenary group. The man before him could easily parry Kane's frontal strike, indicating he was at least one level above him. The hidden ice mage within the mist could effortlessly extinguish all of Adeline's fireballs. Undoubtedly a high-ranking magician of level 7 or above, the black-clad assassins charging forth were all seasoned warriors of level 4 or higher. Otherwise, they could not possibly withstand the close-range arrows shot by the elven archer. Angus had already plunged into the throng of assassins, but 2 of them had ensnared him. The sheer terror of this organization, with every member at least level 4, was palpable. As Kane's and Angus became entangled, the mercenary group, retreating toward the canyon's mouth, hesitated momentarily. Some obeyed the order to withdraw swiftly, while others contemplated returning to support their leader. Yet this brief hesitation allowed several black-clad assassins at the forefront to bypass Adeline and Alaya, swiftly closing in on the rear of the mercenary group. A mercenary who had turned around pulled the trigger of his crossbow, unleashing a hail of bolts toward the black-clad assassins. Another round of clanging resonated as most of the bolts were shot down by the assassin's short arrows. Nonetheless, the dense barrage at such close range still managed to strike several assassins. Yet these assassins appeared impervious to pain, allowing bolts to embed themselves in their bodies as they charged straight into the mercenary ranks. Are these fiends even human? Some mercenaries were momentarily stunned. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Keynes bellowed with authority as he battled the black-clad man. Yet it was too late. The sound of stabbing rang out as the assassins that infiltrated the ranks swiftly and deftly plunged their short swords into the vital points of the mercenaries. The well-trained mercenaries found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless assault of these assassins, unable to withstand their fierce onslaught, and one by one, mercenaries fell, though only a handful of black-clad assassins burst forth from the mist. They wreaked havoc upon the 50-strong mercenary group, forcing them to retreat in disarray. "Brothers, we won't back down. Let us fight them." A tall mercenary swung his great axe, charging at the approaching assassins. Before him stood a diminutive black-clad assassin, easily 2 heads shorter than himself, yet this assassin ducked low, evading the powerful swing, and then sprang up from the ground like lightning, driving his short sword into the tall mercenary's throat before swiftly withdrawing to lunge at the next target. The tall mercenary clutched his gushing throat in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock, as his formidable frame slowly crumpled to the ground. Arthur, still shielded within the ranks, felt his vision turn crimson, drawing back the bowstring. He released several arrows in quick succession, yet each arrow was effortlessly deflected by the assassin before him. Arthur's futile attempts earned him only a fleeting glance from the black-clad assassin, a glance that seemed to convey, "I remember you." That fleeting gaze sent chills coursing through Arthur's body. As he was reminded of the scenes from the orc tribe's hunts, in the cold gaze of the black-clad assassins, they appeared no different from prey, and regardless of how they struggled, the final outcome remained unchanged. Keynes, his great sword shimmering with fighting spirit, cleaved through the air with 3 swift strokes, forcing the black-clad man back a few steps, and he turned to address the dire situation confronting his mercenaries. However, no sooner had Keynes turned than the black-clad man, like a wraith, closed in, his short sword unleashing a surge of fighting spirit aimed at Keynes' back. Keynes had no choice but to swing his sword to defend himself. As Keynes became ensnared, Adeline, Elijah, and Angus also found themselves trapped in a similar predicament. The ice mage obstructing Adeline has emerged from the mist, a figure cloaked in black garb and masked in darkness. The sole distinction from the other assassins lies in the white bone staff he wields. As opposed to a black dagger, 3 white ice shields whirl rapidly around the assassin mage, while the tip of the staff emanates a chilling aura. With each flourish of his staff, icy spears and projectiles are launched forth, their frequency surpassing even Adeline's fireballs in both speed and density. Adeline finds herself relentlessly pushed back, scarcely able to retaliate. The hastily erected fire shield shatters upon the first assault of ice spears and projectiles, leaving her to rely solely on evasive maneuvers and desperate magical output to keep afloat. Araya, once a formidable archer, now finds his effectiveness severely curtailed in close quarters, as 2 nimble black-clad assassins exploit his vulnerabilities, maintaining a relentless pursuit that denies him any opportunity to create distance. Angus similarly finds himself ensnared by 2 assassins, yet his predicament is far graver as a hunter. Angus is not accustomed to direct confrontation, facing off against assassins of equal rank. He is swiftly pierced by their blades, narrowly avoiding fatal strikes. Blood flows freely from his wounds, his movements increasingly sluggish. The 2 assassins encircling him slow their attacks, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Keynes observes the perilous situation of the mercenary group with acute awareness, veins throbbing with fury, his eyes wide with rage as the aura of his sword intensifies. The black-clad assassin opposite him scoffs derisively, "Do not resist futilely. None of you shall escape today." Chapter 31. The 10th level warlord. The Blue Rose mercenary group finds itself on the brink of annihilation. Under the blade of the enigmatic assassins, mercenaries fall one after another, the once 50-strong group dwindling in mere moments. Witnessing the collapse of his longtime companions, Keynes' eyes blaze crimson, consumed by a frenzied intensity. The leader of the assassins, one rank above Keynes, remains unfazed by this transformation, seemingly intent on merely holding Keynes at bay while allowing his subordinates to perish before him. But it is only when Keynes attempts to break free to save his comrades that the assassin leader launches a full-scale attack, declaring, "We shall fight to the last." A mercenary, roaring defiantly, charges forward as the black dagger pierces his chest. He clings desperately to the assassin before him, refusing to let go. Seizing this moment, two fellow mercenaries plunge their weapons into the assassin's flesh. Yet, as the assassin is struck, a dart-like black spike shoots from his left sleeve, embedding itself in one of the mercenaries' abdomens. Even in death, these assassins are more fearsome than beasts. The sacrifice of two mercenaries ignites a fire within the remaining fighters, who, driven by a shared resolve to perish together, surge toward the assassins. Arthur also charges forth, determined to unleash his deadly technique at this critical juncture, convinced he can take down an assassin even at the cost of his own life. However, as he lunges forward, he is abruptly yanked back, thwarted in his attempts to fight. Though these mercenaries no longer stand a chance against Arthur in a one-on-one duel, to them, he remains but a child, unworthy of being the first to face death. After two failed attempts, Arthur's eyes well with tears. Every mercenary standing before him sacrifices their life to protect him, only to fall beneath the assassin's blade moments later. No longer retreating, Adeline summons her dwindling magical energy, the turbulent waters of the Newton River raging just beyond. She deflects two incoming ice spears with her staff, her lips bleeding from the effort. Casting a glance at Keynes, who is fighting with all his might, with both hands, she thrusts forward, unleashing the remnants of her magical reserves that a vast expanse of fire clouds, igniting the sky, surges toward the ice mage, engulfing him in an inferno. The 6th level spell, Fire Cloud Technique, the pinnacle of fire magic available to a 6th level magician. In that moment, every soul in the canyon feels the searing heat, the surrounding mist evaporating into thin air. Yet, as the fire clouds dissipate, the ice mage reemerges, his 3 rotating ice shields obliterated, replaced by a radiant suit of white armor. The 5th level spell, Ice Armor, has been conjured. Adeline is not surprised. Naturally, the 6th level Fire Cloud Technique cannot overpower a 7th level ice mage. She slowly unfurls a scroll clutched in her hand. At the scroll's activation, a colossal fire dragon erupts, roaring fiercely as it charges toward the ice mage, vowing to incinerate everything in its path. The 7th level spell, Fire Dragon Technique Scroll, purchased with nearly half of Adeline's fortune, serves as her final means of survival. The scroll's activation drains her last vestige of magic, causing her to collapse to the ground. Though the mask obscures the ice mage's expression, for the first time, she hears him curse, desperately wielding his bone staff as a tempest of ice erupts forth. The fire dragon plunges into the icy maelstrom, their clash igniting a tremendous explosion that reverberates throughout the canyon. As the smoke clears, the ice mage stumbles forth, his ice armor shattered, and his black robe, along with the mask, marred with charred remnants. Adeline closes her eyes in despair, realizing her fate is now beyond her control. Iraea's bow splinters, forcing him to use the intricately carved back to deflect a lethal strike aimed at his throat. In a swift motion, he retaliates with a beautifully crafted dagger from his waist, plunging it into the assassin. Discarding his bow, Iraea engages in a brutal melee, his ornate armor quickly stained with blood. The vibrant crimson giving the petals etched upon it an unsettling beauty, beauty purchased at the cost of life. Excessive blood loss renders Angus unable to continue. He collapses to the ground. The lurking assassin, having awaited this moment, pounces forward, the dagger aimed at Angus's back to deliver the final blow. Yet, as Angus lies prostrate, he suddenly rolls over, throwing forth a nearly transparent hunting net. The assassin's dagger instinctively swipes at the net, but fails to sever it. Instead becoming ensnared, pulled down to the ground by Angus's force. In a frantic struggle, Angus grapples with the ensnared assassin, his hunting knife plunging in and out of the assassin's chest as he curses, "You bastard! Let us see you be so arrogant now. Let us see you understand what it means to be a hunter." Meanwhile, another assassin thrusts his dagger into Angus's body. Angus's tirade ceases, his body slumping lifelessly against the ground, his hunting knife still embedded in the chest of the assassin. Keynes bellows, his fighting spirit surging dramatically. Simultaneously, the energy around his massive sword coalesces into the shape of a wolf's head, which bursts forth from the sword's tip, colliding with the black-clad assassin and sending him flying. Keynes strides forward, leaping into the air, suspended mid-flight, his crimson eyes surveying the grim tableau of the canyon. Adeline lies slumped at the cliff's edge, the ice mage's spears poised threateningly at her chest. Iraea kneels, a black dagger embedded in his heart, while one assassin lies dead and another wounded before him, lying in a pool of his own blood. Angus breathes no more, and only a handful of mercenaries remain standing. The intelligence was flawed. A warlord-level warrior. He is actually a warlord-level warrior. The leader of the assassin screams in terror. The ability to manipulate energy and soar through the air is the hallmark of warlord-level strength. Kane's has inexplicably surged 2 ranks, ascending from an 8th level to a 10th level warlord, a feat beyond belief. Especially the leap from 9th to 10th level, known as the Warlord's Heaven Gate, is a threshold crossed by very few warriors. Every combatant on the battlefield halts, gazing in awe at Kane's, who now resembles a deity of war soaring above. Their expressions a mixture of shock, confusion, joy, and fear. Chapter 32. All is in vain. Every warlord-level warrior commands respect and instills fear. On the battlefield, a warlord can turn the tide of battle, let alone the current slaughter. Yet, all seem to overlook the question, why has Kane's only now revealed his true strength? Hovering in the air. Kane's blood-red eyes regain clarity, and alongside the intent to kill, an overwhelming sadness and nostalgia fills his gaze. With a flick of his wrist, an almost invisible sword aura darts forth from his massive sword. As the sword aura sweeps past, the 7th level ice mage, poised to deliver a lethal strike to Adeline, is caught completely off guard. His body cleaved in two. The formidable might of a 7th level mage is no match for the power of a warlord's blade. Kane swings his great sword again, unleashing 3 successive sword auras, each targeting different foes. The leader of the assassins, the assassin before Irea, and the one before the mercenary group, having witnessed the fate of the ice mage. The remaining black-clad assassins instinctively attempt to evade or block Kane's strikes. However, the vast disparity in their ranks renders their efforts futile. Barely moving, they are cleaved asunder. Only the leader of the assassins managed to tear open a magical scroll in time when a towering figure of over 3 meters in height, clad in golden armor, suddenly obstructed his path. The 8th level gold magic, guardian of gold. The assassin was far wealthier than mercenaries, and as a top-tier 9th level assassin, he possessed various means to preserve his life. However, the 8th level gold magic could only withstand 1 strike from Kane's. With a sharp sound, the golden giant was cleaved into fragments. Failing to land his blow, Kane's leaped into the air and appeared before the assassin leader, delivering a blindingly bright strike downward. The assassin leader had begun to retreat as the golden giant shattered, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. Yet, when the sword truly descended, he still could not evade entirely. In an instant, his entire arm was severed. The moment the sword light flashed, the clean, smooth wound did not even spurt blood. Only after the arm was severed did blood begin to gush forth. Kane's, not satisfied with only that strike, followed up with another, the sword light piercing directly toward the assassin leader's heart. Severely injured, the assassin leader could not evade this blow, and at the moment the sword light shot forth, he begrudgingly closed his eyes. That moment stretched infinitely, as he awaited the sword energy that would pierce his chest. When he finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to find Kane's half kneeling on the ground. His massive sword still poised to thrust forward, yet the tip now limply resting on the ground, his trembling hand betraying his exhaustion. Kane's had failed to completely deliver the strike. His head hung low, his face ashen, blood trickling from his lips, his eyes devoid of any glimmer of life. The once mighty warrior, who had looked down upon all martial artists, now appeared as a mere shell of his former self. The assassin leader quickly recovered from his shock. The unexpected joy of surviving this brush with death rendered him momentarily unsteady, prompting him to laugh aloud. "So you are merely a flickering ember. Someone will come to kill you for me." Kane's muttered in an almost inaudible voice. "Even if that day arrives, you will not witness it. Today, you shall die by my hand first." The assassin leader summoned his fighting spirit, staunching the flow of blood from his severed arm, and began to stride toward Kane's. Kane suddenly lifted his head, a spark igniting in his eyes. He hurled his great sword with a flourish. The assassin leader, startled, retreated hastily once more. "Flee!" Kane's bellowed, before collapsing to the ground, breath extinguished. However, the direction of the sword's arc was not aimed at the assassin leader, but rather at the black-clad assassins across from the mercenaries. The spinning sword, infused with Kane's final vestiges of fighting spirit, effortlessly cleaved through 2 unsuspecting black-clad assassins, embedding itself into the ground, its blade still trembling as if lamenting its master. Kane's understood that he could not kill the assassin leader now, yet he resolved to expend his last ounce of life to secure a glimmer of hope for the mercenary group. Aside from the assassin leader, there were still 7 or 8 black-clad assassins alive. With Kane's strike, the mercenaries gained an additional chance at survival. Avenge the captain. I will fight you to the death. Kill them. To Kane's astonishment, not a single mercenary chose to flee toward the valley's exit. Instead, they madly charged at the remaining assassins. One by one, they fell beneath the swords of the assassins, or dragged their foes down with them in a mutual demise. These cold-blooded killers might never comprehend the seemingly foolish actions of the impassioned mercenaries. Arthur approached, retrieving the massive sword that was embedded in the ground. The blade was nearly as tall as he was, and he strained to drag it toward the black-clad assassin leader. Adeline shakily stood and moved toward Kane's lifeless body. As the assassin leader passed by Adeline, he casually swung his sword. Adeline staggered forward a few steps before collapsing beside Kane's. When the assassin leader walked past the elven figure, the half-kneeling elf raised her head with pride. "Do not touch me with your filthy hands." Elia turned to take one last glance at the bodies of Kane's and Adeline lying side by side, then plunged her exquisite dagger into her own chest. In the end, Kane's failed to secure even a sliver of hope for the mercenary group, as one by one, the valiant warriors transformed into cold corpses, leaving only the boy dragging the sword to fulfill his final mission. The assassin leader waved his hand, halting the black-clad assassins poised to strike at Arthur, allowing him to approach. The assassin leader tilted his head, intrigued by the boy dragging the enormous sword before him, finding it amusing that the mercenary group had brought along a half-grown child. Nevertheless, it mattered little. On the road to the underworld, there was no distinction between young and old, and the assassin would spare no one, regardless of their age. "Boy, that sword is too large. It does not suit you." Captain Kane said someone would avenge him. The assassin leader suddenly found this boy quite amusing, feeling it a pity for him to die so soon. "Is it you? First, you must have the strength to lift the sword." Arthur remained silent, leaping high into the air, the massive sword tracing a graceful arc as it aimed for the assassin leader's face. A faint red glow emanated from the blade, fiery as flames. Unbeknownst to him, Arthur had broken through in battle, his fighting spirit now capable of clinging to his weapon. The assassin leader gasped, "Crimson fighting spirit. It seems you are a rather promising little fellow." With a sharp clang, the black short sword easily deflected Arthur's full-force attack. "But you are still far from adequate." While still in midair, Arthur relinquished his grip, allowing the great sword to be deflected, and with an empty hand, he gestured forward, conjuring a sudden fireball that struck the assassin leader's mask. The assassin leader let out a piercing scream, although the leather mask protected his face. His eyes, nostrils, and mouth remained exposed. The fireball struck him at close range, scorching him painfully. Though he could not see, the assassin leader instinctively lunged toward Arthur's position, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Arthur activated the enchantment on his boots, wind step, propelling himself away. The anticipated strike missed entirely, prompting the assassin leader to scream frantically, "Capture him! I want to skin him alive." Faced with the three approaching black-clad assassins, Arthur realized he had no further hope. Grasping the massive sword from the ground, he retreated a few steps, then turned without hesitation to leap into the raging waters of the Nedon River behind him. Chapter 33. Homeless from that brutal slaughter, the entrance of Soren Canyon was strewn with corpses, discarded weapons littering the ground. It would not be long before these bodies and weapons, like other remnants of the battlefield, withered and eroded with the passage of time, rendering their origins unrecognizable. The three surviving black-clad assassins methodically searched through the mercenaries' remains. This meticulously orchestrated assassination was not merely about killing. The assassin leader stood solitary beneath a precipice, gazing at the roaring, surging waters below, lingering in silence. To him, this was nearly tantamount to a failed operation, with 6 squads of 18 elite assassins resulting in only 3 survivors, alongside the loss of a 7th-level ice mage. A valuable asset to any organization, not to mention his own severed arm. The only consolation was that, despite the enormous cost, the mission was ultimately accomplished. The troublesome B-class mercenary group was entirely eradicated. As for Arthur, who had jumped from the canyon, he was not even a consideration. The drop from the ground to the river below was over 10 meters, the swift currents treacherous, filled with hidden rocks. Not to mention a mere child who had just broken through to the 3rd level. Even he would likely face death if he jumped, let alone that foolish boy clinging to the heavy sword. "Captain, we found nothing." A black-clad assassin approached him from behind, speaking softly. The assassin leader shuddered, unable to suppress a chill. Arthur himself did not understand why he instinctively grasped that massive sword in that fleeting moment. After all, if I cannot swim, diving in means death. Keeping it is better than letting it fall into the hands of those assassins. Is this how I die? What is the world beyond death like? These thoughts surged in Arthur's mind the instant he leaped. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the water, his entire body feeling as if it had shattered, the world spinning around him, all thoughts vanishing. As he instinctively opened his mouth, water rushed in. Yet he did not release his grip on the sword's hilt. His body swiftly sinking toward the depths, with eyes tightly shut, unable to breathe, his mind blank. Just as Arthur felt he was about to lose consciousness entirely, his body suddenly lightened, and he began to float slowly to the surface. Arthur tilted his head back, gasping for air, and when he fully opened his eyes, he discovered not only was he floating on the river's surface, but the massive sword was as well, more accurately. It was the sword's buoyancy that had dragged Arthur from the depths. Isn't metal supposed to sink? Why does this heavy sword float? Arthur was utterly bewildered. The rushing waters swept Arthur and the giant sword downstream. The peculiar sword seemed to lose its weight in the water, allowing Arthur to maneuver it even more easily than on land. When encountering submerged rocks and reefs, Arthur merely tapped the sword's tip and glided past. The Danyang refining spirit technique activated, generating intense warmth within him. Ensuring he would not lose body heat, even in the frigid river that he navigated perilous rapids, plummeted over countless cliffs and waterfalls, and just when Arthur felt as though every bone in his body had shattered, and his form was entirely numbed by the water, the current began to calm. At last, Arthur clambered onto a flat riverbank. Arthur, drenched and nearly worn away by the river, rose to his feet and gazed upon the unfamiliar rolling mountains that surrounded him, sinking into a profound state of bewilderment. In the peaceful era devoid of conflict with the orcs, Walor's city stood as a tranquil outpost of the human kingdom. Aside from the lord of the city commissioning the procurement of dragon whips to appease his newly-wed concubine, and the scandalous brawl between the infamous Bloodstinger and the Sandstorm mercenary group over a woman at the Nightingale Tavern, there had been little of note to capture the public's interest. However, recent events had sent shockwaves through Walor's city, becoming the focal point of every conversation in the streets. The mightiest mercenary group, the Blue Bell, had not seen its leader, Cain's, return for over a month since he had embarked on a mysterious mission with nearly all of the group's main forces. Just the night before, the headquarters of the Blue Bell had been engulfed in flames, reduced to mere ruins, with not a single mercenary escaping. All bodies were charred beyond recognition, and no traces were left at the scene, and the few discernible wounds on the charred corpses indicated that nearly all had fallen to a single lethal blow to a vital area. The perpetrator had set the fires after extinguishing all life within. Both the Lord's estate and the mercenary guild had offered substantial rewards for information leading to the capture of the assailant responsible for the massacre and arson at the Blue Bell headquarters. 2 days passed with no leads to be found. Despite the absence of evidence, many veteran mercenaries had begun to suspect that the Blue Bell's mission had drawn the ire of a formidable enemy, though Cain's had not returned. The likelihood of his survival seemed almost non-existent. It was not uncommon in the annals of history for even S-rank super mercenary groups and noble houses to be uprooted overnight after provoking the wrong adversary. The Blue Bell, having ascended rapidly like a comet shrouded in mystery, had now plummeted just as swiftly into oblivion. Half a month later, even the most sensational news faded into the background, seldom spoken of during casual conversations. After days of accumulating rain, a ragged youth dashed through the gates of the city just as they were about to close. Arthur, who had spent a full month navigating the Orlando mountains, had finally returned home. Home. After 3 years, Arthur had come to regard the mercenary group as his family. Cain's, Randall, Adeline, Tony, they were all dear to him. Though Cain's and Adeline had perished in battle, Randall and Tony still remained. He was determined to recount all that had transpired in Soaring Canyon to Randall. This conviction sustained Arthur, allowing him to endure hunger and fend off wild beasts, overcoming countless hardships until he emerged from the mountains. Yet, upon realizing that the charred rubble before him was once the headquarters of his mercenary group, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed to his knees. His home was lost, the very belief that had sustained him vanished. In that instant, Arthur was engulfed in confusion. He was the sole survivor of the mercenary group. Where could he possibly go from here? In the night rain, the youth could no longer contain his emotions. Bursting into tears, since being captured by the orcs and becoming accustomed to death, Arthur had not cried for many years. Yet at this moment, tears flowed uncontrollably, mingling with the rain. A large hand silently grasped the shoulder of the weeping boy. Chapter 34. The mercenaries' relics on that torrential night. The lonely youth wept openly before the burned courtyard. He was entirely oblivious to the approach of another until that hand rested upon his shoulder, causing Arthur to shudder. Sensing that the hand exerted no force, he slowly turned his head, and his eyes fell upon the plump face of a woman. Nightingale, Auntie. Arthur quickly wiped away his tears. Come with me, Nightingale said without uttering another word. Pulling Arthur along, he was hurriedly led through a maze of streets, and throughout their passage, Nightingale remained silent, stifling any inquiries Arthur attempted to make. She finally halted at the back door of a narrow alley. Arthur recognized this place. It was the rear entrance of the Nightingale Tavern. Upon entering a warm and cozy room, Nightingale closed the door firmly behind them and, disregarding Arthur's drenched state, enveloped him in a tight embrace. My child, how wonderful it is that you are still alive. At least one from the Blue Bell has survived. Slightly breathless from being pressed against Nightingale's ample bosom, Arthur felt a tinge of embarrassment as he turned his face away. Casting a glance around the room, it was evidently Nightingale's personal quarters. The pink curtains on the bed hinted at her feminine charm, while twin swords crossed on the side wall alluded to her past as a mercenary. Though Nightingale had grown into a middle-aged woman, the decor still radiated the essence of a youthful spirit, suggesting she had indeed been pursued by many suitors in her younger days, a rumor that was not unfounded. Please, Andy, tell me, are Canes and the others still alive? How did you manage to survive? Although Nightingale was not a member of the mercenary group, her close ties with the Blue Bell and affection for Arthur led him to consider her as a family member. Thus, he recounted his harrowing experiences from the moment he entered the mountains to the ambush in the canyon. As he spoke of the valiant Canes, Adeline, and Angus, all of whom had perished in Soaring Canyon. Nightingale couldn't help but shed tears, sighing deeply. Nightingale, Auntie, what of Randall, the vice-captain, and Tony? Are they still alive? And who was it that burned down our mercenary group? These were the questions Arthur had longed to ask during their journey. With a heavy sigh, Nightingale replied, none of those who remained with the mercenary group survived. The charred remains were eventually collected by the Lord's estate. I suspect Randall is among them. As for Tony, he never returned. The killer left no traces, but I suspect they are part of the same group that ambushed you in Soaring Canyon. It made sense. The assassin organization had trailed the mercenary group covertly, and they would not allow Tony and the others to live. Arthur's heart sank deeper into sorrow as he lowered his head, falling silent. You haven't eaten, have you? Allow me to fetch you something, Nightingale said, turning to leave him alone for a moment, believing that solitude might serve him better than empty words of comfort. Before long, Nightingale returned with a large platter of succulent beef and potatoes, accompanied by dark rye bread and a generous jug of malt beer. The enticing aroma of the food had a soothing effect on his grief, especially after enduring hunger for over a month in the mountains. As Arthur devoured the meal hungrily, Nightingale observed him with a soft smile. Auntie Nightingale, how is it that you happen to be near our mercenary group's headquarters? Arthur inquired between bites. Auntie runs a tavern. Any information can be obtained swiftly if one has the right connections. Don't think you're clever. As soon as you entered the city, someone noticed your presence, and I surmised you would return to the mercenary group first. Nightingale explained at this point. Her expression grew serious. Once you finish eating, you must leave immediately. It is too dangerous here. If those who ambushed you discover that even one from the Blue Bell has survived, they will not spare you. Arthur paused, then let his head droop in despair. But where can I possibly go? To the royal city. It is much safer there, Nightingale advised, sliding a rectangular wooden box across the table to him. This is for you. For me. It was left for you by Randall. Arthur sprang to his feet, excitement surging through him. So, Randall is still alive? Nightingale gently urged him to sit back down. He left it here before those events unfolded. He must have sensed something was amiss and left it with me as a precaution. Such things have happened before, so I didn't think much of it. After the incident with the mercenary group, I assumed no one had survived, and when I opened the box, I found at least one item that was meant for you. With trembling hands, Arthur opened the box. Atop it lay a gilded envelope, beneath which were 2 ledgers. The ledgers were familiar. They were Randall's records of the mercenary group's finances. Among them were several crystalline cards that shimmered with an unusual light. As if they contained some form of energy, Arthur counted 5 in total. Is it these items that attracted the mysterious assassins? Arthur questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Nightingale. Nightingale shook her head. I perused the ledgers. They contain no significant information. The cards you have not seen before are called crystal coins, each valued at 1,000 gold coins, a considerable sum in Wallors. though negligible to the great powers that as for the letter above. You should read it for yourself. Pulling out the letter, Arthur found a brief note pinned on a delicate blue paper known as Huanhua paper, favored among the nobility and affluent merchants, having accompanied Randall for years. Arthur had learned much, and he recognized this as a letter of recommendation addressed to the Blood Dawn Royal Academy of the Isaac Kingdom, recommending none other than Arthur Hilro, signed by Gino Patrick. Adorned with a family crest featuring the head of a stag, upon finishing the letter, Arthur remained bewildered. Who are these two mentioned in the letter? What connection do they have to me? Nightingale couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, foolish boy, you are Arthur Hilro. Hilro is Kane's family name. I believe he bestowed his surname upon you. On the continent of Berland, only those hailing from ancient noble families possess surnames, whether they be of the human or beast races. Commoners are identified solely by their given names. Without the bestowal of a surname from the royal family or nobility, it is utterly forbidden for them to adopt one. As for Gino Patrick, I am equally unaware of his identity, yet he must undoubtedly be a person of considerable stature. For the surname Patrick belongs to one of the four great houses of the kingdom, the Bloodlight Royal Academy. Arthur whispered again softly. Chapter 35. The Retribution Night. The vicissitudes of life are perpetually laden with unforeseen twists. The youth emerging from the beast camp believed he would become a formidable mercenary, yet a calamitous turn of fate propelled his destiny toward a far grander world. Go forth. I believe this is also the wish of Keynes and Randall. There, not only will you find greater safety, but you shall also grow stronger. Aunt Nightingale gently reassured Arthur. When I become powerful, I shall return to avenge the mercenary group. Arthur declared through clenched teeth. Never return. Nor entertain thoughts of vengeance. That mysterious organization is beyond your reach. No, I must take revenge. I am a mercenary of the Blue Enchantress, and my conviction is my very life. Nightingale displayed a hint of a comforting smile. Indeed, you are truly a product of the Blue Enchantress. Keynes and Randall have not erred in their judgment. However, do not contemplate revenge until you become a warrior of the battle general rank. After a night of relentless rain, the downpour ceased just as dawn began to break, heralding a new day. A queue had already formed at the city gate, comprising woodcutters setting out to gather firewood, hunters venturing into the mountains, mercenaries accepting commissioned tasks, and merchants engaged in fur and herbal trade at the borders. All sorts of ordinary folk bustling for their livelihoods. Nightingale outfitted Arthur in a simple set of common clothing and arranged for a familiar merchant caravan departing the following morning. Merely stating that they would assist in escorting a friend's child to pursue studies in distant lands. In contrast to the scrutiny faced upon entering the city guards conducted no thorough checks on those exiting, and the youth mingling within the merchant caravan went unnoticed. Upon passing through the city gates, Arthur could not help but glance back, reflecting on how, 3 years prior, he had entered the city as a child alongside the mercenary group. And now, as he departed, he had matured into a youth, left pondering when he would be able to return again. Moreover, an enigma lingered in Arthur's mind, one that refused to dissipate. Why did Captain Keynes suddenly ascend to the rank of a battle general, only to vanish after a few sword strikes? What had Keynes truly experienced? All of it remained an unsolved mystery. Are you already longing for home? A somewhat portly middle-aged man approached, inquiring as he recognized Arthur's frequent glances back. He was the caravan leader. Razand. Arthur offered a shy smile. It's nothing, Uncle Razand, merely a sense of reluctance. You should be proud. It takes great courage to venture out alone at such a young age for your studies. When I was your age, I scarcely dared to leave my village. Should you require anything along the journey, do not hesitate to let me know. Nightingale and I have been old friends for many years, so there is no need for formality. Arthur politely expressed his gratitude with a courteous bow. From this day forth, Arthur accompanied Razand's caravan as they journeyed southward. The caravan was modest in size, drawn by 12 musk oxen, one among the many small and medium-sized merchant groups traversing the inland routes to the borders. Razand operated several general stores in Solon City and made 2 annual trips to Wawel City, transporting herbs and furs sourced from the Orlando Mountains back for rudimentary processing and sale. Due to his frequent travels along this route, Razand only brought 6 companions to assist him and to ensure safety. He had hired 5 mercenaries for escort in Wawel City. These mercenaries hailed from a minor E-rank mercenary group, led by a lean man in his 40s, merely a Tier 3 warrior. Additionally, there were 3 Tier 2 warriors and a youth of 17 or 18, who was only a Tier 1 warrior. This truly reflected the norm among warriors on the continent. It was exceptional for someone like Arthur to attain Tier 3 status at the age of 15. Generally, warriors begin their training at the ages of 7 or 8, conditioning their bodies and honing their skills. With a modicum of talent and diligent effort, they could circulate combat energy through their meridians by the ages of 17 or 18, thus becoming Tier 1 warriors. The subsequent journey involves the continuous accumulation of combat energy, refining the body with it, and after 7 or 8 years of perseverance, one may reach Tier 2 status by the age of 25 or 26. The vast majority of warriors find their progression halting at Tier 3. Only a select few with outstanding talent or those who receive deliberate cultivation can surpass this threshold to become battle lieutenants. The path for warriors thereafter resembles a pyramid, narrowing as one ascends, with battle generals being the pinnacle that all warriors aspire to reach. Beyond the battle general rank lies the realm of legend. Throughout the journey, the mercenaries were exceptionally diligent, be it scouting during the day or patrolling at night, leaving no room for error. It was evident that the middle-aged mercenary, Norris, though not of high rank, was a seasoned veteran with an abundance of experience. As time passed, the mercenaries quickly integrated with the caravan's assistants and Arthur, often sharing coarse jokes. Arthur, concerned about revealing his identity, deliberately maintained distance from the mercenaries. However, the young mercenary named Hastur, upon learning that Arthur was traveling to the royal city of Singular for studies, frequently approached him during rest stops, brimming with curiosity and admiration for the royal city. "Arthur, how about we have a friendly competition? We are both Tier 1 warriors, and I wish to gauge the gap between us, especially considering you have the opportunity to learn in the royal city." As the caravan paused by a water's edge, Norris and several other mercenaries began to survey the surroundings, and Hastur seized the moment to sidle up to Arthur. Given that a 15-year-old Tier 3 warrior was rather intimidating, Arthur downplayed his status, claiming to have just broken through to Tier 1, which only piqued Hastur's interest further. "Oh, come on, Hastur, I've merely just attained Tier 1. I surely can't match you. Don't worry, it's just a friendly match. We won't use weapons. And I will be careful not to harm you." Hastur continued to press Arthur. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves echoed from afar, interrupting Hastur's desire for a duel. "Be alert." Norris and his companions swiftly returned to the caravan's perimeter, drawing their weapons in readiness for an imminent confrontation. As dust billowed along the road, just as the mercenaries prepared themselves, a dozen towering horned steeds charged forth. The knights atop were imposing figures, clad entirely in silver armor with golden capes, the breastplates adorned with a red cross emblem, and the capes embroidered with 3 blazing flame motifs. The Retribution Knight Order of the Church of Light. These individuals are not to be trifled with, Hastur whispered to Arthur. In the human kingdoms of the Berland continent, there exist 2 governing systems, one for the body, overseen by the king, and the other for the soul, governed by the Pope. "Who is in charge here?" inquired a square-faced knight in a commanding tone. "Praise be to the God of Light." Razand hurriedly stepped forward, placing his hand over his heart and bowing in a standard gesture of a devoted follower before saying, "I am the owner of this caravan. Please, noble knight, instruct us." The square-faced knight nodded in satisfaction. "We are in pursuit of a boy, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. Have you seen him?" Arthur's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that all eyes were gradually shifting toward him. Chapter 36. The Gale Thief. Arthur's heart raced uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that the mysterious organization was backed by the Church of Light, a behemoth that even kingdoms dared not provoke. Clenching his fists, Arthur steeled himself for a counterattack. He would not passively await his fate. The square-faced knight scrutinized Arthur's face for a moment before shifting his gaze. "Not the one we seek. Open all your boxes. I must conduct an inspection." Arthur exhaled a sigh of relief inwardly, discreetly wiping away the sweat that had gathered at his temples with his sleeve. "Noble knight, the cart is laden with herbs and furs. Reopening the boxes may lead to dampness. Would it be possible to exercise some leniency?" This time, Razand's face contorted in distress as he produced a small pouch from his pocket, preparing to offer it. As a seasoned caravan leader, he was astute enough to carry 2 small pouches of coins, filled with varying amounts of gold and silver, to ease encounters with patrolling soldiers or marauding bandits, thus circumventing considerable trouble. Yet, unexpectedly, he met with resistance this time. The square-faced knight's demeanor turned cold, and he placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. "Do you intend to bribe a knight of the divine?" The tribunal is prepared for greedy merchants like you. Razin, terrified, dropped to his knees. I would not dare. Open everything. We will comply. Arthur looked on in astonishment, unable to grasp why the knight's mention of the tribunal could invoke such fear in Razin. The square-faced knight remained mounted, while 5 or 6 knights dismounted and began to search through every box capable of concealing a person within the caravan, upon confirming that no individuals were hidden. They offered no further words and swiftly mounted their steeds, galloping away. The caravan's assistants had no choice but to repack the goods that had been rummaged through by the church knights. Shaking their heads in frustration, yet refraining from voicing complaints, for to be overheard would be to commit a grievous sin against the divine. Who are these people? Arthur inquired of Hashter beside him. Did you notice the red flame emblem on their capes? That signifies they are from the ecclesiastical tribunal. They are the church's retribution knights. Hasht deliberately lowered his voice, fearful that others might overhear. Are there other knights in the church? At last, Hasht found an opportunity to display his knowledge. Lifting his chin as he spoke, are you unaware of these basic facts? The church comprises 3 major knightly orders: the Order of Punishment, under the Inquisition, the Order of Light, affiliated with the College of Cardinals, and the Order of Guardians, associated with the garrison. It seemed like you were quite frightened of those knights earlier. Hasht shot a fierce glare at Arthur. Are you unaware of their terrifying nature? The Inquisition holds the authority to hunt down, interrogate, and pass judgment on heretics in this region. Once they identify someone as a heretic, not even the king can save them. The Order of Punishment acts as the Inquisition's enforcers, making them the most fearsome of adversaries. Whose pawns are those knights? Arthur feigned ignorance, deliberately raising his voice, drawing the attention of others around them. You wretched fool, you've compromised me. Hasht gritted his teeth and lunged at him. Arthur, with a mischievous grin, darted away, but Hasht was halted by Norris's stern command. Come help us. We must leave this place immediately. The appearance of the Order of Punishment nearby was certainly not a good omen, should they suspect any connection to heresy. It would be nearly impossible to absolve oneself. Thus, the merchant caravan hastily packed their belongings and set off. As the saying goes, misfortune rarely comes alone. Perhaps it was destined for their journey to be fraught with difficulties. Not long after they had traveled a dozen miles, the sound of chaotic hoofbeats echoed behind them. Could it be those punishment knights returning? Arthur teased, attempting to frighten Hasht further. No, it's the Gale Thieves. Norris's expression shifted dramatically. The term Gale Thieves does not refer to a specific group of bandits, but rather denotes a loose collective of rogues who roam without fixed bases, engaging in plunder. These thieves are not particularly powerful, often banding together in groups of 10 to hundreds. Within the Kingdom of Isaac, there are dozens of such bands. The merchant caravan, laden with goods, stood little chance of escape, and a few mercenaries could only guard the caravan defensively, poised to fight if necessary. In an instant, over 20 horned antelopes charged forward, their riders brandishing weapons and shouting as they encircled the caravan. Unlike the formidable and grand horned steeds ridden by the punishment knights, these thieves rode smaller horned antelopes. Though diminutive, these magical beasts were well suited for the rugged terrain, swift as the wind. Once they reached the mountains, the horned steeds would be unable to pursue, making them the preferred mounts for most Gale Thieves. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. I am Norris from the Tsong Ing mercenary group in Huao Lacey City. We're all just trying to make a living here. I ask for your leniency, Norris said, clasping his fists in respect towards the surrounding bandits, while discreetly signaling to Laxinda. Understanding the cue, Laxinda produced a small pouch of coins once more and tossed it to the tall, gaunt leader of the thieves. The thief leader, with a pair of sinister eyes, weighed the pouch in his hand and squeezed out a satisfied smile. He returned Norris's gesture with a slight bow, saying, You may leave. The merchant caravan had paid for safe passage, and thus a crisis was averted. The well-mannered Gale Thieves would not completely pillage the caravan, as that would amount to overfishing. Engaging in such practices would deter caravans from traveling this route and could provoke a coalition of mercenaries to hunt them down. Therefore, as long as the bandits did not overstep, the mercenaries were unwilling to engage in a deadly confrontation. In truth, the relationship between mercenary groups and bandit factions is one of mutual dependence. Both sides benefit from each other's existence. Without the bandits, caravans would not be willing to pay a handsome sum for mercenary protection. Just as the caravan's members believed the crisis had passed, the thief leader's malevolent gaze suddenly fell upon Arthur amidst the crowd. Wait. You may leave, but that boy must stay. What do you mean by that? Norris, who had sheathed his knife, placed his hand back on its hilt. It's nothing sinister. We merely wish to invite this young lad to our mountain stronghold for a few days. He will be returned shortly, the thief leader replied dismissively. My good sir, I believe you have mistaken him for someone else. This boy is the child of an old friend of mine that a contingent of punishment knights has already searched us. And if the previous pouch was insufficient, I have more here, Laxinda said, producing another pouch of coins. The thief leader scoffed. I know not what mad dogs from the church seek, but the Gale thieves within 100 miles have received a lucrative bounty to find a black-haired boy of around 15 or 16 years of age. If we have mistaken him, he shall, of course, be returned to you. Norris drew his knife sharply, his voice steely. You will not take him. If you wish to bear a grudge against the Tsang Ing mercenary group, then come at us. Unlike their helplessness before the punishment knights, the bandits' demands had now encroached upon the honor of the mercenaries. Allowing the bandits to take the boy would signify a failure in their duty to protect. And thus, Norris could not relent, even if it meant fighting to the death. Hidden behind the crowd, Arthur sighed quietly, muttering to himself, I didn't expect them to find us so quickly. Chapter 37. A journey alone. Arthur knew that this time it was no mere coincidence. The enemy had indeed come for him. As he stepped forward, Hash seized his arm. With us from the Tsang Ing mercenary group here, we will not allow you to be taken. The young mercenary's gaze radiated determination and a willingness to face death. Once a commission was accepted, life itself was to be defended. That was the courage of a mercenary. What do you Tsang Ing mercenaries think you are? Let us take the boy, or none of you shall leave today. The thief leader sneered, clearly dismissive of Norris. You shall first have to step over the bodies of the Tsang Ing mercenaries. You Gale thieves will pay with lives. Norris brandished his sword defiantly, unwavering in his stare at the bandit leader. Hash and the other 3 mercenaries drew their weapons, ready for a fight at any moment. The thief leader glanced around, his tone slightly softening as he said, the reward for that bounty is a king's ransom. What price are you willing to pay to keep this boy? Seeing a glimmer of hope in the situation, Norris turned to seek Laxinda's counsel. Just as he did, the thief leader suddenly leapt from his horned antelope, brandishing a long-handled cleaver, its edge glinting as it sliced towards Norris's face. Despicable. Norris hastily brought his sword up to defend himself. The thief leader's powerful strike deflected Norris's sword, the blade sliding off and slicing through his protective leather armor, landing a blow on his left chest. Blood sprayed forth as Norris staggered back. The thief leader landed, kicking Norris down to the ground, the blade poised at his throat. In just 2 moves, Norris had been rendered incapable of resistance. Fight to the death. You are not worthy. The thief leader surveyed the merchant crowd with an air of arrogance. Although he had employed underhanded tactics, the disparity in strength and speed between him and Norris was evident. He was undoubtedly a warrior of the rank of lieutenant, while Hash and the other mercenaries seethed with rage. They hesitated to advance, fearing that the thief leader would strike Norris down in an instant. Release Uncle Norris, and I will come with you. Arthur pushed past Hash to confront the thief leader directly. The thief leader scrutinized Arthur for a moment, then smirked. It would have been better if you had been so agreeable from the start. Rest assured, we will not harm you. There are people above who wish to find you. Arthur bent to retrieve the sword that Norris had dropped. I am also a warrior, if you wish to take me. You must first defeat me. The thief leader erupted in laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke, and soon, the surrounding thieves joined in a raucous laugh. The thief leader kicked Norris aside. Casually holding his weapon, hands on his hips, Little one, I'll let you strike first. If you can make me shift position, then you win. Very well. Arthur nodded solemnly. Observing Arthur's serious demeanor, the surrounding thieves erupted in laughter once more. Eager to see his folly, Arthur lunged forward, swiftly thrusting his sword towards the thief leader's abdomen. Yet, to the thief leader, Arthur's speed was painfully slowed as the sword tip approached. He casually deflected it with the back of his cleaver, sending Arthur's body reeling to the side. A disdainful smile curled on the thief leader's lips. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The vast difference between a first-tier warrior and a fourth-tier warrior was evident. A swift kick would send the unsteady Arthur flying. What was unexpected, however, was that as Arthur's body swayed, his left hand, naturally lifting, suddenly glimmered with a spark of light. In an instant, that spark morphed into a colossal fireball, hurtling towards the thief leader's face. The distance between them was minimal. The thief leader instinctively raised his arm to shield his face from the oncoming fireball. The fireball collided with his arm. The thief leader let out a scream, only for Arthur, having regained his grip on the sword, to execute a swift upward slash. a technique known as the counter-spin strike. The speed of that strike was like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the thief leader's throat, encapsulating the essence of a lethal attack. The thief leader's scream of agony was cut short as the sword pierced his throat with a swift pull. Blood sprayed forth as his lifeless body fell forward. In one decisive stroke, the action was clean and efficient. After 3 years of rigorous training in the counter-spin strike under Randall, Arthur finally revealed his fangs. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, the entire scene falling silent as the bandits gaped in shock, unable to even muster a scream. Arthur was the calmest among them. After drawing his sword, he lunged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the nearest mounted bandit. Leaning forward, he thrust his longsword upward into the bandit's abdomen. As the bandit screamed in agony, Arthur withdrew his blade and charged at the next foe. It was only then that the bandits, having regained their composure from their earlier shock, reacted. Despite their numbers, the sudden loss of unified command left them disoriented in the face of Arthur's rapid assault. Some bandits leaped from their mounts, brandishing weapons in an attempt to confront Arthur, while others sought to charge at him with their steeds, only to be thwarted by their companions. A few, witnessing the death of their leader, were overwhelmed with fear and prepared to flee. With the enchantment of Gale Step activated in his mundane leather boots, Arthur accelerated, bursting through the encircling bandits, and cast a second-tier spell, Wall of Fire, raising a blazing barrier over a meter high to separate him from his pursuers. He had stored away all his equipment, save for the unassuming gray short boots that he wore, which once again proved invaluable at a critical moment. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur closed in on a solitary bandit, deftly disarming him with a flick of his sword before plunging his blade into the bandit's chest. As the remaining bandits navigated around the firewall, Arthur activated Gale Step once more, evading their encirclement and redirecting his attack towards the wavering bandits on the outskirts. These Gale bandits, lacking in genuine strength, were mostly fledgling warriors of the first or second tier, and given Arthur's singular combat prowess, he dispatched them with ease, claiming 3 lives in the blink of an eye. The once menacing Gale bandits, now reduced to a rabble, were further demoralized by Arthur's ferocity, prompting many to contemplate retreat. Suddenly, Norris, wounded and lying on the ground, shouted, "Everyone help out!" His cry galvanized the remaining members of the Falcon mercenary group, including Haskeg, who rushed towards a small cluster of bandits. The moment they charged forward, the disheartened Gale bandits scattered in disarray, abandoning their fight. The once formidable bandits swiftly dissolved into chaos, leaving behind only 7 or 8 corpses. While the living vanished without a trace, Arthur approached Norris, who was being tended to by the merchants, and bowed respectfully, returning his longsword. "Thank you, Uncle Norris." Norris's face flushed with gratitude. "We should be thanking you. Truly, a hero emerges from youth." Arthur then moved to Lackand, deeply bowing in appreciation. "Uncle Lackand, thank you for your care along the way. I intend to depart on my own now. You need not leave. You will be safe with us. And I promise Nightingale, thank you for your kindness, but I will only bring trouble to the caravan." Arthur interrupted Lackand's half-finished sentence. He turned towards the last cargo cart of the merchant caravan, which held his previous attire and equipment. As he brushed past Haskeg, he glanced back with a mischievous smile. "Care for a friendly duel?" Haskeg shook his head vigorously. "Competing with you, a monster. What a joke." Once clad in his mercenary gear, Arthur hefted the massive sword, once wielded by Cairns, onto his back. The eyes of the Falcon mercenaries, led by Norris, lit up in admiration. Arthur once again clasped his fists in salute to the group before resolutely departing. The merchants watched him walk away, a diminutive figure with a colossal sword, growing ever smaller on the horizon. Chapter 38. The Wayward Ranger. It is the nature of man to venture forth into the unknown, seeking to make life more splendid. Traversing the rugged path, the youthful gaze is filled with dreams and contemplations. Young Arthur embodies the spirit of those who journey far afield. His first solo expedition filled him with wonder. He sprinted across the boundless plains, shouted from the steep peaks, dove into crystal-clear streams to catch fish and shrimp, and lay down to sleep amidst meadows adorned with vibrant flowers. He wandered through towns, observing the bustling crowds from a distance, and passed through villages, touched by the warmth of hospitable villagers, yet incensed by the cruelty and indifference of scoundrels. The road ahead lay open, revealing the vast world to the youth, sharpening his perceptions of the good and evil, beauty and ugliness, profit and righteousness in this realm. The weather in the kingdom of Isaac was capricious during the transition from summer to autumn. One moment the sky was clear, and the next a tempestuous wind swept through. Dark clouds rolling in, followed by a torrential downpour. Arthur, initially strolling leisurely, quickened his pace as the wind picked up, and when the raindrops began to pelt him like beads, he was compelled to run in search of shelter. The massive sword secured to his back did not hinder his swift movement. After traversing the Orlando Mountains and carrying the weight of the sword for nearly 2 months, the burden had become a part of him. After running several hundred meters, Arthur spotted a dilapidated church not far off the road. It appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with weeds overtaking the pointed roof, the arch-stained glass windows riddled with holes, and one door leaning askew. Arthur rushed towards it, but as he stepped through the threshold, he halted abruptly. Inside the church were not just a few people, but quite a number, all fixing their attention upon him. "Come in, young brother. We are merely seeking refuge from the rain," called a burly man with a thick beard. He had a robust build, a square face, and large eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to Cairns, which instantly endeared him to Arthur. The bearded man and 3 others were seated around a fire in the center of the room, each armed and casually resting their weapons on the floor beside them. A fire crackled in the midst of them, roasting food, the flames fueled by the old chairs dismantled from the church. Since the man had invited him, Arthur entered without hesitation, shaking off the raindrops from his cloak as he seated himself beside the fire. Taking the chance, he surveyed the interior of the church, noting 2 groups of people huddled in the corners. To the left, a group of 7 or 8 individuals, clad in diverse attire, maintained a respectful distance from one another, clearly brought together by the sudden storm. The other group was evidently a family. A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar frowned at the rain outside, while a beautiful woman embraced a boy and a girl. The girl appeared slightly older, around 11 or 12, while the boy was perhaps only 7 or 8, the 2 children occasionally bursting into peals of laughter. Behind them stood 3 robust warriors, and an older man resembling a steward, who held a conspicuously long purple-brown pipe. Perhaps due to the presence of the armed men in the center, the 2 groups deliberately kept their distance from them. At the altar directly opposite the entrance stood a statue, covered in cobwebs and dust, missing an arm and half a face. From the clean cut, it seemed to have been severed by a sword's energy. Arthur could not identify the deity represented, but he was certain it was not the light god, whom the citizens of the kingdom of Isaac predominantly worshipped. The Light Church, while not a monotheistic faith, primarily revered the light god in the churches scattered throughout the kingdom. The presence of this inexplicable statue might well explain the church's abandonment. "Are you a mercenary, young brother?" the burly man inquired, glancing at the massive sword resting across Arthur's knees. "I only became a full-fledged mercenary 2 months ago," Arthur replied honestly. "That's quite commendable. What mercenary group do you belong to?" the bearded man asked, cutting a piece of meat from the fire and offering it to Arthur. Arthur thanked him and accepted the meat, taking a bite as he mumbled, "I got separated from my group. I had a stomachache and went into the woods to relieve myself. When I took too long, they had vanished." Arthur told a small fib. Such a young mercenary could still be accepted, but revealing that he was traveling alone would undoubtedly pique their curiosity. The surrounding men chuckled, amused by Arthur's navet. They spoke freely, sharing various anecdotes. Through their conversation, Arthur quickly discerned their identities. They were rangers. This group straddled the line between righteousness and villainy, embodying both hero and outlaw. Unwilling to be constrained by rules and laws, rangers were akin to mercenaries but did not belong to a fixed mercenary group or guild, and thus could not receive tasks from the guild. They sometimes undertook escort or search missions privately, and could even accept assassination or revenge jobs, transforming into assassins or killers, and at times, they would become bandits, robbing wealthy merchants. Yet, they claimed to steal from the rich to give to the poor, for they believed that anyone who failed to share their plunder with the needy was unworthy of the title ranger and was instead a mere bandit. Arthur found great delight in listening to these men converse. Captivated by their tales of camaraderie and vengeance, it is no wonder that many yearned for the life of a ranger, which embodied a carefree existence. Immersed in this atmosphere, Arthur did not even notice that the rain outside had ceased. The burly man clapped the dust from his pants and stood up. "All right, young mercenary, we must take our leave. May fate bring us together again." The sudden farewell caught Arthur off guard, and he could only nod dumbly in response. Several other men, evidently led by the bearded man, stood up and began to gather the weapons and items scattered on the ground, preparing to depart, just as the bearded man had yet to step over the threshold of the church. A cacophony of hoofbeats echoed from outside. A squad of knights, clad in resplendent armor, obstructed the entrance, their silver armor glinting and golden capes billowing, adorned with flickering red flame patterns, the emblem of the church's order of punishment. What an unyielding specter! Arthur spat disdainfully into the fire. This scene caught the bearded man's attention. He winked at Arthur and continued to stride outward, seemingly undeterred by the presence of the punitive knights. "Halt!" a knight barked sharply. "Surround the church. No one is to leave without orders. Any who dares to take a single step beyond this threshold shall face execution." The bearded man's foot hesitated momentarily before retreating. "We are in pursuit of a boy. No older than 14 or 15. It would be prudent for bystanders to refrain from rash actions." "Damn it, here we go again." Arthur spat once more into the fire. Chapter 39. The remnants of the dark god. Though Arthur muttered curses under his breath, he merely cast a glance outside the church before withdrawing his hand from the hilt of his sword. Much like the previous search of the merchant caravan, a whole squad of knights awaited outside. The hierarchy of the church's knight order begins with a squad, consisting of 12 knights led by a captain and a vice-captain. The minimum rank for a knight is a level 3 warrior, while captains are typically level 4 or 5 combat officers. These church knights are far from the disorganized bandits. Their training surpasses that of the kingdom's regular army, and their fervent faith serves as an unwavering support in battle. Should Arthur dare to resist, escape from their clutches would be utterly impossible. "You may enter and search, if you wish. See if the one you seek is among us," the bearded man said, stepping aside to clear the doorway. Casting a glance back at Arthur that bore an inquisitive tone, Arthur feigned ignorance and looked away. The young knight captain glared sternly at the bearded man, but remained rooted in place, as did the knights behind him. The congregation within the church hesitated, unwilling to venture out. An unusual stalemate ensued as the uncertainty loomed over those inside the church. 3 additional riders approached from outside. At the forefront was a portly priest clad in white robes, flanked by 2 armored warriors wielding halberds. The bearded man's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The church had mobilized a priest, warriors, and a squad of punitive knights all at once. What manner of individual warranted such a show of force? His thoughts compelled him to glance back at Arthur, only to find Arthur gazing curiously outside. Devoid of any signs of tension or anxiety, Arthur's expression was genuine. It was his first encounter with the church as priest and warriors, and he remained blissfully unaware of the implications of their arrival. The knight captain bowed slightly to the priest, clearly acknowledging the latter's superior status. "Indeed, it is here. I can sense the presence of dark magic." The priest, visibly agitated, strode purposefully towards the church. His gaze swept over the faces of the congregation, pausing momentarily on Arthur before moving on, finally resting on the shattered statue in the center of the church. "Ashia, that is the dark god Ashia," the priest suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the ruined statue. The congregation remained bewildered, for aside from the church's members, it was unlikely anyone else knew of any dark god. The priest, brimming with excitement, continued to proclaim, "Now I understand why that remnant is hiding here. This place was once their stronghold. Which fool allowed this? After exterminating those wretched sorcerers, they should have razed this place to the ground." The knight captain's gaze continued to scan the faces of the congregation. "What shall we do with these people? It appears none of them are the boy we seek. Take everyone back for thorough interrogation." The knight captain hesitated for a moment, then sought confirmation from the priest. "Are you suggesting we take them all?" The priest's voice left no room for doubt. Though the information we received indicated the dark sorcerer is a boy of 14 or 15. Who can guarantee he has no accomplices or hasn't passed dark magic to others? Moreover, this is the stronghold of the dark god's remnants. Every individual present here bears suspicion. The priest's declaration, unguarded, did not shy away from the assembled crowd. Dark magic reveals itself only when wielded. Absent its use, no one can discern its presence. Thus, despite the church's relentless purges over millennia, the dark sorcerers remain an elusive threat, leading the church to develop a ruthless habit of preferring the risk of wrongful execution over letting any potential threat slip away. The bearded man exchanged furtive glances with his companions, while those huddled together on the left immediately fell to their knees, some even beginning to weep. The order of punishment is regarded by the common folk as a hellish entity, with no known accounts of anyone emerging alive after being seized. Meanwhile, Arthur stood in shock, finally comprehending the church's pursuit. They were hunting for the legendary dark sorcerers, believed to have been eradicated from the continent. The church regarded them as acolytes of darkness, viewing them as their greatest threat. and had not ceased their hunt for thousands of years. The family within the church appeared markedly calmer. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar stepped forward. Slightly bowing to the priest, "I believe there is a misunderstanding. We are from the Palmer Duke's estate, merely passing through to seek shelter from the rain." The portly priest raised an eyebrow. "If it is indeed a misunderstanding, the order of punishment will clarify it. If you are truly uninvolved, you shall be allowed to leave." Unexpectedly rebuffed, the middle-aged scholar's brow furrowed in concern. One of his warrior attendants stepped forward, glaring at the priest. "Your order has no jurisdiction over the affairs of the Duke's estate. All the world is under the grace of the God of light. All beings belong to the divine. Do you, the Palmer Duke's estate, dare to defy the will of the God of light?" The attendant spat disdainfully on the ground. "Not everyone fears your church. I challenge anyone to take our master. I declare you a blasphemer. The wrath of the divine shall descend upon your sinful flesh," the priest bellowed. As the priest's words echoed, the two punitive knights behind him lunged forward, swords drawn. "Do not engage," the middle-aged scholar shouted urgently. Should a direct confrontation with the order of punishment ensue, the situation would spiral out of control. The attendant hesitated upon hearing the shout, yet the punitive knights paid no heed to the scholar's command. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, one knight plunged his sword into the attendant's thigh. The attendant let out a pained roar and retaliated fiercely, landing a powerful punch against the knight's breastplate, sending him staggering backward. With the attendant's resistance, the other knight, who had been poised to stab his leg, redirected his blade upwards, driving it into the attendant's abdomen. Blood sprayed forth as the sword was withdrawn. The attendant collapsed, clutching his stomach, writhing in agony, clearly on the brink of death. One anticipated the punitive knights would strike without warning. A small boy behind the scholar burst into tears. You. The middle-aged scholar furiously pointed at the church members, aghast that his words had cost his attendant his life. "Take them all away," the priest commanded coldly. The punitive knights, armed with swords and ropes, surged forward to bind and seize everyone within the church. The first to be captured was the nearest middle-aged scholar, who was kicked to the ground by a punitive knight, who then began to bind him. The remaining attendants of the scholar began to resist as the punitive knights lunged toward them. Among them, an older man resembling a steward exhibited far superior combat prowess compared to the knights. Perhaps fueled by the capture of his master and the brutal demise of his comrade, the steward acted without restraint, striking with exceptional ferocity, deflecting a knight's sword with his pipe, then delivering a crushing blow to the knight's throat. Shattering his windpipe, he then pivoted and launched a kick, sending another knight flying. The knight captain, accompanied by two knights, coordinated a counterattack to withstand the steward's onslaught. Meanwhile, the bearded man and his companions also commenced their resistance. These rogues, unbound by the law, fought with reckless abandon once they decided to engage. The bearded rogue, a level 5 combat officer, wielded a massive sword imbued with fighting spirit, forcing three punitive knights to retreat repeatedly. His three companions were equally formidable, one wielding an axe, another a blade, and yet another brandishing a massive two-headed flail, each surpassing the strength of an individual punitive knight. Their relentless assault compelled the punitive knights to retreat toward the church entrance. Observing the struggle, the two warriors behind the priest advanced with their halberds, striking fiercely to push back the rogues. The interior of the church devolved into chaos. Amidst the pandemonium, none noticed a swirling mass of black mist gradually rising from the ground. Chapter 40. The Dark Sorcerer. In the midst of the tumult within the church, Arthur gripped the hilt of his greatsword tightly, torn over whether to assist the bearded rogue and his companions. If the punitive knights emerged victorious, he would undoubtedly be implicated and dragged to the order of punishment. Conversely, if the bearded rogues triumphed, they would attract the ire of this formidable religious institution, leading to an endless series of troubles, and Arthur already had more than enough of his own. Arthur couldn't help but scratch his head as he lowered his gaze. He was startled to find a faint black mist rapidly rising from beneath his feet. The mist ascended swiftly, reaching above his knees in the blink of an eye. Arthur reached out to grasp it, but his hands grasped nothing but at that moment. Everyone became aware of the peculiarities within the church, ceasing their assaults in unison as the black mist quickly enveloped the entire sanctuary. The face of the light priest broke into an excited smile. "Indeed, hiding here, you little mice lurking in the shadows cannot escape. Come forth." The priest raised his hands, and a dazzling orb of light appeared between them, spinning and radiating a brilliant white glow as the light shone. The The surrounding black mist retreated rapidly, as if snowflakes fleeing from the scorching sun. The third-tier light magic, glorious orb, lacked significant lethality, yet it possessed an innate restraint against dark magic. However, after retreating a few meters, the black mist ceased its withdrawal, swirling ominously as it confronted the light. In truth, this was a continuous clash between light and dark magic, with new spells being generated and swiftly consumed in turn. The smile on the light priest's face had completely solidified, apart from a few meters around him. The entire church was shrouded in darkness, where the dark mage concealed within possessed magical control equal to his own. The surrounding black mist thickened, obscuring visibility beyond a short distance, enveloped by the black mist. Arthur felt a chill in the air. This black mist was indeed more than a mere veil over one's sight. "Run! I can't hold on much longer." A foreign voice rang out from the darkness, tinged with urgency. Arthur, along with the bearded ranger and his companions, remained frozen in place. Yet, the civilians who had cowered in a corner of the church since the onset of the conflict, upon hearing the words from the dark, seized the chance to flee toward the church's entrance, as if liberated from a great sin. "Let not a single one escape. Slay them all." The priest thrust the orb of light forward, and it erupted in a blinding explosion, illuminating half of the church and revealing the fleeing civilians. Several paladins charged forward, mercilessly cutting down those helpless souls. "Scoundrels, this has nothing to do with them. Do you have no humanity?" An enraged roar echoed from the darkness. He perhaps never anticipated that his decision to allow these people to flee would lead to their demise. The black mist surged violently once more, and a tentacle as thick as a man's arm shot forth, ensnaring one of the leading paladins and dragging him into the depths of the fog. This was the legendary second-tier dark magic, Dark Tendril. "A mere trick. Begone." The light priest scoffed coldly, raising his hand to unleash a white sword of light that severed the dark tendril. This was the third-tier light magic, Light Slash. The severed front half of the dark tendril instantly dissipated, reverting to mist. The mist swirled, and a new black tendril quickly emerged. The sword flew forth again, slicing the tendril, but immediately, another tentacle appeared. The light priest unleashed 3 consecutive slashes into the mist, but the light swords vanished as if swallowed by the sea. The dark tendril was not at the location of the dark mage. The light priest couldn't help but twitch his lips. His Light Slash was a third-tier spell, consuming far more energy than his opponents. At this rate, he would surely be exhausted first. "Charge in and capture that damned little mouse." The priest bellowed to the paladins before him. The paladins rushed into the black mist, their long swords glowing with white light, as their weapons had been blessed by light magic, allowing them to shine naturally in the darkness when their fighting spirit was ignited. "Block them," the bearded ranger shouted, and with his 3 companions, they lunged at the paladins once more. Meanwhile, the old steward seized the opportunity to rescue the middle-aged scholar and, along with 2 warrior attendants, blocked the paladins again. The church devolved into chaos once more. The bearded ranger and the old steward did not act out of a desire to aid the dark mage lurking in the shadows, but rather out of an awareness of the church's relentless practices. Even if they captured the dark mage, they would not spare the other individuals within the church. Arthur still had no intention of intervening. Using the cover of the mist, he quietly moved toward the church entrance, hoping to slip away and escape this place of turmoil. "Stop him. Don't let that little brat get away." Yet, Arthur could not evade the light priest's gaze, as a light orb was simultaneously hurled in his direction. Although it was merely a first-tier spell with little lethality, it exposed Arthur's form in the darkness. The paladin swiftly emerged from the fray, sword drawn, aiming for Arthur's chest. "You forced my hand." Arthur crossed his greatsword, and with a resounding clang, blocked the strike. The paladin was momentarily taken aback. He had expected to effortlessly slay a civilian, but was met with resistance from the youth before him. Arthur, however, would not afford him any chance for hesitation. Utilizing the force from the paladin's strike, he spun to the side, simultaneously maneuvering his greatsword. In a swift motion, the blade found its way to the paladin's side. The knight attempted to dodge, but he overlooked the exaggerated length of the greatsword. The blade effortlessly tore through the paladin's armor, slicing through his waist. Arthur's strength completely overwhelmed that of the same-tier warriors, and with a single strike, he nearly cleaved the paladin in two. Sheathing his sword, he turned to the startled priest, flashed a grin, and then leaped into the air. Everything transpired too quickly. the light priest instinctively raised a light shield before him. Yet he forgot that light-based protective magic was notoriously the weakest among all types. As Arthur's sword, he swung his sword horizontally, transitioning from a downward slash to a crushing blow, the sword's flat edge crashing against the light shield. The shield shattered like glass. In the next instant, the sword descended upon the light priest's head, obliterating both his skull and his astonished expression. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The battlefield had been inadvertently turned. The process far easier than anticipated. A vulnerable priest was indeed so weak without protection. Chapter 41. The grim battlefield following the demise of the light priest. The church was once again engulfed in black mist. Yet, the paladins did not falter. Their attacks grew even more frenzied, bolstered by their fervent faith. With a scream, one of the warrior attendants accompanying the middle-aged scholar was stabbed to the ground, subsequently slaughtered by the oncoming knights. Only the old steward and another attendant remained, fending off the onslaught of the knight captain and 3 paladins as they retreated, shielding the family of scholars. On the other side, the bearded ranger and his companions found themselves in dire straits as well. Although the 2 light warriors were 4th-tier combatants, the martial skills of the church's knight order were solid and fierce. Under the coordinated assault of the 2, the ranger's furious roars echoed, yet he could not break through their encirclement. His 3 companions struggled against the relentless charges of 6 paladins, suffering injuries, yet they persevered. Suddenly, one of the light warriors attacking the bearded ranger hesitated in his movements, creating a brief opening between him and his partner. Seizing the opportunity, the ranger swung his sword toward the warrior's face. The blade was already overhead when the light warrior hastily raised his spear to block. The clash of sword and spear revealed the ranger's superior strength as the spear was forced downward, allowing the blade to sweep across the warrior's chest. Not long after, another paladin attacking the old steward faltered in his assault, his thrust lacking power. The old steward seized the paladin's wrist, wrenching it outward with force, breaking it in an instant. The light warrior and paladin suffered grievous injuries due to their missteps, gradually restoring balance to the battlefield. Yet, the strange occurrences had only just begun. Soon after, more paladins made critical errors, resulting in yet another death and injury. When a surge of weakness suddenly washed over the knight captain, he immediately realized, not good, it's the weaken spell. The 2nd-tier dark magic, Weaken Sphere, possessed almost no lethality. It merely induced a fleeting sensation of fatigue, and its effects diminished with higher warrior ranks. It appeared to be a seemingly useless spell, often unnoticed by those struck by it in ordinary circumstances. However, in the heat of battle, even a slight delay could prove fatal. The peculiar spell, with its powerful crowd control capabilities, was precisely why dark mages were regarded with such dread for millennia by the church. When the weakened sphere struck the knight captain, the flow of energy within him suddenly faltered, causing his powerful thrust to slow. The old steward seized the opportunity to knock the sword aside with his pipe, and then delivered a powerful blow to the captain's chest. The knight captain staggered back, collapsing onto the ground. A paladin stepped forward to intercept the old steward's pursuit of the knight captain. The old steward flipped his pipe, directing the bowl toward the paladin's face, and a massive fireball erupted, exploding upon the paladin's visage. This peculiar pipe turned out to be a magical weapon of no small caliber. Retreat entirely. Taking advantage of the moment, the knight captain quickly stood, yet he did not rejoin the fray. Instead, he clutched his chest and dashed toward the church's exit. The paladins, though filled with courage, were not foolish. They understood that a dark mage lurked in the shadows, and this operation could not possibly succeed. As the knight captain issued his command, the other paladins, recognizing the situation, also sought to disengage and retreat. Do not let them escape. If even one of them gets away, none of us here will survive, the bearded ranger shouted in desperation. The paladins before him were not what he feared. It was the immense power of the church behind them that truly terrified him. Should today's events be revealed, everyone would face the relentless pursuit of the church. Arthur, who had just slain the light priest with a single strike, did not take the opportunity to flee, but instead stood resolutely at the church's entrance. He brandished his great sword, revealing a chilling smirk inappropriate for one of his age. Since we have encountered a tiger, we naturally cannot let it return to the mountains. Get out of my way. The first to charge was the injured knight commander, thrusting his sword towards Arthur's face, the overflowing aura of his blade extending nearly half a foot. The strike of a 5th-level combat officer was not something Arthur could easily withstand. Without hesitation, he leaped aside to evade the fierce attack. simultaneously granting the Knight Commander an opportunity to escape through the doorway. No sooner had the Knight Commander landed than he felt his feet sink into the ground, his ankles quickly engulfed by a mire of soil mage. The Knight Commander's heart sank. He had not anticipated an ambush outside the church. Just then, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Arthur's great sword was slicing through the air towards him. Unable to turn around, the Knight Commander twisted his body to parry, blocking Arthur's powerful strike. Even with his feet trapped in the mud, he could not easily break through the Knight Commander's defense. The Knight Commander glared fiercely at the youthful face before him. Arthur flashed a slight smile and suddenly released his grip on the great sword. Propelling himself forward, the sudden absence of pressure allowed the Knight Commander's sword to rise involuntarily, sending Arthur's weapon flying and exposing his back. In that fleeting moment, Arthur lunged behind the Knight Commander, driving his dagger into the Commander's right flank. The Knight Commander grunted in pain, elbowing Arthur away. Arthur had anticipated this and used the force to propel himself backward, retreating to the church's entrance, where he coldly observed the Knight Commander slowly collapsing in agony. The technique known as decisive strike emphasized a single, lethal blow. The thrust Arthur had delivered had ruptured the Knight Commander's liver, leaving him with no chance to rise again. Screams echoed within the church, and with the loss of the 5th-level combat strength of the Knight Commander, the bearded ranger and his companions, aided by the dark mage, unleashed a massacre upon the paladins. Those who dared to rush toward the church's entrance found themselves face-to-face with Arthur. The little harbinger of death. As silence fell, the dark mist within the church began to dissipate, gradually revealing a scene of utter carnage. The ground was strewn with grotesque corpses, blood staining nearly every inch of the floor. Only the bearded ranger, the old butler, and Arthur remained standing within the church. The bearded ranger bore 2 prominent wounds on his chest, blood soaking his entire front, yet he clung to his great sword, striving to maintain an upright posture. Behind him, 2 companions sat on the ground, tending to their wounds, while another lay lifeless, having succumbed to a fatal goring from a long spear, the last strike of a dying light knight. The old butler still gripped his long pipe, though his other arm hung limply, dripping blood incessantly. Not far behind him crouched a middle-aged scholar and his family in a corner of the church. The man shielded his wife, who held their 2 children tightly. Nearby, 2 warriors lay entwined with the paladins, their weapons still embedded in each other's bodies, unwilling to relinquish their grasp even in death. Remarkably, Arthur appeared to be in the best condition among the 3. Aside from a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he bore no visible injuries. The bearded ranger and the old butler exchanged looks of astonishment and curiosity, both taken aback by the realization that this young mercenary was the pivotal force that had influenced the battle today. "Come forth!" The bearded ranger suddenly turned and shouted at the statue of the dark deity. Chapter 42. Singular. All eyes shifted from the bearded ranger's fierce shout to the statue. Within the church, there were certainly more than just Arthur and the 2 others still capable of fighting. None could overlook the dark mage lurking in the shadows. With a faint creak, a slender figure cautiously emerged from behind the dark deity's statue. The figure revealed was not the sinister, deathly visage one might expect of a dark mage, but rather a boy of similar stature to Arthur, who looked nervously at the gathered crowd. There must be a mechanism behind the statue. Otherwise, the boy would not have hidden there undetected for so long. Clutching a white bone staff of unknown material, he bore an expression of vigilance. It was no wonder the paladins had not troubled Arthur earlier. The boy's appearance was in stark contrast to Arthur's. The boy was frail, his flaxen hair slightly curled, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Whether due to prolonged exposure to darkness or the toll of magic, his complexion was pale and devoid of warmth. In contrast, Arthur had spent 3 vigorous years in the mercenary guild, his physique robust like that of a young bull, and he bore a cheerful smile, his eyes crinkling with delight at the sight of others. The bearded ranger scoffed. "I never imagined that the dark mage responsible for such calamity would be a mere boy." The boy met the bearded ranger's gaze for an instant before quickly lowering his head, murmuring, "I am truly sorry that my misfortune has affected you. I am willing to compensate you to the best of my abilities." As he spoke, he searched his person, finding only a small handful of silver coins, nothing more. His head lowered further in shame. The old butler sighed softly. "Let it be. He is a victim in this as well. This is not entirely his fault." "Of course it is not his fault. I am merely curious." Having never encountered a dark mage before, the bearded ranger responded with a hearty laugh. though the motion tugged painfully at his wounds. Today, we've dispatched a dozen of the church's scum. It feels quite gratifying. Child, you must flee. The church will undoubtedly hold you accountable for today's losses. They will not let you go, the old butler advised gently. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned each face. Having prepared for the worst, to his astonishment, instead of anger, they offered him a chance to escape. He resolved to remember each of their faces. I am Enoral. You may call me Aner. I owe each of you present a debt of life, and I shall repay it in due time. We rangers never seek recompense. First, ensure your own survival, the bearded ranger replied boisterously. The old butler waved his hand dismissively. Let it go. The Palmer Duke's household wishes to avoid any association with dark mages. Consider this your greatest gratitude for not having seen us. I am Arthur Hilro. Arthur smiled as he extended his hand to Aner. The old butler and the bearded ranger both shook their heads lightly. The youth was indeed naive, unaware of the repercussions of associating with a dark mage. Arthur, I shall remember that name, Aner echoed, but instead of shaking Arthur's hand, he bowed deeply, then offered a bow to each individual in the church before swiftly exiting through the doors. This was not a place for lingering. As the boy's figure vanished from view, the middle-aged scholar and his family took their leave. We too must depart. May you all forget today's events. He offered a slight bow to the bearded ranger and Arthur before ushering his family away. Unlike the aimless ranger and Arthur, the middle-aged scholar was the one most fearful of any repercussions from this affair. Having slain a light priest and so many paladins, the church would not spare him, even with the protection of the Duke's household. My companions' bodies will require your assistance in handling, the old butler remarked to the bearded ranger, having taken a few belongings from the fallen but unable to transport the corpses for burial. The bearded ranger nodded gently in acknowledgement. With so many bodies left behind, the church would undoubtedly uncover traces. With Arthur's help, the bearded ranger gathered all the corpses together and set them ablaze. Along with the church itself, the fire, combined with the rain, would eradicate most evidence. Aside from a pile of charred remains, the church would likely uncover nothing. Young brother, we should part ways. The world is vast, and perhaps we shall meet again, the bearded ranger said, tossing a small pouch of coins to Arthur. Inside were the spoils gathered from the slain light priest and paladins, aside from the money. The ranger had not touched anything else, not even the valuable weapons and armor, as such items could attract the church's suspicion and pursuit. Arthur did not refuse. According to mercenary code, this was the reward he had rightfully earned for his efforts. Given the church's wealth, even half of what was in the pouch was a hefty sum. I will be in the royal city for the next few years, should you find yourself there. Old man, seek me out, Arthur said with a smile, waving goodbye before turning to leave. As he watched the figure of the sword-bearing youth recede into the distance and recalled the recently departed boy mage. The bearded ranger could not help but murmur softly, wondering how the world had suddenly gained so many formidable young individuals. Towering majestically, Mount Azaral stretched high into the clouds, like a colossal pillar propping up the very heavens above the continent. Mount Azaral and the Orlando mountain range were renowned peaks within the kingdom of Isaac, serving as the foundation for its prosperity. The Orlando mountains stretch for thousands of kilometers, serving as a natural barrier that separates the realms of humankind from the orc wastelands. At the foot of Mount Azar lies an indomitable city within the human kingdom, the royal city of Singaral. Encircled by mountains at the base of Mount Azar, Singaral boasts towering gray walls that reach an impressive height of 38 meters. Formidable enough that even the monstrous war beasts of the orcs cannot surmount them. The 5-meter-thick walls are hewn from solid obsidian rock, one of the hardest materials on the continent. Upon these walls, dragon-slaying ballistae and dwarven cannons are densely arrayed. Behind the fortifications, 108 towering mage towers rise to a height of 100 meters, serving as potent defensive weapons while also capable of conjuring a magical barrier that envelopes the entire city in an instant. Throughout its storied history, Singaral has withstood countless wars and has never fallen, earning its reputation as the true bastion of the human realm. At the majestic foot of the royal city, the youth removed his cloak, gazing up at the city walls with a warm smile, proclaiming, Bloodlight Royal Academy, here I come. Chapter 43, Unforeseen Conflict. The Berland continent is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where a select few powerful individuals and their supporting factions dominate the landscape. Although the various races on the continent accept the existence of slavery and the slave trade, society does not permit the arbitrary enslavement of common folk. While the strong and the noble wield power, They have also created pathways for the commoners to ascend. These pathways are embodied in the numerous academies scattered across the continent, where children of commoners with martial or magical talents can receive education and training. Upon graduation, they may be selected for military service or bureaucratic roles, or even courted by noble factions, thereby embarking on a journey that alters their destinies within the borders of the Isaac Kingdom. There exist 8 renowned academies collectively referred to as 7 Flowers and 1 Oddity. The 7 academies, lauded for their comprehensive strength, are known as the 7 Golden Flowers, gaining considerable fame across the continent. In contrast, the Bloodlight Royal Academy stands out as the unique oddity among them. The peculiarity of the Bloodlight Royal Academy arises partly from its exclusive policy of admitting only the children of nobility and affluent families, requiring recommendations for enrollment. Additionally, the student body comprises a concentration of second-generation officials and the wealthy, leading to a plethora of bizarre and absurd incidents, despite its eccentricities. The Academy's overall strength is undisputedly ranked first in the kingdom. Bloodlight Academy boasts the finest faculty resources in the realm, as all teaching staff are bestowed with titles from the Mage Abyss Pavilion or the Martial Hero Hall, receiving royal stipends that are at least 3 times greater than those of professors at other academies. Another unparalleled advantage is that the Royal Library serves as the Academy's private repository, housing a vast collection of tomes that chronicles the continent's hidden history, ancient magics, and lost martial techniques. The current king of the Isaac Kingdom, His Majesty Stretch, is an alumnus of this academy, and even the academy's name was altered at the king's behest, derived from his motto, "Only blood can defend honor." Naturally, the king's creed has become the academy's guiding principle. Step aside. Arthur was lost in thought, gazing at the blood-red motto inscribed on a massive sword-shaped stone at the academy's entrance when he was unexpectedly shoved from behind. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Arthur stumbled forward but instinctively raised his right leg. Kicking out towards the direction of the push, the scream echoed from behind him as he swiftly turned, drawing his sword and assuming a defensive stance that a young warrior clad in green was curled on the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing in pain. Arthur's routine practice of the Death's Embrace technique had left him unrestrained during the unexpected attack, inflicting significant injury on the assailant. Standing beside this individual were 3 other young warriors, similarly dressed in green attire, who were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend Arthur's rapid response. Where did this bumpkin come from, daring to cause a ruckus here? What are you fools waiting for? Seize him, commanded a tall youth of around 15 or 16 years old standing behind the others. With striking good looks, golden curls, and adorned in lavish golden attire, he bore a long sword embellished with golden patterns at his waist, exuding an air of haughty confidence. As he spoke, the 3 green-clad warriors immediately closed in on Arthur. The foremost one leaped forward, throwing a punch directly at Arthur, while the other 2 flanked him from either side. In a world of mercenaries, Arthur relished such straightforward confrontations, noticing that the opponent's white-hued aura indicated he was merely a Tier 3 warrior. Arthur confidently retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, causing Arthur to stagger back a few steps while deftly evading the attacks from both sides. In contrast, his opponent was forced to retreat several steps before collapsing to the ground. Bloodlight Academy, situated on the slopes of Mount Azar, is approached via a wide thoroughfare, and the ensuing scuffle quickly drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Today marked the first day of new student orientation, attracting many youths of similar age to Arthur. As Arthur absorbed a kick from a warrior behind him, he leveraged the momentum to deliver a powerful punch to another adversary, knocking him to the ground. With the agility of a tiger pouncing on its prey, Arthur skillfully dodged another strike while sending the warrior who had just recovered back to the ground. It felt as if he had returned to the training grounds of the Blue Rose mercenary group, effortlessly handling 3 opponents. The surrounding youths, filled with youthful fervor, couldn't help but cheer for Arthur, captivated by his prowess in overcoming adversaries older than himself. The golden-haired youth's expression darkened further, recognizing the jeers as mockery directed at him. "You useless fools, get out of my way." The golden-haired youth leaped into action, his hands forming talon-like claws as a pale blue aura surged from his fingertips, aimed directly at Arthur's head. With a similar age, this golden-haired youth had already reached the rank of battle lieutenant. Arthur merely smirked, remaining undaunted as he readied a punch to counter the assault from the 4th-tier warrior. "Stop this at once." A commanding voice pierced the chaos as a figure surged into the fray. Arthur barely caught a glimpse of the newcomer before a flash of gold and crimson sent him crashing to the ground. The golden-haired youth and his companions were similarly thrown backward. The impact was severe, and it took Arthur a moment to rise, facing a middle-aged man clad in a gold and crimson robe. Despite the man's stern demeanor, the sparse hairs on his chin lent him an oddly comical appearance. Before Arthur could muster a smile, the middle-aged man erupted in anger. "You little rascals, daring to brawl at the academy gates. Tell me, are you all idiots, or just looking for a fight?" Arthur had been subjected to similar tirades from Landell countless times. Thus he made the wisest choice to remain silent and bow his head in contrition. The golden-haired youth, however, clearly lacked such experience and couldn't help but retort. It was that wild brat who struck first. In a flash, the golden-clad figure lunged forward, sending the golden-haired youth tumbling once more, this time with even greater force. "Did I ask you? Did I grant you permission to speak? I am the Marquis of Garfield." The golden-haired youth's sentence was abruptly cut short as he was sent sprawling again, this time rendered unconscious. "I do not care who your father is. Even His Majesty Stretch must abide by the rules here. For the rules were established by the king. From this day forth, you all better behave yourselves, or I will ensure you regret stepping through the academy's gates." The middle-aged man's admonition was aimed at the gathered youths. Using the opportunity to instill a sense of discipline among the new students, he then turned to Arthur, saying, "You, young mercenary, get out of here quickly. This is the Bloodlight Royal Academy, not a place for someone like you." Arthur, still clad in his worn mercenary garb, a dusty beige leather armor, and a gray cloak caked with dirt from his travels, stood in stark contrast to the well-dressed youths around him. Yet, he showed no signs of trepidation and retorted, "Does your academy not accept students this year?" "Of course we do, but we do not accept mercenaries. Every student joining the academy must have a recommendation letter from a noble of marquis rank or higher. Do you possess one?" Arthur retrieved a crumpled and aged letter from within his attire. "Is this what you mean?" The middle-aged professor was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 44. The Money-Grubbing Academy. The middle-aged professor incredulously accepted the recommendation letter from Arthur's hand, his hand trembling slightly upon seeing the signature at the bottom. The letter was certainly not forged. It bore the personal seal of a marquis, and in any human kingdom, forging the seal of a high-ranking noble is a grave offense. The professor's previously stern expression transformed into a smile. "Since you possess a recommendation letter, you meet the enrollment criteria as long as you pass the entrance examination, you will be a formal student of the Bloodlight Royal Academy. Come, I will take you to register." The crowd of onlookers erupted in a buzz at the exchange, astonished that this young mercenary met the qualifications for admission. Arthur scratched his head, puzzled by the professor's sudden change in demeanor, but wisely chose not to press further, hurrying to keep pace with the middle-aged professor. As for the golden-haired youth lying on the ground, aside from a few companions rushing to assist him, he garnered no further attention. This is the reality of the continent. The focus of people's gazes always remains fixed on the strong. As they walked, the middle-aged professor introduced himself. "I am Professor Augustus from the Academy's Discipline Office, responsible for maintaining order within the Academy. You may call me Professor Augustus from now on." "Greetings, Professor Ogu. My name is Arthur, and I hail from the city of Hualai." Arthur found that this Professor Ogu did not seem as terrifying as he had initially appeared. However, he failed to notice that all the students passing by were deliberately avoiding them, nor was he aware that former students privately referred to this Professor Ogu as the Skeleton Professor. As they entered the grand entrance of the academy, a vast circular plaza paved with large azure stones unfolded before them. From the plaza, 3 mountain paths extended in different directions. Professor Ogu suddenly halted, pointing towards the 3 paths as he introduced. The left path leads to the Wuyun Hall, where the academy trains warriors. The right path leads to the Magic Forest Tower, responsible for training mages of various disciplines, while the middle path leads to the administrative district and the academy library. New warrior enrollment is also at the Wuyun Hall. Let us proceed this way. After saying this, Professor Ogu walked directly toward the left path, but after taking a few steps, he noticed that Arthur remained rooted in place. Arthur scratched his head, revealing a hint of an awkward smile. "Professor, I wish to enroll as a mage." Professor Ogu's mouth gaped in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. "You claim to be a mage?" Arthur nodded earnestly. Before entering the academy, Arthur had already determined his major direction. Powerful warriors did not require an intricate array of martial techniques. The simpler the killing moves, the better. Thus, with the death decision in his possession, Arthur felt no urgent need to learn other martial skills. Although Nanyang's refining mind brought him immense pain during cultivation, its effects were unparalleled by other martial arts. In contrast to warriors, the more formidable a mage, the more spells they needed to master, and the principles of various magics and magic circles were exceedingly complex, without specialized and systematic study. It was challenging to become a powerful mage. Another peculiar case, it seems the Bloodlight Royal Academy will forever be adorned with the label of eccentricity. Professor Ogu could only turn right, walking while silently lamenting. He could not fathom that this youth, who could take on 3 opponents with his martial skills, was actually a mage. Following the winding mountain path, they traversed through landscapes adorned with exotic flowers and stones. Bloodlight Academy resembled a royal garden, captivating Arthur's attention. After walking for over a mile along the mountain path, the scenery suddenly opened up, revealing various mage towers of differing sizes standing amidst the forest. The towers varied in shape. Some were as short as 3 stories, approximately 7 or 8 meters high, while others soared to 7 stories, reaching several dozen meters in height, some even shimmering with unusual magical light. Among the clustered towers, the most striking one stood at a height of 100 meters. Its vast body capable of accommodating thousands of individuals, with flickering lightning at its pinnacle. Professor Ogu offered little explanation, leading Arthur directly to an ancient-looking 7-story mage tower. The number of new students awaiting their assessments had already gathered before the tower, being called in one by one for their magical tests. Those who passed would receive a magical token indicating their status as academy students. The students who had yet to be called congregated in small groups, each adorned in luxurious mage robes, their wands varying in form and material, yet all were enchanted wands. For mercenaries, such expensive and rare magical equipment was a luxury, but for these noble offspring, it was merely a tool for daily study. When Arthur, clad in mercenary leather armor and carrying a great sword, appeared among them, it immediately caused quite a stir. Is he also a mage? Some whispered. There are no commissioned tasks here, mercenary. Others mocked directly. Ignoring the murmurs and gazes around him, Arthur curiously examined the mage tower before him. Let us test this little fellow first. Professor Oga handed Arthur's earlier recommendation letter to a young female professor responsible for guiding at the mage tower. The young professor merely glanced at the signature on the recommendation letter before returning it to Arthur, then chuckled lightly. No wonder Professor Ogu brought him personally. But are you sure you haven't come to the wrong place? Professor Ogu's mouth twitched slightly. Actually, I would like to know that as well. Then do go in. The young professor gestured for Arthur to enter. Arthur stepped forward and gently pushed open the door of the mage tower. As soon as one foot crossed the threshold, a gentle magical light enveloped him. Detection magic. Arthur stood still, allowing the magical light to flow over him. Age appropriate. Possesses both battle chi and magical elements within. Truly an interesting little fellow. The first floor of the mage tower was an expansive hall, with a long ebony table set directly opposite the entrance, behind which sat 3 mages. The voice came from a short, elderly man in the middle, donned in a white mage robe, with a snow-white beard and bright eyes, though the tip of his nose was slightly reddened, adding a touch of humor to his noble mage appearance. The mage on the left was slightly younger, tall and imposing, his face stern. The mage on the right was shrouded in a flowing aura, making it impossible for Arthur to discern either their appearance or gender. Arthur stepped forward and bowed to the 3. The short elder spoke directly. Bloodlight Academy's admission standards require students to be under 16 years of age, achieving at least a level 3 warrior or a level 2 mage. That a level 2 mage must be able to cast 2 complete level 2 magical skills without the aid of a wand. If you are ready, you may begin. Any type of magic will do. Any magical discipline is permissible. Arthur nodded, and with a flourish of his hand, a wall of fire appeared before the 3 mages. The swiftness of his casting made the old mage's eyes light up. Before the firewall extinguished, a whirlwind suddenly materialized, the flames riding the wind as the whirlwind carried the fire towards the ebony table. Showboating. The elder mage on the left snorted coldly, and without any visible action, both the whirlwind and the firewall abruptly vanished. All right, tell me your name. I am Arthur Hilro. Arthur, you have been accepted. The old mage picked up a black shield-shaped token from the table, with a flash of light. Arthur's golden name appeared on the black token. The old mage tossed the token to Arthur. Remember, from this day forth, the Bloodlight token must be carried at all times. It serves not only as proof of your student identity, but also as a key to access various areas of the academy. You may leave now. Someone will guide you through the enrollment and payment procedures. Arthur scratched his head. Do I have to pay? 3,000 gold coins for a year's tuition, not a single coin less. The stern mage on the left spoke up again. Arthur was taken aback and blurted out, "Is this an extortion academy?" Chapter 45. The original sin of humanity. As Arthur emerged from the mage tower with a sorrowful expression, a chorus of schadenfreude erupted outside the tower. Pride, envy, anger, sloth, greed, lust, and gluttony are the 7 deadly sins of humanity, as well as the inherent flaws deeply rooted in human nature. The noble offspring gathered outside the tower could not tolerate Arthur, a country bumpkin, gaining the same status as themselves. Thus they felt a sense of joy at Arthur's failure to pass the test, reveling in their own success. Professor Ogu cast a wry smile at the female mage, then patted Arthur's shoulder in consolation. "No matter, I shall take you to the Wuyun Hall. You are destined to be a warrior." Arthur raised the black bloodlight token in his hand. The scene fell into an abrupt silence, as the brazen act of face-slapping caused many mocking expressions to freeze in place. Unable to contain himself, Professor Ogu kicked Arthur lightly. Why the long face after being accepted? Arthur's eyes brimmed with tears. Is this a royal academy or a den of thieves? Arthur was still reeling from the pain of the 3,000 gold coins. The enchanted leather boots he wore were barely over 30 gold coins, and the exceptional enchanted longsword treasured by Deputy Captain Shueshua cost 300 gold coins. The tuition for 1 year could buy 10 such magical items, which felt like a brutal extraction of his flesh. Little did Arthur know, every year, those who received recommendation privileges to enter the Bloodlight Royal Academy were either wealthy or noble, with the minimum being the offspring of titled earls. Possessing a title meant owning a territory, reaping the income of one or even several towns. Thus, while 3,000 gold coins was a considerable sum, it was not regarded as significant by these aristocratic families. Professor Ogle laughed heartily. No difference. His Majesty King Streech hopes the Academy can cultivate more brigands like Gino. Who is Gino? Arthur regretted asking as soon as the words left his mouth, recalling that the signature on his recommendation letter was Gino Patrick. Professor Ogu, however, paid it no mind, waving his hand dismissively. You will learn who he is in due time. The following procedures will be guided. And should you have any questions in the future, you may find me at the Academy's discipline office. Saying this, he turned and drifted away. Remember, no fighting within the Academy. Otherwise, severe punishment will ensue. Professor Ogu's voice echoed from afar. Injecting magic into the token will illuminate the Bloodlight token, displaying the names of every building within the Academy. Proceed to the finance office to pay your tuition, and they will assign you a room. Your future study schedule will also be communicated through the token. The young female mage began to briefly explain the upcoming arrangements to Arthur. This time, Arthur truly gained insight. This seemingly ordinary black token was not only a magical map, but also a magical communication tool. Arthur stowed the token away, lifted his gaze, and surveyed the faces of the surrounding youths. Then offered a radiant smile. From now on, we shall all be classmates. I look forward to your guidance, my fellow students. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, with no one daring to respond, as if something lurked behind that radiant smile. On the other side of Bloodlight Academy, the martial arts students were undergoing their assessments in the square before the Wuyun Hall. The responsibility for these evaluations fell to another vice president of the Academy, the formidable level 12 battle general, Maury Robbins. Once, Maury served as the chief bodyguard to the late king. Upon the new king's ascension, he was granted this leisurely position in recognition of his years of loyal service. At the center of the square stood a massive scoreboard, encircled by 7 magical mannequins. The students attacked the mannequins using their own energy and martial skills, with the damage inflicted translating directly into scores displayed on the scoreboard. To pass the test, a student had to inflict a cumulative damage exceeding 1,000 points within a minute. This method, refined through years of experience, was deemed the most objective and fair assessment process. Among level 3 warriors, there indeed existed a vast disparity in strength. Many noble families resorted to drugs and other external means to artificially elevate their children's martial ranks, resulting in warriors who were merely AFAAD. As each student took their turn, they showcased their skills. Some unleashed a flurry of strikes on a single mannequin, others executed a punch to one and a kick to another, while some immediately demonstrated their martial techniques. The results varied dramatically. One unfortunate soul, just as the final bell tolled, found his score stuck at an agonizing 999, but a mere 1 point short of passing, although the Academy only accepted the offspring of noble families. There was no leniency in the entrance examination. Failure meant no exceptions would be made. This score-based admission process was merely a formality for Vice President Mori, symbolizing the Academy's commitment to each new cohort of students. Feeling somewhat bored, Mori yawned and propped his feet up on the table, remarking, "The caliber of this year's students is rather lackluster." No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure burst into the testing area. With a single punch, a mannequin fell with a dull thud. The figure, clad in black, swiftly leaped to the next mannequin, driving a knee into its abdomen and sending it flying. The shadow landed, then charged shoulder first into another, toppling it with ease. The figure's movements were fluid and graceful, delivering blows that sent mannequins crashing down, and the scoreboard reflected a meteoric rise in points as the bell rang. The score settled at an astonishing 3,388. Every eye in the square widened in disbelief at the incredible score and the youth clad in black martial attire. The boy had dark skin, a stern visage, and while not particularly tall, he exuded remarkable athleticism. Most striking were his yellow irises and short, pointed ears. Mori nodded to himself. So this lad has grown so much. Around the testing area, whispers erupted, some filled with admiration, others tinged with jealousy. Who is he? He's incredible. He's so handsome. Look at his ears, how peculiar. A half-beastman. What's so strange about his appearance? Scoffed a freckled boy. Half-beastman, what does that mean? Do tell. The others leaned in, eager for more. A half-beastman is the offspring of a human and a beast. Unlike the half-beastmen born from humans losing their women to beast men, this fellow, Hui, is the product of a human and a beast woman, he explained. So you know him? The freckled boy puffed up with pride. Only a true man among our kind could father a child with a beast woman. Hui is Rex's illegitimate son. Rex, that's the brother of His Majesty, the king, someone exclaimed. The conversation grew more animated, voices rising with excitement, completely unaware of the cold, menacing gaze that had settled upon them. The figure in black moved once more, leaping towards the group of boys who were engrossed in their chatter. Without uttering a word, he struck out with a kick, sending them flying just as he had done to the mannequins. "Stop," came a sharp command as Professor Agu appeared like a specter. His arm moved like lightning, aiming to send Hui sprawling. However, the boy deftly dodged the strike, prompting an impressed gasp from Agu, who sighed. "One Arthur is not enough. This year's crop of peculiar students is truly remarkable." He then reached out, seizing Hui by the collar and forcefully tossing him aside. Chapter 46. Events of the past within the magic tower. 3 mages delayed notifying the next student to enter the testing chamber. Outside, the new students waited in silence, none daring to voice their discontent. Unlike Arthur, these children of noble lineage had already discerned the identities of the 3 figures within the tower. They were the pinnacle of magical prowess at Bloodlight Academy, the diminutive mage with a red nose, known as Old Harry, a level 12 archmage and the Academy's vice president, the tall mage beside him, famed throughout the kingdom as Thunderclap, the Grand Mage Austin, and the third, ostensibly a visiting professor, who was in fact a distinguished guest of His Majesty, the king. After a prolonged silence, the temperamental Austin broke the stillness. "Don't tell me you haven't noticed the sword at his back? And he bears the surname Hilro." Old Harry stroked his graying beard thoughtfully. "Of course. I noticed, but I'm perplexed as to what Keynes is up to. He taught that lad martial energy and techniques. Yet he comes to study magic, particularly fire and wind magic. Huh. I can't believe Keynes' son has grown so much." "He isn't Keynes' son. Keynes has only been away from the capital for a few years. He couldn't possibly have a child this age. And he doesn't resemble him at all. Then he must be an illegitimate child. That lad was notorious for frequenting the rooms of female students during his time at the academy, leaving behind quite the trail of romantic debts." Haha. The 2 esteemed grand mages exchanged banter about their former pupils' romantic escapades, their conversation abruptly halted by a melodic female voice from the right. "What a scandalous old man." Arthur was blissfully unaware of the myriad stories unfolding in his absence. After reluctantly parting with 3 crystal coins at the finance office, he received a set of academy robes. The attire, a blend of gold and crimson akin to the professor's garb, differed in that the mage students wore flowing robes while the martial students donned separate upper and lower garments. Arthur could not discern the fabric's material, but it felt luxuriously smooth to the touch, adorned with 2 level 1 magic circles, one for a cleansing water spell, repelling dust and stains, and the other for a heating fire spell, ensuring warmth even in winter. Though these spells seemed of little use in battle, they were highly coveted by the affluent, with such robes fetching no less than 100 gold coins on the market. This small consolation brought Arthur a measure of relief, as he at least recouped some of his expenses. The finance staff entered a room number into Arthur's bloodlight token, instantly revealing the room's location on a magical map, transforming the token into a key. This marvel of magic left Arthur in awe. Following the map's guidance, he soon found his accommodation within the Magic Tower, a designated area for new students featuring 7 ancient, towering structures. Upon entering the tower, each floor housed 4 rooms, with every student receiving their own private quarters. Ascending the spiral staircase, Arthur arrived at room 701, presenting his token before the lock, which opened with a soft click, illuminating the space with gentle magical light. The room spanned 70 to 80 square meters, boasting not only a bedroom, but also a separate living area and studied. At the center of the study stood a grand rosewood desk, flanked by a wall of bookshelves. The quantity of a mage's tomes often reflected their magical knowledge and expertise. Though the shelves were currently bare, his fingers glided over the desk's smooth surface. Arthur found himself lost in thought. He had never resided in such lavish quarters before. Memories of the filthy orc encampment he once called home seemed a distant nightmare in comparison. This was a veritable paradise. Lying upon the expansive, plush bed, he felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over him, fatigue flooding in as he slowly closed his eyes. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Arthur suddenly awoke. Instinctively reaching for his sword, his fingers grasped the hilt. He hesitated and released it. A child forged in the crucible of danger always harbors a sense of unease. After this, sleep eluded him. Though he had managed to secure funding for his first year, he fretted over the subsequent years. He needed to study here for 5 years to graduate, and 15,000 gold coins loomed like a mountain before him. An astronomical sum for Arthur. Sitting up in bed, he rummaged through his belongings, unpacking his modest possessions. Apart from the level 2 mercenary leather armor he wore, a matching level 2 blue cloak, and level 3 enchanted leather boots, he carried a nameless greatsword, a finely crafted hunting knife, and a collection of small items, including a white pendant gifted by Canes, a bronze mercenary insignia, 2 ledgers left by Randall, a crumpled recommendation letter, and a total of 2 crystal coins, 17 gold coins, and 23 silver coins. This constituted the entirety of Arthur's worldly possessions. Arthur stood in a daze for a moment, gazing at his belongings, before methodically putting them away and pushing the door open to step outside. With a few days remaining until the official start of the school year, Arthur resolved to take a stroll, for he knew he must begin preparing for the tuition and living expenses that would accompany him in the years to come. On the slopes of Mount Azeroth, a magnificent complex of palaces loomed solitary, crowned by the snow line of the mountain above. Deep within the palatial halls, in a modest side chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a loose, ornate robe reclined languidly on a beautifully carved wooden couch, his eyes gently closed as he sipped tea, the fragrant aroma enveloping the room. This man was none other than His Majesty King Stretch of the Isaac Kingdom, who ascended to the throne at the tender age of 20 and had ruled for 2 decades, now in the prime of his life. Beside him stood a slightly chubby man with a pale complexion, who bowed respectfully, his demeanor cautious. "Recent movements from the church have been rather frequent, haven't they?" Stretch inquired casually. "It is said to be due to a dark sorcerer. Not only have they failed to capture anyone, but they also lost a squad of retribution knights. Archbishop Soces is not pleased," the man replied. "Not merely displeased. Losing a squad of retribution knights is a trivial matter compared to the humiliation it brings. Soces's ambitions extend far beyond our Isaac," he added, refraining from further comment on the matter. After a moment's contemplation, the man cautiously continued, "Because of this incident, the church has apprehended quite a number of individuals." Stretch waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Let Soces vent his frustrations. As long as they do not go too far, we shall avoid a direct confrontation for now. There's another matter, though I am uncertain if I should mention it." The man hesitated. "Jesse, as the intelligence director, you need not hesitate. Speak freely. I shall decide how to proceed," Stretch encouraged. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. It is merely a trivial matter. Huey participated in the entrance examination for the Blood Glare Academy today." Stretch momentarily faltered, Who is Huey? Prince Rex. Jesse reminded him. Stretch's expression turned icy as realization dawned upon him. This Rex is truly reckless. To become infatuated with a female orc, and now he wishes to grant her a title. Handle this matter. We cannot set a precedent of granting titles to half-orcs. Jesse bowed in acknowledgement. Be cautious in your methods. The last incident with that female orc has already created a rift between Rex and me. His elder brother, we must not allow Rex to sow further discord. Chapter 47. Unforeseen encounters in the city of Singular. The palace on the hillside exudes depth and tranquility, while the bustling streets at the foot of the mountain are alive with activity and noise. This city, renowned as a bastion of humanity, presents two starkly contrasting faces on the broad avenues. Opulent carriages whizzed by, drawn by creatures both familiar, such as musk oxen and wildebeests, and rare, like two-headed earth dragons and four-eyed sand lizards. The streets were lined with shops and taverns, teeming with merchants and mercenaries from across the continent, their voices mingling in a cacophony. Clad in gleaming armor, the city guard patrolled the streets, ever vigilant in maintaining peace. Among the throngs, orcs could also be seen, their foreheads marked with various family crests, signifying their status as slaves. Orc slaves were forbidden to roam the streets alone and must be accompanied by their masters, lest they be apprehended by the city guard. In stark contrast to the lively chaos surrounding him, Arthur walked alone along the side of the street, his spirits dampened. He had ventured out in search of a part-time job. But after 2 days of inquiries at numerous weapon, general goods, and herbal shops, the most generous offer had been a mere 50 silver coins. Although this amount was not insignificant for an apprentice in the royal city, it was but a drop in the bucket compared to the exorbitant tuition fees of the Bloodglare Royal Academy. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself unwittingly turning into a secluded alley. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged from around the corner. Blocking his path, Arthur remained silent, his vigilant gaze fixed on the 4 figures before him. All were clad in short uniforms, brandishing daggers and clubs, their malevolent eyes fixed on Arthur. We've been following you for quite some time. No one is coming to save you now. A voice called from behind. Arthur turned to see an angry face, none other than the golden-haired youth with whom he had clashed a few days prior. A robust middle-aged warrior stood behind him, arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed on Arthur. Arthur was not surprised. It was common for mercenaries to seek revenge after a brawl, but he had not expected them to confront him so swiftly. Your injuries healed rather quickly, I see. Arthur taunted. Recalling the lessons learned from Tony at the tavern, where one must never appear weak in a verbal exchange, the youth's face flushed with rage, having been humiliated in front of onlookers, unable to confront Professor August directly for retribution. He had resorted to shadowing Arthur. Today, I will break one of your legs, so you remember that the royal city is no place for a country bumpkin like you to run amok. That day was merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could discuss it? Arthur took a step back, leaning against the wall while swiftly assessing the situation. The opponents were clearly prepared. The golden-haired youth was his equal in strength, and the middle-aged warrior behind him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. With a sneer, the youth replied, I'll break your leg first, then listen to your explanation about this so-called misunderstanding. Young master, don't waste time talking. Hurry and make your move. The next squad of city guards will pass by in a quarter of an hour, the middle-aged warrior urged in a low voice. Fighting was strictly prohibited within Singular City, and even the noble scions would not escape unscathed if caught by the city guard. This was precisely why they had chosen a secluded location for their confrontation. Arthur cast a surprised glance at the middle-aged warrior, thinking, these individuals truly know the ins and outs of this area. They are aware of the guard's patrol patterns. It seems my situation today is quite dire. Sighing, Arthur said, in that case, may I at least know your name, so I can understand whom I have offended? A glimmer of satisfaction crossed the youth's face as he declared, remember this. The one who strikes you today is from the house of Marquis Garfield. Before he could finish his sentence, a blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at his face, catching him off guard. The middle-aged warrior stepped forward just in time, deflecting Arthur's massive sword with a single arm, sending it soaring. The sheer force nearly caused Arthur to lose grip on his weapon. His expression grew increasingly grave. The man before him could easily be a level 5 or 6 warrior. Despicable. No one intervenes. I will personally slay him, the golden-haired youth hissed, his face pale as he brandished his sword toward Arthur. Arthur raised his massive sword defensively while simultaneously delivering a kick aimed at the youth's abdomen. Drawing upon the techniques practiced in his training, He executed a series of precise strikes from various angles. The youth was sent reeling, having never encountered such an unusual fighting style before. Arthur chose not to pursue. Instead, preparing himself for the next attack, the golden-haired youth summoned his fighting spirit, his sword erupting with a fierce glow as he lunged at Arthur's throat. Arthur's lips curled into a disdainful smile. The primary distinction between a warrior and a soldier lay in the ability to project fighting spirit. Though the golden-haired youth was a level above him, his power merely grazed the threshold of a level 4 warrior. Arthur positioned his sword horizontally to block the youth's strike, and, with a flick of his wrist, spun as he swung the massive sword horizontally toward the youth's midsection. The golden-haired youth was compelled to retreat once more, but Arthur did not pursue. "You must not hold back any longer. He is stalling for time," the middle-aged warrior urged impatiently. "Wild brat, you brought this upon yourself." The youth seethed, his eyes glinting dangerously as he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, sending forth several blades of energy toward Arthur. With the onslaught of such concentrated attacks, Arthur knew evasion was futile. He chose to fall back, rolling with his massive sword in hand. The golden-haired youth's face paled in frustration. His carefully honed ultimate technique had been effortlessly countered by Arthur's unorthodox maneuvers. "What other tricks do you have? Bring it on," Arthur taunted, beckoning with his fingers as he continued to provoke the youth. "Young master, we have no time left. You all must join in and incapacitate him," the middle-aged warrior commanded. Pointing towards Arthur, they all lunged toward him. Arthur activated his wind step technique, swiftly leaping in front of them, his massive sword slicing through the air as he targeted their midsections, forcing them to retreat. Behind him, the golden-haired youth charged once more, his long sword aimed at Arthur's back. Rather than evade, Arthur pivoted and swung his sword, a desperate move that would end in mutual destruction. The youth attempted to parry with an upward block. But in that moment of contact, Arthur felt a sudden weakening of power from the youth's blade. Seizing the opportunity, he exerted force once more. With a resounding clang, the youth's sword was knocked from his grasp, leaving him momentarily stunned. Arthur then delivered a swift kick to the youth's abdomen, sending him flying. "You wild brat! How dare you!" the middle-aged warrior shouted, charging forward with a punch aimed at Arthur's face. His fist enveloped in blazing white fighting spirit, powerful as a bull's head. Arthur raised his sword in defense, but it was futile. He was sent hurtling away like a kite with its string cut. As the middle-aged warrior pursued him for another strike, a cloud of black mist suddenly enveloped the scene, ensnaring the warrior and his companions within its depths. "Arthur, over here," a voice called from beyond the veil of mist. Arthur's expression brightened, and he dashed towards the source of the sound. Chapter 48. The way to prosperity. In a secluded little restaurant tucked away in a back street, Arthur gazed helplessly at Arno, who was devouring his meal with his head bowed. Despite a month apart, he still appeared as frail and pale as when they first met. "Thank you. I haven't had a proper meal in months." Arno suddenly lifted his head and said, "It's nothing. Take your time. What brings you to Singular?" Arno wiped his mouth and revealed a slightly shy smile. "I've come to find you." Arthur looked surprised. "Find me? This is the headquarters of the Church of Light in the Isaac Kingdom. It's far too dangerous for you." "I know. The most perilous places are often the safest. The knights and priests of the church are hunting for me, but they would never think I would come to the royal city. Besides, with you in the royal city, I finally have a friend here," Arno said earnestly. "Friend? But we've only met once," Arthur replied. "We fought together. You saved me, and today you treated me to a meal. Most importantly, you extended your hand to me at that moment. You were the first to choose to believe in me after learning of my identity as a dark mage, so I consider you my friend." Arthur scratched his head, realizing that Arno seemed even more innocent than he was. "All right. Since you've saved my life today, I suppose we can be considered friends." Arno smiled, extending his hand toward Arthur. The boy with curly flaxen hair looked equally charming when he smiled. Arthur reached out, and their small hands clasped tightly together. For the first time, the two men who would one day alter the course of history on the continent of Berland stood side by side. "What brings you there by coincidence?" Arthur suddenly asked. "I have been searching for you in the city. It seems we truly are fated," Arno replied. "No, it's through sensing magic that I left a dark sensing magic mark on you. As long as you are within 1,000 meters, I can sense your presence." Arthur joked. "Dark magic is surprisingly powerful. No wonder the church has been pursuing you for millennia." Arno lowered his head, a pained expression crossing his face. Aware that he had touched a sensitive subject, Arthur quickly changed the topic. What are your plans now? Arno kept his head down and murmured, if possible, I intend to stay. Arthur hesitated for a moment and replied solemnly, this place is still too dangerous for you. However, if you insist on staying, I may not be wealthy, but I can lend you some money to find a place to stay. Arthur, do you need money? Arthur shot Arno a glare. Of course I need it. I need a substantial sum. I have a way to make money. We could become enchanters and sell magical equipment. Arthur's eyes lit up. Enchanters were a branch of mages, yet they were recognized as the wealthiest among them that a finely crafted sword worth 1 gold coin could be enchanted with a level 1 sharpness spell or a fireball spell, instantly selling for 5 or 6 coins. However, his enthusiasm quickly dimmed. Do you think becoming an enchanter is that easy? Only 1 in 100 mages can become an enchanter, and it requires the church's approval and the direct instruction of a senior enchanter. I know why enchanters are so rare. It involves a secret hidden for thousands of years. Arno lowered his voice further. Enchanters are rare because all enchanters must be dual-element mages. In addition to their primary element, they must also be able to cast enchantment magic, which is essential for inscribing magic circles onto equipment. Yet, enchantment magic does not belong to any known magical category. Is there truly magic that doesn't belong to any category? Because enchantment magic is a modified form of magic, its true name is dark corrosion. Are you saying that enchantment magic originates from dark magic? Arthur exclaimed in disbelief, then slapped his forehead. Now I finally understand why enchanters need the church's approval. Every enchanter has the potential to become a dark mage, and the church wants to ensure that each enchanter is under control. Arno nodded solemnly. I understand your intent. You wish to bypass the church's approval and secretly use dark corrosion to enchant weapons and equipment for profit. What do you say? Are we in? Arno asked. If we get caught by the church, we'll certainly be burned at the stake. Arthur chuckled. With such great profits at stake, of course, I'm in. Being a mercenary is all about balancing risks and rewards. Moreover, just being friends with you is enough for the church to want to burn me several times over. But why didn't you use this money-making method before? This time, it was Arno who shot Arthur a glare. Would you dare to use equipment enchanted with dark magic? Arno sighed and continued, this method requires cooperation with mages of other elements. You are the first non-dark mage I have trusted in all these years. All right then, let us discuss the specifics, Arthur said, already feeling impatient. The process of enchanting equipment must be completed by a single mage. I saw you use water and earth magic in the church last time. I also have a slight affinity for earth magic. If you teach me earth magic, I can inscribe the earth magic circle onto the equipment. I can also teach you dark corrosion, and you can see if you can become an enchanter yourself. Arthur laughed happily. As long as there is a magic circle diagram, I can enchant any elemental magic except for time magic, which is regarded as a magical taboo. Are you a monster? Arno was taken aback, as enchanters are dual-element mages, and typically, an enchanter can only enchant one type of magic throughout their life. Since we are collaborating, I have a condition, Arno stated. What do you propose regarding the division of profits? It's not about the money. I want to enter the Blood Glory Royal Academy with you. Arthur pondered for a moment, but shook his head. The academy is indeed the safest place. But entering Blood Glory Academy requires a recommendation from a grand noble with qualification. I have no means of obtaining such a letter. I don't need formal admission. I know that your academy allows students to have a servant responsible for daily life. The servant cannot attend classes, but can stay in the Master's room. You simply need to say, I am your servant, and register me at the academy. Arthur tilted his head to look at Arno. You've done your homework. It seems you're not as innocent as you appear. Arno gave a wry smile. I must think and prepare more than others. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of the church long ago. Arthur pulled Arno up. Come on, stop thinking about the church. A fortune in gold coins is beckoning us. Chapter 49. The Principles of Magic. Magic, in essence, is a form of energy. The continent of Berland is suffused with a vast array of magical elements. Generations of mages have studied the principles of magic, constructing intricate and diverse magic circles that allow magic to circulate within a designated pathway, thereby producing various magical effects such as flames, storms, and lightning. The enchanter's role is to inscribe these magic circles onto equipment, enabling the instantaneous activation of magical effects with just a small amount of magic during combat. Enchanting equipment not only requires enchantment magic and a magic circle diagram, but also the magical medium necessary for constructing the diagram. crystal and mithril are widely regarded as the best magical mediums on the continent, with even better options like magic crystals and dragon crystals available for higher-level magic circles, typically reserved for forbidden spells. For beginners, it is easier to imprint magic circles on larger pieces of equipment. Thus, Arthur purchased a large quantity of first-level armor, shields, and several bottles of the most inferior crystal powder, then dragged Arno into a room. While ideals are often grand, reality can be harsh. Becoming an enchanter was not as straightforward as they had envisioned. On Arthur's side, mastering dark corrosion presented no significant challenges. A single spell cast left the surface of a metal shield pockmarked. However, etching the magic circle onto the shield using dark corrosion required meticulous magical control. After 3 consecutive days of ruining 7 or 8 shields, Arthur still could not manage to inscribe a straight line on the shield's surface on Arno's side. His affinity for magic elements outside of dark magic was woefully inadequate. After 3 days, he could barely manage to cast the simplest earth spell, fortification. Yet, the enchanting magic required enchanters to inscribe the magic circle onto the equipment instantaneously. Even the slightest hesitation could render the magic circle inert. The fact that dark corrosion had to be modified into enchantment magic proved that they had underestimated the enchanter's craft. What pulled Arthur from the brink of despair was a magical message suddenly arriving from the Blood Glory Order announcing that the Academy was officially starting its term. In the horseshoe-shaped lecture hall, around 20 boys and girls sat sparsely. These were the new students of the Magic Department at Blood Glory Academy. Mages were rarer than warriors, and only 23 students were admitted this year due to relaxed conditions. While the Martial Cloud Hall had accepted 4 classes with a total of 118 students, at the podium, the short mage delivering the first lesson of the semester was none other than the Academy's vice president. Known as Old Harry, a 12th-level grand mage named Harrix. Children, welcome to Blood Glory Royal Academy. The survival and flourishing of our human race on the continent of Berland is owed to the valiant battles fought by generations of warriors and mages, who have fiercely defended the honor of humanity with their lives and blood. From this day forth, you must take up the banners of your predecessors, the warriors and mages, and safeguard the glory of the kingdom with your blood and the brilliance of magic. Protecting the dignity of our race. The youths in the audience were stirred with fervor, as Harrix's few words ignited their passion and sense of honor. From now on, forget everything you have learned about magic. I will guide you to rediscover the magical world. Who can tell me, what is a mage? Harrix inquired, posing a question that seemed almost trivial. Yet, the students below fell into contemplation. Aside from Arthur, all were registered as second-level mages with the Mage Guild. Yet none could provide an accurate definition of what a mage truly is. Not receiving the desired answer, Harrix continued. Magic is the energy that permeates the heavens and the earth. It is invisible and imperceptible to most. Only a select few, through training, can sense magical elements, but that is merely the beginning. Those who can perceive and utilize magical energy are known as mages. To become a mage, one must undergo 4 steps: perception, communication, guidance, and control. Being able to sense magical elements and communicate with them, incorporating them into one's own magical power, is merely the foundational aspect of magic. What truly determines a mage's strength is their ability to control magic. Arthur listened intently as Harrix elucidated these fundamental theories of magic, which were entirely new to him. Previously, he had studied magic under Adeline, a formidable mage, yet not a professional teacher. She had imparted many basic spells to him, but lacked the capacity to systematically explain the principles of magic as Harrix did. Harrix prepared to demonstrate magical control. Who will volunteer to demonstrate the most basic fireball spell? A youth standing closest to the podium elegantly rose, dressed in the Academy's gold and crimson robes. He possessed a handsome face framed by silvery long hair. First, he bowed respectfully to Harrix, then began to concentrate. After about 2 seconds, a fireball the size of a watermelon materialized in his palm, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the surrounding students. Completing the construction of the magic array and releasing such a large fireball in merely 2 seconds marked him as an exceptional mage among his peers. If this fireball were to strike a warrior below the rank of captain, it would surely inflict severe damage. Harrix extended his hand, and instantly, a massive fireball the size of an ox's head appeared in his palm, provoking another round of gasps. Children, though we both cast the same first-level fireball spell, mine is faster and larger. This is not due to superior control on my part, but rather because my mastery of constructing the magic array is more proficient and my magical energy is more abundant. Now, I will demonstrate what true magical control entails. As Horrocks spoke, the fireball in his hand rapidly shrank until it became a small orb of flame, no larger than a pigeon's egg, dancing at his fingertips. "Throw your fireball at me," Horrocks instructed the student cradling the fireball. The student, nervous, inadvertently extinguished the fireball with a tremor of his hand. Horrocks chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you worried that your fireball might harm a 12th level Grand Mage?" The student's face flushed, and he reignited the fireball, launching it forcefully at Horrocks. With a flick of his finger, Horrocks sent the small fireball flying. Upon leaving his hand, it suddenly split into two smaller fireballs, each tracing a distinct arc. One to the left and one to the right, colliding with the fireball aimed at Horrocks, and they all extinguished simultaneously. How was that possible? How did he do that? Whispers of disbelief erupted among the youths, who could hardly believe their eyes. "Children, this is what magical control looks like." Horrocks wore a faint smile. "Professor, how did you accomplish that?" Arthur could not contain his excitement and stood up. All eyes in the classroom turned to him. As all gazes focused on Arthur, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Horrocks, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he gestured for Arthur to sit down. Arthur asked a very good question. Many mages believe that once the magic array is successfully constructed and the spell is cast towards the target, the release is complete. However, that is not true magical control and will never lead one to become a powerful mage. The generation of magic is merely the beginning. The true completion of magic is marked by the precise control that hits the intended target. Arthur was curious that Horrocks, a grand mage, remembered his name and could not help but inquire, "How can one achieve precise control to hit a target?" Horrocks tapped his temple with his finger. "Mental strength. The very fact that you can become mages indicates that your mental strength surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Through continuous communication and accumulation of magic, your mental fortitude will be further honed and strengthened. You must learn to harness your mental power, first using magical elements as a medium to project your mental strength outward, attempting to perceive the surrounding environment. Once you can project your mental strength, you will find that the world will appear different." "Professor, are you saying that magical control relies on projecting mental strength?" another student pressed. Horrocks nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed. Even after the magic is released, you still need to rely on your mental strength to maintain the connection, guiding it to hit the target. Furthermore, there is another method. You can leave a mark on your opponent using your mental strength. Within the range where your mental strength can perceive the mark, magic will follow the mental signature to launch an attack." Arthur suddenly grasped many concepts, such as the dark mark that Arno had once left on him, which operated on this principle, only differing in that its purpose was to locate rather than to guide an attack. Most importantly, he finally understood why his dark corrosion had failed to successfully etch the magic array. As long as he established a connection between his mental strength and dark corrosion, marked the complete magic array on the equipment with his mental strength, and then guided dark corrosion to attack, Arthur seemed to see countless gold coins beckoning to him, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud, completely unaware that all eyes had once again turned to him. Arthur burst through the door, exuberantly entering the room, startling Arno, who fumbled, causing the shield in front of him to become pockmarked with corrosion. Arno's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and his already pale complexion was nearly devoid of color. He had been more anxious than Arthur these past days, having been the one to persuade Arthur to become an enchanter, yet each failure was eroding his confidence. "I was so close to succeeding." Arno turned to complain to Arthur. Arthur could not hide his excitement. "No, we're still far from it. Our previous methods were simply wrong." Arno's expression became dazed, then dimmed. "I'm sorry. It seems my method truly doesn't work." Arthur playfully pushed Arno and laughed. "Where are you going with that? It's not that the method of enchanting is incorrect, but rather that our application of dark corrosion is flawed. Can you project your mental strength now?" Arthur shared the insights he had gained from class and his thoughts with Arno. Arno's eyes brightened, and he immediately took a new shield, made slight adjustments, and released dark corrosion. Once more, a small mass of magical black mist slowly approached the shield's surface. As the black mist dissipated, what appeared on the shield was no longer mere pockmarks and simple lines, but rather a somewhat blurred magic array. Arno looked up, revealing a knowing smile. Arthur's conjecture was entirely correct. "Let me try." Arthur eagerly took the shield from Arno's hands. The black magical mist swept over once more, and a clearer, more complete magic array emerged on the shield's surface, though the etched lines varied in depth and thickness, merely a step away from being fully illuminated. Arno gazed at Arthur in disbelief. "You're a genius. You made it look so perfect on your first try." Arthur, flattered by the praise, smiled bashfully that in truth, Arno was unaware that the torment from Dan Yang's refining had endowed Arthur with exceptionally strong and resilient mental fortitude, and an enchanter does not need to project their mental strength over great distances. With the correct method mastered, the door to becoming an enchanter had fully opened for the two youths. All that remained was more practice. "I can't hold on much longer. I need to take a nap," Arno yawned. Rising unsteadily toward the bedroom, the two had exhausted a considerable amount of mental strength over the past few days in their relentless attempts. After the joy of success, Arno could no longer keep himself awake. Perhaps Arthur's mental strength was stronger, or perhaps he was still immersed in excitement. He felt no weariness whatsoever. Arthur intended to continue practicing magical control, but found nothing in the room suitable for enchanting. He decided to step out to purchase more equipment, yet gazed at the pile of severely corroded items in the corner with dismay. Figuring out how to dispose of these ruined items posed a dilemma. Reselling them to the blacksmith or weapon shop was fraught with risk, as they bore traces of dark magic. If discovered by the church, they would surely trace the source back to him. What a headache. I'll think about it later. Rubbing his temples, Arthur stepped outside. With his head down, he collided with someone upon exiting, causing him to stagger backward, while the other person landed squarely on the ground. Lying on the ground was a chubby young boy, clad in a loose-fitting robe of magic that seemed to be bursting at the seams. "I apologize. I wasn't paying attention." Arthur hurriedly bent down to assist him. "It's all right. I was just eager to get outside." The boy, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, grasped Arthur's extended hand, revealing a hint of a simple smile. Arthur politely offered another apology and prepared to turn away and descend the stairs. "You must be Arthur, right? It turns out we live next door," the chubby boy exclaimed suddenly. "You know me?" Arthur asked, bewildered, turning back once more. "We're both freshmen in the magic department this year. We attended class together this morning." Arthur scratched his head. His attention had been entirely captivated by the grand sorcerer Halix, leaving him with no recollection of anyone else. The boy smiled and extended his hand to Arthur. "My name is Morar, and it is a great honor to meet the legendary figure known as the Peculiar Person." Peculiar Person? Arthur was even more perplexed. "You probably don't even realize it yet. Our Bloodlight Academy is referred to as the Peculiar Academy by outsiders, and internally, we select peculiar persons, which is a significant honor." "It's an internal selection?" Morar chuckled. "It's decided by the students themselves, but it holds great credibility. You are the most uncontroversial candidate for this year's Four Peculiars." "For Peculiars? What nonsense is this?" Arthur was utterly confused. "It's not nonsense at all. The Four Peculiars are simply four individuals: the swordsman sorcerer, the untouchable half-orc, the thorny rose, and the universally adored fool." Arthur still wore a look of astonishment. "The swordsman sorcerer must refer to me, but what about the other three?" Chapter 51. The matter of nobility and unexpected collision revealed to Arthur that he had unexpectedly become one of the so-called Four Peculiars. He discovered that this chubby boy named Morar was quite the chatterbox. Once the topic of the Four Peculiars came up, it was as if he couldn't stop. The untouchable half-orc is named Huey. He is the illegitimate son of Prince Rex and a female beast-man. Over the past few days, he has beaten up nearly all the boys at Wiyun Palace who dared to talk about it. Arthur couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Indeed, he was a formidable character to avoid. The thorny Rose is named Jelly. She is the youngest daughter of Duke Rose. With an angelic face and a devilish temper, all men who wish to approach her end up wounded from her thorns. The illegitimate son of a prince, the daughter of a duke. Arthur couldn't help but sigh, and a wonder Bloodlight Academy was called the Peculiar Academy. Managing the offspring of these top-tier noble families must be quite the challenge. And who is the universally adored fool? Arthur was particularly curious about the identity of the last individual. Morar stammered for a moment before managing to utter, "How can I describe him? You'll understand once you meet him." "Well, in any academy, there will always be opportunities to run into each other. Thank you for sharing so much with me today." With that, he turned to head downstairs. Observing Arthur's sword-bearing silhouette, Morar's eyes darted, and he hurriedly followed. "Wait, are you going out? I'll accompany you." "Didn't you just say you had urgent business?" Morar chuckled. "Now that I think about it, It's not that urgent. I grew up in the royal city and know it like the back of my hand. Wherever you wish to go, I can guide you. I'm heading to the blacksmith to buy some shields and armor for target practice. Arthur was forthright about this, as all sorcerers required targets for practicing their magic. Those like Arthur, who used shields as targets, were at the most basic level. Wealthier sorcerers utilized magical mannequins instead. I happen to know a weapons shop. If you need a large quantity, they can offer a discount, and they also have many enchanted items for sale. Even if you don't buy anything, it would be a good way to broaden your horizons, Morar said enthusiastically. Arthur found it hard to refuse, especially since the mention of enchanted items caught his interest. The only enchanted items he had encountered were his windrunner boots and that rare-grade longsword from Tristan. Gaining exposure to other enchanters' equipment would undoubtedly benefit his own enchanting skills. As they walked and conversed, most of the chatter came from Morar. Arthur realized that Morar was a veritable fountain of information. In just a few days, he had gathered a comprehensive understanding of various individuals among this year's freshmen, their backgrounds, family histories, rivalries, and alliances. Even the temperaments of certain professors were known to him. During his time with the mercenary group, Arthur had never encountered such convoluted matters, compared to the entangled relationships and rivalries of noble families. The dynamics among mercenaries were far simpler, essentially summed up in two phrases. One word leads to a fight, and revenge is a dish best served cold. Arthur, curious, looked at Morar. Why are you so interested in all this? Morar grinned with pride. You wouldn't understand. The noble families of the Isaac Kingdom and surrounding realms would go to great lengths to ensure their children gain admission to Bloodlight Royal Academy. Not solely to study magic and combat skills. If not to study, then for what purpose? I didn't expect you to be so naive. It's all about networking. The classmates you befriend in this academy are all from noble families. And after graduation, the bonds of friendship will naturally lead to mutual assistance. Arthur remained perplexed. In the orc encampments and mercenary groups, admiration was reserved solely for the strong. With the focus on training and combat, there was no concept of networking. Seeing Arthur's continued confusion, Morar elaborated. Take me as an example. My family is one of the 3 largest salt merchants in the royal city. The 3,000 gold coin tuition is mere pocket change for us. My father spent 30,000 gold coins just to secure my recommendation letter. Operating the kingdom's salt monopoly requires the protection of various nobles, and every year, a significant portion of our profits goes into maintaining relationships. From the lord to the lowest-ranking captain of the guard, failing to curry favor with any level could lead to trouble. And how does that relate to your presence at the academy? Morar chuckled, his smile revealing a merchant's cunning. My father hopes I can make more friends so that when our family business passes to me, it will be easier to manage. Most importantly, he wishes for me to secure a noble title for our family. The kingdom stipulates that titles cannot be granted without military merit, but as long as one graduates successfully from Bloodlight Academy, the kingdom will confer noble titles upon the graduates. This was the first time Arthur had heard anything about nobility. Until now, neither Keynes nor Randall had divulged any information regarding the academy. He still could not fathom why Keynes had gone to such lengths to send him to Bloodlight Academy, considering that the 3,000 gold coin tuition represented nearly 1/3 of the mercenary group's annual income. That Morar's recommendation letter cost 30,000 gold coins. How much had Keynes spent on his single letter in the noble-ruled human kingdoms? The conferral and inheritance of titles varied slightly among the kingdoms. For instance, the Isaac Kingdom allowed titles to be hereditary, but with a decline in rank with each generation, meaning that when the title of one of the 4 great dukes passed to a child, it would be downgraded to a marquis, with the other children receiving no title. Other children wishing to obtain nobility must earn it through military achievements on the battlefield. The martial culture of the Isaac Kingdom largely stems from this regulation. And the exorbitant tuition fees of Bloodlight Academy attract offspring of the nobility because it serves as a shortcut to obtaining titles. As Arthur and Morar continued their conversation, they soon arrived at a weapon shop named Tiangong. This establishment not only boasted an excellent street location, but was also of considerable size. Being an independent 3-story building, Morar was familiar with this shop, and as they entered, a shop assistant promptly approached them. That a staff member dressed in a blue outfit and cap smiled and inquired, "Young Master Morar, you're here. What would you like to select today? My friend here wants to choose some shields and armor for magical targets. Please bring out some good options and put it all on my tab." Arthur quickly interrupted Morar. No, That's not necessary, it's just for practice. I only need the cheapest level 1 armor and shields that I'll pay for it myself. He then specified the quantities required to the assistant. Morar, seeing that Arthur insisted on paying, did not press the issue, though he was somewhat surprised by the quantities of shields and armor Arthur requested. The quantity you're asking for is substantial. They'll need some time to prepare it from the storeroom. Let's head upstairs to check out the enchanted items. The first floor of Tiangong sold only superior grade ordinary weapons and equipment, while rare grade and enchanted items were located on the second floor. Arthur followed Morar directly up to the second floor at the entrance. Morar paused for a moment before poking Arthur with his finger and quietly pointing at a young man in white robes. That's the universally adored one. Chapter 52. The universally adored one following the direction of Morar's finger. Arthur beheld a young man clad in a shimmering silver magic robe. Arthur recognized this boy. He was the one who had stood up during class earlier to demonstrate the fireball spell, leaving a deep impression on Arthur with his courteous demeanor. Now, he had merely swapped his crimson and gold academy attire for a silver robe, complemented by his silver hair and a complexion as pale as jade, resembling a handsome silver elf. Even Arthur, having only seen him once, felt a sense of fondness for him. He truly embodied the essence of being universally adored. But where did the label of fool come from? The youth also noticed Arthur and Morar at the foot of the stairs that he paused for a moment, then approached with a smile, extending his hand to Arthur. What a coincidence. Hello, Arthur. I am Chiong. In the Bloodglare Academy, where everyone donned the same academy robes, Arthur stood out as an anomaly, clad in mercenary leather armor and bearing a sword, making it no surprise that the youth recognized him as for Arthur's peculiar choice to forego the new academy attire. It was equally odd. The magical robe was far too voluminous and hindered his movement. The youth, Chiong, introduced himself with a remarkably simple name, perhaps merely an abbreviation, omitting his surname. Pleasure to meet you. Arthur politely shook Chiong's hand. I am Morar. Morar eagerly grasped Chiong's hand in return. Encountering two such unique individuals in a single day was indeed a fortuitous gain for Morar, who aspired to build connections. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Chiong resumed his search for enchanted equipment, while Arthur turned his attention to the displayed items. This floor showcased nearly 100 pieces of equipment of rare grade or higher, each separately encased in crystal glass. Those capable of affording items from this level were considered significant patrons, each accompanied by a dedicated shop assistant to retrieve any pieces of interest. Arthur examined several enchanted items, meticulously observing the magical arrays inscribed upon them. The magical arrays affixed to the equipment resembled intricately carved patterns, and Arthur gently traced each line with his fingers, leaving no detail overlooked. The enchantments on these items consisted of the simplest and most commonly used spells, such as a longsword imbued with level 2 metal-type sharpness magic, and chainmail reinforced with level 2 earth-type fortification magic. Even from Arthur's novice perspective, the enchantment techniques and practical effects seemed rather ordinary. Only two pieces caught Arthur's discerning eye: a finely crafted steel spear imbued with level 3 wind blade magic, capable of launching 3 wind blades upon thrusting, and a cloak enhanced with level 3 wind floating magic, which, while it did not allow the wearer to fly, enabled brief suspension in the air, proving effective for evasion or launching attacks from heights. Inquiring about the prices to gauge the market, Arthur found the costs of these seemingly mediocre enchanted items to be staggering. The level 4 longsword with sharpness magic was priced at 200 gold coins, the level 5 steel spear with wind blade magic at 500 coins, and the level 5 cloak with floating magic, due to its rarity, astonishingly priced at 800 coins. The prices of equipment escalated geometrically with their levels. For instance, a level 1 leather armor was worth 1 gold coin, while a level 2 commanded 4 coins. That Arthur's own level 2 mercenary leather armor, crafted with exquisite workmanship, was valued at no less than 5 coins. Level 3 equipment surged to 15 or 16 coins, and the level 3 boots Arthur wore, due to their enchantments, were worth at least 35 coins. This was still relatively low, considering that in Tiangong, a similar piece would be priced at least 3 times higher, at 50 coins. Meanwhile, Chiong was equally captivated by the enchanted items, having perused 5 or 6 pieces without any intention of stopping, currently fondling a pair of silver half-finger leather gloves. How much for this piece? It was evident that he had a particular fondness for silver. If the young master is interested, you can take it for 50 gold coins. Chiong's expression turned icy. Are you jesting with me? The nearby shop assistant quickly smiled apologetically. If the young master finds it too expensive, I can consult with the manager. Perhaps it can be sold for 40 gold coins. Chiong's demeanor soured further. And filled with indignation, he retorted, "This price is an insult to the enchanter. Why is it that other enchanted items start at 200 gold coins, yet this one is a mere 50? Is your shop deliberately undermining that enchanter?" The assistant was taken aback for a moment before realizing that this young master was indeed criticizing the shop for undervaluing the item, and he hastily explained, "Young master, you misunderstand. Our shop prides itself on its reputation that we price it at 50 gold coins because it is indeed worth that amount. You see, the primary material of these gloves comes from a level 3 magical beast, the ice snow fox. Thus it can only be classified as level 3 equipment. The magical array inscribed upon it is merely a level 1 mist spell, hence while the gloves appear splendid, they lack substance. Lack substance? You completely fail to grasp the genius of that enchanter's design. The mist spell can cleanse the mage's body and robe at will, allowing the mage to maintain a fresh spirit and elegant appearance, the benefits of which far exceed those of ordinary attack and defense spells." The assistant, quick-witted, immediately smiled and agreed. "Young master, you are absolutely right. Our understanding is limited, and we indeed failed to recognize the unique effects of this item." Chiong waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I will take these gloves that I am willing to pay 200 gold coins." The assistant's face fell at once. "I must consult the manager about this. Our shop has always valued its reputation. If the young master is willing to pay more, I cannot arbitrarily decide to accept additional payment. Who says the extra money goes to your shop? You priced it at 50 gold coins. So collect 50. The excess is to be given to the enchanter, and tell him that if he ever has another brilliant idea or excellent enchanted item, he should inform me first. Please wait. I will ask the manager right away." The assistant hurriedly dashed downstairs without waiting for Chiong to pursue him, likely encountering the most peculiar customer of his career. Arthur observed the entire exchange, nearly unable to suppress his laughter, though he found no folly in it. Perhaps Chiong was merely more innocent or sincere, simply assigning what he believed to be the rightful value to the enchanted item. At that moment, the assistant who had previously attended to Arthur approached, informing him that the items he requested were ready. Having gained a rough understanding of the market for enchanted equipment, Arthur had no desire to linger further and bid farewell to Chiong before descending the stairs. This time, Arthur's order was quite substantial. Tiangong would dispatch someone to deliver the goods. As Arthur and Morar emerged from the weapon shop empty-handed, the night had fully enveloped the city. "Where do you want to go next?" "I can show you the nightlife of the royal city," Morar suggested with a mischievous grin. "No, let's head back early. We have classes tomorrow morning," Arthur replied flatly. Morar was taken aback by Arthur's abrupt refusal and hesitated before saying, "All right then. Let's return. I know a shortcut." Chapter 53. Who is the fool? Morar led Arthur through winding streets, the two engaging in conversation. Arthur realized that this portly lad was indeed an intriguing character, possessing unique perspectives on various matters that starkly contrasted with his own past experiences. Environment shapes destiny. While Arthur struggled for survival in the orc camp, Morar, born into a merchant family, had learned to leverage his surroundings for profit. Suddenly, Morar halted, looking earnestly into Arthur's eyes, and asked, "Arthur, have you ever done something against your will?" Arthur nodded. From the moment one is born, they are constrained by myriad rules. The process of growing up is a struggle against the rules of the world. No one can act solely according to their heart. Mature individuals contravene their own desires to adapt to the rules, seeking to live better lives, while obstinate individuals fiercely resist, often ending up battered and bruised. In the pursuit of survival or a better life, one is invariably compelled, whether willingly or unwillingly, to act against their own will, and I am no exception. "Arthur, I'm sorry, I was forced." Morar suddenly bowed deeply to Arthur. Before Arthur could recover from his astonishment, shadows emerged from the darkness, encircling him. "Morar, well done this time. You needn't pay the protection fee for these past few months." A familiar voice rang out from the shadows. Truly a persistent ghost. Arthur furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Morar. "I'm sorry." Morar again apologized to Arthur, then swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. "What an unfortunate coincidence. We meet again." The golden-haired youth sauntered out from the throng, his face appearing eerily pale in the dim light. Having faced humiliation at Arthur's hands twice, he regarded it as a lifelong disgrace, particularly after the last encounter, where Arthur had dealt him a significant blow to the abdomen, nearly costing him his life. Had it not been for his family's timely intervention by a high-ranking mage, he would have spent 3 months bedridden. Scanning the surroundings, Arthur noted that he was now surrounded by at least 20 individuals, aside from the middle-aged warrior from the last confrontation. There were 7 or 8 others in their 30s, likely all of similar standing as the middle-aged warrior. The level of a warrior generally correlates with age, so these individuals could very well be at the rank of battle lieutenant. Pleading for mercy would not grant him any reprieve. Fighting to the death, instilling fear in his enemies, and dragging them down with him, forcing them to pay an unbearable price, was his only chance of survival. Arthur drew the great sword from his back, slightly bending his knees, his gaze locked on the golden-haired youth, ready to fight to the death. The golden-haired youth sneered. This time, no one will save you. Today, I want to watch them destroy you. If I were to save you, would that count? A calm voice emerged from the edge of the crowd. The voice was soft, yet resonated clearly on the night streets. Outside the throng, a handsome youth clad in white stood under the dim light, watching the unfolding scene with an air of tranquility. Xiong, this matter does not concern you. It is best you do not involve yourself. The golden-haired youth clearly recognized one of the unique individuals among the new students. Originally, it had nothing to do with me, but since fate has led me here, it is now my concern. The golden-haired youth let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a fool. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to save him? Xiong similarly chuckled coldly. And with a flick of her wrist, a radiant burst of magical light erupted, blindingly bright to the point that it was nearly impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open as the brilliance faded. Everyone found themselves unscathed, and in Xiong's hand lay an unfurled magical scroll. This was an imprint magic scroll, sealed with a 7th-level spell Light and Shadow Reappearance, by a grand mage of the light element. The sole purpose of this spell was to record a segment of imagery, which could be replayed upon inputting the magic. I believe you should recognize it. Intentionally harming a student of the academy off campus means that once I present it to the institution, not even your family can shield you. In the Kingdom of Isaac, attacking a student of the Bloodlight Royal Academy was tantamount to assaulting a government official and was a grave offense. Moreover, the current king, His Majesty Stretchy, was known for his strict enforcement of the law. Once confirmed, even nobles would not be exempt from punishment. The golden-haired youth exclaimed in shock, "Are you out of your mind? That scroll is worth 1,000 gold coins, and you're using it to save someone completely irrelevant." The imprint magic scroll was extraordinarily precious, not only because only grand mages of the light element could create it, but also due to the fact that light reappearance involved principles of time magic, which was considered a forbidden area of magic, resulting in an exceedingly low success rate. It was typically reserved for recording significant events such as divine miracles, royal coronations, and papal inaugurations, yet here it was being used by Xiong to preserve evidence. Xiong smiled slightly. "I am pleased." Encircled in the midst of it all, Arthur felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, thinking, "This fool Xiong is truly adorable. You seek your own demise, do not blame others." The golden-haired youth gestured, and immediately 3 figures burst forth from the crowd surrounding Arthur, lunging at Xiong. Their movements were remarkably swift, indicating that they were warriors of the battle lieutenant level, before Xiong had retreated more than a few steps. The 3 had already formed a triangle, enclosing her in the center. Fools are ultimately fools. Even you cannot escape. I shall see how your magical scroll can assist you now. The magical scroll is useless. You may yet regret that. As Xiong spoke, she flicked her wrist, and a massive fire dragon roared forth. 7th level magic, dragon fire. The warriors encircling Arthur swiftly dodged to the sides. This was no mere fireball conjured by a 2nd level mage. Even a battle lieutenant level warrior would be reduced to ashes in an instant if engulfed by that dragon. The protective scroll that had once saved Adeline was casually tossed out by Xiong. With another wave of her hand, a torrential rain of fire descended from the sky, indiscriminately covering a radius of 100 meters. 4th level magic, fire rain. Those who were slightly slower to evade found themselves scorched by the splattering flames, and anguished cries filled the air. "Kill him!" The golden-haired youth screamed hysterically, before the several battle lieutenant-level warriors could close in. 3 flaming shields rapidly spun around Xiong, preventing anyone from approaching the 5th-level fire magic, rotating fire shield, exploding fireball, earth fire blaze. One by one, magical scrolls were hurled forth by Xiong as if they were without cost. All of these were scrolls of 4th level magic or higher, with the cheapest, exploding fireball scroll priced at 50 gold coins, while the 7th level dragonfire scroll was worth 500 gold coins. This was not a battle. It was a sheer expenditure. In an incredibly brief span of time, she had already spent 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. The erupting flames painted the sky red, visible several blocks away. Young master, we must leave. The commotion is too great. Even your father cannot shield you from the consequences. I will not leave. Rush in and kill him. Let us see how many more magical scrolls he has. A middle-aged warrior seized the golden-haired youth and turned to leave. The others followed suit, scattering in different directions. Watching the fleeing figures and the towering flames, Arthur felt as though he were still dreaming. That individual had managed to resolve everything single-handedly. Thank you for saving me. Arthur, appearing somewhat disheveled, his face and leather armor blackened by Xiong's indiscriminate assault, hurried over to express his gratitude. Xiong waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks, but you shall compensate me for those magical scrolls. Arthur gazed at Xiong in astonishment. You are not foolish in the slightest. Chapter 54. A direct confrontation. Moral had spent the entire night plagued by nightmares, each one featuring Arthur, drenched in blood, seeking vengeance against him. Ultimately, he was pulled from his nightmares by the sound of a magical token signaling communication, for he had a magical practical course to attend that morning. With heavy bags under his eyes, he steeled himself to leave his room, anxiety gnawing at him as he wondered if he would see Arthur today. Upon opening the door, a smiling face suddenly appeared before him. Before Moral could recover from his shock, Arthur slipped through the doorway and, without a word, struck him squarely in the eye with a punch. Taken by surprise, Moral fell backward as a mage. Once Moral was engaged in close quarters, he had no means to resist. Arthur mounted him and began to rain down blows, his fists falling like raindrops upon Moral's face and body. Moral cried out, "Help! Someone, please!" Unfortunately, Arthur had closed the door behind him, and the rooms of the mages were soundproofed, ensuring that even a small explosion would not disturb others. Moral's cries went unheard, no matter how loudly he screamed. Arthur remained silent, relentlessly targeting Moral's most painful spots. The louder Moral's pleas became, the harder Arthur struck. I was wrong. I was coerced. Please spare me. Moral began to plead for mercy incessantly. Arthur continued unabated, beating Moral until he was in tears, blood streaming from his nose and mingling with his tears. Finally, after pummeling him to the point that Moral could no longer utter a sound, Arthur ceased his assault and stood up. Moral lay on the ground, groaning softly, unable to rise. Arthur cast a water sphere spell upon Moral's head. When it burst, it jolted him awake. Get up. After much effort, Moral managed to sit halfway up. Do you know why I am hitting you? Moral dared not meet Arthur's gaze, merely nodding repeatedly. Speak. Why did you betray me? It was Zareo who forced me. He demands protection money from me every month. If I do not comply, he will not only deal with me but also create trouble for our family's business. Who is Zareo? Arthur asked, somewhat bewildered. You mean to say you do not know who Zareo is? Moral was equally perplexed. You fought against him 3 times and do not even know his name? Are you referring to that golden-haired brat? Arthur felt awkward, realizing he had never given Zareo the chance to fully state his name. Zareo is the 3rd grandson of Marquis Garfield. The Marquis is the deputy commander of the city guard, responsible for the defense and security of the eastern district of the royal city. Arthur had no clear concept of the deputy commander's position in the city guard and scoffed lightly. Just a 3rd grandson? Moral blinked at Arthur, unable to comprehend whether he was fearless or ignorant. Our family's business in the royal city relies heavily on the protection of Marquis Garfield. If he merely lifts a finger, our salt trade could come to a halt. I am truly coerced, Moral continued to explain. Arthur squatted down, poking Moral's forehead with his finger, saying, beating you is merely to ensure you remember. Do not think that only Zareo is untouchable. Mistakes come with consequences. Now tell me how you plan to compensate me for the losses you've caused. Moral was momentarily stunned. Even after the beating, it was not over. Arthur mused aloud. How much do you pay Zareo in protection fees each month? 200 gold coins. That is utterly unjust. Arthur cursed inwardly, recalling how Tony, Angus, and the others had toiled for an entire year to save up that same amount that it was merely pocket change for the offspring of wealthy nobles. From this month onward, your protection fees will be paid to me. What about Zareo? Arthur seized Moral and coldly laughed. I will negotiate with him. I cannot have him seeking me out every time. Moral emerged from his room. Sporting 2 large black eyes and a face swollen like a pig's head, his eyes barely able to open a slit. Arthur leisurely followed behind him. Could you move a bit faster, if you dawdle? We will miss the practical magic class. Are you really going to confront him directly? I am not like Zoreo, resorting to cunning tactics. If I intend to deal with him, I shall do so openly and honestly. Either way, it leads to death. Let us first handle this situation. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Moral quickened his pace. Unlike the magic students residing in the magic tower, the students at Wuyun Hall lived in lofts, sharing rooms with another person. At this moment, Arthur and Moral stood before a 7-story loft. Occasionally, passing students cast curious glances at the two. It was rare for mages to come to the Wuyun Hall. He resides in this building. Correct? Shall I call him down? Fine, I will go up and call him. Arthur grabbed Moral's arm. Call out from here. Raise your voice. Remember, we are here to challenge him, not to make friends. Taking a deep breath, Moral mustered his courage and began shouting up at the building, Zoreo, come down. Arthur is here to challenge you. Moral's sudden outburst shattered the tranquility of the Wuyun Hall, prompting the passing students to pause in their tracks. While several windows on the upper floor swung open, with curious faces peering down, Arthur remained dissatisfied, demanding, Is that all? Do you want me to teach you how to insult someone with my fists? Catching a glimpse of Arthur's tightly clenched fists, Moral finally cast aside all reservations and bellowed up towards the loft. Zoreo, do you dare to accept my challenge? Come down here, you scoundrel, coward, and weakling. Perhaps some had not paid attention to Moral's earlier taunts, but this unabashed barrage of insults commanded the attention of all. One by one, the windows above opened, and the crowd below grew larger, murmuring in excitement. What are they up to, challenging Zoreo? Have they lost their minds? No mage freshers have ever dared to provoke us. Look at that lad wielding a colossal sword. He is one of the 4 oddities of this cohort, the sword-wielding mage. The surrounding students buzzed with speculation, their interest piqued by the unprecedented event in the history of the Bloodlight Royal Academy, where no mage had ever challenged a warrior student directly. The reason was simple: in one-on-one encounters, mages had invariably been defeated by their warrior counterparts. While mages wielded greater destructive power, they were hindered by the need to construct magic circles and maintain distance. In team battles, their comrades would create space and time for spellcasting. But in a direct duel, a warrior would never afford a mage the luxury of distance or time. Zoreo, you coward, weakling, mere trickster hiding behind the scenes. Once Moral cast aside all inhibitions, his shouts grew louder. And with each insult, he felt an exhilarating release, venting all the grievances Zoreo had inflicted upon him in the past. Amidst Moral's furious tirade, a flushed face, seething with rage, emerged below, lunging towards him. Chapter 55. A battle to make a name. Zoreo had never endured such humiliation. As the grandson of a marquis, he had been held in high esteem since childhood. However, ever since encountering Arthur, his misfortunes began. He had suffered defeats at Arthur's hands and now faced a challenge at his doorstep, becoming the laughingstock of the academy. Disregarding the academy's rules, he charged at Moral, who was caught off guard. Yet Arthur had been vigilantly watching the entrance to the loft, and as Zoreo lunged out, Arthur instinctively reacted. He struck Zoreo's incoming fist with a powerful blow of his own. Both fists were enveloped in battle aura, but the distinction lay in Arthur's 3rd-tier warrior aura, which could only manifest as a faint layer of fiery crimson light, while Zoreo, a 4th-tier combat officer, could unleash his aura externally, forming a sizable azure orb around his fist. The 2 fists collided with tremendous force. Arthur staggered back 3 steps to absorb the impact, while Zoreo also retreated 3 steps. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. They were astonished that Arthur, a mage, possessed such formidable combat skills, and that he could hold his own against Zoreo with only 3rd-tier warrior prowess. Arthur's ability to stand toe-to-toe with Zoreo stemmed from his superior physical conditioning, the result of relentless training under Randall's rigorous tutelage. The term oddity at the Bloodlight Royal Academy signified not just peculiarity, but also immense strength and unconventional prowess. Kid, you managed to escape yesterday. You'd better not run today. Zoreo glared at Arthur with a murderous intensity. Arthur, equally cold, retorted, You lofty individuals often mistake others' restraint for fear. Today, I'll show you that, in my eyes, you are nothing. With that, Arthur dismissed any further conversation with Zoreo and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Zoreo's throat. intent on delivering a lethal strike. The earlier clash had made Zoreo aware that he lacked the advantage in strength. So as Arthur launched another punch, he sidestepped to evade the lethal blow while simultaneously executing a swift kick aimed at Arthur's waist that a combat officer not only possessed greater strength, but also superior speed. So Zoreo sought to dominate Arthur with a rapid assault. However, he did not anticipate that Arthur would not evade. Instead, he countered with a powerful fist to Zoreo's abdomen. Their attacks collided simultaneously. Arthur was knocked sideways, staggering several steps before regaining his footing, while Zoreo doubled over, clutching his stomach in agony. The exchange of injuries was evident. Arthur's strike to Zoreo's abdomen was far more devastating. Without granting Zoreo a moment's respite, Arthur charged again, swinging at Zoreo's temple. Zoreo gritted his teeth against the pain and retreated swiftly as Arthur advanced, aiming a flying kick at Zoreo's chin. Zoreo crossed his arms to block. Forcefully striking toward Arthur's ankle, Arthur, pivoting, transitioned from a kick to a stomp, targeting Zoreo's abdomen. Should that stomp connect, it would surely rupture Zoreo's insides. Zoreo, with no choice, continued to retreat. Arthur's relentless onslaught pursued Zoreo's vulnerable points. Once Arthur gained the upper hand, Zoreo would have no chance to recover. Apart from the occasional exchange of blows, he found himself in a desperate state of evasion. Are you sure the kid is a mage? His combat skills are fiercer than those of a warrior. Zoreo, stop dodging and fight back. Zoreo is truly disgraceful, letting a mage beat him like this. Various voices of criticism echoed among the crowd, with many remarks piercing Zoreo's ears and deepening his humiliation. With a sudden roar, Zoreo absorbed a punch from Arthur, unleashing a surge of battle aura as he prepared to fight back. He brought his fists together, channeling all his aura into a massive azure orb, then unleashed it like a ferocious tiger pouncing on Arthur. The low-tier martial skill, Tiger Strike, concentrated all his battle aura into a single explosive attack. An unstoppable force akin to a tiger descending a mountain. Realizing the imminent danger as Zoreo unleashed his strike, Arthur hastily retreated, simultaneously positioning his massive sword in front of him. The colossal azure orb collided with the sword's blade, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Arthur was hurled backward, landing several meters away before crashing to the ground. After the clash, Zoreo knelt, gazing at the unmoving Arthur, a smile gradually creeping across his face. The arena fell silent. Had the battle truly come to an end? I almost broke my neck. Arthur sprang back to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Zoreo's grin instantly froze. He attempted to rise but found himself unable, the previous blow having drained all his battle aura. He would not have another chance to stand. As Arthur approached, he delivered a punch to Zoreo's chin, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as Zoreo's body toppled backward. Without hesitation, Arthur stepped onto Zoreo's face, slowly twisting his foot, grinding it down. I told you. In my presence, you are nothing. Arthur's gaze remained calm, as if he were performing an exceedingly mundane task. Humiliation, stark and unadulterated. How could a small altercation on the campus evolve into such a spectacle? The root cause lay precisely in Arthur's assertion. Zoreo's wounded pride could not bear the reality of being repeatedly bested by a country bumpkin, culminating in this public disgrace. Before Arthur could fully savor the fruits of victory, he suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and before he knew it, he was seized by the collar from behind. I warned you, no fighting within the academy. Arthur quickly donned a smile. Professor Ogu, we were merely sparring. If you don't let me down, it will interfere with our magic practical class. Magic practical? What you need now is confinement for training. Professor Ogu paid no heed to Arthur's explanations. Grabbing Zoreo with his other hand, outside the crowd, a dark-skinned youth stood alone at a distance, watching Arthur being taken away by Professor Ogu, his eyes brimming with eager interest. What an intriguing fellow. In the Garifeld Marquise, the elderly Marquis, his hair as white as snow, sat upright in the hall, clad in splendid robes that draped over his robust physique, his brow furrowed, eyes gleaming with intensity, even at such an age. He remained at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Beside him sat a middle-aged man and woman. The man bowed in silence, while the woman wept softly. The Marquis's frown deepened. Face and dignity are earned through one's own efforts. To return home crying after being struck is unbecoming. The Garifeld family has no room for such weaklings. The middle-aged man suddenly lifted his head to explain. Father, Zoreo has sustained some injuries, and while the humiliation of being stepped on is minor, it is a disgrace to our Marquise. Who did this? Have you uncovered the identity? The Marquis inquired with an impassive expression. A country bumpkin, the middle-aged man replied softly. Nonsense. The Marquis rarely resorted to vulgarities. Zareo views his opponent as a country bumpkin. But do you share that sentiment? Is there no power backing him that could gain entry to the Bloodlight Academy? The middle-aged man lowered his head again, not daring to retort. Investigate who issued that child's recommendation letter. The Marquis directed at the steward standing behind him. Chapter 56. Reluctant recruitment. It was 2 days later that Arthur once again beheld the gentle rays of the morning sun. But in light of the severity of the situation, Professor Augu showed no mercy this time. Confining Arthur and Jilao in a dark, cramped isolation chamber for a full 2 days, the greatest punishment of such confinement lay in the overwhelming solitude, a prolonged isolation that could drive one to madness. However, the professor's punishment evidently did not yield the desired effect on Arthur. Instead, the undisturbed solitude of the chamber allowed him to quickly immerse himself in the cultivation of Danyang refining spirit and magical meditation. Arthur only awakened once to replenish his food and water, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 days had passed. Emerging from the isolation chamber, Arthur was invigorated and brimming with energy. In stark contrast to the listless Jilo beside him, were it not for the fact that both had just exited the chamber, one might have doubted whether Arthur had truly been confined. I'll strike you every time I see you from now on, Arthur brazenly threatened Jilao. Get lost. Next time there's a fight in the academy, it won't be as simple as a 2-day confinement. Professor Augu bellowed at Arthur. Boss. Morar hurried over. What brings you here? Who's your boss? Arthur queried, bewildered. Did I not pay you my protection fee? From today on, I'm sticking with you. Morar grinned mischievously. Stick with me. Aren't you afraid Jilao will retaliate against your family's business? You don't know. Jilao has suffered a tremendous loss of face this time. The old Marquis has already made it clear that the Garfield family does not support failures. He must regain the dignity he has lost and will not be permitted to use any family resources, Morar said, reveling in Jilao's misfortune. This outcome was rather unexpected for Arthur. He had anticipated facing Jilao's more frenzied retaliation. Without the backing of the Garfield family, Jilao was nothing in Arthur's eyes. Boss, you have no idea. Your exploits have spread throughout the academy these past 2 days. No mage has ever dared to challenge a warrior in the Martial Cloud Hall one-on-one. Yet you not only triumphed, but also trampled Jilao underfoot. That it's simply magnificent. Morar's excitement grew with each word. Morar's fervent gaze fell upon him. A chill suddenly ran down Arthur's spine. The boy's attitude had shifted too swiftly. Forgetting so easily that Arthur had once pummeled him. Boss, let's go out and celebrate. I'll treat you to a meal. Morar proposed abruptly. The mention of food. Arthur recalled something and dashed towards his residence in the magical tower. Boss, don't run. You won't have to pay for the meal. I'll cover it. Morar chased after him. Arthur burst through the door of his room. When Morar mentioned food, he suddenly realized that during his 2-day absence, Arno must have gone hungry, as he would never risk going out. Hearing the door creak, Arno turned, his face pale and his eyes bloodshot, yet otherwise he appeared unchanged. Arthur finally felt a sense of relief. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances and couldn't return these past 2 days. You haven't eaten anything, have you? Arno scratched his head. Eat? I forgot. This fellow is even more tenacious than I am. It seems only such persistent individuals can ultimately become the most powerful mages. Arthur silently marveled. Arthur, look, I succeeded. Arno exclaimed joyfully as he presented a piece of armor before Arthur's eyes. That a palm-sized magical array was engraved on the chest of the armor, with a modest magical crystal embedded at its center. The mysterious luminescence of magic flowing across the surface. What is this? Let me see. A large hand reached from behind Arthur, snatching the armor away. Both Arthur and Arno were momentarily stunned in his haste. Arthur forgot to close the door, not realizing that Morar had followed him inside. It's just a piece of enchanted gear. What's there to see? The one who made this must be a fool for enchanting a first-level armor. Moreover, the lines of the magical array are uneven. It's clearly the work of a novice. Morar chattered incessantly. Arno and Arthur exchanged hurried glances, understanding that the secret of the enchanter must not be revealed. A glint of menace began to surface in Arno's eyes. Boss, where did you get this enchanted armor? It was made by your little servant, was it? Morar inquired, blissfully unaware of the danger. Indeed. It was crafted by Arno. He is just starting out and is still clumsy with his techniques, Arthur replied. His face expressionless. Morar's countenance morphed into one of disbelief. and he exclaimed, "Boss, I was just joking. I didn't expect it to be true. You're incredible for having an enchanter as a servant. I'm definitely sticking with you." "Is being an enchanter truly impressive?" Arthur continued to prod. "Of course it is. A dual-element mage can only become an enchanter with the church's approval. How did he manage to get past the church's scrutiny at such a young age?" Morar, astonished, questioned, noting Arno's slight frame which made him appear no older than 12 or 13. "It seems you know quite a bit about enchanters," Arthur remarked. A hint of frost creeping into his tone, Morar, oblivious to the tension, replied boastfully, "Which enchanter from the church is your master? Perhaps I know them." "I have no master, nor did I report to the church. I figured it out on my own," Arno retorted, fixing his gaze on Morar. "If the church finds out you didn't report, it could spell disaster," Morar muttered, his voice trailing off. Arthur and Arno remained silent, and Morar, noticing the menacing looks directed at him, finally grasped his blunder. Fidgeting with his hands, he awkwardly said, "Boss, don't worry. I want to report your servant to the church." "How can I trust you, given that you've betrayed me once before?" Arthur replied, his voice laced with disappointment. "I swear, owes me nothing to those without credibility. Boss, if you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do, but as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do whatever you ask," Morar declared, thumping his chest. "I remember you're a gold element mage, right? Use alchemy to extract all the metals from that pile of discarded equipment in the corner," Arthur commanded. "Extract metals? I can do that." Morar, surprised by the simplicity of the request, scampered over to the heap of discarded gear. Arno cast a questioning glance at Arthur, clearly bewildered by the purpose behind Arthur's request. Arthur offered no explanation, opting instead to watch quietly from behind Morar. Morar, however, proved to be a disappointment, having exhausted his magic after extracting only 5 pieces of gear. "Let me take a break. I need to recover my magic before continuing." "Do you even know what you're doing?" Arthur suddenly inquired from behind him. "Isn't it just extracting a few pieces of gear?" Morar replied dismissively. "Arno, show him," Arthur instructed, turning to Arno. With a flick of his hand, Arno enveloped the piece of armor Morar had just handled in a shroud of black mist. As the mist dissipated, the armor's surface was left pockmarked and corroded, the magical array inscribed upon it utterly destroyed. This spell was known as dark corrosion. Cold sweat trickled down Morar's brow. While he had never encountered a dark mage, he had heard tales of the dark arts and the terrifying consequences that the church imposed upon dark mages and their associates. "The pieces you just extracted all carry traces of dark magic. Thank you for helping us eliminate the dark magic residue on them," Arthur whispered softly in Morar's ear. Assisting a dark mage was a crime that could implicate entire families, and no one dared to bear such a burden. Arthur patted Morar's shoulder from behind. "You can call me boss openly now. We're in this together." Chapter 57. All are growing. Arthur could not bring himself to silence Morar, leaving him with no choice but to recruit him into their fold. Beyond that, Arthur had other considerations. The mass sale of successfully crafted enchanted equipment could also prove troublesome. Neither he nor Arno was suited for such endeavors that required frequent public appearances. By bringing Morar into the mix, they could resolve the procurement of equipment and the subsequent sales of enchanted gear. "Have you made your decision?" Arthur asked with a smile, observing Morar's pale countenance and the slight tremor of his lips. "Do I even have a choice?" "You do. Either formally join us or face elimination right now." "Then damn it, I have no choice." Morar growled quietly. Arthur remained calm, simply watching him. Morar exhaled deeply. "What are the conditions for me to join? Don't expect me to work for free. This is a dangerous line of work. You won't have to pay your protection fee anymore. That won't do. Enchanted equipment doesn't require taxes to the church, and flipping it yields 2 to 3 times the profit that my measly protection fee pales in comparison to that. My condition for joining is that I must participate in the profit distribution." Morar's mercantile instincts were immediately laid bare, something that Arthur and Arno lacked. They exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. "Arno and I have never discussed how to divide the profits. Since you brought it up, we can now establish the distribution ratio. Going forward, the profits from enchanted equipment will be divided so that Arno and I each take 40%, and you receive 20% that will handle the enchanting, while you'll be responsible for the procurement and sale of the enchanted gear." Morar's eyes darted around before he extended his hand. "It's settled then. You two control the core technology while taking the lioness share. And I have no objections. Let us seal the deal. With that, their three hands were stacked atop one another. The idea of profiting from enchanting equipment in secret is simply brilliant, I must say. We should pursue this. Morar immediately immersed himself in the role. After addressing Morar's concerns, Arthur's life at the Blood Glory Academy entered a rare period of tranquility. His days were spent attending classes punctually. Enveloped in the vast ocean of magical theory, and engaging in nightly magical meditation and practicing Danyang refining spirit. As his fighting spirit and magical energy steadily accumulated, Arthur experienced a blend of pain and joy. Every moment of leisure was devoted to the lucrative path of becoming an enchanter. 3 days after Arno successfully enchanted his first item, Arthur completed his own inaugural piece, setting off a relentless chain of enchanting endeavors. Becoming an enchanter did not hinder Arthur and Arno's progress as mages. The process of exhausting and replenishing the magical energy accumulated through meditation was, in fact, a means of enhancing their magical prowess. The magical energy Arthur amassed in a single night was sufficient to enchant 3 pieces of equipment. The enchanted items produced daily by the duo were sold by Morar, who proved to be a genius in business. To obscure his extensive procurement of equipment, he even utilized his personal savings to open a small weapon shop named Sanyi in a remote alley, employing a young assistant to publicly sell weapons and gear. This inconspicuous shop barely made any sales in the initial days, with the assistant often lounging on the counter, fast asleep. Morar leveraged the Sanyi weapon shop to procure weapons and equipment in bulk, managing to press down the purchase price of Tier 3 equipment to an average of 12 to 13 gold coins. While these enchanted Tier 3 items could be sold for 40 to 50 gold coins, the church mandated that every shop selling enchanted equipment must register the enchanter's name for tax purposes, thus preventing Arthur and Arno's enchanted items from being sold openly in the market, nor could they risk exposure by selling through Sanyi. Consequently, Morar resorted to selling these items on the black market, where the price was reduced to around 35 gold coins. Even so, after deducting the costs of crystal powder and magic storage crystals, the profit from each enchanted item reached 20 gold coins. With a daily output of 6 enchanted pieces, their profit amounted to 120 gold coins, translating to nearly 50 gold coins for Arthur each day, summing up to 15,000 gold coins in a year. Just a few months prior, Arthur could hardly have imagined earning more than the annual commission of the Blue Rose Mercenary Group, and this was merely the beginning. As Arthur's magical level increased, so too would his capacity to enchant higher-tier equipment. While enchanters are generally affluent, they could never reach the exorbitant profits that Arthur and his companion enjoyed. The church imposed a 1/3 tax, and the weapon shop profited handsomely as well, resulting in the final earnings for enchanters being less than half of what Arthur and Arno reaped. High returns invariably accompanied high risks, should any part of the operation falter. And if they were to attract the attention of the church or others, the ensuing risks would be unimaginable. Yet, the youths were not yet contemplating such distant concerns. They remained enraptured by the joy that immense wealth brought, relishing their peaceful and fulfilling study time. This period was a rare moment of calm in their lives. In the Pance's orc wasteland, at the Lalos Valley, the last rays of the setting sun were about to fade, and darkness was poised to envelop the valley. A robust figure slowly emerged from the valley's entrance, casting a long shadow that stretched into the valley's depths. The strong winds at the entrance billowed his cloak, revealing a mane of tangled golden hair and a weathered leather armor marked with countless scratches and bite marks. "Leon, you've returned." An elder of the Lionkin, with a broad nose and mouth, hurried out from a tall tent erected at the valley's entrance. "Grandfather, I have broken through." Leon's gaze was cold and filled with a murderous intent, a stark contrast to his demeanor upon entering the valley. The Lionkin elder surveyed Leon with satisfaction. Becoming an orc warrior is merely your starting point. Your future adversaries will be far more fearsome than the beasts within this valley, for they are more treacherous and cunning. "Grandfather, what should I do next?" "Once you become an orc warrior, you will be entitled to form your own hunting party. I have already arranged the initial members for you." As the elder's words fell, 2 orc figures, a male and a female, emerged from the enormous tent behind him. The male orc was tall and formidable, bare-chested, wielding a massive wolf's tooth club the size of a thigh. The female orc was petite yet voluptuous, clad in a black lace leather armor that accentuated her curvaceous and vibrant form. Upon seeing the female orc, Leon's icy gaze softened, revealing a sense of affection. Shara, young master, you've grown into an orc warrior just like your father. Shara beamed a genuine smile, radiating a motherly warmth and joy. Shara and the Tyrannosaurus warrior Long Dong will assist you in forming your hunting party. They will be your most trustworthy allies. As the lion elder concluded, Shara and Long Dong simultaneously knelt, using a sharp blade to cut their foreheads, allowing their blood to flow down. By the beast god above, I, Shara Long Dong, swear in the name of our ancestors to follow Lord Leon for life. Leon also took up the blade, making a cut on his own forehead, and with his middle finger, he dabbed a drop of his blood onto Shara and Long Dong's foreheads. The mingling of blood and oath was solemn, should any betrayal occur. The beast god and ancestors would be enraged, and the soul would find no peace in death. This was the most solemn oath of fealty among orcs, ensuring lifelong loyalty to their sworn master. Grandfather, I shall take my leave. Upon my return, I will bring back an orc warrior from the tribe. I suggest you head towards the human borders. More and more signs indicate that a new war between us and the humans is approaching. Chapter 58. A secret for a full 3 months. Arthur did not step outside the academy even once. His life revolved entirely between his room and the classroom. Arno had even fewer opportunities to leave his quarters, and the absence of sunlight rendered his complexion even more pallid. However, Arno relished this current state, free from the church's pursuit, able to sleep soundly each night, and receiving a copy of Arthur's magical notes from class. Arthur was unclear about the inheritance of dark mages, but he assumed it was similar to what Adeline had taught him, far less systematic than the comprehensive magical theory imparted at Blood Glory Academy. Thus, Arno found Arthur's magical notes to be a treasure trove, eagerly seeking his guidance and engaging in discussions on areas he did not comprehend. The questions and insights Arno presented from the perspective of dark magic often opened Arthur's mind, rendering many complex magical principles suddenly clear and straightforward. The world was inherently composed of light and darkness. Among the 12 schools of magic, light and dark magic were regarded as the foundation of magical theory. The Church's deliberate suppression and distortion of dark magic for nearly 10 millennia had rendered the entire magical theoretical system incomplete. The two youths were still unaware that their unintentional exchanges were unlocking the door sealed by the Church, allowing light and darkness to intertwine, directly connecting them to the source of magic. Morar, however, had little interest in the discourse between Arthur and Arno, apart from his fascination with business and gourmet food. He rarely practiced meditation, as becoming a formidable mage was never his aspiration. I'm going out for a stroll. Seeing Arthur and Arno engrossed in the composition of a magical array, a bored Morar waved goodbye and prepared to leave. Wait. I'll join you, and Arno should come along too. Arthur suddenly called out to Morar. Taken aback, Morar quickly broke into a smile. Boss, now you're talking sense. We're wealthy now, and with money comes the need to spend. Where do you want to go? I know a particularly interesting place that will broaden your horizons. Once Morar opened his mouth, he couldn't hold back, and Arthur swiftly interrupted him, stating his intent. I want to find a larger merchant to send some money abroad. Some large merchants on the Berland continent not only engaged in the trade of goods, but also provided services such as lending, storage, and money transfers for select clients. Resembling the nascent form of a modern bank. In practice, clients deposit money at any branch of the merchant, which then sends a magical message to the branch closest to the recipient, allowing that branch to withdraw money from its account to give to the recipient, with both branches settling accounts periodically. How dull. Morar immediately lost interest. Are you going with me or not? Of course I'm going. The boss has summoned me. How could I dare not accompany you? Morar replied with a smirk. Well, I think I'll sit this one out. You must go, otherwise you'll suffocate in your room. Arthur insisted, pulling Arno along as they exited the room. Once outside the academy, Morar led the two directly to the most bustling central commercial street. This was the most prosperous area in the entire Isaac Kingdom, with wide streets flanked by magnificent buildings, bustling with people and carriages, and various exotic beasts pulling the carriages. All pedestrians were clad in luxurious attire. Fortunately, before their outing, Arthur and Arno had heeded Morar's advice to don new martial attire and magical robes. Ensuring they did not stand out too much on the street, Morar guided them to a 3-story building adorned with intricate carvings at the street corner, pointing to the golden plaque that read Hangtong Tianxia, and proclaimed, "This is the second largest merchant in the kingdom, Hangtong merchant firm. Many of our business dealings are with them. I must emphasize that when it comes to sending money, It is imperative to choose a reputable bank. They possess numerous branches and a solid reputation. If fortune does not favor you, and you happen to encounter a bank on the brink of collapse, you might find yourself in a situation where your funds are absconded with. Why not approach the leading bank in the kingdom? Arno could not help but inquire. Because they simply do not entertain our kind, Morale replied. Slightly embarrassed that moment, a bank clerk approached them, a beautiful young woman in her early 20s. The mere presence of the clerk indicated that Hungtong Bank was a cut above the Tiangong weapons shop that Morale and Arthur had previously visited. The female clerk did not exhibit any disdain for the three young men, instead smiling warmly as she asked, "How may I assist the gentleman?" Her professional yet captivating smile caused both Arthur and Arno to flush, as they were at a loss for words. "My elder brother intends to send some money through your bank," Morale promptly interjected. His intention was not to rescue Arthur from embarrassment, but rather, he simply enjoyed being near young, attractive women. The clerk nodded and led the three of them to a modest private room on the first floor. After serving tea, she began to inquire about Arthur's specific needs. "To which location do you wish to send the money? And who is the recipient? Within the kingdom, we charge an additional 10 handling fee, while for regions outside the kingdom inhabited by humans, the fee is 15. The clerk purposefully paused before continuing. "We can also assist with sending money beyond human territories, but the cost will vary based on the level of risk involved." Arthur rubbed his hands together. "I don't even know where to send it or who the recipient is." The clerk, along with Morale and Arno, was momentarily taken aback, and the clerk's expression gradually darkened. "Please, do not jest. This is not a place for frivolity." Arthur, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I only know the name of a village, but I have no idea where it is." "No worries, as long as we have the name, we can look it up for you." The smile returned to the clerk's face. Morale slapped his forehead in exasperation. "Arthur, you truly are a peculiar one. You wish to send money to a village whose location you do not know, and you do not even know whom to send it to. If you truly have money to spare, just give it to me. I will replace all the portraits of our god of light with yours. From now on, you shall be our family's deity." "Get lost." Arthur irritably kicked Morale. "Come on. Give it a serious thought. No amount of wealth should be squandered so recklessly." Morale continued to nag without moving from his spot. Arthur shot Morale an annoyed glance. "Do you not understand? I want you to leave so I can mention the village's name." "Ah, so you intend to keep this from me? That's truly hurtful." Morale huffed as he walked out. Arno chuckled lightly and followed suit. Arthur contemplated for a moment, but ultimately did not call him back. This secret was one he wished to guard alone. Chapter 59. The Thorny Rose. Arthur inadvertently stumbled upon a secret. Prompted by the two ledgers left behind by Randall, he often found himself reminiscing about the mercenary group, about Captain Keynes, and about Adeline, Randall, and Tony. The ledgers were the only remnants Randall had left, which is why Arthur frequently perused them, both in remembrance and with a sliver of hope that Randall might have left him some clue within the pages. That as time passed, Arthur found no clues, but unexpectedly discovered something else. Every 3 months, Randall would consistently send a sum of money to a village named Salonika. Each amount varied between 400 to 500 gold coins, totaling nearly 2,000 gold coins over the course of a year. And for at least the 3 years since Arthur had joined the mercenary group, this practice had never once faltered. Arthur was uncertain why Randall engaged in such actions, but as a member of the mercenary group, he felt a sense of obligation to continue this practice, especially now that he had some wealth. This notion grew stronger. It felt like a form of tribute. By preserving this act, the mercenary group would endure. The female clerk soon retrieved the village's address. It was a small settlement located in the northern part of the Isaac Kingdom, far removed from the royal city and the territories of the beasts. Arthur handed over a large bag of gold coins he had prepared in advance, containing his earnings from selling enchanted equipment over the past 2 weeks. "Rest assured, we will ensure the money reaches its destination. For undirected deliveries, we shall deliver the funds to the village chief," the clerk assured as she swiftly counted the coins in the bag and handed Arthur a receipt stamped with the bank seal. Should the bank fail to deliver the funds, Arthur could use this receipt to claim compensation. As Arthur exited the transaction room, he let out a deep sigh, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart, as if a long-pressing stone had been removed. Outside the bank, Morale still wore an irritable expression. Through their time spent together, Arthur had come to understand Morale's temperament, recognizing that he was not genuinely angry. Thus, he smiled and suggested, "Let us find a place to eat. Today, I shall treat you. Perfect. Let us go to the most expensive establishment on the adjacent street, the Dragon's Saliva Tower. If you are going to waste your money, it is better that we enjoy a meal. Morale's irritation vanished at the mention of food. Very well, let us head to the Dragon's Saliva Tower. Since arriving in the royal city, I have yet to indulge in a proper meal. The three laughed and exited the bank. To reach the Dragon's Saliva Tower, they needed to traverse a narrow connecting alley. Just as they turned the corner, they heard the sounds of a scuffle emanating from the alley that a glance revealed several mercenaries surrounding two girls. Let us take another route, Morale suggested. Knowing that Arthur preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble, standing up for justice and settling scores had never been Arthur's character. Being a mercenary, he believed in the principle that one should receive something in return for their efforts. The world is rife with unfairness, and selfless acts often yield poor outcomes. Even rangers avoid settling scores due to potential complications. Arthur let out a light exclamation, yet contrary to his usual nature. He continued toward the alley that as they drew nearer, he could see the combatants clearly. One side comprised 5 burly mercenaries, of which only 3 engaged in the fight, while the other 2 stood by with their arms crossed. The opposing side consisted of 2 petite girls, around 14 or 15 years old. Behind them were 2 additional girls, one older and one younger. The older one, about 18 or 19, wore attire befitting a noble's maid, while the younger, merely 11 or 12, already exhibited striking beauty. What a coincidence! How could it be her? Morale muttered. You know her. How could you not recognize the one whose name is on par with yours? Arthur suddenly recalled that when he first encountered Morale, he had mentioned the 4 peculiar individuals of their current academy cohort. Aside from himself and Chiang, there was the formidable half-orc, Huey, and the thorny rose, Goli. Huey was the illegitimate son of Prince Rex, while Goli was the youngest daughter of Duke Ross, one of the kingdom's 4 great dukes. Arthur couldn't help but scrutinize the 2 girls embroiled in combat with the mercenaries. One, with short chestnut red hair, was engaging the mercenaries up close. The girl was tall and athletic, each kick she delivered cutting through the air with a fierce wind, though she maintained a serious expression during the fight. Her strikingly beautiful features, especially her blue eyes and prominent nose, were undeniably charming. The other girl, a water mage wielding a staff, was slightly shorter than the one with short hair. She had long golden hair and fair skin, with delicate and refined features. Behind the short-haired girl, she occasionally hurled water balls or conjured a water shield, allowing her companion to attack freely. Which one is Goli? Clearly the one in front who is fighting, the one behind. Nini has been in our class for 4 months already. Don't tell me you still don't recognize her. Arthur awkwardly rubbed his nose. I've never really paid attention. Morale suddenly regarded Arthur with a strange look. You spend every day cooped up with Arno. Do you two not like girls? Arthur paused. Then without warning, kicked Morale, sending him crashing into the wall beside the alley. Their playful scuffle drew the attention of both fighting parties, and the 2 mercenaries watching turned to them. Get lost. Don't stir up trouble. Arthur frowned, catching a whiff of the strong odor of alcohol emanating from them. Drunken troublemakers? They were exceedingly bold to cause a ruckus in the royal city while intoxicated. The girl mage, Nini, also recognized Arthur and Morale, her face lighting up with joy as she called out, Morale, come help. She did not call for Arthur, clearly more familiar with Morale. Do not worry, I'm coming. Morale bellowed, scrambling to his feet. He was not about to miss the opportunity for a heroic rescue. Though Morale's shout was loud, he hesitated to charge directly into the fray, instead positioning himself behind Arthur to gather magical energy. As the magical elements rapidly coalesced, a small golden arrow materialized between Morale's hands. The second-tier gold magic golden spike arrow. This was one of the 3 most potent attack spells that novice mages could master, the other 2 being the 3rd-tier fire magic, explosive fireball, and the 3rd-tier lightning magic, lightning strike. The fact that the 2nd-tier golden spike arrow could stand alongside 3rd-tier spells attested to its formidable power. Morale thrust forward, and the golden arrow shot straight toward the mercenary facing Arthur. The mercenary's aura surged violently from his hand, and with a swift motion, he grasped the golden spike arrow, which was enveloped in his energy. Then, with both hands rubbing together forcefully, the golden spike arrow disintegrated into specks of golden light. Arthur shook his head in disbelief. Such a formidable offensive magic was reduced to this sorry state by Morar. It was a lack of speed that allowed the opponent to seize it, and insufficient magical concentration that resulted in its easy shattering. Morar was equally stunned, realizing that his strongest attack had been so effortlessly neutralized. He lowered his voice and said, "Boss, the opponent is too formidable. Should we withdraw?" Arthur shot a glare at Morar. "It's too late to think of retreating now. Let us go." Chapter 60. A familiar face once the decision to engage was made. Arthur acted without hesitation, leaping forward to land a punch squarely on the mercenary's face. Before taking action, Arthur had carefully assessed the situation. Among the 3 mercenaries engaging with Goli, there was 1 level 4 sergeant and 2 level 3 warriors. A few of the mercenaries appeared hesitant, unwilling to unleash their full might. The nickname Thorned Rose was not given lightly, for Goli's strikes were vicious and relentless, embodying a desperate fighting style, with Nini, a water magic user, assisting from the side. Defeating Goli would not be an easy task, even if the 3 mercenaries went all out for a short duration. Moreover, as children of noble families, it was only natural that Goli and her companions possessed enchanted equipment and defensive techniques. One of the remaining mercenaries, who had just shattered Morar's golden spike arrow, was also a level 4 sergeant, while the other, who had yet to strike, was likely not above a level 5 sergeant, with Arno covertly aiding them. They were unlikely to lose this skirmish. As for Morar, Arthur chose to disregard him, as long as he didn't become a hindrance. The mercenaries underestimated Arthur, and when he leaped towards them, one raised a leg to kick. Activating his Windwalker boots, Arthur suddenly accelerated, dodging the mercenary's kick and crashing into him, toppling him to the ground. The second mercenary was caught off guard by Arthur's speed. In a mere exchange, his comrade was knocked down. As he swung his fist in an attempt to rescue his fellow, Arthur had already turned around, raising his arm to block the punch aimed at his side. Both sides threw punches simultaneously, but the mercenary felt a sudden sense of weakness at the moment of impact. His speed and strength inexplicably diminished in that fleeting instant of disparity, just as the mercenary's fist grazed Arthur's face. Arthur's fist landed heavily in the mercenary's abdomen, doubling over in pain. The mercenary was met with Arthur's knee colliding forcefully with his chin, sending him crashing to the ground. With those 2 mercenaries dispatched, Arthur plunged into Goli's fray, delivering a swift kick that sent one mercenary sprawling, while simultaneously executing a sweeping leg that felled the level 4 sergeant just as Arno's weakening spell took effect. Arthur moved like a small tiger, dispatching several mercenaries in quick succession, leaving them moaning helplessly on the ground, unable to rise. Goli gazed at the fallen mercenaries in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend how Arthur had struck with such speed and efficiency, as they had fought desperately against her. Frustrated, she kicked a few of the mercenaries lying on the ground. Unbeknownst to Goli, Arthur's Death's Embrace was specifically designed for chaotic skirmishes like this, aiming to inflict maximum damage on the enemy in the shortest time possible. Once struck by Arthur, it was exceedingly difficult to recover. The swift and decisive nature of his actions was further enhanced by Arno's involvement. Death's Embrace and Arno's Ball of Weakness formed a perfect synergy, ensuring that any momentary delay on the opponent's part would result in Arthur's decisive strike landing first, leaving them without the capacity for retaliation. Arthur found Goli's display of frustration amusing. He had never encountered a girl quite like her, nor had he interacted with many girls at all. "Thank you for your assistance," Nini said as she approached. Arthur waved dismissively, but Morar immediately seized the opportunity to boast. "Nini, did you see my magic arrow just now? Impressive, wasn't it?" Nini, taken aback by such audacity, could only roll her eyes, seeing Arthur still watching her. Goli huffed defiantly. "Don't expect this lady to thank you. I never asked for your help. I had no intention of assisting you," Arthur replied nonchalantly, walking past her without a glance, inwardly thinking, "Indeed, she is quite prickly." At that moment, an older maid behind Goli stepped in front of Arthur, blocking his path. "What do you want? What's the matter? Don't remember?" Arthur's gaze shifted past the maid to the little girl behind her. The girl paused for a moment before breaking into a surprised smile. "I remember. You are Arthur Gidge. We met in the church. Show." Arthur quickly silenced her, realizing that she was about to say something she shouldn't. The little girl, recognizing her mistake, playfully stuck out her tongue. "Thank you, Arthur Gidge. You saved me once again. I'm so happy to see you. What are you doing here?" "I came out with Sophie to buy some things, but we ran into those drunken mercenaries. They were whistling at Sophie and saying all sorts of nonsense." The little girl blushed, clearly unable to finish her sentence. "So you know each other?" Goli asked curiously, stepping forward. We met once before, Arthur replied flatly. Thank you, big sister. If it weren't for those two sisters helping, Sophie would have been bullied by those men. Arthur, however, thought to himself, if it weren't for this thorned rose meddling, the mercenaries would likely have only been verbally harassing them, without any intent to act. What is your name? Goalie inquired. My name is Lucy Sophia Palmer. You can call me Lucy. Palmer. Are you from the Palmer Duke's household? Goalie asked, her brow furrowing slightly. The Duke Palmer is my grandfather. Goalie uttered a soft, oh, and replied, you should head back quickly. It's best not to have two young girls wandering around alone. The royal city isn't as safe as you might think. But the two sisters are out alone as well, Lucy retorted. Goalie, uninterested in explaining herself to a little girl, turned to Arthur and said, that one over there, since you know Lucy, would you be kind enough to escort her back? My name is Arthur, not that one. Also, you have no authority to command me. Arthur shot back. Goalie's face hardened as she replied. The last person who spoke to me in that tone is currently lying in bed. This time, it's uncertain who will end up on the ground. Arthur countered provocatively. Nini attempted to intercede but was restrained by Morar, who was eager to see how this clash of personalities would unfold. Alas, Lucy stepped forward and grabbed hold of Arthur's arm. Arthur Gidge, please take me home. My brother is eager to see you too. Arthur found it impossible to refuse her request. After bidding farewell to Nini, he turned and walked away with Lucy, not sparing Goalie a single glance. Young man, you should be more cautious next time, Goalie's voice called after him. I hope the one lying in bed next time isn't you. You shameless rogue. Have you learned to tease girls now? Morar chimed in. Grinning mischievously, Arthur, utterly bewildered, replied, tease what girl? Morar laughed. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. To deal with a girl like Goalie, you must employ the method of feigned indifference. Now I believe your inclinations are quite clear. But poor Arno. Before Morar could finish his sentence, a kick flew from behind, sending his plump body crashing once more against the wall. Chapter 61. Shadows linger. Palmer Duke's household. Arthur once again found himself in a realm of grandeur. As King Stretch had bestowed an entire small mountain in the southern part of the city upon Duke Palmer as a fief, with the Duke's residence occupying nearly half of the southern slope. Rivaling even the Bloodlight Royal Academy in size, the inner courtyard of the Duke's residence was a labyrinth of overlapping courtyards, adorned with various pavilions and unique structures, interspersed with rare flowers and exotic stones. Leaving even Morar, who grew up in affluence, utterly dazzled, Lucy guided Arthur and the others through a side entrance, navigating a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a tranquil courtyard near the perimeter. As soon as they entered, a striking middle-aged woman rushed in, accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old boy. The woman embraced Lucy tightly, exclaiming, I was so worried. Are you all right? While Lucy recounted the events to her mother, the little boy tilted his head, observing Arthur for a while before mustering the courage to approach him. Arthur Gidge, may I touch your sword? Of course, Arthur replied, effortlessly unsheathing the massive sword from his back and placing it before the boy. The little boy cautiously extended his hand towards the blade, his face alight with admiration and reverence. Perhaps unbeknownst to Arthur, that encounter in the church had left a profound impression on the boy. Nova, who now idolized Arthur and insisted on training in martial arts to become a warrior like him after entering the royal city, after the middle-aged woman confirmed the details of the incident with her daughter. She immediately expressed her gratitude to Arthur and Arno, inquiring about their circumstances in the royal city. Arthur, wishing to avoid entanglements with the Palmer Duke's household, offered brief responses and prepared to take his leave. Just as the woman and Lucy were urging him to stay, the door swung open, revealing the middle-aged scholar Arthur had encountered in the dilapidated church. The middle-aged scholar was visibly taken aback upon encountering Arthur and Arno, his expression immediately darkening. After that incident, I hope to have no further association with you. Lucy promptly pouted in displeasure, while the middle-aged woman hastily clarified. Lucy encountered a few mercenaries causing trouble on the street today. They were the ones who brought her back. The scholar's demeanor softened slightly as he sighed. Meeting his fate. Should you face any difficulties in the royal city, feel free to seek my assistance, but it would be best if you do not come to my residence, as it is crowded with many prying eyes. We will not contact the Palmer family again, now that Lucy is safely home. We shall take our leave, Arthur said with a slight bow before standing to depart. Throughout the exchange, Arno had remained silent. Lucy, feeling aggrieved, looked as though she might cry, while the middle-aged woman shot a reproachful glance at the man. Unsure of what to say, only the young boy, not comprehending the situation, invited, "Arthur, brother, will you come to my house to play often in the future?" The middle-aged scholar glared fiercely at the boy, causing him to shrink back in fear. Just as Arthur reached the doorway, he suddenly halted, saying, "There is one more thing. The mercenaries we encountered today did not seem to be merely drunk and causing a ruckus. Something felt off about the situation. Please take care of yourselves." The scholar paused for a moment, beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his forehead. As the three emerged from the Grand Duke's residence, night had already fallen. Morale parted ways with Arthur at the Academy's entrance. Intending to return home for the night, Arthur and Arno made their way back to the magic tower alone. "Arthur, I will soon have to leave." Arno suddenly spoke after a long silence. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Arno remained silent. "If you have nowhere to go, then stay here and be at ease." Arno bit his lip and said, "If I stay, I will eventually become a burden to you. You are still thinking about this afternoon's events, aren't you?" From his perspective, I can understand his actions to eye in the face of survival. Everyone makes different choices. He chose to flee, while I chose to resist. You need not worry about being a burden to me. Some things cannot be avoided simply by wishing to escape them. Arthur firmly patted Arno's shoulder, regarding the church's pursuit. "You cannot hide forever. Sooner or later, you will have to stand before them openly, instilling fear and trepidation in their hearts, forcing them to avert their gaze when they see you. At that time, I will certainly be by your side." "Arthur." Arno's eyes suddenly reddened, his words faltering halfway. Without excessive dialogue, perhaps having not been in contact for a long time, the true essence of friendship lies in knowing that when one faces danger and adversity, there are still those who choose to stand beside them. "Let us go. To become powerful magicians, we must continue our training tonight," Arthur said, wrapping an arm around Arno's shoulders. A magic student, burdened with 2 hefty tomes on magic, hurriedly approached with his head down, seemingly oblivious to the two walking side by side, and collided with Arthur. In that instant of collision, a sharp dagger shot out from beneath the spellbooks, piercing effortlessly through Arthur's robe and into his chest. Arthur had already begun to sidestep to allow the other passage, and it was this preemptive movement that saved his life. As the dagger narrowly missed his heart, the assassin's movements were incredibly swift. He struck and withdrew, aiming a second slash at Arthur's throat. Arno, witnessing the entire scene, found himself unable to tear open a magic scroll in such a brief moment. Instinctively, he turned to shield Arthur with his own body. The blade sliced through Arno's magical robe, leaving a long gash on the back of his neck. Both Arno and Arthur collapsed to the ground, with Arno still protecting Arthur's body. "Arno, move aside." The assassin's third strike followed closely, aimed directly at Arno's back. Arthur shoved Arno off him, but the third dagger plunged into Arthur's chest instead. This marked the first moment Arthur locked eyes with the assassin, who bore a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. Arthur struggled to raise a hand, and as his sleeve slipped, a magic scroll unfurled, unleashing a fireball that exploded at close range against the assassin. The assassin barely had time to raise a hand to shield his face before the fireball detonated upon him. The assassin's aura erupted, resisting the flames with his energy, rolling on the ground, enduring the searing pain in silence. When he finally stood again, his disguise had been charred and tattered, half of his face scorched black. His eyes remained unflinching, determined to eliminate Arthur without relent. He retrieved the dagger from the ground and lunged once more. Chapter 62. A series of unforeseen events as the assassin lunged at Arthur once more, who had already suffered 2 stab wounds to the chest. He found himself unable to evade. Arno, rising from the ground, charged at the assassin again, but was effortlessly swatted aside. Blood poured from Arthur's mouth. Yet a bitter smile crept onto his face. "Damn it, despite all this effort, I still cannot seize my own fate." As the blade flashed before him once more, he closed his eyes in resignation. A cool sensation washed over him, akin to being immersed in a refreshing stream, invigorating his entire being, even dulling the pain from his chest wound. Is this the feeling of death? It turns out death is not so painful after all. What is the world beyond death like? Arthur pondered, then opened his eyes. He discovered himself truly submerged in water, or more accurately, enveloped in a flowing sphere of water, cool liquid cascading over him, visibly healing the wounds on his chest. Water of Rebirth. The name of a level 10 water magic instantly surfaced in his mind. This was a healing spell only great magicians could cast, and it was only such a potent healing magic that could pull Arthur back from the brink of death after sustaining 2 grievous wounds. Who, then, had saved him? Though Arthur's body lay immobile, he strained to turn his head. What met his gaze was a graceful figure shrouded in a flowing magical aura. Even the loose robe could not conceal her alluring curves. Arthur had never seen such a magnificent form so closely, yet he recognized that magical glow. It was the female magician who had previously scanned him with magic detection. The distance had prevented him from noticing her beauty at the time, as she had been seated behind a table. Uncertain if the female magician sensed Arthur's inappropriate thoughts or if it was mere coincidence, just as Arthur was lost in his musings, the sphere of water enveloping him suddenly shattered, and he fell heavily to the ground. Upon landing, Arthur noticed a large floating water sphere above, containing the assassin who had attacked him, clutching his throat in evident agony, struggling in vain to escape the sphere. Although similar in appearance, the sphere trapping the assassin was not a healing spell, but rather the advanced version of the basic spell Water Sphere, known as the level 7 spell Sealing Water Sphere. As long as the sphere remained intact, the trapped individual would suffocate due to lack of oxygen. Get up! Stop lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Someone kicked Arthur. When Arthur stood up, he discovered the vice principal, the great magician Helix, standing nearby. Sure enough, there is more than one assassin among us. Nearby, there is even a level 7 combat school hidden. A figure soared down, and thunderbolt, Austin hurled a charred corpse to the ground. Old Helix stomped in frustration. How could you kill him? What use is he dead? This guy was too fragile. I only used heavenly thunder on him, and he perished. Austin complained defiantly. Old Helix, uninterested in sparring words with Austin, turned to the female magician. Put him down. Let us see if we can extract any information. The water sphere shattered, and the assassin tumbled to the ground, coughing violently before raising his head. His gaze swept over the group until it landed on Arthur, at which point dark purple blood began to ooze from his mouth and nostrils. Not good. He's going to commit suicide. Quick, save him. The female magician shook her head. It's too late. Healing magic has little effect on the internal damage caused by toxins. Austin, however, seemed somewhat gleeful, remarking, Old Helix, you've grown senile. These professional assassins would never divulge any information, so keeping them alive is pointless. By the time the group finished their conversation, the assassin had completely succumbed, and his body began to decay. Such potent poison, capable of destroying a corpse even after death, Helix marveled. While simultaneously casting 2 fireballs to incinerate the corpses entirely, he had given up hope of extracting useful information from the assassin. With the lead on the assassin's side severed, Helix circled Arthur 3 times, remarking, It seems we underestimated you. What trouble have you stirred that warranted the deployment of a level 6 combat officer and a level 7 combat school as a double insurance to eliminate you? A mere rookie. I'm not sure. Perhaps they mistook me for someone else. Arthur replied with an innocent expression. Old Helix regarded Arthur with an odd look. Mistaken identity? Now I'm curious to know if I have made any mistakes myself. Having said that, he abruptly seized Arthur by the collar and soared into the air. Suspended in midair by Old Harry, Arthur found himself flying at such a speed that he could hardly keep his eyes open. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above a weathered 3-story ancient tower. Old Harry, as if tossing a chick, hurled Arthur towards the tower's side. This is the end. Suspended in the air, Arthur was rendered incapable of any action, and had no choice but to close his eyes and brace for impact. The moment his body made contact with the tower, a flash of magical light enveloped him, and Arthur found himself passing through the tower wall. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a vast, domed chamber. The room's area was undeniably several times larger than the tower's diameter, and looking up revealed a boundless azure sky. The walls of the chamber were lined with bookshelves, filled to the brim with countless tomes of magic. In the center stood a massive long table, cluttered with an assortment of bizarre magical instruments. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the room. What is this place? Spatial magic? Arthur asked, his face a mask of confusion. This is my magic tower. No one on the entire continent can penetrate the magical barrier to glimpse the happenings within. Now you can speak the truth. What is your relationship with Canes? In a flash of light, Old Harry appeared right beside Arthur. How do you know I have a relationship with Canes? Arthur exclaimed, astonished. I knew from the very first day you entered the academy, for Canes' Starfall sword is in your possession. That rascal was once my student. Surely you won't claim that sword was merely something you stumbled upon? So it's called Starfall? Arthur murmured. You don't even know the name of that sword? Has Keynes never mentioned anything to you? Where is that scoundrel now? This time, it was old Harry who was taken aback. Arthur lowered his head despondently. He is no longer with us. No longer with us. Harry was momentarily stunned. Chapter 63. The aquamarine ring. After Arthur recounted the entire sequence of events to Harry, old Harry fell silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He could have walked away on his own. Twice he made the same choice. Old Harry shook his head in sorrow, his eyes beginning to redden. We old folks are still striving to live, yet he has departed first. Arthur refrained from interrupting. At this moment, any words of comfort would be futile. After a while, old Harry composed himself. So, it follows that the assassins who attacked you today are the same ones who ambushed Keynes. Arthur nodded gravely, recognizing that the methods and ruthless nature of these assassins were indistinguishable from those he had encountered in the Soaring Gorge. Old Harry's brow furrowed deeply. Assassin organizations were among the most tenacious foes, never relenting until their objectives were achieved. The assassin organization capable of easily obliterating a B-grade mercenary group was undoubtedly one of the most formidable entities on the continent. A terror even small kingdoms dared not provoke. After a moment of contemplation, Harry inquired, "What exactly did you do to provoke them?" Arthur shook his head. It must be related to that commissioned task. But only Captain Keynes knew the details of the item involved. After I escaped, Aunt Nightingale warned me not to investigate this matter until I became a war general. Aunt Nightingale is right. The entity behind this is something you cannot contend with at your current strength. I cannot avenge Keynes and the mercenary group for you, but I will assist you in gathering information on that mysterious assassin organization. Arthur bowed deeply to Harry. Thank you, as long as they cannot kill me. I will eventually repay this debt. In the future, do not venture out carelessly. As long as you remain within the academy, I can ensure your safety. Any assassin daring to enter the academy will not leave alive, old Harry declared, his eyes alight with ferocity. No one could easily withstand the wrath of a 12th level archmage. With a wave of his hand, a thick tome flew from the wall's bookshelf. Upon opening the book, Arthur discovered a hollow storage compartment within. Old Harry extracted a verdant ring, its jade surface intricately engraved with a minuscule magic circle. Regularly infuse this ring with sufficient magical energy when danger approaches. Activating this magical ring will instantaneously release a 9th level water-based protective spell, Water Canopy, capable of withstanding a full force strike from any warrior below the rank of War General. Thank you, Dean. Arthur eagerly accepted the ring, caressing its surface with affection that he understood this was a vital tool for preserving his life. Had he possessed such a means of protection earlier, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament today. Clearly, this was a fortunate turn of events for him. Arthur slipped the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand, beaming at old Harry. Dean, do you have any more treasures like this? You want more? Arthur nodded rapidly, akin to a chick pecking at grain. You see, Arno was also injured today. If you have any spare ones, could you possibly lend me another? What do you think this is, Cabbage? Look closely. The aquamarine ring is a 9th level magical item, worth 50,000 gold coins. I'm telling you, this one is merely on loan to you. It must be returned upon graduation. Old Harry huffed, his beard bristling with indignation. Arthur was taken aback. Having thought that with the advent of enchanted equipment as a means of earning income, he had become somewhat affluent, little did he know that the money he had painstakingly accumulated over the past 3 years could not even compare to the value of this single ring. Arthur couldn't help but exclaim, "There's never enough money to be made in this world." Ignoring old Harry's ire, he shamelessly continued to plead, "Dean, what if I encounter a war general in the future? Can I trade this ring for a better piece of magical equipment? Then just stand there and wait to die." Old Harry seized Arthur by the collar once more and, before he could react, hurled him towards the bookshelf against the wall. With a flash of magical light, Arthur landed in the open space outside the magic tower. Dusting himself off, he muttered, "That old man is truly stingy." Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber beneath a noble estate within the royal city, a tall, slender man clad in black was in a furious rage. "Are you fools? Who told you to strike within the Bloodlight Academy? Just pulling a professor from there is enough to get you killed 3 times over." Several masked individuals, dressed in various outfits, knelt before him with their heads bowed, none daring to offer an explanation. The man in black continued to seethe, kicking over a plump man kneeling on his left. "Legio, were you the one commanding this operation?" Explain yourself. My lord, please calm your anger. The decision to act within the academy was unavoidable. We have been monitoring for 4 months, and this was the first time we confirmed the target's whereabouts. He hasn't left the Bloodlight Academy in 2 to 3 months. We feared missing this opportunity, and didn't know how long we would have to wait again, Lei Jiao explained in a low voice. The man in black scoffed, clearly dissatisfied with Lei Jiao's explanation. Worried about missing an opportunity? What about your patience? After being in charge of a trading house for so long, have you forgotten the most basic rules of an assassin? I acknowledge my mistake. We deployed assassins from the absolute kill and dual kill divisions for this operation, which was originally foolproof, but you still failed. Who bears the responsibility for this? The man in black's tone was laced with coldness. Sweat trickled down Lei Jiao's forehead as he suddenly gritted his teeth, drew a dagger from his cloak, and without hesitation, sliced through his left hand, severing both his pinky and ring fingers. 2 fingers for 2 lives. Consider this a concession. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Do you know why I demanded 2 of your fingers? To teach your subordinates a lesson. Not just to teach you a lesson. The priority of this mission was to capture that elusive fish. The young man likely possesses something the employer desires. You were to capture him first, then kill him if necessary, yet you presumptuously arranged for an assassination. I genuinely did not understand the task's priority. You were deliberately ignorant. Guarantee you, Kuei Lang lost an arm over this mission and faced punishment from the organization. Did you wish for that young man to vanish entirely, helping Kuei Lang clean up the aftermath? Lei Jiao, terrified, knelt once again. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Whether you dare or not, regardless of what benefits Kuei Lang promised you, remember this. He is merely a commander, and you answer to whom? The others knelt silently, afraid to breathe that in this internal faction struggle, a single wrong word could lead to being labeled as an enemy and exterminated. Get out of my sight. Arrange for someone to keep a close watch on Bloodlight Academy. I refuse to believe he can hide there for his entire life. Yes. The group, as if granted amnesty, quickly rose and retreated. They were unaware of the man in black's mutterings to himself. This blue demon truly is a headache. A mere elusive fish has cost me yet another elite from the absolute kill division. Chapter 64. A visit from the Rose without the Bloodlight insignia. Arno could not enter the magic tower or the chamber alone. When Arthur returned to the magic tower, Arno had already been waiting outside for quite some time. The mysterious female magician had healed Arno with a healing spell while rescuing Arthur. Throughout the entire process, neither Old Harry nor the female magician had paid any attention to Arno. Arthur glanced at Arno, wanting to say something, but ultimately only managed to utter, "Let us go back." Had it not been for Arno's desperate attempt to rescue him, Arthur might not have evaded this calamity. After enduring trials together time and again, words of gratitude had become rather insipid. Arno, however, regarded the incident with a sense of nonchalance. As the act of shielding Arthur from that blade had been almost instinctual, the event seemed to have passed without further ado. And upon returning to their quarters, the two resumed their magical meditation as originally planned. Just as Arthur was still on the verge of entering a meditative state, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Gazing at the enchanting young maiden standing at the entrance, Arthur found himself momentarily taken aback as though he had seen a ghost. The girl was none other than the Thorned Rose, Jelly Ross, with whom he had interacted earlier that afternoon. Jelly, with a hint of irritation, exclaimed, "Why are you dawdling? Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Ah, please come in." Arthur finally remembered to let Jelly into the room. It seems Jelly isn't here to settle the score from this afternoon. Could it be that Morale's suggestion of a feigned retreat has indeed worked? Arthur mused, his face betraying a hint of crimson. "Stop overthinking. I came to see you because I have something to discuss." "Is it about who was lying in bed?" Arthur retorted casually. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Realizing how much time spent with Morale had influenced his tongue, Jelly's lovely visage instantly hardened. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll make sure you won't be able to get up after lying down." After uttering this, Jelly realized her words were also questionable, and her face flushed a deep shade of red. Fortunately, Arthur did not dwell on her remarks, instead asking, "Didn't you mention something important?" "Oh, right. I wanted to inform you that the mercenaries we encountered this afternoon were not merely a drunken ruckus. They were instigated by someone." "I am aware," he replied. "How could you possibly know?" Jelly queried, her expression one of astonishment. "I, too, am a mercenary, and I understand their ways. While mercenaries can be unruly and prone to brawling when inebriated, those who honor their code would never dare to bully women or children indiscriminately in the streets. Even if their ranks are mixed, it is unlikely that a group of mercenaries would collectively get drunk and prey on women. Moreover, this is the heavily guarded royal city. If 5 mercenaries dared to act out, there must be something amiss. Jelly circled around Arthur, scrutinizing him from head to toe. I did not expect you to be so astute, deducing the situation through reasoning. Arthur felt a twinge of unease under Jelly's gaze. So you came to confirm this matter? Of course not. After you left, I handed those mercenaries over to the patrolling city guards. Coincidentally, today as captain is an officer who once served under my father, and I instructed them to teach those ruffians a lesson. To my surprise, one of the mercenaries confessed that they were hired by the owner of an underground merchant house. With this revelation, Arthur pieced together the narrative, realizing that the officer had likely acted harshly to curry favor with Jelly, prompting the mercenaries to disclose information for fear of repercussions, which was then relayed back to her. And then, will the city guards continue to investigate the mastermind behind this? The 2 girls were unharmed. So the city guards won't want to stir up trouble. They plan to detain those mercenaries for a couple of days and then release them. Arthur nodded gently, having already understood the city guards' modus operandi during his time in Hueolais. They were responsible for defense and maintaining order, while serious crimes involving loss of life or theft were handled by the Lord's Court. So, what does your late-night visit entail? ISNT that little girl your friend. Don't you care about who wishes her harm? Jelly asked, her eyes wide with intensity. I wouldn't classify her as a friend. We merely crossed paths. Besides, even if someone sought to harm her, it is a matter pertaining to the Palmer Duquesne household, not something I need to involve myself in. Jelly did not anticipate Arthur's immediate retort, leaving her momentarily speechless, her carefully prepared speech evaporating from her mind. Arthur stifled a laugh. If there's nothing else, you should just head back early. It's rather late, and it wouldn't reflect well on me if others saw you leaving my room. Wouldn't that reflect poorly on you? Jelly raised her fist, ready to unleash her frustration. Stop. This is my room. If a fight breaks out, word will surely spread. Jelly, infuriated, stomped her foot several times, but ultimately resisted the urge to lash out. We will settle today's score later. I came to find you because I intend to raid that underground merchant house and give that owner a severe thrashing, ensuring he thinks twice before committing further wrongs. Does that girl have any ties to you? The city guards are unwilling to stir up unnecessary trouble. Why are you so eager? Arthur inquired, scrutinizing Jelly's eyes. Despite her stated intentions for the night, he remained skeptical of her motives being purely driven by a sense of justice. I'll say it again, that merchant house is involved in illicit dealings, and we must make them pay. But the owner is merely an intermediary. What significance does making him pay hold? Are you really that dim-witted? The price he pays will naturally be our gain. Arthur momentarily faltered, cautiously asking, are you suggesting we rob the merchant house? Don't phrase it so harshly. We aim to make them pay for their transgressions. Good heavens. Arthur smacked his forehead twice, ensuring he was fully lucid. The Duke's daughter was indeed contemplating a robbery, truly. Every peculiar flower bore its own name. Are you going or not? Spare me your indecision. Jelly urged impatiently. Wait a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. Which underground merchant house do you plan to target? Does the Duke's daughter truly lack funds? I have enough. But Nini does not. 3,000 gold coins is a significant amount even for many nobles. Nini's father is merely an earl, and he begrudgingly sent her to the Blood Dawn Academy to secure her a wealthy suitor. But Nini herself is reluctant. Arthur nodded, understanding all too well the burdens of financial constraints. For a friend, you truly are a fierce warrior. Jelly unexpectedly erupted, delivering a swift kick to Arthur's abdomen. You're the fierce warrior. While Jelly's strike was sudden, Arthur had remained vigilant since her entry, swiftly grasping her ankle. Let go. Jelly's face flushed crimson. Arthur then noticed the smoothness of her ankle, the delicacy of her slender calf, and the voluptuousness of her thigh. Her slightly rounded abdomen and subtly rising bosom met with Jelly's fierce glare, prompting him to release her in fright. Jelly turned to leave. Wait, are you planning to go alone? Jelly hesitated, slowly turning back. Nini is not only my friend, she is also my distant cousin. Arthur softened his tone. Even if I agree to accompany you, with our limited strength, it's unlikely we can handle the situation. You need not worry about that. The mercenaries mentioned that the merchant house is peculiar, with few guards, and there should be no warrior of the military academy stationed there. Most importantly, that underground merchant house primarily deals in enchanted equipment. generating daily revenues of tens of thousands of gold coins. Arthur's eyes lit up. Then let us proceed. After all, we have the Duke's backing. This matter has nothing to do with the Ross Duke's household. It is my own decision. Very well. It shall have no bearing on the Ross Duke's household. Arthur did not wish to argue with her on this matter. Should the cherished daughter encounter any misfortune, he doubted the Duke would remain passive. Then let us act tonight. Lest they grow wary. Arthur contemplated. No, for such a grand endeavor, our small number won't suffice. We must seek additional assistance. Who do you intend to find? I have no trustworthy allies. Arthur cast a sidelong glance at Jelly, inwardly thinking, of course you have no allies. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached me after a mere afternoon meeting. Yet he maintained a jovial demeanor. For such work, one must always find a fool. Chapter 65. Night raid on the black market. The so-called underground merchant house bears no discernible difference from legitimate businesses on the surface. However, it secretly peddles various contraband and dubious goods, ranging from stolen items and military surplus to enchanted equipment sold illicitly by enchanters, and even smuggled foreign slaves, each yielding substantial profits. Underground merchant houses are integral to the black market, facilitating the majority of transactions between regular customers and serving as a platform for buying and selling various goods. The new Lotus Inn before them served as a facade for one such underground merchant house, with regular patrons allocated to the side courtyards, while guests assigned to the rear courtyard vanished without a trace. These individuals exited through a small door in the back after their transactions were completed. Were it not for the earlier leaks from those mercenaries, outsiders would never discern the underlying operations that a few figures crouched in the shadows at the street corner by the back door of the new Lotus Inn. Having remained motionless for nearly an hour, "Can we take action now? My legs have gone numb," Jelly whispered in complaint. "Not yet. We'll strike in the latter half of the night when their guard is down," Arthur replied. This operation to raid the underground merchant house had been entirely spurred by Jelly, yet the execution naturally fell to Arthur, as she had no experience in such matters. Had he followed her initial instincts, they would have barged in brazenly and seized whatever they could carry. As a seasoned mercenary, Arthur had long since mastered the art of reconnaissance, ambush tactics, formulating attack plans, and orchestrating retreats through countless escapades alongside Tony and Angus. Arthur's venture this time took the enigmatic assassin organization by surprise. They could never have anticipated that mere hours ago, he was the target of a hunt, and now he was plotting to plunder others. Xiong was closely beside Arthur, her face alight with excitement. The process of persuading him to join their ranks had been astonishingly smooth. One could not help but wonder if he was truly oblivious, as he seemed to have given no thought to the risks and ethics of their undertaking. His sole focus was, "Such an intriguing operation, you should have called me sooner. I've been nearly suffocated by boredom these past few days." Behind the trio, Arno and Nini remained silent. Arno was habitually taciturn. Since Arthur had decided to proceed, he would simply follow. Nini, on the other hand, was still in shock, struggling to regain her composure, when Jelly had disclosed the plan to her. She had initially thought Jelly was mad, ultimately being dragged along by Jelly's insistence. Arthur produced several black soft leather half-masks and distributed them among his companions. "Everyone, put these on. Our identities must remain concealed during this operation. Prepare for action. Stay right behind me. And no one is to act independently without my command." With that, he gestured and stealthily made his way towards the small door leading to the backyard of the New He Inn. Along the wall's edge, Jelly followed closely behind Arthur, gripping a silver short gun over 3 feet long, her demeanor a mix of tension and exhilaration. Nini trailed Jelly, positioned at the center of the group, one hand tightly clutching her wand while the other grasped the hem of Jelly's garment. Xiong brought up the rear, his head bobbing as he glanced about, appearing completely unconcerned. Among the group, only Arno seemed composed. Upon catching Arthur's eye, he nodded slightly, signaling his readiness. Arthur inwardly lamented his impulsive agreement to Jelly's plan to raid the merchant's establishment, realizing he might very well be led to his demise by these novices. He raised a hand to signal the group to halt, then retrieved 2 small vials from his backpack, pouring their herbal contents together and igniting them gently beneath the wooden door that a faint glow flickered in the darkness as the smoke wafted through the cracks into the inn's backyard. The smoke produced by the burning wild chrysanthemum and tricolor mandrake was capable of incapacitating many of the guardian magical beasts, such as hounds, dire wolves, and serpentine lizards. This was the first outdoor survival skill Arthur had learned from Tony. Along with the thin smoke, a subtle black mist seeped into the inn's backyard, unnoticed by anyone, thanks to the cover of night. Arno quietly moved to Arthur's side. There are 5 individuals in the backyard. One is in the room right next to the door, while the others are also inside, though their ranks remain unclear. Utilizing the black mist as a medium, Arno's dark perception allowed him to ascertain the number and positions of their foes, though he could not determine their ranks. Moreover, the range and accuracy of his perception would expand as Arno's level increased. It was said that dark sorcerers were the masters of the night, a power stemming from their ability to sense darkness. A powerful dark sorcerer could cover an area of dozens of miles, controlling every minute movement within. Arthur gently pushed the door, only to find it locked. Arno stepped forward, placing his hand at the center of the door seam. And with a soft click, the lock fell to the ground. Dark corrosion had finally fulfilled its intended purpose. After a brief pause, when there was no response from within, Arthur cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. With Arno closely following, Jelly, however, remained rooted in place, still grappling with the realization of Arthur's insistence on bringing his attendant. She had never imagined that the frail boy who had never spoken a word in her presence possessed such peculiar abilities. "Come in," Cheong urged from behind. Snapping Jelly out of her astonishment, the center of the new Heian's backyard featured a rockery, surrounded on 3 sides by several rooms, with a tall courtyard wall separating it from the inn itself. Connected by a moon gate, Arthur instructed his companions to remain in place while he stealthily approached the moon gate that linked the front and backyards, locking the door from the inside. This rendered the backyard a sealed world. Even if the sounds of combat echoed in the front yard, it would afford them a moment's respite for retreat. Arno pointed out 4 rooms, indicating where the merchant's guards were located. Eliminate them one by one. Arthur assigned Jelly, Cheong, and Nini to guard the doors of 3 different rooms while he and Arno stealthily approached the room nearest the backyard door. The room was secured with a wooden bolt from the inside. Arno repeated his method, using dark corrosion to melt the bolt away. Arthur had not brought his Starfall greatsword tonight. Instead, he had opted for a rare enchanted hunting knife. The previous fine-grade hunting knife had long ceased to suit him. After earning money through enchanted gear, Arthur promptly spent 200 gold coins on a new blade, which bore only the enchantment of sharpness, capable of piercing armor of level 4 and below with ease. The noise of opening the door did not rouse the slumbering occupant, who had long lost his vigilance in the face of prolonged peace, just as the blade approached the man's throat. Perhaps a warning from the specter of death or a response to the murderous intent, the man suddenly opened his eyes. Yet, it was too late for him to react. Arthur quickly covered his mouth, and the blade swiftly sliced through his throat. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted from the room. The night of slaughter had only just begun. Chapter 66. Midnight Assassination. Arthur emerged from the room, signaling that the deed was done. Jelly, Cheong, and Nini, who had been guarding the other doors, exhaled a sigh of relief. They had been more anxious during Arthur's brief absence than he had been while acting. Unlike Arthur and Arno, who had been acquainted with death since childhood, Jelly and Nini had never truly taken a life. Engaging in open combat was a vastly different experience from cold-blooded assassination. As for Cheong, no one knew his background, but his feigned nonchalance revealed more than it concealed in Arthur's eyes. They proceeded in a similar fashion. Arthur and Arno gently pushed open the door Jelly was guarding. Just as Arthur was about to enter, Jelly raised a hand to stop him. "Let me do it," she whispered urgently, her gaze fixed on Arthur with unwavering determination. The Duke of Ross had established his family through martial prowess, and all 5 of Jelly's elder brothers served in the military. Though Jelly was the only daughter, the Duke's affection did not prevent him from raising her as anything but a girl. The fierce family tradition had instilled in her a resilient character, hence her title of Thorny Rose. Arthur made a cautious gesture, allowing her to take the lead. Jelly lowered herself and moved with excruciating slowness towards the bed, each step carefully measured. Arthur did not rush her. Everyone was nervous their first time engaging in such an act. Upon reaching the bedside, Jelly raised her silver short gun, staring at the young man snoring thunderously, yet she hesitated to pull the trigger. He may not have committed any atrocities. Why must I kill him? Jelly's heart wrestled with her conflicting emotions. While Arthur stood silently behind her, knowing that no one could assist her, she had to navigate this internal struggle alone. The principle of survival of the fittest is inherently immoral, yet it is the very law of existence on this continent. People only perceive the brutality of the war between humans and beastmen, Yet none feel guilt for the wild beasts casually hunted, simply because they are deemed too weak and insignificant to matter. Suddenly, Jelly thrust the short gun towards the man's chest. The tip penetrated his body, and he let out a soft grunt, bolting upright. Jelly was momentarily at a loss. She had failed to deliver a fatal blow to the heart, which was a natural physiological reaction when the body is unexpectedly attacked. Arthur, prepared for this eventuality, swiftly covered the man's mouth and nose, pressing him back down onto the bed. The man began to struggle violently. But Jelly quickly regained her composure, withdrawing the short gun only to stab again and again. She lost count of how many times she struck. By the time Arthur grasped her wrist, the man lay motionless, his chest a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. As Jelly emerged from the room, splattered with blood, her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Was it excitement or fear? Just then, an unexpected event occurred. With a creak, the door to the room Nini was guarding swung open, and a middle-aged man staggered out. In her panic, Nini stood frozen, failing to react. The middle-aged man nearly collided with her before noticing her presence. The sight of her black mask startled him. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" In an instant, Arthur lunged forward, thrusting his hunting knife into the man's side. The middle-aged man responded almost instantaneously, twisting to evade while swinging his arm at Arthur's head. The aura of fighting spirit emanating from him made it clear he was a warrior of the lieutenant level. Under normal circumstances, Arthur would have found it challenging to defeat him alone, but the surprise of the ambush caught the man off guard. The blade grazed his side, cutting into him slightly, and with that, Arno's debilitating magic struck him, rendering his retaliatory blow weak and ineffective. Arthur seized the opportunity to grasp the man's wrist, pulling sharply as he stumbled forward. At that moment, Jelly leaped into action, thrusting her short gun upwards into the man's chest. The tip emerging from his back. In a single encounter, the formidable lieutenant-level warrior was dispatched by the combined efforts of Arthur, Jelly, and Arno. "What are you doing, Wayne?" a voice called from within the room, accompanied by the sound of someone rising to retrieve their weapon. "Let's do this," Arthur shouted, charging into the room. As he entered, he was met with a blinding flash aimed straight for his face. Arthur swung his hunting knife to parry the incoming strike from his opponent, and with a flick of his left hand, a fireball was launched almost point-blank. The fireball struck the man, causing him to recoil in terror as he desperately swatted at the flames while retreating. Suddenly, Jelly sprang forth from behind Arthur, her silver spear thrusting forward with a cry of "Pride of the Winter Plum." Knowing the urgency of a swift resolution, Jelly unleashed her fighting spirit technique, the spear tip shimmering with 5 points of cold light, resembling a blooming plum blossom as it pierced toward the man's chest. With a series of explosive sounds, the 5 points of cold light detonated upon impact, each creating fist-sized wounds, blood splattering as the corpse crumpled to the ground. Simultaneously, the sound of splintering would echoed from outside, as another warrior burst through a door from a nearby room. Arthur's heart raced. With Cheong and Nini outside both being mages, they were in grave danger if an enemy got too close. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted outside, followed by a piercing scream. When he rushed out, he found Cheong crouched before a nearly charred corpse. "Are you all right? How did you dispatch him?" A sudden flash of light blinded him, and then a rapid-fire explosion of fireballs. 2 scrolls did the trick. "Pretty clever of me, right?" Cheong said, her face alight with pride as she looked at Arthur. Another flash of light and fireballs, making such a commotion. "Are you trying to draw attention to our little heist? Are you a fool? You are nothing but a liability." Arthur barely contained his frustration. "Does he need you to point that out?" Jelly chimed in, delivering a verbal blow. Cheong scratched her head, her embarrassment evident. "I got carried away in my excitement and forgot we were robbing a place." Arthur urged, "People will come to investigate soon. We need to find valuables quickly. Let's split up. What about that detestable shop owner?" Jelly suddenly reminded them. He might be among the dead. Even if he isn't, ransacking this place will be far more painful for him than killing him. With urgency palpable, they immediately began to search each room. To their astonishment, after a thorough sweep, not a single valuable item was found. Did we receive false intelligence? Jelly began to doubt, realizing if this wasn't an underground shop, they would have committed a heinous crime. There's no mistake, Arthur insisted, shaking his head. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. They must have hidden their treasures. There must be a secret room or hidden door in the yard. Given the frequency of comings and goings, the hidden door would be too concealed. Arthur's words ignited a realization among them, their gazes collectively drawn to the artificial hill in the courtyard. Chapter 67. The spatial ring in the absence of any pavilions or terraces, the solitary artificial hill stood out awkwardly in the courtyard, making it impossible for anyone to overlook that a cave entrance leading directly into the hill was brazenly exposed. The more conspicuous a location, the more likely it is to be overlooked, indicating that the owner of this underground shop had indeed put some thought into it. The group rushed into the passage and, after walking a dozen steps, found themselves at a dead end that a common person, unaware of the situation, would naturally retreat, but Arthur and his companions knew that traps were likely hidden within. After a careful examination, they discovered a protruding stone that bore signs of frequent movement. With a firm push, a massive stone within the hill shifted, revealing a half-height opening and a winding passage leading downward. The passage was not long, with glowing magical stones embedded in the walls providing illumination. At the end of the passage, a hall nearly 100 square meters wide suddenly appeared before them. The walls on either side were adorned with various weapons, armor, staffs, and even the enormous skulls of magical beasts, alongside orcish ritual artifacts and elven intricately carved bows. Directly opposite the entrance lay a series of display cases, categorized into 6 types: magical equipment, crystals, potions, materials, techniques, and spells, each showcasing at least a dozen varieties. Behind the display cases stood a row of tall, sealed cabinets, the contents of which were undoubtedly of immense value. The group was momentarily dazzled. Each item was worth dozens to hundreds of gold coins, and even the goods displayed outwardly were roughly valued at 30 to 50,000 gold coins, not to mention the treasures hidden within the cabinets. Stop staring. Hurry and grab what you can. Focus on the most valuable crystals and techniques. Arno, go open those cabinets. The items inside must be worth even more. Arthur nearly shouted. They surged forward, with Arno heading straight for the largest and sturdiest cabinet. Dark corrosion was a perfect counter to locked items. By corroding the lock core, the treasures would be theirs for the taking. Jelly and Nini rushed toward the cabinet filled with crystals, as women, like dragons, could scarcely resist dazzling treasures. Arthur, however, had his eyes set on the beautifully carved elven bow hanging on the wall, ever since the Soren Canyon. He had longed for a suitable bow, and the first sight of this one reminded him of the elven Alaya. Among them, only the fool Cheong was unhurried, examining this and that, yet failing to take anything. The others swept through the hall like a whirlwind, quickly filling their beast skin bags, while the larger weapons and armor on the walls remained largely untouched, accounting for less than 1/5 of the total items. Let us retreat. If we linger any longer, we may not be able to leave. Arthur called out, urging everyone to hurry. What about the remaining items? Xiong suddenly asked. Set off a few fireballs, destroy whatever we can. That would be such a waste. Are you sure you don't want them? Of course, if we can't take them, we can either destroy them or leave them behind. Jelly couldn't help but scold Xiong. Yet Xiong wore a grin. Since you don't want them, they're all mine. With that, he reached for a piece of armor, but it vanished as soon as he grasped it. His hands moved like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Everything he touched instantly disappeared. A spatial ring. Jelly couldn't help but exclaim. Although Arthur had never seen one, he had gleaned some knowledge upon entering the Blood Glory Academy. Among the 12 schools of magic, spatial and time magic were deemed forbidden zones, accessible only to archmages. Compared to the utterly unpredictable nature of time magic, spatial magic had yielded some results through countless trials by generations of mages, with the most well-known applications being spatial teleportation and magical communication. And of course, spatial rings or bracelets. Utilizing spatial magic, a small ring could create a space of dozens to hundreds of square meters. The principle might not be overly complex, but it required spatial stones as a medium. Crafted by a master of spatial magic, making spatial rings a rare commodity. Both spatial stones and masters of spatial magic were scarce resources, which rendered every spatial ring on the market highly sought after. Valued at no less than 200,000 gold coins, often with no availability point 200,000 gold coins. This was a staggering sum that would cause even the wealthiest nobles in the kingdom to feel the pinch. And now, here was Cheong with a spatial ring. What was his true background? You rascal, why didn't you mention such a treasure earlier? Arthur exclaimed, hurling his beast skin bag at Cheong. Cheong raised a hand, and the bag was instantly swallowed by the spatial ring. The others followed suit, tossing everything they could find in the hall toward Cheong. He skillfully received and stored all the items, just as Arthur was about to lift a massive iron cabinet that had yet to be opened. Cheong panicked. Don't throw it. You might crush me. Let me handle it. The group's looting left the hall cleaner than a dog's lick. Let us go. Arthur's voice was filled with exhilaration. Even if the shop owner were still alive, he would surely be infuriated as they burst out of the hill's passage. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the front courtyard, signaling that someone was beginning to pound on the door. Chiong, set the place ablaze. Everyone else, retreat, Arthur urged. We've finished looting. Why set fire now? Chiong questioned, somewhat bewildered. Given that Arno had used dark magic multiple times, leaving a significant trace of dark magical elements, it was likely to attract the church's attention. Setting a fire would help obscure those traces as much as possible, but Arthur couldn't explain this to Chiong. Just do it quickly. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Chiong didn't argue further. Casually pulling out a fire dragon magic scroll and throwing it at a nearby building, the roaring fire dragon instantly engulfed an entire row of houses. Using a fire dragon spell for a fire? What a waste. Arthur couldn't help but curse inwardly. The enormous fire dragon and the towering flames illuminated the entire street in a crimson glow, drawing more and more onlookers to the scene. This is escalating. Just as Arthur and Chiong dashed out the back door, the moon gate connecting the front and back courtyards was directly collapsed, and a burly man, bare-chested, emerged from the rising dust, spotting Arthur's retreating figure. Thief, where do you think you're going? The man leaped several times, quickly closing the distance to the street behind Arthur and Chiong, who had barely made it a few dozen meters. After another few dozen meters, the man was already within 10 meters of Arthur. Die. The man's fighting spirit erupted violently, unleashing a wave of energy shaped like a python toward Arthur's back. The energy is solidifying. This is bad. He is a warrior from the battle school. Chapter 68. Dividing the spoils. Only the inexperienced youths, such as Gully and Arthur, would dare to set their sights on a merchant's business. Their previous stroke of luck was due to the prolonged period of peace, which led to a lapse in vigilance. As no one had anticipated that someone would actually target the merchant's interests, coincidentally, the warrior on night watch from the Battle Academy had indulged in hiring prostitutes and drinking, and was fortuitously awakened by the woman in his bed amidst the commotion caused by Arthur and his companions. Realizing his dereliction of duty, the warrior's eyes turned red with anger. He was acutely aware of the merchant's ruthless methods, and thus immediately unleashed his most powerful fighting spirit technique, Devouring Python. With a swift activation of his gale boots, Arthur's body surged forward, simultaneously pulling along Chiong. The explosion of fighting spirit behind Arthur created a powerful gust, propelling both him and Chiong away, even though they were not directly hit. You little bastards. How dare you meddle in someone else's business? I will capture you and flay you alive. The Battle Academy warrior seized this opportunity to close the distance. To his astonishment, he discovered that the thieves raiding the merchant were merely adolescents. Mistaking them for naive delinquents, he could never have imagined that Arthur and his companions were students of the prestigious blood-glorious Royal Academy. Fight with all your might, or none of us will escape, Arthur shouted as he quickly rose to his feet. The warrior let out a cold laugh. What can you insignificant little ants possibly do against me? With that, he unleashed his second fighting spirit technique, sending a giant python of fighting spirit hurtling towards Arthur. This time, Arthur did not evade. Instead, he extended his hand to meet the giant python. Let us see what you've got, water curtain sky. A colossal water curtain, almost connecting heaven and earth, appeared instantaneously before Arthur and Chiong. The fighting spirit python collided with the water curtain, creating only a few ripples. The Battle Academy warrior was nearly dumbfounded. Who are you? How can you wield such power? As the water curtain dissipated, two roaring fire dragons surged forth from either side. As Chiong simultaneously unfurled two magical scrolls, the 7th level fire spell Dragon's Breath was unleashed, and even the Battle Academy warrior dared not confront its might head-on. He rapidly discharged punches of fighting spirit, attempting to disperse the fire dragons, while retreating. However, during his retreat, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness. The flow of fighting spirit within him became disjointed. The weakening spell cast by Arno had taken effect. Although the impact of the spell was minimal due to the warrior's significant drop in rank, even a momentary delay in a life-or-death situation could prove fatal. As he unleashed his fighting spirit with all his might once more, the two fire dragons, not yet fully dispersed, collided with him, engulfing him in flames. The Battle Academy warrior roared as he broke free from the inferno. His body charred black, with only tattered remnants of his trousers clinging to him. Just as he emerged from the flames, he plunged headlong into a thick mist, unleashing a gut-wrenching scream. The Nini's second-level water spell, Mist Technique, had no lethal power. But the burns on the warrior's skin blisters upon contact with water, causing unbearable pain in his agony. The Battle Academy warrior failed to notice a flash of silver amidst the mist before he could react. A piercing strike penetrated his chest. A fist-sized, transparent wound appeared on his left chest, his heart shattered, and his body crumpled to the ground. The five had jointly slain a 7th-level Battle Academy warrior in an instant. Gully raised her hand, and the silver shotgun returned to her grasp. Arthur gazed at the shotgun in Gully's hands, swallowing hard. It was an exceptional weapon, imbued with the flight and swift thrust magical arrays. Indeed, these noble heirs had their life-preserving treasures at critical moments. In Arthur's room, Arthur, Arno, Gully, and Nini watched as Cheong excitedly retrieved item after item from her spatial ring, their faces illuminated with joy and excitement. In no time, the items filled half the guest room. There was nothing more delightful than sitting down to divide the spoils. As they counted their gains, they found over 13,000 gold coins, 78 enchanted items, 23 martial techniques, 37 combat skills, 53 types of magic spells, various grades and sizes of magical crystals, and countless unidentified potions and materials. The gold coins and versatile magical crystals were evenly divided among the five. But they encountered difficulties in dividing the remaining items. Despite the immense value of the enchanted items, techniques, and potions, they could not be liquidated in the short term, as any such transaction might lead to being tracked down. Arthur was the first to suggest, although we can't sell them for now, using them ourselves should not draw attention. Let us each take turns selecting what we can use. With so many items, each person had several they were interested in, and thus everyone agreed to Arthur's proposal. Among the 78 enchanted items, only 3 were of the 5th level. The rest were of the 3rd and 4th levels. Arthur voluntarily chose to forego the 5th level item, opting instead for 2 4th level pieces. Point 1 was an elven carved bow he had long coveted. Upon receiving it, he discovered elven script engraved on the back. Surprisingly, Cheong understood the elven language, and it read the bow's name, Wanderer's Sorrow. It was the upgraded version of the Wanderer's Bow given to him by the elven Irea long ago. The other piece was a 4th level soft armor. Arthur's 2nd level mercenary leather armor was long overdue for replacement. This soft armor, named Cloud Spirit Vine Armor, was uniquely crafted from a living vine, making the entire armor a single, living entity. By crushing a type of crystal called Cloud Spirit and placing it alongside the armor, it could self-repair through the vine's growth when damaged. The armor was inscribed with a 2nd level wood-type magical array called Wood Grain, which functioned to transmit attacks received at a point throughout the entire armor in a ripple-like manner, thereby dispersing the force of the blow. The combination of the vine and wood grain made this soft armor a remarkable creation, with defensive capabilities rivaling that of 5th level armor. Inspired by Arthur, Arno also selected 2 4th level items. One was a ring inscribed with the 4th level ice spell, Chain Ice Arrows. Due to his identity, Arno was unable to utilize offensive dark magic, remaining in a supportive role. This ring granted him a means for direct attack whenever needed. The other was a silver cloak, adorned with the 2nd level light spells, Aura, and Sanctity. This cloak was a favorite among light priests, but aside from flaunting and enjoying the reverence of their followers, it had little practical use. However, if this cloak were draped over a dark mage, would anyone still question Arno's identity? The remaining 3 5th level items were selected by Gully, Nini, and Cheong, respectively. Perhaps Arthur's water curtain sky had left a profound impression on Cheong, as she chose a ring inscribed with the 5th level gold protective spell, Golden Shield Array. Nini picked a top-tier 5th level magic staff named Love of the Clouds. Lastly, Gully was left with a 5th level longsword inscribed with Lightning Strike, which was somewhat less useful for her as she was accustomed to using guns. As for the fighting techniques and martial skills, only Gully and Arthur could utilize them. The highest 2 techniques were merely of the Shin rank, which Gully dismissed as beneath her. Arthur, however, took a keen interest in a mid-tier fighting technique named Fire Control Decision and a sword skill called Thunder Slash. Both techniques shared a common trait, simplicity and brutality. None of them opted for the spellbooks, as the Academy was backed by the Royal Library, allowing them to borrow various magical texts at will, rendering these externally circulated spellbooks unworthy of their attention. The remaining potions and materials were mostly unfamiliar to the others. Aside from a few that Arthur recognized, he distributed the known healing and recovery potions among them, as these could prove life-saving in critical moments. The items that could not be used or processed for the time being were temporarily returned to Chiang's spatial ring, awaiting an opportunity to be sold before the group could divide them again. This batch of loot had fortuitously solidified a small alliance among the five to Chapter 69, the aftermath of the incident while Arthur and his companions joyfully divided their spoils. The entire royal city was in an uproar. The city guards had completely sealed off the entire block where the new Lotus Inn was located. The original site of the inn had turned into a wasteland, as Chiang's dragon's breath had been excessively fierce, instantly incinerating a row of buildings in the backyard, while the residual flames spread to the front yard. In the chaos, no one had taken the time to extinguish the fire, and by the time the water mages arrived, the inn had already been engulfed in flames. The destruction of an inn and the deaths of 6 individuals, including an officially registered 7th-level Battle Academy warrior, was far beyond a mere public security incident. The city guards had transferred the case to the specialized investigation unit of the court, where a group of officials in dark robes and military attire was on site collecting evidence and examining the bodies. Among the crowd gathered outside the cordon, a man in an ornate long robe, veins bulging on his forehead, trembled slightly. Blood began to seep from his freshly bandaged left hand due to the rage-induced reopening of his wounds. Investigate. I want every underground force in the royal city turned upside down to find out who did this, the man growled in a low voice. Several figures in black swiftly slipped away from the crowd, vanishing in various directions. In the ensuing 6 months, the underground forces of the royal city underwent a bloody upheaval. Often, a single related rumor would trigger a massacre, leading to the reshuffling of over a third of the factions in this turbulent period. At the Palmer Duke's residence, the middle-aged scholar, cradling a teacup, paced gently within the room. I have managed to acquire the testimonies of those mercenaries at the city guard station, and as the child indicated, this incident was no mere accident. Rather, it appears that someone has employed a few vagrant mercenaries through an underground trading firm as intermediaries, the old steward reported softly, slightly bowing. If we follow this lead, perhaps we might uncover who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. The old steward offered a wry smile. However, just last night, that trading firm was set ablaze, severing this lead. The middle-aged scholar's expression grew increasingly frigid, regardless of which among them was responsible. Their intent is clear. They merely wish to intimidate Lucy as a warning to compel me to vacate the ducal residence. Yet, their haste to eliminate this lead seems rather ruthless. It remains uncertain whether this was an act of silencing orchestrated by the individual behind the scenes. I have heard that the forces backing that underground trading firm run deep, and to eradicate the entire firm for such a trivial matter would be a grave miscalculation. The middle-aged scholar nodded thoughtfully. Then we shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. This incident serves as a reminder that certain individuals are eager to take action, suggesting that I may have inadvertently conveyed a sense of weakness. Since the eldest son perished in battle early last year, the Duke has yet to establish a clear successor, and he has suddenly summoned you back and entrusted you with significant responsibilities. Clearly, some are apprehensive about your potential to usurp their interests. The middle-aged scholar let out a disdainful huff. Surely the Duke would not consider bequeathing a title to someone of a different surname? Do not forget, Madam bears the surname Palmer, and 2 marquises have emerged from the Isaac kingdom in recent years, the old steward reminded him. My severing of my own meridians and departure with Gloria was a clear declaration of my intentions. Should certain individuals still harbor doubts and resort to underhanded tactics, they must not blame me for being unrelenting. As he spoke, a fierce glint of murder flashed in the scholar's eyes, dispelling any semblance of the scholar's previous gentility. The old steward coughed twice, and gradually, the scholar's murderous aura dissipated. He shifted the topic. I must extend my gratitude to that child named Arthur. I had not anticipated that he would gain admission to the Bloodlight Royal Academy. I wonder which faction supports him. I had a strong impression of that lad from the start. The old steward chuckled. Allocate 1,000 gold coins from the ventures I oversee and send them to him as a token of gratitude. Inviting him to our home for a visit, mentioning that Lucy and little Nova greatly miss him. The old steward hesitated. But that dark sorcerer is often with him. Are you not concerned about being implicated and drawing the church's ire? The middle-aged scholar laughed lightly. For thousands of years, why has the church been unable to eradicate those dark sorcerers? Do you truly believe it is due to their formidable vitality? He shook his head, answering his own query. It is because there are always those who covertly support them from the shadows. Dark sorcerers are a double-edged sword. Wielded well, they are an unseen blade of death, but misused, they can turn against oneself. That it is time to embrace some risks. Both he and Arthur are worthy investments. As the turmoil outside escalated, the instigator of the events, Arthur, could not entirely distance himself from the chaos. Awakening early the following day, Arthur was startled by a series of urgent knocks on the door. As the door swung open halfway, a drenched in sweat Morar rushed in, unable to contain his anxiety. There's been a mishap with the enchanted equipment. Morar's frantic declaration stunned both Arthur and Arno. Arthur grabbed Morar by the collar. What has happened? How did the church discover this? It wasn't the church. It was the black market that encountered trouble, Morar quickly clarified, waving his hands in explanation. Gradually loosening his grip, Arthur felt a sense of tension ease within him. As long as it wasn't the church, there was still room for maneuver. Take your time to explain. The underground trading firm we frequently deal with has encountered a crisis. They seem to have crossed some enemies. And last night, they were completely incinerated. Previously, half of our equipment was procured by them, and for the time being, it may be difficult for us to distribute our gear. Morar sighed. Damn, we've shot ourselves in the foot. Arthur cursed in frustration. Arthur and Arno were solely responsible for the enchantment of the equipment, while Morar managed the procurement and sales through the black market. Arthur was aware that Morar had sold half of their equipment to an underground trading firm to mitigate risks, while the other half went to a few seasoned profiteers in the black market. However, he had never inquired about the specific recipients. That it was unexpected that this time, through a twist of fate, he had inadvertently undermined his own business, realizing that two pieces of equipment had struck a familiar chord. What do you mean, shot ourselves in the foot? Oh, I meant to say that I was also worried. Our output has been excessively large and concentrated lately, making me concerned we might attract unwanted attention. Even without this incident, I was planning to reduce the supply of equipment. Arthur's words were not mere excuses. After several battles, he recognized that his combat capabilities were still insufficient. Had it not been for certain other means, it would have been challenging for him to escape unscathed. He had resolved to invest more effort into the cultivation of his martial energy and magic. Morar nodded in agreement. That's reasonable. The profits we've made recently are sufficient, and frequently dealing with those in the black market indeed carries significant risks. Arthur chuckled. Money is never enough. I happen to have a batch of common potions and materials. Why don't you sell them through our own trading firm to help offset our income losses? Morar looked at Arthur with a puzzled expression. Potion materials. How did you acquire them? Are you sure you want to know? Arthur replied with a teasing smile. Morar's eyes darted around before he vehemently shook his head. I don't want to know anything. And I don't know anything. Arthur laughed. Truly, he was a clever fellow. Chapter 70. Year-end assessment. As the turmoil outside intensified, Arthur diligently remained within the academy, immersing himself in his studies and refraining from stepping outside. During this time, he received 1,000 gold coins sent by the old steward, as commissioned by the middle-aged scholar, much to Arthur's surprise. However, he could surmise the underlying intention. It was merely an attempt to curry favor with him in hopes of future assistance. Such tactics were common among the aristocracy, often recounted by the loquacious Morar. Yet, Arthur, still naive, did not realize that the middle-aged scholar had also factored Arno into his calculations. Arthur graciously accepted the unexpected gold. But his perspective was different. After 3 years with the mercenary group, he had grown accustomed to viewing every task through the lens of a mercenary's mindset. He regarded the gratitude offered as a reward for saving Lucy. As for the proposition of servitude, Arthur would treat each task as a mercenary assignment, exercising his right to accept or decline based on the offered remuneration. When invited to visit, Arthur outright declined. He would not dare step outside under any circumstances. Both the cultivation of martial energy and the accumulation of magic required painstaking effort, gradual accumulation, and repeated refinement, along with breakthroughs amidst life and death struggles, all of which led to advancements in levels and combat prowess. The path of the strong was fraught with thorns and trials, and Arthur had a long way yet to travel. Time flowed like grains of sand, and as the first snowflakes of winter fell upon Singular, it marked exactly half a year since Arthur's admission into the Bloodlight Academy. As he walked back to his room, the crisp chill of the snowflakes against his skin provided some relief from the internal heat he felt. Arthur assessed his martial energy. He was still far from the threshold of becoming a third-tier warrior, Yet the agony brought on by the Danyang's spirit refinement was becoming increasingly unbearable. With the absence of guidance from Keynes and Randall, he was left to navigate this path on his own, occasionally doubting how much longer he could endure this journey, lifting his face to catch more snowflakes upon his skin. He pondered, perhaps there exists a better method to alleviate this pain? Lost in thought, he inadvertently found himself on a different path, one leading towards the Academy's administrative district and the Royal Library. This marked Arthur's first visit to the library in 6 months. As he contemplated whether to inquire of someone, he was met by a rotund figure approaching him. "Boss, what brings you this way? You aren't going to seek out the skeleton professor again, are you?" Morar called out from a distance. After more than half a year of study, each student had developed their own preferences and aversions towards professors. And surprisingly, Arthur, an anomaly among the students, favored the professor known privately as the skeleton professor, Professor Augu, whom most students avoided. Arthur's reasoning was simple. Professor Augu had bested him in combat twice, and he had yet to comprehend how the professor had executed his techniques. Professor Augu was the most formidable warrior Arthur had encountered, even surpassing Keynes before he became a general. Respect for strength and closeness to the powerful were fundamental tenets of mercenary philosophy. Moreover, upon actual interaction, Arthur discovered that Professor Augu was not nearly as inaccessible as the rumors suggested. In truth, even someone as ill-tempered as Randall was manageable for Arthur. Occasionally, Arthur would consult Professor Augu regarding perplexing issues in his training, and he found that the professor, responsible for maintaining discipline within the academy, possessed a wealth of knowledge in both magic and martial energy. Hence, it was not uncommon to see Arthur seeking out Professor Augu. Prompting Morar's inquiry, Arthur shot Morar an exasperated glare. As Arthur immersed himself in the torment of relentless training, the indolent Moral sauntered about aimlessly before him, seemingly content to merely pass the time at the academy, which stirred a profound sense of imbalance within Arthur. "Shouldn't it be me asking you what you're doing here?" Having spent considerable time with Arthur, Moral had long since deciphered his temperament and knew that his ire was not genuinely directed at him. With a cheeky grin, he replied, "I went to the library, seeking 2 formidable yet easily mastered gold magic spells." Arthur gazed at Moral in astonishment. "Has the sun risen in the west? Is it truly a time when you wish to learn magic?" "I would rather not. But the year-end examinations are fast approaching. If I end up at the bottom and get eliminated, my father will surely have my head." Moral lamented with a woeful expression. It was only then that Arthur recalled old Harry's unexpected visit to the classroom one day to discuss the year-end assessments, which included mention of eliminations. He had dismissed it as irrelevant to himself. However, for students like Moral, who squandered their days in idleness, the year-end evaluations loomed like a deadly sword hanging over their heads. The kingdom mandated that graduates of Blood Glory Academy would be granted a title of nobility. Yet, this was not a mere loophole for the great nobles and wealthy offspring of the realm, but rather a deliberate cultivation of the kingdom's noble backbone through one's own merits. The stability of the noble class was the foundation for the kingdom's political stability. What King Strake desired was not a breed of corrupt nobles indulging in extravagance and debauchery, but rather to foster true nobles who were independent, resilient, cherished honor, and embraced responsibility. Blood Glory Academy adhered to King Strake's vision, serving as a platform for nurturing genuine nobility, producing cohorts of students who would become the backbone of the kingdom's noble class. Consequently, many of the Academy's regulations were personally established by King Strake, such as the stringent admission criteria for Level 3 warriors or Level 2 mages under the age of 16, aimed at selecting the most outstanding talents for the kingdom. Additionally, there was the elimination rule, which dictated that the student ranked last in the year-end assessment would be expelled each year. Among the 23 novice mages of Arthur's cohort, theoretically only 18 would qualify for noble titles upon graduation 5 years hence, and the actual number was likely even lower. In the Martial Cloud Hall, 1 student per class would be eliminated, totaling 20 over 5 years. King Strake emphasized a system of rewards and punishments. Those scoring the highest in assessments would receive a scholarship amounting to the full tuition of 3,000 gold coins for the next year. The method of assessment was singular, dueling among students, in accordance with the king's philosophy that no matter how well one studied, any knowledge that could not be applied in practical combat was worthless. Observing Moral's despondent countenance, Arthur felt a sense of equilibrium restore within him as he stifled a laugh and inquired, "Did you find anything?" Moral shrugged his empty hands and sighed. "The powerful spells are far too complex. while the easier ones are nothing but trivial magic, utterly useless in battle. Arthur felt an urge to kick him. He typically lazed about, yet sought shortcuts when it mattered most. Such fortune was hardly to be found. However, Arthur could not ignore him entirely. If morale were truly eliminated, there would be no one left to assist him with many tasks. Let us go. I am heading to the library as well, and can help you search. Chapter 71. Old Jack. The Blood Glory Academy Library was nestled within the mountain range behind the administrative district. Shielded by robust rock formations and an extensive protective magical array, the cave entrance was intricately carved to resemble the library's grand door, with a magical barrier that partitioned the library into two realms. This seemingly thin magical veil could not be breached by warriors below the rank of general. The key to passing through this barrier was the Blood Glory token each student possessed. With their tokens in hand, Arthur and Morale easily traversed the shimmering veil as if stepping through a curtain of water. Beyond the veil lay not the anticipated cavernous passage, but rather they found themselves in the center of a silvery, oval-shaped hall, standing upon an ancient circular magical array. The outer barrier served not only as a magical shield, but also possessed the capability of short-range spatial teleportation. As Arthur surveyed the hall, he beheld countless magical tomes floating in midair, each meticulously arranged in layers along the walls. Beneath the walls stood several towering bookshelves, though they were sparsely populated and coated in dust, leaving the vast hall nearly devoid of other items. Only those tomes less than a millennium old can float. The volumes resting on the shelves are ancient, many over 1,000 years old, yet their magical arrays are mostly outdated, and the events they document are unverified. If you are not researching, it is best not to disturb those ancient texts. An elderly voice suddenly echoed from behind Arthur. Startling him, he spun around to find an old mage, his skin sagging with age and his face etched with wrinkles, slumped over a short table at the center of the magical array. The old mage appeared to be in a daze, as if he had been dozing off atop the table, upon which lay several black-bound grimoires, one of which bore the marks of drool upon its open pages. Arthur distinctly recalled that when he first entered the hall, it had only been he and Morale present. The old man seemingly had been there all along, a peculiar occurrence indeed. That old fellow is like a ghost. I was startled when I first arrived as well, Morale muttered beside him. Arthur shot Morale a glare and bowed to the old mage in gratitude. Thank you for sharing this information with me. How should I address you? The old mage nodded in satisfaction. Such polite young people are rare these days. How should you address me? Let me think. They now call young Harry Old Harry, so you may call me Old Jack. Though Old Harry was the moniker students used behind his back, Arthur dared not refer to this elder, who was even older than Master Harry, by such a name. The old mage nonchalantly handed Arthur a black-bound tome. This contains the directory of all the magical texts on this level to view any particular volume. Simply infuse your magical energy or fighting spirit at the title, and it will fly to you automatically. Of course, if you truly wish to examine tomes over 1,000 years old, you will need to retrieve them from the shelves yourself. But do be mindful not to damage them. After expressing his gratitude once more, Arthur opened the tome as he perused its contents. Lines of text appeared as if by magic, categorizing the contents into two primary sections, magic and fighting spirit. With the magic section further divided into 12 categories: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, darkness, space, and time. The first page following the directory detailed level 1 gold magic. Arthur swiftly scanned through the entire collection of gold magic spells, only to be taken aback to discover that the highest level reached merely level 6. Spells of level 7 and above are not within the purview of you novice mages to learn. The old mage seemed to anticipate Arthur's confusion and offered an explanation. When will I be eligible to learn them? Arthur queried. Once you become a level 4 intermediate mage and receive the endorsement of a high mage willing to serve as your mentor. Your mentor will impart spells of level 7 and above to you. Arthur nodded, refraining from further inquiry, for after all, the status of an intermediate mage was a distant goal. Unbeknownst to him, this was a regulation established by the Mage Guild. Spells of level 7 and above were typically immensely powerful and destructive. Should they fall into the hands of unscrupulous mages, the resulting devastation and loss of life could be incalculable. There had been numerous historical tragedies wherein powerful mages employed forbidden spells to wreak havoc upon cities. The mentor's guidance served as a safeguard against the character and disposition of the mage. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur placed his finger upon a line in the directory, infusing a modicum of magical energy, and the text transformed into shimmering gold, animating as if it were alive, eager to leap forth from the tome. Among the floating volumes, one book's spine glimmered with golden light and soared directly towards Arthur. He handed it to Morale, quickly selecting the second tome. You should study these 2 spells, strive to master them swiftly, and cast them as quickly as possible. If luck is on your side, you certainly won't find yourself at the bottom of the assessment this year. Morale gazed at the 2 tomes Arthur had given him, nearly on the verge of tears. The level 2 spell, Gold Shield, and the level 1 spell, Metal Sphere, were particularly frustrating. Especially the latter, which was essentially a rudimentary spell for gold mages. Observing Morale's expression, Arthur remarked nonchalantly, "You needn't be so touched." "I am not touched. I am about to cry. The 2 spells you selected. I already know." "Ah, well then, that's even better. You'll have a greater chance of success without having to start from scratch." Arthur retrieved the magic book from Morale's hands, infused a bit of magical energy into the spine, and released it, allowing the tome to return to its original place. "Boss, I am preparing for battle, not to forfeit immediately. How can I confront others using these 2 rudimentary spells?" Arthur suddenly fixed Morale with a serious gaze. The outcome of a battle is never dictated by the level of magic. Killing a man can be accomplished more effectively by a killer's swift blade across the throat than by a high mage's aimless casting of a forbidden spell. By choosing the optimal combat strategy, even a level 1 spell can triumph over formidable foes. "Really? This is a matter of life and death, so do not mislead me." Morale still wore a skeptical expression. The Golden Shield technique is widely acknowledged as the most formidable defensive magic among novice spells. Its metallic sphere attacks are not only potent, but also possess the significant advantage of rapid casting and minimal consumption. Master the correct method of attack, and I assure you, you shall triumph over the majority of novice spellcasters, Arthur declared with fervent determination. Gripping Morale's shoulders tightly, unbeknownst to him, the elderly wizard slumped over the table behind him had suddenly opened his bleary eyes wide, a look of surprise illuminating his gaze. Chapter 72. Stubborn persistence. Having resolved matters concerning Morale, Arthur endeavored to seek solutions to his own predicament. He scrutinized the text meticulously, his fingers gliding gently over the lines of letters, pausing occasionally to ponder, or infusing magical energy to flip through a few pages. Fatigued from standing, he settled directly onto the ground, at times even venturing beneath the ancient shelves to delicately retrieve a tome for perusal. Time flowed steadily, and no one pressed Arthur. Morale had long since returned in impatience, while the elderly wizard seemed to have truly succumbed to slumber atop the table. When Arthur gently closed the pages of the magic directory, he could not help but let out a sigh. Still empty-handed. Is it not unbecoming for a young man to sigh so frequently? The elderly wizard remarked, awakening at an unknown moment. Elder, are all the books in the library contained within this space? Arthur inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. How could they all be here? This is the Royal Library, a repository of events spanning nearly 10,000 years, and this floor only houses books available for public borrowing. Does this mean there are other levels in the library? That is a secret. But in light of your courtesy towards an old man, I shall reveal a tidbit. There exists a second level dedicated to secret tomes and a third level for classified texts. The elderly wizard replied with a twinkle in his eye. May I have the privilege of visiting these levels? Foolish child. Since these are secret texts, they are not meant to be seen by mere students like yourself. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Arthur's face, but he quickly masked it, saying, Thank you. I believe I must take my leave. How might I exit? Are you giving up so easily? Arthur could no longer conceal his frustration. Pray, do not jest with me. The elderly wizard's visage suddenly bore a knowing smile. In the past, you would have had no right to such access. But recently, the second level's custodian has been replaced by an eccentric young lady who may take a liking to you, granting you some leniency. That is splendid. Could you perhaps intercede on my behalf? Dear Elder, Arthur implored, unwilling to relinquish his last shred of hope. I do enjoy that title, the elderly wizard chuckled. However, at my age, I would not beg a mere girl. I can only inquire if she might consent. Very well. Thank you, dear Elder. Arthur, adept at reading the elderly wizard's preferences, relished the opportunity to address him with that endearment a few more times. Feeling no disadvantage at his age, the elderly wizard produced a magical token resembling Arthur's blood talisman, inscribing a few lines of characters upon it, which then vanished in a flash of light. Arthur recognized this as a magical messaging function. Their blood talismans could only passively receive magical transmissions. Unlike the elderly wizard's ability for two-way communication, before long, the elderly wizard's token shimmered, displaying a brief line of characters. "Young man, your luck is favorable. Proceed." Almost as soon as the elderly wizard's words faded, the magical circle beneath Arthur's feet began to glow, the brilliance so intense it forced him to squint. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself not in the original hall but rather in a modest study. In the center of the room stood a grand desk, in stark contrast to the elderly wizard's cluttered workspace. It bore only an open spell book and a steaming teacup, with a female wizard engrossed in her reading. Upon seeing her, Arthur paused, then promptly bowed and exclaimed, "Professor, I did not expect to find you here." The woman behind the desk was indeed one of the examiners from his admission, who had saved his life mere months ago. Though Arthur had yet to learn her name, the female professor slowly lifted her head, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "So it is you that the old wizard spoke of?" Her voice was melodious and enchanting, and coupled with her alluring physique, one could only imagine the beauty of her face, obscured by the magical glow. "I had not anticipated it would be you, Professor. I still owe you my gratitude for your assistance during my ordeal." Arthur bowed once more. "You may call me Shaylin. It was merely a trivial matter, no need to dwell on it. What book do you seek? I will assist you." "Thank you. Do you have a magic directory? I can search for it myself." "Even the magic directory here is classified. Tell me what you seek." Arthur scratched his head and proceeded to candidly share his situation with Professor Shaylin. She raised an eyebrow. "Let me assess your condition." A magical halo appeared above Arthur's head, descending slowly to his feet before rising back up, repeating this motion thrice. Arthur observed curiously, recognizing this was no simple detection spell. "While I am not a martial artist, I understand that your training must be progressive. The fighting technique you are currently practicing, though it has broadened and strengthened your meridians, also inflicts considerable harm upon them. Presently, it is merely a subtle internal injury. But as the damage deepens, it may ultimately result in meridian rupture. Such circumstances typically arise during intense battles or when one attempts to breach a rank threshold." Arthur could not help but admire Professor Shaylin. Tony had long warned him that Danyang refining spirit could lead to catastrophic demise during advancement. "Is there a remedy?" Arthur inquired, his heart filled with hope. "There is not a single book in the entire library that can resolve your issue. The only solution is to immediately cease your current training and start anew with a different technique." Professor Shaylin's words struck Arthur like a bucket of cold water. He clenched his fists, engaged in an inner struggle. Sensing the weight of her words, Professor Shaylin softened her tone. "I do not know why Captain Keynes urged you to pursue this technique, but it is undoubtedly a dead end. The library offers an abundance of fighting techniques to choose from. It is not too late to change now, and it will not significantly impact your path as a martial artist. This has nothing to do with Captain Keynes. I chose this path myself. If I decide to switch techniques, what grade of technique might I attain? You could obtain a technique below the mid-grade of the Xian tier free of charge, that if you excel during your time at the academy. The king may even grant you a high-grade Xian or low-grade D technique as a special reward." "And what of the Tian tier techniques?" Arthur probed tentatively. "Do not even think about it. Techniques above mid-grade of the D tier are closely guarded secrets among noble households and sects. And those who possess Tian tier techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone sharing them." "Then, Professor Shaylin, what level do you believe my current technique, Danyang refining spirit, could reach, were it not for the hidden risks to your meridians?" "The technique you are practicing could achieve a mid-grade D level in terms of progress and fighting aura. If fully mastered, it might even rival low-grade Tian techniques." Professor Shaylin's assessment of the technique aligned closely with Keynes and Randall's views from years past. But her tone shifted abruptly. "However, if the inherent risks within the technique are not addressed, it may only be classified as a high-grade Huang technique. The classification standards for techniques in the Berland continent are clearly defined, with ordinary martial artists being capped at level 3, warriors categorized as Huang, level 6 as Xian, and level 9 as D. Exceptional talents like Arthur, who can transcend ranks through lower-tier techniques, are not included in these standards. For instance, the suffering brought on by Danyang refining spirit would limit an ordinary martial artist to level 3 at best. Thus, Professor Shaylin categorized it as a high-grade Huang technique. Arthur pondered for a moment, and when he lifted his gaze again, determination shone within it. "Thank you, Professor Shaylin. I have made my decision. Please escort me out." "You have chosen to give up." "No, I wish to continue trying." "Are you certain?" Continuing down this path will inevitably lead to your demise. I am certain. I would rather die a glorious death than accept the fate of a mediocre martial artist, forever at the mercy of others. It was as if a fire ignited within Arthur's eyes. Witnessing the unwavering resolve of the young man before her, Professor Shailen suddenly smiled. Chapter 73. The Inequities of Life. Professor Shailen's unexpected smile left Arthur bewildered. Do you find my decision laughable? He asked awkwardly. Shailen shook her head. I believe I have found the person I was searching for. Searching for someone. Arthur still did not grasp her meaning. All martial artists and wizards aspire to be the strongest. Yet only a select few reach the pinnacle. Why is that? Shailen continued. People desire to witness the breathtaking sights from the highest peaks, yet they fail to recognize that the path to such heights is fraught with thorns and built upon sheer cliffs, where a misstep leads to obliteration. Without immense willpower and the courage to face death, one shall never ascend. And you are precisely the individual I seek, possessing both resilience and bravery. Me. I am in search of a suitable candidate to assist me with the task. If you are willing, you may confine me after the year-end assessments. And what would be the remuneration? Arthur, out of habit, nearly spoke without thinking and immediately felt a pang of embarrassment after his words, especially since he had yet to repay Professor Shailen for her prior act of saving him. However, Shailen appeared completely unfazed by his discomfort, stating, Your reward is that if you manage to return alive, I can assist you with some issues regarding your cultivation techniques. Happiness struck Arthur like lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. Did you not previously say that no book in the entire library could resolve my issues? Shailen replied with a light laugh. While the library's collection may not provide a solution, I never claimed to lack a remedy myself. As she spoke, Shailen produced a crystalline magic wand from her bracelet and began to deftly wave it in the air. The more advanced the magical formation, the more intricate it became. Utilizing the wand to construct the array would expedite the process. Arthur could already feel the magical elements in the entire space rapidly converging with each motion of Professor Shailen's wand. Suddenly, she pointed the wand at Arthur, and before he could react, a massive magical sphere enveloped him entirely, plunging him into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying on the library floor, with a table and Shailen's feet beside him. Rising to his feet, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and lightness, devoid of any lingering pain from his previous cultivation. What have you done to me? He inquired. I used the 12th level water magic, Ripples of Water, to cleanse all the hidden injuries accumulated from your prior practice of Danyang refining spirit. Consider it a down payment for the task ahead, Shailen gently explained. Her voice tinged with a hint of fatigue. Arthur felt a wave of emotion. The magnitude of this down payment from Professor Shailen was indeed significant. Ripples of Water was renowned as the most powerful healing magic, the only spell capable of purging hidden injuries from the meridians, highly sought after by warriors across the continent, often at exorbitant costs that few could afford to pay for a master of this art. Arthur's gratitude overflowed, but before he could voice it, with a wave of her hand, Shailen transported him outside the library's light barrier. This visit to the library had rekindled hope within Arthur, and he began to ponder the nature of the challenges that lay ahead in Professor Shailen's next task. He found himself unperturbed by the impending year-end assessments. Yet, there was indeed another like Arthur, carefree and oblivious. Xiong had been waiting in Arthur's room for quite some time, engaging in small talk with Arno, who only responded sporadically. Since their joint mission, Xiong had taken to frequently visiting Arthur's room, seeking out thrilling adventures, but both Arthur and Arno remained confined within the academy's walls. As their visits became more frequent, they devolved into simple drinking and chatting sessions. Arthur discovered that Xiong possessed a wealth of knowledge. He was well-versed in the continent's history and many strange tales, while Xiong was particularly fond of hearing Arthur's mercenary stories, often displaying an expression of yearning, wishing he could abandon his noble status to become a mercenary himself. Morale, on the other hand, enjoyed interjecting with jests, bringing most of the food and drink from outside the academy, while Arno remained the ever-quiet listener, rarely interjecting or mentioning his own background. Occasionally, Jelly would bring Nini along, with some fine wine she had pilfered from the Duke's residence, often leaving Arthur inebriated. The time spent in the academy and the bonds formed between the youths flowed by like a river, unnoticed. Today is rather strange. Without Arthur, even that lazy glutton Morale has begun to study, Xiong mused aloud as he reclined on the carpet. Arno, seated cross-legged on the carpet with a hefty tome of magic in his lap, was engrossed in reading, showing no inclination to engage with Xiong. Why don't you teach me some dark magic? That would surely be fascinating, Cheong suggested, attempting to strike up a conversation. After the incident with the underground market, Cheong had already deduced Arno's true identity, yet this fool showed no sign of awareness of the potential trouble he could attract, instead expressing an interest in dark magic, pestering Arno with questions as if he were ready to consult the Church of Light directly. Learn dark magic? Are you out of your mind? Arno retorted, immediately realizing the futility of his words, and fell silent once more. Life is so unbearably dull. Cheong lamented. Life, it seemed, was starkly unfair, while some lamented their idle existence. Others fought desperately for survival, and for some, mere existence seemed a battle in itself. Leon was struck in the chest and sent sprawling, blood spurting from his mouth. The one-eyed werewolf atop the rock looked down at the fallen Leon with disdain. I've heard rumors of a brat from the Golden Lion family rampaging through the nearby camps. But with your pathetic skills and this meager band of warriors behind you, you think you can make me, one-eyed, submit? You'd be better off heading home to suck your mother's teat. Leon struggled to rise once more, bloodstains already marring his chest armor. Behind him, Shara gazed at Leon's swaying figure with a look of pity. Had he not insisted she and Long Dong refrain from interfering in his battles, she would have dashed forward to eviscerate this oblivious level 5 werewolf warrior long ago. Leon spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva on the ground. You scoundrel may lack strength, but your incessant prattle is intolerable. From this point onward, unless I command you, you are to remain silent. The one-eyed werewolf crouched on the stone, laughing heartily. How absurd. When did the proud lion folk learn to boast? His laughter abruptly halted as Leon erupted in a brilliant golden light, blinding and nearly unbearable to behold. This pure fighting spirit. His sentence was cut short as the golden light surged forward, and Leon's fist shattered the hastily erected barrier of the one-eyed werewolf, followed swiftly by a second punch landing squarely on his face. The one-eyed werewolf fell backward. Leon placed a foot upon his neck. I offered you a chance before, but you were too weak to seize it. Now you have one final choice. Submit or die? I submit. I swear allegiance to the Golden Lion family. The one-eyed werewolf capitulated without a shred of dignity. Leon lifted his foot, turning his back entirely to the one-eyed. Kneel and swear your loyalty. But remember, your allegiance is not to the Golden Lion, but to Leon. Chapter 74. Year-end assessment. Whether in anticipation or dread, what is destined to arrive will inevitably come. The year-end assessment for new students at the Blood Glory Royal Academy has commenced. The sky hangs heavy with clouds, and sporadic snowflakes drift down, adding an air of solemnity to this fate-determining evaluation. The 23 students of this cohort stood in a circle around the 500-square-meter arena, drawing lots one by one. The year-end assessment at Blood Glory Academy determines grades through combat. Students will face off in pairs based on the results of their draws, with the victors advancing to the next round, ultimately determining the top scorer who will receive a scholarship. Losers of the first round will also battle among themselves. Those who prevail will pass, while the defeated must continue to fight until only one remains. The final elimination is not necessarily the weakest, but certainly the unluckiest, for fortune is also a facet of strength. Furthermore, the use of enchanted equipment, magic scrolls, and other items is unrestricted during the combat. As wealth is likewise a component of power, the entire assessment process is a true reflection of His Majesty King Streck's military philosophy. The victor takes all, regardless of the means. Only the living have a voice. For history is written by the victors. The assessment begins. The student who draws number 1, please step forward. The assessment was presided over by the Grand Magus Austin, who wasted no time in idle chatter and immediately declared the commencement. The evaluations unfolded one after another, with the Academy incorporating the assessments as part of practical combat training, hoping students would learn to identify the weaknesses of different types of mages by observing others' battles. Cheong, who drew the number 1 lot, donned his white attire and confidently strode to the center of the arena, first bowing respectfully to Grand Magus Austin, then to his fellow students. Arthur, watching from below, smirked. Cheong always maintained a courteous and charming demeanor before outsiders, making it difficult for anyone to truly dislike him. Cheong's opponent was a tall, lanky youth who approached the arena with a serious expression. After both competitors established a 20-meter distance between them, Austin officially called for the start. Given that mages require time to cast spells, maintaining a certain distance is essential for creating opportunities to cast. The lanky youth began by raising a wooden wall in front of himself. This is the most conventional combat strategy for mages. First, to encase oneself in a layer of protection before unleashing offensive spells. As his opponent fortified himself, Xiong leisurely advanced a few meters forward, then, with a flourish, produced a magic scroll and tore it open. A massive fire dragon roared forth from the scroll, instantly incinerating the wooden wall that shielded the lanky youth. The searing heat causing the observing students to instinctively take a few steps back. The youth, utterly stunned, found his intended attack spell completely disrupted. The sight of the colossal fire dragon was overwhelming for a level 2 mage. Just as the flames began to sear his visage painfully, and the dragon was about to engulf him, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from above, dispersing the fire dragon. Xiong wins, Austin declared without hesitation. His intervention was only natural, as the examiner had a responsibility to ensure the student's safety. It would not do to have casualties in an assessment. How shameless. He starts off with fire dragon technique. How is that even a fair fight? Arthur muttered under his breath. How utterly shameless. Moral enthusiastically echoed beside Arthur. Big brother, do you think if I were to borrow 2 fire dragon spell scrolls from Xiong without employing your teaching methods, you would lend them to me? All students with a number 2 ticket, please come to the stage. Austin had already announced the commencement of the second match. A delicate-looking young girl with a petite figure gracefully ascended the dueling arena, yet her opponent remained conspicuously absent. What good luck? Could it be that she has a bye? Murmurs began to circulate among the spectators. I will count to 3. And if the other participant has not yet taken the stage, they will forfeit point 1. Austin, the Grand Sorcerer, elongated his voice as he began the countdown. It seems this match is a forfeit. Brother, what number are you? I will be up next. Moral, in a flurry of nerves, continued to chatter. 2. Wait. I'm here. Just as Moral mentioned it was his turn, Arthur finally glanced at the ticket in his hand. The moment Arthur leapt forward, the girl's previously radiant smile instantaneously transformed into a face of despair. Ever since he had dealt with Zilio, Arthur had become the universally acknowledged king of oddities among this cohort of newcomers. Facing Arthur was a certain defeat. May I concede voluntarily? The girl asked, her voice trembling as she looked towards the Grand Sorcerer Austin. Honor must be defended with blood. To shrink away from a more formidable adversary, lacking even the courage to fight, disqualifies one from being a student of Blood Glory Academy. Those who concede voluntarily will be eliminated. Austin's resonant and authoritative voice buzzed in every student's ears. I will fight, the girl retorted, gritting her silver teeth and setting her small face in determination. Begin. As Austin's words fell, Arthur activated Gale technique beneath his feet, dashing forth like a bolt of lightning, closing the 20-meter gap in an instant. The girl's defensive spell had not even been cast before Arthur was already upon her. The massive Starfall greatsword crashing down towards her face. Ah! The girl let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the arena. Instinctively dropping to the ground and covering her head, Arthur's sword halted just above her. Suspended in midair. Arthur wins. Arthur flashed a grin at Austin and merrily scampered off the stage, having completed his match in less than 10 seconds. Still talking about Xiong? I think you're the real rogue. Moral murmured under his breath. The speed at which the first 2 matches concluded left several professors, who usually taught, shaking their heads, feeling as if their months of instruction in magic had been in vain, as both Xiong and Arthur had employed unconventional tactics rather than those of a typical sorcerer. Fortunately, in the magical department, only Arthur and Xiong were such oddities. The 2 youths who were about to compete were conventional sorcerers. One was a fire mage, and the other an earth mage, each erecting a fire shield and an earth shield before them. The fire mage began to move rapidly, continuously launching fireballs at his opponent, interspersed with a few swiftly shot fire arrows. The earth mage also moved swiftly within the arena, anticipating his opponent's movements and positioning, while sharp spikes erupted from the ground and traps of bog magic were laid. Engaging at a distance with magic was the orthodox style of combat for sorcerers. Both were second-tier sorcerers, wary of one another, and although their exchanges were fierce, it was unlikely a victor would emerge in the short term. Only when one side exhausted their magical energy could a winner be determined. While the students of the magical department were still exchanging spells from afar, the martial arts department's assessment had already devolved into fierce hand-to-hand combat, bloodshed evident. Chapter 75. Once again stepping on faces, the year-end assessments for the magical and martial arts departments at Blood Glory Academy were conducted separately. This arrangement stemmed from the rarity of direct confrontations between martial artists and sorcerers in actual combat. Once a sorcerer was approached, they often had little capacity for resistance, typically positioned in a role of control or firepower in battles. When comparing the strengths of the two in single combat, sorcerers of the same level overwhelmingly dominated martial artists, as sorcerers were well aware of their vulnerabilities and would typically reserve 1 or 2 instant cast spells in their wands or equipment, preventing martial artists from closing the distance. This is also one of the reasons why Blood Glory Academy requires martial artists to be at least level 3 and sorcerers at least level 2. The advancement of sorcerers is considerably more challenging. As Arthur exited the stage, the untouchable half-orc, Huey, was making his way down to the arena. Over the past 6 months, Huey had bested nearly every young man in this vicinity, the only one he had not challenged being Arthur. For he had never dared to face a sorcerer. Upon realizing that the opponent for the recently concluded match was Huey, the previous contender had been petrified with fear. Huey brushed past. The next to prepare for the match was Guli, who provocatively declared, "I'll be waiting for you in the final match." She cast a challenging glance at Huey, a thorny rose unafraid of anyone. "I will not hold back simply because you are a woman," Huey responded with a flat expression. Huey typically refrained from striking women, and thus had never had the opportunity to duel with Guli. The Academy had not made any special accommodations for female students during assessments, as combatants would not show mercy to women on the battlefield. In fact, female warriors and sorceresses captured in battles against orcs often faced graver fates than their male counterparts. Lee's opponent drawn for this match was Zilio. Zilio glared at Guli with fiery intensity. Due to Arthur, he had plummeted from the high status of a marquis's grandson to a figure of ridicule among his peers, spending the last few months in torment. His hatred had been fueled further by Guli's close association with Arthur. Guli smirked at Zilio. "Is your face itching again? Would you like to experience the sensation of my shoe's sole?" Almost as soon as the examiner shouted for the match to begin, Zilio roared and lunged forward, his aura surging explosively, the energy of his sword erupting to a length of almost a foot, madly slashing towards Guli. Lee was momentarily startled by Zilio's fervor, but her indomitable spirit compelled her to raise her silver spear in response. When their weapons clashed, Guli was sent stumbling back several steps from the immense force transmitted through the spear shaft, nearly losing her grip on the weapon. Before she could regain her footing, Zilio bellowed, "Serpent Swarm," unleashing a flurry of sword energy aimed at Guli's vital points. Lee staggered backward, simultaneously hurling her silver spear forward. Zilio showed no intention of evading or defending. The sword energy relentlessly pursued Guli. The spear zipped past and lodged itself into Zilio's shoulder, while 3 strands of sword energy pierced through Guli's combat attire, causing a spurt of blood. "Today, I will kill you." Zilio's eyes blazed with fury, entering a near-manic state, seeing Guli as nothing more than Arthur. In terms of strength, Zilio, as a level 4 battle sergeant, ranked among the top 5 in this cohort of martial arts newcomers, though he had initially drawn the short straw by facing Arthur, whose strength was exceedingly formidable. Over the past few months, Zilio had channeled all his humiliation and anger into rigorous training, achieving a level of focus he had never experienced before, resulting in a notable increase in strength in just a few short months. Using his aura to temporarily staunch the bleeding, Guli gestured for her spear, which flew back to her hand, blood gushing forth. "I didn't expect to encounter a rabid dog today. Come on. Let me see how else you can bite." Even with her injuries, the thorny rose did not lose her fierce edge. Zilio lunged at her once more, madness in his eyes. This time, Guli refrained from recklessly clashing with Zilio with a flick of her wrist. Her 3-foot spear suddenly extended, transforming into a 5-foot floral spear. Lee's silver spear, named Flying Star, was an exceptional weapon, far beyond mere thrusting. The saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger, and with a deft flick, Guli deflected Zilio's sword, swiftly turning the spear to thrust towards Zilio's throat. Despite Zilio's frenzy, he could not ignore the lethal thrust aimed at his vital points and sidestepped, raising his sword to block. But before their weapons could meet, Guli's spear technique shifted. With a twist of her wrist, the floral spear traced a semicircular arc, aiming for Zilio's waist instead. Zilio, realizing he could not block in time, could only evade. With a slicing sound, the spear skimmed past, tearing through Zilio's attire while leaving a long gash on his waist. Lee beckoned with her finger, inviting Zilio to attack again. Zilio charged forward desperately once more. But Guli, with her agile movements and light footwork, evaded while counterattacking, leaving him no opportunity to engage directly. After a few exchanges, another spear grazed Zilio's cheek, leaving a mark on his handsome face. In terms of aura, Gully could not match Zilio, but in martial techniques and aura skills, she far surpassed him. Ely practiced her family's top-tier Earth-grade martial technique, 100 Birds Facing the Phoenix Spear technique, personally taught by Duke Ross since childhood. The technique's intricacies and balance of reality and illusion made its manifestations resemble a phoenix leading 100 birds in a fierce assault, with countless spear shadows rendering evasion impossible. Ely intended to wear Zilio down, inflicting shallow wounds on him with each few exchanges. Before long, Zilio bore 7 or 8 wounds, blood seeping profusely, making him appear as if he had emerged from a bloodbath. The onlooking youths were filled with trepidation, contemplating keeping their distance from this woman in the future. She was far too ruthless, not merely a thorny rose, but a deadly wasp. During this time, Gully also seized the opportunity to consume 2 hemostatic and energy-replenishing pills, one of the spoils from their recent raid on a merchant's shop, unexpectedly finding them useful so soon as Zilio's frenzied assaults continued. Yet he was unable to inflict any harm on Gully, and the considerable loss of blood had begun to affect his footing. At the end of his rope, Zilio unleashed the aura sword technique once more. Foreseeing his desperate struggle, Gully had already anticipated and evaded, resulting in the sword energy failing to graze her even slightly this time. Having lost too much blood and completely depleted of energy, Chi Lao collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Without Gully needing to lift a finger, Gully wins. Without casting a glance at the fallen Chi Lao, Gully strode directly off the arena, only to inadvertently step on Chi Lao's face as she departed. Chapter 76, Comedic Combat in the Arena of the Demon Forest Tower. The duel between 2 young sorcerers had persisted for a quarter of an hour without yielding a victor. The students observing from below were on the verge of dozing off, as the limited repertoire of spells utilized by the second-tier sorcerers had been exhausted and repeated numerous times. Given the choice, they would have preferred to witness the straightforward and brutal combat style exhibited by Cheong and Arthur. The fire element sorcerer had not yet launched the fireball he had conjured, as it flickered and dissipated before he could throw it, having drained the last drop of his magical energy. The opposing wood element sorcerer, unaware of this, saw his protective wooden shield shatter. Both stood in stunned silence, astonished that their magic had simultaneously run out, and could not help but turn to Austin. In battle, there are only victories and defeats. Life and death, there are no ties. According to the assessment rules, a tie counts as a failure for both, resulting in elimination, proclaimed Grand Sorcerer Austin in a booming voice. The 2 young sorcerers, wide-eyed, stared at each other, fully understanding Austin's implication but uncertain of how to continue the battle. Should they simply sit down and recover their magic, competing instead on who could recover faster? The fire element sorcerer was the first to react, letting out a roar as he lunged at his opponent, tackling him to the ground before the latter could respond, then mounting him to at this point. The wood element sorcerer, if still oblivious, would be a fool. He retaliated fiercely, pinning his opponent beneath him. The 2 began to roll and grapple on the ground like children, far more entertaining than their previous magical exchanges. The surrounding students laughed until their stomachs hurt, cheering for both combatants. The outcome of the battle was that the fire element sorcerer, leveraging his heavier weight, pinned his opponent down and emerged victorious. In the subsequent 4th battle, it was only after Austin called for the 3rd time that Morar reluctantly ascended the stage. Morar's opponent was an ice element sorcerer named Casinuo, a typical noble scion who, in his leisure, preferred indulgence over training, sharing many common interests with Morar. Although Morar had never sparred with Casinuo privately, the latter wielded the more potent ice magic, giving him a significant advantage among the 12 elemental magic types on the continent. If categorized by offensive and defensive strength, fire, ice, wind, and thunder elements are primarily offensive, while metal, wood, water, and earth are predominantly defensive. Light and darkness, space and time emphasize control, balancing offense and defense. Unlike the reclusive Arthur, Morar was well acquainted with everyone in the class and found a kindred spirit in Casinuo. Morar flashed a grin at Casinuo. "Brother, do show some mercy later." Casinuo returned the smile. "If you let me pass, I'll treat you at the Xiaochunyu Tavern. How does that sound?" The 2 exhibited no intention of fighting, instead discussing matters in the arena. "Begin." Austin, oblivious to their banter, announced the start, but as soon as Austin's voice faded, the previously amicable pair began to construct their magical formations simultaneously. epitomizing the perfect definition of camaraderie. An ice shield materialized before Casinuo, protecting his vital areas, while Morar conjured a metallic shield and charged forward. When Morar was halfway to Casinuo, an ice arrow had already formed between the latter's palms, which he launched toward Morar. Morar's metallic shield expanded in size as he charged, and by the time the ice arrow reached him, the shield had grown to the size of a large pot lid. Morar crouched down, hiding behind the shield as the ice arrow struck its center. The impact jolted Morar slightly, causing a layer of ice crystals to spread across the shield's surface. However, the spread halted at his palm. Obstructed by a pair of inconspicuous gray gloves, Morar adjusted his stance and continued his advance. Casinuo began to conjure a second ice arrow while retreating. Distance is crucial in a sorcerer's battle. Only by increasing the space can one gain time to cast spells. When the two were 10 meters apart, another ice arrow was launched toward Morar. At this moment, Morar's shield had grown yet another size and thickened considerably. Lowering his head, Morar braced as the ice arrow struck the metallic shield once more. Prepared, Morar merely swayed his body slightly and pressed on toward Casinuo. When Morar approached within 3 meters of Casinuo, a wave of frost surged toward him. After 2 unsuccessful ice arrows, Casinuo resorted to the second-tier spell, Frost Magic. Meanwhile, the shield Morar held had grown to the size of a door panel. He hunched his body, concealing himself entirely behind the shield as the frost pelted against it, causing him no harm. Despite the icy onslaught, Morar relentlessly pressed forward. Frost Magic is a restrictive spell. While it cannot completely freeze an opponent, it significantly hinders their movements. Casinuo intended to create distance to reassess his attack angles. Yet he was taken aback as Morar charged directly through the frost. With a flash of magical light beneath his feet, Morar's speed surged, closing the distance of 3 to 5 meters in an instant. Casinuo had no time to evade and was struck head-on by Morar's colossal shield. The combination of the shield's weight, Morar's mass, and the immense force knocked Casinuo unconscious. Simple and brutal, a single decisive blow. This was the combat style Arthur had designed for Morar. In this battle, Casinuo had unleashed 4 spells: Ice Shield, 2 Ice Arrows, and Frost Magic, while Morar had solely relied on the Golden Shield spell, executing it to perfection. Arthur believed that the Golden Shield is the strongest defensive magic among the basic spells. As long as Morar was not restrained by his opponent's magic, he could withstand any elemental attack and close the gap. Ultimately, using the shield as a weapon to resolve the conflict, to ensure the success of this strategy, Morar had expended 900 gold coins to acquire level 5 protective gloves to mitigate fire, ice, and lightning damage transmitted through the shield to his body, and 300 gold coins for level 4 swift boots, enhancing Morar's chances for a lethal strike through sudden acceleration, similar to Cheong's combat approach. This was yet another victory forged through gold. Morar wins. As Austin announced the result, Morar leaped jubilantly in the arena before dashing toward Arthur, eager for a celebratory bear hug. Arthur, however, had no inclination to embrace a hefty man, instinctively kicking out, sending Morar tumbling back onto the arena. Chapter 77. Eccentric Showdown. The year-end assessment battles continued, yet aside from a few peculiar competitors, the arena had not witnessed any further excitement. Due to the smaller number of students in the magic department, they had swiftly concluded the first day's evaluations, while the martial artists continued until the moon hung high in the sky to finish their first round. On the second day of assessments, the 11 students from the magic department who had emerged victorious, along with one who had received a bye, would continue their confrontations until a final champion was determined. The 11 students who had lost the previous day would also resume their trials, until one unfortunate soul faced elimination. Each day, the assessments would involve a fresh draw, and luck seemed to favor the foolish. Cheong had once again drawn the number 1 lot. His combat style mirrored that of the previous day, as he immediately tore open the scroll for the Fire Dragon spell. Having prepared for this, his opponent quickly countered by conjuring a massive water sphere. The Fire Dragon plunged into the water sphere, thrashing and struggling within, unable to escape, gradually shrinking into a diminutive dragon swimming inside the sphere. As the Fire Dragon ultimately vanished, the water sphere shattered, showering the arena with a light drizzle. The 7th-tier water spell, Sealing Water Sphere, was the nemesis of the equivalent Fire Dragon, and among this group of students, there were others with substantial wealth. Before his opponent could revel in victory, 2 fire dragons lunged at him from either side. "You've got some nerve," the youth exclaimed, turning to flee off the stage. Cheong threw the 7th-tier spell scroll, worth 500 gold coins, as if it were mere cabbage. Securing yet another triumph through financial means. It is worth noting that gold coins hold significant value. In the Isaac Kingdom, an ordinary family's annual living expenses amount to only 3 to 5 gold coins. Was such an extravagant expenditure of 1,500 gold coins for a trivial contest worthwhile? Was he truly foolish? From the sidelines, Arthur squinted at Xiong, pondering the young man's background. At it seemed as if he had an inexhaustible supply of wealth. Casually tossing gold coins without a hint of regret, was he genuinely naive? Following Xiong's turn, it was Nini's time to compete. Nini's demeanor was tranquil, in stark contrast to Guli's haughty nature. Perhaps only such a temperament could foster a friendship with Guli. After the previous harrowing experience, Nini's combat prowess had also significantly improved. The adept alternation of water arrow, water sphere, and water shield, combined with the enhancement of the 5th-level magic staff, Cloud's Affection, allowed her to maintain a steady advantage in the entanglement with the wood element mage opposite her. Ultimately, Nini unleashed a sudden water column that erupted from the ground, propelling her opponent into the air and securing her passage to the next round. Upon re-entering the arena, morale exhibited a marked increase in confidence compared to the previous day. However, his adversary today was a wind element mage. Although the opponent's wind blade could not breach the golden shield, their agile maneuvers afforded morale no opportunity to engage closely. Realizing his previous tactics were ineffective, Morale decided to maintain distance and engage in ranged attacks, hurling fist-sized metal spheres toward his opponent. The Wind Blade was a 2nd-level spell, while the metal spheres were mere 1st-level magic, thus consuming less energy and allowing for a quicker casting and attacking frequency. Though the spheres lacked significant power, a direct hit to the head or face could easily result in injury, and a strike to the body was certainly painful. The Wind Element Mage was compelled to dodge left and right, unable to find time to retaliate, and was soon in a state of disarray under Morale's relentless pursuit. A careless moment led to one of the metal spheres striking him, after which he was left with no chance to counterattack. When Arthur took the stage once more, many expected him to conclude the battle in a straightforward and brutish manner. Instead, he engaged his opponent in a legitimate magical duel. Throughout the match, Arthur employed only a single spell, the 2nd-level continuous fireball. The fireballs he conjured were not large, yet they rained down upon his opponent in rapid succession, akin to a repeating crossbow, striking from various angles and directions. What appeared to be the most basic fireball spell produced an effect reminiscent of the 9th-level spell Meteor Shower. Both Austin in the arena and the observing professors below nodded in approval, recognizing that Arthur was showcasing the magical control expounded by Old Harry in their very first class. Grasping this concept paved a direct path toward becoming a Grand Mage. What remained was merely the accumulation of magical energy and knowledge. The second day's assessment for the magic department concluded rather early. However, to everyone's surprise, Arthur did not return to his room. Without greeting anyone, he stealthily made his way to the Martial Cloud Hall. His intention was simple: to observe the battles among warriors, hoping to glean insights for his own martial techniques and combat style. Although Arthur had devoted the past 6 months to mastering magic, he had not neglected the training of his martial skills. Yet, due to the lack of a teacher's guidance, his progress had not been particularly evident, which was one of the reasons he often sought out Professor Ogre. Arthur initially planned to sneak over and observe discreetly from an inconspicuous location, but he overlooked his own reputation within the academy, especially with the unique Starfall greatsword at his back, making it nearly impossible to remain unrecognized. Even within the academy, Arthur felt uneasy letting the Starfall sword stray from his sight. Over time, the weight of the sword had ceased to be a burden, and instead, the heft provided him with a sense of security, continually reminding him of the responsibilities he bore. Arthur carried his sword even during class, earning him the peculiar title of the mage who carries a sword. Upon his appearance at the Martial Cloud Hall, he immediately stirred considerable commotion. Many students shifted their gaze from the arena to Arthur, their expressions often tinged with hostility. His previous visit to the Martial Cloud Hall, where he had decisively defeated Zillah, had not only embarrassed Zillah but also made many warriors feel humiliated by the presence of a mage attacking their ranks. Some even contemplated challenging Arthur at the Demon Forest Tower to reclaim their lost pride. Yet upon reflecting on their own capabilities, they realized they lacked confidence in their ability to defeat him. Furthermore, after Professor Skeleton issued a warning that anyone daring to provoke trouble at the Demon Forest Tower would face a month of confinement, The uproar gradually subsided. It was unexpected that Arthur would appear at the Martial Cloud Hall again today. This was clearly a provocation, inciting a slight stir among the crowd, oblivious to the attention his presence garnered. Arthur chose to disregard the hostile gazes directed at him. His focus remained entirely on the fierce battle unfolding in the arena that a stoic youth clad in black martial attire faced off against a striking young woman in silver armor. Goalie versus Huey. Due to the random drawing of lots, the clash between these two exceptional talents was set to determine who would emerge as the foremost warrior of the department, a noble daughter of a Grand Duke and a royal, illegitimate son. Both were the center of attention both inside and outside the arena. Observing that Arthur had no further intentions, the crowd's focus shifted back to the combat. Goalie and Huey exchanged no words the moment the examiner declared the match to begin. Their fierce confrontation ignited. Unlike the battles of mages, warriors did not require distance or protective shields. They launched directly into aggressive assaults targeting vital points. Goalie's silver spear elongated instantaneously, and with a flick of her wrist, 3 sharp points of combat aura shot forth, aimed directly at Huey's chest. Huey's weapon consisted of specially crafted gauntlet claws, glistening with a dark sheen. In addition to their razor-sharp talons, the back of the claws featured 3 protruding spikes. This weapon was exceptionally vicious. A strike could result in severe lacerations, ripping through flesh, and even a single punch could leave gaping holes in one's body. As Goalie's spear thrust forward, Huey swiped with his left claw, deflecting the spear's tip with a metallic clash, simultaneously lunging forward with a right fist. The spikes on his claws aimed straight for Goalie's face. The spear's linear thrust relied on wide-open movements. Allowing Huey to close the distance would diminish its effectiveness significantly. Goalie swiftly retreated, twisting her wrist to convert the thrust into a sweep aimed at Huey's waist. Huey, with a light push of his toes, lunged forward, attempting to close the gap and launch himself into Goalie's embrace. However, before that could happen, the deadly spikes on his claws would surely pierce her abdomen first. Losing distance rendered Goalie's sweeping strike ineffective, and she was compelled to leap backward into the air. Huey followed closely, determined not to allow Goalie any respite or chance to recover. To her astonishment, Goalie found herself at a disadvantage from the outset, as Huey effectively countered her favorite spear techniques. Goalie's combat style relied on swift movements and agility, complemented by her fierce spear techniques. Even 2 or 3 warriors of the same level would struggle to close in on her. However, against Huey, who also excelled in speed, she found herself devoid of any advantage. Huey's combat style resembled that of a wild leopard, with attacks that were both rapid and ferocious, each strike aimed at Goalie's vital points. Suspended in midair, Goalie realized she could not shake off Huey. Gripping her spear tightly, she began to spin rapidly. The claws thrusting toward her collided with the spear, creating a shower of sparks in the air. They separated upon impact, both landing backward. From the examiner's call to the separation, only a brief few seconds had elapsed, yet the intensity of their clash surpassed any prior encounter in terms of ferocity and spectacle. As Goalie landed, she was already slightly panting, but Huey had no intention of granting her a moment's reprieve. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he lunged at her once more. Goalie gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never felt so beleaguered. Drawing a long sword from her back, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens upon its extraction. The 4th-level magic, lightning manipulation, was precisely the enchantment bestowed upon the 5th-level longsword she wielded. In the duel of martial skills, Goalie was compelled to resort to her enchanted weapon first, indicating a disadvantage. Yet, her fiery temperament drove her to prioritize defeating Huey above all else. The moment the lightning struck Huey, he crossed his claws above his head, and the electric energy erupted between his hands, enveloping him in a dazzling display. As the electric light dissipated, Huey knelt upon the ground, slightly trembling but sustaining no visible injuries, suggesting that his dark gauntlet claws were no ordinary items. Having absorbed much of the lightning's power, Goalie seized the opportunity to hurl her longsword as a projectile while channeling her combat aura, causing her silver spear to vibrate violently. Dozens of silver combat aura points shot forth from the spear's tip in a technique known as Rain of Pear Blossoms, forming a vast net that enveloped Huey. Huey ducked to evade the incoming longsword, then sprang to his feet, crossing his claws in rapid succession. Each swipe unleashed 3 tendrils of dark combat aura, weaving together to form a black aura net, his own technique, claw shadow intertwined. The silver rain of pear blossoms and the black claw shadow intertwined, one white and one black. Collided fiercely. The clash of their combat auras resulted in a violent explosion, sending both Goalie and Huey hurtling backward. Goalie felt as though her entire body had been dismantled, yet she still struggled to rise. As she managed to prop herself up, a shadow lunged toward her, three glinting spikes poised beneath her chin. Huey's cold gaze bore down on her, had they not been in the arena. Goalie believed he would not hesitate to pierce her. Blood trickled from the corner of Huey's mouth. The backlash from their clash had inflicted wounds upon him no less severe than Goalie's. Yet he possessed greater resilience and rose more swiftly. Goalie's spirit dimmed as she struggled to utter the words, "I concede," which felt extraordinarily arduous for someone as resilient as she. Huey wins, the examiner pronounced the result. Huey turned to leave the stage, only to lock eyes with Arthur below. With her head bowed, Goalie caught sight of Arthur in the audience. She fought back tears as they threatened to spill. Turning away before sprinting out of the arena, disappearing into the distance, Arthur remained rooted in place, arms crossed, lost in thought as vivid memories of their earlier confrontation flashed through his mind. How should I combat Huey if I face him? After the year-end assessment, I wish to challenge you to a duel. Huey had already stepped in front of Arthur. Huey has issued a challenge to Arthur. At last, someone from the warrior department has stepped forward. The nearby students heard Huey's challenge, causing quite a stir, and the focus of attention swiftly shifted to them. Arthur scrutinized the half-orc before him. Huey was of similar height, his skin dark, face stern, and his yellow irises devoid of any emotion, with small ears reminiscent of the warrior Shala. "I refuse." Arthur's flat reply astonished everyone. "Are you afraid?" A hint of a cold smirk appeared on Huey's face. "I fear you will weep if I best you. Then let us fight. I do not accept battles devoid of meaning. What do you desire? What do you possess?" Huey fell silent for a moment. "If you win, I shall do one thing for you." Arthur pondered for a moment, shamelessly replying, "Then I shall accept, albeit reluctantly." "It's settled then." Huey turned and walked away, not presenting any conditions. Arthur scratched his head and muttered softly, "Losing bears no significant consequence. It hardly feels like a loss." On a raised platform at one corner of the arena, the two Weisteins, Old Harry and Maury, stood side by side. "These youngsters are maturing swiftly. Soon, the kingdom will rely on them for protection," Old Harry remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "The Ross family has yet another star in its ranks." As for the other two, Maury's words trailed off. Old Harry, with a questioning gaze, looked at Maury. "I believe Arthur and Huey possess greater talent. Having spent many years by the side of the old king, I have come to understand many things. A half-orc faces immense challenges in the realm of humans." Maury gently shook his head. "That is Rex's concern. It is not for us two retired old fellows to fret over. What of the other? Kane's talent back in his day was likely on par with that of the lad below. The result was, you are aware of it. Though His Majesty has sent me to retire, I am not yet senile. Kane's has not yet reached our age. He needs to find a successor to pass down his Starfall blade, but it has instead come to rest in that child's possession." A long, drawn-out sigh escaped them, and neither spoke further. Chapter 79. Boundless Ambition. The news of Huey's challenge to Arthur swiftly spread throughout the academy. This was not merely a contest between two individuals, but a clash of prowess between the magic and warrior departments. Each duel between mages and warriors captured the attention of students and professors alike, as two of the most prominent figures among this year's crop of exceptional students. Their battle was essentially a competition for the title of King of Oddities. While this title was a moniker concocted by the students, it was nonetheless recognized as a mark of strength, with each year's champion being sought after by the kingdom's noble families. On the third day of the Magic Department's tournament, Arthur became the focal point upon his arrival. With nearly every gaze directed toward him with fervent anticipation, regardless of their prior sentiments toward him, Arthur represented the Magic Department. Should he triumph over Huey, all students from the Magic Department would feel a sense of superiority over their warrior counterparts. Morale sidled up to Arthur. "Boss, you went over there to provoke him on purpose yesterday, didn't you? Next time, you must take me along. If a fight breaks out, I can lend you a hand." Arthur merely rolled his eyes in response. Having already begun to swell with pride after winning 2 matches in the arena, Morale, however, remained oblivious to this and continued, "Boss, you won't believe the commotion this has caused. I've heard it even reach the 2 Weisteins, Old Harry and Maury." Arthur was somewhat taken aback. He had always thought his duel with Huey was merely childish play in the eyes of the Academy's higher-ups, likely to provoke only Professor Augu's intervention. "What stance does Old Harry take?" Arthur couldn't help but ask. Curiosity piqued. I've heard that the two vice-deans have tacitly approved of your duel with Huey, and they've even placed a wager, supposedly with a considerable stake. Arthur looked on in disbelief. Who told you such nonsense? How would a bet between the two vice-deans reach the ears of a student like you? Believe it or not, I have reliable sources. Not only are the vice-deans betting, but there are also people in the academy taking bets on who will win between you and Huey. I've heard several professors are involved too. Intrigued, Arthur inquired further, having previously been familiar with such matters while mingling with Tony and the others. Who has the larger odds? Boss, you're at 1.5 to 1, while Huey is at 1 to 1. Arthur pondered aloud. So they believe Huey has the better chance of winning? Morale. Thinking Arthur concerned, hurriedly reassured him. It's mainly because there are more students from the warrior department betting on Huey, so the bookmakers have intentionally lowered his odds. But everyone here is rooting for your victory. Arthur fell silent. Boss, you must defeat that half-orc. I have bet 100 gold pieces on your win. Arthur's eyes glinted mischievously as he beckoned Morale closer, lowering his voice. You should place a 1,000 gold piece bet on Huey winning. What? Morale exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally regaining his composure. You can't be serious. Does my expression suggest jest? Boss, you must think this through. That's the king of oddities we're talking about. It's the pride of all our magic department students. Morale's face flushed with urgency. Can a title fill one's stomach? Arthur had never placed any weight on such appellations. The experiences of his youthful mercenary life had left a profound imprint on his thoughts. Empty titles are always less significant than gold. You could just as easily place a 1,000 gold piece bet on Huey winning. But be sure to spread it out. Don't alert the bookmakers or risk collapsing their odds. Number 2, 3. On stage, Master Austin had begun the countdown. Remember my words. Bet on Huey winning. Arthur reiterated his instruction before hurriedly leaping onto the dueling platform. Upon raising his head, Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Cheong, that fool, was grinning at him. Having met early after Go Li and Huey, the other two oddities faced each other. They both smiled, and even after Master Austin the Grand Mage announced the start, neither seemed inclined to attack. Let us negotiate. You don't use the Fire Dragon spell scroll, and we'll fight using our true abilities. How about that? I'm not foolish enough to forego my strengths. Arthur shot Cheong a fierce glare. Inwardly cursing, what you excel at is hurling gold. Then how about this? You also refrain from using the Fire Dragon spell. Give me the value of the scroll in gold, and I'll concede. Allowing you to win. How much do you want? You know my abilities and magical equipment. If it comes to a real fight, even 6 fire dragons might not guarantee your win, right? As brothers. I'll give you a deal. 3,000 gold for this match, and I'll let you have it. Cheong contemplated seriously. Deal. Let us begin. This time, Cheong genuinely refrained from using magical scrolls, slowly launching a chain fireball. 3 fireballs shooting toward Arthur in a triangular formation. Oh dear. How impressive. Arthur turned and ran, leaping off the dueling platform. As the officiating judge, Master Austin's nose nearly crinkled in irritation. The two openly negotiated terms before him. Cheating. If I catch you 2 little rascals. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Thus, the duel between the two oddities concluded in a farcical manner, leaving the students below eager for a riveting confrontation akin to the previous day's battle, greatly disappointed. Boss, you truly have no sense of boundaries now, do you? Morale approached Arthur immediately after he exited the arena. Arthur offered a wry smile. This time, I genuinely couldn't win. That fool kept hurling fire dragons. And I couldn't even get close. Better to swindle him for 3,000 gold. Even if I ultimately win, the prize won't match that amount. Boss, I'm genuinely in awe of you now. Morale extended a thumbs up to Arthur. Within the academy library, a magic circle flickered, and old Harry appeared at Shaylin's desk, promptly seizing the fragrant teacup and downing its contents in one go. Calming the mind, refining the meridians, enhancing perception. This UBT is truly splendid. Old Harry, still with eyes closed, savored the taste. I hear you have wagered with Vice-Dean Mori. Shaylin inquired, lifting her gaze. Oh dear, why must you play by the rules? I praise the tea, and you ought to offer me some. Shaylin chuckled softly. But I have none to spare. I might not even get a taste in the future. That place is growing increasingly unstable. Such a fine thing. It's truly a pity. Old Harry smacked his lips, shaking his head, yet chose not to pursue Shaylin's conversation further. So, you're aware of the bet then? Isn't it the news you intentionally let slip? I am genuinely curious about what you wagered with him that necessitated such widespread knowledge. Old Harry replied with a sense of pride. His superior grade, earth-level technique, fiery thunder. If it isn't disseminated widely, I fear he may not honor his loss. He is willing to part with his prize technique. Shaylin's voice brimmed with astonishment. No matter how formidable a technique is, it remains lifeless. Does he intend to take it to his grave? Moreover, what I have put forth as a wager is certainly worth his risk. You truly go to great lengths for that child. Old Harry sighed deeply. That scoundrel Keynes has been absent for years. Not a word from him, he walks away without a care, yet sends that child to me. I understand his intentions all too well. Shaylin pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. There is something I have yet to mention to you. I wish for Arthur to assist me with that matter. As soon as Shaylin spoke, Old Harry's brows shot up. No, I cannot agree. Your endeavor is a one-way trip. Chapter 80 Unexpected Conclusion. In the training arena, Arthur and Huey faced each other. Huey maintained a stoic expression, yet beneath that icy gaze lay a raging fire. Ready to erupt the moment the examiner declared the match to commence. Arthur wore a subtle smile. Even his squinting eyes reflected joy. If not for their presence on the arena, he could easily be mistaken for the sunny boy next door. The arena was densely packed with students, not only those from this year's warrior and mage departments, but also many from the 2 preceding years, all curious about this duel between a warrior and a mage. In the annals of Blood Dawn Academy, such solitary confrontations were indeed rare. Among the crowd stood Arno, Morale, Joan, Goalie, and Nini together. Goalie's gaze was filled with anticipation as her mind raced with thoughts, questioning why she lost to Huey. Yet Arthur immediately accepted his challenge. Joan murmured, Arthur lost to me. If he triumphs over Huey today, shouldn't the title of King of Oddities belong to me? Suddenly, someone stepped heavily on Joan's foot. Ah. Who stepped on me? Her cry elicited laughter from many students around, yet no one noticed Morale, who remained dejected, head bowed. On a distant hillside away from the arena, a group of 5 or 6 youths gathered. At the center of their circle was a smooth bronze mirror, reflecting the scene from the arena with startling clarity. Chiwa-Lun, that boy with the sword on his back, is the one who humiliated your brother. Arthur, isn't he? Indeed, that's him, replied a long-faced youth with an air of arrogance. Chi Rao is truly unfortunate. He has drawn the ire of this year's King of Oddities. A youth with a scar over his eye remarked with a smirk. Aren't you going to intervene? O King of Oddities? Asked a silver-haired mage. Chiwa-Lun snorted. If he cannot measure up to be the King of Oddities, he deserves to be beaten. Besides, our grandfather has declared he must not utilize any family resources. On a high platform at one corner of the arena, Old Harry and Leo stood side by side. Youth is indeed wonderful. It stirs my blood to the point I wish to join in and find someone to duel. Leo lamented, arms crossed. Wait until you master your fighting technique before seeking an opponent, otherwise. If you inadvertently get killed, wouldn't I be at a loss? Leo scoffed. Old Harry, you needn't provoke me with words or play those tricks to make it widely known that I, Leo, have never been one to break my promises. You should be more concerned about what happens if you lose. Don't be reluctant to part with that item when the time comes. Will I lose? I, Old Harry, have never misjudged a person. Just as the 2 old fellows exchanged banter, the battle commenced below. Huey lunged forward like a black leopard, his sharp claws aimed directly at Arthur's throat. Arthur's smile remained, but the colossal Starfall greatsword in his hands surged with fighting spirit as it sliced downwards. Huey did not alter his pounce, his left hand grasping at the sword's blade while his right hand thrust forward. Yet, Arthur's greatsword was unlike Goalie's silver star spear. As their weapons clashed, the greatsword remained steadfast, and Arthur swiftly transitioned from a downward slash to a sweeping motion aimed at Huey's chest. Huey bent low to evade the horizontal strike, while simultaneously clawing at Arthur's legs. As Arthur retreated, he brought the greatsword crashing down, willing to risk injury. Even if Huey's claws found their mark on Arthur's legs, the strike would likely break his spine. Huey rolled aside to evade the blow, then sprang up, darting towards Arthur from the side. Arthur, having missed a strike, pivoted, the sword sweeping upward once more towards the advancing Huey. Huey took a quick step, altering his trajectory to circle behind Arthur. Attempting a surprise attack, Arthur, with the greatsword tracing arcs, subtly turned his body to once again block Huey's path. Huey's weapon was too short. Only in close quarters could he inflict a fatal blow to Arthur. Sensing this, Arthur unleashed a flurry of movements with his greatsword. Parries, strikes, thrusts, jabs, sweeps, slashes, and cuts, creating an impenetrable defense around him, leaving Huey no room for error. Huey circled around Arthur, launching successive attacks. Should Arthur falter, even slightly, Huey would seize the opportunity to tear him apart. Arthur's Starfall greatsword danced with both speed and power. Every swing was like thunder, every strike a desperate counter. In the arena, the two figures whirled and leaped. Engaged in an intense battle, their energies clashing, leaving the outcome uncertain. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the spectacle, fearing they might miss a single detail. Good heavens, is that lad a mage? He should be in our warrior department. Leo, witnessing Arthur's prowess for the first time, was utterly astonished. Old Harry, reveling in pride, replied, "It's too late for regrets now. Young Arthur is a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Is it truly possible for someone to master both?" Leo shook his head in disbelief. In the arena, both Huey and Arthur began to show signs of fatigue. Although Huey's speed still outpaced Arthur's by a fraction, Arthur's relentless counterattacks rendered Huey's speed ineffective. Claw shadows, a black net of fighting spirit enveloped Arthur. As Huey, unable to break through, resorted to his fighting technique first. Anticipating this, Arthur activated his windstorm boots, darting sideways several meters, leaving Huey's charged attack in vain. Huey seemed to expect Arthur's evasion. As Arthur moved, he too sprang into action, raising his hand, the three sharp spikes on his gauntlet shooting forth. No one anticipated that Huey's weapon concealed hidden projectiles. The three spikes flew swiftly, with Arthur still in motion. He could only twist his body desperately to evade them. Two spikes grazed his sides, while the central spike pierced through Arthur's protective vine armor with a soft thud. Yet, there was no respite. Huey's other hand lifted again, launching three more spikes. Arthur, unable to dodge any longer, struggled to raise his greatsword. With a resounding clang, one spike struck the blade, but two others pierced Arthur's abdomen and grazed his face, leaving a gash from which blood began to flow. Huey followed up swiftly, his gauntlet claws crossing in a fierce strike. The fighting technique, cross rip, 6 lines of intersecting black fighting spirit aimed at Arthur, leaving him no escape, faced with the oncoming cross of black energy. Arthur instinctively reached for the water ring on his hand, but hesitated, instead spinning and throwing his Starfall greatsword. The greatsword cleaved through the center of the 6 intersecting energies, dispersing them in an instant. As the greatsword flew past Huey, Arthur raised his hand, summoning 3 fireballs from the remnants of the shattered black energy. Chain fireballs. Arthur cast his spell in a seamless transition from warrior to mage. The distance was alarmingly close. With a series of explosive sounds, the 3 fireballs struck Huey squarely in the chest. Huey rolled on the ground and quickly regained his footing, glaring at the charred remains of his armor. Gritting his teeth, "I concede." Arthur was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, yanking the spike from his chest and collapsing. "No, I am the one who has lost." Both competitors rushed to claim defeat, leaving old Harry, Leo, Morale, and everyone else in the audience stunned. What would happen to their wager now? Chapter 81 Shaylin's mission in the Academy Library. Professor Shaylin squinted at the smiling Arthur. Outside, chaos erupted due to his actions. Yet he remained seemingly unaffected. Hastening to her side, no one could fathom why. Despite Huey clearly admitting defeat, he chose to fall and claim loss himself. Arthur's actions rendered the outcome of the match a perplexing enigma. Students who had wagered on either Arthur or Huey refused to acknowledge their losses, both sides hounding the bookmaker for their winnings. Even when the bookmaker returned their principal, they remained relentless. The minor skirmishes among the students were inconsequential, yet the 2 vice deans, old Harry and Leo, engaged in a war of words over the outcome of the competition, which swiftly escalated into a physical confrontation, culminating in a fierce battle above the snow line of Mount Azaro. The commotion they created even drew the attention of the royal guards and the Mage Guild. Mistaking it for an invasion by powerful foes nearly activated the defenses of the royal city. Furthermore, it seems that the illustrious title of the King of Oddities, passed down through the generations at Blood Moon Academy, may face an unprecedented vacancy. Arthur, of course, remained blissfully unaware that this entire debacle was instigated by his desire to procure a mere 1,000 gold coins. "Have you made up your mind?" Shaylin inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Arthur's eyes. "If Professor Shaylin can genuinely assist me in resolving the issues surrounding Danyang refining the divine, I am willing to accept this task," he replied. "Before you make an official decision, Allow me to convey two important points. Firstly, I cannot completely resolve the issues associated with Danyang refining the divine, but I can alleviate the damage it inflicts on your meridians, ensuring your cultivation beneath the rank of battle general remains unharmed. Secondly, this task carries significant risks, and Archmage Horrocks has explicitly forbidden you from undertaking it. Arthur pondered for a moment. Every task involves risk. I am merely concerned whether the rewards are commensurate with the dangers. The rank of battle general is still far from my reach. You need only inform me of the task's details, and I shall weigh whether to accept it. I require you to go to a certain location, and then find a way to return and relay to me what you have witnessed. Find a way to return. Arthur immediately sensed the underlying implications in Shaylin's words. Are you suggesting that I may not come back? Shaylin nodded. The place I need you to go is exceptionally far. I will transport you there via a spatial magic array, and you will return using a spatial wormhole magical scroll. Arthur scratched his head. I still do not comprehend where the danger of this task lies. That location has remained unvisited for many years. No one knows what dangers you may encounter once you step beyond the magic array. Furthermore, all magical elements have been sealed there, rendering you incapable of casting spells. Then how will I utilize the spatial wormhole magical scroll? This is precisely why I have chosen you. The area surrounding the magic array is devoid of magic. Yet magical elements still exist in other regions. You must rely on your physical prowess to reach a place where you can employ magic, enabling you to return via the magical scroll. Should you encounter any mishaps before perceiving the flow of magical elements, you may never return. How far must I walk after exiting the magic array? Shaylin shook her head. No one knows. It could be 1 kilometer. Or perhaps 100 kilometers. I am merely a level 3 warrior. You ought to seek a more formidable fighter. Shaylin smiled. It is not easy to find a rarity that excels in both martial and magical disciplines. More importantly, many powerful beings are observing that location. If an excessively strong warrior were to venture there, it would undoubtedly attract their attention that I simply wish for you to stealthily observe it for me. Arthur contemplated for a moment before responding earnestly. I must apologize. Professor Shaylin, I cannot accept this task. Shaylin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift refusal from Arthur. Before she could inquire, he elaborated. I believe the level of danger associated with this task does not correspond with the rewards. If I accept this task, the likelihood of my not returning is exceedingly high, which implies it is a gamble for my life. Yet the reward merely entails resolving cultivation issues beneath the rank of battle general. It is not worth risking my life for such a guarantee. Shaylin quickly regained her composure. What kind of reward would be worth risking your life? Arthur gestured towards Shaylin's wrist. A spatial bracelet such as yours. Shaylin suddenly burst into laughter. You little schemer, I suspect you have been calculating this all along. Arthur felt somewhat embarrassed by her laughter and hastily waved his hands. I truly had no such intention before understanding the level of danger associated with this task. Your sword, along with food and water, cannot be carried through the spatial magic array. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would temporarily lend you a spatial bracelet if you manage to return alive. I shall take the liberty of gifting it to you. Arthur was taken aback. He had just been concerned that the rewards might be too extravagant, only to find that Professor Shaylin casually offered him a spatial item valued at 200,000 gold coins. Was she truly just a professor at the academy? Shaylin directly retrieved a golden bracelet from her desk drawer and handed it to Arthur. This bracelet has an internal space of only 10 cubic meters. But it will suffice for your current needs that I have already placed the food and water you will require during this mission inside. Arthur excitedly accepted the bracelet and donned it immediately. The center of the bracelet was adorned with a space stone slightly larger than a grain of rice, with intricate magical runes etched across its surface. Such a remarkable little object, with an internal space of 10 cubic meters. Arthur attempted to establish a mental connection with the space stone. Upon contact, he found himself enveloped in a vast white void. This was the interior of the space stone. He grasped his starfall sword. And with a mere thought, the colossal blade materialized within the space stone. It was simply too fascinating, akin to acquiring a new toy. Arthur engaged in various experiments, thoroughly enjoying himself. Do you need to prepare anything else? Or is there something I should do for you in case you do not return? Shaylin's voice pulled Arthur back from his newfound amusement. Arthur contemplated for a moment before finally shaking his head. The vendetta against the Blue Rose could not be entrusted to another, and Arno's survival skills surpassed his own, leaving him with little to worry about. If you are prepared, shall we proceed now? Shailen appeared quite eager, wishing to send him away before old Harry could locate him. After receiving Arthur's affirmative response, Shailen replaced the magic stones beneath him in the magic array with 6 new ones, each the size of a fist. Arthur had never encountered such pure magic stones before. Standing in the center of the magic array, Arthur calmly regarded Shailen. "Do you have any further requests? If you reach a point where you can cast spells without encountering any dangers, I hope you will venture as far forward as possible. Should you sense any remarkable presence observing you, return immediately. This does not count as a task, but rather a personal request of mine." Arthur nodded, and brilliant light erupted from the 6 corners of the magic array, instantly engulfing him. Will he be able to return? Shailen murmured to herself as she gazed at the now empty magic array. Chapter 82. The mysterious world. A cascade of luminous colors flowed before Arthur's eyes. He felt as though his body had vanished, enveloped in the brilliance. There was no sense of time, weight, or physicality. Apart from the flowing light, nothing existed. Arthur retained only his consciousness, yet this awareness became a torturous ordeal. The spatial tunnel seemed to stretch infinitely. Arthur closed his eyes, forcing himself to forget everything. In a hazy state, he seemed to drift into a deep slumber, dreaming for what felt like an eternity. Keynes, Tony, Arno, Goli, and Shailen each appeared in his dreams, only to vanish again. Time became indeterminate, and suddenly, Arthur felt pain, a sensation of being tugged and torn apart. As if countless hands were grasping at him, intent on shredding him, he abruptly opened his eyes, discovering himself contorted on the ground. Gradually, he moved his limbs, striving to achieve a normal posture before slowly rising. Just as he straightened his knees, he collapsed again, as if an unknown force beneath him were pulling him down, forcing his limbs tightly against the ground. The gravity here was nearly 3 times that of the Berland continent. And Arthur lay still, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the weight of the ground. He then slowly straightened his knees, raised his torso, and lifted his gaze. The sight before him rendered Arthur utterly speechless. He found himself in a world of deep crimson. The ground was covered in coarse, dark red rubble, stretching into the horizon. Above, the sky blazed with the same dark red hue, and in every direction. There were no signs of flora or fauna. This was a desolate realm devoid of life. Arthur stood on a slightly elevated, flat hillside, the magic array beneath him completely obscured by the dark red rubble. With only faint traces of the array's lines barely visible, he felt no breeze. The air was stagnant. Just as Shailen had described, there was not a hint of magical elements flowing within the space. And the magical energy within him felt as if it had been sealed away. Inaccessible. In this gravity-enhanced world, a mere mage's frail body would struggle to move. Arthur checked his spatial bracelet. All its contents remained intact. He took out food and water to replenish his energy, realizing that in an unfamiliar world, it was imperative to optimize his physical condition. When he reslung the Starfall sword onto his back, the immense weight nearly forced him back to the ground. The sword now felt heavier than when he first lifted it. Resisting the urge to return it to the space bracelet, Arthur painstakingly took his first step. His legs felt leaden, as though he were carrying a mountain on his back. Each step forward was an arduous feat, yet he persisted, one step at a time. When fatigue set in, he would pause to rest briefly before continuing onward. After what felt like half a day's journey, he turned back, realizing the hill where the magic array was located lay merely a few hundred meters behind him. A bitter smile crept across Arthur's face. Yet he did not retract the Starfall sword. Arthur was, in truth, compelling himself, forcing his body to swiftly adapt to this world, urging himself to become proficient in wielding weapons for combat as quickly as possible. He harbored a profound sense that this seemingly desolate and lifeless realm concealed some immense danger, and he must prepare for battle before that peril arrived, for he had to return. There were numerous responsibilities awaiting him in the place he hailed from. This world appeared devoid of direct sunlight, thus lacking the cyclical rhythm of day and night, rendering it impossible to discern direction, the sky perpetually shrouded in a dark crimson hue. Arthur chose a direction and pressed onward, apprehensive of losing his way due to the absence of reference points. Every few dozen meters, he etched a straight arrow on the ground with his sword. At first, wielding the sword felt akin to lifting an immense weight, requiring Arthur to gather strength before each movement. He ventured further, leaving behind a series of arrows. When the hill he had once descended faded from view, Arthur found himself able to swing the Starfall sword in rapid succession. The seemingly endless journey became monotonous to the brink of madness. The lifeless world weighed heavily on his spirit, yet the weight of the Starfall sword served as a reminder that he was not merely a soulless automaton. Thus, Arthur consciously immersed his mind in mastering the sword, revisiting the techniques he had once learned, contemplating the integration of swordsmanship with the deathly ART to AT intervals. He would unleash a strike, experimenting with angles of attack. The advanced sword technique, Thunder Slash, obtained from plundering an underground merchant guild, had previously been elusive due to a lack of time for study and contemplation. Yet now, he had practiced the entire technique to the point of repetition. In this realm devoid of a sense of time, Arthur lost track of how long had passed. He might not have even realized that the Starfall sword danced in his grasp with an elegance akin to that displayed in the dueling grounds of his past. Moreover, his swordsmanship had acquired an added depth. Every strike was executed with meticulous control over power and angle, ensuring no energy was squandered. However, as Arthur instinctively drew another arrow on the ground, the sword he had nearly brought down abruptly halted mid-air, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. Beneath the edge of his sword lay a small thorny plant, its spiky branches adorned with a few vibrant red leaves. This marked the first sign of life Arthur had encountered since arriving in this world. This plant symbolized hope. It was not a world devoid of vitality. Overwhelmed with excitement, Arthur broke into a run. As he advanced, the number of plants on the ground multiplied, initially appearing as scattered clusters, soon blossoming into dense thickets. Exhausted from his sprint, Arthur collapsed onto the ground, turning his head to gaze at the clusters of red thorns and murmuring, "How wonderful it is to be in a world filled with life." Arthur drifted into slumber, experiencing a sense of peace he had not known since arriving in this realm. That a faint rustling sound brushed against his ears, jolting him awake. The turmoil at Blood's Heart Academy gradually subsided, to everyone's astonishment. The instigator of the upheaval, Arthur, had seemingly vanished from this world without a trace. Students whispered in hushed tones, seeking information everywhere, yet found nothing. The professors of the academy exhibited an unusual calmness, as if Arthur had never existed at all. The simple act of being forgotten by the world was indeed that straightforward and ordinary. Arno moved into Morale's quarters and thereafter never stepped outside again, spending his days engrossed in a thick tome of magic. Save for enchanting equipment, Morale maintained his languid demeanor, engaging in social networking while idly passing the time. In the dueling arena, a girl with short chestnut hair sent a towering boy flying with a swift kick, then suddenly raised her chin to the sky, exclaiming, "Where on earth did that scoundrel run off to?" Chapter 83. The crimson-hued creature. While in a deep slumber, Arthur was startled awake by a faint rustling sound. As he sat up, the sound abruptly ceased. Scanning his surroundings, he found nothing but clusters of red thorns dotting the ground. He slung the Starfall greatsword across his back and retrieved a level 4 elven bow, intricately carved and named Wanderer's Sorrow, from his spatial hand ring. Drawing an arrow, he aimed it at the nearest thicket of thorns. The arrow struck the brambles, eliciting no response. Arthur nocked a second arrow, targeting another cluster, and then a third. He cautiously stepped forward, systematically shooting through the thorny patches. Upon releasing his 7th arrow, a small creature with dark red skin suddenly leapt from behind the thorns and bolted away. A smile crept across Arthur's face as he released the 8th arrow, which struck true, piercing the creature's thigh and pinning it to the ground. Arthur approached and flipped it over with his foot. The moment he did, the creature sprang back to life, baring its sharp teeth and lunging for Arthur's throat. Arthur swiftly positioned the bow horizontally, its back pressing against the creature's neck, preventing it from reaching him. Now, Arthur could discern the creature's full form. It stood nearly as high as his thigh, its dark red skin hairless and wrinkled, with red eyes and a pointed snout lined with sharp fangs, its appearance reminiscent of a monkey from the continent, albeit without a tail or fur. This small fiend was incredibly vicious, screeching and snapping at Arthur despite being restrained. With a forceful flick of his wrist, Arthur sent the creature tumbling to the ground. It rolled several times, its eyes rolling back, blood streaming from its mouth and nose, rendering it motionless. Is it dead? This little thing is so fragile. Perfect. I can take it back to show Shaylin, Arthur mused, bending down to retrieve the creature's corpse. Just as his hand was about to touch the body, the creature suddenly sprang back to life, leaping onto Arthur and attempting to bite him. Arthur was clad in level 4 Inchcloud's spirit vine armor, and the creature's bite left no mark on the sturdy fabric. Nevertheless, the sudden attack startled Arthur, who swiftly grasped the creature's neck and squeezed. With a sharp crack, Arthur crushed its neck without holding back, ensuring it was irrevocably deceased this time that he stored the corpse in his hand ring. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he had been careless, nearly falling victim to such a diminutive creature, such ferocity and cunning. What manner of being was this? As Arthur pondered with furrowed brows, he felt a flicker of magic stirring within him, a tremor of the magical elements scattered throughout the space that in that moment, he finally perceived the faint presence of magical elements in the air. Though insufficient to conjure a spell, it offered a glimmer of hope of returning home. Excitement surged within him as he pressed forward. Having traversed only a short distance, Arthur encountered more of the red-skinned creatures. 7 or 8 of them suddenly emerged from the thickets, and this time they did not flee. Instead, they boldly charged at Arthur. Their method of attack had shifted from mere biting and clawing to wielding black sticks about the length of an arm, one end sharpened enough to resemble a crude spear. Even so, their combat prowess remained pitifully low. With a sweep of his greatsword, Arthur dispatched them one by one in mere moments. He collected their weapons, exerting considerable effort to snap one in half. Capable of crafting weapons and employing cunning tactics, they could no longer be simplistically labeled as mere monsters. They were intelligent beings akin to humans. Orcs and elves. That Arthur's battle with these small creatures had only just begun as he advanced. More and more of the creatures surged from the thickets and underground, actively launching their attacks. Initially, a few scattered ones appeared, then dozens, eventually culminating in groups of them. While they posed no significant threat to Arthur, their incessant assaults became a nuisance, and as he progressed, he left a trail of corpses in his wake. Arthur sensed he was delving deeper into their territory. They undoubtedly perceived him as an intruder, hence the relentless attacks. Yet, he had no choice but to persist, for the further he ventured, the more vibrant the magical elements became. Allowing him to communicate with them, he was just short of the necessary quantity. In what felt like an eternity of relentless slaughter, Arthur finally noticed the clusters of red thorns had vanished, revealing a sparse black forest before him. These trees were not tall, with trunks no thicker than a person's embrace, and peculiarly, both the trunks and branches were black, devoid of any leaves. Numerous small creatures stood atop these trees, wielding weapons fashioned from the branches. Arthur could hardly contain his eagerness to charge into the woods. He could sense the rich flow of magical elements within, and once inside, he could activate the magical scrolls and return home. However, just as he approached the woods, he halted abruptly. Waves of small creatures poured forth from the trees, not immediately attacking, but instead forming ranks at the forest's edge, quickly assembling into a dense formation that completely obstructed his path. Arthur stood momentarily stunned. These creatures had arranged themselves into 5 neatly organized formations, resembling a military unit. The sheer number of them, over 1,000, sent chills down his spine, especially as he noted that the last 2 rows of each formation contained creatures that stood significantly taller, their skin shifting from dark red to a darker hue. Their weapons were no longer crude wooden spears, but rather polished stone axes that gleamed with a lustrous sheen. At the forefront of the formation stood a singular black creature, an imposing figure amidst the throng. The height of this monstrous creature was nearly akin to that of Arthur, and it donned a set of crude, rudimentary armor crafted from the bark of those dark trees. In its grasp was something resembling a staff. It was likely the general of this army, or perhaps the king of these crimson-skinned beasts. As Arthur gazed upon it, the creature returned the scrutiny with an unsettling calmness, devoid of the ferocity and wrath typically found in the eyes of other monsters. Were it not for the stark contrast in their appearances, Arthur might have felt he was confronting a being as flesh and blood, as soulful as himself. Just as Arthur hesitated, a mournful sound akin to a horn resonated through the forest. The king of the red-skinned creatures gestured forward with its staff, and the towering beasts at the rear of the formation surged ahead, launching their stone axes towards Arthur. The sky filled with axes, descending upon him like meteors, leaving Arthur momentarily paralyzed with indecision, whether to charge forward or retreat. Chapter 84. Enclosed in siege, faced with the onslaught of axes raining down, Arthur's instinctual response was to flee. Charging headlong at a battalion with nothing but his own courage was sheer folly, even if the individual strength of these creatures was only slightly superior to that of the monkeys on the continent. Their sheer numbers were enough to overwhelm any opposition. Even the lions of the savannah would retreat in the face of a formidable swarm of hornets. Arthur turned and ran, swiftly covering several meters. Yet he was still within the reach of the axes, which struck him relentlessly upon his body and head. Despite the protection of his fourth-tier vine armor, each axe that struck felt akin to a heavy punch. While the impacts to his body were bearable, one axe struck him squarely on the back of his head, akin to a blunt assault, causing Arthur to stagger dangerously close to the ground. With his hands shielding his head, he sprinted away, experiencing firsthand the meaning of frantic retreat. The cacophony of victory erupted from the horde of monsters behind him, their high-pitched cheers merging into a single wave. Akin to an assault from a sonic weapon. Even after running nearly 100 meters, Arthur still felt a throbbing pain in his head. The black-skinned monster leader waved its staff forward, and the horde surged towards Arthur with frenzied squeals. In the boundless expanse of the Crimson Wasteland, devoid of any cover or concealment, it was a visible chase. Alone, Arthur sprinted ahead, pursued by a throng of monsters. As he ran, the creatures with their short limbs were unable to keep pace with him. Over time, their numbers began to stretch out, eventually forming a long, thin line. Initially, Arthur was genuinely fleeing, but gradually he began to slow his pace, even pausing intermittently to allow the smaller monsters to keep up with him. As the pursuing horde thinned, Arthur suddenly turned and charged back. When these creatures leapt towards him, they realized how few of their companions remained. With a sweeping motion of his great sword, he cleaved through 2 or 3 of the small monsters at once. And with a swift follow-up, he dispatched those rushing from behind, swiftly slaughtering 2 to 3 dozen, as if they were mere vegetables. After a brief delay, the remaining small monsters regrouped and charged once more, prompting Arthur to turn and flee again. This cycle repeated several times, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of the diminutive creatures at Arthur's hand. Yet these monsters were not lacking in intelligence. After a few attempts, the pursuing horde suddenly halted. No matter how Arthur enticed them, they would not continue their pursuit and began to retreat, seemingly giving up. Observing the retreating monsters, Arthur smirked coldly. You wish to chase? Then withdraw at will. It shall not be so simple. With his sword drawn, he pursued the rear of the retreating horde, ruthlessly slaughtering them. When they turned to retaliate, he would simply run away again. Once entangled, this group of monsters found it challenging to escape, leaving behind dozens of corpses at intervals. Suddenly, the mournful horn sound echoed again from within the horde, prompting them to cease their retreat and regroup. Arthur too paused, quenching his thirst while narrowing his eyes at the approaching monsters. What are they plotting? Are they preparing to fight me once more? Arthur remained still, mirroring the newfound stillness of the regrouped monsters. Both sides maintained a distance, locked in a standoff. It seems they are awaiting something. Upon realizing this, Arthur suddenly perceived something was amiss. The monsters regrouping before him were far fewer than those that had emerged from the forest earlier. Although he had slain many, it did not account for their numbers dwindling to less than a third of their original size. At that moment, the sounds of horns echoed from behind him and both flanks, as additional hordes of monsters emerged from the other 3 directions. Arthur found himself encircled. Damn it, I've been outmaneuvered, he cursed vehemently. He had underestimated these creatures. Their intelligence was likely on par with that of humans. They had cleverly dispatched a portion of their forces to flank him, using self-sacrifice to lure him into a trap. It was uncertain whether this strategy had been premeditated or concocted in response to his earlier counterattacks. This is it. If they truly closed in on him, he would be ground down to dust. Spitting on the ground, Arthur charged headlong into the mass of monsters. The horde parted down the middle, resembling gaping maws awaiting his entry. Arthur plunged into their midst, instantly surrounded by a multitude of small beasts. This time, he fought with all his might, unleashing the thunderclap sword technique he had just mastered. His sword struck like a thunderbolt, wildly cleaving and slashing through the ranks. The massive Starfall sword, with its imposing length and ferocity, was ideal for the chaos of battle. Each downward strike felled 2 or 3 foes, and a sweeping motion would take down entire swathes. The small monsters fell like harvested wheat, quickly accumulating into a thick pile of corpses around Arthur. Arthur fought fiercely, yet these small monsters displayed a relentless disregard for their own lives, charging at him fearlessly, using their lives to anchor him in place. Arthur's armor was soon drenched in the blood of his adversaries, each step forward becoming increasingly arduous. Amidst the carnage, Arthur stole a glance around. The monsters encircling him remained densely packed, while the hordes from the other 3 directions drew nearer. If he delayed any longer, escape would become impossible. Realizing this, he could no longer afford to hold back. channeling his fighting spirit to its utmost limit. With the technique, Thunderstorm Fury, a surge of energy erupted from the Starfall sword, crashing into the mass of monsters in the wake of his strike. A path over a meter wide and 7 to 8 meters long opened up amidst the throng, littered with severed limbs. With 2 agile leaps, Arthur dashed through, swiftly delivering a second blow that carved another path of a similar length. After just 2 strikes, the horde was effectively breached. The thunderclap slash, though not of high rank, was brutish in nature and immensely powerful, making it perfect for the battlefield. Arthur soared into the air. Just as he was about to burst free from the encirclement, a dark figure suddenly lunged out from the side. It was the leader of this monstrous horde. Its black staff aimed directly at Arthur's side. Unyielding in his forward momentum, Arthur swung his sword in retaliation. The creature's body twisted in an astonishing manner, completely evading the blade, and before Arthur could react, the staff struck his waist. A jolt of shock coursed through him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The impact from the monster leader had left him more stunned than injured. Its evasion was not mere instinct, but a display of martial prowess. Where had it acquired such skill? The monster leader raised its staff high, preparing to bring it crashing down upon Arthur's head. Chapter 85. The passage of time. Arthur's injury was not grave. He fell more from the numbing effect of the staff's blow rather than from any significant damage. Shielded by the cloud's spirit vine armor, the numbness faded almost as swiftly as it had come. As the creature's staff descended, Arthur, still on the ground, swiftly raised his left hand. With the technique, Death's Embrace, he summoned a sharp hunting knife seemingly from thin air. The blade glinted as it sliced upward, penetrating the monster leader's jaw and exiting through its elongated mouth. Withdrawing the knife, blood sprayed forth as the leader's corpse crumpled to the ground. In an instant, the entire monstrous horde erupted into chaos, their high-pitched shrieks merging into a cacophony as they frantically charged at Arthur. Rising to his feet, Arthur dashed away, snatching the peculiar staff from the fallen leader as he ran. With all his might, he quickly distanced himself from the creatures, racing back to the dark woods, where he encountered no further opposition. Upon entering the forest, the long-dormant magical energy within him surged back to life, and the surrounding magical elements became vibrantly active. Arthur retrieved the spatial wormhole magic scroll from his hand ring, knowing that with just a bit of magical energy, he could return home. However, as he prepared to tear it open, he hesitated and ultimately returned the scroll to its place. He recalled Shaylin's request. It would be prudent to gain a deeper understanding of this peculiar world. Gripping the Starfall sword tightly once more, he ventured slowly deeper into the woods. Though small monsters continued to emerge from the trees, their numbers posed no threat to Arthur, and he dispatched them effortlessly. After traversing a mere 100 meters into the woods, he found himself in a vast clearing where a sizable settlement came into view. After eliminating the last batch of monsters that had charged out from the settlement, Arthur stepped boldly into the village. The settlement was not insignificant in size, but appeared quite primitive and rudimentary. Walls constructed from dark branches enclosed the area, while within stood small huts with pointed roofs made of tree bark, bound together by a type of brown, creeping vine that Arthur had never encountered before. Arthur intended to casually rip off a segment of vine to place into his bracelet, only to discover that these vines possessed remarkable resilience. Resisting his attempt to sever them effortlessly, he took special note of their sustenance, rummaging through the cabin to unearth some dark red moss and brown mushroom-like food, alongside an assortment of jerky from creatures unknown to him. These items were entirely unfamiliar to Arthur on his journey, suggesting that their source of nourishment likely originated from the other side of the woods, and this world was far from the sparsely populated realm he had initially envisioned. Walking through the village, Arthur felt as though he had entered a land of diminutive beings, for the rooftops of most houses barely reached his shoulders. Naturally, a towering structure at the heart of the village captured his attention. It was a circular altar constructed of red stone. At the center of the altar stood a grand statue, sculpted from the black wood of the exterior, its craftsmanship remarkably crude, rendering the face indistinct, save for one hand resting upon the chest and the other raised high. Clutching a scepter, the statue bore a striking resemblance not to the pointed-mouthed monsters, but rather to the features of humanity. Arthur surmised that this must be a deity worshipped by the village or tribe. And as he gazed at the statue, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Perhaps Shaylin would recognize it, Arthur mused as he reached out toward the statue. At that moment, a colossal projection seemed to descend from the heavens. enveloping the statue's form, and an immense surge of energy erupted from the wooden figure. The overwhelming force instilled in Arthur a profound sense of pressure, as if the statue might spring to life at any moment. "What sorcery is this?" he exclaimed, his fighting spirit igniting as he swung the Starfall greatsword towards the statue's head, intent on cleaving it in twain. In that instant, the statue truly came to life, raising the hand that had been resting on its chest. While the scepter in its other hand began to shimmer with a dark luminescence, Arthur's sword met the raised hand with a resounding crack, severing the wooden arm below the elbow, which fell to the ground. Yet, the colossal energy continued to escalate rapidly, pressing down on Arthur, rendering him nearly unable to stand, let alone strike a second blow, as the scepter's tip now aimed directly at him, the black glow intensifying. With a mighty roar, Arthur unleashed every ounce of his fighting spirit, pushing back against the oppressive force, rolling forward to grasp the fallen wooden arm, while simultaneously unraveling a spatial magic scroll. Shaylin strolled gracefully around her room, the magical aura concealing her face dissipating in her solitude, revealing a striking visage. Her bright eyes, gently arched brows, delicate nose, and fair skin presented a countenance reminiscent of an angel. Suddenly, a fissure opened before her, expanding and emitting a radiant white light, and in the next moment, Arthur tumbled through the opening, landing abruptly on the floor. Startled, Shaylin dropped her teacup, spilling tea everywhere, murmuring, "You actually returned?" Arthur, struggling to rise from the floor, managed to lift his head. "Professor Shaylin, I had no idea you were so youthful." "Oh," Shaylin gasped, her magical aura instantly reappearing to obscure her face. "Are you surprised that I could return?" Arthur unmistakably caught her earlier murmuring. "No, it's wonderful that you have returned. I've been waiting for you," Shaylin replied hastily, moving to assist Arthur to his feet. As Arthur flipped his hand, a plethora of items cascaded onto Shaylin's table, including the corpse of a small monster. Shaylin gasped, covering her mouth with one hand, hardly believing her eyes. After a brief moment of collecting his thoughts, Arthur recounted the details of his recent journey. With Shaylin interjecting frequently to inquire about various details, Arthur's discoveries had evidently far surpassed Shaylin's expectations, as she remained deep in thought long after he had finished speaking. "Thank you for your efforts. Consider the bracelet officially a gift to you. I will fulfill my promise in a few days," she stated. Arthur chose not to respond further and stepped into the center of the magic circle. "Wait, there's one more thing." Just as Shaylin was about to gesture to activate the magic circle, Arthur interrupted, causing her hand to freeze midair. "Shaylin, you are truly beautiful." With a flash of light, Arthur vanished, leaving Shaylin in a daze, her face inexplicably flushed. Upon returning to his quarters in high spirits, Arthur found no sign of Arno, and a layer of dust coated the room, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. He proceeded to knock on Morale's door, where a chubby face peeked through. Morale blinked in surprise before enveloping Arthur in a hug. "Boss, you finally returned. I thought you were dead." "You're the one who looks dead. In such a short time, you've gained quite a bit of weight," Arthur exclaimed as he struggled to extricate himself from Morale's embrace. It was then that he noticed Arno, obscured by Morale's bulk, and with a smile remarked, "I figured you would be here, mooching food." Arno smiled shyly. "You're back. I'll gather my things and return to our room." Arthur failed to notice that Arno, turning away under the pretense of tidying up, had tears welling in his eyes. "Boss, your timing is impeccable. Quickly, teach me how to ace this year's year-end assessment." Morale, not inquiring about Arthur's recent absence, eagerly sought assistance. "Are you out of your mind? The year-end assessment just concluded," Arthur replied incredulously. "Impossible. It clearly hasn't started yet." Morale's confusion was evident. Arthur himself was perplexed. Morale did not appear to be joking. The astonished expression on Shaylin's face, the dust in his room, Morale's unexpected weight gain. These details coalesced in Arthur's mind, leading to a sudden realization. He seized Morale's arm urgently. "Tell me, how long have I been gone?" "A year." Chapter 86. A year. As time Arthur was utterly taken aback. He had been absent for an entire year. Without sunrises or sunsets, he had no concept of how long he had lingered in that strange world. But it certainly had not felt like a year. He estimated his time there to be no more than a month, based on the food he had consumed. Yet, an entire year had elapsed in Berland continent. Arthur could not fathom the reason behind this discrepancy. Time-related issues were the most complex. Although time magic was classified among the 12 schools of magic, It was considered a forbidden zone, with no mage on the continent openly claiming mastery over it. Arthur could only speculate that perhaps the flow of time differed between the two worlds, or that he had expended a significant amount of time within the spatial passage. Regardless of the cause, Arthur had been absent from this world for a year, during which much had transpired. In a span of a year, the cohort of new students from that year had begun to achieve breakthroughs. Huey and Goalie were now both 4th-level battle captains, while Joan and Nini had progressed to 3rd-level mages. Even that lazy morale had reached the pinnacle of a 2nd-level mage, on the verge of a breakthrough. Observing his own standing, Arthur could not help but shake his head in wry amusement. He was still far from the next level in both fighting spirit and magical prowess. Despite being absent for a year, Arthur was not spared from assessments that a few days later, at the martial arts arena, he witnessed firsthand the growth of his peers, as their mastery of magic and combat techniques had matured considerably. In his first match, he encountered the girl mage from the previous year's first round once more. Unlike the prior year, when she had failed to release even a single defensive spell before Arthur had her sword at her throat. This time she managed to cast 2 defensive spells before he closed the distance that in the moment they engaged. She unleashed a Thunder Control magic scroll, delivering a fierce lightning strike before gracefully conceding. Although the girl lost again, she descended the stage with a smile, evidently pleased to have avenged her previous embarrassment. Following several battles, Arthur emerged victorious in each, yet it was clear that they were far more challenging than the previous year. Particularly in his battle with Nini, Arthur resorted to utilizing a fighting spirit technique from the Thunderblade technique to secure victory. He could no longer triumph over Nini relying solely on magical combat. If there was one individual whose strength had remained unchanged, it was the foolish Joan, who continued to employ the same uninspired fire dragon technique in the arena as he had the previous year. Even so, Joan stood as the last contender, for against the formidable 7th-level fire spells, none could rival him. In a subsequent duel with Arthur, it was Joan who proposed the terms. Let us keep the same wager as last year. Allow me to win this match. Agreed, Arthur replied without hesitation. I have an additional condition. You must tell me everything about where you've been this past year. Deal. Arthur didn't even feign contemplation, simply turning to exit the stage. You two little rascals. Once again witnessing their transaction, Master Austin, the great mage, could no longer contain his fury. 2 bolts of lightning, as thick as a man's arms, descended from above. Arthur and Joan had no opportunity to evade, both struck by the lightning, charred and collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing. The onlooking students were left breathless, realizing at last that the title, Thunderous Austin, referred not to his spells, but to his temper. Many were unaware that after the year-end assessments, Arthur had one more match against Huey. This time, it was Arthur who sought out Huey, and neither of them disclosed their intentions to anyone. Choosing a secluded hillside behind the Academy's administrative district for their duel, Arthur's aim was to gauge how much the passage of a year had widened the gap between himself and Huey. However, the outcome of the duel astonished Arthur himself. Although Huey, now a 4th-level battle officer, possessed greater strength and speed, he found himself consistently at a disadvantage throughout the contest. Arthur wielded the Starfall sword as if it had a mind of its own, always appearing in the path of Huey's strikes, effortlessly deflecting them with a gentle touch, a deft slice, or a graceful parry, completely neutralizing his charged attacks, while Huey's onslaught was akin to a torrential storm. Relentless and fierce, Arthur's blade moved with the subtlety of a spring breeze, rendering Huey's ferocity utterly impotent. In that moment, Arthur's feelings of disappointment began to dissipate. The year he had lost was not devoid of progress. Training under threefold gravity in that peculiar world had granted him exquisite control over his swordsmanship, and now, back in normal gravity, his skill had matured impressively for his tender age. Moreover, during his absence, the Palmer Duke's residence had paid 3 visits, leaving behind valuable gifts even in his absence. Among these gifts was a calling card from the middle-aged scholar Zino Halls, the Duke's son-in-law. The tale surrounding Zino had once stirred the entire royal city into a frenzy, with even Morale able to recount it vividly to Arthur. The essence of the story was that Zino had eloped with the Palmer Duke's beloved daughter, Gloria, and had managed to evade several high-ranking warriors sent by the Duke to intercept them, ultimately forcing the Duke himself to intervene. However, Gloria threatened to take her own life, and Zino, in a desperate bid, crippled his own meridians, forfeiting his 8th-level prowess, which finally moved the Duke to show mercy, and allow them to depart. Yet, the story concluded years later when the Duke abruptly came to his senses, inviting the couple and their twin children back to the Duke's estate, increasingly valuing his son-in-law over the last 2 years. After hearing this, Arthur could not help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. It seemed that his connection with the Palmer Duke's residence was inescapable. These were the matters of which Arthur was aware. There were also several occurrences of which he remained oblivious. In a clandestine chamber beneath the royal city, a tall man clad in black stood against the wall, his tone icy as he spoke. Such a trivial matter, yet your 2 groups of assassins have been watching it for an entire year without a shred of news. How have you managed this? Reggio, adorned in an ornate robe, wore a bitter expression. Since the last failure, you instructed me to exercise patience and refrain from acting within the Blood Radiance Academy. We have maintained our vigilance, but the target has not left the academy for over a year, leaving me without another opportunity to act. Are you implying that my lack of success is my fault? I would not dare. Please punish me, supervisor, Reggio stammered, immediately kneeling. And there have been no leads regarding the last incident with the merchant house. Reggio's forehead was now glistening with cold sweat, with both matters unresolved. Set aside your other responsibilities and prioritize this one. The cloaked supervisor's casual remark stripped Reggio of his other duties. Thank you, supervisor. The black-clad supervisor waved his hand. Continue your watch. He cannot possibly remain within these walls indefinitely. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Reggio, Arthur would remain within the academy for the entire following year. With no imminent dangers to his cultivation of fighting spirit, Arthur immersed himself fully in the arduous study of both combat and magic. Time flew, and as another year-end approached, Arthur's fighting spirit finally reached the pinnacle of the 3rd level in the arena of Blood Radiance Academy. A young man with long black hair wielded a massive sword with formidable grace. His movements fluid like a dragon in flight, each strike as swift as a shooting star, his blade cutting through the air like thunder, an explosion of fighting spirit emanating from him. As he sheathed his sword, the myriad of sword shadows dissipated, leaving only the young warrior standing firm. After 3 years, the once naive newcomer had transformed into a vigorous young man. Fatty, come up, let me practice with you. Arthur beckoned to Morale below. Am I to seek out punishment? Morale protested, shaking his head vigorously. Continue to waste your time, and I will see how you fare in this year's assessment. Morale chuckled. Boss, I'm planning to coast through. This year's assessment method has changed. Changed? How come I was not informed? Arthur sheathed his massive sword and approached the edge of the arena. Aside from training, have you paid attention to anything else this year? Arthur kicked Morale lightly. Stop rambling. Tell me how the academy plans to assess us this year. According to tradition, the academy's 3rd-year assessment is the blood color trial. The blood color trial? It's no wonder they call us a peculiar academy, always concocting these bizarre challenges. Arthur muttered, yet he dismissed the upcoming trial from his mind. It was understandable for Arthur to complain. Within the Isaac Kingdom, Blood Radiance Academy's approach to student training had always been unconventional. The 3rd-year blood color trial was, in essence, a practical assessment, requiring students to form teams to complete real-world tasks, ranging from hunting magical beasts to quelling bandits and maintaining public order, all aimed at evaluating students' ability to apply classroom knowledge in real scenarios. This year's assessment task has just been determined. It is to eliminate several factions of the Gale Bandits near the royal city. We will officially depart in 3 days, giving students 2 days to form teams. Boss, I'm sticking with you. The assessment location isn't within the academy. Arthur was more concerned with this detail before he could delve deeper into the specifics with Morale. He noticed Cheong, Gully, and Ni approaching together. What brings you all together? Are you truly that foolish? We are here to discuss forming teams for the upcoming task, Gully shot back with a sharp remark, inadvertently chastising both Morale and Arthur. Cheong remained indifferent, while Arthur ignored Gully entirely. Countless painful experiences had taught Arthur the best way to deal with the thorny rose that was Gully, silence. Morale had no choice but to explain the rules for this year's assessment task. In our cohort, there are 23 magicians and 118 warriors, and after 2 years of assessments, only 131 remain. The academy requires us to form 10 teams through voluntary grouping, with a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 15 members per team. Then, based on each team's performance in the tasks, they will be ranked. The bottom 5 teams will vote to eliminate the weakest member from each team, while the top 5 will reward the best performer in a similar manner. Additionally, The first and last place teams will be awarded and eliminated one extra member, respectively. The blood color trial assesses not only individual combat prowess, but also character and interpersonal relationships. Students with poor social ties find it challenging to form teams, and even if they are reluctantly included, they risk being voted out during the evaluation process. Do you understand the rules, Knight Arthur? I, the princess, am now formally recruiting you. Kneel and pledge your allegiance, Gully said, standing on her toes as she patted Arthur's shoulder. Can I refuse? If you're not afraid of being beaten to a pulp, feel free to try. Very well, I yield. Arthur feigned reluctance. The playful banter between them had become second nature over the past 3 years, and their small team of 5 had developed a unique camaraderie. A team requires at least 10 members. We still need 5 more. And I interrupted their playful exchange. Arthur, Gully, and Xiong exchanged glances, unsure whom to recruit. Quirkiness comes at a cost. Aside from their small group, none of them had other friends. Arthur had no desire to engage in matters outside of training. And he felt an invisible barrier separating him from the noble offspring. He was inherently disinclined to interact with them. Ge Li, if approachable, would not have earned the title of the Thorny Rose. Every male student who attempted to pursue or get close to her had been dealt with harshly, making her a pariah within the academy. As for Xiong, seemingly beloved by all, he maintained a humble and warm demeanor towards everyone, yet his impartiality prevented anyone from truly considering him a friend. Morale pounded his chest. Leave the remaining 5 to me. Absolutely not. The others chorused in dissent. Fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp. Those who typically got along with Morale were all about leisure and enjoyment. And none could hold their own in the arena. Morale rubbed his nose, retreating awkwardly. I do have a friend. She might be willing to join our team. And I spoke softly. I also have a candidate. He may be able to join us, Arthur suddenly interjected. Arno is not an option. The assessment forbids the presence of attendants, Gully interrupted. Arthur chuckled. It's not Arno. The person I'm considering is someone you all know. What about the remaining 3 slots? Gully frowned. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur suddenly grinned. Morale, you handle finding the last 3 members. Morale's face fell. Didn't you all just oppose that? Now it's my responsibility. You seek them, but I have a condition. Anyone wishing to join our team must pay a registration fee of 1,000 gold coins. Morale and the others gasped in unison, astonished that Arthur had devised a way to collect money. Just tell them Gully, Xiong, and I are in a team. Joining us guarantees a first-place finish. Go on. There will be those willing to sign up. It's my fault. I've raised him to expect to earn 3,000 gold coins with each assessment, Xiong remarked wistfully from the side. Commander, we have information. The target is about to leave the royal city. A gaunt figure clad in black rushed into the secret chamber. The corpulent commander, Legio, suddenly lifted his head, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. At long last, he would emerge after a year of enduring hardship. Elaborate, he feigned a calm demeanor. Upon hearing the black-clad man's report, Legio's brow furrowed. Though the third-year assessment of Bloodlight Academy was dubbed the Crimson Trial, it was not intended for students to shed blood or make sacrifices. These students hailed from noble families. And should a significant number of casualties occur during actual combat, the Academy would face severe repercussions. Consequently, each team was accompanied by a professor from the Academy, all of whom were formidable warriors of the 8th or 9th rank. The professors would not interfere with the students' decisions during combat nor lend their assistance, only intervening when a student's life was in peril. With a professor from the Academy in tow, it would not be an easy task to target Arthur. Send a message to the supervisor. This time, I will personally lead the team. Just allocate a group of absolute assassins to me, and I shall eradicate this lingering threat. Legio gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 88, A Gathering of Eccentrics on the Last Night Before Departure. Arthur's room was filled with people. In addition to Xiong and Gully, there were 4 new faces. Nini's friend, a wood mage named Ai Mayamo Li, was among them. Apart from Gully, the others were familiar with Ai May. Especially Arthur, who had encountered Ai May in the first round of assessments for the past 2 years. Their unexpected teaming left Arthur somewhat embarrassed. The other 3 young men were friends brought by Emilier, the ice mage Chi Si Nua, the third-rank warrior Gang Se, and Duan. Gang Se was tall and robust, with a cold demeanor, carrying a shield and an exaggerated double-bladed axe on his back. Duan, on the other hand, was slender, with a slender sword slanted at his waist. often squinting his small eyes and occasionally stealing glances at Guli when others weren't paying attention. Since the arrival of these two, Guli had been glaring at Laer with a murderous gaze. What is going on? Arthur discreetly poked Laer. Those pursuing Guli. I merely hinted that they could team up with her, and they obediently paid the registration fee. Laer whispered in Arthur's ear. I simply cannot comprehend how there are men who would be attracted to someone with Guli's temper. Arthur, what are you two whispering about? Why hasn't your guest arrived yet? Guli directed her fury at Arthur first. Before he could respond, a knock on the door sounded, and Laer hurried to open it. Everyone was taken aback as a dark-skinned young man entered. The formidable half-orc, Hiu-E, had arrived. I need no introduction. Hiu-E will be joining our team, Arthur announced to the group. Eli nodded expressionlessly at Hiu-E, while Cheong waved at him with a smile, and the others remained in a state of shock. Arthur, Guli, and Cheong were at least accompanied by a few friends, whereas Hiu-E had no allies within the academy. The children of noble families inherently rejected the identity of a half-orc, and no one wished to approach Hiu-E, someone who had come from humble beginnings. Arthur deeply understood the feeling of being socially ostracized. Choosing to ignore it, as he was destined to be in a different circle from these individuals, Hiu-E, however, had chosen a different path: resistance. Anyone who displayed even a hint of disdain or rejection in Hiu-E's presence would inevitably face his wrath. Both Gang Se and Duan had experienced Hiu-E's brutal assaults. Still, Hiu-E's formidable combat prowess was undeniable. As a 4th-rank combat lieutenant, he stood a good chance against a 5th-rank warrior. Chi Si Nua's eyes widened as he nudged Laer. The 4 eccentrics are gathered here. This team is undeniably strong. Brother, your thoughtfulness knows no bounds. Laer beamed with pride. With these 4, we are bound to achieve victory effortlessly. Don't forget what you said, a month at Zui Xiong Lu. Chi Si Nua chuckled. Rest assured. If I secure the 1st rank this time, my father will undoubtedly reward me with several thousand gold coins. Now that everyone is present, I shall outline the rules for our team. We will act in unison. And no one is permitted to act independently without following orders. Guli's gaze was particularly fixed on Arthur and Hiu-E, her warning unmistakable. Wait a moment. Arthur interrupted Guli. What do you mean by your team? I believe we should formally elect a team leader before discussing unified command. Arthur, are you deliberately opposing me? Guli placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Arthur. Arthur quickly smiled and waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. I merely questioned the wisdom of having a leader with no experience guide this mission. Arthur, I will remember this. Guli shot him another glare before turning around with a smile. Since there are differing opinions, I will yield this time. Let us vote on whom everyone trusts more. Arthur had no objections. I abstain. I have no preference for who becomes the leader. Surprisingly, Hiu-E was the first to declare his stance. I also abstain, Cheong chimed in cheerfully. Very well, with the 2 of you abstaining, that leaves 8 of us to vote. Now, raise your hand if you agree with me as the leader. Guli commenced the voting. Except for Arthur, 7 hands shot up in unison. In this awkward moment, Arthur could not help but shout. Laer, you scoundrel, which side are you on? Laer recoiled slightly. Boss, good men don't fight with women. Arthur, do you see this? What do you have to say now? Guli suppressed a laugh, triumphantly gazing at Arthur. You shameless traitors. You will eventually be led to ruin by this woman. Arthur covered his face with his hands. Since everyone has entrusted me with the role of team leader, I will now allocate tasks. Arthur will be responsible for our team's logistics. During the mission, he will oversee the procurement and carrying of food, potions, and fragile equipment. Additionally, Arthur, you are to leverage your strengths and take on more responsibilities for reconnaissance and pathfinding. Now you're starting to set me up. It's said that only women and villains are hard to raise. Arthur muttered under his breath, cursing repeatedly, in the Marquis's residence in a side chamber. Second brother, you must help me this time. If I miss this opportunity, I will never have another chance for revenge. Chi Lao implored his older brother, Chi Walun, the eccentric king from last year's academy. Grandfather has stated that this matter must be handled by you alone. If I assist you, who will bear the consequences if grandfather punishes me? Chi Walun calmly regarded his once proud younger brother, now humbled in demeanor. For the sake of brotherhood, please assist me just this once. You are about to be granted a title upon your return from the border, and even if grandfather finds out, he won't punish you. Chi Walun regarded Chi La Ao with a half-smile. True. We are brothers, but will elder brother bequeath the inherited title to either of us? Attacking academy students is a grave offense, and I earned this title through 2 years of battling orcs at the border. Tell me, why should I risk jeopardizing my impending title to help you? Chi La Ao lowered his head, biting his lip in silence. Chi Walun waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Why do you insist on competing with that wild brat? Focus on your training. After graduation, you will obtain your title. Grandfather has already arranged the path ahead for us, and you will have plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. Chi La Ao suddenly raised his head. As long as Arthur lives, my inner demons will persist. By the end of the year, I will officially come of age. If you assist me now, the family will allocate half of the assets under my name to you. Chi Walun paused, then pushed a piece of paper toward Chi La Ao, smiling as he said, I'm not pressuring you. Let us draft an agreement. Chapter 89. The overbearing bandit. With everyone having departed, only Arthur and Arno remained in the room. Arthur conducted a final check of the supplies needed for the upcoming mission, while Arno sat cross-legged on a mat, engrossed in a tome of magic. This was the nature of their relationship, each engaged in their own pursuits, seldom conversing, let alone exchanging banter like Arthur did with Imo La. Suddenly, Arno set the book down. I want to accompany you. Arthur smiled slightly. This mission does not permit others to participate or assist in secret. I have left you ample provisions. Please remain here and await my return. Then be careful. I will. The professors from the academy will be with us, so there should be no issues. Arno once again picked up the magic book. Their exchanges were simple. However, not long after, Arno set the book down once more. Arthur, after you leave, I wish to be away for a while. My magical power has remained at the peak of the 3rd rank for quite some time. When advancing to an intermediate dark mage, a massive gathering of dark magic elements will occur, and I need to find a discreet place to level up. Oh, then take this. I believe you may find it useful during your advancement. Arthur said, retrieving a small segment of a black wooden arm from his spatial bracelet. What a pure and potent force of darkness. Where did you acquire it? Arno gazed at Arthur in astonishment. I stumbled upon it during my year-long sojourn in a strange realm. The moment I laid eyes on that statue, it felt familiar. It was only after I returned and met you that I recalled its resemblance to the demon statue within the cathedral. Thank you. With this, I am certain I can ascend to the rank of intermediate mage. Let's not be so formal. The room fell silent once more. The following morning, golden sunlight bathed the colossal sword-shaped monolith inscribed with crimson school mottos at the academy's entrance. Beneath the monolith, Professor Augu squinted, basking in the warmth of the winter sun, stretching luxuriously. Professor Augu, you're not the leader of our team, are you? Arthur exclaimed excitedly as he rushed over to greet him. Upon seeing Arthur and his companions Huey, Goli, and Joan, Professor Augu's cheerful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a look of despair. How on earth did you four come together? This is truly a nightmare. Since we are acquaintances, we will trouble you to look after us during this journey, Arthur said with a smile. Professor Augu surveyed the group, cleared his throat, and began. Now that everyone is present, let me outline our mission and the rules. The Academy has assigned tasks based on the strength of each team. Your team's mission is to exterminate the Gale Bandits located 300 kilometers southwest of the Royal City, in the area known as the Slanting Sun Ridge. This group of bandits is the closest and most formidable to the Royal City. Although I am leading your team, I shall not interfere with your task. You may proceed as you see fit. As if I were invisible, as long as you do not perish, I am unconcerned with your actions. So, you won't intervene in any fights? Arthur interjected. Once outside the academy, fights are no longer my concern. You may commence battling at will, provided no one is killed. What about visiting bars or brothels? Morar cheekily chimed in. Professor Augu promptly delivered a swift kick to Morar, sending him tumbling to the ground. Unable to rise immediately, I want to concern myself with matters related to the task, but as long as you remain students of the academy, I must ensure you learn properly. Is this reasonable? I was merely asking a question. Must I be punished for that? Professor Augu deliberately coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. All right, let us set off now. He left Morar behind, within the borders of the Isaac Kingdom. There are many mountains and hills, a patchwork of elevations stretching for hundreds of kilometers. As the setting sun casts its golden red hue upon the hilltops, the landscape becomes a breathtaking tapestry of color. giving rise to the name Slanting Sun Ridge, that a vital thoroughfare leading to the royal city of Singular traverses the hills, bustling with merchants and traders. Where there is profit, there are those willing to take risks, making the Slanting Sun Ridge a hotspot for bandit activity. The city guards and mercenary companies hired by large trading firms have attempted numerous cleanups, but peace is short-lived, and new bandits quickly emerge, like weeds springing up after being cut. Previously, the area was plagued by small groups of bandits who dared not disturb the heavily guarded caravans of large merchants or noble convoys. However, in recent years, these groups have begun to consolidate, with hundreds of riders appearing in waves, overwhelming even the largest caravans, which have begun to find themselves in peril closer to the royal city at noon, under the blazing sun. A long caravan swiftly traversed the stony path through the mountains, the sound of rumbling wheels echoing in the distance. Mercenaries armed with swords and guns maintained a vigilant watch over the hills and thickets on either side of the caravan. At the forefront, riding side by side on two sturdy steeds, an elderly man, drenched in sweat, turned to the robust middle-aged captain. "Captain Kelly, we should take a break in the shade up ahead. The merchants and the draft animals are nearing their limits." "Not a chance. The Slanting Sun Ridge has been quite perilous lately. We must take advantage of the midday lull in bandit activity to cover some ground," the elder replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Very well. Let the men endure a little longer. Captain Kelly, you are more cautious than those of us in the trade. Do these bandits dare to target your Muge mercenary group?" "In the past, they certainly wouldn't have, but I've heard rumors of a bandit leader known as Black Jackal who has unified the Gale bandits in this region. They have become increasingly brazen. Just last month, the Golden Wing mercenary group, also of B rank, suffered greatly in the Slanting Sun Valley, losing not only their goods, but over 20 brothers as well. That's why I am personally leading this expedition, with Captain Kelly at the helm. I feel much more secure." The elder laughed heartily. Yet, before his laughter faded, a series of whistles erupted from the woods on either side, as a herd of antelopes charged down the slopes. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Sweat cascading down his face, Kelly swiftly drew his sword, shouting, "Enemy attack! Form up!" The mercenaries reacted swiftly, drawing their vehicles close together, forming a protective circle around the caravan. The bandits charging down the slopes numbered around 40 to 50, effectively encircling the path ahead. Having faced such situations before, Kelly was far less anxious than the elder. He dismounted and cupped his hands in greeting toward the bandit leader. "That leader over there. The Muge mercenary groups, Kelly seeks passage. Might you grant us a favor?" The bandit leader, brandishing a heavy iron club, leaped down from his steed and boldly replied, "Captain Kelly, my apologies, but we too are merely trying to make a living. We seek wealth without bloodshed." Bandits typically did not resort to killing outright. They preferred to extort money, only resorting to violence when negotiations fell apart. "I understand the rules. Let me treat my brothers to a drink," Kelly said, producing a pouch of coins he had prepared earlier. The bandit leader smirked coldly. "No need for drinks. It's 2 gold coins per cart for passage." "That hardly aligns with the rules of the road," Kelly retorted, his expression hardening. "The rules are those we set. The Golden Wing mercenary group previously tried to evade the rules, resulting in misunderstandings that we all seek fortune. I advise Captain Kelly and this merchant not to risk the lives of their brothers and men over a few gold coins." Kelly turned to the elder, knowing that the final decision rested with the employer. If the employer was willing to part with the coins, they would have to pay. If not, the mercenaries, having accepted payment, would have to fight. The elder, wiping the sweat from his brow, realized that at 2 gold coins per cart, he would have to fork over more than 60 coins, a sum that barely covered the profit of their cargo. After much deliberation, he reluctantly said, "I will pay." Just as the storm appeared to be subsiding, the elder turned to fetch the coins when a sharp arrow suddenly shot from the caravan behind Kelly, aimed directly at the throat of the bandit leader. Chapter 90. The calf, unafraid of the tiger. What was nearly a quelled storm was reignited by the sudden arrow. The shot was swift and fierce, the arrowhead imbued with magical energy. The bandit leader, caught unawares by the mercenary's sudden attack, could only twist his body to evade, though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his throat. The arrow still lodged itself deep into his shoulder. With a furious roar, the bandit leader yanked the arrow from his shoulder and bellowed, "They're cheating us. Kill them all." Kelly stomped his foot in frustration. "This bunch of scoundrels has doomed us." Before entering the Slanting Sun Ridge, Kelly had encountered several young mercenaries escorting 2 carts. One young mercenary, grinning broadly, approached, requesting to accompany them. Initially hesitant, Kelly was swayed when the young man presented his G-rank mercenary badge and referred to him as senior, prompting him to relent that it was not uncommon for multiple caravans to travel together in perilous territories, as larger groups deterred smaller bandits from attacking. Moreover, these inexperienced G-rank mercenaries reminded Kelly of his own youth, igniting a desire to lend a helping hand. Little did he know that his moment of compassion would lead these novices into such dire trouble. Yet, at this point, it was too late for regrets. The enraged bandits would not afford him an opportunity to explain. They were compelled to fight for their lives. "Protect the goods, kill," Kelly shouted, brandishing his great sword and charging toward the oncoming Gale bandits. The moment he moved, a wave of heat surged beside him. In an instant of distraction, a colossal fire dragon erupted forth, roaring as it lunged at the bandit throng. Faced with such a fearsome spectacle, many of the bandits, most of whom were only of first or second rank, were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a powerful fire spell. Even forgetting to flee, the fire dragon surged through the bandit ranks, leaving no time for screams, as the foremost 10 or so Gale bandits and their mounts were engulfed in flames. The formidable 7th-level fire spell afforded them no chance to struggle. When the fire dragon passed, only charred remains, barely recognizable as human forms, were left behind. Following the fire dragon, a flurry of ice spears, water arrows, and golden arrows rained down upon the still-stunned bandit horde, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries that a few of the swift thieves, who had yet to charge forward, were thoroughly petrified by the explosive scene before them and sought an opportunity to flee. As they turned, they were suddenly confronted by a multitude of vines swiftly emerging from the ground, sealing off their escape. Simultaneously, alongside spells like Chain Ice Spear and Water Arrow, several swift figures darted into the midst of the bandits. With the foremost black silhouette heading straight for the bandit leader, caught off guard and slightly singed by the fire dragon technique, the bandit leader's eyes bulged with rage as he let out a ferocious roar. Swinging his iron rod horizontally at the approaching Huey swiftly crouched down, leaping forward like a beast, evading the leader's sweeping strike while brushing past him. His claw grazed the leader's side, producing a sharp sound as the razor-sharp talon sliced through the protective leather armor, drawing blood from his waist as the bandit leader turned to strike. Goalie was already at his back, thrusting her silver spear towards his heart. The bandit was compelled to abandon Huey, swinging his rod to intercept Goalie's spear. In that instant, Huey turned and lunged again from the side. Gunther charged directly into the throng of bandits, his left hand wielding a round shield to withstand various attacks, while his right brandished a double-bladed axe. Cleaving left and right, Don followed closely behind Gunther, his rapier darting out with remarkable speed to counter the attacks coming from Gunther's flanks. Don's rapier was particularly sinister, often finding its mark when Gunther's shield absorbed an attack, allowing his blade to slip in from the side. Some bandits attempted to launch a sneak attack from a distance, but as soon as they raised their daggers and short axes, a sharp arrow pierced through their bodies. Arthur, standing atop a cargo wagon with a finely crafted longbow in hand, unleashed a volley of arrows like a rapid-fire cannon, targeting the disarrayed bandits with deadly precision. Although the arrows lacked the sheer force of magic, their rate of fire and velocity were far superior. With the enchanting archery skills passed down from the elves, combined with the level 4-inch Wanderer's Lament, bow, Arthur was able to slay these level 1 and 2 bandits with a single arrow, effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 of them in an instant. Aside from the level 1 and 2 warriors, there were also a few officers among the swift thieves, yet they were all kept in check by the likes of Joan, Nini, and Morale, who unleashed their magic with relentless ferocity, leaving the bandits unable to raise their heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 of them are level 3 mages. Kelly swallowed hard. It's rare to see even 1 mage. And today, 5 have appeared all at once, and they're all mere 17 or 18-year-olds. Who on earth are they? Even Kelly, despite his simplicity, could not possibly believe they were inexperienced mercenaries. What are you standing there for? Have your men engage. Let no thief escape. Arthur shouted from atop the wagon. Not only was Kelly stunned, but the mercenaries and merchants behind him were equally dumbfounded as they witnessed the once menacing swift thieves now being brutally taken down by these young individuals. Even the fearsome bandit leader, wielding a massive iron rod charged with energy, clearly at least a level 5 or 6 officer in strength, was easily fended off by a young man and woman. Suffering significant setbacks in the process, that Arthur's commanding shout ignited a fervor among the mercenaries, who, without waiting for Kelly's orders, charged forward, roaring at the swift thieves. Naturally, Kelly could not remain idle, with his level 7 strength surpassing that of the bandit leader. He intended to rush in to assist Huey and Goalie in subduing him. "Leave it to us," Huey and Goalie shouted in unison. Kelly, sword in hand, found himself momentarily awkward, wondering if these youngsters had become so arrogant that they would not allow anyone to interfere with their challenges against higher ranks. Unbeknownst to him, he was dealing with two notoriously extraordinary individuals. The already advantageous situation turned even more decisive as dozens of mercenaries surged forward, causing the swift thieves to collapse in an instant. They had no opportunity to flee. Arthur's arrows and Amy's vines completely blocked their escape routes. In a matter of moments, aside from a dozen or so who knelt in surrender, the remaining bandits were wiped out. On the battlefield, only the bandit leader, besieged by Huey and Goalie, continued to make his final stand. Several miles away, atop a hill, 3 young men gathered around a copper mirror, observing the unfolding battle. "Shivrin, have you thought this through? Our junior brothers and sisters are not to be trifled with, and the skeleton professor is also following us," remarked a sorcerer with silver hair in a low voice. Shivrin sneered, "I certainly won't be foolish enough to get my hands dirty. Those orcs we smuggled in from the border will come in handy." "Damn, you really are generous. Those orcs are worth quite a bit," muttered a young man with a scar over his eye. "Scarface, I'll cover your share with little silver. You won't be at a loss." "You're overthinking it. I'm not here to take risks for the sake of money." Chapter 91. Subsequent plans on the battlefield. The bandit leader was panting heavily, drenched in blood, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Arthur, Joan, and others watched with crossed arms as he struggled like a cornered beast. "Let me go. Today, I admit defeat." His plea was met with Huey lunging at him with another claw strike. "Then let us die together." The bandit leader hurled his black iron rod, spinning it like a massive black windmill aimed straight at Huey. Huey swiftly retreated, crossing his arms to unleash cross-rending, sending 6 intersecting waves of black energy against the spinning iron rod. The bandit leader's desperate throw, powered by its rotational force, proved too formidable. Huey's technique couldn't fully counter it at the last moment. Huey could only cross his arms above his head. The iron rod struck his protective gauntlet with tremendous force, sending him flying backward. Just as the bandit leader released his weapon, Goalie unleashed her technique, Storm of Pear Blossoms, firing dozens of silver-white energy points from the tip of her spear, enveloping the bandit leader. Without his weapon, the bandit leader stood no chance against Goalie's superior-grade energy technique. The sounds of impact echoed as 5 or 6 energy strikes pierced his chest and abdomen. Blood gushed forth as his lifeless body fell forward. Silence enveloped the battlefield, and the kneeling swift thieves trembled in fear, unable to fathom the ruthlessness of the beautiful young girl. Goalie sheathed her silver spear and approached Kelly with gratitude. "Thank you, Captain Kelly, for your care and assistance." Kelly, taken aback to find the leader was this girl, quickly waved his hand. "I should be the one thanking you. Had it not been for you, our employer would have faced significant losses. Additionally, I would like to ask Captain Kelly to assist in handling the bodies." "These are minor matters," Kelly replied, summoning the mercenaries to clean up the battlefield. Goalie and Arthur then split into 2 groups to interrogate the swift thieves. These bandits had little loyalty, and now, desperate for their lives, they divulged everything during the interrogation, with some even eager to add more information. By the time Goalie finished her questioning, Kelly and his men had also dealt with the bodies and approached with a small pouch of coins. "This is the money we found on the thieves, and their weapons are all gathered together. When we depart shortly, we'll load them onto your wagon." Goalie was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the mercenaries to show no interest in claiming their spoils. "Captain Kelly, could you do us one more favor, and we'll give you all these items." "What is it, young lady?" "We'd like to keep 2 of these swift thieves for our purposes. Please hand the rest over to the city guard in the nearby town. We'll retain 13 riding antelopes and leave the rest to you, Captain Kelly." Kelly hesitated briefly. "Aren't you continuing on? We have other arrangements." Seeing Goalie's reluctance to elaborate, Kelly chose not to press further. After thanking Goalie once more for the spoils, he escorted the convoy onward. Though curious about Goalie and Arthur's identities, Kelly refrained from asking. Mercenaries who had spent years in the field often encountered bizarre events. Sometimes knowing too much could be a double-edged sword. After parting ways with the Muge mercenary group, Goalie and her companions escorted the 2 swift thieves off the main road, and onto a mountain path. After distancing themselves from the previous battlefield, they found a shaded area to rest. Once gathered, Goli began discussing the next steps. Our operation today was remarkably successful. Joan and Arthur performed admirably. The swift thieves we've taken down count towards our mission points, ensuring we won't rank poorly. After sitting down, Goli analyzed the gains and losses of the operation. Arthur had previously worried that Goli's lack of experience might lead her to act impulsively, but he soon realized that she was an exemplary leader, with meticulous arrangements and no tendency to act unilaterally. Arthur had overlooked the fact that Duke Ross and Goli's brothers were all military leaders, and Goli had been influenced by their ways of commanding troops since childhood. According to the testimonies we've gathered, there were originally 4 groups of swift thieves in the Xiang Ridge area, all of which were absorbed and consolidated by a notorious bandit known as Blackjack. Now, this collective of swift thieves numbers over 200, with the strongest among them, Blackjack, being a warrior from the military academy, akin in strength to the bandit leader we just defeated, along with 4 to 5 other officers of similar caliber. Goli paused before continuing. By defeating this group today, we've eliminated 1/5 of their overall force. While our achievement is commendable, it is still insufficient for a top rank, as the other teams likely have also slain considerable numbers of bandits. In the ensuing actions, we face 2 choices. The first is to persist with our sporadic ambushes, eliminating bandits incrementally to accumulate mission points. The second option, albeit more audacious, involves infiltrating their stronghold directly to eradicate the entire band of thieves. Should we succeed in eliminating their formidable leader, the spoils of victory would undoubtedly be ours. Let us aim for grandeur. My father is counting on me to secure the top spot, declared Kisnu, the first to voice his support. I prefer a bit of thrill, added Xiong, whose outward calm belied her penchant for risk. The second option is indeed perilous, remarked Arthur, licking his lips. Yet high risk often begets high reward. If we can dismantle their lair, the bounty will be substantial. Arthur's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of all present. This band of Gale thieves had been entrenched in the area for quite some time, amassing a considerable fortune. Beyond the allure of the top position, the potential for a handsome profit was enticing to the aristocratic youths, except for Huey and Nini, who remained non-committal. Everyone else surprisingly endorsed the audacious plan to raid the Gale thieves' stronghold. Naive. You lot think you can take on a battle school warrior with your meager ranks? Professor Oga interjected sarcastically from the sidelines. Aren't you supposed to be refraining from meddling in our affairs? Arthur retorted, tilting his head at Professor Ogre. Continue if you must. I merely lament your overconfidence. Do not assume you can vanquish a 5th or 6th level warrior and challenge a battle school. A single strike could spell your doom. Professor Ogu was not merely attempting to intimidate them. The chasm between the ranks of warriors was indeed insurmountable. A 7th level battle school could effortlessly obliterate a 4th level warrior in a single move. However, Arthur and his companions were no ordinary warriors. Each possessed enhancements that set them apart. With Arthur wielding a level 9 Azure Water Ring, Xiong wielding an endless supply of level 7-inch Fire Dragon Technique scrolls, and Jelly brandishing an exceptional Shooting Star Silver Spear, their capabilities were formidable. Even if Huey had yet to reveal his trump card, it was inconceivable that Prince Rex would lack provisions for his son's survival. These advantages instilled in them the confidence to challenge opponents beyond their level. After all, 3 years prior, they had cooperatively defeated a 7th level battle school warrior while still at the 2nd or 3rd level. Will you truly stand by and watch us perish? Arthur's question left Professor Ogu momentarily speechless. Before the professor could respond, Arthur continued, we shall charge in. If the Black Wolf attempts to intervene, Professor Ogu will surely restrain him, allowing us to deal with the remaining bandits. You scoundrel, you even dragged me into your scheme, Professor Ogu exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to Arthur's head. Chapter 92. The enemy reappears at Xiang Ridge, Eagle Beak Stronghold. The fortress was encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with only a single mountain path leading directly to its gates. The fortress walls were constructed from massive stone blocks, making it easily defensible. The stronghold's hall was built beneath a colossal rock that jutted out dramatically, resembling an eagle poised to strike, thus giving the stronghold its name. Within the hall, a dark-skinned middle-aged man, with a hawkish nose and fierce demeanor, sat in a broad stone chair, clutching a goblet of wine. This man was none other than Black Wolf, the leader of the bandits. Flanking him were 4 low stone tables, but only 5 were occupied by men who were engrossed in drinking and feasting. Black Wolf downed his drink in one gulp, prompting a beautiful servant girl to refill his cup immediately. Has the third gone hunting and yet to return? Black Wolf inquired suddenly. It has been 4 days. Perhaps they have not encountered suitable prey. And that rascal Joel has yet to return as well, replied a bald man closest to Black Wolf, wiping grease from his mouth nonchalantly. Black Wolf furrowed his brow. Joel is unpredictable, but the third is usually reliable. He would have returned within 3 days after a hunt. DeLong, once you finish your meal, take a few men to welcome back the third and Joel. Black Wolf's directive was aimed at the bald man. DeLong rubbed his bald head and said, Boss, our power is growing by the day. Why do you seem increasingly timid? With a serious expression, Black Wolf replied, A large tree attracts the wind as our wealth increases. So does the animosity we attract. When you go hunting, remember my words. We seek wealth, not death. Avoid killing whenever possible. The other leaders nodded in agreement, though only they knew whether they truly absorbed his counsel. 15 miles away from Eagle Beak Stronghold, Arthur, Jelly, and their companions lay concealed atop a steep cliff. Though they had resolved to ambush the Gale Thieves' lair, they were not foolish enough to charge in recklessly, given the bandits' numbers and strength. After deliberation, they decided to weaken the bandits through targeted strikes, with the mountain path below serving as a crucial route for their approach, having only been stationed for a little over half a day. They soon spotted DeLong leading over 30 Gale Thieves swaggering down the path. The 2 bound Gale Thieves nearby quickly identified DeLong and another bandit leader named Malgu, revealing their 5th-level warrior status and commonly used combat techniques. Because Arthur had promised to release them and offer a reward, the 2 were particularly eager to cooperate, although Arthur's group was not particularly well hidden. The Gale Thieves exhibited no wariness. They could not fathom that they, who typically ambushed merchant caravans, would be the targets of an ambush themselves. As large rocks tumbled from the cliff, many bandits initially mistook it for a landslide, merely shielding their heads in panic. However, the falling debris was accompanied by arrows, fireballs, and ice spears, as Arthur and his companions swiftly began to decimate the Gale Thieves from their vantage point. DeLong, empowered by his combat aura, smashed the rocks hurtling towards him, only to spot Arthur's group on the cliff. Retreat! It's a trap, he shouted. By the time the bandits realized the danger, it was too late. The massive boulders had already sealed off their retreat path, and Arthur, Huey, Jelly, Gunther, and Dorn quickly descended the vines, while Cheong and Nini continued to unleash magical attacks from above. Huey and Jelly immediately targeted DeLong and Malgu, prohibiting anyone else from intervening, forcing Arthur to join Gunther and Dorn in dealing with the lesser bandits. As the ambush unfolded, it seemed poised to be another flawless extermination. However, just as victory appeared within reach, a surge of 30 to 40 Gale Thieves suddenly emerged from the opposite mountain path, howling as they charged forth, turning the tide of battle precariously, not far from Arthur and his comrades. In a secluded valley, a dozen masked figures clad in black convened. The leader among them, a stout man missing 2 fingers on his left hand, was none other than Commander Legio. Commander, we have followed them closely. The target has never acted alone. If we strike, we may have to eliminate everyone, reported a gaunt assassin in a hushed tone. With so many noble heirs involved, if we were to kill them all, the Isaac Kingdom would surely be shaken to its core, Legio replied, his voice tinged with hesitation. The target intends to eradicate the Gale Thieves. We could choose to strike afterward, directing all evidence toward them. You are astute. Wasting a blade like you would be folly. After this operation, you may remove your mask and stay by my side. Thank you for your patronage, Commander. The assassin immediately knelt on one leg. The professors from Bloodlight Academy and those young ones are formidable. Keep an eye on them while we await the arrival of the absolute class assassins from the organization. We will then seize our opportunity. As Legio was issuing his orders, a faint rustle emanated from the nearby woods, and 3 black-clad figures silently emerged, led by a one-armed man. Legio scrutinized the one-armed figure for a moment before furrowing his brow. Kuei Lang. I lost 2 men during our last encounter. You owe me an explanation. However, you failed last time, so according to the rules, you are not entitled to the remaining half of the reward, Kuei Lang rasped. Realizing he had no ground to stand on, Legio chose not to press the matter further. He abruptly shifted the topic, saying, the organization should not have sent you. Ex-Angel Law is not under Feng Du's jurisdiction. I volunteered to come. I must rectify the mistakes of 3 years ago. Legio's frown deepened. Though we are both commanders, I will defer to you for this operation. Kuei Lang's concession prompted Lei Jio's brow to relax slightly. What about the group of absolute class assassins the organization promised to allocate to me? Kuei Lang sneered. Though I am missing an arm, I am still more capable than the group of absolute class assassins you seek. Moreover, I bring a message. The organization desires them alive, as the target may possess knowledge of that item's whereabouts. Within a secret chamber of the royal palace, Chief Jess pondered over the information relayed through the magical communication token for an extended period before slowly stating, "The situation is delicate. There is no need for you to intervene." A mere hint of information could yield lethal consequences. Chapter 93. Direct assault on the stronghold. The sudden emergence of the Gale thieves disrupted Jelly and the others' ambush plan. A number of swift bandits, armed with bows and arrows, have commenced firing upon Cheong, Nini, and others perched on the cliff, while the remaining assailants charged towards Arthur and Gunther, the earth dragon and the creature known as Mao Gu. Entangled by Huey and Golly, immediately felt invigorated, their assaults growing fiercer. The earth dragon even bellowed, "Joel, seize these little brats. I shall skin them alive." Leading the charge was a flamboyantly dressed bandit wielding a spear over 2 meters long, who, propelled by the momentum of the antelope, leapt into the air, thrusting the spear towards Gunther. Gunther raised his round shield in defense, producing a resounding crash as he was knocked onto his back by the spear's immense force. Before the second thrust could be made, Arthur shouted and lunged forward with his colossal sword. "Hurry up, I'll hold them off." Cheong also slid down from the cliff, before her feet touched the ground. She unfurled a magic scroll, summoning a fire dragon that descended from the sky, targeting the approaching swift bandits behind Joel. Those slow to react were left paralyzed in fear, while the clever ones turned to flee. The narrow mountain path was nearly filled by the massive fire dragon, consuming all who could not escape in an instant. Once the fire dragon passed, Cheong stood resolutely in the middle of the path, clutching another magic scroll, poised to tear it open, causing the remaining swift bandits to hesitate, none daring to advance. How delightful it is to possess wealth. When might I unleash fire dragons as easily as fireworks? Meryl on the cliff still had the energy to envy Cheong. Meanwhile, Arthur faced Joel alone. As Joel thrust his spear directly at him, Arthur deflected it with his Starfall giant sword, diverting the spear's trajectory, and then spun the sword to throw it. Joel, caught off guard by the unexpected toss, had no time to dodge and instinctively braced himself against the incoming blade with his spear. The sword struck the spear shaft with tremendous force, numbing Joel's arm and causing him to stagger backward, though he managed to remain upright. He lost his balance. After throwing the giant sword, Arthur swiftly unslung his Wanderer's Sorrow bow, releasing 3 sharp arrows in rapid succession. As the arrows flew forth, the swift boots beneath Arthur propelled him forward. Before Joel could regain his footing, the arrows had already formed a triangular formation, leaving him no time to evade. With a series of puncturing sounds, the arrows struck home. Joel fell backward, and Arthur was upon him, thrusting a hunting knife into his abdomen. The blade twisted within, and as it was pulled out, blood and entrails gushed forth, rendering even a divine intervention futile. With that triad of strikes, Joel was swiftly dispatched. Whether it was Nini, Meryl on the cliff, or Huey and Golly engaged in battle, all were astonished. In just a year's time, Arthur had silently ascended to the rank of a martial officer and had grown to such formidable strength. A year prior, Huey had still been able to contend with Arthur for the title of the Oddity King due to his level advantage, but now he could only concede defeat, gazing at the corpse on the ground. Arthur exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. He had previously been able to challenge martial officers, but never with such ease and decisiveness. Unconsciously, one hand moved to his chest, where he felt a refreshing chill. A sensation of unprecedented reassurance. Shortly after Arthur returned from the mysterious realm, Shaylin had fulfilled her promise, gifting him a verdant jade pendant named Ice Spirit Heart. Whenever Arthur's fighting spirit surged, the pendant would automatically emit a cold aura, coursing through his meridians and nearly entirely neutralizing the burning sensation caused by Danyang refining spirit. The torment he experienced during his training had all but vanished. With the aid of the Ice Spirit Heart, Arthur had broken through to the 4th level of martial officer just before his departure. Unable to resolve the issue with Arthur's training methods, Shaylin had sought an alternative approach, utilizing an external object to alleviate the damage Danyang refining spirit inflicted upon Arthur's meridians and body. However, this was merely a temporary solution, as Arthur's level increased and his fighting spirit grew. The neutralizing power of the ice spirit heart would gradually diminish until it was entirely overwhelmed. This was also why Shaylin had indicated that her method could only guarantee Arthur's safe training up to the martial school level. Perhaps spurred by Arthur's performance, Golly and Huey unleashed their full power, holding nothing back. Golly exhausted her entire fighting spirit to unleash raining pear blossoms and silver rainbow piercing the sun, piercing the earth dragon's skull with a single shot. Huey, in turn, employed the combat techniques he had once used against Arthur in the arena, combining fighting spirit techniques and hidden weapons, ultimately executing the cross-rending to shred Mao Gu's body, with the demise of the three leading martial officers. The remaining combat turned into a one-sided massacre, the only regret being that two swift bandits had escaped, having been alerted by Joel. After a brief tidying of the battlefield, the group reconvened as usual. Captain Golly initiated the debriefing. We cannot use the ambush tactic again. Sending 2 waves of people without return will surely raise the suspicions of these swift bandits. The next leader to venture out might very well be Blackjack. The later group of swift bandits had a few escape, although they fled towards the mountain's edge. We cannot guarantee they won't find other means to relay information to Eagle Beak Village. Therefore, we need to act swiftly, Arthur added. Captain, it's your call. You two decide. We will follow your arrangements, the others chimed in. Their trust in Golly and Arthur having solidified after 2 consecutive victories. After several days of collaboration, each person's role within the team had subtly crystallized. Golly and Arthur had effectively become the team's leader and vice leader. Golly understood how to lead and strategize, while Arthur brought mercenary experience to the table. Though they occasionally bickered, their cooperation during missions was remarkably complementary. The others, to varying degrees, exhibited certain character flaws. For example, Huey was reclusive, Cheong occasionally foolish, Meryl was lazy, and the others lacked combat strength. Yet, Golly and Arthur had harmoniously melded these individuals into a cohesive unit, enhancing the team's overall combat effectiveness. Then let us act tonight and directly ambush this band of swift bandits at their lair. I'd like to add something, Arthur interjected. Taking over Golly's statement, aside from Blackjack, Eagle Beak Village harbors 3 martial officers and nearly 100 bandits below that rank. Professor Ogu will engage Blackjack, while Golly, Huey, and I will each deal with 1 martial officer. The remaining members need to confront the rest of the swift bandits. If any part of this plan falters, we risk losing everything. Even if there are many weaklings, it matters not. If Cheong unleashes a few more fire dragons, they'll be thoroughly incinerated, Meryl chimed in with a chuckle. Arthur turned to Cheong, looking serious. How many more fire dragons can you summon? My fire dragons are boundless, she declared. Stop joking and be honest. Cheong, a bit surprised, responded. How did you figure that out? ISNT, there's a limit to the number of magic scrolls you receive each year. If you could summon them freely, you wouldn't have been reluctant to release the one you were holding earlier. Nor would you need to buy victory with gold during the annual martial assessments. I have 5 left, but there are plenty of other spells like Fire Rain, Rotating Fire Shield, and Explosive Fireball, Cheong replied, still brimming with confidence. Arthur rested his chin and thought for a moment. Use them sparingly. This one might suffice. With everyone's hands stacked together, the solemn yet powerful motto of Blood Glory Academy resonated. Defend honor with blood. Let us move out. Chapter 94. Information leaked. The sky was exceptionally clear, with the red and blue moons casting a gentle hue upon the ground. Beneath the moonlight, the eerie Eagle Beak Village appeared somewhat quieter and more serene. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sound of galloping hooves on the mountain path, prompting a dozen figures to spring up on the village wall, their arrows glinting menacingly towards the mountain trail before the village gate. The swift bandit guards atop the wall shouted, "Who goes there?" Halt. 2 riders on antelopes had reached the village gate. It's us, little Joey. Open the door quickly. Why are only the 2 of you back? Where are the others? We were ambushed. We returned to deliver the message. Hurry, we must report to the chief. Wait. With a creaking sound, the heavy village gate began to rise slowly. But just as the gate was lifted halfway, the 2 riders could no longer contain themselves and charged inside. The guards then realized that each rider was not alone. A bandit was concealed behind every swift steed. Who are you? The response came in the form of glinting blades as Huey and Golly lunged towards the flanking bandits, their silver spear and claws slicing through throats in an instant. Enemy attack. Intruders have breached the village. The remaining 2 guards shouted in alarm and turned to flee. Huey and Golly pursued them. and the two bandits fell to the ground before they could run a few paces. As Huey and Golly surged through the village gate, Arthur, Cheong, and the others emerged from the shadows 100 meters away, conjuring protective magic as they ran. The sudden turn of events left the bandits on the wall momentarily bewildered. In their haste, they managed to fire off just 2 volleys of arrows, failing to breach the magic shield before Arthur and his group stormed into the village. The first to enter the village hall, Huey and Golly rushed forward, only to be met with a hail of arrows. The dark hall was suddenly illuminated as bandits armed with bows and arrows poured forth. "They're an ambush. Don't go in." Golly twirled her silver spear, deflecting arrows while retreating. Huey darted to the side, evading the frontal barrage, attempting to flank from the side. Not only from the front hall, but numerous bandits also emerged from the rooms on either side of the village, unleashing another rain of arrows towards Huey. No matter how swift Huey was, he could not evade the relentless barrage of arrows raining down upon him, with several shafts striking his body in quick succession, relying on the high-grade black armor he donned. And with the bandits positioned at a distance, the piercing arrows merely grazed his skin, inflicting only minor wounds. Arthur and his companions, upon storming the bandit stronghold, witnessed the scene of Huey and Golly being forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught of arrows. The information was leaked. This was the immediate reaction of all present. There was no time to investigate which link in the chain had faltered. Arthur and the others quickly converged with Huey and Golly. Nini and Morale were the first to act, erecting a water shield and a golden shield before Huey and Golly, respectively, to deflect the incoming projectiles. Cheong and Kisnu followed suit, tossing fireball barrage and ice arrow into the midst of the bandits, stalling their pursuit. Arthur, Gunther, and Dorn advanced, joining forces with Huey and Golly to share the burden of the arrow storm, while Cheong and Nini, along with 3 others, were shielded within the inner circle, some raising magical shields while others retaliated with spells. "Quickly, let's retreat." Before Arthur's words had fully left his lips, a resounding crash echoed as the chains securing the gate were severed, causing it to crash down and severing their escape route entirely. "You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take Eagle Beak Stronghold for?" A chilling voice resonated as Haichai appeared, arms crossed, atop the fortifications. With his emergence, a throng of swift bandits materialized along the walls, their numbers rivaling those that had surged from the hall. Each of these bandits wielded a bow, and several small siege crossbows were deployed atop the walls, their 5-foot-long bolts posing a lethal threat to warriors. It was evident that they had long set a trap, awaiting Arthur and his companions to fall into their snare. Arthur tightened his grip on his great sword, scanning the encircling bandits, his gaze ultimately resting upon the menacing Haichai. This fellow was indeed formidable, his overwhelming aura reminiscent of the legendary Canes from years past. Huey's gaze was also fixed on Haichai, but within his eyes blazed a fervent fighting spirit. Cheong maintained an indifferent facade, yet the tension revealed by his tightly gripped magical scroll betrayed his inner turmoil. Morale and Kisnu's legs trembled slightly. They had never before faced such a trial of life and death. Though anxious and unsettled, Arthur and his comrades had yet to lose their composure, swiftly adjusting their formation to encircle the mages. In the very center stood Professor Ogu, who appeared to be a mere spectator, remaining the calmest among them. "Young lads, I trust you've learned your lesson now. Don't assume that cleverness will save you. It is the clever ones who perish the quickest." "Professor Ogu, must you still jest at a time like this? It tarnishes your esteemed image." Arthur could not help but retort. "Esteemed my foot. Don't think I'm oblivious to what you call me behind closed doors. Youngsters must pay some price to grow swiftly." Professor Ogu emphasized the word price. "Professor, as long as you keep Haichai occupied, you can claim double your share when we divide the spoils." Ogu nodded in satisfaction. "At least young Arthur understands the situation. Let us give it our all. Bring forth anything that can save your lives. We still have a chance for a counterattack." Arthur rallied the group with fervor. Haichai atop the walls let out a series of cold laughs. "Counterattack? Today, you naive little brats will meet your end here. Attack." Above the Eagle Beak stronghold, 3 young men lay prone, quietly observing the battlefield below. These younger students are indeed bold, daring to raid the lair of the swift bandits with so few. The silver-haired mage, Shaoyin, remarked softly. "They are courting death. They are surely fighting for their lives now." Kiwilin scoffed. "It's quite strange. We've been watching all afternoon and haven't seen a single soul enter the stronghold. How did they receive information to set the trap ahead of time?" Scar-Eye muttered beside him. This group of swift bandits is no weakling, and having set a trap in advance, I hope they can finish the job without our intervention, Llewellyn replied. Shaking his head, Xiaoyin, don't get your hopes up. With the skeleton professor around, these bandits won't succeed. So how do we proceed? Scar-Eye inquired. Once the fighting intensifies, we'll drop the magical positioning compass down, opening a short-distance spatial gateway within the stronghold to transport those orcs here, Llewellyn stated confidently. But those orcs are uncontrollable. They just run away. Xiaoyin expressed his concern. Run? This is the human inland, without assistance. They'll be captured within 3 days. I've made them a deal. If they eliminate Arthur, I'll help them return. I can't wait to see the expressions on these younger students' faces when they first encounter the orc warriors. Scar-Eye chuckled gleefully. Chapter 95, Terrifying Skeleton Within Eagle Beak Stronghold. At Haichai's command, a hail of arrows descended upon Arthur and his comrades, while the siege crossbow bolts on the walls were aimed directly at the mages within the inner circle. Consolidate and raise shields, Goalie ordered decisively. The group huddled closer together, minimizing their defensive perimeter. Rotating fire shield. Xiong was the first to unfurl a magical scroll, 3 fire shields rapidly revolving around the outer perimeter. Many arrows that penetrated the flames emerged as charged shafts. Crumbling upon contact. Floral umbrella. A massive vine erupted from the ground, swiftly ascending and sprouting enormous leaves akin to banana plants, shielding the group from the rain of arrows above. Misty veil. A thick mist billowed forth, obscuring the silhouettes of the group. Nini's spell, while not providing actual protection, effectively hindered the swift bandits' line of sight, preventing them from making accurate shots. Following the 3 layers of protective magic, the onslaught of arrows was significantly reduced, with the remaining sparse shafts being deflected by Arthur, Goalie, and others wielding their weapons. The most vulnerable, Morale and Kisnu, each summoned a golden and an ice shield for themselves, despite the ferocity and density of the swift bandits' arrow storm. It posed no genuine threat to Goalie, Arthur, and the others. Standing in the center, Professor Ogu remained still, though inwardly he nodded in approval. These youngsters had indeed matured, maintaining their composure even in dire straits. The sharp whistling of bolts slicing through the air signaled the release of several 4-foot-long crossbow arrows, imbued with formidable force, shattering the fire shield, with the residual power still aimed at the outer circle. Arthur and Goalie leapt, deflecting the bolts with their great sword and silver spear. Xiong tore open another, rotating fire shield scroll, and the recently destroyed fire shield reappeared. Let us give them something to deal with. Counterattack with ranged magic. Water cannon. A massive sphere of water shot forth from Nini's 5th-tier staff, crashing against the wall, exploding and sending 1 crossbow bolt and 2 swift bandits tumbling from the stronghold. Chain golden spikes. 3 small golden arrows flew from Morale's hand, eliciting cries of agony from the bandit ranks. Hailstorm. With a flourish of Kisnu's staff, a deluge of fist-sized hailstones rained down upon the bandit throng, accompanied by more wails of despair. While the hailstorm's lethality may not rival that of Ice Spear, its expansive area of effect was its strength. The most devastating blow came from Xiong, who immediately followed the rotating fire shield with Fire Dragon, summoning a colossal fire dragon that left the bandits in the stronghold dumbfounded. The fire dragon rampaged, incinerating and injuring a significant number of the approaching swift bandits. Xiong's fire dragon effectively suppressed the bandits' offensive, as fear of further fire dragons deterred them from closing in, forcing them to keep their distance while firing arrows. Haichai atop the walls furrowed his brow. Half of their ranks are mages. They are certainly not an elite mercenary group or city guard. Who are these youngsters to pose such a challenge? It was no wonder Haichai was perplexed, for the rarity of mages meant that in a typical group of around 10, having 1 or 2 mages was already exceptional, let alone a team with half its members being mages. An exceedingly rare configuration. As Xiong tore open yet another rotating fire shield scroll, and the second floral umbrella vine ascended. The bandits were on the verge of despair, their arrows becoming sparse and failing to pose any further threat to Arthur and his companions. With their ranged attacks rendered ineffective, Haichai was compelled to alter his tactics, charge in, and eliminate them. Like a black arrow, Haichai brandished a long-handled great sword, leading the charge towards Arthur and his comrades. The moment Haichai moved, Professor Ogu also sprang into action, his speed surpassing that of Haichai, intercepting him midair. Big man, don't bully the children. I'll play with you, Ogu declared. Haichai had long been aware of the unmoving figure of Professor Ogu among the group, yet had failed to ascertain his identity. Now, as Ogu moved, Haichai was taken aback, realizing he was facing an opponent of equal caliber. Though surprised, Haichai's actions did not falter. He swung his long-handled great sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of energy aimed at Ogu's abdomen. Unarmed, Ogu deftly leapt into the air, allowing the sword to sweep beneath him, and as he descended, he delivered a swift kick, a blur of motion aimed at Haichai's chin. The speed was such that Haichai could not adjust his grip on the sword in time. Merely managing to tilt his head back to evade the kick, Ogu's kick missed, and his body gracefully glided forward, his other knee lifting slightly, his form flickering before crashing into Haichai's chest with a resounding impact. Haichai was sent reeling backward, akin to a cannonball, crashing heavily against the gate behind him, creating a human-shaped dent before collapsing to the ground. Arthur and Goliath, along with their companions, were nearly entranced, utterly astonished by the terrifying prowess of Professor Ogu. "What are you staring at? Focus on your own tasks." The professor's booming reprimand snapped Arthur and the others back to the battlefield. Arthur, Goliath, and Huey each lunged at the high-ranking warriors among the bandits, while Cheong and others took on the responsibility of restraining the remaining foes. Rising from the ground, the black jackal's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Who were these individuals? Not only were the excessively youthful ones peculiar, but this gaunt middle-aged man was even more so, possessing such grotesque strength without having made a move until now. If this were not his own territory, where the wealth he had fought so hard to acquire lay, the black jackal would have likely fled at the first sign of danger. The adage that men die for riches and birds for food rang true. He could not bear to part with those treasures. And now, even if he wished to escape, he found himself trapped. Professor Ogu resembled a specter, relentlessly ensnaring the black jackal, neither hastening to deliver a fatal blow nor allowing him to depart easily. Instead, he prolonged the confrontation, forcing the black jackal to witness as Arthur and the others systematically eliminated his bandit underlings. This was the assessment task for Arthur and Goliath. Professor Ogu did not wish to become the decisive factor in this clash. His role was solely to entangle the black jackal, thereby transferring the key to victory into the capable hands of Arthur, Huey, and Goliath. Once they dealt with the few high-ranking bandits, the rest would be left to their inevitable fate. Arthur and Goliath's adversaries were both fifth-tier warriors. Though the two bandit leaders attacked with the ferocity of rabid dogs, they could not overpower Arthur and Goliath. That on another front, Huey faced a bandit leader of the sixth tier, who wielded a long sword, relying on speed to keep Huey on the defensive. On Eagle Beak Rock, one of the onlookers, scarred eye, licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with the desire for combat. These Gale bandits are worthless, with so many of them. They can't even handle 10 students. Let's stoke the flames. You stay put. We must not reveal ourselves in this battle. Chiwa Ling whispered urgently. Then shall we unleash those orcs? Not yet. Our younger brothers and sisters possess more than just these tactics. Chiwa Luan's eyes glinted ominously. Chapter 96. The orcs emerge as Chiwa Luan anticipated. How could Arthur and his companions, equipped with extraordinary abilities, be limited to such methods? The unexpected turn of events first manifested in Huey. The two-tier level disparity rendered Huey's battle exceedingly arduous, and he soon bore the brunt of 2 sword strikes on his shoulder and back. This was only due to Huey's swift reflexes, narrowly avoiding critical hits. If this continued, Huey risked being mortally wounded by a single misstep. His eyes began to redden, and with a sudden low growl, his body started to swell. Black fur sprouted on his face, neck, and arms, his speed and strength surging dramatically. The orc's innate skill, frenzy, was both surprising and seemingly inevitable. The half-orc, Huey, had inherited this primal ability, which orc warriors could spontaneously activate in times of crisis. Even his opponent was momentarily stunned by the abrupt transformation, allowing Huey to pounce. The bandit leader swung his sword down, but Huey easily sidestepped. Now outpacing the leader's speed, Huey's claws aimed for the bandit leader's abdomen, while the leader's sword aimed for Huey's back. Huey did not even attempt to evade. The blade struck his back, and despite the protection of high-tier leather armor, it rendered his flesh and blood into a gruesome mess. Yet, in his frenzy, Huey seemed impervious to pain, and with a claw, he tore into the bandit leader's midsection, ripping it open with a swift motion. Seeing his abdomen gaping, blood and entrails spilling forth, the bandit leader was momentarily dazed. Huey's subsequent strike clawed open his chest. Huey resembled a predatory beast, mercilessly tearing apart the bandit leader's body, leaving a gruesome scene of dismemberment in mere moments. Such a brutal method of slaughter even left the fierce bandits aghast. Having shredded his opponent, frenzied Huey did not cease. He turned and plunged into the nearest cluster of bandits. Akin to a leopard amidst a flock of sheep, his claws dancing as he effortlessly tore through the bodies of the bandits. Terrified, the bandits no longer perceived Huey as a warrior but as a ravenous beast. A man-eating monster, as Huey charged. The bandits fled in panic, each fearing that a moment's delay would lead to their demise at his claws. Simultaneously, Arthur unleashed his own fury, following the martial technique, Raging Thunderstorm, with 2 fireball spells. The fireballs arced towards the bandit leader, who barely withstood the martial technique before being struck by the fireballs. As the flames engulfed the bandit leader, Arthur activated his Windwalker boots, swiftly closing the distance, and with a deft stroke of the Starfall blade, severed the leader's head from his shoulders. In an instant, both bandit leaders fell, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The trio on Eagle Beak Rock. Chiwaluan and his companions were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the rapid and fierce transformation of the battlefield, from Huey's frenzy to Arthur's sudden eruption, as the bandits seemingly crumbled in an instant. Hurry! Take action! Delay any longer, and it will be too late. Chiwaluan urged urgently. The wizard, Little Silver, rose from the cliff, retrieving a silver disc from his robe, etched with a hexagram-shaped magic array, each point set with a magic crystal. Little Silver forcefully hurled the silver disc towards Eagle Beak Fort. The moment it left his hand, the disc began to glow, the light intensifying until it struck the ground, solidifying into a glowing 2-meter-high arched magical gate on the battlefield. The magical positioning compass, a disposable magical artifact, opened a portal connected to a teleportation array, swiftly transporting personnel to designated locations on the battlefield. The compass was invaluable, with the crystals determining the duration of the portal's existence, typically allowing only for short-distance transport of a limited number of warriors. That it was unsuitable for large-scale troop movements, generally reserved for the ambush and raid of elite warriors. All eyes were drawn to the suddenly materializing magical gate, creating a momentary lull on the battlefield. The gate flashed with brilliance, and a towering figure emerged from within. The newcomer was significantly taller than an average person, with a green face, protruding fangs, a hunched back, and clad in coarse leather armor, the exposed skin covered in short, gray-brown fur. He wielded an exaggerated serrated blade, causing the bandit ranks to erupt in panic. Orc, the Gale bandits, accustomed to their domain, had never encountered armed orc warriors, and many trembled in fear. How could wolf warriors appear here? Although Goliath, Huey, and the others were astonished, they did not betray any overt fear. These scions of noble families had not only encountered orcs in the capital, but some even kept orc slaves at home. Following the wolf warriors, one after another, orc warriors spilled forth from the magical gate. 1, 2, Arthur counted until the 16th emerged, and then the flow ceased. The orc warriors lined up before the gate, the vast majority being wolfmen, alongside 2 towering bear men and a snakeman priest wielding a bone staff. The snakeman priest's yellow eyes scanned the battlefield before settling on Arthur. Pointing his staff at Arthur, the priest emitted a hissing call, prompting all the orc warriors to roar and charge at him. Arthur was momentarily taken aback before turning to flee. No one understood the terrifying nature of these orc warriors better than Arthur, who had emerged from their camp. Due to their physical advantages, orc warriors usually triumphed in one-on-one combat against human warriors of the same tier. With innate skills like frenzy and bloodlust, they could even challenge human warriors of a higher tier. However, humans excelled in intellect and teamwork. Throughout nearly 10 millennia of conflict, humans not only avoided significant losses, but had pushed the orcs back to the harsh Orcish wastes north of the Orland Mountains. Additionally, human martial arts were more refined than those of the orcs, with warriors of the martial academy often on par with orc brutes at higher tiers. Human generals frequently bested orc heroes. Arthur felt confident facing 2 third-tier orcs. Yet now a whole squad was upon him, and being surrounded meant certain death. As Arthur fled, the orc warriors disregarded everything else, brandishing their weapons in pursuit, fearing a sudden strike from the Black Jackal. Arthur avoided getting too close to Professor Augu and the Black Jackal, instead weaving through the fort in a frantic rush. Yet the orcs were not foolish. They promptly split into 2 groups, one pursuing from behind while the other encircled him from different angles. Driven into the midst of the bandits, Arthur used their bodies to hinder the orcs' pursuit, The orc warriors, encountering bandits in their path, readily dispatched them with a slash or a blow, continuing their relentless chase. Wherever Arthur ran, the Gale bandits screamed and scattered. Good heavens, don't come near me. Run elsewhere. Thus, a dramatically chaotic scene unfolded in Eaglebeak Fort, with orcs pursuing Arthur, Arthur chasing the Gale bandits, and the bandits fleeing in all directions, some losing their shoes and weapons in the fray, transforming a life-and-death struggle into a frantic race. The entire fort devolved into utter chaos. Chapter 97. Forced into the fray, the situation within Eaglebeak Fort had descended into complete disarray. The battle between the Black Jackal and Professor Augu had ceased. The Black Jackal had come to understand that as long as he refrained from joining the fray or fleeing, this skeleton would not initiate an attack against him. Observing his subordinates caught in the crossfire, Haichai felt an overwhelming sense of despair, yet found himself helpless to assist. The battles involving Gu Li and Xiong had ceased. With the wind thieves being driven to scatter by the relentless onslaught of the orcs, no foes remained before them. Xiong had intended to aid Arthur, but Gu Li halted her, stating, "Arthur can still hold his ground. We must seize this opportunity to rest and let these orcs deal with the wind thieves." Thus, they all settled down, watching as the orcs pursued Arthur and the wind thieves with a sense of morbid curiosity. "You scoundrels still have the gall to spectate," Arthur cursed, yet he never attempted to lure the orcs towards Gu Li and the others. The werewolves and bearfolk were not known for their speed, while Arthur glided like an eel, his wind boots enabling him to accelerate instantly. The orcs, divided into several groups, failed to capture him and instead inadvertently scattered the bandits even further. Some clever bandits hastily dove into buildings, opting to hide rather than confront their pursuers. On Eaglebeak Rock, Chi-Waluan and his companions were equally bewildered by the unfolding scene below. "What sort of agreement did you strike with those orcs?" Scar-Eye inquired, struggling to suppress his laughter as he turned to Chi-Waluan. Frustrated, Chi-Waluan struck the ground. "I feared that the orcs would attack indiscriminately and allow Arthur to escape, so I showed them Arthur's magical image, instructing them to target only him. Who could have anticipated that these fools would be so single-minded? Have you noticed something amiss?" Xiaoyin suddenly remarked. "What seems off?" The stones beneath us appear to be shifting. Just as Xiao Yin's words left his mouth, a series of cracking sounds echoed from beneath them. "This is bad. The stones are about to break." In an instant, Chi-Waluan and his companions sprang to their feet, but as they did, the ground beneath them fractured, sending both them and the stones plummeting down. The tremendous noise drew the attention of the entire battlefield. The orcs merely glanced over before continuing their pursuit of Arthur, who had no choice but to keep running. Falling from a height of several meters would not kill a battle-worn warrior, but it certainly caused significant injury, and Chi-Waluan emerged from the rubble, bruised and battered. "Who the hell set me up?" he cursed, scanning the rocky ledge above, yet finding no trace of anyone. "Chi-Waluan, Xiaoyin, what are you doing nearby?" Professor Ogu recognized Chi-Waluan, his tone laced with surprise. "Professor Ogu, we came out for training and heard commotion here, so we came to investigate," Chi-Waluan replied, forcing a calm demeanor. "It's fortunate you're here. Your experience battling orcs is just what we need to help Arthur deal with them." Xiaoyin and Scar-Eye looked to Chi-Waluan. "What should we do?" "What can we do?" "With Professor Ogu present, if we don't take action today, it won't just be expulsion from the academy." Chi-Waluan gritted his teeth, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "We're here to assist our junior students." By this point, few wind thieves remained. Those who had not perished at the hands of the orcs had retreated into buildings. Although Arthur did not recognize Chi-Waluan and his companions, their conversation revealed their identities, prompting him to lead the orcs towards them. As the orc warriors passed by, Chi-Waluan seized the opportunity, plunging a sword into the side of a werewolf before it could react. Xiaoyin shot 2 light arrows into a bearfolk's eyes, causing it to scream in agony. Scar-Eye swiftly leapt forward, driving a spear into the bearfolk's heart. The sudden assault from Chi-Waluan and his companions dispatched 2 orc warriors in an instant, leaving the remaining orcs momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why their employers had turned against them. Despicable humans, shameless and untrustworthy. The first to recover, a serpent priest, cursed in the human tongue. "You talk too much. You'll be the first to die." Xiaoyin, fearing exposure, shot a light spear at the serpent priest. The serpent priest waved his bone staff, summoning a tall, indistinct shadowy figure to protect him from the attack. The priest's power was still too weak, and the summoned figure was merely an illusion. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyin tossed a burst light orb, obliterating the shadow before the serpent priest. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the orcs' divided attention, Llewellyn and Scar, I dispatched another werewolf warrior. As Scar, I complained, "What is this madness? We painstakingly brought in these orcs only to eliminate them ourselves, like lifting a stone to smash our own feet. Keep your mouth shut. I'm the biggest fool here." The serpent priest hissed again, this time directing his staff towards Llewellyn and Llewellyn. The orcs, receiving the command, abandoned their pursuit of Arthur and lunged towards Llewellyn. "Spread out and attack," Llewellyn shouted. And the three of them immediately darted in different directions. Though they were slightly stronger than Arthur, they could not withstand the onslaught of a dozen or more orc warriors simultaneously, while Llewellyn and his companions ran. They were not aimlessly fleeing like Arthur. Instead, they maneuvered to create opportunities for counterattacks, inflicting continuous damage on the orcs. "You lot, stop watching and help clear out these orcs," Professor Ogu commanded Gully and the others. Having rested for a while, Gully and the others were eager for action. Battling these orcs was evidently more thrilling than dealing with the wind thieves. At Professor Ogu's command, the eager youngsters charged forward. Gully targeted the largest bearfolk warrior, while Xiao-Yi, Gang-Se, and Duan each engaged an orc warrior. Xiong, intrigued by the serpent priest, approached him, hurling 2 explosive fireballs in I, Mo-La-Air, and others continued to provide magical support from the rear. The orc warriors, facing equally matched human fighters, were typically victorious. Unfortunately for them, today they faced the formidable Gully and her eccentric companions. Xiao-Yi's claws proved sharper than those of the opposing werewolf warrior. Quickly tearing into its throat before he turned to the next target, Li punctured the bearfolk warrior's massive body with gaping holes, watching as it crashed forward. Meanwhile, Xiong had transformed the serpent priest into a charred serpent. Curiously poking at its corpse, only Arthur remained on the sidelines, hands on his hips, panting heavily. "You all carry on. It's finally my turn to rest for a moment." As one orc warrior after another fell, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Once they dealt with the scattered wind thieves, this crimson trial would conclude perfectly. Yet, as shadows stealthily leaped over the palisade, the true beginning of the blood-soaked trial was about to unfold. Chapter 98. Enemies reappear. Just as the battle within Eagle Beak Stronghold was on the verge of concluding, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Black-clad assassins scaled the walls. Each assassin wielded a short sword. Their movements swift and lethal. Some wind thieves, who had been lurking on the walls, were swiftly dispatched by the assassins as they entered. Professor Ogu and Hai Chai were the first to notice the commotion, followed closely by Arthur, who turned with eyes ablaze with fury. Once again, he encountered the black-clad assassins. Professor Ogu hesitated momentarily, torn between Hai Chai and the assassins, but ultimately chose to abandon Hai Chai in favor of confronting the assassins. In a flash, Professor Ogu reached the foremost assassin, delivering a whip-like kick aimed at the assassin's temple. The assassin reacted instantaneously, angling his short sword upward to stab Ogu's calf. However, Ogu's response was quicker. Maintaining the momentum of his kick, he executed an astonishing twist, narrowly avoiding the blade and landing a kick squarely on the assassin's head. The assassin was sent flying. Half his skull caved in upon impact with the wall before his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. This demonstrated the stark disparity in power between a school-level warrior and a battle-worn warrior. As Ogu had dispatched an assassin with a single kick, Professor Ogu lunged at the next assassin. He was intercepted by a rotund figure clad in black, none other than the leader, Lei Jio. Compared to the nimble assassins, Lei Jio's tight-fitting attire accentuated his bulk, rendering the fierce leader somewhat comical. Lei Jio's size and sluggish movements left him unable to evade Ogu's kick aimed at his abdomen. Expecting to burst Lei Jio's rotund belly, Ogu was astonished to discover that his kick met resistance akin to striking a drum. The force rebounding back, taken by surprise, Ogu staggered backward as Lei Jio lunged forward, his short knife flashing towards Ogu's face. For the first time, Ogu was forced into a defensive posture, pivoting on one leg. He spun around to position himself behind Lei Jio just as the latter attempted to react. Without giving him a moment's respite, Ogu struck Lei Jio's back with a swift palm. Lei Jio stumbled forward but did not fall, seemingly unharmed. Despite being visibly outmatched, Lei Jio's peculiar ability managed to entangle Ogu temporarily. Capitalizing on this opportunity, the black-clad assassins darted past Ogu, heading straight for Arthur. "Run! Forget about those orcs. Just run!" Ogu shouted desperately. He was genuinely anxious this time. These professional assassins were not to be compared to the likes of the Gale thieves. Not only were they all of at least the rank of battle lieutenant, but their strikes were also lethal. Arthur, instead of heeding Professor Augus's advice, charged towards the oncoming figures clad in black. In that moment, he lost all semblance of reason. The suppressed fury and hatred that had built up over the past 3 years erupted within him. And only bloodshed and combat could quell the inferno raging in his chest. The assassins rushing towards him exhibited no change in their demeanor. They maintained an absolute calmness at all times. All they needed to do was close in on Arthur and plunge their swords into his heart. Yet, Arthur did not grant them that opportunity. Explosive flame slash. A fiery crimson energy erupted from the Starfall giant's sword, surging forth like a raging flame, fierce and untamed, consuming everything in its path. This was the combat technique imbued with the energy of the Danyang refining god method upon reaching the battle lieutenant stage. The uncontrollable anger compelled Arthur to unleash this ferocious technique right from the outset. It was akin to playing a trump card at the very beginning of a game. The assassins, taken aback by a sudden onslaught, were instantly engulfed by the violent flames, caught completely off guard. A single strike eliminated an enemy of equal rank. Today, Arthur was no longer the boy who could merely wield the giant sword with difficulty 3 years prior. Following the first assassin were 2 others. Undeterred by their companion's demise, who saw his death as an opportunity for a better ambush, the 2, one on either side, thrust their daggers towards Arthur's throat and abdomen in a seamlessly coordinated attack. With no choice left, Arthur activated his gale boots and swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the assassins. After unleashing that fierce technique, the rage in his heart had diminished significantly, and he began to regain his composure. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Aside from the rotund figure entangled with Professor August, 15 assassins had entered the fray, grouped in threes as they leaped over the stockade. The scene felt eerily familiar to Arthur. It brought to mind the time when 15 assassins had ambushed the mercenary group in the Soaring Gorge, accompanied by a commander and a 7th-level mage. Today, he found himself in a similar ambush. Yet he was no longer isolated and defenseless. The 2 nearest assassins surged forward once more. Huey and Goalie leapt out from behind Arthur, each confronting one of the assassins. Huey's eyes sparkled with excitement. First it had been bandits, then orcs, and now assassins. He had never fought so exhilaratingly before. The dormant berserk gene in his bloodline began to awaken with each clash. Gunther and Dorn stood protectively behind Arthur, while Quinn, Morar, Nini, Amy, and Kisno formed a line behind him, each wielding their own flickering magical energies. The charging assassins hesitated, for while they may not fear death, they were acutely aware that leaping forward would subject them to a concentrated barrage of magical attacks, a foolhardy endeavor. "I never imagined you would grow so swiftly," a hoarse voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. The voice was hauntingly familiar. Many a night, Arthur had been jolted awake from nightmares by its sound. A figure flickered atop the stockade, moving with rapidity, revealing a gaunt one-armed man standing before Arthur, the assassin leader. "Kuei Lang. After running for so long, I finally have you in my grasp," Kuei Lang said with a rare, sinister chuckle. "Captain Keynes has sent someone to kill you." Arthur's eyes blazed with fury as he repeated the very words he had spoken 3 years prior. "But you are still unworthy. I shall not repeat my previous mistakes." The one-armed Kuei Lang abruptly reached out towards Arthur. "You shall die." Arthur swung the Starfall giant's sword in response, the fiery energy erupting once more. Chapter 99. A fight to the death. Arthur's combat technique, explosive flame slash, erupted anew, the raging flames descending upon Kuei Lang. The assassin extended his lone arm towards the flames. It was a black hand that reached directly into the fire. If that ferocious crimson energy was a menacing serpent, then the black hand grasped its vulnerable neck. The crimson energy dissipated, and Kuei Lang firmly seized the blade of the Starfall giant's sword, halting its descent. "I told you, you remain unworthy before me," Kuei Lang sneered. Arthur released the hilt and conjured a fireball with a swift motion. Kuei Lang cast aside the Starfall sword and swatted the fireball away with a dismissive gesture. "That little trick of yours won't work a second time. But how about this little trick?" Following the fireball, Arthur unfurled a magical scroll, and a fire dragon roared into existence. Unbeknownst to Kuei Lang, Quinn had stealthily slipped a magical scroll into Arthur's hands just before he leapt into action. As the fire dragon erupted, Kuei Lang was taken aback, swiftly pulling to the side. However, the proximity between them was so close that even with his immediate reaction, the fire dragon still scorched half of his body, igniting his black attire and mask. Kuei Lang let out a wretched scream, his energy surging forth as he rolled across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur struck with a surprise attack, and Quinn, Morar, and the others immediately joined in, unleashing fireballs, golden arrows, and ice spears upon the rolling Kuei Lang. While Kuei Lang narrowly evaded the fire dragon, the two closest black-clad assassins behind him were not so fortunate, instantly consumed by the flames. Pathetic, no wonder you failed back then. As an assassin, your chatter is far too excessive. Legio, having received a kick from Professor August, could no longer contain his outburst. Let us take action. It's up to us to resolve this. At Legio's command, two additional black-clad figures charged into the stronghold. One of them floated down from above, and before getting close, he waved his staff, conjuring a massive tornado that swept towards Arthur and the others. The tempest stirred the air, causing Arthur and his companions to stagger, forcing them to scatter in evasion. As they dispersed, the previously stationary assassins surged forward once again. Accompanying the Wind Mage was yet another battle school-level assassin, who charged straight at Arthur. This time, Arthur dared not confront him head-on. He turned and fled, knowing he could not match the other's speed. Darting into a nearby building, the battle school-level assassin pursued him inside, prompting a cacophony of cries from the Gale thieves hiding within. The remaining 12 black-clad assassins pounced on Huey, Goalie, and the others, scattering them in an instant. Goalie and Huey found themselves surrounded by 4 assassins. While Goalie unleashed her energy, deftly wielding her Silver Star Spear to protect herself and Huey, who had already succumbed to a weakened state, Gunther and Dorn shielded Nini, beset by 3 assassins, and in the ensuing melee, Dorn took a knife wound. Morar, Kistno, and Amy huddled together, the weakest among them, trembling as they faced the encroaching assassins. Quinn found himself particularly unfortunate. Surrounded by 3 assassins simultaneously, a rotating fire shield enveloped him as he clutched a magical scroll tightly. The first assassin to charge at him was met with the roar of a fire dragon, causing the 3 assailants to hesitate momentarily. The airborne Wind Mage struck again, unleashing 5 massive wind blades aimed at Quinn. The fire shield shattered before the 2 wind blades reached him, but in that critical moment, Quinn thrust his left hand forward, a flash of light illuminating the 5 rotating golden shields that materialized before him, a trophy from years past, inscribed with the 5th-level gold protection magic Golden Shield Array. You scoundrel! So it was you who did this. Capture him. I demand answers about who orchestrated this. Legio suddenly roared, recognizing the stolen items from years ago. The mystery that had stirred the entire royal city 3 years prior was finally unraveling. The Wind Mage's staff swung once more, conjuring a whirlwind that formed a colossal hand of air reaching for Quinn while the 3 assassins lunged at him. Do you truly think me easy prey? Prepare to die. Quinn, finally incensed, shed his genteel demeanor, summoning a fire dragon that soared into the sky. The fire dragon pierced through the air, lunging at the Wind Mage. As the first fire dragon was unleashed, a second surged forth in quick succession, and soon 2 fire dragons were chasing the Wind Mage through the skies. Yet it did not end there. Explosive fireballs, fire rain, and infernos were unleashed as Quinn hurled scroll after scroll, enveloping the area in flames, creating a sea of fire that no one could approach. Out of the 3 assassins who had charged, one was already consumed by the inferno, while the other 2 fled in panic. Pursued by the flames, the battle had reached its most brutal phase, yet a few individuals seemed to have been overlooked. Hei hesitated in place, unexpectedly relegated from the protagonist of this conflict to a mere supporting character. Whether it was the orcs from earlier or the assassins that had just emerged, they all seemed unrelated to him. It felt as if a powerful force was drawing various factions into the fray, with Eaglebeak's stronghold becoming the stage for their contest, while he, the lord of the stronghold, had become an unfortunate backdrop. His once proud 8th-level battle school strength offered no advantage in this tumult, and remaining to watch the struggle unfold would yield no favorable outcome. Hei swiftly made up his mind, resolutely abandoning the stronghold and turning to leave, though he sought to depart unnoticed. He found it far from easy. As he leapt towards the stockade, a sharp blade of light descended, cleaving him from the air. Having learned from Arthur's prior lesson, these assassins would not allow a single soul to escape alive. The sword cleaved through the air, embodying the wrath of the Black Wolf. If you do not allow me to leave, then perish. The surge of fighting spirit erupted, sending rocks flying and creating a gaping breach several feet wide in the fortifications. A bloodied figure clad in black remained defiantly at the breach. Chiwa and his companions stealthily maneuvered along the side of a building. The battle had spiraled completely out of control. Since Professor Ogu had already spoken, their retreat would incur no punishment. However, despite their desire to escape, the assassins would not grant them mercy. They would leave no survivors. As the trio approached the fortifications, a black-clad assassin charged forth. "Break through," Chiwa Lun commanded, leading the charge. After a mere exchange, he was sent reeling back by a powerful kick, revealing yet another elite assassin from the Battle Academy. Xiao Yin's timely shot of light magic narrowly thwarted the follow-up attack from the adversary. This time, it's not just a financial loss. It seems my life may be forfeit as well. Just how much trouble has that scoundrel Arthur stirred up? Scarred, I shouted in desperation. With a crash, Arthur, drenched in blood, burst forth from a building, activating the azure water ring, a cascading curtain of water that shielded him from the overwhelming onslaught of fighting spirit behind him. As Arthur emerged onto the battlefield, his eyes widened in shock. 6 elite assassins from the Battle Academy had appeared on the scene. How could there be so many? The revelation left him momentarily stunned, unfamiliar with the mysterious structure of this assassin organization. He recalled that Kuei Lang and Lei Jiao, as leading assassins, commanded a group of elite-level killers alongside 6 squads of lesser ones. Each had lost an elite assassin in their previous attempts to eliminate the Blue Demon and Arthur himself. And due to the rarity of such high-ranking operatives and their missteps, the organization had not replenished their losses. Consequently, this assassination operation had mobilized 6 elite assassins, including Kuei Lang and Lei Jiao. Along with all the killers under Lei Jiao's command, the opposing force had amassed such a formidable strength to eliminate Arthur, a lingering threat for 3 years. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Kuei Lang staggered to his feet. Half his body and one side of his face charred and burned, the exposed skin blackened. Having suffered twice at Arthur's hands, Kuei Lang was nearly driven to madness. "I will tear you apart." The one-armed figure lunged towards Arthur with lightning speed, aiming for his throat. Chapter 100. A grievous revenge. Kuei Lang's lethal strike was directed straight at Arthur's throat. With his Starfall greatsword lost and his protective magic exhausted, Arthur had no chance to evade. Yet, a smile curled at the corner of his lips. As Kuei Lang's claws neared, Arthur's body suddenly moved in an unnatural manner, as if a rope was pulling him swiftly backward. Kuei Lang watched in astonishment as Arthur distanced himself. Realizing a black tentacle was indeed tethered to his waist, from which a pale, gaunt youth emerged, no one had noticed how he had suddenly materialized on the battlefield. "I am late. Not too late. At least I am still alive. Did you know I would definitely come?" Arthur could hardly be bothered to respond to Arno's trivial inquiries, pulling out a handful of restorative potions and shoving them into his mouth. "The battle behind is yours. I need to rest for a moment." "Understood," Arno nodded, and a thick cloud of black mist surged forth, enveloping both him and Arthur in darkness. The black mist spread rapidly, ensnaring Kuei Lang and the elite assassin who had just emerged from the building. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the black fog had shrouded the entire Eagle's Beak stronghold. The vivid hues of the red and blue moonlight were swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The sudden arrival of the shadows forced everyone to cease fighting. Professor Ogu stood contemplatively, frozen in place. While Lei Jiao dared not make a move, Morar, Chiang, and Gully exchanged ecstatic glances, crouching stealthily, awaiting their chance to counterattack. Xiaoyin ignited a luminous orb, dispersing darkness for several meters around them, prompting the assassins to charge forth. "Xiaoyin, extinguish the light." As Xiaoyin's pain cry echoed, the surroundings plunged back into obscurity. To shine in the darkness was akin to offering oneself as a target. From the shadows emerged 2 hushed voices. "You're so powerful now." "An intermediate dark mage. A level 5 dark mage. How did you leap directly to level 5? Arthur gasped in disbelief, nearly spitting out the restorative potion he had just consumed. "I owe my advancement to that half of an arm you provided me. The dark energy within was nearly overwhelming. Now I am more balanced. At least I've gained something extra. Can you still obtain that substance?" This was the first time Arno had requested something from Arthur, indicating its immense significance to him. "If I could, I wouldn't bother. It cost me an entire year of my youth." Arno's face flushed slightly. "Yes, I was too greedy. This has at least saved me 3 years of training time." While the two chatted carefree, a sudden whoosh sliced through the mist, a cold glimmer aimed at Arno's body. Despite being thrust into the unknown darkness, the elite assassins adeptly discerned sound and swiftly initiated their assault. It was not Arno's negligence. Within the black mist lay his domain, and without the need for sight, he sensed the trajectory of the projectile. He tilted his head slightly, and a dagger narrowly missed, whizzing past his face. Life is death, death is life, the cycle of existence. The Wheel of Fate, return now, necromantic cycle. With Arno's soft incantation, the dark mist stirred ominously, intensifying the chill within. Suddenly, a fallen orc's corpse twitched, then rose, followed by another. The orc's body advanced towards the nearest assassin. The assassin, sensing the movement, swiftly drove his short sword into the orc's heart. Yet, as he withdrew the blade, he awaited the sound of the body collapsing, which never came. Confused, the assassin thrust again and again. But still, the orc did not fall. Instead, a massive, hairy hand clasped his shoulder. In a panic, the assassin lunged forward, wildly stabbing, only for the orc's corpse to open its maw, lunging for his throat that in no time. A second scream pierced the air. Windblade. The voice of the wind mage echoed from beyond the black mist. The mist swirled. He quickly ascended to evade the darkness. The swirling currents drew the black fog upward, dispersing it within a radius of several dozen meters. The gruesome scene was unveiled. Two once-dead orcs clawed at a hapless assassin, their teeth tearing into flesh and sinew. The sight of reanimated corpses horrified every observer present. Dark mage. Necromancer. Many voices cried out in shock. After all, dark mages had faded from public consciousness for millennia. When the mist arose, none could connect it with dark magic. But the ability to control corpses was a hallmark of dark mages, widely propagated as a symbol of evil by the church. While the assassins remained in shock, Xiong, Morar, and their allies had awaited this moment for long. As the cry of the wind mage rang out, fireballs, golden arrows, and water cannons were unleashed in unison. The wind mage, now alert, attempted to evade but was ultimately caught off guard, narrowly dodging the fireball and golden arrow, only to be struck down by a colossal water cannon from above. The wind mage plummeted. A silver flash pierced the air. Guli's starry silver spear pierced through his chest. The body fell into the reclosing black mist. With the first elite assassin's downfall, Arthur and Arno's counteroffensive commenced. The assassins gradually regrouped within the black fog, seeking the greatest support from their comrades. Xiong, Morar, and their allies concealed themselves in the darkness, patiently awaiting their next opportunity to strike. The roles of hunter and prey had subtly transformed. This time, the target of their hunt was the very elite assassin who had pursued Arthur earlier. As the orc's corpse approached, the assassin leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the orc's skull. A cold smile spread across his face. Such methods were far too naive for dealing with elite warriors. However, before his smile faded, a second corpse lunged at him. This time, a swift thief's body. As the assassin dispatched 5 corpses in quick succession, cold sweat began to bead on his brow. The incessant rustling of approaching bodies filled the air, leaving him uncertain of how many more would follow suit. Nearly 100 corpses lay on the battlefield, each he dispatched only to have another take its place. Every strike required full force to destroy the head. Should he fail to obliterate one, the corpse would latch onto him, and others would swiftly surround him to consume him. Currently, Arno could control only 10 corpses at once, but as his level increased, the number he could command would rise exponentially. The most powerful dark mages of legend could control an army of undead. The emergence of a formidable dark mage signified an escalating threat, which was precisely why the Church of Light sought to eradicate them at any cost. Arthur, to the 9 o'clock position, fire the chain fireballs. As Arno's command rang out, 3 fireballs shot forth in unison. The assassin, who had just smashed a swift thief's skull, was momentarily blinded by the sudden flare of light and instinctively dodged. Colliding with a furry body, another scream echoed through the black mist. The sweat of Legio has already begun to flow. Killing Arthur has become a formidable challenge. Retreating now would incur severe penalties from the organization. Leaving Legio ensnared in a dilemma. Amidst the black mist, Arno, having eliminated the assassin from the Battle Academy, has begun to control the corpse to attack Kuei Lang, with one arm already missing and severely wounded by the Fire Dragon technique. Kuei Lang is now struggling to fend off the incessant assaults of the corpses. After dispatching 13 corpses in quick succession, Kuei Lang finds himself gasping for breath, unable to stand upright. Leave him to me. The black mist around Kuei Lang suddenly begins to swirl, revealing several meters of space around him. Am I worthy now? Arthur steps forth from the black mist. Fueled by rage, Kuei Lang fixes a venomous glare upon Arthur, declaring, Allowing you to escape 3 years ago was my greatest mistake. But today, you shall still meet your demise." In a sudden outburst, Kuei Lang lunges forward, channeling all his fighting spirit into a single strike, as a serpent-like aura of energy bursts forth from his outstretched arm. Today, Kuei Lang is determined to kill Arthur at all costs. The venomous energy strikes fiercely towards Arthur's throat, but in an instant, a peculiar staff materializes in Arthur's hand. With a flick of the staff's head towards the serpent's head, a flash of lightning ensues, causing the raging energy to dissipate instantly, leaving Kuei Lang's body paralyzed and rigid in place. "What is this?" Fear laces Kuei Lang's voice for the first time. This marks Arthur's second acquisition in the mysterious realm. Arthur discovers that this odd staff can be activated by magic. Though the paralysis effect it carries lasts but a brief moment, it is not limited by any disparity in rank. Anyone it touches will be instantaneously incapacitated. Arthur strides forward, seizing Kuei Lang by the hair, lifting his face to meet his gaze, and states emphatically, "Captain Keynes has said someone will come to kill you." Arthur's hunting knife gradually slices into Kuei Lang's neck. The headless corpse of Kuei Lang slowly topples over, and Arthur, holding Kuei Lang's severed head, raises his voice to the heavens, his roar piercing through the black mist and soaring into the sky. Tears silently stream from Arthur's eyes. Chapter 101. A new battlefield. Arthur's roar reverberates like a mighty hammer, stirring the hearts of every individual on the battlefield. Ge Li and Xiao Yi are invigorated by the thunderous shout. For this blood-soaked trial has forged the true essence of warriors. Only by overcoming the trials of life and death can one tread the path of the strong. The assassins, gripped by unease, realized that from the moment Arno appeared, this assassination attempt had already failed, with death looming over them at any moment. Lei Jiao, utterly demoralized, hears Kuei Lang's final roar and loses the courage to continue fighting. He emits a sharp whistle, issuing an order for his subordinates to retreat at any cost, and then turns to flee. Upon hearing Lei Jiao's signal, the 2 Academy-level assassins blocking He Chai and Qi Waluan, along with the other surviving members of the killing department, abandoned their opponents and desperately surged toward the edge of the black mist. They had long awaited the command to retreat. Professor Ogre, hearing the commotion, does not pursue. He is far more concerned about the safety of his students than capturing these assassins. Lei Jiao, closest to the stockade wall, leaps out of the shroud of black mist. But before he can catch his breath, a massive bolt of lightning descends from the heavens. Lei Jiao desperately twists his body to evade the first lightning strike, but the second bolt follows swiftly, causing him to convulse and collapse. After Lei Jiao, every assassin who escapes the black mist is met with the onslaught of lightning. The relentless bolts fall like rain, as if a grand net of electricity has been meticulously woven, awaiting the unsuspecting fish to ensnare themselves. One by one, the black-clad assassins fall, the battle officer-level assassins reduced to charred corpses by a single strike, while even the Academy-level assassins cannot evade the successive strikes of lightning. When no more assassins emerge, the lightning begins to rain down upon the black mist enveloping Eagle Beak Stockade. With each bolt that strikes, the mist is completely dispersed within a radius of several dozen meters. After 7 or 8 strikes, the black mist within the entire Eagle Beak Stockade vanishes entirely. The moonlight once again bathes the ground, revealing a scene of horror. The ground is strewn with shattered limbs, and the blood, vibrant under the moonlight, appears grotesquely vivid. Covered in blood and clutching Kuei Lang's head, Arthur resembles a god of death. Ge Li supports the feeble Xiao Yi as they struggle to stand. Gunther helps the injured Dorn, both bearing significant wounds, while Nini's healing magic glimmers above them. Morale and Kistner remain crouched on the ground, eyes scanning for any surviving assassins. Amidst the chaos, only Chiang stands with an air of unyielding pride, her pristine white attire untouched, presenting the image of a graceful noble. This fool has not forgotten to cast the mist technique to cleanse herself and her magical robe amidst the battle. Dean, Professor Austin, Gully, Morale, and others bow respectfully. Only a grand mage like Thunder Fury Austin could so effectively eliminate all the assassins. Old Harry and Austin had been nearby all along, orchestrating a plot within a plot. The mysterious assassin organization sought to eliminate Arthur, while Old Harry aimed to draw out the hidden assassins. This was not merely for Arthur's past assassination at the Academy, but also to unearth the mastermind behind Keynes's demise. Harry Kloss first approached Qi Waluan and the other 2. During their recent confrontation with the Academy-level assassin, Qi Waluan and Xiao Yin had sustained grave injuries. Had Arno's black mist arrived any later, they might have perished. More concerning than their wounds was the terrifying gaze from Harry Kloss, which caused sweat to pour from the three, burdened by guilt. The reason our human race has endured on this continent for millennia is that our blades always face outward. You are young. But that does not mean you will have the opportunity to err again. One misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret. Do you understand what I mean? We understand. The three bow their heads deeply. Let us go. I do not wish for any of my students to stray from the path. Old Harry chooses to grant them a chance. Chi Walun and the others bow once more to Harry Kloss and the Grand Mage Austin before supporting one another and departing hastily to AS for the road ahead. Only they themselves know how to choose. Old Harry approaches Arthur, though his gaze remains fixed on Arno. Arno clenches his fists, his face tense with an unprecedented anxiety, for the Grand Mage before him could annihilate him with a mere flick of a finger. The other's attitude directly determines his fate. It has been many years since I last encountered a dark mage, the last time. I misjudged. Old Harry remarks softly. Arthur steps forward, positioning himself protectively behind Arno, declaring, Dean, Arno is my friend. Old Harry chuckles. Fear not. I am not one of those zealots. I will not capture your friend. Arthur's eyes light up. Thank you. Dean, I knew you weren't so rigid. Old Harry's expression suddenly turns grave. While I will not apprehend him, your friend cannot remain by your side any longer. The commotion caused today is too great. No one can conceal such a potent aura of dark magic. The Church of Light will soon send people to investigate. Each person present will come under their scrutiny, that a dark mage already capable of manipulating the undead will be pursued relentlessly by the Church at all costs. Dean. Arthur wishes to continue explaining, but is interrupted by Arno, Grand Mage. I know you are doing this for both Arthur and myself. Staying by Arthur's side will bring trouble to us both. I will leave shortly. Old Harry nods in satisfaction, child. Remember, there is no distinction of good or evil between light and darkness. Light and dark reside only in the human heart. Though you have chosen dark magic, you must always guard the light within you. Thank you. Arno bows deeply to Dean Harry Kloss, paying his respects as a student, and the countless years that follow will prove that the words Old Harry spoke to Arno today hold more value than any powerful magic. Old Harry's final gaze settles on Arthur. Do not be disheartened. Not only must Arno leave, but you must also depart immediately. This matter is far from over. Today, you have killed an academy-level warrior, and next time, they will send a more formidable assassin. You are still far from being able to face them alone. I will not leave. The task I must accomplish remains unfinished. Arthur shakes his head stubbornly. I know what you intend to do. Leave the subsequent matters to us old folks to handle. As Old Harry speaks, he turns to find Austin. Austin is already hauling two individuals. I intentionally held back this time. This hefty fellow and this academy-level assassin are still alive. I have a way to help you uncover who stands behind them. Arthur finally nods, albeit reluctantly. Then where shall I go? To a place you should have gone all along. We're just accelerating the plan. Old Harry leans in to whisper into Arthur's ear, speaking in a tone only the two can hear. Arthur's eyes gradually brighten. Chapter 102. The beginning of military service in the year 795 of the human light calendar, deep winter, the coldest season in the kingdom of Isaac, AT this time of year. The noble families of the capital city, Xinjialuo, ignite their heat-conjuring magic arrays well in advance, while the small households stoke their hearths to a fiery glow. The streets and alleys brim with a festive atmosphere. Crimson lanterns are hung high, and the nights are filled with dazzling magical fireworks. Following this coldest period, the eagerly anticipated New Year will arrive. Many intelligent races across the Berland continent celebrate the New Year on the same day. For it is said that on this day, the divine being Esero vanquished the demon god, liberating the beings of the continent from the chilling darkness. 2,000 kilometers beyond Wangqing lies the northwestern region, where howling gales whip snowflakes into a frenzy, the biting wind lacerating the skin like a knife, as icy gusts force their way down the collar, chilling to the bone, amidst the swirling tempest of wind and snow. Arthur tightly wraps his robe around him, trudging through the snow with labored steps. The northwestern territory of the kingdom is already the sprawling foothills of the Orlando Mountains, where the terrain shifts from undulating hills to an endless expanse of wasteland. Arthur halts, lifting his gaze forward. Apart from a few scattered, lowly coniferous trees, the landscape is a vast, white void. He begins to reminisce about the spring-like warmth of the magic tower. What are Morar and Goli doing now? Perhaps they have already begun preparations for the new year. After parting ways with Arno and Goli at Eagle's Beak Stronghold that day, Arthur set out directly on his journey north. According to the teaching methods of the Bloodlight Academy, students are required to spend 1.5 years of their final 2 academic years in practical training within the kingdom's 5 major field armies. His Majesty King Streck's famous adage is, "The battlefield is the best teacher. Those who survive are the qualified graduates." Ordinarily, Arthur and his peers would be dispatched to the military after the new year during the new semester. Old Harry, concerned that Arthur might encounter trouble upon returning to Wangcheng, arranged for him to report directly to the army after descending from Xiang Ridge. Aside from Old Harry, no one knew to which army Arthur had been assigned. The military camp would serve as his best shield. Likewise, no one knew Arno's whereabouts, not even Arthur, as they had parted ways beneath Xiang Ridge. "Do not seek me out. You possess my lingering dark perception point one day. I will return for you," Arno had said. Resolutely turning away, his frail silhouette quickly vanishing amidst the wilderness, Goli and Moro remained behind to clean up the battlefield, not even having the chance for proper farewells, let alone discussing the spoils from the recent eradication of the Gale thieves. Arthur believed that with Moro around, his share would undoubtedly be secure. What Arthur did not know was that it was only while cleaning the battlefield that Goli and the others discovered the absence of the Gale thieves' leader. Black Jackal, thinking of his friends, warmed Arthur's body, prompting him to lower his head and press on. Gradually, the wind and snow above began to diminish, revealing a vast expanse of forest in the distance. After walking a few more miles, soldiers armed with long spears suddenly sprang forth from the snow on either side of the path. Halt! These soldiers appeared to be in their mid-20s. Clad in earthy yellow leather armor, topped with white hooded cloaks, their attire blended seamlessly with the snowy ground, which explained why Arthur had not noticed them earlier. Arthur scanned his surroundings and quickly detected several more soldiers lying in ambush. The glint of arrowheads visible amidst the snow clearly aimed at him. The soldiers stationed in the border regions exhibited a level of training and alertness that was worlds apart from those of the inland defense forces. The soldiers also scrutinized Arthur. The audacity of this youthful-looking man daring to venture here alone was indeed noteworthy. "What are you doing here?" One tall soldier stepped forward and barked that a smile broke across Arthur's face as he casually produced a military order. "I am a newly assigned officer reporting to Captain Hugo." The order was a dispatch certificate issued by the Bloodlight Academy, requiring him to report to the headquarters of the Red Rock City Army, from which the regimental orders would be issued. "Follow me, I will take you there," the soldier said, casting a brief glance but not taking the order. As he turned, he muttered quietly, "What kind of nobleman is this young officer, coming down here to seek accolades?" Arthur chuckled dismissively and followed in the soldier's footsteps. After walking 5 more miles, they arrived at a military camp situated at the edge of the forest. The camp's walls, barracks, and watchtowers were all constructed from locally sourced timber, the rough bark exposed to the elements. The camp was relatively modest, accommodating only 400 to 500 personnel. The soldier led Arthur to the camp's entrance and handed him over to the captain on duty. The captain carefully verified Arthur's order before turning to notify the others. Before long, the guard captain returned, handing the order back to Arthur. "The captain is drinking. You can go in directly. The 3 rooms in the middle are his." "How direct?" Arthur mused. Though he had not formally interacted with the military, he had frequently encountered the pompous demeanor of officers at the city guard level that he stifled a laugh and stepped inside. Captain Hugo's quarters bore no distinction from the other barracks within the camp. There wasn't even a guard stationed at the door. As Arthur pushed the door open, a wave of warmth enveloped him. In the center of the room, a copper brazier blazed with red-hot coals, around which 2 middle-aged men in civilian attire were gathered, drinking. The man on the left was robust, with a square face, fierce eyes, and a thick red beard. Due to the heat within the room, he had his shirt partially unbuttoned, revealing several long scars. The man opposite him was leaner, with delicate brows and long eyes, a pale complexion devoid of facial hair, dressed in a neat long robe, but he held a wine cup, his eyes slightly squinted, already showing signs of intoxication. "Captain Hugo, I am Arthur reporting for duty." Arthur saluted the man on the left and presented his order. "Stop with the formalities. No need to salute without knowing who you're dealing with," the man in the robe interjected gruffly. Arthur felt a flush of embarrassment and turned to salute again. "Captain Hugo." Hugo did not take the order, instead squinting at Arthur, assessing him from head to toe. "I don't care what connections you have up top or who you've offended outside. Once you're here, you'll work under me." Arthur smiled. "Rest assured, Captain Hugo, I will do my utmost and not disappoint you. Damn it, don't bother with that nonsense. Hugo cursed roughly, handing his wine cup to Arthur. Here, drink this to warm yourself up, and then I'll have an officer take you to the Winter Lake station. Arthur downed the drink in one gulp. As he prepared to turn and leave, Hugo added inexplicably, Kid, stay sharp, don't lose your head. Throughout the encounter, Hugo had not uttered a single polite phrase, nor had he even asked for Arthur's name. Thus began Arthur's military career in a haze of confusion. Chapter 103. The 5 major legions. The drinking continued in the log cabin. The red-bearded man suddenly spoke. Old who? This isn't right. The casualty rate at Winter Lake is too high. If this kid encounters an accident here, it won't be easy to explain to the higher-ups. Hugo downed another cup, responding irritably, once they arrive here, they're soldiers. Casualties are inevitable. I don't cater to nobles and pampered gentry. Students from the Bloodlight Academy are just here to get a taste of military life. You could simply assign him to the logistics department. If his family is grateful for your kindness, they might even sponsor us with some supplies. But if you throw him to Winter Lake, and he dies there, you'll have no idea who will come looking for you later. Hugo suddenly looked at the red-bearded man and burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? When did you, Redbeard, learn to navigate the nobles' networking game? The red-bearded man spat disdainfully into the brazier. Damn it. I'm worried about you. If not for that foul temper of yours, you'd have been the division commander by now. Hugo chuckled and waved his hand. Brother, you still don't get it that he has been sent here so early because his family is being marginalized. If he had real connections, would he be placed here? The red-bearded man pondered for a moment and nodded repeatedly. You're still sharp. Old who? Unaware of the intricacies of the situation, Arthur had no knowledge of the unwritten rules. Although all students were indeed assigned to field armies for training according to regulations, there was a considerable amount of maneuvering involved. The 5 major field armies of the Isaac Kingdom include the Battlesong Legion stationed in the southwest, the Snowstorm Legion in the northwest, the Frost Thunder Legion, the Blazing Fire Legion in the southeast, and the Iron Flow Army in the northeast. The Blazing Fire and Iron Flow Legions, whose territories border the human kingdoms, rarely see battle, prompting many noble families to devise ways to leverage their connections with the Academy to place their offspring in these 2 legions for training. The Battle Song, Snowstorm, and Frost Thunder Legions, while all bordering the Orc wastelands, are not without distinctions. The southwestern region of the kingdom benefits from the towering Orlando Mountains as a natural barrier, historically. Large-scale Orc armies have seldom crossed the mountains to invade the human inland, resulting mostly in minor skirmishes. Although the Battlesong Legion engages in combat, it primarily targets small bands of orcs, thus presenting relatively lower risk. In contrast, the northwestern region, already a part of the Orlando Mountains foothills, lacks the geographical advantages, making it the primary site from which large-scale wars between humans and orcs often initiate. This is why the Snowstorm and Frost Thunder Legions are stationed there. Once a battlefield reaches this magnitude, it becomes a matter of life and death. Even if one cannot maneuver connections with the Bloodlight Academy, unfortunate souls assigned to the Snowstorm and Frost Thunder Legions may still navigate relationships within the military to secure positions in less perilous departments such as staff, logistics, or supply. Only those without any connections or who have offended untouchable forces are dispatched to the most dangerous frontline units. The saying goes, policies exist above, but countermeasures arise below. King Streck's intention to cultivate and temper the true spirit of nobility has been reduced to mere gilding and formalities by those below. Even so, nobles who have gone through the motions in the field army are far superior to those who squander their days in the lap of luxury. Arthur, of course, knew nothing of these deeper truths. A true youth filled with fervor, he was still immersed in the exhilarating thrill of facing orcs on the front lines, his blood surging with passion. As the lieutenant of Hugo led Arthur out of the military camp and deeper into the woods, Arthur began to realize that his station was not situated here. The lieutenant, Nick, was a young man only slightly older than Arthur, with a cherubic face that was quite endearing. Noticing Arthur's confusion, Nick took the initiative to explain. This is the regiment's headquarters, where only half of our brothers are stationed. Our regiment's defensive zone stretches along the line of the cedar forest for 200 miles, hence we have established a guard post every 15 miles, totaling 15 posts along the cedar line. Each post is manned by a squad, and you are responsible for the 7th squad stationed near Lake Lindong. Arthur was well aware that he would be leading a squad. The kingdom's field army was organized with 10 men per small team, 3 small teams per squad, and 3 squads per battalion, with a full battalion comprising 100 men. Most soldiers, apart from a few new recruits, were generally second-tier warriors, while third-tier warriors could serve as team leaders. Arthur, being a fourth-tier battle lieutenant, met the basic requirements for a squad leader. Your daily duties will involve patrolling the defense line to prevent scouts and small groups of beastmen from infiltrating. If these creatures manage to circumvent our defenses, they could launch attacks on the villages behind us. In the event of a large-scale beastman assault, you need not intercept them, but you must raise the alarm immediately. Throughout the journey, Nick warmly acquainted Arthur with the deployment of the troops, which Arthur diligently committed to memory. Unlike the martial arts department where Gully was, the professors of the magic department did not impart strategies for leading troops in battle. Since mages were primarily regarded as formidable firepower rather than leaders of men. Lake Lindong, where you will be stationed, is an unfrozen lake. Due to its water source, beastmen have been particularly active in that area recently. So you must exercise caution, Nick advised earnestly. Caution. Arthur suddenly grasped Nick's arm. Just ahead of Nick's next step lay a massive animal trap, camouflaged with a few twigs, wiping the sweat from his brow. Nick said, "Thank you. I was so engrossed in conversation that I didn't pay attention to the ground. Your guard post is almost here. It must have been set by those rascals." Arthur smiled. "I should be thanking you for sharing so much with me. You lead the way. I'll walk ahead." You. Arthur strode forward under Nick's astonished gaze. In the next several hundred meters, they encountered various traps, including snares and warning bells, all of which Arthur deftly evaded. Nick realized that this seemingly youthful lieutenant was far from ordinary. Little did he know that Arthur had spent 3 years shadowing the hunter Angus, making these traps child's play for a professional hunter. Suddenly, Arthur halted once more, producing a splendid longbow as if by magic, nocking an arrow and aiming at the treetops ahead. "Nick, where did you find such a remarkable young man?" A lean soldier emerged from the branches. Also brandishing a bow, Nick chuckled, "Monkey, gather your men. I've brought you a new leader." Chapter 104. The man faced demon bear in a slightly open area of snow amidst the pine forest. 3 squads of soldiers stood in formation. These soldiers, all young, held themselves erect, their eyes sharp, with a hint of murderous intent in their expressions. They were true warriors, having experienced the brutality of the battlefield. As Arthur's gaze swept over the faces of the soldiers, they too regarded their exceedingly youthful squad leader with curiosity, disdain, or skepticism. Regardless of their thoughts, the soldiers maintained a stoic demeanor due to military discipline. Nick furrowed his brow, addressing Monkey. "Why are there only so few men in your squad?" "Old Jose took 3 brothers on patrol. The rest who stayed behind are here," Monkey replied. "But that doesn't add up," Arthur realized. Noticing that the 3 squads before him totaled only 21 men, that a standard infantry regiment comprised 10 men per small team. For sword and shield soldiers, for spear wielders, and 2 archers, that a squad encompassed 3 small teams, amounting to 31 personnel when fully staffed. Monkey chuckled. "Then it seems we need to trouble Lieutenant Nick to urge Commander Hugo to quickly replenish our squad. Is the vacant position being exploited by old Who for free drinks?" A tall soldier from the 3rd row suddenly remarked, provoking laughter among the soldiers present. "Everyone, be serious. Rend, I will relay your comment to Commander Hugo. Brace yourself for a reprimand," Nick warned. Ren laughed. "Nick, please don't report me. I was just joking." Nick turned to Arthur, a bit awkwardly explaining. "A few months ago, several of your squad brothers were killed in action, and conditions here are harsh, making it difficult to replenish our ranks. New recruits have yet to be assigned to you." Arthur nodded silently, withholding further comment. Nick gestured toward the tall soldier who had just joked. "Rend is the leader of the 3rd squad. You've met Monkey, the 2nd squad leader. Old Jose, who took the team out on patrol, is the 1st squad leader and has been acting as the squad leader since you arrived. Allow me to formally introduce." Nick cleared his throat, exuding the authority befitting an officer despite his youth. "This is your new squad leader, Arthur Hilrow. Arthur is a student of the Bloodlight Royal Academy, a 4th-tier battle lieutenant, and he will lead you in safeguarding this ironclad defense line." The soldiers snapped to attention, saluting Arthur, unbeknownst to him. A few seasoned soldiers exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with amusement as they recognized the significance of the Hilrow surname and Arthur's affiliation with the academy. "Now, let us have Arthur address the troops." As Arthur raised his head to speak, a soldier stumbled out of the woods, exclaiming, "Something's wrong." Before he could approach, he fell to the ground. Without waiting for Nick and Arthur to respond, Monkey and Ren rushed forward, helping the soldier to his feet, revealing 3 gaping, bloody wounds on his back. "Why did you return alone? Where's Captain Jose?" Monkey demanded anxiously. "The captain took us to raid the den of the man-faced demon bears. It was going smoothly initially. We killed 2 cubs, but before we could carry them out, the 2 adults returned and cornered the captain and the others in the den. I was on lookout outside and got clawed by the mother bear as I fled," the soldier recounted. Breathless, "That old Jose has been warned not to meddle with those demon bears. We cannot afford to provoke those beasts." Rend exclaimed in frustration. "Stop complaining. If it weren't for the need to provide meat for our brothers, old Jose wouldn't have taken such a risk. You stay here. I'll take a team to rescue him." Rend insisted. Monkey grabbed Rend's arm. "Don't be rash. It's too late to go now. Those 2 demon bears will be enraged after losing their cubs. Going now would be sending our brothers to their deaths. It might not be too late. When I fled, the captain collapsed the entrance of the den, burying himself inside," the soldier added quickly. "Did you hear that? Rend, don't hold me back. Even if it means death, I must rescue old Jose," Monkey declared vehemently. All eyes turned to Arthur, realizing that the decision fell upon the newly appointed leader. "You organize the men. I will go with you," Arthur replied without hesitation. His prompt agreement surprised many, for confronting 4th-tier magical beasts was not something mere human warriors could handle, especially 2 enraged creatures driven by the loss of their offspring. That Rend's insistence was rooted in reason, not fear. Monkey was momentarily taken aback. "Captain, you don't need to take such risks. I can lead the team to rescue him. Old Jose is my soldier too. If you recognize me as your captain, I have the duty to help rescue him. Besides, sending you alone would be a death sentence. My presence might increase our chances. Even if we can't save old Jose, I can ensure your safe return." "All right." Monkey gritted his teeth and stood up. "I'll go with you as well. Every bit of strength counts." Nick chimed in. Arthur pulled Nick aside. "I appreciate your sentiment, but this is a matter for my squad. I can handle it myself. You should head back. Thank you for guiding me and sharing so much." As Arthur spoke, he discreetly slipped a few gold coins into Nick's hand. Nick glanced at it and promptly pushed Arthur's hand away. "We're all brothers here. There's no need for such formalities. If we can rescue old Jose this time, you can buy me a drink when we meet again." "Deal. It's settled." Arthur smiled knowingly. He was not trying to bribe Nick. Rather, he had unconsciously reverted to the ways of dealing with the city guards from his days with the Kane's family. Forgetting that he was now also a member of the military. In the army, Arthur felt a familiar camaraderie reminiscent of his time with the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, finding interactions with these soldiers far more comfortable than with his noble classmates. Hugo's rudeness, Nick's simplicity, and Monkey's loyalty are all traits that Arthur cherishes. The reason is straightforward. They embody the most authentic and natural aspects of humanity, and only such individuals can truly become friends. As Arthur turned around, Monkey had already assembled 6 warriors, ready to embark on their journey. "Can that injured brother still lead us?" "No need for him to guide us. I know where the bear den is located." "Then let us proceed and confront those 2 man-faced demon bears." Without even entering the barracks, Arthur once again set foot on the battlefield, destined for a tumultuous military career. Chapter 105. The great battle against the demon bears in the pine forest. Figures darted swiftly. Unlike the lush vegetation of the Orlando Mountains in the southeastern region of the kingdom, the forests of the northwest were relatively flat and sparsely wooded. Monkey led the way, treading on the snow as he navigated through the woods, with Arthur closely following. They ventured deeper into the forest. The pines grew taller, and the woods became increasingly dim. A tremendous roar echoed from afar. Monkey slowed his pace. The group cautiously advanced, and through the gaps in the trees, they could vaguely discern the forms of the 2 demon bears. One male and one female. The bears were colossal. Even the smaller female bore the size of a small tank, her snow-white fur only interrupted by a gray ruff around her neck. The short hair on their faces was tawny, with elongated features, round eyes, and prominent noses, their mouths resembling human faces when closed, hence the name man-faced demon bears. Although classified as magical beasts, man-faced demon bears possessed high intelligence and could even devise traps to ensnare hunters. Rumors circulated that man-faced demon bears were the transitional stage between lower-tier orc creatures and higher-tier bearmen, a claim the bearmen fiercely denied. The 2 demon bears were frantically digging into the frozen ground, creating a 4 to 5 meter deep and 7 to 8 meter long pit, the excavated soil forming a small mound nearby. Suddenly, Arthur reached out and grasped Monkey's arm. We cannot approach any closer. The auditory sensitivity of a fourth-tier magical beast is exceptionally keen. Old Jose should still be alive. The demon bears have yet to unearth him. Monkey exclaimed excitedly. How do you plan to rescue him? Monkey hesitated momentarily. I will find a way to lure the two demon bears away. And then you, Captain, lead the brothers to quickly excavate the bear den and rescue old Jose. It was understandable for Monkey to hesitate. As a third-tier warrior, facing such a colossal fourth-tier magical beast, he would undoubtedly perish if caught. Arthur chuckled softly. Allow me to handle this. Captain, Monkey protested, but Arthur had already maneuvered swiftly around to the position of the two demon bears, after advancing a short distance. Arthur climbed onto a massive pine tree, its trunk nearly as thick as a person. Perched on a stout branch, he drew his bow and swiftly released two arrows. The demon bears, engrossed in their digging, were taken by surprise when the arrows struck their backs. However, the distance was too great, and the robust defenses of the fourth-tier magical beasts rendered the arrows ineffective, causing them to drop harmlessly to the ground. The two man-faced demon bears turned simultaneously, and as Arthur fired his second volley, the larger male bear managed to dodge one of the arrows with a quick movement. Instantly, both bears locked onto the source of the attack. Roaring at the pine tree where Arthur stood, the larger male bear lunged forward. Seeing that only one bear had pursued him, Arthur continued shooting arrows at the remaining bear, seeking to provoke it further. The bear swatted away 3 of Arthur's arrows with its massive paws, roaring in anger yet remaining stationary. Indeed, these creatures possessed remarkable intelligence. Just as Arthur prepared to shoot again, the male bear reached the base of the tree, its enormous frame crashing into the trunk. With a thunderous sound, the roots were uprooted, and the towering pine tilted precariously. Had Arthur not been prepared and clung tightly to the trunk, he would have been knocked from his perch. The man-faced demon bear, unable to topple the tree on its first attempt, charged again, uprooting the tree completely. As the trunk began to fall, Arthur jumped down, and the bear lunged at him, its blood-red eyes filled with fury. Contrary to expectations, Arthur did not flee but instead charged directly at the man-faced demon bear, the Starfall greatsword materializing in his hand as he swung it downward. The bear's massive paw struck the blade, sending Arthur hurtling away from the force of the blow. Performing a mid-air somersault, Arthur landed gracefully and charged once more, his blade imbued with even greater energy. The bear swiped again, and this time Arthur deftly turned his sword, the bear's paw slamming against the blade's edge. The tremendous force nearly toppled Arthur, but he managed to inflict a deep gash on the bear's paw, blood gushing forth. The bear, enraged, lunged forward, its mouth open wide, aiming to bite Arthur's waist. A successful bite would sever him in two. In a flash, Arthur activated his windstorm boots, retreating just in time to evade the bear's jaws. As the bear lunged again, Arthur unleashed his most powerful technique, explosive flame slash, the fiery energy erupting upon the bear's head. With a pained roar, the bear suffered a grievous wound, a gash 3 to 4 feet long opening up on its skull. It still lives. Once more, Arthur marveled at the bear's resilience, charging forward with his sword again. The bear's claws descended upon Arthur, unleashing 3 powerful wind blades that sliced through the air. Driven to desperation, the man-faced demon bear resorted to its innate magic. Unexpectedly, it was wind-based. The wind blades were swift and relentless, and Arthur, attempting to confront them head-on, found evasion impossible. In a moment of peril, he swung the Starfall greatsword with all his might, aiming to cleave through the wind blades. The sword sliced through the trio of blades, transforming them into 6, yet failing to completely shatter them. The harsh sound of tearing filled the air as the wind blades grazed Arthur's arms and torso, creating several neat cuts in his armor, blood seeping through. Enough power, bring it on. Ignoring his wounds, Arthur surged forward once more. He wielded the massive sword like a club, striking the man-faced demon bear with relentless blows, leaving a series of deep and shallow wounds. Despite being repeatedly knocked back by the bear's powerful paws, Arthur's fortified body and 4th-tier armor absorbed much of the damage, preventing him from being crushed. Dozens of meters away, Monkey swallowed hard, along with the 6 soldiers he brought, utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that their usually cheerful young captain could fight with such ferocity. Nor had they ever witnessed a warrior daring to confront a magical beast of equal rank. The man-faced demon bear suddenly rose on its hind legs, both paws poised to strike at Arthur's head. Rather than retreating, Arthur charged into the bear's embrace, and before the bear could crush him, a dark staff struck its relatively soft abdomen. The man-faced demon bear collapsed, paralyzed, and Arthur rolled aside, swiftly retrieving his hunting knife to stab back. The knife pierced the bear's body repeatedly, and only after the third thrust did the bear recover from its paralysis. Emitting a pained howl, although the female bear had remained stationary, her blood-red eyes never left the battle. As the male bear fell, Arthur quickly delivered the finishing blow, prompting the female bear to erupt in fury. Charging forward, that moment, the male bear regained its senses, and Arthur dared not linger any longer. He turned and fled. The two man-faced demon bears, now filled with rage, pursued him relentlessly. Arthur ran further and further, the figures of man and beast rapidly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 106. Encountering Leon again. Arthur had lost his way. While fleeing from the two demon bears, he had plunged deeper into the denser parts of the forest, using the trees to thwart their pursuit. After finally shaking them off, Arthur found himself unsure of how far he had run or where he was, as the surrounding woods appeared nearly identical. And darkness was encroaching. Exhaustion and pain surged through him following the intense battle. The injuries from the earlier fight remained untreated, and his blood-soaked armor clung to him, the icy wind chilling him to the bone and intensifying the pain of his wounds. Fearing the imminent danger, Arthur dared not tend to his injuries. Instead, he sought refuge behind a large tree, sheltered from the wind, and gradually sat down. Fortunately, with a spatial wristband on him, Arthur retrieved some jerky and wine to replenish his strength. The spicy pine nut wine warmed him slightly as he consumed it. After eating, an overwhelming drowsiness began to assail him, and his eyelids grew heavy. I cannot sleep. I must not sleep. Arthur's mind fought fiercely. If he succumbed to slumber, he might freeze to death in the night. He needed to find a place to rest and tend to his wounds. Arthur slapped himself hard to stay awake, and as his eyes fully opened, he grabbed handfuls of snow from the ground, vigorously rubbing his face until he felt completely alert again. By now, night had fully fallen, and although there were torches in his wristband, he dared not ignite one. Lighting a fire deep within the forest would attract the attention of beasts and enemies far more than it would allies. Arthur could only fixate on a single direction, stumbling forward in the darkness with uneven steps. Uncertain of how far he had ventured, his feet began to grow numb, yet he had not encountered even a single hollow tree to take refuge in. Suddenly, he halted, a vague sense of unease creeping over him. As if something were amiss, just then, a black crow flitted past his head with a flurry of wings, prompting Arthur to instinctively tilt his gaze upward. In that very moment, a towering shadow lunged forth from the thicket, hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, Arthur, weary in both body and spirit, still managed to react instinctively. He barely had time to position the Starfall greatsword defensively before the shadow collided forcefully with him. A tremendous force striking the sword, surpassing even that of a human-faced demon bear. The Starfall sword slipped from his grasp as Arthur was sent reeling backward, blood erupting from his mouth mid-air. His back collided violently with a tree, causing him to bounce off and crash to the ground. He attempted to rise immediately, but his arms faltered, sending him tumbling down once more. Another figure burst forth from behind a tree, brandishing a serrated blade aimed at Arthur's throat. There were indeed more foes. Summoning every ounce of strength, Arthur rolled aside just in time to evade the lethal strike. The second blow followed swiftly, again targeting his neck, the assailant intent on ending his life. Exhausted and unable to evade, Arthur desperately lifted his palm, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth just as the blade descended. Not only did it deflect the fatal strike, but it also hurled the assailant into the air, eliciting a scream that was anything but human. Seizing the momentary cover provided by the water curtain, Arthur exerted all his might to rise from the ground, staggering forward. Yet, after only a few paces, the sound of pursuing footsteps echoed ominously behind him. Despair enveloped Arthur. The unknown enemy sought to extinguish his life, and those mysterious assassins had tracked him down with alarming speed. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and he could only manage to shrink his head back as a heavy blow struck his back, causing another spray of blood to erupt as he collapsed to the ground. It felt as though his bones had been shattered. This time, Arthur lacked the strength to rise again. The wind howled anew, once more aiming for his head. Before the blow could land, darkness consumed him entirely. Time passed in an indeterminate haze before Arthur slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the rough-hewn ceiling of a wooden cabin. Lying on a bed, with the warmth of a flickering fire beside him, he was indeed alive. Yet Arthur could not fathom how he had survived, faint memories of the strike against his head lingering in his mind. He attempted to sit up but discovered his upper body was bare, with bandages wrapped around his injuries. Who saved me? You're awake. Perhaps alerted by the sounds within, a voluptuous woman entered the room. Arthur was momentarily taken aback. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much. Are you surprised to see me? You are Shara, gazing upon the female orc clad in black lace armor. A flood of memories rushed into Arthur's mind. That bastard has awakened. I shall kill him. Behind Shara, 2 orcs entered, one a hulking tyrannosaurus-like warrior, his face betraying no expression, and the other a one-eyed werewolf. The cold gaze of his singular eye fixated on Arthur. The presence of these 2 orcs instantly reminded Arthur that they were the very ones who had attacked him that night. The age-old enmity between humans and orcs explained why they had struck with lethal intent. Yet who had ultimately saved him? Was it Shara? Though the one-eyed werewolf had entered the room, declaring his desire to kill Arthur. He had not yet made a move. Arthur, you cunning rascal, you truly have the luck of the devil. You're still alive. A tall, robust young lion man stepped in. The tyrannosaurus and the werewolf stepped aside. Slightly bowing as the lion approached, his gaze locked onto Arthur. Leon, you scoundrel, I knew it was you. After 6 years apart, the Leon before him was no longer the hot-headed young lion he once knew. Now, he sported a mane of golden hair, a broad forehead, and a rugged face marked by a hint of arrogance and ferocity. Human noblewomen were enamored with Leon's type of orc, handsome, valiant in bed. Far superior to the greasy, pot-bellied men they typically entertained. It was I who saved you. You ought to thank me. You owe me a life. You humans killed my mother. The orcs killed my mother as well. Silence fell between them. The age-old enmity between humans and orcs palpable. Each bore the weight of loved ones lost at the hands of the other, a bitterness that could never be resolved. I will not let you go. You can kill me now, come on. Brave orc warrior, do not provoke me. Such tactics will not work on me. What are you waiting for? Strike. Leon suddenly laughed. Arthur, you remain as cunning as ever. I will not fall for your tricks again. You are correct. You secretly freed me, and I owe you a life. But since I did not kill you last night, that debt is settled. However, if you wish to leave, we must strike a deal. I will not engage in any dealings that harm human interests. No. I assure you this deal will not compromise human interests. On the contrary, any human warrior would gladly undertake this task. Arthur pondered seriously. If it does not harm human interests and the reward is worth the risk, I do not mind making a deal with an orc. Leon gestured for Shara and the others to exit, leaving only himself and Arthur in the room that Leon's gaze bore into Arthur's. I knew you would agree. Arthur smirked. That remains to be seen. You should first explain what you intend to do. Leon lowered his voice and began to discuss the mysterious transaction with Arthur, who maintained a stoic expression throughout. After Leon finished, he fixed his gaze on Arthur. So, what will it be? If you swear by the beast god, I can trust you. Yet I do not understand why you would do this. If you are willing, I will find a way to notify you when the time comes. The rest is none of your concern. Arthur chose not to engage in further trivialities with Leon. Very well, I agree to this deal. The two lightly bumped their fists together, a gesture of promise among orcs, thereby formalizing the transaction. Can you walk on your own now? Leon suddenly asked with a cold demeanor. Arthur swung his legs over the side of the bed. Testing his strength, I can manage. Then hurry and leave. Humans are not welcome here. Arthur chuckled softly, saying nothing further, as he collected his vine armor and great sword, donning a battle garb before striding towards the door. Arthur, Leon called out from behind. Once that matter is resolved, if we meet again on the battlefield, I will personally kill you. Arthur turned back with a smile. You will always be my defeated foe. Chapter 107. Unveiling the Past in the Wind and Snow Legion. Stationed at East Lake, within a modest wooden cabin sat 7 or 8 soldiers, all wearing troubled expressions. What shall we do? The captain has been missing for 5 days. We've searched nearly 100 miles. And there's no sign of him alive or dead. Monkey said, shrugging his shoulders. I find it strange that our lieutenant has gone missing on his first day, right after the previous captain was killed in battle, Lund muttered. A gaunt old soldier sat with his head bowed, continuously puffing on a pipe. His age was indiscernible. The wrinkles had begun to form on his forehead and his hair was flecked with gray. Old Jose, do you have any advice? The old soldier tapped his pipe against his shoe's sole, letting out a long sigh. Alas, we must report the truth. Monkey hesitated. Reported as is, they may hold us accountable. Reported as is, this matter originated with us and has entangled that young man. Let them handle it as they see fit. Lund suddenly chuckled. Old Jose, perhaps this time you might turn misfortune into fortune. Think about it. Every lieutenant sent here has met with disaster. Who would dare come to our squad again? Old Jose could easily get promoted. But the captain is not dead yet. Who's spreading rumors about me? A voice suddenly rang out from outside the cabin. Captain! Captain! Monkey was the first to leap outside, followed closely by the other soldiers, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. The tale of Arthur's solo battle against the human-faced demon bear had spread throughout the squad, courtesy of Monkey and the few soldiers who had accompanied him. The military, too, revered strength and bravery. In just one battle, the young Arthur had garnered the respect of his fellow soldiers. Arthur had changed into a new battle garb and cloak, showing no signs of injury, and now wore a broad smile as he regarded Lund. What were you just saying about me? Lund scratched his head awkwardly. Captain, I was just joking. I have patrol duties. I must be off. Amid the laughter of his comrades, Lund dashed away, clutching his head. You must be Captain Jose. Arthur turned to the old soldier in the crowd. Jose's face flushed as he saluted Arthur. I apologize for any trouble I caused the captain. I've heard you risked your life to solve the food crisis for the squad, Arthur said, taking Jose by the arm and guiding him back inside. By the way, did you bring back those 2 little bears? Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Quickly bring the bear meat over for the captain to taste. This beast meat is a great tonic. Once the crowd had gathered, Arthur briefly recounted his recent experiences, mentioning only that he had lost his way and subsequently found an abandoned hunter's cabin where he recuperated for 2 days. He deliberately omitted any mention of his encounter with Leon. Arthur's safe return dispelled the ominous cloud that had loomed over the 7th Squad, allowing the unit to return to its normal routine. As a newcomer, Arthur was still unfamiliar with everything, and the rotation for patrols and guard duties remained under Jose's purview. His injuries had yet to heal, and upon his return, he stayed at the garrison to recover. As the squad leader, Arthur resided in a separate small wooden cabin, while each of the 3 teams shared a larger wooden house. The nights at the garrison were quiet yet monotonous. Soldiers with evening watch duties had long since retired for the night, while those without tasks gathered to boast and converse. Just as Arthur was about to enter a meditative state for training, Jose pushed the door open, carrying a package and a longsword. The supplies from the regiment arrived during the day, including your uniform and sword, Jose announced, placing the items down and preparing to leave. Arthur had been discreetly observing Jose over the past few days. His demeanor bore a resemblance to Arnold's, often taciturn, rarely engaging in conversation with the soldiers, and always unfazed when they jested with him. However, he was notably meticulous and rigorous when it came to task assignments. Wait a moment, Arthur called out to the departing Jose. He opened the package in front of Jose, revealing a standard military uniform, a tan protective leather armor, and a snow-white leather cloak. The squad leader's armor and cloak were of a higher grade, classified as level 3, surpassing that of the ordinary soldiers. He then drew the long sword for a glance. It was the standard issue sword of the military, of average craftsmanship, barely qualifying as a level 4 weapon. Arthur set the uniform aside but pushed the armor, cloak, and sword towards Jose. You take these, share them with Monkey and Randall, the 3 of you as team leaders. That's unacceptable. We cannot take the squad leader's belongings. It would violate military discipline, Jose insisted, pushing the items back. Weapons and equipment are a soldier's second life. Though you 3 are team leaders, your gear is no different from that of regular soldiers. Take them. They could save your lives in critical moments. Yet, no matter how Arthur pleaded, Jose stubbornly refused. Amused, Arthur made no attempt to hide his intentions. He retrieved the Starfall giant sword from his spatial wristband and slammed it heavily onto the ground. What do you think of this sword? Do you understand now? I have no use for the issued sword. Jose momentarily froze upon seeing the Starfall giant sword, his eyes lighting up with recognition. Arthur noticed the change in Jose's expression. What? Do you recognize it? Jose hesitated but eventually nodded. How do you know about it? This sword is too striking. Anyone who has seen it cannot forget it, especially since it once belonged to Commander Keynes. Arthur could no longer maintain his facade of composure. He grasped Jose's arm tightly, thrilled to finally meet someone who understood Keynes's past. Keynes, along with Randall and others, had always been a mystery to Arthur. They, along with many mercenaries from the Blue Enchantress, hailed from military backgrounds yet spoke little of those experiences. It was only at Eaglebeak Fort on Sunset Ridge that Old Harry first revealed to Arthur that Keynes had served in the Snowstorm Legion and advised him to inquire about Keynes's history, hinting that the assassination in Solon Canyon might be linked to his military experiences. Captain, you're gripping too tightly. Arthur's excitement made his grip akin to a vice, causing Jose to wince in pain. Apologetically, Arthur chuckled. Please sit down and share with me the experiences of Commander Keynes. I only recognize this sword. I am not privy to Commander Keynes's experiences. Arthur was taken aback. Is discussing Commander Keynes's military history forbidden? Not exactly. Back then, I was just a lowly soldier, while Commander Keynes was a high-ranking general. How could I possibly know about the general's experiences? Arthur locked eyes with Jose. Captain Jose, with the Starfall sword in my possession, and Keynes being my most respected commander, please share what you know about those events from your perspective. Jose settled cross-legged on the ground. Very well, if the captain wishes to hear about those past events, I shall recount them. Thus, a long-buried tale began to unfold. Chapter 108. Life in the barracks. The charcoal fire in the cabin cast a warm glow as Arthur produced a flask of wine, sipping it in the flickering light while old Jose gradually narrated the events of the past. In those days, Keynes was the youngest division commander in the Snowstorm Legion, a warrior, although he hailed from the illustrious Hilro family. He exhibited none of the arrogance typically associated with noble lineage. The soldiers admired Commander Keynes, and there were even rumors among them that he was the best candidate to become the next commander of the Snowstorm Legion. Arthur chuckled. Only soldiers oblivious to politics would entertain such thoughts. Despite his youth, Arthur understood that Keynes had no chance of ascending to the position of commander in the Snowstorm Legion. The main forces of the Kingdom of Isaac comprised 5 major field legions in the Royal Guard Legion. The commanders of the Battle Song, Frost Thunder, Blazing Fire, and Iron Current legions hailed from the 4 great ducal families of the kingdom. The commander of the Snowstorm Legion was Prince Hobbs, the uncle of His Majesty, while the commander of the Royal Guard was Prince Rex, the king's younger brother. Thus, both the Snowstorm Legion and the Royal Guard Legion were forces directly controlled by the king. If a commander from one of the 4 ducal families were appointed to lead the Snowstorm Legion, it would disrupt the political balance, a situation that His Majesty Streck would never permit. Arthur was astonished that Keynes had risen to the rank of division commander at such a young age. For him, the position of division commander seemed unattainable. Within the kingdom's military structure, a field legion oversaw 5 armies, front, rear, center, left, and right, fully staffed at 100,000 men. Each army contained 4 divisions, each with a varying number of personnel, typically ranging from 4 to 5,000. The Huguenot Infantry Regiment, to which Arthur currently belonged, was merely one of the infantry regiments under the 3rd Division of the Snowstorm Legion, representing a considerable leap from squad leader to division commander. Spanning 4 ranks, Jose took a sip of wine before continuing. However, no one anticipated that the most promising Commander Keynes would leave the Snowstorm Legion, and no one knew where he went afterward. Why did he leave? Arthur pressed eagerly. As this was the crux of his interest, Jose shook his head with a wry smile. How could we lowly soldiers possibly know the decisions made by a division commander? Besides, I was not one of Commander Keynes's men. At this point, the thread of information abruptly ceased, leaving Arthur with a look of disappointment. To his surprise, Jose continued. Commander Keynes's sudden departure from the Snowstorm Legion was a significant event that we soldiers speculated wildly that it might have been related to that battle. What battle? Back then, our Snowstorm Legion engaged in a fierce conflict with the Beastmen in the Sign Canyon. For reasons unknown, Keynes's division found itself trapped in the canyon. The battle was devastating. Out of a 5,000-strong division, fewer than 500 survived to escape, resulting in a staggering casualty rate of 90%. The entire division was nearly annihilated. Give me the details. How would I know the details? Our regiment's commander was not yet Huguenot at that time. He was stationed 300 kilometers away from the Sign Canyon, guarding against potential Beastmen raids on our rear lines. Such a massive battle, and we were left in the dark. Arthur pondered for a moment before asking, where is Keynes's division stationed now? It no longer exists. Those who survived the Sign Canyon have long since retired, many of the injured directly discharged, while some followed Commander Keynes. That division was essentially entirely restructured. I doubt there are many left within the Snowstorm Legion now. Arthur fell into silence. Realizing this was where the trail of clues had completely vanished. Is Commander Keynes doing well now? Jose ventured cautiously. He died over 3 years ago. Jose froze momentarily, then let out a soft sigh. What a pity. Yet he found a worthy successor for the Starfall sword. You bear a striking resemblance to the former division commander. Resemble him? That bearded man. Arthur laughed. Did he grow a beard later? Did he not have one then? Both fell silent, with no one knowing the true experiences that Keynes had endured, what had compelled him to leave the army, and why he had deliberately changed himself. Arthur once again sank into a prolonged silence, not even noticing when Jose departed. However, Jose took with him the armor, cloak, and long sword. The matter regarding Kane seemed to pass just like that. And Arthur never mentioned it again. The following day, Arthur joined the patrol team, leading a small squad in a round trip along the 15-mile defense line each day. Beyond the patrol duties, he accompanied Jose or Monkey into the woods to hunt, bringing back pheasants and porcupines to enhance the rations for the squad. Arthur's archery skills, inherited from the elven sharpshooters, surpassed those of Monkey by a considerable margin, and since Arthur joined the hunting team, the squad had enjoyed a near-constant supply of meat. The soldiers claimed they were experiencing the happiest days of their military service. However, this bliss was short-lived, as they soon found themselves plunged into hellish trials. The catalyst was Monkey's incessant urging for Arthur to teach archery techniques. Inspired by Monkey, Arthur began to impart martial skills to all the soldiers in the squad, teaching them the death's embrace, replicating Randall's training methods without prior experience as an instructor. The soldiers were about to encounter the first glimpse of their squad leader's more ruthless side. In addition to training his subordinates, Arthur did not neglect his own cultivation, and he had found the perfect sparring partners for himself. Those two man-faced demon bears. After losing their cubs, the two demon bears did not leave their original den, which resulted in Arthur visiting them sporadically. When the two bears charged at him together, Arthur would promptly turn and flee. Initially, the bears would chase him, but after several attempts and realizing they could not catch him, they eventually lost interest in the pursuit. When a single bear lunged at him, Arthur would engage in a fierce battle, treating the demon bear as a means to hone his martial skills and strength, refraining from using lethal force. Arthur made another surprising discovery. Near the base of Winter Lake, there existed a small lake. The surface was modest, spanning only 2 to 3 square kilometers, and the water, though shallow, was piercingly cold. Arthur found that cultivating the Dan Yang technique in the frigid waters not only completely alleviated the burning sensation experienced during training, but also left him feeling refreshingly cool and invigorated. With no women around, Arthur now practiced daily, sitting cross-legged on a piece of green stone submerged in the lake, exposing only his neck and above to the icy water. As time flew by in the military camp, the soldiers indulged in a feast of meat and wine, celebrating the sudden provisions sent from above, and it was then that Arthur realized the new year had arrived unnoticed. After drinking, he returned to his room, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, pondering. Another year has passed. The new year in the royal city must be bustling with festivity. I wonder how my friends are faring. Chapter 109. Fate decreed in the royal city. Clusters of magical flames soared into the sky, bursting forth in a dazzling display of colors, enveloping the entire city in the joy of the new year. The Duke of Ross's residence glimmered with light from every corner. Within the opulent main hall of the Duke's mansion, revelry and dance filled the air. Unlike the melodious celebrations of other noble houses, the Duke's family performed a martial dance imbued with a sense of solemnity. Seated at the head of the hall, Duke Ross's complexion was flushed, the effects of inebriation evident. Though he had surpassed 50 years of age, for a warrior, he was still in his prime. This night, Duke Ross was particularly jubilant. Holding a position of great power and commanding the Battlesong Legion, he was blessed with 6 sons and 1 daughter, each a paragon among their peers. Thus the Duke basked in the glory of life as triumphs. Among his 7 children, his youngest daughter, Jelly, was the apple of his eye. Jelly, come, sit closer to your father, the Duke beckoned, pointing to the seat beside him. Jelly pouted, refusing to budge. I am not a little girl anymore. Why should I sit so close? Duke Ross, undeterred by her retort, laughed heartily. How could I forget? Our Jelly is already 18, a grown young lady now. Jelly proudly lifted her chin in response. Once the new year passes, you should report to the Legion and join your elder brother. He will ensure you quickly accumulate military achievements that I want them to know that the Ross family can produce a female marquis. I want to join the Battlesong Legion, Jelly declared. The Duke was taken aback. Why not? Everyone in the Battlesong Legion knows I am the daughter of the Ross family. Even if I achieve merit, they will only say it is due to my father's and brother's influence. Jelly does not rely on anyone, and is no less capable than any man. Excellent. That is the spirit of a Ross daughter. Wherever you wish to go, your father will support you. Jelly began to ponder. But I cannot join our family's Legion. The Flame and Iron Legion has no battles to fight, so they are out of the question. The Frost Thunder Legion belongs to the Palmer family, whom I cannot abide. I know. I shall join the Wind and Snow Legion. Throughout the royal city, festivities abounded. Yet at the foot of the mountain, the camp of the royal guards remained vigilant and solemn. Prince Rex's residence was as splendid as any duke's. yet he chose to reside in the military camp year-round. The new year being no exception. In his 40s, with a robust physique and a few strands of short beard beneath his chin, his presence radiated authority born of years in the military. Upon returning from a patrol, the prince tossed his golden cloak to an officer and casually inquired, "What is Hugh up to?" Hugh is practicing martial arts in the back garden. Let us go take a look. At that moment, Hugh, clad in tight black martial attire, wielded a great sword, his movements fluid and deliberate. His strikes began slowly, each thrust seemingly imbued with immense weight, gradually escalating in speed until his swordplay resembled a thunderous tempest. Shadows of the blade dancing across the sky. As the myriad sword shadows dissipated, one decisive strike cleaved a decorative stone, taller than a person, in two with a resounding crack. Applause erupted. Well done. That strike was executed with the thunderous precision of a storm. Why the sudden switch to sword practice today? Hugh remained silent, merely nodding at Rex before sheathing his sword and turning to leave. Wait, Hugh. Hugh paused, but did not respond. I know you harbor resentment towards me, and I do not wish to explain myself further. However, you are now an adult. You must approach matters with the perspective of a man, no longer acting with childish impulsiveness. If I cannot protect the woman I love, what does it mean to be a man? Prince Rex found himself momentarily speechless, eventually sighing deeply. In my youth, I lacked the ability to safeguard your mother, but the events that transpired to her shall never befall you. Hugh scoffed. Remaining silent, I have arranged matters for you. After the new year, you shall report to the Wind and Snow Legion. Hugh furrowed his brow. The Wind and Snow Legion. Are you not concerned that I might be unable to resist avenging my mother? Rex chuckled coldly. I wish to place you under their very noses. Let us see who dares to harm Rex's son today. The notion that half-beasts cannot be ennobled is utter nonsense. Not only shall you be ennobled, but you will do so within the Wind and Snow Legion. I do not believe Stretch would dare violate his own regulations. Rex stepped closer, placing a hand on Hugh's shoulder, which was now level with his own. Hugh, regardless of others' opinions, you are my son. But understand this, Stretch values me not for our brotherly bond, but because I command the loyalty of 100,000 royal guards. In this world, the greatest truth is strength. I will not disappoint you, Hugh stated firmly as he strode towards the inner hall. Watching Hugh's retreating figure, a flicker of fire ignited in Rex's eyes. At the Wells Manor, one of the most luxurious private residences in the affluent district on the southern bank of the resonant river. The grand hall dazzled with opulence. The ceiling, walls, chandeliers, and even the door handles were adorned with golden embellishments. The terms nouveau riche and parvenus were often whispered among the nobility when referring to the Wells family. Before Morale lay a table piled high with ham, roasted meats, and smoked fish. As he lowered his head, continuously stuffing his mouth, the head of the Wells family, Leslie, who had grown even rounder than Morale, beamed with pride as he watched his son. Sending Morale to Bloodglare Academy was Leslie's most cherished investment. Initially intending to spend money for Morale to secure a title and forge connections, he never anticipated that Morale would achieve first place in the latest assessment and personally slay several orcs, thus granting Leslie considerable prestige among his peers. Suddenly, Morale lifted his head and asked his father, "You've already smoothed the way for me to join the Wild Battle Legion, right?" Leslie's smile widened. Rest assured, it has all been arranged. Since you have a promising future, the Wells family will support you even to the point of exhausting our resources. If our family produces a great mage, who would dare mock us as parvenus? Morale merely grunted in response. Returning to his feast, Leslie continued, "When I told Maury and the others that you killed orcs, they were incredulous. This time, you must bring back a few live orcs from the border to show them. Their orc slaves are all purchased. Henceforth, all orc slaves of the Wells family must be captured by our own hands." Morale abruptly raised his head, food still unchewed in his mouth. "Where are you sending me to smooth things over?" "To the Wind and Snow Legion. I've heard there are plenty of orcs there." Morale promptly spat out his food. At Bloodglare Academy, Joan idly fiddled with the magical communication token in his hand. Since entering the academy, he had not returned home, nor had anyone come to visit him. In previous years, he would celebrate the new year with Arthur and Arno, both of whom were also without a home to return to. Now, with both having left, Joan had become utterly solitary, spending the new year in solitude and melancholy within his room. This year's allocation of magic scrolls better arrive promptly, if they're late. "You can prepare for my funeral." Joan swiftly typed a message on the magical token. Then, he began to mutter to himself, Where shall I undertake my military training this year? A place of interest. Perhaps Wind and Snow Legion or Frost Thunder Legion. Let fate decide. Heads for Wind and Snow, tails for Frost Thunder. Murmuring, Joan tossed the magical token into the AIR.I and the unseen threads of destiny. It seemed as though fate had conspired, bringing these peculiar individuals together through a series of serendipitous encounters. Chapter 110. Each with their own schemes at the Winter Lake camp, as dusk descended. Arthur returned from his training at the lake to find Jose, the monkey, and Lund waiting at the door of his wooden cabin. Is there something you need? Nothing much. We just wanted to have a chat. The monkey approached with a playful grin, 2 jugs of wine in hand. Behind him, Lund carried something as well, and it was evident it was food. I am quite hungry. Let us head to my room to eat and chat, Arthur remarked. He had now fully integrated into this team, as the relationships in the military were inherently simpler than those in society. Arthur had first saved Jose, and subsequently shared the equipment allocated to him with the 3 squad leaders. Swiftly earning the heartfelt recognition of the entire platoon, the group gathered around the charcoal stove, and Arthur tore off a chicken leg from the oil paper package Lund had opened. So, what's on your mind? The monkey nudged Jose. You tell him. Jose pulled out a small pouch from his bosom. The sound of coins jingling as he poured a small pile before Arthur, the quick glance revealed 7 gold coins, with the rest being silver and copper, adding up to barely 11 or 12 gold coins. What's this? A bribe. No. Our field army cannot compare to the city's garrison. Life is tough. Apart from the meager military salary we receive, there are no other sources of income. The soldiers below only earn 6 gold coins a year, while the squad leaders like the monkey and I earn just 10. Our hard-earned military pay barely covers a single meal for the city's noble lords. Get to the point. Jose smiled sheepishly, realizing he had been rambling. We can only rely on hunting to supplement our brother's income. This is last month's earnings. According to the rules, you take 1/3, we 3 take 1/3, and the rest is shared among the soldiers. But this month's earnings aren't much. Are they? Having made his first fortune through the lucrative enchantments, Arthur no longer regarded such trifles with interest. This is the largest monthly income I've seen in years, thanks to the 2 small demon bear skins and crystals included. Typically, we earn only 2 or 3 gold coins a month, Jose explained apologetically. I don't need my share. You and the other brothers can divide it among yourselves. The monkey immediately beamed. I told you the captain wouldn't want it. How could someone from the Bloodlight Academy covet such petty coins? No. Rules are rules. The captain's share must be taken, Jose stubbornly insisted. Then let us buy wine with my share, and I'll treat you and the brothers. All right then. After a moment of thought, Jose put the coins away. Arthur noticed that Jose and the other 2 were not rigid when it came to securing benefits for their own, and he tentatively said, ultimately, this is just a small sum. I have a way to earn much more. Do you have the courage to join me? The monkey and Lund's eyes immediately sparkled. We have the guts to fight orcs. Do we lack the courage to make money? As long as the captain leads us, our whole platoon will follow you. Although Jose didn't immediately voice his agreement, he did not oppose. Arthur directly produced 2 enchanted items from his spatial ring, a level 3 armor and a level 4 longsword. One of these enchanted items was Arthur's own creation, while the other was a spoils from a previous raid on a merchant's store. Ever since Arthur acquired the ring, he had taken all the remaining loot stored in Cheong. These 2 items have questionable origins. Is there a way to sell them internally? Jose and the others' eyes widened. Their rank had never afforded them the opportunity to engage with enchanted gear before. No problem. I have channels for selling. Enchanted gear is a rare commodity within the army. These items would be immensely tempting for officers of the captain and battalion commander level. Jose exclaimed excitedly. Then contact the buyers. But do not disclose the source of these items, that I'll take 80% of the selling price, and you'll split the remaining 20%. Any objections? Captain, you can rest assured. Nobody in the army will question the source of these items. Even if someone does, we can claim they were spoils captured from an orc hunting party, and we'll just submit a couple of orc corpses as proof. They won't be able to investigate further. Jose, being an old soldier, was very experienced in such matters. The monkey and Lund nodded excitedly beside him. Based on market prices, if these 2 enchanted items sold smoothly, Arthur's 2% share would amount to 50 gold coins, equivalent to their total earnings over the last 2 years. As for the origins of the items, they couldn't care less. They were already firmly tied to Arthur's interests. Arthur smirked slyly. Just as he had envisioned. No matter how powerful the Church of Light was, They could never trace the origins of enchanted items in the hands of officers in the kingdom's field army. Could they? In Singaral, the headquarters of the Church of Light, a tall knight clad in silver armor slowly walked into the western hall of the cathedral, his boots echoing crisply against the blue marble with each step. Seated beneath the imposing statue of the light god was a middle-aged priest in a purple robe, smiling as he occupied a high-backed chair. He was none other than Cardinal Diriel. One of the three pillars of the church, the commander of the Light Knights, the 11th level knight Vance Wimburn, removed his helmet and cradled it in one arm, slightly bowing. "You summoned me, Cardinal Diriel." "Commander Vance. There are no outsiders here. Please, feel at ease." Diriel beckoned with a smile. Vance took a few steps forward and sat beside Cardinal Diriel. "I wish to inquire about the Dark Sorcerer incident that occurred a month ago at Twilight Ridge. How is the investigation proceeding at the tribunal?" Diriel asked casually, his tone light. "As you know, matters involving heresy are typically handled by the tribunal. It's not appropriate for us Light Knights to intervene directly." Diriel smiled. "The tribunal hasn't been able to uncover much. It seems the Light Knights are ready to take over discreetly." Vance was taken aback and cautiously inquired, "What does the Archbishop imply?" Though Archbishop Sassus hasn't stated it outright. He is quite displeased with the tribunal. 3 years ago, they expended considerable resources to capture numerous individuals but failed to apprehend that elusive fish, causing the Archbishop to lose face before the Pope. Now that the fish has nearly matured and re-emerged, the Archbishop is understandably upset. Strange that the tribunal hasn't captured anyone this time. Diriel's lips curled into a slight sneer. "Do you think the fools at the tribunal haven't tried to apprehend anyone? However, this time, the individuals involved are all students from the Bloodlight Academy. If they were just ordinary noble children, it might be different, but among them are Rex's son and the Duke of Ross's daughter. If the tribunal dared to act against them, it would force Sassus to confront Strachey prematurely. It's as if they're pushing the Archbishop onto the hot seat." Vance frowned. "In matters concerning divine authority and royal power, it would be exceedingly troublesome for us Light Knights to get involved. We can't act overtly, but we can explore other avenues. Please, Cardinal, enlighten me." Diriel smiled slyly. "Those students involved are due for military training this year. Right? The Church of Light also has the duty to protect the children of the Divine in the Isaac Kingdom from orc invasions. We could dispatch some apprentice Light Knights and Light Priests to the army." Strachey wouldn't dare object. Would he? Chapter 111, each with their interests by Eastlake. A gray giant wolf cautiously peered out from the woods. It tentatively stepped forward, scaring away a few small creatures drinking at the lake's edge. Leaving no other sounds in the vicinity, the giant wolf fully emerged from the trees, revealing the green-faced, tusked wolf cavalry on its back. Orc wolf cavalry. The nightmare of human infantry regiments. A single leap from the massive mount could knock down a shield-bearing human soldier. While the mounted werewolves wielded long-handled sabers, coordinating their attacks with the wolf's charge to strike down fallen soldiers. Historically, 200-member wolf cavalry units had once annihilated a 1,000-strong human infantry regiment through a divide-and-conquer strategy. The mount approached the lake's edge, lowered its head to drink, while the wolf cavalry maintained a vigilant watch around the lake's shore. After quenching its thirst, the giant wolf did not leave immediately. Instead, it stood at the water's edge, acting as a lookout point. One by one, more giant wolves emerged from the woods. A total of 10 had appeared, forming a standard orc reconnaissance cavalry squad. Orcs were not as foolish as humans often imagined. Being a sentient race, many orcs were even shrewder than humans. This team of orc scouts was exceptionally cautious, as they had approached the human army's defensive zone. Once all the giant wolves had drunk their fill, they began to slowly retreat back into the woods. The most perilous moment had passed, and the wolf cavalry's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Just as the lead giant wolf was nearing the woods, a projectile wrapped in fighting spirit shot from the trees, catching the wolf cavalry off guard as one was struck and fell from its mount. This arrow ignited the onset of the assault, followed by 7 more arrows that flew from the woods, instantly striking down 3 more wolf cavalry. Chaos ensued among the wolf cavalry. The leading werewolf captain raised his saber and urged the giant wolf to charge into the forest. As the wolf cavalry surged into the woods, a series of long spears thrust out rapidly from behind the trees, targeting the vulnerable abdomen of the giant wolf. When the werewolf knights swung their sabers to retaliate against the spear wielders, the human soldiers promptly ducked behind trees, while arrows continued to rain down intermittently. The werewolf captain, enveloped in a fierce aura, cleave through two extended spears with a single stroke of his blade, then swiftly turned to slash down a human soldier, sending him sprawling as he charged forward. But a few werewolf riders closely followed in his wake, yet 2 of their number, along with their mounts, fell victim to the human spearmen and cold arrows. Just as the werewolf captain surged ahead by a dozen paces, a blazing torrent of crimson energy descended from the heavens, striking down upon him. He raised his long-handled sword to meet the attack, but a colossal sword came crashing down upon his blade. The violent force and immense power of the blow hurled him off his mount, the giant sword subsequently crashing onto the wolf's head, shattering it. As the werewolf captain struggled to rise, a second sword descended at an angle. He hastily lifted his weapon to block. Yet this time he clearly perceived the visage of the opposing human warrior. Unable to fathom how such a youthful figure could possess strength surpassing that of a beast man, even in his final moments, this conundrum eluded him, as Arthur's second sword knocked his weapon askew, and the ensuing third sword swiftly severed his throat. "Captain, for have escaped. Shall we pursue?" Monkey cheerfully slid down from a tree. Arthur waved his hand dismissively. "No need to chase. Let us clean the battlefield. How many of our brothers are injured?" "One is quite severely wounded, his abdomen partially torn open, but fortunately he was saved in time. His life spared. It would be splendid if we could have a healing mage assigned to our squad," sighed Jose as he approached. "Stop dreaming. Hurry and lend a hand lifting this wolf mount. The corpses of these werewolves will count as military merit, and there's also a bounty, 2 gold coins for each werewolf, and that level 4 werewolf warrior is worth 10 gold coins. With Captain Arthur at the helm, we're enjoying both meat and soup. Just when I thought I could rest, someone hands me a pillow. Now that those 2 enchanted items have sold, finding a loophole will be even trickier," Lund chimed in excitedly. After a victorious battle, smiles illuminated the faces of all the warriors. They suddenly realized that with Arthur's arrival, the combat prowess of the entire squad had elevated to a new tier point 2 months prior. They had encountered a scouting party of werewolves, not a single one left alive, resulting in the death of the squad leader and 5 brothers. Only Jose appeared somewhat out of place, his brow furrowed in concern. "Captain, I wish to speak with you privately." Arthur, sensing Jose's unusual demeanor, assigned Monkey to oversee the battlefield cleanup and accompanied Jose towards the lakeside. "Captain, how did you know that a team of werewolf scouts would pass through this area in the past few days, allowing us to set up an ambush in advance?" Jose directly inquired. Arthur, lowering his head, struggled to formulate an answer. "Also, you encountered some matters during those 2 days you were lost, didn't you?" Arthur's surprised gaze met Jose's. This seasoned soldier seemed to know everything. "I have traversed this forest nearly in its entirety, and the place you mentioned has no hunter's cabin." The lie was exposed, and Arthur felt a faint blush creep onto his cheeks as he pondered for a moment before confessing. "After I got lost that day, I was attacked by beastmen, and the leading beastman was somewhat familiar to me." I deduced that much. How did you figure it out?" Arthur asked, increasingly astonished. "The wounds on your body, only beastmen would bandage them in such a manner." This veteran displayed remarkable attention to detail, and what was more commendable was his discretion in not voicing his observations aloud. "The information today must have been leaked by the enemy, correct?" Arthur nodded gently. "Since you are aware, please help me analyze it." The beastmen not only revealed the presence of this scout team, but also mentioned that they might launch a large-scale assault on the human borders soon. "That I cannot ascertain the truth of this information. It is likely true. The recent activities of the beastmen scouts have markedly increased, and even our soldiers speculate that the beastmen may be planning significant maneuvers. What, then, is the purpose behind them voluntarily disclosing this information to me? Just as with our human race, the beastmen are not a unified front. The 3 major tribes of beastmen are distinct, and their ongoing conflicts over land, resources, and population persist. I suspect some beastmen aim to exploit our human forces for their own benefit." At the forest's edge, for wolf cavalry rode while occasionally glancing back. Suddenly, a one-eyed werewolf leapt out from the side, blocking the path of several wolf mounts, causing the unsuspecting cavalry to halt their steeds behind the one-eyed werewolf. Nearly 100 warriors from various tribes formed a semicircle, slowly encroaching. "Do not draw your weapons. We are allies, the cavalry under Lord Raja of the Golden Lion tribe, clad in battle armor." Leon stepped forward from among the beastmen warriors. "I do not know Raja. You have 2 choices. Die for the Golden Lion or pledge loyalty to Leon." A few injured wolf cavalry exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before kneeling in submission. Chapter 112. The iron-blooded prince within the cedar forest. Arthur shot down a serpent man with an arrow. Quickly, sever the head and retreat, if the brothers from the third squad discover. We will be extorted again. Monkey urged the soldiers to hastily collect the body. Ever since Leon began discreetly relaying messages to Arthur, they not only hunted beastmen within their own territory, but occasionally ventured into the domains of other squads. Moreover, they consciously left half alive to return for Leon to recruit. The beastmen, who revered valor, often subjected fleeing scouts to severe punishment, leading to mockery from their comrades. Thus, Leon found it remarkably easy to recruit these deserters. The beastmen's activities are becoming increasingly frequent. It seems war is drawing near. Arthur sighed softly. Our hunting cannot last much longer. Only about a month remains before the beastmen will surely launch an attack, Jose affirmed. Echoing Arthur's thoughts, Arthur had ceased to be surprised by Jose's unwavering confidence. Having a seasoned veteran was akin to having a treasure, and 20 years of battlefield experience was invaluable. Monkey approached from behind. Captain, the 2 enchanted items you recently obtained have been sold. The buyer inquired if we have more stock. They said they would take as many as we have. Arthur chuckled. Indeed, but let us not agree just yet. We will discuss it after delivering this batch of beastmen. It is too easy to entice them. If they become too eager, they may grow envious or attempt to drive the price down. Rest assured, I understand. Monkey replied earnestly, now wholeheartedly devoted to Arthur. Over the past month, they had successfully sold 6 enchanted items and turned in over 30 beastman corpses, each of the squad leaders receiving 50 to 60 gold coins. Monkey, Lund, and indeed the entire 7th squad felt as though they were living in a dream, since Arthur's arrival 2 months prior. Their earnings had equaled what they would have made over 4 to 5 years of service, prompting even old Jose to lament that his 2 decades of service had been in vain. Arthur's prestige within the squad soared, and he could declare rebellion, and the entire squad would follow without hesitation. Next time we sell enchanted items, we should allow the buyer to trade in standard military-grade level 3 or 4 equipment at a discount. Let us not convert all our earnings into food and drink. We should procure some high-level gear for our brothers to ensure their survival on the battlefield. We must not earn a living only to squander it. Arthur reminded Monkey. Captain, I understand. Monkey agreed readily. You understand nothing. Arthur retorted, I heard that during your last trip to turn in the beastman heads, you took the opportunity to visit the town for some companionship? Lund, you scoundrel, did you betray me? Monkey exclaimed, leaping to strike Lund. You can't manage one. Yet you sought two. Monkey is indeed wealthy now. Lund laughed as he dashed away. Stop. Don't run. I'll show you what Monkey is capable of. Monkey chased after him. Laughter erupted among the surrounding soldiers, and Arthur joined in, feeling as though he had not experienced such joy in a long time. In Red Rock City, a small town on the northwestern border, lay the headquarters of the Snowstorm Legion. In the northern corner of Red Rock City, there sprawled a vast courtyard adorned with golden bricks and emerald tiles, featuring babbling brooks and winding paths. Reminiscent of southern landscapes, such an exquisite courtyard stood in stark contrast to the rugged and heavy architecture typical of the northwestern region. This was the residence of Prince Hobbs, the commander of the Snowstorm Legion. Unlike Prince Rex, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who resided permanently at the headquarters, Prince Hobbs was seldom seen there. With his hair graying and a slight stoop to his back, the once iron-blooded prince, who had once instilled fear in the hearts of every beastman tribe, now found himself in his twilight years. The elderly prince reclined in an ornate chair, eyes closed in repose, as a beautiful maid knelt before him, gently massaging his legs. My lord, the list of students from Bloodlight Academy coming for military training this year has arrived for your review. An elderly attendant with graying hair reported softly from a lower position. I need not see it. Let Gino handle it as he pleases. Prince Hobbs replied without even opening his eyes. However, the attendant remained rooted in place. Prince Hobbs made a soft sound of acknowledgement. After a moment's hesitation, the attendant spoke again. There are 2 particularly notable children on this year's list that the old servant wishes to bring to your attention. One is the youngest daughter of Duke Ross, Goalie Ross, and the other is Prince Rex's. The attendant only managed to utter half a sentence before he dared not continue. Suddenly, Prince Hobbs opened his eyes wide. 2 beams of light shooting forth as he sat upright. Does he dare send that little wretch here? The attendant nodded but did not respond further. Is this a lingering resentment from years past? Is he testing my limits, or is he prepared to sever ties completely? Hobbs mused aloud, tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair. May I inquire about your opinion? Hobbs suddenly raised his head to question his attendant. The elderly servant pondered for a moment before replying. If His Majesty Streech has not yet expressed his stance, it would be prudent for the old lord not to further involve himself in this matter. Prince Hobbs reclined once more, slowly closing his eyes. Very well, let Kino handle it. Shall I remind the deputy commander? No need. Let him proceed in his own manner. There is also a small matter. The church has sent a batch of apprentice light knights and apprentice priests to assist the legion in repelling the beast folk invasion. The old lord waved his hand. Choosing not to respond further, the aged attendant gradually withdrew. At the perimeter of the cedar forest, the station of the Hugu infantry regiment. This is downright strange. The 7th Squadron has submitted over 30 orc heads in just a month, along with 4 corpses of orc warriors. Redbeard paced the room, perplexed as he reviewed the battle reports. Isn't Arthur part of the 7th Squadron? That fellow from Bloodlight Academy is no ordinary soldier. Hugu, while slicing a piece of wolf leg, did not lift his head. Yet it is indeed curious. Why are all these orcs converging in the 7th Squadron's defense zone? Could it be that 2 groups of orcs have engaged in infighting, leaving the remnants for others to collect? You might want to ask Nick. He frequently visits the 7th Squadron's base. I can attest to that. These orcs were indeed slain by the 7th Squadron. Their soldiers have sustained injuries recently, and I personally delivered the healing salves. Officer Nick promptly added from the side. Redbeard regarded Nick with a knowing smile. Nick, I've heard you recently acquired a level 3 enchanted longsword. Nick grinned. I obtained it as a spoils of war when the 7th Squadron hunted down an orc scout. I purchased it at a low price. So you accepted their favor and now shield the 7th Squadron. In all my years of warfare, I've scarcely encountered an orc wielding enchanted weapons. How has the 7th Squadron managed to acquire several? Perhaps they are merely fortunate, Nick retorted with a smile. Old Hugu, you ought to investigate the origins of those enchanted items. The equipment flowing from the 7th Squadron may be questionable. Hugu pointed his knife at Redbeard. Is it even necessary to investigate? If those enchanted items had legitimate origins, would they end up in the hands of our brothers below? As long as they can slay orcs and safeguard my soldiers' lives in critical moments, I care not for their provenance. You, Hugu, have truly become audacious, even daring to disregard the church. Hugu scoffed. The church, those lofty priests and noble knights, do they truly believe they can come to this desolate place to scrutinize me? Report. Commander, the apprentice light priests dispatched by the church have arrived. A guard at the entrance suddenly announced. Hugu was taken aback. Chapter 113. Accompanying priest. Arthur languidly floated on the surface of East Lake, the frigid water allowing his well-trained body to relax completely. Arthur cherished life in the military camp, free from the fear of assassination, devoid of lofty classmates. He could cultivate, hunt, and earn money without hindrance. Life would be even more idyllic if Arno and the others were by his side. Captain Arthur. A familiar voice from the lakeshore jolted Arthur back to reality. Without a moment's thought, he stood up from the water. Ah! A girl's shriek shattered the tranquility by the lake. He turned to see Nick standing at the water's edge, waving at him, his hand frozen midair. Beside Nick were a monkey and a girl who was clutching her head and screaming. How on earth did a girl come to be here? Nick, where did you bring this girl from? Arthur inquired as he walked toward the shore. The girl's scream grew louder. Captain, your clothes. Put on your clothes. Jose hastily urged. Arthur glanced down to find little Arthur still dripping water, awkwardly turning away, only to expose his bare backside. While practicing in the lake, Arthur typically stripped down to nothing, leaving his clothes and weapons in a spatial ring. After each session, he would dry off and redress on the shore. Given the remoteness of East Lake, the absence of women meant there was no distinction of gender here. Arthur retrieved his clothes from the ring and donned them before leaping onto the shore. While dressing, he pondered, wasn't it usually the case in novels that girls scream when caught bathing? Now that he was the one exposed, why was she the one shrieking? Nick, how did you come here? The new recruits from the regiment have arrived, along with the priest from the church to support us. I brought them to your squad. Only then did Arthur notice that the soldiers behind Nick were not from his squad, and they all struggled to suppress their laughter as they approached to salute him. What I meant was, why didn't you bring them to the squad station but instead to the lakeshore? I went to the station, but the monkey said you were cultivating here and might not return soon. Alicia was eager to see you, so I brought them here. Arthur nodded. I understand. Monkey, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Captain, this has nothing to do with me, the monkey said. Attempting to flee, Arthur was not about to let him escape. He swiftly grasped the back of the monkey's collar with one hand and his waistband with the other, lifting him and tossing him into the lake. Nick coughed. "Captain Arthur, let me formally introduce you. This is Alicia, an apprentice priest from the Church of Light. She will serve as your squad's accompanying priest for the duration of a year." As Arthur hurled the monkey into the water, the girl had lowered her hands from her face and was now curiously surveying Arthur. She appeared to be around his age, 17 or 18, with a well-proportioned figure, golden hair, fair skin, and a round face still bearing a hint of baby fat. The blush that had grazed her cheeks moments ago had yet to fade completely, and her large, expressive eyes blinked as they regarded him. Alicia's appearance was not overwhelmingly stunning, but she possessed a charm that made her quite endearing. Arthur felt his own cheeks flush under her gaze. Nick, standing nearby, smirked and teasingly introduced her. "Alicia, this is Captain Arthur. You've already made his acquaintance." Arthur felt an overwhelming urge to toss Nick into the lake as well. Alicia's sudden arrival had completely disrupted the tranquil existence of Arthur and the 7th Squadron, but a beautiful girl had suddenly appeared in a camp full of men, instantly becoming the center of attention. The moon in the eyes of every soldier. Arthur was compelled to relinquish his small cabin for Alicia's use. Until a new cabin was constructed, he had no choice but to squeeze into a room with Jose and the other 10 members of his squad. The monkey and Lund were particularly excessive, often lingering around Alicia, showering her with flattery and concern, to the point where even Arthur felt the urge to give them a good beating. The soldier's fondness for Alicia was not solely due to her beauty. As a priest of the light, her light healing spells quickly healed the wounds of several soldiers who had been injured previously. While healing magic exists in water, wood, and light schools, the light school is undeniably the most effective in terms of overall healing. A team blessed with a light priest boasts a survival rate on the battlefield that exceeds that of other teams by an average of 30%. Arthur suddenly felt a sense of being neglected. But upon seeing Alicia, all his feelings of disappointment inexplicably vanished. As the initial shock of Alicia's arrival settled down, Captain Blant's sudden inspection dropped another stone into the tranquil waters, the squad leader. Arthur did not report directly to Commander Hugu. He was accountable to the captain above him, and above the captain was the commander. Hugu, a fully staffed infantry regiment, comprises 100 men, aside from 3 squadrons. The captain has 1 accompanying mage, 1 advisor, and 4 guards, with the mage typically serving as the deputy captain. Captain Blant was stationed at the 6th Squadron, and Arthur, having no understanding of military protocol, had failed to report to Blant since his arrival, while Jose and the others, who should have reminded him, seemed to harbor grievances against Blant. Never mentioning it to Arthur, Blant's expression darkened as he greeted Arthur with a pointed tone. "The 7th Squadron has achieved remarkable success over the past 2 months. Captain Arthur is quite the rising star in the regiment." Arthur maintained a neutral expression and retorted nonchalantly. As the saying goes, "The capable bear the burden." The 7th Squadron possesses the strongest overall strength in the regiment, which naturally leads to greater rewards. I've heard that Captain Arthur has also been fortunate enough to acquire several pieces of enchanted equipment. "Purely a stroke of luck," Arthur replied with a chuckle, deliberately ignoring the subsequent remarks, leaving Blant without the opportunity to voice his prepared comments. Upon encountering Alicia, Blant's displeasure reached its peak. According to protocol, accompanying mages and priests should be assigned at the brigade level. Who decided to place her directly in your squad? Arthur shrugged. Officer Nick brought her over directly. If you wish to know why she was assigned to me, you will have to ask Commander Hugu. I will certainly inquire with the commander in person and hope that no one is engaged in any underhanded dealings. Arthur chose to remain silent, leaving Blant feeling awkward to the extreme. The orc attacks are imminent. Be on standby for orders and prepare for retreat at any moment. Bronte abruptly tossed aside a remark and stormed away. War is about to commence. Yet we are to retreat? Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 114. The sudden onset of war. The night had deepened. Arthur, Jose, Monkey, and others had gathered in Arthur's wooden cabin, or rather, it should now be referred to as Elias' cabin. We have not detected any anomalies in the activity frequency of the orc scouts. Is war truly upon us so swiftly? Arthur voiced his inner doubts. Based on past experiences, orcs typically launch their assaults on us at the end of winter or the onset of spring. We should still have at least half a month's respite, Jose quietly explained. Arthur had a slight understanding of the orcs' current situation that in recent years, there had been no significant wars between the two races. The orc population had surged, and the barren Orcish wasteland could barely sustain such a multitude. Before the summer harvest, many orcs would face starvation this spring, which is why they often chose to initiate wars at winter's end or early spring, attempting to plunder food from the human race to satiate their needs. Even if their invasions ultimately failed, resulting in the deaths of countless orcs, it nonetheless alleviated their food consumption. What I truly fail to comprehend is why the higher-ups have issued a retreat order. Shouldn't we be fortifying our current defenses? Elia, equally puzzled, shared Arthur's confusion, lacking any experience of war. Jose chuckled. Captain, do you truly believe we would arrange ourselves for a face-to-face confrontation with the orcs? Isn't that the case? Certainly not. Millennia of warfare have led our human armies to develop a method for combating orcs. The individual strength of orcs surpasses that of humans. In direct battlefield confrontations, our casualty rate is 2-1. However, if we retreat into the cities and rely on fortifications and defensive weaponry, the casualty ratio would invert to 1-3. I see now. Our retreat is a strategic abandonment of certain territories to secure a more advantageous position on the battlefield. Jose nodded. Then, where shall we retreat to? Before reaching the Legion headquarters in Red Rock City, there are 3 smaller towns, which encircle Red Rock City like a protective barrier. Our forward troops and the left and right flanks will withdraw into these towns during wartime. Although these towns are modest in size, they were specifically constructed for defending against orc incursions. With tall walls and ample supplies of food and weaponry, the orcs would be hard-pressed to breach the city without leaving behind tens of thousands of bodies. Furthermore, if the orcs concentrate their forces to attack one city, Red Rock City and the other 2 towns will send reinforcements. Thus, unless the orcs are prepared to abandon at least 100,000 corpses, they will not attempt to besiege the cities. Arthur nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that waging war from fortified positions was indeed the most advantageous strategy against the orcs. But what about the numerous villages scattered across the vast land between our defenses and these 3 cities? Elias suddenly inquired. Jose hesitated briefly before responding slowly. When we retreat, we will also inform the villagers to evacuate to the cities in a timely manner. Elia instinctively nodded, only to notice Arthur's eyes suddenly reddening. Unbeknownst to Elia, Jose had not fully disclosed the truth. For the military, a single command could prompt an immediate retreat, but for the common folk, it meant abandoning their homes. How could such a drastic upheaval be so easily accomplished? The villagers would be rushing to the cities with their carts and bundles, laden with the fruits of their labor. Each time the orcs launched an assault, those who remained in the villages, reluctant to leave their homes, or those who moved slowly and were caught on the road, became the tragic victims of the conflict. Young Arthur, a decade prior, was one such casualty. His mother was slain, and he was captured and enslaved by the orcs. Did those high-ranking officials truly remain oblivious to the sacrifices of the common people? The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. And the wise men are unkind, regarding the populace as mere pawns that eye in the eyes of kings and nobles. Those sacrificed commoners are merely chess pieces in pursuit of a victorious war. The atmosphere within the wooden cabin grew heavy and oppressive, aside from the naive Elia. Who among the seasoned veterans was unaware of the harsh realities? At that moment, a series of mournful horn blasts echoed through the forest. Jose and Arthur immediately rushed out of the cabin, climbing onto the roof to witness vast flames illuminating the distant woods. The fire was mobile, sweeping towards the battalion's encampment. The orc horde is advancing. War has begun. Jose's voice trembled slightly, the more seasoned the soldier, the deeper their understanding of the terror of war. Why? The order to retreat has not yet been issued. Why has the orc assault commenced? Lund growled in a low voice. Why did Leon not notify us in advance? Was Bronte merely here to deliver the retreat order today, only to conceal it out of personal vendetta? Or did the orc attack come earlier than anticipated, leaving the Legion unable to react in time? A torrent of questions surged within Arthur's mind. This enigma could likely only be unraveled upon encountering Bronte again, assuming both sides survived this war. Outside the forest, atop a high slope, Leon crossed his arms, gazing at the vast flames surging toward the human defenses with a rare smile. Standing behind him were not only Shera, Long Dong, and the one-eyed werewolf, but also a serpent man bearing a large bow, unmistakably another orc warrior. In recent days, Leon's strength had grown rapidly, in addition to the 4 trusted orc warriors behind him. His ranks had swelled to over 100 orc warriors and fighters, all at least 3rd tier. This force was sufficient to consume a small orc tribe whole, one-eyed. Is this not the kind of scene you relish? Leon suddenly asked without turning around. The thought of slaying those humans excites me. I can't help but wish to charge in and tear them apart, one-eyed growled. Unable to suppress his urges, Leon smirked coldly, unfazed. There were many orcs like one-eyed who harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, just as humans loathed orcs with equal fervor. You seemed rather dissatisfied with my collaboration with that human adversary. Did you not? One-eyed, startled, immediately knelt on one leg. I dare not, my lord. I simply do not understand why you would do such a thing. Rise. Though you may harbor discontent, you have done nothing, which is far better than your previous behavior. Thank you for your praise. My lord, Leon sighed. You do not comprehend. Those high-ranking individuals are even more vociferous in their contempt for the human race, yet behind closed doors, they engage in numerous sordid dealings with them. If I do not learn to leverage the power of the opposition, no matter how many orc warriors I command, we will never prevail against them. One-eyed nodded, half understanding. Then why today? Shara suddenly interjected. I know what you wish to say. My dealings with him are not merely to consolidate a few subordinates. Only by surviving this war does he earn the right to continue our negotiations, if he cannot even overcome this immediate crisis. What concern is his life or death to me? Shara could not help but shake her head gently, increasingly bewildered by Leon, who was no longer the proud little lion he once was. Leon had already begun to lead the way into the woods. Come on, the war has just begun. There are still many intriguing events to unfold. Chapter 115, The Blood Battle in the Pine Forest. The sudden onset of war left everyone feeling disoriented. Fortunately, due to Bronte's unexpected visit earlier in the day, the entire 7th Squad had yet to retire for the night, allowing them to enter battle readiness promptly. All personnel, gather and retreat. Arthur immediately issued the order to withdraw. As the orc horde surged forward with ferocity, a single squad member was like a stone cast into a lake, swallowed instantly without a ripple. However, Jose seized Arthur's arm. Captain, we cannot retreat backward. Arthur was taken aback. Beyond the woods lies a vast plain, devoid of any cover. We will surely be pursued by the orc cavalry, and our entire squad will be doomed. Jose hastily explained. What do you propose we do? We must charge into the orcs' counteroffensive. Their line is too stretched, and their attacking formation must be thinned out. If we avoid the orcs' main force and strike at their weak points, we can temporarily preserve our ranks. In this critical moment, the experience of the veteran once again proved invaluable. Arthur made a swift decision, drawing his giant sword, Starfall. Jose and I will lead the way. Monkey and Lund, protect Elia. Everyone, follow my lead. The entire squad sprang into action, rushing toward the oncoming orc assault. Jose and the squad members were intimately familiar with the surrounding woods, and the darkness did not hinder their pace. After advancing about 4 or 5 miles, they beheld the distant blaze and the thunderous sound of countless heavy feet stomping the ground. Just as Jose had anticipated, the advancing orc forces were only 3 ranks deep. Halt, conceal. Arthur raised his hand, and the entire squad came to a stop, hiding behind the tree trunks. When I give the signal, stay close to me. Do not linger in combat. Escape one by one. Arthur commanded in a hushed tone. The orcs drew ever closer, now close enough to discern their blood-red eyes and protruding fangs. Each warrior tightened their grip on their weapons, hearts racing with anxiety. Elia, radiant light orb. With a sudden shout, Arthur hurled a massive orb of light into the orc ranks, and the darkened woods erupted with brilliant white light. The light sphere of praise lacks lethality, yet its blinding white radiance temporarily incapacitates the orcs within its vicinity, leaving them unable to open their eyes. Archers, fire. 7 arrows, launched from the thicket, converge upon the 2 foremost orcs of the first line, toppling them to the ground. Arthur, following closely behind the arrows, charges forth, unleashing explosive flame slash, a frenzied combat skill that cleaves through the 2nd and 3rd ranks, felling 2 orcs in a single stroke, with the first orc's body nearly severed in half. After executing the skill, Arthur activates his Windwalker boots, swiftly closing the distance to an orc, and before it can react, he delivers a horizontal slash with his great sword, slicing through the orc's waist. Hot on Arthur's heels, Jose lunges at the orcs in the 3rd rank, seizing the opportunity to ram his shoulder into one orc, then thrusting his level 4 longsword into its abdomen, twisting it violently before yanking it out. sending the orc's corpse tumbling forward. Almost simultaneously as Jose retracts his sword, a healing light descends upon his shoulder. This exemplifies the stark difference between a team with and without a healing mage. Not only reducing the team's mortality rate, but also enhancing its endurance in battle. In the blink of an eye, 6 orcs are dispatched, and a gaping hole, 7 to 8 meters wide, is torn in the orcs' attack line. Quick! Charge through, hurry! With Arthur's urgent shout, the soldiers behind take the chance to surge forward. The human soldiers are coming. Nearby orcs bellow as they rush toward the breach. Arthur meets the oncoming orcs from the left, wielding his massive sword to smash down 3 or 4 of them in succession. These orcs, generally possessing only second-tier strength, are either slain or gravely injured by Arthur's Starfall greatsword. Jose leads 4 pikemen to intercept the orcs surging from the opposite side, their long spears thrusting rapidly forward in an effort to slow the orc advance. Pikemen hold the rear. Archers provide support. The soldiers who have breached the orc line turn back, firing as they retreat, alleviating the pressure on Arthur and Jose. Orcs continue to swarm from all directions, and the 2 pikemen lagging behind, after thrusting their spears, are immediately overwhelmed by the orcs and swiftly swallowed by the horde. Run, I'll cover the rear. Arthur bellows, commanding the soldiers to withdraw. If they linger too long, they risk being surrounded and cut off. Arthur swings his great sword, lagging at the back as the soldiers of the 7th squad, familiar with the terrain, sprint desperately forward. In the darkness, the number of pursuing orcs is unknown. They certainly cannot afford to let the human soldiers escape easily. The deadly chase unfolds through the woods. Glancing back at the throng of pursuers, Arthur finds himself missing Cheong. If only he could unleash a fire dragon spell, it would incinerate a large swath of orcs, the weakest among them. Ilea is already gasping for breath, struggling to keep pace. Lund disregards gender norms, hoisting Ilea onto his shoulder, continuing to run. Jose reaches Arthur's side. Captain, I'll lead a few soldiers to distract the pursuing orcs. You take the others and head in another direction. No. Arthur resolutely rejects Jose's suggestion. You lead everyone towards the den of the human-faced bear. I have a plan. Follow me. This is not the time for debate. Gritting his teeth, Jose leads the squad in another direction. The commotion of the night has already alerted 2 human-faced bears. As Jose boldly guides his soldiers toward the bear den, the 2 bears emerge from their lairs. Observing the approaching human soldiers, the bears exhibit a moment of hesitation, refraining from charging immediately. Spread out. Arthur shouts from the rear. The soldiers scatter, revealing Arthur, who charges forward with his sword, upon spotting their adversary. The 2 bears waste no time. They roar and leap towards Arthur. Arthur even has the audacity to provoke the human-faced bears, turning to flee just as they close the distance. Not far ahead, orc warriors have caught up, and Arthur lures one bear into the midst of the orc ranks. Employing the shadow step technique in conjunction with the agile maneuvers of Path of Death, Arthur deftly navigates through the orc horde while the human-faced bear pursues him. Launching vicious attacks, the towering orcs, akin to children before the bear, are toppled en masse with each pounce, and the bear's paws send them sprawling. Enraged orc warriors, driven by fury, abandon their pursuit of Arthur, instead turning their axes and blades upon the human-faced bear. A chaotic melee ensues among men, orcs, and beasts. Chapter 116. The suffering of the people. The soldiers of the 7th squad bear witness once more to their captain's ferocity and madness. Amidst the fray of men, orcs, and beasts, Arthur, though the smallest in stature, strikes with force equal to any combatant, ultimately ceasing to evade as he cleaves through the tumult. The Starfall greatsword, enveloped in crimson combat energy, slices through the chaos, inflicting wounds upon the bear's head with a downward slash, cleaving orcs in half with horizontal strikes, and sending others flying with swift counterattacks. The enraged human-faced bear, no longer fixated solely on Arthur, begins to rampage through the orc ranks, tearing and biting with abandon, even unleashing its primal magic. A single wind blade obliterates 5 or 6 orc bodies. Orc after orc is shredded and felled. And facing the trio of formidable beasts, including Arthur, the orcs, numerically superior, are the first to falter, ultimately fleeing in disarray from the relentless onslaught of the human-faced bear on the battlefield strewn with shattered corpses. Only Arthur and the human-faced bear remain, neither fleeing nor advancing, their gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Yet, it is the bear that withdraws first, baring its teeth in a menacing roar before turning unsteadily back towards its lair. The two bears, now exhausted, can fight no longer. The smaller female bear stumbles, taking some time to rise before ambling back to the den. Watching the retreating figures of the human-faced bears, Arthur smirks, dragging his sword in the direction of Jose and the others. But after taking just 2 steps, he collapses to the ground. Captain! Captain! Jose and the monkey rush forward to support Arthur, while Ilia's healing light descends upon him. As Arthur is lifted, he is drenched in blood, looking as though he has emerged from a pool of it. Captain, where are you hurt? The monkey anxiously searches for wounds on Arthur's body. It's nothing. Merely exhaustion. It's all orc blood. Arthur forces a smile. Have all the brothers made it out? We lost 3, 2 of whom were new recruits. All the soldiers gather around, gazing at Arthur with admiration and reverence. This has been an inconceivable battle. Due to Arthur's valiant efforts, an entire squad of soldiers has managed to break free from the orc horde with minimal losses. Captain, we must leave immediately. Those fleeing orc warriors will soon return with higher-tier orc warriors. All right, let us go. Captain, may I carry you? Lund offers. No need. I can walk on my own. Ilia, stop staring at me. Turn around while I change out of these blood-stained clothes. Ilia stomps her foot in frustration. You still have the presence of mind to say such things at a time like this. Jose takes the lead. And the 7th squad quickly vanishes into the darkness of the pine forest. Although they have weathered the initial wave of orc attacks, they have utterly lost contact with their battalion. The war has only just begun. And the battles ahead are destined to be exceedingly arduous. As dawn's light spills across the snow-covered plains of the Northwest Kingdom, the chimneys of every household in Lucular village puff white smoke into the crisp air. After a modest breakfast sufficient to fill their bellies, the men of the village prepare to venture into the woods to gather timber, while the women remain home to craft leather goods and prepare lunch for their husbands. This is a village so ordinary that it embodies tranquility on the borderlands. However, the calm is shattered by the sudden, frenzied barking of dogs at the village entrance. The horde of green-skinned, fanged orcs bursts into the village. A man at one house, puzzled, opens the door, only to be met with a blade from the orc, falling lifelessly into a pool of blood before he can react. The orc rushes inside, and screams erupt from within. Nearby, another man, upon noticing the invading orcs, seizes an axe from his yard and charges out. The alarm bells of the village ring out, and every man grabs axes, machetes, or hunting bows, rushing toward the entrance. While women and children barricade themselves inside their homes, the men of the village, in their valiant effort to safeguard their home, fought fiercely alongside the women and children against the brutal orcs. Yet, how could these ordinary villagers, who barely reached the level of novice warriors, stand a chance against the merciless orcs? Their resistance only provoked further atrocities, resulting in even more savage massacres. The streets and courtyards lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of villagers. The orcs shattered doors, slaughtered women and children, pillaged every morsel of sustenance, and set ablaze the very homes that once sheltered them. The entire village was engulfed in flames, leaving behind only charred corpses and the ruins of collapsed houses in the wake of the Orcish rampage. A few children, fortunate enough to evade detection while hiding in cellars, became the rare survivors of this calamity as they gazed upon the remains of their loved ones, the burning village, and the brutality of the orcs. A seed of hatred was sown deep within them. Among them, perhaps the next Arthur would arise. The village of Lucular was but a microcosm of the human frontier, where, in a matter of days, the orcs would ignite the flames of war across the entire border region without encountering any resistance from human forces. In every conflict between the two races, it is the ordinary folk residing in border territories who bear the brunt of the suffering. They are the true victims of this war. When the tide rises, the common people suffer. When it falls, they suffer still. In the grand encampment of the Frost and Snow Legion at Hongyan City, a man clad in armor scrutinized the sand table before him. His brow furrowed, in his 30s, with a dark complexion and fierce, arched brows. His eyes radiated a menacing aura. What do these orcs intend? Have they forgotten the pain of their past during these peaceful days? Around the sand table stood 7 or 8 officers, none daring to respond. Relay my orders. The cavalry regiments of the front, left, and right shall take the initiative to strike, avoiding the main orc forces and their wolf riders, sweep through their hunting parties and make these orcs aware of whose territory they are trespassing upon. An officer promptly turned to convey the command. Wait. The light knights sent by the church have yet to be assigned to the lower divisions. Let us include them in this battle. Inform them that the time has come to protect the human populace and showcase the glory of the Light Knights. A cold smile crept across the man's face. Chapter 117. Audacious Ideas. The northwest border of the Isaac Kingdom was ablaze with conflict. The orcs rampaged through human villages, mercilessly slaughtering and pillaging. The cavalry regiments of the Frost and Snow Legion struck out, targeting small orc parties that raided villages, inflicting heavy losses upon the orcs. Yet, none of this involved Arthur and his 7th squad. They found themselves unable to breach the orc defenses and reunite with the main forces. Forced to continue wandering in the woods, compared to the rich spoils of human villages, the orcs had little interest in such an inconsequential human detachment. After a day's pursuit, the orc hunters withdrew. In the following days, the 7th squad not only faced no further attacks, but also took in several surviving soldiers from other squads, seasoned veterans who had managed to evade death by hiding in tree hollows or snow pits. Arthur integrated them into his 3 small teams, inadvertently strengthening the 7th squad's capabilities. After 5 days of wandering in the woods, it became evident that Bronte had not intentionally concealed the retreat order. All squads in the regiment had been attacked that night. Deprived of rear supplies, it would typically be exceedingly difficult for a unit to endure in the woods, yet due to Arthur's peculiar presence, his spatial ring held ample provisions of food and water. Additionally, the presence of Elia, the light priest, ensured the independent survival capacity of the 7th squad. Fires crackled in several spots, and aside from the scattered sentinels, the soldiers of the 7th squad gathered around the flames. An iron pot simmered over the fire, containing a mixture of porridge and jerky. Arthur, Elia, and Jose sat together, with Jose gently stirring the pot with his sword, as the enticing aroma of rice and meat wafted through the air. Captain, we need to plan ahead. Relying solely on hunting won't sustain over 40 mouths in a few days. We might not even have porridge to drink, Jose murmured. How long do you think this war will last? Arthur posed a different question. It's hard to say. If the orcs intend to solve their food issues as usual, they will likely retreat once the summer harvest from the orc plains is plentiful. Even if they wish to stay, the Frost and Snow Legion and reinforcements arriving from the interior will drive them back. However, if the orcs have ulterior motives and other tribes join the fray, this war could drag on for 2 to 3 years, Jose replied. Arthur was taken aback. Are you suggesting that only a portion of orc tribes is invading our borders? Indeed. Only a segment of orc warriors allied with the Golden Lion clan, Jose confirmed. Old Jose, you've really become sharp. Just from one skirmish, you can identify which tribe these orcs belong to. Even the monkey was astonished. Jose chuckled innocently. It's not that hard to guess. The 3 major orc tribes are the Golden Lion, Bloodflame Wolf, and Azure Eagle. The territories of the Golden Lion and Bloodflame Wolf are quite similar. But only a few large orc tribes are allied with the Bloodflame Wolf. If it were a Bloodflame Wolf-led invasion, a significant portion of the orcs would be werewolves or wolf riders. The Golden Lion clan is the most ancient among the orc families, ruling the orc court as the orc king. Thus, many orc nobles and smaller tribes wish to ally with the Golden Lion. Among the invading orcs are bear men, leopard men, elephant men, and many other smaller tribes. So I deduce they must belong to the Golden Lion clan. What about the Azure Eagle? Arthur inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, knowing that Leon hailed from the Golden Lion clan. The Azure Eagle's territory is the smallest, but it is predominantly allied with winged tribes possessing the ability to fly. The winged warriors from the Azure Eagle are some of the most formidable among the 3 tribes, Jose explained. Wait, there are flying orcs? I've been in the army for 5 years and have yet to see one. The monkey interjected. The Azure Eagle tribe's territory lies far to the north in the Rocky Mountains. And due to the distance, they rarely engage in conflict with us in Isaac. The last time I encountered winged orc warriors was during the Battle of Sign Canyon 12 years ago, Jose recounted. 12 years ago? At Sign Canyon? Arthur's heart stirred. Wasn't that the battle where the Kane's division suffered immensely? What transpired in that battle to summon the rarely seen winged warriors of the orcs? Arthur fell once more into contemplation. Captain, have some porridge, Elia offered, placing a bowl in front of Arthur and gently nudging his arm to pull him from his thoughts. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls, Arthur spoke slowly, given that this war shows no signs of resolution in the near future. We cannot remain hidden in the woods forever. We must devise a plan to secure a reliable source of food. What if we ambush the orc supply convoy? The monkey suggested. That won't work, Jose immediately countered. Unlike our human forces, orc warriors rely little on supplies. Most of their food comes from raiding us. Even if there are minor rear supplies, they are heavily guarded, and we stand little chance. I think we could target isolated orcs. If we're starving, we could eat them, Lund proposed, but his suggestion left Elia pale with horror at the thought of consuming orcs. Perhaps we can shift our perspective, Arthur suggested thoughtfully. Since the orcs can sustain themselves by pillaging our villages, why can't we raid their tribes? Moreover, with most able-bodied warriors dispatched to the battlefield, the smaller tribes must have few defenders left. Jose, the monkey, and Lund's eyes brightened. Indeed, let's go raid the orc side. Thanks to Arthur's spontaneous idea, the 7th Squad ventured further down their unconventional path. In Singaral, at the Palmer Duke's residence, Lady Gloria was tidying up clothes for the middle-aged scholar, Sino, muttering softly, "Why must father insist on bringing you along? The Frost and Snow Legion has already engaged the orcs, and the Frost Thunder Legion may join at any moment. Your father must personally oversee the Legion," Sino replied. "What I mean is that it's enough for father to go. Why must you accompany him?" Sino scoffed. "With your brothers. Ever since your elder brother's death, they rush to seize power, but when it comes to confronting the orcs, they retreat in fear. Your father wants me to accompany him because he worries there will be no one to rely on in critical moments. Does father already know your meridians have healed?" Sino suddenly embraced Gloria. "Only you would be so naive. How could the illustrious Duke Palmer be truly deceived by anything? Do you think father intends for you to take over the Legion?" Sino sighed. "Even if the Duke harbored such intentions, your brothers would never agree that if one day I am forced to take action for self-preservation, you must be prepared." Gloria rested her head against her husband's shoulder, whispering softly in his ear, "Ever since I left this home with you, I have lost all hope in them." Just then, a small head peeked in through the door crack. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Chapter 118. The hunt begins. The flames of war in the border regions intensified. Though the two factions' armies have yet to erupt into full-scale battle, skirmishes of minor intensity unfold on the battlefield day after day. The orcs remain unprepared for a siege. Instead, large contingents of orc troops are dispatched to pillage human settlements, returning with stolen food and captives to their encampment. In response to the cavalry of the Frost and Snow Legion, the orcs have expanded the size of their hunting parties, deploying several teams to act in concert. Should one hunting party come under attack, they will fight fiercely to delay the human cavalry, awaiting the arrival of surrounding forces. On several occasions, they have even intentionally dispatched small groups of orcs as bait, luring human cavalry into traps, which they then surround. Initially, the cavalry of the Frost and Snow Legion suffered several setbacks, with one surrounded unit losing nearly half its number before breaking free from the orc encirclement. However, the human cavalry quickly adapted their strategy, striking the orc hunting parties with decisive blows, seeking to inflict damage without pursuing total annihilation, and withdrawing before other orc units could encircle them. Additionally, several cavalry units prearranged their sweeping routes and areas of operation, should one unit find itself encircled. Others would be able to provide swift reinforcements. This is a war of attrition, where lives are exchanged for lives, and in this tug-of-war, hundreds of soldiers from both sides perish each day. On the other side of the battlefield, on the second day of their incursion into orc territory, Arthur's 7th Squad encountered their first orc tribe. This was a werewolf tribe, their encampment situated atop a sparsely vegetated hill. Arthur and Jose ventured cautiously closer to the camp, dispatching 2 werewolf sentries before quickly retreating with their squad after conducting reconnaissance. The situation proved far more challenging than anticipated. The encampment was significantly larger than they had surmised, revealing a shadowy assembly of 40 to 50 werewolves. With a squad of only 40 men, they had little confidence in their ability to overrun the camp. But on the third day, the 7th Squad discovered 2 orc tribes located along the riverbank. These tribes were not as large as the previous werewolf encampment, but the proximity of the two made a singular attack perilous, as the other tribe would likely rush to their aid. After careful consideration, Arthur decided to withdraw. In battle, Arthur could act recklessly and fight fiercely, but as the captain, he bore the responsibility for all his soldiers. Without any supplies or reinforcements, the 7th Squad could not afford significant losses should their casualties exceed 30%. The morale of the troops would shatter, rendering future endeavors increasingly difficult. After several missed opportunities against orc tribes, a small tribe of jackals near the forest's edge became the target of the 7th Squad. Jackals, being smaller orcs, were shorter than human soldiers. While individually weak, they were cunning and among the more intelligent of the orc races, often serving as vassals to werewolf tribes. This particular jackal tribe was modest in size, with dilapidated wooden walls surrounding their encampment. Peering through the gaps in the walls, Arthur observed only 20 to 30 orcs moving about, with few adult warriors among them. Captain, this must be the one. Taking down this tribe should pose little challenge, Monkey suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he leaned closer to Arthur. To be prudent, you and 2 others should keep watch and ascertain the number of orcs within the encampment. We will strike tonight, Arthur replied. When did you become so timid? Monkey muttered under his breath. Keep watch. Arthur snapped, slapping Monkey lightly before leading the group away. The wait was excruciating, watching the sun slowly dip in the sky. The soldiers of the 7th Squad endured until nightfall, and then into the depths of the night. Fearing that the fire's glow might attract attention from distant orc tribes, each soldier consumed only 2 pieces of tough jerky. Captain, we can move now that we've been watching for half the day, and aside from a dozen or so orcs returning from gathering, the camp remains unchanged. Monkey reported quietly upon his return as he rejoined the squad. The soldiers gathered around him, their eager eyes fixed on Arthur. Good, prepare to strike, stay sharp, and do not let your lives hinge on this small tribe. The soldiers, brimming with anticipation, silently drew their weapons. Arthur surveyed the determined faces surrounding him. Suddenly feeling a pang of emotion, with a mere command, these warriors were ready to follow him into peril without a hint of complaint. Wait a moment. Under the curious gazes of his comrades, Arthur activated his spatial ring, causing an array of weapons and armor to tumble out, quickly forming a substantial heap. Within the ring were numerous level 3 and 4 enchanted items, alongside nearly 20 unenchanted level 3 pieces. These were the spoils from Arthur's last raid on a merchant's shop, yet to be processed, along with materials he had acquired for enchanting. The soldiers' eyes widened in astonishment, including those of Jose and the other squad leaders. These soldiers rarely had the opportunity to encounter enchanted gear. And now they beheld a pile of it before them. How wealthy their captain must be. Yet, no matter the value of the equipment, it paled in comparison to human life. Arthur urged, equip these items. Each of you take one and familiarize yourselves with the new gear. Monkey's eyes sparkled. Captain, from now on, I am yours. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. Get lost, I don't want you. Though Arthur retorted, he casually tossed his level 4-inch Wanderer's Sorrow bow to Monkey. These items are merely on loan for now, but if you survive this mission, I will gift each of you a level 3 item, and you, Monkey, shall receive a level 3 enchanted piece. The soldiers erupted in excitement, lifting Arthur high in celebration. Had they not feared causing a commotion, they would have cheered and tossed him into the air. Weapons and armor represented a soldier's second life. No warrior could resist the allure of fine arms, yet as the most basic of soldiers, they had only ever wielded standard-issue weaponry. After donning the new equipment, the combat effectiveness of the 7th Squad doubled. 40 men now equated to 100. Arthur led his squad closer to the Jackal tribe's encampment. Many orc tribes kept mounts or guard beasts, so before launching their attack, Arthur set a mixture of wild daisies and tricolored mandrakes alight upwind, allowing the smoke to waft into the orc camp. When silence fell over the encampment, agile figures surged toward the orc stronghold, initiating a vengeful slaughter. Chapter 119. Each with their plans. Arthur and Jose swiftly dealt with the 2 orc sentries. Entering the encampment with minimal noise, the soldiers of the 7th Squad did not shout or scream, but instead split into groups of 3, attempting to move silently as they infiltrated the dilapidated jackal huts. Under the soft moonlight, they entered the huts and executed quick, silent kills. Many orcs were dispatched before they even stirred from their slumber, their heads severed cleanly by sharp level 3 blades. A few quick-reacting orcs never managed to grasp their weapons before being overwhelmed by the soldiers. The faint scent of blood rapidly permeated the orc encampment. Some cries of despair echoed from within the huts, gradually rousing the entire tribe. Orcs, hearing the commotion, seized their weapons and charged out of their homes, only to be met with death. Monkey, accompanied by several archers, had already drawn their bows, taking down one orc after another as they burst forth from the huts. The human soldiers, fueled by hatred for the orcs, slaughtered their way through the encampment, sparing neither female nor young. The jackals, inherently weaker and caught off guard in the night, found themselves decimated before they could react. Even as some orcs finally emerged from their shelters, they posed little threat to the 7th Squad. Arthur and Jose, leading a dozen warriors, shattered the jackals' formation, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The battle concluded swiftly. In less than 20 minutes, the 7th Squad had completely annihilated the small orc tribe, leaving not a single survivor, young or old. Jose, assess our casualties. Captain, we suffered no losses. Only 3 brothers sustained minor injuries, Jose reported, his voice brimming with excitement. This was a complete victory. Monkey hastened to clear the battlefield and gather all the bodies in the open square. Lund, ensure every hut is searched. Food, gold, high-quality weapons, rare ores, and herbs are our targets. Arthur issued commands with practiced ease. In just over 2 months, he had fully assumed the role of squad leader. The orc corpses were dragged to the square and piled together, including many small bodies of young orcs. During the slaughter, the gravity of their actions had not fully registered, but now, with the bodies heaped together, the brutality of their humanity was starkly revealed. Illyria was the first to turn away, unable to bear the sight of the pile any longer. Arthur and his comrades remained oblivious. They were now no different from the savage orcs who had raided human villages. The differences of race and hatred blinding their compassionate eyes, the results of their actions quickly came to light. They had slain 98 orcs that night. Lund and his team discovered some dried jackal meat and a small quantity of grain within the camp, as well as mushrooms from the forest, all of which the human soldiers could consume. Arthur stored these in his spatial ring. The poverty of the orc tribe was evident, aside from 2 level 3 weapons, a few peculiar ores of indeterminate material, and some herbs. Lund found no other items of significant value. An unexpected boon was discovered within the dwelling of the tribal chief, 2 jars of liquor. Although the orc brewed beverage possessed a coarse taste, it was remarkably potent, serving as an excellent means to stave off the winter chill. Burn the bodies. We must retreat. After tallying their spoils, Arthur swiftly withdrew with his squadron. They traveled a considerable distance, yet the flickering flames of the orc encampment remained vividly visible against the night sky. On the following day, the pack of werewolves that Arthur had hesitated to engage encountered another group of individuals with similar intentions. Unlike Arthur and his 7th squadron, who were burdened with misgivings, nearly 100 warriors stormed directly into the werewolf encampment. The several dozen werewolf warriors guarding the camp were swiftly overrun by the assailants' charge. However, the attackers refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. An elderly werewolf, bent with age, trembled as he emerged from the encampment. We are the tribe under the Lord Ferryman of the Golden Lion family. May I inquire which tribe's warriors have graced us with their presence? I have not heard of any individual named Ferryman among the Golden Lions. Stepped forth a young lion man with flowing golden locks, none other than Leon himself. The old werewolf was taken aback upon seeing Leon, quickly adopting a humble demeanor as he bowed. My lord, could there be some misunderstanding? Our Mountain Rock tribe has served the Golden Lion family with unwavering loyalty for many years. Should you or your kin require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. Oh, just how loyal are you to the Golden Lions? Would you die for them? Leon scrutinized the old werewolf, confounded by Leon's inquiry. The old werewolf felt sweat trickling down his forehead. Without fully grasping Leon's intent, a misstep in his response could spell disaster for his entire tribe. Leon let out a cold snort. Hesitant, are we? It seems your loyalty to the Golden Lions is not as steadfast as you claim. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the old werewolf mustered his courage. My lord, our Mountain Rock tribe serves the Golden Lion family in pursuit of their protection. We dutifully pay our taxes and dispatch warriors to fight when summoned. However, we are neither warriors of the Golden Lion family nor their slaves. Even King Elliot himself lacks the authority to demand that our entire tribe perish for him. Leon chuckled. Since you are unwilling to lay down your lives for the Golden Lion tribe, I now offer your tribe a chance to choose anew, to either engage in battle or swear fealty to me, the Divine Lion Leon. The old werewolf was taken aback. You do not hail from the Golden Lions. At that moment, Shara stepped forth from behind Leon, her voice resonating across the werewolf tribe. The blood and honor of the Golden Lion family have been tainted by Elliot. Lord Leon comes from the far nobler Divine Lions, from this day forth. Only the Divine Lions shall reign upon the Orcish plains. The entire orc tribe fell into stunned silence. These intruding orcs were not merely here to plunder. Their true aim was to challenge the Golden Lion tribe and the reigning King Elliot. As Shara's proclamation echoed, Leon's aura surged, enveloping him in a brilliant golden light that was both pure and blinding, compelling the werewolves to bow their heads in submission. I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. You may summon your warriors or seek out this Ferryman fellow to provide you protection. I will return in 3 days. With that, amidst the astonished and fearful gazes of the orcs, Leon strode confidently out of the encampment. As the war between humans and orcs raged on, both Arthur and Leon were engrossed in their respective schemes. Chapter 120. The Silverhorn cavalry scattered across the Orcish plains were numerous orc tribes. To survive in this brutal realm of the law of the jungle, orc society was structured such that smaller tribes were subordinate to larger sovereign tribes, which in turn were affiliated with the three major orc clans. Only the leaders of these clans could be regarded as the orc kings. Conflicts between tribes under the same sovereign were rare, even when disputes over interests or territories arose. They were often resolved through mediation by the patriarchs of the larger tribes. Disagreements between major tribes would be arbitrated by envoys dispatched by the orc kings. Although orcs were known for their temperamental and warlike nature, the hierarchical relationships between tribes generally prevented the complete annihilation of any single tribe. However, the sudden intrusion of human soldiers shattered the tranquility of the orc tribes. Following the complete eradication of the Jackal tribe, the 7th Squadron penetrated deep into the Orcish plains, swiftly slaughtering 4 orc tribes in a matter of days. Every orc within these tribes was mercilessly slain, and any valuables were plundered, leaving behind nothing but the corpses and smoldering remnants of the orc encampments, even amidst the chaos of war. Such acts of indiscriminate slaughter against the innocent and defenseless were nothing short of banditry. Yet, blinded by hatred, the members of the 7th Squadron, save for Elia, felt no guilt for their actions. The staggering gains from their repeated plunders only fueled the squadron's madness and bloodlust, leading them to conduct subsequent assaults on orc tribes in broad daylight. Directly charging into the orc camps to unleash carnage. Their overconfidence, however, would come at a cost. The werewolf tribe they attacked was significantly larger than the previous ones, with its chieftain being a formidable 5th-level orc warrior. Accompanied by another 4th-level warrior, when Arthur found himself entangled with the werewolf chieftain and Jose and Rind engaged another orc warrior, the 7th Squadron's momentum faltered. Although they ultimately emerged victorious, 2 soldiers perished in the struggle, and several others were injured. Without any reinforcements, the loss of each soldier represented a significant blow to the squadron. The deaths of their comrades sobered Arthur somewhat. For several consecutive days thereafter, the 7th Squadron maintained a low profile. Despite the isolation of communication among orc tribes, news of the systematic eradication of several tribes quickly spread, instilling a sense of panic in the border regions of the orc territories. Some of the larger orc sovereign tribes received reports from their subordinate tribes, speculating that a small human army had infiltrated the Orcish plains, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Most chieftains of the orc tribes dismissed the reports, believing that a small human army could hardly pose a significant threat and would eventually be eliminated in isolation. However, some of the larger tribes dispatched reconnaissance or hunting parties to seek out the whereabouts of this human force. What was certain was that the greater the commotion caused by the 7th Squadron, the more precarious their situation would become. Days later, the 7th Squadron re-emerged, positioned 300 miles from the last attacked orc tribe, targeting a large orc sovereign tribe's pasture. This pasture was guarded by 3 teams of orc cavalry, and with the herding orc civilians, it boasted a total of 50 to 60 orcs. The 7th Squadron meticulously studied the patrol patterns of the orc cavalry, using diversionary tactics to lure and eliminate them one by one before slaughtering all the orcs within the pasture. This time, the 7th Squadron had truly stirred a hornet's nest, having directly targeted a significant sovereign tribe of orcs, the Three-Eyed Dog tribe, renowned for breeding silver horned stags for the golden lion family. The silver horned stag, towering and majestic, surpassed the height of the steeds typically used by human cavalry. Its 6-pronged silver antlers were not only grand and beautiful but also exceptionally hard and sharp. Comparable to a 3rd-level human lance, the silver horned stag served as the exclusive mount for one of the 3 core cavalry regiments of the golden lion family, the Silver Horn Cavalry. On the battlefield, the Silver Horn Cavalry had inflicted considerable suffering upon human infantry and cavalry. The enormous, sharp silver antlers could easily toss heavy-armored human soldiers into the air, while their robust physiques could withstand direct collisions with human heavy cavalry. Arthur and his 7th Squadron were able to seize over 80 silver horn stags, each rider taking 2, and they also drove away several hundred remaining stags from the pasture. It was evident that their primary target had been the silver horn stags. Both orc and human cavalry possessed their own specialized mounts, yet many of these mounts were not interchangeable. For instance, the steeds of wolf cavalry could not be tamed by human soldiers after the wolf knights were slain. Similarly, the agile horned gazelles, being timid and small, would not budge under orc riders. However, the silver horned stag was one of the few mounts that could be utilized by both races. Although they were imposing and powerful, they were also relatively gentle and could be trained to serve as battle mounts. showing no aversion to being ridden by human soldiers. With such a significant disturbance, the three-eyed dog tribe dared not conceal the matter. They immediately reported to the Golden Lion family, expressing their apologies while simultaneously contacting neighboring orc tribes to mobilize forces in pursuit of this human army. Having achieved their objective, Arthur did not linger and swiftly retreated with his men. Though the 7th Squadron had suffered some setbacks in their previous battle, their repeated life-and-death encounters had fostered rapid growth within the squad and its soldiers, with each successful massacre of orc tribes. The 7th Squadron amassed over 30 pieces of equipment rated level 3 or higher. Particularly notable was the double-headed spear held by the werewolf chieftain from the last battle, a genuine 5th-level weapon that Arthur unceremoniously tossed to Rind without a second glance. Additionally, there were over a dozen pieces of equipment rated at levels 3 and 4. While the craftsmanship of the Orcish gear might have appeared somewhat crude, their efficacy was by no means inferior to that of human warriors' equipment. The soldiers of the 7th Squadron now wield weapons that are all at least of level 3, with level 3 enchantments and level 4 equipment constituting half of their arsenal, from the perspective of armament alone. It is as if Arthur commands an army comprised entirely of officers of the squadron leader rank. While individual warriors may still possess slightly lesser strength, the Death's Embrace technique that Arthur previously imparted to the squadron soldiers has proven extraordinarily effective in battles against the orcs. Coupled with their advanced weaponry, it has nearly endowed each soldier with the capability to challenge orc warriors of higher ranks through relentless combat. They have forged an exceptionally fierce human squadron. If there exists a shortcoming within the 7th Squadron, it lies in the relatively sluggish mobility of the infantry. Should they be surrounded by orc cavalry on the plains, they may find themselves facing annihilation. But Arthur's recent incursion into the Three-Eyed Hound tribe's ranch has addressed this final vulnerability. The Silverhorn stag mounts have greatly enhanced the 7th Squadron's capabilities, allowing for swift and sustained movement, rendering the orc cavalry unable to pursue. For a considerable period thereafter, Arthur and his 7th Cavalry Squadron became elusive figures, arriving and departing like the wind, akin to a blood-red whirlwind that swept through one orc tribe after another. In stark contrast to Arthur's conspicuous exploits, Leon has adopted a far more understated approach. He has been quietly undermining the Golden Lion family's influence, one tribe at a time, steadily augmenting his own power. The vast Golden Lion family. The tribes that Leon has managed to pry away are but insignificant bricks from a towering edifice. Yet, Leon intends to persist in his endeavors. As more bricks are cast aside, the grand structure shall eventually come crashing down. Chapter 121. Humanity and Bestiality in the Orc Wasteland, amidst an unnamed desolate mountain. A modest orc encampment lies hidden within the cover of trees. The original ownership of this camp has become untraceable, for not a single orc remains. It has been entirely overtaken by the human soldiers of the 7th Squadron. The Silverhorn stags are leisurely grazing in a corner of the camp, while the soldiers practice their martial skills in the open space before them. Even during this brief respite, Arthur does not allow a single warrior to slacken their training. With arms crossed, he observes each soldier's movements, knowing that every punch thrown and kick executed could be the decisive action that saves their lives in the next moment. "Would you accompany me for a stroll?" A melodious voice calls from behind. "Is there something on your mind?" Arthur turns to see Elia's large, watery eyes fixed upon him. "I'm feeling a bit unwell and wish to take a casual walk," Elia replies, lowering her gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed. Despite the relentless travels, Elia, as a light priestess, remains unblemished, though her complexion has grown somewhat pale. Observing Elia's apparent fatigue, Arthur feels an unexpected pang of compassion. The hardships endured in the orc wasteland have indeed been severe. They sleep under the open sky, often unable to bathe for days. And at times, they go without a hot meal for several days. Even when they stop to rest or sleep, they cannot fully relax. This is orc territory, where battles can erupt at any moment. And every soldier must remain vigilant. While Arthur and the soldiers, being men, can endure the grime and fatigue, Elia, a girl who has only recently joined the military, faces challenges that are far beyond her capacity to endure. The simple act of relieving oneself, easily managed by men, poses a significant challenge for Elia, leading her to drink little water during the day. Throughout this ordeal, Elia has not uttered a single complaint. Every soldier has only witnessed her smiling face, and her healing light has landed upon the wounded soldiers almost instantaneously after they are injured. It is Elia's presence that grants the soldiers the unwavering courage to fight the orcs. for they know that as long as they avoid critical injuries, she will be there to ensure their survival. If Arthur serves as the spiritual leader of the 7th Squadron, then Elia is their steadfast emotional support. As Arthur accompanies Elia along the mountain path, she keeps her head down, and he chooses silence. Having little experience alone with a girl, he struggles to find words, finally managing to say, "You've been suffering recently." Elia nods in acknowledgement, leaving Arthur at a loss for further conversation. Suddenly, she halts, gazing intently at him. Arthur feels his face flush and casts his eyes away toward the trees lining the path. A sudden burst of laughter interrupts the moment. "Who goes there?" "It's me." "The captain, the monkey. I'm on watch. You two carry on." "Get lost." Arthur snaps in annoyance, only to turn back and find himself meeting Elia's amused gaze. "You are quite peculiar when you look at me. You seem so shy, yet when you gaze at those orcs, you appear fierce. Which one is the true you?" Elia poses a baffling question. Arthur ponders for a moment before slowly responding with what seems an unrelated remark. For millennia, humanity has debated a singular question without resolution. Is human nature inherently evil or inherently good? Elia blinks, awaiting Arthur's answer. "In my view, human nature is devoid of an inherent moral distinction. To survive and thrive, one must acquire resources from the external world, which is the essence of life, and should not be defined by notions of good and evil. The animosity between humans and orcs is merely a continuation of generational hatred stemming from the struggle for survival resources. I am part of this cycle. As my mother perished at the hands of the orc slaughter. And what of the orcs? Is there a distinction of good and evil within their nature?" Elia follows up with another question. Arthur momentarily falters, finding himself at a loss for words. "During these days, we have killed so many orcs, yet I cannot fathom. Have the orc women and children ever harmed our people? Some impoverished orcs are more pitiable than our own poor. Are they not also vying for survival resources?" This time, Arthur takes longer to contemplate, finally stating, "Orc women give birth to orc warriors, and orc children will inevitably grow into the invaders of our borders. We are preventing future calamities for humanity. Can we truly prevent future calamities? After thousands of years of war, we have not managed to eradicate all orcs. Among the countless orcs in the wasteland, how many truly threaten humanity's borders?" Elia's barrage of questions leaves Arthur speechless. Though he has considered the roots of the conflict and hatred between the two races, Arthur, ensnared by vengeance, has never contemplated how to ultimately resolve the issue. Elia queries, "Can we truly annihilate all orcs?" Elia speaks slowly. "The reason I feel unwell is that the slaughter of these days contradicts the teachings of the light god that I have held dear. As a light priestess, I was raised to spread the radiance of the light god and to bestow his blessings upon all vulnerable lives across the continent." Arthur's expression grows grave. "These problems you mention have never crossed my mind. Would you allow me some time to reflect on them? I will respond once I have considered them thoroughly." "You haven't answered my final question." Why are you so shy when you look at me?" Arthur's face reddens further. "Make sure to answer me all at once when you're ready." Elia laughs and runs off. In a tribe hundreds of kilometers away, a similar scene unfolds. "Exposing yourself to Elliot this early will only make your path ahead more arduous," Shara remarks anxiously as she watches Leon practice swordplay. Shirtless, only in private does she allow her softer, affectionate side to emerge before him. Leon continues his movements, slowly replying, "You do not truly understand us orcs. We only reverence the strongest. Elliot usurped the position that rightfully belonged to my father through deceit." And many tribal leaders, even within the Golden family, harbor resentment. Though Elliot ascended to the throne, he has not genuinely earned the recognition of the orcs. As for why my uncle has not sent anyone to hunt me down, it is because he is waiting for me to confront him. Only by defeating me in direct combat can he become the true Lion King. Does your mother truly wish for you to embark on this arduous path of vengeance? Leon halts his swordplay, looking at Shara with a smile. "You do not only misunderstand the orcs, you do not even understand my mother. Joya regards me as a friend, yet I have always considered myself merely her guard. How could a guard truly understand their master? Revenge and reclaiming the Lion King's position for the Golden family is merely my grandfather's desire." "Do you know why my mother placed Arthur beside me?" Shara gently shakes her head. "She wished for me to understand humanity, not only to learn to fight them, but also to comprehend their thoughts. My mother does not merely wish for her son to reclaim the throne. She aspires for me to one day lead the entire orc race in reclaiming the land and glory we have lost to humanity." "My goodness." Shara gasps in disbelief, covering her mouth. Chapter 122. Huey and Joan in Red Rock City. Within the encampment of the Wind and Snow Legion, a young general clad in military attire stands with arms crossed, fixated on a sand table displaying clay models of orc and human soldiers. The figures are crafted with remarkable detail, even capturing the nuances of the wolves ridden by the orc cavalry. Suddenly, the young general makes a move, his fingers flicking through the air, causing 5 or 6 human cavalry models on the sand table to leap up, only to settle into new positions that fortuitously encircle 2 orc soldiers. The young general flicked his fingers once more, prompting the cavalry to leap and reposition themselves. This time, 3 human cavalry surrounded a single orc soldier, using the right army's 3rd Cavalry Regiment as bait. Lure the 2,000-strong orc troops to encircle us. Should the orcs refuse to take the bait, the forward army's 1st and 4th Cavalry Regiments will coordinate with the 3rd to annihilate this orc battalion. Nearby, a staff officer swiftly recorded the cavalry's every landing position, quickly relaying new orders down the line, though the external wind and snow made it seem as if the cavalry were in disarray against the orcs. In truth, every battle at the regiment level and above on the front line was firmly under the control of the young general. The general extended his hand, and a young lieutenant promptly delivered a bowl of tea to him. The lieutenant, with dark skin and striking yellow irises, along with his short ears, was none other than the half-orc. The young general took a sip of tea. The tea is cooled. Its fragrance has diminished significantly. Remember, for next time, brew only half a bowl of boiling water. I shall request a full serving when needed. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and instead saluted, saying, "Deputy Corps Commander, I wish to be assigned to the front lines against the orcs. I hope for your approval." "Why the haste?" "Eager to meet your demise," the Deputy Corps Commander replied, his expression unfazed. We continued to suppress his fury. I joined the Wind and Snow Corps to engage in battle against the orcs, not to serve tea and water. Denied. While I may not fear Rex, your death on my watch would bring trouble to many. If the Deputy Corps Commander is concerned about that, I can write a declaration absolving others of responsibility for any mishaps that may befall me on the battlefield. I was once like you, young and naive, believing that only on the battlefield could one slay orcs. The Deputy Corps Commander gestured to the sand table before him. Look at this battlefield. Have I slain more orcs by standing here orchestrating the army or by wielding a blade on the front lines? You are the Deputy Corps Commander, orchestrating strategies and directing troops to determine the outcome of wars. That I am merely a battle lieutenant. The battlefield is where I belong. The Deputy Corps Commander scoffed. Have you become an orc's mind? You have been by my side for some time now, yet you have only learned to serve tea. Have you not absorbed anything regarding my formations and troop movements? The half-orc, was thoroughly taken aback. He had always believed the Deputy Corps Commander kept him nearby to make his life difficult, failing to consider that the man sought to teach him about commanding in battle. The Deputy Corps Commander continued, You lack neither the courage to fight the orcs nor the willingness to perish alongside them. But as students of the Bloodlight Academy, we must possess more than just the bravery of a soldier. Each of you has the potential to become a general for the kingdom in the future. Beyond courage and martial skill, what you must refine now is patience and a broader perspective of the battlefield. We paused. The Deputy Corps Commander is also a graduate of the Bloodlight Academy. How is old Harry faring? That old fellow grits his teeth every time he mentions me. The Deputy Corps Commander chuckled with pride. The forward city, the encampment of the Wind and Snow Corps, stood as a military fortress built specifically for warfare. Aptly named Forward, in the side courtyard of the Forward Corps headquarters, a young man clad in a silver magical robe gazed upward, lost in thought. All soldiers and officers passing by regarded this exceptionally clean and handsome young mage with deep respect. He wielded powerful fire magic, yet was not aloof like other mages. Regardless of status, he treated everyone with humility, readily accommodating any request with a smile. For such a respected mage, no one in the camp would dare impose tasks upon him. He was akin to a beautiful, precious vase. Everyone recognized its value, but no one would truly use it for flowers. Xiong was that vase. He eagerly rushed to the Forward Corps, longing to engage in battle with the orcs, seeking excitement in his otherwise mundane life. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the camp, he found the Wind and Snow Corps in a defensive retreat, with units gathering at Forward City, and thus he entered the city without having seen a single strand of orc fur. As a military fortress, traversing Forward City from south to north took no more than 20 minutes. Besides the military, the city was crammed with refugees fleeing from various villages and towns. The streets were not only chaotic but also reeked of unpleasant odors. And Xiong, who had a penchant for cleanliness, found no courage to leave the camp. Assigned to the staff headquarters upon entering Forward City, Xiong, as a staff mage, was not qualified to partake in major military strategies. The minor tasks of statistical communication were unnecessary for him. With nothing to occupy his time except meditation in his room, he spent his days languishing in boredom, staring at the clouds, eagerly awaiting sunset after sunrise. Days of monotony dragged on until one day, a sudden blaring of horns shattered the silence. Horns blared incessantly as groups of soldiers surged from the camp, all rushing towards the city walls. Xiong seized a passing young staff officer. What is happening? The orcs have changed their strategy and are gathering at the city gates. It seems they are preparing to assault the city. A great battle is about to commence, the young staff officer explained with urgency. Excitement ignited in Xiong's eyes. The war, which others sought to avoid, was the very thrill he craved. Releasing the young officer's arm, Xiong beamed as he made his way toward the city walls, already envisioning scenes of fire dragons wreaking havoc among the orcs. Just as he took a few steps, the young staff officer suddenly grasped his arm. Mage. What are you planning to do? Xiong chuckled. Aren't the orcs attacking the city? I want to go up to the walls and cast a few fireballs to assist the defending soldiers. The young staff officer's expression turned serious, without orders. You cannot independently ascend the battlements to engage in battle. Even if we were to fight, as staff, we are the last to take the field. Ah, why must life be so unfair to me? Xiong's head drooped like a frostbitten eggplant. Chapter 123. Unexpected news. After ravaging the human borders for nearly a month, the orc forces finally began to gather their strength, preparing for a full-scale assault on human cities. Thus, the war between humans and orcs officially entered its second phase, the city siege. Greed, as always, proves to be the hardest appetite to satiate. If they could dismantle a few key human strongholds along the border and decimate the wind and snow core, a vast expanse of human territory and immense wealth would be laid bare before the orcs. To this end, the orcs were even willing to throw tens of thousands of corpses beneath the towering, sturdy walls of humanity. Despite suffering such grievous losses, the orcs returned empty-handed 8 out of 10 times, with countless warriors piling beneath the city walls. Yet, the 2 successful incursions yielded them copious human wealth and resources, filling their coffers to the brim. In the end, while the orcs were driven back to their wasteland by the human coalition, the plundered treasures ultimately fell into the hands of the leaders and nobles of the 3 major orc tribes. As for the tens of thousands of orc warriors lost, their leaders and nobles shed not a single tear. With the orcs' formidable reproductive capacity, new warriors would rise to the battlefield in just a few years. Outside Forward City, orc troops continued to swell, forming an ominous, dark mass that stretched as far as the eye could see, rendering any attempt to count them futile. The orcs established 3 massive encampments directly in front of Forward City, as well as to the north and south, unlike the human strategy of surrounding the city. The orcs always left one direction open. Should one presume that the orcs were showing mercy by providing a route for human escape, they would be sorely mistaken. The city being unencircled meant the soldiers lacked the resolve to defend it. Soldiers filled with uncertainty and fear might attempt to escape through this opening. Yet the number of human soldiers capable of fleeing was exceedingly few. Without the support of the walls, how could human soldiers possibly evade the pursuit of orc cavalry across the open fields? Thus, many human warriors chose to perish within the city rather than face the humiliation of being chased down by the orcs on the path to escape. The orcs did not immediately assault the city. Fresh orc troops continually flowed into the 3 encampments. Some were dispatched to nearby forests to chop down trees for the construction of battering rams, siege towers, and crude, rudimentary siege weapons. Meanwhile, on the city walls, human soldiers were busily preparing. Giant crossbows and catapults were wheeled onto the battlements. Bundles of crossbow bolts were transported up the walls, and boiling oil and logs were positioned at the parapets, while massive stones were stacked like hills at the inner base of the walls. A monumental clash was imminent. In the orc wasteland, a group of human soldiers riding silver-horned deer fled in panic, glancing back as they ran. Behind them, 30 or so wolf cavalry pursued, brandishing long blades and shouting loudly to spur their mounts onward. The human soldiers, seemingly driven to desperation, veered onto a narrow mountain path that grew increasingly steep, clearly a dead end. As the distance closed, the wolf cavalry became even more exhilarated, unable to resist standing on their wolves while wielding their blades. It was known that various tribes had placed bounties on these few human soldiers, offering 100 gold coins per head. Suddenly, the fleeing human soldiers halted, turning their deer heads in unison to draw their bows and notch arrows. The foremost wolf cavalry appeared to sense something amiss. They attempted to halt their advance, but the sudden stop of a galloping cavalry unit proved exceedingly difficult, as they were propelled forward by the riders behind them. The human cavalry ahead began to rain arrows down from their elevated position, and the leading few wolf riders were successively shot down from their mounts. Simultaneously, arrows and spears were launched from the woods on both sides, and countless wolf riders fell to the ground. "This is bad. It's a trap. Run." On the narrow mountain path, dozens of wolf riders jostled together, struggling to turn back and flee downhill. The soldiers of the 7th Squadron had already charged out from the thickets on either side, and the warriors on the mountain path swiftly dispatched the silver-horned deer. Arthur led the charge, leaping directly from the back of the deer, unleashing thunderclap, a martial technique that cleaved downward from the air. The violent energy crashed into the ranks of the wolf cavalry, toppling the last 3 wolf riders, their mounts reduced to a bloody mess from the explosive force. The wolf cavalry was thrown into disarray, pushing and shoving as they fled down the mountain. Yet under the combined assault of the 7th Squadron, only 5 wolf riders managed to escape. Now, Arthur and the 7th Squadron had altered their previous aggressive strategy against the orc tribe. They no longer sought to plunder the entire orc settlement, but instead employed ambushes and various tactics, striking decisively before retreating. Although the change in strategy yielded somewhat diminished gains, it afforded them greater tactical options and made them more formidable. Even a medium-sized orc tribe could now be dealt with effectively. Arthur mounted the silver-horned deer once more, proclaiming, "Brothers, we shall strike back. These wolf riders are the last warriors left to guard their tribe." Without pausing for rest or adjustment, the 7th Squadron charged back towards the wolf tribe that had pursued them. As the formidable 40 silver-horned deer cavalry approached the tribe, a dozen or so orc warriors burst forth from the tightly shut gates, including the 5 wolf riders who had previously fled. Just as Arthur had stated, these orcs were indeed the last remaining warriors of the tribe. The 7th Squadron's charge swiftly annihilated these orc warriors at the gates of their settlement, just as Arthur raised his great sword. Ready to lead his men into the camp, an unexpected scene unfolded. The tightly shut gates swung open, and an elderly wolfman emerged, holding a white cloth aloft. After taking a few trembling steps forward, he knelt down, saying, "All the warriors in the tribe have perished. Only women and children remained. We wish to surrender. Please spare them." For the honor-bound orcs, surrendering and kneeling represented the utmost humiliation. Arthur and his companions had already gained a fearsome reputation among the orc tribes, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. To save his tribe, the old wolfman was willing to endure this disgrace. Gazing at the trembling figure before him, Arthur suddenly recalled a question posed by Elia, and he slowly lowered his sword. "Humans and beasts have been adversaries for generations. Your army still occupies our land. Why should I spare you?" Arthur's voice was frigid. "If you spare the women and children of our tribe, we are willing to offer all the wealth of our tribe. That is insufficient. If I kill you all, the possessions of your tribe will still belong to us." The old wolfman's gaze flickered, as if he were wrestling with inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I am willing to share a piece of information with you." Intrigued, Arthur inquired, "What information could possibly save so many lives from your tribe?" "I know of a place where many human slaves are confined. Can we exchange their lives for the lives of our tribesmen?" Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 124. Human captives. The old wolfman's revelation indeed astonished Arthur. Besides his 7th Squadron, there were actually human warriors on the orc wasteland. This was not difficult to comprehend. The ongoing minor conflicts between humans and beasts had led to the capture of warriors on both sides. Typically, human captives taken by orc soldiers would be sold into slavery in mines, whereas orcs seldom spared human captives, reserving only women and a few men as playthings or slaves for their nobility. Once captured, regardless of which side they became slaves to, the likelihood of returning to their homeland was almost non-existent, with death remaining their ultimate fate. Arthur himself had once been a slave to the orcs, and no one understood the tragic plight of these captives better than he did. If what this old wolfman said were true, Arthur was determined to find a way to rescue these individuals. Moreover, these captives were soldiers, potentially augmenting his own forces. This was an unexpected windfall. Arthur stifled the joy bubbling within him and coldly stated, "Draw a map of the location you mentioned. You must promise to spare my tribe's members after I reveal the location of the human captives. If the information you provide is accurate, I may consider sparing them." "Good. I hope you humans will honor your promise." The old wolfman then bit his finger and began to draw on the white cloth with his blood. Once finished, he held the cloth aloft again. Arthur dismounted the deer and took the cloth for inspection, while the old wolfman knelt before him, not daring to move. The map was rudimentary, but through the intertwined lines and elevations, one could discern mountains and rivers. Given that the terrain of the orc wasteland was not as complex as that of human territories, after inquiring about several points on the map that represented various mountains, Arthur was able to ascertain the general location of the human captives. He stored the map in his spatial ring, casting a contemplative gaze at the old wolfman. The old wolfman anxiously returned his gaze, fearing that Arthur might suddenly renege on their agreement and unleash a massacre. "Answer me one question. Why are you doing this? For the orcs, your actions now amount to treachery. We dispatched our tribe's most elite warriors to participate in the Golden Lion family's war against you humans. We fulfilled our tribe's obligation to the Golden Lion family. However, they failed to uphold their responsibility to protect our tribe, allowing you to invade and exposing us to the threat of extermination. Therefore, our tribe is no longer bound by the obligation to keep this secret." Arthur nodded. "That is reasonable. If what you say is true, I will keep my promise, but you cannot live." Without warning, Arthur struck, and with a flash of his fourth-tier hunting knife, the massive head of the wolfman was severed. A gasp of shock escaped Elia's lips behind him. She had not anticipated Arthur's sudden action. Arthur leaped back onto the silver-horned deer, not even entering the camp, instead turning the deer's head and galloping away with his 7th squadron. Elia gazed at Arthur's retreating figure, her expression complex. That day, her words had indeed influenced Arthur. This was the first settlement the 7th Squadron had spared since entering the orc wasteland. Yet she still could not comprehend why Arthur had chosen to kill the old wolfman. In a shaded hillside, groups of 3 to 5 soldiers from the 7th Squadron sat casually together, resting in silence. Some were quietly polishing their weapons, while others simply closed their eyes to catch a nap. All awaited a crucial piece of information. This was the first time they had received news from their comrades since delving into the orc wasteland. The sound of hooves echoed from afar, growing nearer as Jose returned on a solitary deer. Before the silver-horned deer had fully come to a halt, Monkey and Lund rushed forward eagerly, inquiring, "What is the situation ahead?" Ignoring Monkey, Jose swiftly approached Arthur with a grave expression. "What is going on? Hurry up and tell us. You're going to drive us mad." Monkey continued to urge. Arthur smiled and first handed over a water pouch. Jose took the pouch and shot a glare at Monkey before gulping down half its contents in one go, then plopping down to sit, his first words being, "The situation isn't good." So the old wolfman's information was false. Not entirely. Jose shook his head slightly. There is indeed a sinkhole-like valley, and the entrance is heavily guarded by numerous orcs. Did you ascertain how many human captives are held within? This was Arthur's foremost concern. Jose frowned. That is the most troublesome part. The valley is long and narrow, with only one entrance, making it impossible for me to sneak in and ascertain the situation inside, that I could only vaguely see human-like slaves from a distance. And there appeared to be quite a number. Is there a way to circumvent and enter from another direction? Jose shook his head again. I circled around the valley's perimeter, but the cliffs are nearly vertical. Given my abilities, once I slide down with a rope, there would be no hope of climbing back up. This complicates matters. Without knowing what's inside, we cannot act recklessly. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly. Jose managed a bitter smile. Captain, that's not the worst of it. What do you mean? The most troublesome aspect is that even if we were to ascertain the situation inside the valley, we would lack the means to rescue the captives. Are the guards too powerful? Arthur instantly grasped the crux of the issue. Jose nodded. While I couldn't see the situation inside the valley clearly, I carefully observed the strength of the guards at the entrance. They changed shifts 3 times in a single day, with each rotation consisting of around 40 to 50 orc guards. Additionally, there were roaming orc cavalry within the valley. Arthur, along with Monkey, Lund, and the others, all changed their expressions. They understood military organization. Just the guards at the entrance and the cavalry nearly amounted to 200 orc warriors, and adding the guards overseeing the slaves within the valley. The number of orcs inside could conservatively be estimated at no fewer than 300. Given the current strength of the 7th Squadron, they can barely defeat a 100-strong orc battalion in direct confrontation. Attempting to breach the canyon guarded by 300 orcs would be tantamount to courting death. Following our previous strategy, perhaps we could devise a way to lure a portion of the orcs out and eliminate them in batches, suggested the monkey. Jose shook his head resolutely. During my reconnaissance, I observed a group of orcs departing from the canyon. Seizing the opportunity, I trailed them and discovered a large orc tribe situated less than 20 miles from the canyon that I suspect that this canyon may belong to that tribe. If we rashly reveal ourselves, we might not draw the orcs out from the canyon, but instead alert that tribe. Everyone fell into a contemplative silence. In their isolated predicament, the 7th Squadron felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, Arthur raised his head. Perhaps there is another way? All eyes turned towards Arthur. With no reinforcements, we might be able to harness the power within the canyon. Are you suggesting the captives inside the canyon? Jose's eyes brightened. Let us not forget that those imprisoned are former warriors. If we provide them with a glimmer of hope for escape, they would fight with all their might. Arthur spoke earnestly. However, we need someone to infiltrate and ascertain the situation inside, and relay the information in advance to establish a coordinated effort. I shall take care of that, Arthur replied calmly. Chapter 125. The brutal war accompanied by the thunderous sound of war drums. Thousands of orcs poured forth from their encampments, steadily advancing towards the frontline city. A dark cloud loomed over the city, threatening destruction. The densely packed orcs, with their savage visages and palpable murderous intent, left the soldiers atop the walls gasping for breath. The rhythmic thudding of war drums reverberated on the battlements, igniting a fervor in the soldiers' hearts, dispelling the earlier sense of oppression. With a creaking sound, the bows of the siege crossbows were fully drawn, and the levers of the catapults were released, loading sharp stones into their leather pouches. The orcs drew ever closer, awaiting the commander's signal to unleash a torrent of bolts and boulders upon them, making the orcs pay a heavy toll of lives before they could approach the city walls. Yet, just as the orc ranks were about to enter the range of the siege weaponry, the orc forces suddenly halted. The front line of orcs parted to the sides, and countless human captives were thrust forward, forced at the point of orc blades to march at the forefront of the formation. After nearly a month of pillaging and raiding, the orcs had not only amassed a wealth of supplies, but had also captured numerous human civilians, now being used as cannon fodder on the battlefield. The soldiers atop the battlements, their eyes bloodshot, found the commander's raised sword lingering in the air, unable to descend. Though war is ruthless, soldiers are flesh and blood men. How could they bear to unleash bolts and boulders upon their own innocent people? The orcs, pushing the human captives ever closer to the city walls, revealed their grotesque faces more clearly. Raise the crossbows, let the front-line orcs pass, fire. The commander's sword finally fell. Massive stones rained down upon the orc formation like a deluge. Having battled the humans for years, the orcs were already well-versed in such tactics, and immediately raised their shields in unison. The stones crashed against the shields with resounding thuds, some even powerful enough to topple shields and crush the orcs beneath. The long bolts shot forth from the city's crossbows, whistling through the air, piercing shields and skewering 2 or 3 orcs on a single shot. The wind and snow legions attacked, although deliberately allowing the front line of civilians and nearby orcs to pass, inflicted only minor casualties upon the orc army, failing to hinder their rapid advance toward the city walls. On the city tower, a middle-aged general, leaning on his sword, surveyed the approaching orc ranks with a furrowed brow. Relay the order. Open the city gates. Let the civilians in. General, think again. Once the gates are opened, the orcs will swarm in. 3 men behind the general urged in unison. Isn't there still the inner city? We can fight fiercely against the orcs there. It's better than watching these civilians perish at the city walls. Every life saved counts. The middle-aged general sighed deeply. The creaking sound echoed as the 3 heavy gates slowly began to rise. What ascended was not merely a gate, but the rekindled hope for thousands of human civilians. Those who had been forced forward by the orcs now began to run towards the opening gates. The orc army quickened their assault, eagerly awaiting this opportunity. Archers, forward! At the command, a dense formation of human archers emerged from behind the battlements. Target 65 degrees ahead. Fire! With a single command, a hail of arrows was unleashed, raining down upon the point where the orc forces met the human civilians, slightly behind their line. Many orcs following closely behind the civilians fell to the ground. The strategic intent of the human archers was crystal clear: to create a death zone with a barrage of arrows behind the fleeing civilians, providing them a chance to safely enter the city. The orcs had anticipated this, and a group of shield-bearing boarmen surged forth from their ranks. These creatures, with their tough hides, could withstand several arrows as long as they weren't shot in a vital area. And with the cover of their shields, they quickly caught up to the fleeing civilians. Aim for precision. Target the orcs' lower limbs. The human archers swiftly adjusted their strategy from volleys to precise shots. Focusing on the orcs' thighs, the area least protected, not to kill, but merely to slow their pursuit. In the ensuing skirmish, the fastest of the fleeing civilians reached the city gates, where crossing through would mean reclaiming life and freedom. People shoved and shouted as they rushed into the gates. The orc ranks shifted again as a cavalry unit burst forth, swiftly crossing into the human-civilian throng before the archers could react. The leopard cavalry. The orcs had stealthily concealed a unit of leopard cavalry within their formation. Though smaller and less imposing than the common wolf riders, these leopard riders possessed incredible speed and ferocity. Capable of taking on 2 or 3 wolf riders in a single combat, the charge of the leopard cavalry threw the human civilians into further chaos as they pushed against each other toward the gates. With many boarmen who had slipped past the archers now mingling among the human crowd, ultimately, an increasing number of orcs and human civilians surged together into the gates, observing the tumultuous scene below. Several generals urgently advised, "General, close the gates. If we delay, the orcs will all flood in. Close the gates." The middle-aged general commanded with his eyes shut. The gates slammed shut, trapping a small portion of civilians who had not made it inside. Along with the pursuing orcs, outside the city, a mere step away, a chasm of life and death. People wept as they pounded on the gates. Taking advantage of this momentum, the orc forces reached the base of the walls. The snakemen archers surged from their ranks, engaging the human archers atop the walls in a fierce exchange. Arrows flew chaotically, with fallen orcs and human soldiers alike littering the ground. The orcs began to set up ladders and grappling hooks against the walls. Swarming up to mount their assault, the human soldiers atop the walls prepared their rolling logs and boiling oil to rain down upon the invaders. Thus commenced a brutal struggle of offense and defense. Within the city gates, hundreds of orc cavalry and human civilians mingled in the inner courtyard. Upon entering, the orcs rushed towards the stairways on either side of the tower, if they could ascend the walls and create chaos. The orc forces outside would exploit this opportunity to send reinforcements streaming in. The human forces had been well prepared. As the orcs surged through the gates, the human pikemen had already begun their descent from the walls. Colliding head-on with the oncoming orc forces, like the battle outside, it became another fierce life-and-death struggle. When the last orc fell within the courtyard, the stairways were choked with the bodies of both orc and human soldiers. With no further action from within the city, the orc forces outside, unable to breach the defenses, began to withdraw slowly. In the chaos, only a few hundred civilians survived, and the Wind and Snow Legion paid a heavy toll of nearly 1,000 soldiers. This was merely the first day of battle. The war ahead stretched long. Chapter 126. The peculiar canyon. As the crimson sun timidly peeked over the edge of the canyon, much of the darkness still lingered within. And the serene canyon awoke to the harsh shouts of the orcs. Under the orcs' brutal commands, emaciated, ragged human slaves emerged from their crude wooden shelters. Each slave was shackled with heavy chains. Their expressions numb as they lined up, trudging slowly towards a steaming workshop. No one spoke. No one looked up. They moved forward mechanically, and were it not for the occasional flicker of their eyes, one might mistake them for a procession of walking corpses. Along the short path from the wooden huts to the workshop stood dozens of orcs wielding clubs and whips, their malevolent gazes fixed upon these soulless slaves. At the entrance of the workshop lay a large basket of wooden bowls. As each slave passed by, they would bend down to pick one up, and only then did a flicker of life appear in their eyes. Beside them were 2 enormous cauldrons, emitting steam, boiling an unidentifiable black concoction. Beside the iron cauldron stood 2 human men. Although they too were slaves to the orcs, these 2 individuals were unshackled, their garments and expressions markedly more robust than those of their counterparts. Each held a wooden spoon, serving ladles of a thick, dark substance from the cauldron into the bowls of the other slaves. The human slaves, moving with haste, slurped the contents of their bowls as they walked. Over the span of 100 meters from the workshop to the mine at the cliff's edge, these slaves consumed every morsel, leaving their wooden bowls spotless. At the mine entrance, 2 human men awaited. Reclaiming the bowls from the hands of each slave and depositing them into a large basket, they then used keys to free the slaves from their shackles, handing them a pickaxe and a backpack. Before the slaves trudged into the pit, from the moment they were roused at dawn to their entry into the mine for a day's labor, the entire process consumed no more than 10 minutes. With these human slaves being exploited like livestock, was it cruel? On the other side, humans employed similar tactics against the orc slaves. In the shadows at the cliff's base, a pair of eyes covertly observed the unfolding scene. Ignoring the protests of Jose and the monkey, Arthur chose to take the perilous descent into the gorge to uncover the truth. As the human slaves gradually entered the mine, the orc guards overseeing them began to relax. Of the several orcs assigned to monitor the mine's entrance, only 7 or 8 remained vigilant, while the others congregated beneath a few shelters to partake in their meal. The orcs' food was genuine sustenance. Substantial chunks of jerky and a porridge made of mixed meats and vegetables, accompanied by several dishes of seasoned wild greens. The servitors remained those same human men, bustling about to wipe tables and serve porridge, their every action laced with subservience, ultimately rewarded merely with the scraps left in the orcs' bowls. Once proud warriors were now reduced to living in a manner that betrayed their dignity. In his sorrow for these men, Arthur also understood them, having emerged from the orc camp himself. He had endured all they were currently experiencing. Humans would resort to any means to survive, flattering the orcs while competing and betraying their own kind. All this was merely to cling to existence, even if it was just a marginally better life than that of their fellow slaves. Yet in the end, they would discover that no matter their actions, death awaited them, albeit perhaps postponed for a brief time. Those like Arthur, who managed to escape the orc camp, were a rarity. After serving the orcs their meal, these men conducted a sweep of the human slaves' wooden huts. They removed 2 corpses from one of the shanties, discarding them into a distant pit, covering them with a few shovels of dirt mixed with gravel as a makeshift burial. Even Arthur, hiding in the shadows, could not suppress a sigh. He observed clearly that one of the so-called corpses had shown signs of slight movement during its removal. Yet to these men, it was already deemed dead, stripped of its labor capabilities, and thus of any value to the orcs. Death was the ultimate fate. After disposing of the bodies, the men returned to the workshop to continue their food preparations. Though they were spared the labor of mining, they remained perpetually occupied. As noon approached, human slaves began to emerge from the mine in succession. They arrived at the workshop, carefully unloading the ore from their backpacks, each yielding little more than 3 to 5 fist-sized pieces of silver ore. The orcs allocated food and water based on the quantity of ore surrendered, typically offering a single small lump of grain for each piece of ore. The famished slaves consumed these meager rations in mere bites, barely enough to stave off hunger. Having exchanged their ore for food, the slaves returned to the mine to resume their toil, day in and day out. Ad infinitum. The orcs needed not descend into the mine to manage. With food as their sole lever, they maintained firm control over these human slaves, ensuring their compliance in mining. When they accumulated or filled a small cart, a fire was suddenly ignited in the center of the gorge, and a stout, robust dwarf emerged from a low wooden hut adjacent to the flames. The dwarf stood at about chest height to Arthur. With high cheekbones, bushy eyebrows, a ruddy nose, and a long, knotted gray beard, indicating his advanced age. Stretching, he bellowed, "Where's my meat and ale?" A human man hurried over, balancing a tray laden with a jug of ale and a large piece of meat. The dwarf eagerly downed the ale in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and then reached for the meat, simultaneously grumbling. "The orc's ale is truly vile. There's a dwarf here," Arthur thought, utterly astonished. He had not previously focused on the fire in the gorge's center. Dwarven territory lay at the northernmost reaches of Berland continent, bordering the Rocky Mountains of the Tianqing Eagle tribe and the Necropolis Highlands of the northernmost Hua kingdom. While dwarven lands were not as completely barred to other intelligent races as those of the elves, they remained relatively insular and independent, with dwarves seldom seen in the territories of other races. This sunken gorge was rife with anomalies, not only imprisoning so many human slaves, but also housing the exceptionally rare appearance of a dwarf. Furthermore, the guards responsible for overseeing the orcs' provisions and equipment were equipped far beyond the average warriors of the orc army, akin to the elite guards of a great tribal chieftain. Was this merely an ordinary mine? Arthur seemed to have inadvertently stumbled upon a secret. Chapter 127. Still able to fight as the last rays of sunlight faded, flickering lights illuminated the gorge point one by one. The weary human slaves dragged themselves back into the wooden huts. The dilapidated structures barely shielded them from the elements. Makeshift beds comprised of planks propped between stones held tattered furs that served both as cushions and blankets. Never having bathed, the air inside these drafty huts was thick with a pungent odor. And nearly 20 slaves crammed into the small space had no room to spare once they lay side by side. In a hut at the far end of the gorge, the returning human slaves numbly entered, tossing themselves onto the planks without raising their heads. "Who are you?" Suddenly, one of the slaves cried out in alarm. Hearing the shout, Several others who had already lain down sat up in confusion. They then noticed a figure seated in the far corner of the hut. It was a young man with black hair, clad in a clean cloak, his rosy complexion adorned with a subtle smile. Clearly an outsider among their ranks. "Keep your voice down and close the door," Arthur whispered. Though their faces reflected bewilderment, they instinctively complied, designating 2 individuals to guard the entrance. As the 2 men sat up from their beds, they stealthily retrieved sharp iron shards from beneath the planks. Such small maneuvers did not escape Arthur's keen observation, yet he felt a surge of joy in their lingering spirit of resistance. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" inquired a long-faced man, gaunt yet with a glimmer of life in his eyes. "I am here to rescue you. You are a lackey of the orcs, and no one could infiltrate without alerting them." The man's gaze sharpened. As if ready to pounce on Arthur at the slightest hint of deceit, Arthur chuckled softly. "What value do you possess that would warrant the orcs sending a spy to gain your trust?" The man fell silent, realizing that apart from their strength and ability to mine, their lives held little worth in the eyes of the orcs. "Are you truly here to save us?" The man's expression shifted from suspicion to confusion, his voice trembling with excitement. "Arthur Hilrow, captain of the Hugu Infantry Regiment." "You are of the Hugu Infantry? Is Vice Captain Ignat Woods well?" A youthful man, only slightly older than Arthur, inquired urgently. Arthur awkwardly scratched his head. "I have not been at the regiment long enough to know of this vice-captain you speak of, aside from Captain Hugu and his officer Nick. I have only encountered a red-bearded man. They know the red-bearded one. His name is Ignat Woods. He is one of us. Finally, someone has come to rescue us." The young man gestured toward Arthur, tears streaming down his face. Not only he, but nearly all the men in the hut wept, their hardened exteriors crumbling in that moment of emotional release. That Arthur's eyes also glistened. He understood that despite the risks taken, it was all worthwhile, for he had given these men hope. The long-faced man was the first to dry his tears. "Stop crying, or you'll attract the orcs." "Captain Arthur, how many of you have come? How did you breach the orc blockade to reach here?" The long-faced man was eager to learn of the situation outside. "There is a battalion from our infantry regiment outside the gorge. We accidentally broke through the orc defenses during this war between our races and stumbled upon this place." Arthur exaggerated the numbers tenfold, fearing that revealing only a company's strength would completely sap their morale. As he anticipated, upon hearing Arthur's words, the long-faced man's brow furrowed. A battalion's strength would indeed make it difficult to penetrate. "This is precisely the reason I made my way in ahead of time. To ascertain the number of orc troops and your circumstances. If you can coordinate your efforts from within and without, the chances of a successful breakout will be significantly heightened." Arthur's gaze slowly traversed the faces of the men surrounding him. Their reactions would greatly influence Arthur's next decision. Should these men falter and lose their courage to fight the orcs, he would unhesitatingly abandon the rescue mission, for they were indeed the key to the impending battle. As a single squadron's strength from outside the canyon would be utterly insufficient to confront the multitude of orcs within. "Captain Arthur, we can still fight," exclaimed the youthful-faced man, the first to step forward. "We have been waiting for this day, the moment the battle outside begins. We will charge at the orcs." One by one, the men around him eagerly voiced their support, their urgency surpassing even Arthur's own, fearful that he might deem the orc forces too formidable and consider his men a liability. Thus abandoning their rescue, Arthur's gaze finally settled on the long-faced man, who led this group. "There are still 500 to 600 of us here. If we coordinate our signal to strike simultaneously, we are confident we can hold off 100 orcs," the man stated solemnly. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Elaborate." "The orcs have kept us in a state of semi-starvation to prevent our resistance and escape. Our current combat capability barely amounts to a third of what it once was. However, we have prepared in secret. We have stored some food in the mines below. Given a day or two to recover our strength and fighting spirit, we can manage to hold off one orc with 3 to 5 of us." The man spoke slowly, yet with remarkable clarity, indicating he was no ordinary soldier prior to his capture. Arthur nodded, and with a subtle flick of his wrist, a small mound of meat and a large barrel of fresh water appeared before the group. "Will these aid you in your recovery?" Around him, the sound of men swallowing was palpable. They had long lost track of how much time had passed since they last tasted meat. "Eat. Replenish your strength as quickly as possible, and then I will lead you to fight your way out." As the men reached for the food, the long-faced man remained fixated on Arthur's wrist. "Is that a spatial ring? How much food did you bring in?" Arthur held up 3 fingers, enough to sustain everyone here for 3 days. The long-faced man smiled for the first time. If we can have 2 days of hearty meals, driven by our hatred for these orcs, we can eliminate half of them. The youthful-faced man, stuffing meat into his mouth, muttered, "If I had a sword, I would charge out and fight those beasts. I can't endure this inhumane existence any longer." A glimmer of cold light flashed as a sharp, third-tier longsword appeared before him. The youthful-faced man, unable to swallow the meat in his mouth, grasped the hilt with fervor, his hands trembling with excitement at the thought of wielding it once more. A soldier with a sword emboldens his courage. One by one, second and third-tier armaments materialized before the group, encompassing not just weapons but also armor and shields. The 7th Squad had recently raided orc encampments and acquired a bounty of high-quality orc weaponry, which Arthur had brought along in abundance. Arthur smiled at the long-faced man, who was tenderly caressing a third-tier longsword. "How many orcs do you think you can take down?" The long-faced man laughed boisterously, nearly losing composure. "This time, I will slay them all." "Quiet down. Are you trying to get us killed?" Suddenly, the door was violently flung open. Chapter 128. Preparations. The door burst open with brute force, abruptly halting the jubilant atmosphere within. The long-faced man had previously assigned 2 individuals to guard the door, but with Arthur's continuous display of food and weapons, the pair had forgotten their duty in their eagerness to partake. The man who had crashed through was one of those responsible for fetching food earlier in the morning. Upon witnessing the room filled with food and weapons, he stood frozen at the threshold. Arthur, quick to react, sprang from the ground, pushing through the throng surrounding him, and thrust his hunting knife towards the man's throat. "Stop!" The long-faced man called out suddenly to Arthur's knife halted just shy of the man's throat. Who, terrified, dared not move. "Do not kill him. It would be troublesome if the orcs discover he is missing tomorrow," the long-faced man explained. With a firm grip on the man's collar, Arthur yanked him forward, throwing him to the ground, and once again positioned his knife at the man's throat. Turning to the long-faced man, "What do you intend to do with him if he is not to be silenced?" The man looked at the long-faced man in terror. "Buck. Who is he? What has happened?" "Captain Sellus. He is Captain Arthur of the Wind and Snow Legion's vanguard. His troops have already arrived at the canyon's exterior. He is here to rescue us. If we let you go, do you intend to inform the orcs or join us in our escape?" "Buck, you scoundrel. I, Sellus, was once a dignified captain myself. If given the chance to escape, who would willingly become a slave to the orcs?" Buck nodded at Arthur, and Arthur withdrew the knife from Sellus's neck. Sellus rose, grasping Arthur's hand with equal fervor. "Brother, we have finally awaited our comrades. How many of you came, and when do you plan to act?" Arthur briefly recounted the plan he had just devised with Buck and the others. "We will fully cooperate with you from outside. We will help you relay messages and food to the various huts, which will be far safer than if you were to act alone outside. Aside from you, can I trust the others?" Arthur questioned hesitantly. "Brother Arthur, rest assured, we are all in this for survival. No1 genuinely wishes to ally with the orcs, and we have never committed any acts against our own people. You may inquire with Buck and the others," Sellus urged, anxious to clarify to Arthur, aware that his service to the orcs would have tarnished his image in Arthur's eyes. Arthur patted Sellus on the shoulder. "No need for explanations. I trust you. For I too have been a slave in the orc encampment." Sellus and Buck exchanged startled glances, their expressions softening towards Arthur, for shared experiences forge bonds of empathy. "All right, let us meticulously plan the details of our assault. There are several matters I wish to clarify first." "Brother Arthur, feel free to ask. I am well versed in the situation regarding the orcs within the canyon," Sellus declared confidently. "How many orc troops are stationed in the canyon? What is the strength of their leader?" "There are 150 orc warriors responsible for guarding the slaves and the canyon entrance, as well as 50 wolf cavalry." Arthur nodded gently. The total force of 350 aligned closely with his previous estimations. Sellus continued. "The orc commander within the canyon is a 6th-tier lion warrior, accompanied by 3 orc centurions, each of whom is a 4th or 5th-tier warrior." "How could members of the Golden Lion clan be present here?" Arthur inquired, astonished. The Golden Lions, one of the 3 principal clans of the orcs, were seldom seen outside their royal court due to their dwindling population. This mineral resource directly belongs to the Golden Lion clan's wealth, which is why they dispatched their kin to oversee it personally. No wonder the orc guards in the canyon possessed superior provisions and equipment compared to those Arthur had previously encountered, if they were indeed direct soldiers of the Golden Lion clan. Everything made sense. Arthur's curiosity now lay in what resource this mine produced, once so valuable that the Golden Lion clan would prioritize it. even enlisting dwarves to refine the ore for them. Noticing the intrigue in Arthur's eyes, Silas eagerly explained, "This canyon yields spirit mother stones. Fearing that the orcs would recklessly damage the spirit mother, they specifically captured us human captives to mine it." "What? You mean to say you are mining spirit mother stones?" Arthur could no longer conceal his astonishment. Spirit mother stones were an exceedingly rare mineral resource, their worth surpassing even gold. The classifications of weaponry and armor range from exquisite, rare, and outstanding, culminating in legendary and mythic levels. While a third-tier exquisite weapon and a fourth-tier rare weapon differ by only one tier, the distinction lies not in the craftsmanship alone, but in the inclusion of a unique mineral, spirit mother. The peculiarity of spirit mother stones is that each piece is an independent entity. Damaging even a small portion would render the entire stone useless. After preliminary refining to remove external impurities, it must be added whole to equipment, thereby retaining its integrity as a singular entity, akin to embedding an entire network of human meridians within a piece of armor. Equipment infused with spirit mother acts as an extension of the body's meridians, allowing fighting spirit to flow unhindered, thus exponentially increasing its potency and elevating the quality of the equipment. While there are a few spirit mother stone mines within human territory, their annual yield is minuscule, which directly limits the quantity of rare-tier equipment available on the market each year. How much spirit mother stone has been extracted from the canyon? The Golden Lion clan sends people once a month to collect the refined spirit mother stones from the canyon. Currently, there is a reserve of over 20 days' worth of spirit mother stones in the canyon. If we can successfully break out this time, we must ensure that all these spirit mother stones are taken with us. Sella's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fully aware of the immense value of this fortune, Arthur had not anticipated that in rescuing human captives, he would also stumble upon an astonishing treasure. It was indeed a fortuitous surprise. "And who is that dwarf?" Arthur inquired, posing his final question. He too was a slave captured by the orcs, for the task of refining the spirit mother stone was one only he could accomplish. Thus, the orcs almost treated him as a guest, as long as he did not escape. They were willing to fulfill nearly any of his demands. Arthur nodded, indicating that he had grasped the situation within the canyon. "Captain Arthur, when shall we commence our operation?" Buck inquired impatiently. "The longer we delay, the more likely news will leak. I will grant you a day and 2 nights to recuperate. We shall strike at dawn the day after tomorrow." Arthur then produced a large quantity of food and handed it to Silas, instructing him to distribute it among the slaves in the various wooden huts as for weapons and armor. To avoid alerting the orcs prematurely, Arthur planned to distribute them on the final night before their action. As Silas was about to leave with the food, Arthur suddenly recalled something. "Wait a moment. There is one more task I need you to undertake," Arthur said, retrieving a small paper packet from his wristband. "You are responsible for cooking for the orcs. Find an opportunity to add these drugs to their dinner tomorrow night." Having mingled with Tony in the past, Arthur had always possessed various insidious drug formulas specifically designed for the orcs, but he had never found the opportunity to use them against the orcs until now. Silas hesitated slightly as he accepted the package. "Rest assured, these are not immediate acting poisons. They won't notice anything unusual, only that they will become weakened," Arthur replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 129. Encounter on the city wall. The sun rose as usual on the second day. Although the human slaves suppressed the turmoil within their hearts, subtle changes were nonetheless apparent. For instance, they had enjoyed their first hearty meal since being confined in the canyon the previous night, and their breakfast bowls were no longer licked clean. While they still maintained expressionless faces and kept their heads bowed in line, there was a newfound spark in their eyes, and the occasional glance cast toward the orcs was filled with hatred. The typically careless orcs failed to notice these small changes. The first to observe the shift was, ironically, the dwarf, who exclaimed that the ore being mined today was considerably less than usual. None of the human slaves worked in the mines today. Buck and several of the leading slaves were busy discussing the details of their evening operation, while the others focused on replenishing their own strength. The ore submitted to the orcs was merely what they had set aside as a contingency, naturally less in quantity than their usual full-scale mining efforts. While the dwarf was complaining, Silas hurried over with 2 bottles of wine in hand. "Master, please take a moment to enjoy this wine. I'll go urge those fellows along." The dwarf immediately cheered up, grabbing 1 bottle. "Why are the orcs so generous today?" After taking a swig of wine, the dwarf squinted at Silas. "This isn't orcish wine. Where did you acquire it?" "I pilfered this from Commander Felonio, especially to honor you." Silas replied. The dwarf shot Silas a glance. You must want something from me, right? Don't think 2 bottles of wine can buy my loyalty. Silas smiled. You need not do anything, considering our shared fate of being trapped here. If you see anything, just pretend you haven't tea. As long as I have wine to drink, I couldn't care less about your troubles, the dwarf declared, clutching the other bottle of wine to his chest as he turned back to his hut. As the oppressive day passed, night fell, and the orcs finally began to notice a change. However, this change first manifested within themselves. Shortly after dinner, some orcs began to flock to the latrine in succession. Not long after exiting, they found themselves rushing back for a second visit that a line quickly formed outside the latrine, and some orcs, unable to wait, resorted to finding a secluded spot behind a rock. Eventually, even the more concealed locations became insufficient, leading the desperate orcs to relieve themselves directly against the cliffside, resulting in a row of squatting orcs. The entire canyon became permeated with a foul stench, forcing even the typically unconcerned orcs to cover their noses. Even the dullest orc realized something was amiss with the evening meal, and one orc roared, "Where are those human cooks? I want to tear them apart." Silas and his companions hid within the wooden hut, stifling their laughter as they observed the chaos outside. He anticipated that Arthur had actually administered a laxative to the orcs, with Silas and the others acting as informants. The shackles of all human slaves within the hut had been removed, and weapons and armor had been discreetly placed under their beds during the day. Should the orcs burst into the hut to seize them, the battle could commence at any moment, after several trips to the latrine. The orcs, having emptied their bowels, showed no further reaction. The human slaves did not seize the opportunity to revolt, and the orcs did not pursue Silas and the others, intending to deal with them the following morning. Even the bravest warrior cannot withstand repeated bouts of diarrhea. After several episodes, the orcs felt the debilitating weakness of their bodies, leaving them with no desire to do anything but lie in bed. One by one, they quickly fell into a deep slumber. Even those stationed at the canyon entrance grew drowsy in the dark of night. The doors of the wooden huts were gently pushed open. The former slaves, now warriors once more, swiftly surged toward the orc quarters, swords in hand. The humiliation and anger they had endured in the canyon could only be quelled and cleansed with the blood of the orcs. The orcs, long since in a deep slumber, were awakened by the cacophony outside, struggling to open their eyes, but found themselves utterly fatigued and powerless. Chapter 130. The Canyon Battle from Every Wooden Hut. The human slaves poured forth, their eyes ablaze with fury as they charged toward the orc stronghold. Armed once more, they reclaimed their identities as warriors. The indignities suffered in the canyon could only be avenged and expunged with the blood of their captors. The orcs, deeply asleep, were roused by the tumult outside, struggling to awaken, yet feeling an overwhelming fatigue. Before they had a chance to rise from their beds, the wooden door was violently flung open, and the orcs, caught off guard, were swiftly overwhelmed by the oncoming human warriors. 3 or 4 swords and spears simultaneously pierced the orcs' chests, withdrawing only to stab again and again, reducing the orcs' front to a grotesque mess. It was only when the soldiers, begrudgingly satisfied, turned their attention to the next target that the orcs, in their weakened state, had barely any time to mount a defense before they were slaughtered in their beds and within the confines of the wooden hut. Meanwhile, at the center of the canyon, a grand palace-like wooden structure burst open. "You damned humans, always scheming behind our backs." A towering lion man, clad in armor and leading a dozen guards, charged out. He was ferocious, the commander dispatched by the Golden Lion family to oversee this crucial family asset. As Ferocious emerged with an imposing presence, he was momentarily stunned by the sight of hundreds of human warriors within the canyon, madly hacking at the orcs. Recognized for his intelligence, Ferocious understood that being chosen by the Golden Lion family to oversee such a vital asset meant he was no fool. When the orc warriors began to suffer from severe diarrhea en masse, he knew someone was scheming behind the scenes. He had already arranged for a dozen warriors with less severe symptoms to lie in wait, anticipating the puppeteer to reveal themselves. While he had surmised that the human slaves might seize the opportunity for rebellion, he was baffled by the quality of weapons they wielded, finest orc armaments, and some were even clad in armor. Their intentions seemed far more sinister than mere escape. They sought to annihilate every orc guardian within the canyon. "Kill. Charge forth and slay these damned slaves," Ferocious commanded, pointing his great sword forward to direct his guards to advance and attempt to reverse the tide of battle. Simultaneously, he bellowed, "Signal the guards at the canyon entrance." Before the signal from the orcs could be issued, 3 fireballs ascended and detonated in the air. With the eruption of the fireballs, a thunderous battle cry erupted from the canyon's entrance. This was the agreed-upon signal for attack from Arthur and the 7th Squad. Ferocious was utterly dumbfounded. This was no ordinary uprising but a meticulously orchestrated ambush. Before Ferocious could fully comprehend the situation, a figure lunged towards him with remarkable speed, before he even came within range. A fiery crimson energy technique cleaved down from above. Ferocious, channeling his energy, raised his sword to meet the attack. Although he was a level 6 orc warrior, Arthur's full-strength strike only forced him back a couple of steps. Arthur's strike ignited all of Ferocious's pent-up fury. His hair bristled as he roared and lunged at Arthur. As a native warrior of the Golden Lion family, Ferocious was among the elite in both skill and combat power among orcs. And his sword, brimming with energy, aimed directly at Arthur. With a single strike, Arthur realized the vast chasm between himself and a true level 6 orc warrior as he was sent flying by Ferocious's blow. Previously, he had managed to defeat level 5 orc warriors with ease, but he had underestimated Ferocious this time and suffered a significant setback. As Ferocious charged forward for a second strike, Arthur swiftly raised his hand, launching a fireball towards Ferocious's face. Caught off guard, Ferocious was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that his opponent could conjure magic. Nevertheless, he quickly adapted, twisting his wrist to redirect his sword, extinguishing the fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur rolled away to regain his footing, eyeing Ferocious warily. Although the entire ambush had been meticulously planned, he had overlooked the aspect of Ferocious, who, even in his state of distress, was not someone he could handle alone. Yet Arthur had no choice but to press on. He doubted there was anyone else in the canyon capable of detaining the Lion Man. "I will tear you apart, you bastards," Ferocious roared as he pressed his attack. This time, Arthur dared not confront the Lion Man head-on. He parried lightly with his Starfall sword, using the force to retreat. Arthur's sole intention was to stall for time until Jose and the others could join forces with Celas and Bark to rescue the captives. However, entangling with the Lion Man proved no easy task. Ferocious was quicker, closing in with a horizontal slash aimed at Arthur's midsection. Startled, Arthur activated his wind boots, retreating just in time to evade Ferocious's lightning-fast strike. With a powerful push, Ferocious shot forward like a meteor, his sword aimed directly at Arthur's chest. Raising his hand, Arthur conjured a water shield just in time, but as Ferocious's blade pierced through, he managed to sidestep once more. The battle between the two had devolved into a relentless chase, with Arthur employing every cunning technique from his dual mastery of magic and martial skills to narrowly evade Ferocious's continuous onslaught. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the canyon. After weathering the initial wave of attacks and confusion, the orcs, bolstered by Ferocious's guards, began to regroup and retaliate. Yet the number of human warriors vastly outnumbered the orcs. Fueled by rage and desperation to escape, the already weakened orcs were forced to retreat. It was only thanks to a few high-tier warriors among the orcs that they managed to hold their ground. The sound of thundering hooves and battle cries grew closer as the 7th Squad's 40 cavalrymen charged in, tipping the scales decisively. The past 2 days had felt like an eternity for the 7th Squad, who had been deprived of their sense of purpose. When the agreed signal ignited, the entire squad surged into the canyon like a ferocious tiger, swiftly overpowering any orcs in their path. The orc defenders, caught between the relentless assault, crumbled under pressure. Witnessing the relentless pursuit and slaughter of his fellow orc warriors, Ferocious descended into a rage. Wrath of the Lion King, he thundered, unleashing a formidable energy lion from his sword, its immense presence charging towards Arthur. The lion's roar shook the mountains, and for a fleeting moment, Arthur found himself momentarily dazed. He struggled to raise his Starfall sword, fully aware that he could not withstand this strike. Just as the lion was about to pounce, a resounding clash echoed. The energy line shattered into fragments as a dark hammer interposed itself between Ferocious's sword and Arthur. "Is it you?" Ferocious could hardly believe his eyes. The one who had saved Arthur was none other than the dwarf from the canyon. "You hoard fine wine for yourself while trying to trick me with swill. Turatuk is not pleased. You're mistaken, every day. I've given you the finest wine we orcs have to offer," Ferocious attempted to explain. "Dwarves detest lies," the dwarf retorted, swinging his hammer with blinding speed, striking Ferocious in the chest, sending him reeling, blood spewing forth. Chapter 131. After the rescue, the battlefield is always rife with surprises. Arthur had not anticipated that his savior in this critical moment would be an unrelated dwarf. Nor did he foresee that the dwarf's motivation for striking down Ferocious was merely that the orcs had not provided him with good wine. Indeed, With just one blow, Ferocious' chest caved in, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, leaving him on the brink of death. With Ferocious' demise, the orcs within the canyon were thrown into disarray, fleeing in all directions as human soldiers pursued them relentlessly, some even scrambling into the mines in their panic. Jose, Bark, cease the pursuit immediately. Gather the men and retreat, Arthur ordered. The nearest orc tribe was less than 20 miles away, and news of the ambush would soon summon orc cavalry to the scene. There was no time to waste on the scattered orcs. With Arthur's command, the 7th Squad quickly regrouped, while the human soldiers remained engrossed in their pursuit of the orcs. Under the loud exhortations of leaders like Sellers and Bark, they gradually began to consolidate towards the center of the canyon. Sellers and Bark soon realized that the human cavalry that had charged in was not a full battalion. Just a handful of them had dared to assault the heavily guarded canyon. Who were these audacious warriors? Arthur had no time to explain, nor could he concern himself with those who disregarded orders and continued their chase. He mounted a silver-horned stag and, standing atop its back, shouted to those below, "Everyone must follow my warriors and retreat from the canyon immediately. Do not forget that this is orc territory. Escaping the canyon does not mean you're free. The orc cavalry will soon be upon us, and to survive, you must obey orders." Without allowing for any dissent from the soldiers below, the warriors of the 7th Squad led the way out of the canyon. And Sellers, Bark, and others had no choice but to follow suit. Arthur was the last to leave. He ensured he did not overlook the canyon's greatest treasure, the Motherstone repository, before setting fire to all the wooden structures. In a moment of grim impulse, he even severed the head of the dying Ferocious. Claiming his sword as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly spotted the dwarf, Turituk, sitting dejectedly on a stone outside Ferocious' door. Arthur inclined his head slightly from atop the stag, saying, "Thank you for saving me earlier. Are you planning to stay or leave? You burned down all the wooden houses. Where am I supposed to stay?" The dwarf grumbled irritably. "If you don't intend to stay and have nowhere else to go, then come with us," Arthur earnestly invited. Not to mention that every dwarf is a master of forging. Just based on the dwarf's earlier strike, having him by their side would bolster their combat strength significantly. Turituk shot Arthur a glance. "What benefits are there in following you? By joining us, you will have the freedom to come and go as you please, with no one to restrict you. Most importantly, there will be an abundance of fine wine." As Arthur spoke, he extracted a bottle of wine from his wristband and hurled it towards the dwarf. The dwarf, Turituk, tasted but a sip before unleashing a torrent of curses. "That scoundrel Silas deceived me. His wine was certainly not pilfered from that dead lion. It was given to you, wasn't it?" Arthur, unwilling to engage the dwarf in this matter, chuckled slyly and extended another invitation. "Join us. We plan to plunder the finest wines from all the orc tribes." The dwarf tilted his head in contemplation. "If I am to accompany you, I have one condition. I want 1/3 of the spirit motherstone from your wristband, and I shall have the first pick of any orc's wine or we come across." "Agreed," Arthur replied without hesitation. "Then let us depart." The dwarf sprang up, landing directly on the back of the silver-horned stag behind Arthur. The dwarf may not have weighed much, but the hefty hammer slung over his shoulder was another story, nearly toppling the stag, which protested with an indignant neigh. "Run, you beast," the dwarf bellowed, striking the silver-horned stag's rear with the hammer's handle. Stung, the stag galloped off, carrying the two of them towards the valley's mouth. A day later, Arthur reunited with Silas and the others to prevent a pursuit by the orc cavalry. The 7th Squadron had already arranged an escape route. Shortly after emerging from the gorge, the group split into two, with a monkey leading 2 warriors and the escaping soldiers up a narrow path to a nearby hill. Arthur and the 7th Squadron, however, deliberately slowed their pace to allow the orc cavalry to catch up, then took off at breakneck speed, weaving through the orc cavalry until they finally shook them off. When Arthur returned with his men, the human soldiers who had escaped were clustered in small groups, some lying down, others sitting on the grass. Aside from Buck, Silas, and a few others who approached him, most remained indifferent. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Arthur turned to the monkey who had come to greet him. "What is going on?" The monkey, visibly irate, gestured towards Silas and the others. "Why don't you ask them? These officers have been questioning me all day." Silas chuckled awkwardly and took over the conversation. "Our brother monkey speaks in frustration. We merely inquired about his next steps and how we might return home. Captain Arthur, UVE returned at the right moment. Did you not say you brought a contingent of troops? Where are the others besides your group? Where is your commander?" Suddenly, a gaunt man beside Silas bombarded Arthur with questions. The man lifted his chin, his tone exuding a hint of arrogance, akin to a superior interrogating a subordinate. Arthur recognized him as one of those serving the orcs in the gorge, just like Silas. And who might this be? This is Lord Durin's son. Commander Joyce, Silas introduced from the side. Arthur nodded, his expression unchanged, and calmly replied, I lied earlier. Only our squad broke through the orc lines. Then what do you intend to do to bring us back? To be frank, I currently have no means to return you. Our previous forces have retreated to the frontline city, and the human territories are now swarming with orc troops. It is nearly impossible to rendezvous with the Frostwind Legion. Our plan is to wait until the orcs are defeated and retreat before we seek an opportunity to return. That won't do. Your plan is far too reckless. Joyce interjected firmly. This is the orc wastes. We are in constant danger and must return to the human borders as swiftly as possible. Arthur tilted slightly to the side. You are free to do as you wish. You may leave at any time. Joyce was taken aback. Unprepared for Arthur's abruptness, he immediately waved to gather his troops. Everyone, follow my command. Assemble. I will lead you home. Joyce called out 3 times, yet only Silas and a handful of others fell in behind him, while the majority of soldiers remained motionless. At last, someone has stepped forward. Arthur coldly observed. Chapter 132, Consolidating the Forces. Joyce, having called for attention 3 times to no avail, found himself in an excruciatingly awkward situation. Are you the one stirring up trouble behind the scenes? Joyce glared at Arthur with a stern expression. Arthur let out a cold laugh. Are you truly unaware of why the soldiers refused to follow you? Joyce's face flushed with embarrassment. Despite having held the position of commander prior to his capture, his reputation had plummeted due to 2 years of servitude to the orcs within the gorge. Infuriated by Arthur's revelation of his vulnerabilities, Joyce snapped. Captain Arthur, I command you now to prepare to return to the borders immediately. Arthur regarded Joyce with a sardonic smile. What gives you the authority to command me? Have you forgotten military protocol? Though we do not belong to the same unit, my rank makes me your superior, and you must obey my orders. Arthur chuckled. Rank, you may have forgotten, but since your capture, the unit has submitted your name on the death list. What rank does a dead man hold? Joyce could only stand speechless. Unable to counter Arthur's words, he understood the military's protocols better than Arthur. Once captured on the battlefield, there was no chance of returning alive. Thus, the practice of reporting missing personnel as deceased allowed their families to receive compensation quickly while the unit could replenish its ranks. Arthur seized a sword from one of the soldiers behind him and tossed it at Joyce's feet. Since you were once a commander, you must be a level 6 warrior. I am merely a level 4. Let us have a duel. This way. I won't be accused of taking advantage of you. Here is your chance. Pick up the sword, and if you can defeat me, I will acknowledge your right to command me. Joyce hesitated, unwilling to bend down to retrieve the sword, for he lacked any confidence in besting Arthur. Last night, the center of the battle in the gorge had been Arthur and the lion man Felonio. Arthur, with his level 4 prowess, had managed to withstand a level 6 lion without defeat, while Joyce, even at his peak, would not have been a match for that lion. Moreover, having been confined in the gorge for 2 years, his body and spirit had waned, and he likely retained less than half of his former strength. Pick it up, shouted a soldier from behind Arthur. Joyce remained torn, his hand trembling slightly. Pick it up. Pick it up. All the soldiers who had escaped from the gorge echoed. Better to die in battle than to live in fear. The military has always revered the strong and scorned the cowardly. If Joyce lacked the courage to even pick up the sword, commanding these soldiers would be impossible, and he would likely be drowned in disdain and contempt. Finally, Joyce bent down to grasp the sword from the ground, swinging it to unleash a surge of energy that extended several feet. In that moment, he appeared to regain his courage. Yet the next instant, that very courage and pride were shattered by Arthur's blazing, violent energy. With a single strike, the explosive flame slash sent his sword clattering to the ground. The resulting explosion flinging him backward. A profound silence enveloped the scene. While some may have suspected the outcome, none anticipated it would unfold so decisively. Arthur cleared his throat. Does anyone else wish to command me? You may step forward with your sword now. Arthur's gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to step forward. When his eyes fell upon Silas, he found Silas unable to meet his gaze. Quickly lowering his head, since no one intends to command me, I now issue an order. All soldiers, assemble. With Arthur's authoritative shout, whether voluntarily or under duress, no soldier dared linger in place, swiftly converging before him. Forming a square formation, the warriors of the 7th Squadron stood behind Arthur in 2 rows, chests puffed out, heads held high, exuding a steady and formidable presence. Arthur addressed the soldiers before him in a resounding voice. I saved you out of a sense of duty as fellow soldiers of the human race. Yet I bear no responsibility to return you home. Anyone who wishes to return may do so. I will not impede you. Not only will I provide you with your weapons and armor, but I will also prepare 3 days' worth of food and 10 gold coins for your journey. Murmurs of discussion rippled through the ranks as the soldiers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Those who wish to leave may step forward. I will not make things difficult for you. The soldiers fidgeted, but no one took the initiative to step forward. Arthur's expression grew increasingly cold. I have given you the opportunity to choose. Those who choose to stay must obey orders, or face military justice. Wait, I will go. A man stepped forward, one of those who had served the orcs alongside Joyce. I will also leave. Another soldier quickly followed suit. With one leading the way, more soldiers began to emerge from the formation, quickly gathering to a count of 50 or 60. After a moment, seeing no one else step forward, Arthur turned to Jose and said, distribute 3 days' worth of food to them. And also provide them with a map clearly marking our current location and the human borders. Seeing Arthur truly fulfill his promise, another 20 or 30 soldiers emerged from the ranks, and Arthur did not hinder them. Jose quickly allocated the food and gold coins Arthur had promised to the departing soldiers. The first man to step forward saluted Arthur and the remaining soldiers before turning to descend a hill. Wait, Arthur suddenly called out. Are you having second thoughts? The man's face turned pale with fear. Arthur smirked disdainfully, pointing at Joyce, who was still sprawled on the ground pretending to be dead. Take him with you. The departing group gradually made their way down the mountain. Arthur's gaze swept once more over the remaining soldiers. And to his surprise, he discovered that Celis had not departed. Why haven't you left? Celis's face flushed with embarrassment. I believe it is better to stay with you all. Arthur chuckled. You may lack courage, but at least you are a wise man. He then addressed the soldiers who had chosen to remain. His tone significantly softened. Some have opted to leave, and I understand their decision. It is not out of cowardice, but rather a deep yearning for home. However, they have not made a sagacious choice. This is the Orcish wasteland, and in this entirely unfamiliar environment, they would fall back into the hands of the orcs within 3 days. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the ranks, as some began to feel relieved that they had ultimately refrained from stepping out of formation. Arthur continued, those who have departed may consider your choice foolish, for each additional day spent in the Orcish wasteland increases the peril. But look at the warriors behind me. They have fought in this wasteland for nearly a month, with only 2 brothers sacrificed. There was no need for Arthur to specifically mention that the equipment of the 7th Squad had thoroughly impressed these soldiers the previous night. The majestic silver-horned stag mounts and weapons of at least Tier 3, many of which were enchanted, were a stark contrast to the gear of even the captain's personal guard. By remaining, I cannot guarantee that each of you will survive, but I will strive to ensure that the vast majority return alive, not in a disgraceful retreat, but with each of you adorned in Tier 3 equipment, returning in glory. Arthur's words ignited hope and courage within all the soldiers. From this day forth, wherever Arthur pointed his sword, these warriors would follow with unwavering resolve. Chapter 133. The war within each. Arthur's speech served as a reassuring balm for the soldiers who had chosen to stay. He immediately began reorganizing them. Originally, there were over 600 human captives in the canyon. After the battles that night, around 40 to 50 had perished, and subsequently, 70 to 80 had departed, leaving 478 who chose to remain, including 13 warriors above the rank of combat officer. Arthur ultimately decided to completely disperse the 7th Squad and intermingle them with the remaining soldiers to form 5 battalions and 50 squads. Jose, Monkey, and Runder were directly promoted to battalion leaders. The 3 of them were overjoyed, never having imagined they would reach such a rank in their lifetimes. Arthur chose Buck and Celis as the other 2 battalion leaders. Buck had consistently stood by his side, while Celis, despite his previous indecision, was a level 5 combat officer with a sharp mind, knowing what choices to make at critical moments. All former members of the 7th Squad were promoted to squad leaders, while the remaining 13 squad leaders were elected freely by the soldiers, based not on strength, but rather on reputation and character. Such nepotism from Arthur was bound to elicit some dissatisfaction among certain soldiers, but it was the most expedient way to unite the entire force. Furthermore, Arthur made it clear that all appointments were temporary, with final decisions to be made on the battlefield and positions determined by merit in combat. A handful of soldiers who were too weak or had sustained minor disabilities from Orcish abuse were not assigned to the 5 battalions and were temporarily led by Elia, responsible for provisions, logistics, and battlefield medical assistance. After the initial reorganization, the troops immediately moved, for they were too close to the canyon from which they had escaped, with the potential for discovery looming. The 7th Squad had been wandering the Orcish wasteland for over a month, and Arthur's hand ring had limited space. They could not store the vast amounts of food and wealth they had pillaged, so they deliberately sought several concealed locations to stash some provisions and supplies as reserves for future needs. Many years later, tales of King Arthur's treasure circulated throughout the Orcish wasteland, enticing countless adventurers from various races to seek their fortune, stemming from the supplies Arthur had not had the time to retrieve when he left the Orcish wasteland. But that is a tale for another time. Arthur's destination during this phase of rest was a previously established supply point, situated in a remote mountain hollow. Years of hunger and excessive toil had left many soldiers with hidden injuries. Arthur planned to pause here for a while, allowing the soldiers to fully recuperate. Simultaneously, he would reinstate the military training system to help the newly joined soldiers quickly adapt to the combat methods of the 7th Squad. A gentle stream meandered through the hollow, where soldiers could wash away years of grime, tidy their disheveled hair and beards, burn their tattered clothing, and don the somewhat ill-fitting but clean Orcish leather attire, marking a true rebirth for the warriors at that moment. After the soldiers had refreshed themselves, Arthur gathered the officers above the rank of battalion leader, Elia, and the dwarf Turatuk together to discuss the next phase of their combat strategy. While our strength has grown, we have lost the mobility of our forces, which will pose a challenge when facing Orcish cavalry units in the future, Jose remarked with a hint of concern. Captain, you must devise a means to acquire more mounts. Now that we have the Silverhorn Stag, I can hardly keep pace with the orcs on foot, Monkey said playfully to Arthur, despite the fact that Arthur now commanded more soldiers than a battalion. Monkey and the others still adhered to their previous forms of address. Jose shot Monkey an irritated glare. It's easy for you to say while standing. We now have over 500 men. Where do you expect the captain to find that many mounts? Arthur waved his hand dismissively. The mounts are readily available. Doesn't the Three-Eyed Dog Tribe have them? The Three-Eyed Dog Tribe. Jose, Runder, and Monkey exclaimed incredulously. Although we released the remaining Silverhorn stags last time, they would certainly have captured plenty more, and they would never anticipate that we would stage a counterattack. One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself, Arthur said with a mischievous grin. As Arthur led his troops into a period of rest, the flames of war in the frontline city intensified. The orcs even deployed their specially bred siege beasts, the mammoth war beasts. The massive bodies of the war beasts, powered by their momentum, crashed violently against the city walls, causing the thick walls to shudder. Their sharp tusks struck the iron gates with such force that, after just 2 blows, the first gate was utterly obliterated. Even standing still beneath the walls, the mammoth war beasts towered over half the height of the walls. Agile orc warriors leapt from the backs of these beasts, easily scaling the walls that in terms of magical beast classification. The mammoth war beasts were comparable in power to the level 7 magical beast, the mountain shaker rhino, lacking only the innate magic of a magical beast, fearful of the mammoth war beast's immense destructive capability. The human mages deployed their spells once more, unleashing fire cloud, earthquake, thunderstorm, and other powerful mid-tier spells upon the mammoth war beasts. Moreover, a dozen or so combat school warriors of battalion rank and above joined the fray, each facing off against a mammoth war beast with the support of the mages. The sudden intervention of the human combat school warriors saw 3 mammoth war beasts toppled immediately, while 2 others, injured and panicked, turned and fled, trampling many orcs beneath their uncontrolled stampede. The participation of the human combat school warriors naturally drew forth the Orcish brutes, who engaged in fierce combat with the human warriors. Bolstered by various totemic powers from the Orcish priests, the clash between high-ranking combatants erupted into a spectacle of sound and fury, with the roar of energy colliding and weapons clashing, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the battlefield. Trenches gouged into the earth as swords met shields, plunging the scene into chaos. This confrontation between high-ranking forces resulted in the deaths of 2 human combat school warriors and 3 others sustaining severe injuries. While on the Orcish side, 1 brute perished and 4 or 5 were wounded at a corner of the wall. Gullie's eyes sparkled with determination as she pointed to the battlefield below, exclaiming, "One day, I will be down there, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Then I shall stand atop the walls, casting fire dragon spells to assist you." Xiong eagerly added in support. Li shot Xiong an exasperated glare. "Apart from casting fire dragon spells, will you be able to do anything else?" "Of course. I can also cast spinning fire shields, explosive fireballs, fire rain, and fire clouds," Xiong replied, counting on her fingers with a silly grin. Arthur, Hugh, Gully, and Xiong, each young person harbored different aspirations regarding war, each with their own vision of battle. Chapter 134. The ambition of a general in the camp of the Wind and Snow Legion at Red Rock City. A young general clad in armor sat with his eyes gently closed upon a grand command chair. Hugh stood quietly behind him, chin slightly raised. A junior officer read aloud a military dispatch. "Urgent news from the frontline city. The orcs have besieged the city for 10 consecutive days, deploying mammoth war beasts and orcish brutes, resulting in more than half of the casualties among the citizens and soldiers. The entire city has been mobilized and is expected to hold out for 7 more days, without reinforcements. The day the city falls, all soldiers will fight to the last, until the final man remains." Frontline Commander Joshua Maudsley. The young general lifted his eyelids slightly. "What is the situation in the left and right armies?" Though both the left and right armies are similarly surrounded, the orcs do not seem to be exerting their full strength in the assault, merely pushing forward some expendable troops, and thus both armies have incurred minimal losses thus far. The old prince has already reported the frontline situation to His Majesty the King, requesting that the garrison troops from the northern inland towns come to the front for support. What is the status of the reinforcements? The junior officer pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. The garrison troops from the inland towns have long been out of practice, upon receiving the orders from the military. Their departure dates vary, and their distances from Red Rock City also differ. It is estimated that the first batch of reinforcements will arrive in 10 days, with 8 or 9 out of 10 arriving within half a month. The young general let out a cold snort, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him. "Convey my military orders. Reinforcements must arrive at Hong Yin City within 7 days, with each commanding officer leading 30 troops every evening. Any delays beyond 3 days will be dealt with according to military law for hindering operations." A junior officer bowed and immediately departed to relay the orders. "Send a message to Joshua, instructing him to hold his ground for another 5 days. After that, I will personally lead a heavy cavalry division to escort them out of the city." Several generals flanking the general stepped forward in unison. "There is no need for the deputy commander to take such risks. We can lead our forces to rescue the besieged front lines." The young general abruptly rose, a chilling smile laced with malice spreading across his face. "Risky? It has been far too long since I've exercised my muscles. I fear these newly grown orc pups have long forgotten who Kino is." The individual in question was none other than the esteemed Marquis Kino Patrick, who had once recommended Arthur. Seeing that attempts to dissuade Deputy Commander Kino were in vain, an officer boldly proposed, "This orc invasion is unlike any before. It may very well escalate into a war between our two races. The Wind and Snow Legion has been at the forefront of the fighting, while the Frost Thunder Legion, stationed alongside us at the northern border, has yet to engage. Might we request Duke Palmer to deploy 1 or 2 of his armies from the Frost Thunder Legion to alleviate the current crisis?" Kino scoffed disdainfully. "Frost Thunder? Those cowards have likely forgotten what a battlefield looks like. Let them remain in Sighing Gorge and keep their heads down." Turning suddenly to Huey, he added, "You should join me on the battlefield this time. Let me show you what true combat entails." Huey's eyes instantly sparked with fierce determination. Meanwhile, 10 miles outside Sighing Gorge, at the Frost Thunder Legion's main camp, the elderly Duke Palmer sat regally in his command tent, flanked by armored generals. Within the tent, filled with high-ranking officers of the Frost Thunder Legion. The only one at the far left, donned in a blue scholar's robe and bearing a somewhat pallid complexion, was Sino Howard. "I have recently received reports regarding the frontline situation. The Wind and Snow Legion is facing dire circumstances. This orc invasion is unlike previous ones and is likely to escalate into a war between our two races. I have summoned all of you generals here to discuss our strategy moving forward." The Duke spoke slowly. "Father, while the Wind and Snow Legion and Frost Thunder Legion guard the northern border, our missions differ significantly as of now. His Majesty the King has not issued any orders, nor has the Wind and Snow Legion requested aid. Therefore, it would be unwise for us to take action. Our immediate priority should be to bolster our defenses. Firstly, to guard against any potential changes in Sign Gorge. Secondly, to prevent a surprise attack from the orcs. Maintaining our position amidst uncertainty. The speaker was Edmund Palmer, the Duke's second son and deputy commander, positioned closest to the Duke's left. After Edmund finished speaking, the Duke merely nodded slightly, refraining from voicing his opinion. A young general from the middle right stepped forward, brimming with confidence. Duke, the Wind and Snow Legion has long harbored grudges against us due to past grievances, especially since that Kino lad has gained prominence in recent years, showing us no regard. This time, we could use the orc invasion to strike at his pride. Once the Wind and Snow Legion and the orcs have exhausted one another, we can then move in to clean up the aftermath. Achieving two objectives at once. Though clad in armor, the speaker had a fair complexion, with slightly drooping eyes, exuding a more effeminate air than the martial spirit of a general. He was none other than the Duke's nephew, Cyril Palmer. The Duke remained silent but frowned slightly. Several other generals subsequently echoed sentiments similar to those of Edmund and Cyril, with little variation. Throughout the discussion, Duke Palmer said nothing, but his frown deepened progressively. Sino, what are your thoughts? Duke Palmer suddenly called upon Sino. With a smile, Sino stepped forward. I concur with the ideas presented by Edmund and Cyril. Since the orcs have yet to launch an attack, we need not seek trouble. The casualties among the Wind and Snow Legion and the common folk are of no concern to us, as long as you generals and the soldiers beneath you remain unharmed. Why not simply observe from the sidelines? While Sino's words conveyed a sentiment akin to that of the preceding generals, they struck a dissonant chord. The harsh truth he articulated was that which others dared not voice. Laid bare before all present, Duke Palmer regarded Sino with a bemused expression. So, you possess other ideas, do you? I hold no particular thoughts, merely relaying some rumors I've heard from outside, Sino replied. What rumors? Sino sighed lightly. It is said that the Palmer family lacks nothing, save for a touch of masculine valor. As soon as Sino spoke, an air of awkwardness enveloped the room. Upon uttering this statement, all within the tent flushed crimson. Duke Palmer burst into hearty laughter, clapping his hands upon the table. Listen to this. How many generals and warriors do we have in the Frost Thunder Legion, yet we are ridiculed for lacking courage by a scholar whose veins have run dry. Edmund, his face aflame, stood up. Father, we of the Frost Thunder Legion do not fear battle. Rather, we await the opportune moment to engage. To raise soldiers for 1,000 days to use them in a single moment. The king employs the Frost Thunder Legion to guard the land and its people. The borders have fallen, the common folk have suffered, and even if your moment arrives, what use will it be? Sino retorted fiercely, striking back at Edmund. Enraged, Edmund shot back. Bravery without strategy is mere folly. Sino lacks the capability to fight on the battlefield, merely boasting here to gain verbal advantage. Duke Palmer's gaze suddenly fixed on Sino. Sino, did you hear Edmund's words? Do you have the courage to take the battlefield? Sino stood at attention, rendering a military salute. If your grace grants me a single man, I shall lead him to the battlefield. If you grant me a legion, I shall take them to the battlefield. If you grant me an army, I shall lead an army to the battlefield. Duke Palmer slammed the table once more. Very well. Then I shall grant you an army. Bring forth the bloodlust of the Frost Thunder Legion. Edmund suddenly realized that something felt amiss. Chapter 135. Frenzied pillaging since the onset of hostilities with the human race. The Golden Lion family had suffered its first substantial blow, inciting the wrath of Lion King Elliot. His fury did not stem from the thousands of orc warriors who perished on the battlefield. Rather, it was due to the loss incurred on their own border. First, the Spirit Motherstone mine was destroyed, not only incinerating the gorge and liberating the human slaves who mined there, but also abducting the dwarf master Turatuk, responsible for refining the ore. While the mine could be rebuilt and the slaves recaptured, the absence of dwarves meant that the Golden Lion family would be unable to refine a single Spirit Motherstone for a significant period, representing a true monetary loss. Following this, the Three-Eyed Dog tribe faced a brutal raid. This time, the assault was particularly ruthless, with all silverhorn stags, both breeding does and fawns, stolen from the tribe's two pastures. The Three-Eyed Dog tribe would be unable to supply mounts to the family's silverhorn cavalry for 2 to 3 years, and the old chief of the tribe committed suicide out of fear of punishment the very night of the raid. Though the old man was of no consequence, the Silverhorn Cavalry, one of the family's 3 direct cavalry regiments, was left without a source, making it difficult to replenish their ranks should losses occur on the battlefield. All of this, it was said, was the doing of a single human squad. When the initial reports of the three-eyed dog tribe's plunder reached him, the Lion King reprimanded the tribe's chief but soon dismissed the matter, doubting that a mere handful of human warriors could stir any significant trouble in the orc wasteland. However, mere days after the three-eyed dog tribe was raided, desperate pleas for help from various tribes along the border began to flood in. Those detestable human slaves had swiftly formed a cavalry unit of over 500 men using the stolen silverhorn stags, embarking on a frenzied campaign of plunder across the borderlands. Previously, Arthur and his companions had only targeted small tribes, looking for opportunities to harass and ambush medium-sized tribes, but now they brazenly raided these medium-sized tribes, even managing to turn the tables on most orc pursuit parties. Their audacity stemmed from exploiting the chaos of the ongoing war between humans and orcs. Typically, medium-sized orc tribes boasted 1,000 to 2,000 members, with 60 to 70% being competent orc warriors. However, due to the war, 80% of these warriors had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving at most 200 to 300 defenders in the tribes. This emptiness provided Arthur and his cavalry unit with a golden opportunity. The wealth amassed by a medium-sized orc tribe was incomparable to that of weaker tribes. After plundering just 3 tribes, Arthur's cavalry unit had fully upgraded their weapons and armor, with each soldier now equipped with at least Tier 3 gear. The lucrative returns from raiding orc tribes were intoxicating, and those warriors who had previously harbored doubts were now firmly attached to Arthur and the 7th Squad's bandwagon, sweeping through the borderlands with the ferocity of a storm. Consequently, major tribes in the border regions began urgently calling for assistance from the orc royal court. Arthur and his band had truly provoked the ire of the Golden Lion family, prompting Lion King Elliot to personally issue a manhunt decree. For every human raider slain within their territory, a bounty of 100 gold coins would be awarded for the head of the human bandit leader. A reward of 10,000 gold coins and the lordship over a 100-mile radius would be granted. Moreover, wary of the speed of human cavalry, the Golden Lion family mobilized 2 of their own family's direct cavalry regiments to participate in the hunt for Arthur and his comrades. In the vast orc wasteland, capturing a small, nomadic band of human cavalry proved to be no simple feat. Moreover, Arthur and his companions are exceedingly cunning. They never linger in one place for more than a day, nor do they launch attacks on neighboring tribes. It is often only after the Golden Lion family's pursuers have rushed to follow their trail that they realize the quarry has long since vanished. Thus, a game of cat and mouse unfolds on the borderlands of the Orcish wastes, with both sides engaging in a relentless pursuit. During this time, the Orcish pursuers indeed had 2 encounters with Arthur's cavalry. On one occasion, Arthur's forces lost several dozen warriors as they managed to break free before being encircled by the Orcish pursuers. On another, they fled for a full day and night under the relentless pursuit of Orcish cavalry, exhausting dozens of silverhorn stags in the process before finally shaking off their attackers. Amidst this intense and high-stakes conflict, Arthur and his cavalry are continuously growing stronger. As the saying goes, those who frequently tread near the riverbank will inevitably get their feet wet. Good fortune does not always favor Arthur and his men. Just after they had plundered an Orcish settlement and emerged from their camp, they unexpectedly collided with an Orcish force preparing to enter the encampment. This Orcish contingent boasted nearly 1,000 warriors, comprising an array of races such as werewolves, serpent folk, and bear folk, all elite orc warriors of level 3 or above. With no option left but to fight their way out, Arthur raised his massive Starfall greatsword high, pointing its blade forward as he charged first into the fray. "Will you escape this time?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed from the opposing Orcish ranks. In Frontline City, the relentless ravages of war have left the once formidable and towering walls in a state of ruin. The surface is now pockmarked and marred by heavy strikes and scorch marks. Piles of corpses accumulate several meters high at the base of the walls, allowing the agile orcs to scale the fortifications without the need for ladders. No longer just soldiers. Even the young men within the city have taken to the battlements, with the defense being sustained through sheer flesh and blood, watching the Orcish forces recede like the tide at dusk. Goli sat down heavily on the city walls, feeling that the day's bloodshed had finally come to an end. Behind her lay a vast expanse of fallen warriors, indistinguishable as either those who had perished in battle or those who had simply collapsed from exhaustion. The losses in her squad had already surpassed half, yet this still marked the lowest casualty rate among all defending forces. "Let me rest for a moment. This day has nearly exhausted me." Cheong leaned back against Goli's shoulder, the distinctions between genders having long since vanished in the chaos of war as dusk deepened. The two remained silent. Makeshift militia soldiers took the opportunity to clear away the fallen, only to discover that half of those they moved were merely sleeping warriors, too fatigued to tend to their wounds. Is there any enjoyment in the battlefield? Goli suddenly asked, her thoughts drifting. Cheong, rarely serious, replied, for those of you fighting desperately, it surely holds no pleasure. Yet for the powerful figures above, these casualties are merely numbers. To them, war is but an entertaining game. And where do you stand, above or below? Cheong hesitated for a moment before chuckling. I am not part of the board. Chapter 136. Another battle with Leon, a lion man with flowing golden hair. Leon slowly emerged from the ranks. Is the Orcish waste truly so small? Why do we keep crossing paths? In the face of Leon, Arthur was filled with a complex array of emotions, ever since Leon spared him last time. They had owed each other nothing, and their subsequent cooperation had merely been a matter of mutual exploitation. When this war suddenly erupted, Arthur received no messages or warnings from Leon, though discontent lingered in his heart. Arthur did not believe he was owed any obligation. Now, as they met again, the remnants of their enmity between their two races lingered palpably. I've heard you've been quite the sensation lately. Lion King Elliot has offered a bounty of 10,000 gold coins and 100-mile territory. It appears this reward is destined for me. Leon coldly mocked Arthur, crossing his arms. Arthur leapt down from his silver-horned stag and stepped forward. I have developed a new habit lately. I wonder if you've heard about it? Leon raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. I find the heads of lion men to be quite fascinating. I intend to collect a few as decorative pieces for my room. As he spoke, Arthur retrieved Felonio's severed head from his spatial ring, brandishing it before Leon in a show of defiance. Having always held his own against Leon since childhood, Arthur now escalated the stakes further. As he presented Felonio's head, gasps erupted from the Orcish warriors behind Leon, revealing that many recognized Felonio. A fleeting moment of uncertainty crossed Leon's gaze. Did you slay Felonio? I, Arthur, am not like you, arrogant and self-important. Would you like me to demonstrate with my sword how Felonio met his demise? Arthur boldly challenged Leon. Leon hesitated. He had known Felonio since he was just a young lion. Even with his current strength as a level 5 battle officer, he had no confidence in defeating Felonio, yet Arthur had managed to kill him. Was Arthur truly that strong now? Behind Arthur, the old dwarf Turatuk snorted derisively, spitting on the ground as he muttered under his breath, truly shameless. Leon lowered his head with a soft sigh. I admit I underestimated you. Are you afraid? Leon, if you dare not accept my challenge, then step aside. Out of respect for your mother, I might let you off the hook this time. Arthur pressed forward relentlessly. Leon suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shining with fierce determination, his entire being radiating golden combat energy. You underestimate me too much, Arthur. Only the dead lion will fall. There are no lions who die of fright. Come, Arthur, let me see how much you've grown. This time, it was Arthur who was taken aback. He did not expect his words to fail to intimidate Leon. The old dwarf chuckled at the unfolding spectacle. This time, you've really stirred up trouble. Arthur's heart raced. Yet his resolve remained steadfast. He unsheathed his Starfall greatsword, advancing slowly toward Leon, his aura growing stronger with each step. When Arthur stood just a few paces from Leon, his fiery red combat energy enveloped him. Resembling a warrior emerging from flames, Leon squinted at Arthur, astonished to find that Arthur's combat energy level was entirely on par with his own Crimson Sun Gold. Leon drew his own long sword, a massive Orcish two-handed blade only slightly smaller than the Starfall greatsword. Arthur raised his sword high, the tip aimed at Leon's brow, proclaiming, After I slay you, I will spare Shara and the warriors behind you. Should I defeat you, I too will spare those human warriors you brought along. Leon retorted. Arthur smiled. This was precisely his true intention. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between him and Leon, he sought to leave a path of survival for his own soldiers. Leon made the first move, lunging forward as his golden glowing greatsword came crashing down. Arthur met the strike head-on, the fiery Starfall greatsword clashing violently with the golden blade. 7 years later, the young lion in the orc camp and the human child had both embarked on their respective paths to strength, fate intertwining their destinies once more in battle. Would the outcome of this confrontation mirror that of 7 years prior? In Frontline City, another day of brutal conflict ensued. The towering walls bore several massive breaches, one of which had even collapsed, revealing a wide chasm several meters across. Throughout the day, both sides fiercely contested this gap, with the orcs managing to surge into the city through it on 2 occasions. The front line was comprised of a death squad made up of warriors of battle officer rank and above, who, in conjunction with the mage units, successfully pushed the orcs back. Once again, the battle-hardened warriors engaged in close combat around this breach. This marked the fiercest clash since the war began. The Wind and Snow Corps suffered the loss of 5 battle school warriors and over 60 battle officers, with countless ordinary soldiers perishing. On the battlements, Cheong was busy tending to Goli's wounds. Layers of white bandages enveloped one side of Goli's shoulder, wrapping around her neck as well that a vivid red gash ran across Goli's fair neck. Perilously close to her throat, Goli extended her other hand to halt the bandages from encircling her neck. "Are you clumsy enough to try to wrap me entirely? Be grateful. You are the only one worthy of my personal attention and healing," Cheong replied. "With so many magical scrolls in your ring, why don't you prepare a few healing spells?" Cheong awkwardly scratched her nose. "With so many offensive spells at my disposal, it's simply impossible for me to get hurt. Hence I didn't prepare any healing spells. With so many magical scrolls, why didn't you unleash a few more fire dragon spells today?" Goli said, puffing up in indignation. Cheong sighed. "Only now do I realize that no amount of fire dragon spells is sufficient on this battlefield. I've cast more scrolls these past few days than in the previous years combined, yet I've yet to recoup any of my investment. Life with Arthur is truly delightful." Mentioning Arthur caused Goli to pause. After a while, she quietly mused, "I wonder where that rascal is now. I hope he sends us news." "Don't fret about him. Save your strength for tonight's breakout," Cheong advised. "Is escape even possible?" Goli's concern was palpable. "Rest assured, our command has received internal information that Deputy Commander Gino will personally lead the troops to extract us. Even if Gino proves unreliable, you still have me. I will spare no expense to get you out." "What about all those citizens in the city?" This was Goli's true worry. Cheong fell silent for the first time, lowering her head and remaining quiet for a long while. Suddenly, the earth-shattering sounds of battle cries erupted from behind the orc encampment, as a torrent of iron surged rapidly into the orc stronghold ahead. Both Goli and Cheong raised their heads simultaneously. The breakout battle had commenced. Chapter 137. The human heavy cavalry after a full day of fierce combat. The orc warriors, just withdrawn from the battlefield, were utterly exhausted. Food and rest were their bodies' most fervent desires. As soon as they settled down in the camp, the fragrant meat soup had yet to be served when the fighting erupted anew. First, they felt rhythmic tremors underfoot. Experienced warriors recognized this as the vibrations caused by cavalry galloping at full speed. Such a tremendous disturbance could only arise from thousands of heavily armored cavalry marching in unison. Then, a colossal dragon seemed to roll in like a cloud, its body composed of powerful steeds, the dust it kicked up resembling billowing mists. Lastly, they heard the deafening battle cries, the thundering of hooves akin to drums, and the slicing sound of weapons cutting through the air. But then there was nothing more. The orcs who heard these sounds lost their chance to escape, instantly engulfed by the cavalry. Trampled underfoot, once the heavy cavalry charged, no force could halt their advance. Even without knights wielding weapons, the sheer momentum of the steeds was sufficient to crush any flesh and blood in their path. This iron torrent sliced through the massive orc encampment with the precision of a scalpel, burying all orc forces unfortunate enough to stand in its way beneath the relentless tide. After the initial chaos, the orcs began to organize a counterattack, attempting to halt the human cavalry. If they allowed the cavalry to completely breach the main camp, the entire encampment would be unable to stop the army storming out from the forward military city. The orc commanders sorrowfully realized that the waves of troops charging forth were like stones cast into the sea, creating not a single ripple. They were shattered upon contact. Even a hastily assembled 1,000-strong wolf cavalry unit was utterly routed in mere moments during their collision with the human cavalry. It was at this point that the orc commanders began to scrutinize the human cavalry seriously, noting that the steeds ridden by these soldiers were not the usual horned horses, but rather the significantly larger crocolisk steeds. Crocolisk steeds were not a naturally occurring species on the continent. They were the result of hybridizing crocolisks, which bore a trace of draconic blood, with horned horses, cultivated over centuries of breeding and training to yield the formidable mounts of today. Towering and robust, the crocolisk steeds possessed elongated heads filled with sharp teeth akin to those of crocodiles, and their flanks were armored with scales, providing exceptional natural defense. These steeds were known for their fierce disposition and remarkable explosive power. And even when clad in heavy armor, their agility remained unaffected. due to the difficulties associated with breeding crocolisk steeds, which, like wolf mounts, were carnivorous. The cost of maintaining them was exorbitant. One crocolisk steed's monthly upkeep equaled the salaries of 3 soldiers. Thus, the heavy cavalry composed of crocolisk steeds was exceedingly valuable, being the only human cavalry capable of facing orc heavy cavalry in direct confrontation. Before them stood a force of 5,000 heavy cavalry. The true elite corps of the Wind and Snow Legion, directly under the command of the vice commander, Geno Patrick. No matter how towering the bear-like orcs or how defensively robust the boar-like orcs were, they were all sent flying before this tide of heavy cavalry. Deploy the mammoth battle beasts. They can surely withstand them. Suddenly, an orc commander shouted in desperation, despite the loss of several mammoth battle beasts in the recent siege. 4 or 5 remained, reserved for the final assault on the city. 2 of these colossal creatures, lined up side by side, could effectively block the charge of the human cavalry, once the cavalry lost their speed advantage. Their lethality would diminish by more than half. The mammoths, sprinting at full speed, were even faster than the cavalry. Soon, 2 mammoth battle beasts were brought to the front, forming 2 massive walls of flesh that completely obstructed the charge of the human heavy cavalry. Suddenly, a figure soared into the air from the front lines of the human cavalry, wielding a pitch-black lance, and with a flick of his wrist, he struck at the 2 mammoths, producing 2 thunderous cracks. The enormous beasts were sent flying. The massive forms of the mammoths crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times and unknowingly crushing countless orcs beneath their weight. "Warrior! It's a human warrior!" the orcs shouted. Scattering in panic, the warrior had made his presence known on the battlefield for the first time, taking down a mammoth battle beast comparable to a level 7 magical beast with a single strike. As the pinnacle of martial prowess, he possessed the potential to turn the tide of battle. The towering figure burst forth from the tents, heading straight for the vanguard of the human heavy cavalry. An airborne orc, a hero among orcs, the battlefield erupted with cheers from the orc warriors, with some even kneeling in reverence. Orcs revered strength, and the orc hero held a divine status in the hearts of all orc warriors, his esteem rivaling even that of the orc king. The appearance of the human warrior meant that only an orc hero could stand against him. Any orc beneath that hero would be merely fodder. In the sky above the battlefield, a towering black-armored war god wielding a lance clashed violently with a 2-headed giant wolf, embodying the ancestral totem of the orc tribe. The strongest of both sides engaged without hesitation, unleashing their mightiest techniques. The aerial battle lasted only a few exchanges before the black-armored war god pierced one of the wolf's heads with his lance, causing the giant wolf totem to dim. With another thrust, he obliterated the second head, scattering the wolf totem into countless fragments on the battlefield. That towering figure swiftly retreated, faster than he had come. Defeated. The orc hero had been vanquished with such swiftness. The summoned totem shattered, and the orc hero sustained serious injuries. As the orc hero fled, the courage of the orc warriors crumbled instantly. Those who had bravely stepped forward to block the human cavalry began to falter, and many orcs positioned in the cavalry's path turned to flee. With no obstacles remaining, the human heavy cavalry swiftly breached the entire orc encampment. Before them lay the crumbling walls of the forward military city. Surprisingly, the human cavalry did not advance into the city. The vice commander, Geno, gestured with his lance, redirecting the cavalry's charge in a grand arc, launching another assault on the orc encampment from a different direction. He was not merely aiming to rescue those trapped. He intended to dismantle the entire orc stronghold. The 5,000 heavy cavalry trampled and slaughtered within the orc encampment, reveling in their onslaught. On the walls, Xiong watched in awe. Are they truly human? A war god. Warriors can cultivate to such heights. Guli tugged at Xiong's arm. Stop staring. One day, I'll surpass him. The city gate is open. We must organize our breakout now. Chapter 138. Encounter on the battlefield. The great gates of the forward military city thundered open. The first to surge forth were the vanguard forces composed of military academy cadets and battle officers, closely followed by the remaining elite warriors of the forward army. Their task was to thoroughly clear the passage carved by the heavy cavalry through the orc encampment, ensuring the safe escape of the wounded and civilians through this route. Next came the injured soldiers and countless ordinary citizens, each burdened with their belongings. Despite repeated warnings to discard all unnecessary possessions before the breakout, no one was willing to part with the hard-earned items they had accumulated, and many carried various packages even as they fled. The civilians hurriedly followed the military, but due to their physical condition and the weight they bore, Many could not keep pace for long. The vanguard forces showed no inclination to wait for the civilians, having received orders to break through at all costs, as long as the core officers and soldiers were preserved. The forward army could quickly regain its combat effectiveness with reinforcements. If these warriors were trapped within the orc camp, it would mean a complete overhaul of the forward army. The only course of action for the vanguard was to eliminate as many orcs as possible on either side of the passage, buying precious time for the civilians. The last to emerge from the city were Commander Joshua and his guard battalion, along with any remaining forces willing to stay behind and cover the retreat. Gully and Cheong were among them. Despite Gully's strong-willed nature, she was still a girl with a soft heart. She could not bear to abandon countless civilians in the orc encampment. Thus she exerted herself to escort them to safety. Unable to resist Gu Li's determination, Cheong accompanied her resolutely. The human heavy cavalry continued to rampage through the orc encampment, their blades cutting as if they were in an uninhabited realm. Leaving the orc stronghold in disarray, with countless orcs meeting their demise beneath the pounding hooves. Behind Gino, Huey's eyes sparkled. Today he truly witnessed what it meant to be a peak warrior. Gino led the charge at the forefront of the cavalry, his black lance swirling with martial energy, sometimes poised to strike, at other times unleashing bursts of energy extending 5 or 6 shang. The energy rolled like a dancer's whip, at times soft, at times as destructive as thunder. With a mere flick of his lance, Gino cleared the path before the charge, leaving no living creature within 10 zhang of him. Because of Gino, Huey found his destined path as a warrior. Gino, I challenge you. A hunched, long-armed old orc with white hair raced forward. Before reaching him, the old orc transformed into a towering figure, brandishing a black iron staff, the war demon ape totem. Among the ancestral totems of the orcs, the war demon ape was renowned for its ferocity and ranked among the most formidable totem beasts. Yuan Laoma, are you still alive, old thing? I thought all the orcs who knew of my infamous name, Gino, had perished. As Gino spoke, he soared into the air, the black-armored war god of fighting chi materializing once more. Stay back. Be careful not to get hurt. Gino instructed, then charged directly at the demon ape. Gino, as long as the old demon lives, there will be no time for your recklessness. With a thunderous roar from Yuan Laoma, the black staff in the hands of the battle demon ape came crashing down. The black-armored war god stepped forward, blocking the strike with his spear, then suddenly leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the chest of the demon ape, sending it flying. Before the battle demon ape could regain its footing, the black-armored war god had already lunged forward, striking the ape with 3 consecutive blows from his spear, each impact causing the creature to shrink in stature until the final strike sent it crashing to the ground, causing Yuan Laoma to spit a mouthful of blood. Old fool, you are regressing with age, allowing the battle demon ape to share in your humiliation. Allow me to send you on your way today, Gino declared, aiming his spear at Yuan Laoma's forehead. Gino, do not be so arrogant. I shall contend with you. Another orc hero descended from the sky, this one bearing the visage of a saber-toothed tiger with a humanoid form. Wielding a serrated great sword, this totem represented the ancestral tiger god among the Orcish kin. Yuan Laoma's expression brightened instantly. Yahoo, your arrival is timely. This Gino is too ferocious. Let us join forces to subdue him. Gino scoffed, taking the initiative to strike first, thrusting his spear towards the tiger god's chest. Yahoo, wary and alert, skillfully parried with his great sword, while the battle demon ape leapt in from the side, swinging its massive club. The black-armored war god stood unfazed against the 2 orc champions, the 3 superlative warriors clashing fiercely above the orc encampment. The emergence of 2 orc heroes battling Gino was due to the presence of an orc hero stationed at each of the 3 encampments encircling the forward military city. The other 2 heroes rushed to assist as soon as the human warriors engaged. Not only were there 2 orc heroes, but the orc forces from the other 2 camps also mobilized rapidly towards the front line upon receiving the distress signal. Despite facing 2 opponents, Gino remained undefeated, even gaining the upper hand. However, if the orc forces from the 3 camps converged, they would completely seal off the escape route for the forward troops. Heavy cavalry, change direction and intercept the orcs emerging from the northern camp to prevent their gathering. Relay the order to Joshua to hasten his pace. He must break through before the orcs unite, as there are allies waiting ahead to assist them, while engaged in his battle against the 2 orc heroes. Gino still had the presence of mind to issue commands aloud. Following Gino's orders, Huey turned his mount and led the cavalry vanguard to confront the orcs approaching from another direction, just as he turned back. He suddenly saw a massive fire dragon rise from within the orc encampment, its roar resounding vividly against the night sky. As the first fire dragon faded, a second one soared into the air. Such a familiar fire dragon spell could not be conjured in such rapid succession by any high-level fire mage. A rare smile crept upon Huey's lips. "A squad of cavalry, follow me," he beckoned, leading a group of crocodile dragon cavalry away from the main force, galloping towards the source of the fire dragon. At the rear of the retreating group were mostly women and the elderly, no matter how urgently Goli and the soldiers urged them. Their pace remained sluggish, clinging tightly to their bundles. Joshua had already advanced ahead with the guard battalion, having effectively abandoned these civilians. He had done what he could as a commander. He could not jeopardize himself and his soldiers for the sake of those who lagged behind. Perhaps realizing their fate was sealed, the civilians left behind began to weep in despair. "Please, do not forsake us." Xiong grasped Goli's arm and shouted at her for the first time, "Do not be so soft-hearted. They cannot escape. Your compassion will only endanger the warriors with you." Goli understood the logic, yet could not bring herself to act with such cruelty. In the end, she stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth as she turned to the soldiers behind her and declared, "We must leave." However, it was now difficult for Goli and the others to escape, with Gino entangled with the two orc heroes and his heavy cavalry engaging the reinforcements from another camp. The orcs, having regained their breath, began to regroup and prepare for a counterattack. Goli's group had not fled far before encountering a newly assembled orc unit. The pent-up fury from being trampled by the human cavalry earlier was now unleashed upon Goli's small contingent. They dared not linger in combat, relying on Xiong's fire cloud technique and a barrage of explosive fireball scrolls to break through the orc ranks. Yet, the commotion from Xiong's magic scrolls was too great. The orcs mistakenly believed that more human leaders had been left behind, drawing in even more orcs to surround them. When Xiong was forced to unleash a fire dragon spell, it marked the most perilous moment for him and Goli, as orcs swarmed in layers. Led by two orc brutes, one fire dragon after another roared forth. Yet the orcs seemed endless. For every wave incinerated, another surged forth. Xiong, nearly in tears, rummaged through his spatial ring for another magic scroll. The sudden sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind the orc encirclement, and a dark figure charged into the orc ranks. Former comrades, once fought alongside, met again upon the battlefield.